On the eve of his transmigration. Mungda, you came to the library again today. Are you here to read Dragon Ball for a while? Uncle Hua asked with a genial smile. Uncle Hua had worked at the Huateng Library for many years, yet he had rarely seen someone who loved reading as much as Mungda. Novels, comics. Books were books in his eyes, and as a librarian he felt that thinking this way was perfectly acceptable. However, in Uncle Hua's impression, most people preferred books filled with romance and melodrama. He himself, for instance, had an especial fondness for studying certain sensual spring and autumn type volumes. Yes, Uncle Hua, Mungda replied with a smile and greeting. Then, as he always did, he walked to his familiar section of the shelves, pulled out a volume of Dragon Ball, and began to read. Mungda thought to himself, I have to admit, many domestically produced animations in the inland nowadays are remarkably well made. Series like Qin Shi Mingwe and Neza are truly outstanding. Of course, the later installments of Do Pu are an exception. After the subsequent adaptations, the final result on screen was frankly beyond disappointing. Not to mention the modeling. Just take the daughter of Xiao Yan and Queen Medusa as an example. In the original work, she was the crystallization of a love tempered many times by life and death trials between Medusa and Xiao Yan. Yet what did the adaptation turn her into to earn such relentless ridicule? Mungda could not help but complain inwardly. Despite this, his affection for the passionate Dragon Ball series remained profound. He probably loved it so deeply because its protagonist was Sun Wukong. Ever since then, he had always yearned for the day when domestic animation might surpass that of other countries. He imagined leaving a bold stroke in the annals of animation history with the box office of a Chinese work seizing the #1 spot worldwide. In Mungda's heart, perhaps only creations made by Chinese people were truly worthy of his deepest love. Yet in the 21st century, many things had already become international and globalized. There was much that he had learned. Mungda had once fantasized if one day he could wield a key cannon like those in the Dragon Ball world, what would be the very first thing he would do? Most likely he would feel an irrepressible urge to obliterate a certain small island nation with a single key cannon. Just as he was reading with great relish, the whole library building suddenly began to sway violently, the unmistakable sign of an earthquake. Uncle Hua was the first to react. He shouted, "This is bad. An earthquake." Before Mungda was struck, he only saw the rows of bookshelves in front of him collapsing toward him. It was a time long, long ago, a mysterious era that no one had ever seen or heard of. Age 730, that year the Saiyan Prince Vegeta was born. At the same time, an equally gifted Saiyan named Bruce and a girl named Carissa, whose potential marked her as an upper-class elite warrior, were also born. And from this moment, the birth of Sun Wukong, the protagonist of the original story, was still less than 5 years away. The official Dragon Ball plot had yet to begin. However, Bruce's journey into a new world had already quietly unfolded. Planet Vegeta. TSS, my head hurts. Mungda opened his eyes to find himself inside a medical pod. Tubes were attached all over his body, which was completely immersed in a green nutrient solution. Mungda's eyes widened. Have I experienced a soul transmigration? Gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, he pinched his thigh hard. It's real. Mungda had never imagined such an absurd thing would truly happen to him. The people hurrying about in battle armor, weren't they the subordinates of Frisia's army in the Dragon Ball world? A purple lizard-like humanoid with reptilian features was bowing respectfully to a Saiyan who had arrived to inspect. Reporting, Your Majesty, King Vegeta. As for Prince Vegeta and the descendants of several other Saiyans, we have compiled. King Vegeta swept his gaze rapidly over the area and finally let it rest upon the medical pod containing his son Vegeta. He then asked the purple lizardman, what was Vegeta's combat power at birth? The purple-skinned lizardman praised reverently, Vegeta 4 is indeed one of the most outstanding genius warriors of the Saiyan race. Prince Vegeta's combat power at birth reached as high as 2000 points. His potential is 20 times that of an ordinary upper-class Saiyan warrior. The lizard man relayed the real-time combat power readings to King Vegeta in detail. Hearing this, King Vegeta could not help feeling a surge of pride. He then pursued another question. Is there anyone else whose combat power exceeds 100? Yes. 2 Saiyan infants named Bruce and Carissa. Their data ranks only below Prince Vegeta 4. Bruce has reached 1500. His potential is 15 times that of an ordinary upper-class Saiyan warrior. Carissa's combat power stands at 300, 3 times the potential of a typical upper-class Saiyan warrior, the lizard man reported in astonishment. As a member of Frisia's army, this purple alien's own combat power was only 1030 points. It was clear that Saiyans truly deserved their reputation as the fighting race of the universe. King Vegeta was taken aback by the report and murmured thoughtfully, "Oh, they are the son of Bulasker and the daughter of Karaloran." Bulasker and Karaloran were both upper-class warriors, though they had already fallen in battle. The lizard man continued to report the situation on planet Vegeta to King Vegeta in detail. On planet Vegeta, the Saiyan standard for potential was as follows. If combat power at birth exceeded 101 was classified as an upper-class warrior. Under normal circumstances, their combat power upon reaching adulthood would typically rise to around 600 points. Those born with combat power between 30 and 100 were defined as mid-class warriors. By adulthood, they were expected to grow to around 3,600 in combat power. Anyone below 30 was deemed a low-class warrior whose adult combat power remained below 3,000. The basic lifespan of a Saiyan ranged roughly from 100 to 150 years. Speaking of Saiyans, naturally invited comparison with Earthlings. On Earth, for an ordinary adult, 98% of people had a maximum combat power of 5 points, or even less. The key difference lay in the high activity of Saiyan cells, which caused their aging to proceed far more slowly. Consequently, the period of their physical prime was much longer. Under the influence of a mysterious power, Bruce's soul had vanished, replaced by Munga's. Munga's consciousness was perfectly clear now, and he could naturally hear their conversations. Sai, I never thought I would truly transmigrate into the High Martial Dragon Ball world. This is a place where people casually blow up planets. Pretending not to be afraid would be a lie. Fortunately, the timeline hasn't yet reached the official beginning of the story. That's something to be grateful for, Munga consoled himself inwardly. Otherwise, before he had grown strong, he would likely have been killed off. Time hurried by. Age 737. Sun Wukong and Broly were born simultaneously. One of them was a low-class warrior with a combat power of 2, defined by countless people as a good for nothing. Broly's situation, however, shocked the entire Saiyan race. Age 749. It was the year when the Dragon Ball story officially began. Bulma would encounter Sun Wukong on Mount Paozu. In that year, Vegeta, Bruce, and Carissa were exactly 17, Kakarot was 12, Krillin 13, and Bulma 16. Planet Laylar Duldo. This was the planet where the Vegeta squad was currently carrying out a cleansing mission. On Laylar Duldo, there were quite a few powerful fighters, some with combat power close to 10,000. Yet before Vegeta and Bruce, the two genius elite Saiyan warriors whose combat power both exceeded 10,000, these opponents were swiftly wiped out. Let us introduce the members of the Vegeta squad. Captain Vegeta, age 17, a genius elite warrior with a combat power of 14000. Vice Captain Bruce, age 17, also a genius elite warrior with a combat power of 13000. Squad member Carissa, age 17, an upper-class elite warrior with a combat power of 6000. On planet Vegeta, the strength of elite warriors far surpassed that of ordinary upper-class warriors. They were the equivalent of trump cards. Squad member Nappa, age 28, an upper-class warrior with a combat power of 3000. Squad member Raditz, Sun Wukong's biological elder brother, age 19, originally classified as an upper-class warrior at birth, but due to innate laziness and lack of combat experience, his current combat power was only 950 points. Because of the peculiar nature of the Saiyan race, from the age of 15 their height increased rapidly, and their hairstyles were fixed from birth onward. As Bruce would put it now, it saves the trouble of getting a haircut. Hey Bruce, why didn't you just blast that damned frogman to death with a single key cannon? Vegeta glared in irritation at Bruce, who was standing nearby with his arms folded watching the show. He demanded angrily. This infuriating Bruce refused to help. Instead, he left a mere trash frogman with a combat power of only 350 to Carissa and the other two to practice on. Such tedious behavior was in Vegeta's eyes a complete waste of time. Vegeta, how I Bruce choose to act is none of your damn business. Bruce retorted coldly. Inwardly, Bruce had little admiration for Vegeta at this stage. At present, Vegeta was still lofty and overbearing, arrogant, cold-blooded, and domineering toward everyone. Within the Vegeta squad, only Nappa and Raditz truly obeyed him, which made Vegeta even more displeased. From our very first mission, Bruce has been giving us opportunities to train, otherwise our combat power wouldn't have increased this quickly. Carissa shouted back at Vegeta without the slightest politeness. TCH, what a tedious woman, Vegeta scoffed, unwilling to waste words on her. Everyone was already used to this sort of interaction. Nappa chimed in, that's right Vegeta. The vice captain handed that Laylar Duldo native over to us precisely so we could train. Raditz had originally wanted to speak as well, but he was already pressed down by the overwhelming aura of Bruce and Vegeta, unable to move, let alone open his mouth. Deep down, Vegeta understood this point, yet he simply could not stand Bruce. From childhood onward, this infuriating fellow had constantly gone against him. Moreover, though friction between them was constant, neither could truly get the better of the other. Bruce's combat power might not be the highest, but his combat skills were the strongest among them. Thus Vegeta could only snort in frustration. We're leaving. Planet Vegeta. Congratulations to the Vegeta squad on their victorious return. The welcoming party on planet Vegeta had been waiting even before the spaceship had fully docked. The five opened the hatch and stepped out, utterly unwilling to spare even a glance for Frisia's lackeys. Bruce's home. After showering, Bruce emerged in clean clothes. A single sweep of his gaze revealed Carissa sitting on his sofa like a mistress of the house. Bruce strode over with an air of dominance, wrapped an arm around Carissa's slender waist, and pulled her fiercely into his embrace. Perhaps because he had grown up on planet Vegeta, Bruce's personality had changed considerably. Aside from lacking a taste for killing in almost every other respect, he had become like a true Saiyan. It had to be admitted that the influence of environment was formidable. Carissa, after each mission, there's usually a rest period. There's somewhere I want to go, Bruce said, looking down at the Saiyan girl in his arms with rare gentleness. Among the entire Saiyan race, only Carissa possessed the privilege of being treated with such tenderness by him. Carissa wrapped her arms around Bruce's waist, lifted her head to kiss him, and laughed with cheerful resolve. Bruce, I'm your woman. Wherever you go, I'll go. Within the Vegeta squad, Bruce and Carissa had always been the perfect partners. The next day, the two quietly departed planet Vegeta aboard the latest model of spherical spacecraft. Originally, it would have taken a year to reach Earth, but now the journey would take only about a month. Listening to his subordinates report, Vegeta snorted, "Humph. Bruce, after finally finishing the mission, you actually choose to waste time idling around with that wretched woman Carissa. The next time we go on a mission, this prince will make sure to teach you a proper lesson." With that, Vegeta strode alone toward the training room. Frisia's headquarters. In a dim room, the Cosmic Emperor Frisia sat in his hoverchair listening to Chui's report and sneering. "Two mere wild monkeys dare to leave planet Vegeta without my orders." As Frisia spoke, one finger suddenly lifted. From its fingertip, a red ray shot forth, instantly piercing the researcher standing behind Chui. With a dull bang, the researcher, whose appearance resembled a catfish, was blown to ashes on the spot. Frisia, seated in his hoverchair, did not even blink, which spoke volumes about how cold-blooded this evil Cosmic Emperor truly was. "Oh, Mr. Chui, there are now two little insects who have left planet Vegeta without permission. I'll trouble you to give them a small lesson," Frisia ordered icily. This new type of spacecraft had been acquired by Bruce during a previous mission when he happened to pass by a technologically advanced planet and took it as a contingency tool. Later, that planet was reduced to cosmic dust by a casual energy blast from Vegeta. 1 month later, on the heavenly realm, the Guardian of Earth was observing the planet when his expression suddenly changed drastically. He stared in terror in one direction and felt deep worry for Earth's future. Their two spherical objects blazing with fire were piercing through the atmosphere, descending upon the planet. Near Mount Paozu, Bulma was racing along in her car in search of Dragon Balls when she suddenly noticed two meteors streaking across the sky. One of them was falling right into the nearby mountains. Driven by curiosity, Bulma immediately sped toward the impact site of the spacecraft. Elsewhere, Sun Wukong finished his grilled fish and lay down quietly to sleep. "Damn it, Chui, just you wait." Bruce shoved open the hatch and crawled out, his body covered in wounds. Remembering that Carissa's spacecraft had also spiraled out of control and crashed onto Earth, he muttered, "Once I heal, I have to hurry and find Carissa." On their way through space, they had unexpectedly encountered Frisia's subordinate Chui. Chui was no weakling. With his combat power reaching 180, he had crippled their spacecraft mid-flight. If Bruce and Carissa had not used their own ki to forcibly maintain the ship's trajectories, they might never have reached Earth. This enmity was now firmly etched into Bruce's heart. He quickly assessed his condition. "This is terrible. My ki is nearly exhausted, my body is severely injured, I'm afraid I can't even force myself to fly right now." Just then, in the distance, a blue-haired girl in a speeding car hurtled toward him, and in the blink of an eye she arrived at the crash. A rock struck the car at just the wrong angle, sending the girl flying out straight toward him. "Oh hell." Instinctively, Bruce tried to dodge, but his injuries slowed him a beat too late, and the girl crashed directly into him. With a thunderous boom, Bruce was knocked unconscious by the impact of Bulma's body. By sheer coincidence, Bulma landed in a strangely compromising posture, ending up seated atop Bruce. Still shaken, Bulma took a moment to regain her senses. Realizing she seemed to have crashed into someone, the pleasant sensation beneath her made her face suddenly flush scarlet. Elsewhere, Carissa was in even worse condition than Bruce, and had long since fainted. Her spacecraft had fallen into a desert. Not far away, the Pilaf trio crept closer, step by cautious step. Ashu, a foxdog hybrid, cried out in alarm, "Lord Pilaf! Lord Pilaf! Look, what a huge space!" Pilaf stared at the mysterious spacecraft, then forced himself to bark an order. "My Ashu, you two go take a look. It seems to be a spaceship that fell from the sky." Mai and Ashu shook their heads frantically, clearly unwilling to go near it. Red Ribbon Army Headquarters. Dr. Gero addressed the Red Ribbon Army commander. "Commander, the meteors that just fell from the sky are very likely spacecraft from beyond Earth. If we can obtain them and master their technology, then world domination will be within our grasp." Hearing this, the commander nodded excitedly. He had full faith in Dr. Gero's scientific prowess. It was said that whoever possessed Dr. Gero would possess the world. With the doctor's assurance, the commander seemed already to see a future in which the Red Ribbon Army ruled the Earth. Laughing boisterously, he said, "Ha ha," and immediately dispatched elite troops to seek out the spacecraft. Came house 1234, 2234. One more time. Master Roshi was following along with the exercises of the beautiful women on TV, moving his body as he watched, chuckling lecherously all the while. Suddenly sensing a strange aura, his expression shifted slightly. Did some terrifying fellow just appear on Earth? Forget it, forget it. Exercise comes first. With that, Master Roshi resumed his workout. Paozu Mountain. Bulma sprang up in a fluster, the blush on her cheeks not yet faded as she surreptitiously sized Bruce up. Perfect muscles and figure, a handsome face. He's practically the ideal boyfriend I've always dreamed of. She chuckled to herself. However, he seemed to be gravely injured. Without timely treatment, he might truly die. So be it. Running into me, Bulma, is your good fortune. Bulma took out a universal capsule from her waist, selected one from the box, and tossed it onto the ground. In an instant, a house materialized before them. Bulma fetched some medical supplies from inside the house, and personally, with great care and speed, treated Bruce's various so handsome. After finishing the treatment, Bulma stared at Bruce's strikingly handsome face with a love-struck gaze. Bruce's features were exceptionally exquisite, resembling a fusion warrior formed from Vegeta and Sun Wukong in the original story. It was only Bruce's battle-loving nature and cold exterior that made him appear aloof in the eyes of others. Thus, in the love-struck Bulma's eyes, he was naturally incomparably attractive. Bulma had been born in age 733 and was now 16 years old, only 1 year younger than Bruce. After finding a Dragon Ball in her family's warehouse, she searched through a large amount of information and finally learned the truth about the Dragon Balls. Bulma planned to use her spare time to seek out the 7 Dragon Balls that, according to legend, could grant any wish. She had never expected that the perfect man would literally fall from the sky, and this made her heart incomparably joyful and excited. After several hours passed, Bruce finally awoke. Ignoring the pain of his injuries, he leapt up from the bed he carefully surveyed his surroundings, glanced at the bandages on his body, and then, hearing the sound of water and singing from the bath nearby, instantly understood what had happened. That blue-haired girl in a pink dress just now. Why did she look so much like Bulma from Dragon Ball when she first met Sun Wukong? Bruce thought back to the moment before he fainted. Bulma stepped out after her bath, only to suddenly find Bruce staring fixedly at her. Being stared at by a stranger, Bulma was so frightened that she cried out, not even noticing the towel slipping from her body as Bruce continued to stare wide-eyed at her. After a moment, Bruce was the first to break the silence. "Was it you who saved me?" Her development was impressive, her proportions far from small. By Earth standards, the Bulma before him should be around. Sensing Bruce's appreciative gaze, Bulma instantly looked down at herself. A surge of shame washed over her, and a loud scream suddenly echoed through the room. Bulma scrambled in a panic into her own bedroom. Afterwards, having changed into proper clothes, she carefully opened the door and stepped out again. "Yes, I'm the one who saved you. Let's formally get to know each other. I'm Bulma." "Thank you. My name is Bruce." Bruce had decided that this would be his name from now on. He intended to continue using this name in the future. Since he had come to the world of Dragon Ball, he might as well adapt to look. After chatting for a while, Bulma suddenly noticed the tail behind Bruce and was thoroughly startled. You have a tail, eh?" Bruce nodded without concealing anything and told her frankly that he was not an Earthling, a being from outer space. So there really are people from the universe beyond Earth. Bulma had always lived on Earth and had never seen an extraterrestrial before. Thus, she was endlessly curious about Bruce and kept firing question after question about everything she did not understand. "Yes, I'm the best example. However, if you encounter other beings from space in the future, I advise you to keep your distance." This was for her own good. Not every extraterrestrial cherished kindness in their heart. In particular, the members of Frisia's army. Even the common foot soldiers generally possessed battle power above 1,000. For the humans of Earth at this stage, they were undeniably beings capable of effortlessly slaughtering the planet's population. Glancing at the scouter, he wore Bruce saw Bulma's actual battle power, too. No wonder she was a native-born. If his memory from his previous life was correct, when Raditz first came to Earth, he encountered a hunter with a gun. That hunter's battle power had been a mere 5. At present, Kakarot, Sun Wukong, probably possessed a battle power of only around 10. That was merely twice the physical strength of an ordinary Earthling, owed to Son Gohan's guidance and the pure Saiyan blood flowing through Sun Wukong's veins. This disparity was thanks to Son Gohan's teaching and Sun Wukong's pure-blooded Saiyan physique. Thinking of Sun Wukong, Bruce suddenly felt an urge to meet this person whom he had always admired in his previous. Now Bruce and Sun Wukong could be considered of the same race. Unlike other Saiyans, he was not consumed by bloodlust or merciless cruelty. Though Bruce had grown up on planet Vegeta as a Saiyan, he had always cherished peaceful days in his heart, and his soul was originally that of an Earthling. Everything on Earth gave him an extraordinarily pleasant feeling. It was as if he had returned to his former life. Hearing Bruce's warning, Bulma nodded in earnest obedience. Just a moment ago, she had felt Bruce's aura surge forth like a terrifying monstrous flood. By the next day, Bruce had recovered considerably and could already manage flight, albeit barely. Yet Bruce refrained from displaying his ability to fly without any tools in front of Bulma, so as not to frighten her. After all, this was Earth. With his battle power reaching 13,000, even a casual ki blast from him could blow away more than half the planet. The next day, Bruce and Bulma set out together and successfully encountered Kakarot, Sun Wukong, who was currently still in the form of a child, innocent to the extreme. Seeing the two before him, Sun Wukong immediately felt excited. He sensed that the tall, tail-bearing older brother standing in front of him seemed incredibly strong. Bruce had already concealed most of his ki, revealing only a battle power of about 100. Yet at this stage, that was already comparable to the legendary martial arts god of Earth, the Turtle Hermit. "Hey, I can tell you're really strong. Will you have a fight with me?" Sun Wukong looked at Bruce, brimming with excitement. Bruce chuckled and agreed readily. "All right." Sun Wukong swiftly assumed his stance, yet no matter where he looked, he found not a single opening, in this feeling Sun Wukong had only ever experienced when facing his grandfather Sun Gohan. Nonetheless, as a Saiyan, his innate love of battle and refusal to admit defeat drove him forward without fear. He charged in recklessly. Straight punches, kicks, and rapid flurries of blows poured toward Bruce. To Bulma watching from the side, their speed was already astonishingly fast. Yet to Bruce their movements were as slow as snails, their strength negligible. Bruce merely extended a single finger and effortlessly blocked all of Sun Wukong's attacks. What a terrifying aura! It resembles the one from 3 or 4 years ago. Could it be them? Jiaozi looked at the crane hermit in confusion. Due to his relative weakness, he was Bulma's heart trembled. Incredible. Are all extraterrestrials as powerful as he is? Meanwhile, the gods of the heavenly realm were quietly observing these two mysterious beings from space. At that very moment, Bruce suddenly cast a subtle glance toward a certain point in the sky, a faint, meaningful smile curving his lips. The deity in the heavenly realm, watching the mortal world, broke out in a cold sweat. He noticed me. For the time being, however, Bruce had no intention of meeting this god. At this moment, he was far more interested in visiting the legendary martial master, the Turtle Hermit. Although the Turtle Hermit's battle power was not particularly impressive, his understanding of martial philosophy and the use of ki made him the most profound and unfathomable among Earth's practitioners. I'm done. I can't beat you. You're as strong as my grandpa. Clutching his growling stomach, Sun Wukong, too hungry to continue, was forced to admit defeat. My name is Sun Wukong. What are your names? And are you really not monsters? Sun Wukong stared at the two with curious eyes as he asked. Bruce replied, I'm Bruce, and this is Bulma. We are humans, not the monsters you speak of. He then patiently explained to Sun Wukong the difference between humans and monsters. Bruce, Sun Wukong, and Bulma traveled together for a while. After witnessing the legendary Dragon Ball firsthand, Bruce chose to depart on his own. Of course, during their conversation, he had already switched off his scouter. He was not as foolish as Vegeta, that eternal second place, who had allowed Frieza and his forces to exploit the scouter's two-way transmission and overhear information about the Dragon Balls. Afterward, Bruce went to the Southern Islands to visit the Turtle Hermit, seeking guidance on the use of ki and learning the Kamehameha. At first, the Turtle Hermit was reluctant to teach such techniques to a complete stranger. But after Bruce revealed a hint of his true methods, the old master promptly and honestly agreed. Staying on the Turtle Hermit's island for several days, Bruce mastered more refined applications of ki. He then traveled to Karen Tower, where he successfully found the white cat atop the structure. Not only did he restore himself to peak condition, but he also borrowed 100 senza beans. Thanks to the Saiyan trait of gaining power after near-death recovery, Bruce's battle power had now reached 23,000, surpassing that of Vegeta and most of Frieza's subordinates. Having sought deeper martial insights from the Cat Sage and fully grasped them, Bruce departed from Karen Tower. Sensing Carissa's ki, Bruce turned and flew toward Carissa's location. He quickly flew in the direction, the desert in the northwest. Wait for me, Carisha. Due to his overwhelming aura, Bruce kept his energy at around 300 points. Even so, some powerful beings on Earth who could sense the aura looked at Bruce's direction with horror, yet none dared to. At this moment, Carisha in the desert had also awakened. With her arms crossed and her foot on Pilaf's face, she scoffed. A few natives on a remote planet also dare to lay their hands on my spaceship. Just as Carisha was about to deal with the fried rice trio, she suddenly sensed Bruce's aura. A surge of joy filled her, though she felt something strange. Why has Bruce's aura become so weak? Could it be that he was also injured by Chioi and the others? This thought made Carisha quite angry, and her aura, which reached several thousand points, erupted instantly. It blew Pilaf and the others, as well as the members of the Crimson Ribbon Army hiding nearby, into the air. Carisha, not caring about the astonishment of these natives, hurriedly approached Bruce's direction with her injured body. After a while, the two figures finally met on Earth. Bruce. Carisha. They embraced in midair, and then Bruce took out a magical bean and handed it to Carisha. Carisha, eat this. Bruce looked at Carisha, who was severely injured, and a surge of anger rose within him, causing the sky to darken, as if the end of the world was approaching. Chioi, you want to escape this time? Bruce said coldly. Carisha, curious about the small green bean, trusted Bruce, and put it in her mouth, chewing and swallowing it. A miraculous scene occurred. Carisha found that not only had her injuries healed completely, but her combat power had also significantly increased. Carisha instructed Bruce to use the detector on her, and then she unleashed her full aura, causing a tempest on Earth with sand and stones flying, creating an apocalyptic scene. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power 6,000. Combat power 7,000. Combat power 9,500. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect my combat power to be close to 10,000. Carisha exclaimed excitedly. Bruce had told her to turn off the detector earlier, but Carisha had opened it to check the distance to see Bruce sooner. However, Bruce quickly reached out and removed her detector, crushing it in his hand. But the information about Carisha's sudden surge in power had already been transmitted. Bruce explained the recent events to Carisha. I didn't expect that on such a low-level remote planet there would be so many good. Should we also search for Dragon Balls? Carisha asked Bruce. Bruce replied, not for now. Using that too much could produce negative effects we cannot counter. Bruce believed that Dragon Balls wouldn't significantly help them, and he felt that the only way to resolve the crisis on Vegeta was through their own strength. Others might not know, but he was well aware of the true terror of Frieza, especially his final transformation, which had a combat power exceeding 120 million. Even Frieza's strongest special forces, the Ginyu Force, couldn't be matched by them at present. After strolling through various places on Earth again, Bruce and Carrie Shaw arrived at the heavenly realm. As for the barrier above Corin Tower, it was insignificant to him. The green-skinned Namekian King Piccolo's good-natured form was currently the god of Earth, and with the distinctly dark-skinned sausage-mouthed black charcoal, it was easy to recognize them. Upon seeing the two Saiyans, the god's expression turned extremely grave, not understanding why Bruce and Carrie Shaw had come to Earth. The god forced himself to speak. "Respectful guests, may I ask what brings you to Earth?" Bruce smiled and replied, "Lord God, right. No need to be nervous, we mean no harm, and will not do anything to Earth." Carrie Shaw found it quite interesting that this being with a combat power of only a few hundred was indeed the legendary deity. However, out of respect for Bruce's instructions, she settled down. Hearing this, the god and Bobo both breathed a sigh of relief. Then Bruce expressed his desire to borrow the room of spirit and time. In the face of such immense power, the god could only obediently concede. Thus Bruce and Carrie Shaw successfully entered the miraculous room of spirit and time. Carrie Shaw was astonished that such a small Earth had such a miraculous place. "Bruce, the gravity here seems to be 4 times that of Earth, and the temperature varies around 50 degrees to minus 40 degrees. Bruce nodded. "Carisha, the flow of time here is different from the outside. A year spent here is equivalent to only a day. However, generally speaking, a person can only stay here for 48 hours in their lifetime, which is 2 days outside. So miraculous." "Does that mean we can train here for 2 years? Carrie Shaw exclaimed in surprise. "Exactly, and our energy cannot be sensed by the outside world, nor can we sense anyone outside from here. Although Saiyans have high combat power, their mastery of energy is quite rough." Upon hearing Bruce's words, Carrie Shaw obediently nodded, her fierce Saiyan demeanor vanishing in Carisha. "Next I will unleash my full aura. Make sure to feel it well," Bruce told her. On the way, he had already told Carrie Shaw why his aura had diminished. With Bruce's reminder, Carrie Shaw looked intently at Bruce, who had been by her side since childhood. "Ah!" Bruce shouted, unleashing his terrifying aura with all his might. Instantly, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Bruce, far exceeding Vegeta's peak combat power. The detector Carrie Shaw was wearing, which Bruce had given her, exploded, startling her. Such a powerful aura. This aura's strength probably exceeds 20,000 points. Even Vegeta from the Saiyan race would likely not be a match for Bruce. Due to being in a special space, the data from the detector couldn't be transmitted. At the same time, both Frisia's headquarters and the reception team on planet Vegeta received a report. It was that Carrie Shaw's combat power had suddenly soared to an astonishing 9,500 points. On planet Vegeta, Vegeta was in a training room, destroying all the training dummies with several energy blasts, panting as he exited the room. Nappa approached. "Vegeta, there's been an abnormal situation regarding Carrie Shaw and Bruce's combat power." Vegeta turned to Nappa, curiously anticipating what Nappa would say next. Among his peers, only Bruce was capable of being his rival. No one else was even qualified. As for that woman Carisha, she was merely Bruce's sidekick, which Vegeta looked down upon. After all, in Vegeta's mind, only great power mattered. Nappa recalled the report from Frisia's subordinates and told Vegeta, Bruce's combat power has inexplicably dropped to around 300 points, while Carrie Shaw had previously dropped to about 1,000 points, only to suddenly soar to 9,500 points. Vegeta pondered for a moment and speculated. "I heard that Frisia had sent Shui out for some mission. They must be concerned about Bruce and Carrie Shaw leaving planet Vegeta without permission." As for the Saiyan revival bug, Vegeta was not particularly clear about it yet. Nappa nodded in agreement. "As expected of Prince Vegeta, after you said that I suddenly understood. But why did Carrie Shaw's combat power suddenly rise from 6,000 to 9,500 points?" Facing Nappa's question, Vegeta thought for a moment and could only attribute the reason to where Bruce had gone. There must be something that could enhance combat power. Nappa, Carrie Shaw's talent has always been just below me and Bruce. Such an increase isn't surprising. But you and Raditz have been slacking lately. Vegeta glared impatiently at Nappa, reprimanding him. "I understand, Prince Vegeta." Nappa assured, nodding that he would fight hard to improve his strength on the next mission. In the entire Vegeta team, other than Raditz, who was at the bottom of the power scale, Nappa's 3,000 points were the lowest combat power. They were currently the most elite Saiyan team on planet Vegeta. Excluding the elite adult teams like Bardock's, even some ordinary adult Saiyan teams couldn't compare to Vegeta's team. The reason was that there were two genius elite warriors, Vegeta and Bruce, whose combat power exceeded 10,000 points. At Frisia's headquarters, Frisia listened to Key's report, his expression shifting unpredictably. "Mr. Choi, I heard that the female Saiyan named Carrie Shaw's combat power suddenly soared to 9,500 points. Choi heard Frisia's words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and quickly knelt on one knee, nervously explaining, "I apologize. Lord Frisia, my subordinates had already destroyed the spaceships of Bruce and Kalisa with energy blasts, and even severely injured Bruce and Kalisa inside the ship. But that guy Bruce from Vegeta's team was extremely cunning, employing a dazzling technique that allowed them to escape by a stroke of luck. The dazzling technique Choi mentioned was actually a move called Starlight Fist, which Bruce had created based on the legendary technique, Solar Fist, from the original work. The user can unleash a strong brilliance from their body, blinding the enemy's eyes, and can even harness the scorching energy from the sun or luminous celestial bodies to unleash a power several times greater than that of the Solar Fist. Starlight Fist is more practical than Tien Shinhan's Solar Fist. The former not only attacks the enemy, but is as powerful as the planet-destroying bomb. Moreover, Starlight Fist also serves a tactical purpose, while Solar Fist is merely a deceptive technique. Oh ho ho ho, dear Mr. Chioe, you are indeed an elite warrior among my subordinates, and I trust you. This time I will let you off, but do not let it happen again. Had it not been for Frisia, considering the lack of personnel, Chioe would likely have met a deadly fate at this moment. Chioe sighed in relief and gratefully said, "Thank you, Lord Frisia. As for those damned wild monkeys, they have been increasingly restless lately." A terrifying aura emanated from Frisia, causing objects around to explode with a thunderous sound, instilling fear in everyone present. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, after 2 years of training, both individuals had grown slightly taller, though their hairstyles remained unchanged and their clothes had become somewhat tattered. Their aura was now even deeper and more unfathomable than 2 years ago. Note in this work, time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber does not count towards real age, so Bruce and Kalisa are still just 1 year older than Bulma and 5 years older than Son Goku. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma and Goku were following the original storyline, starting their adventure to find the Dragon Balls as two unlikely companions. Since only 2 days had passed outside, Bulma was still 16 years old, while Son Goku remained 12. However, Goku, who couldn't count properly, mistakenly thought that 14 followed 11, leading to a major misunderstanding with Bulma. Of course, Bruce had long forgotten this memory, otherwise he would have had to explain why flowers are so red to Goku. Now Bruce and Kalisa had thoroughly mastered the advanced applications of Chi through their training. Without the use of detection devices, Bruce and Kalisa could sense each other's Chi intensity. Moreover, Bruce's mastery was so profound that he could precisely gauge it just like a detector. Even the most accurate detectors couldn't match Bruce's perception of Chi. Kalisa lagged considerably, only able to sense a rough range, but that was sufficient. "Hey, Bruce, we've been here for 2 years, and I can't stand this dreadful place for another moment," Kalisa complained. After 2 years of close companionship with Bruce, Kalisa spoke with a much friendlier tone. After all, the sense of empowerment from her newfound strength had made Kalisa the elite warrior feel somewhat arrogant. One could say that Kalisa wouldn't even regard Prince Vegeta as anything significant in her current state. The Saiyans are a race that values strength and warriors, and Bruce was not surprised by Kalisa's change. "Kalisa, go change your clothes. You look like a ragamuffin." Bruce's tone was unyielding. Kalisa's carefree personality might be fine with Bruce, but if she encountered outsiders, it could lead to trouble. After all, Kalisa is Bruce's woman, and he didn't want anyone to see her in a state of embarrassment. Kalisa felt a bit scared by Bruce's seriousness, so she took the universal capsule containing some clothes she had brought with her. Kalisa went to wash up in the room, and then changed into the cumbersome clothes of Earthlings. Bruce also entered the bathroom, where the lingering scent of Kalisa filled the air. He took a gentle sniff, feeling joyful, and smiled knowingly. As both were Saiyan warriors, they were not particularly anxious about matters between men and women. However, aside from the exploration of human anatomy, Bruce and Kalisa had essentially done everything they were meant to do. For Saiyans like them, their current focus remained on enhancing their strength, as it is only through power that one can survive in this cruel world. After a while, both emerged wearing Earthling clothes, looking almost indistinguishable from humans except for their two tails. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, the Supreme Kai and Popo were keeping a close watch on the entrance of the temple. "Lord Supreme Kai, these two Saiyans should be coming out soon. I can't imagine how strong they will be after 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber." Popo eagerly conversed with the Supreme Kai. However, the Supreme Kai maintained a serious expression, silent, yet filled with expectation. The Supreme Kai understood that while Bruce and Kalisa's aura was incredibly violent, he could sense that their hearts were not. They were not the type to destroy Earth at a moment's notice. Forming a good relationship with Bruce and Kalisa could possibly bode well for the future of Earth. Otherwise, the Supreme Kai would never have allowed Bruce and Kalisa to use the hyperbolic time chamber. He was uncertain how Bruce had learned about it. As the doors of the hyperbolic time chamber slowly opened, 2 figures noticeably taller than 2 years ago emerged. Behind them was an endless expanse of white, elongating their silhouettes. This backdrop added much mystery to Bruce and Kalisa. What? A terrifying aura. The Supreme Kai felt the immense pressure bearing down on him, robbing him of the courage to make eye contact. Cold sweat dripped down his brow. Mr. Popo was equally affected. In fact, among the creatures on Earth, Mr. Popo had the highest combat power. According to the data from the original work, his combat power was 1020, significantly higher than the Supreme Kai's 220. As a servant, he diligently served the deity. But Bruce understood that this mysterious black-haired man was not only enigmatic, his true strength was akin to a bug in the system. Meanwhile, King Kai of North Kai's planet was the first to sense the 2 terrifying auras. The short and stout North Kai's face grew serious as he silently gazed in the direction of Earth. At the same time, Earth's Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan looked toward Karen Tower. Their expressions displayed not only surprise, but also deep fear and terror. Bruce pressed the remote control for the spaceship, and the two spherical spaceships instantly flew towards Karen Tower, leaving the Earthlings in shock and astonishment. Bruce then said, "Thank you, Lord Supreme Kai. Also please have Mr. Popo prepare about a year's worth of food and pack it into this universal capsule." Bruce paused and squinted at Popo. "Mr. Popo, is that all right?" Popo nervously replied, "And no problem." The Supreme Kai hurriedly chimed in, saying there was no need to be polite. Meanwhile, he secretly wished these two harbingers of doom would leave Earth soon, as the pressure they exerted was overwhelming. After a while, Bruce and Kalisa boarded the spaceship, leaving Earth in the blink of an eye. Before they left, Bruce specifically instructed the cat deity to take good care of the sins of beans and not allow a certain fat guy named Yajirobe to ruin them. Though the cat deity did not understand the meaning of Bruce's words, the white cat nodded vigorously, frightened as it. On the spaceship, the two fell into a deep slumber, their destination being planet Udrat. Without Bruce's interference, the fate of everyone on Earth continued to unfold according to the original storyline. The only change was that after seeing Bruce's handsome face, Bulma lost interest in other men and did not pursue romance as she did in the original. Now Bulma's mind was filled solely with Bruce's image, and sometimes even her dreams featured him. Meanwhile, the events in other parts of the story continued, as in the original. Frieza still harbored a deep-seated hatred for the so-called warrior race of Saiyans. King Vegeta was still secretly gathering power, and when the opportunity arose, he would lead the Saiyans of planet Vegeta to rebel against Frieza's ruthless rule. However, at this current time, there was still some time left before planet Vegeta's destruction. This detail has been slightly altered, so don't pay too much attention to it. Therefore, Bruce was not in a hurry and planned to take Kalisa to planet Udrat to learn about the deeper applications and understanding of Chi, as well as the coveted technique, instant transmission. Time passed swiftly, and 8 months soon flew by. During this time, Bruce encountered members of Frieza's army and some cosmic bandits. Upon sensing Kalisa's combat power of 6000, they fled in panic. Only Bruce knew that Kalisa's true strength was not the displayed 6000. When fully unleashed, it was a staggering 6000. Frieza's first transformation had a power level of only 5300, meaning Kalisa could easily defeat Frieza in his first form. Even against Frieza's second transformation, she was more than capable of holding her own. Bruce himself had a base power level of 23000, and in full power mode, it reached an astonishing 23000. Hiding their chi was also one of the gains from their training. During their 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, Bruce's strength increased by over 100 times. Bruce was now less than 700 away from the threshold to become a Super Saiyan, 3 million. However, before Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, he was confident that he could boost his strength to that threshold. This would allow him to transform into a Super Saiyan and confront the evil cosmic Emperor Frieza, whom most in the universe feared. At this moment, Kalisa, like Bruce, maintained her chi at around 10 of her total power, reflecting their current state of strength. If they returned to planet Vegeta, now no one would stand a chance against them. Unless the opponent transformed into a great ape, facing either Bruce or Kalisa would result in instant defeat. Even the strongest King Vegeta would not escape unscathed. Bruce and Kalisa did not harbor any fondness for the people of planet Vegeta, except for Bardock's team, which was slightly more tolerable. The rest of the Saiyans were rather annoying. On planet Vegeta, only Bardock, when fully unleashed, could barely match Kalisa in her normal state after breaking through the 100,000 power barrier. After all the benefits from Bruce and Kalisa's journey on Earth went beyond mere power increases, they had also gained martial arts skills and techniques alongside some special applications of chi. These gains allowed Bruce and Kalisa to triumph over stronger opponents. At equal power levels, they could easily obliterate their foes. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Bruce and Kalisa had been asleep for 8 months. The Saiyan rebellion was rising, causing greater unrest, which drew Frieza's strong attention and caution. On Earth, life continued peacefully as usual. Master Roshi, the god of martial arts, had taken on 2 disciples during this time, Goku and the bald-headed Krillin. Thus, the Red Ribbon Army was still busy searching for the Dragon Balls, while Goku and Krillin trained intensively under Master Rose's guidance. On Kame House, Master Roshi stood by watching the 2 little guys carrying turtle shells while diligently training, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The martial arts tournament held every 5 years is about to begin. With these 2 little guys' strength, they seem qualified to participate, Master Roshi thought to himself. Meanwhile, Master Roshi decided he would also join the 21st martial arts tournament, but would use a false identity, aiming to teach his disciples the lesson that there are always stronger people out there. Master Roshi still felt shaken by the fearsome aura Bruce and Kalisa had emanated earlier, so he couldn't allow Goku and Krillin to become arrogant due to their increasing power. Master Roshi hoped his disciples could maintain a humble mindset as they continued their training. Practice diligently, study well, and eat enough was the philosophy Master Roshi imparted to the 2 little guys as part of his turtle school teachings. It must be said that Master Rose's martial arts philosophy was indeed quite correct, laying a solid foundation for Goku to become the strongest Saiyan and Krillin to become the mightiest Earthling in the future. During this past year, they had been delivering milk, digging with bare hands, working on construction sites, running around trees, swimming in shark-infested lakes, being chased by dinosaurs, and training while carrying turtle shells weighing 20 kilograms. These rigorous training sessions thoroughly exercised Goku and Krillin's eyes, hands, feet, and minds. Though Master Roshi did not teach them any specific martial arts techniques, he believed that once their physical abilities improved, they would quickly adapt to and apply techniques like boxing. Master Roshi hoped they could develop their own unique martial arts style. With 1 month remaining until the world's #1 martial arts tournament, Master Roshi had Goku and Krillin set down their turtle shells and switched to a heavier 40-kilogram shell, while their other training continued as usual. Goku and Krillin had long since gotten used to this training method. The day before the martial arts tournament, Master Roshi was enjoying a smoothie with the blue-haired launch when Goku suddenly burst in saying, "Grandpa, come quick." Then Goku and Krillin dragged Master Roshi to a large boulder. Master Roshi, confused, looked at the boulder like a small mountain and suddenly understood what they meant. He never expected that a casual joke he made would be taken seriously by the two little guys. The next scene left the martial arts sage Master Roshi utterly astonished. Little Goku approached the boulder, pushed with both hands, gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength, and surprisingly managed to push it 5 or 6 meters away. Then it was Krillin's turn. "Grandpa, while I can't push it as far as Goku, I can still move it." Immediately under Master Rose's incredulous gaze, Krillin pushed the large boulder 3 or 4 meters away, leaving Master Roshi shocked. Master Roshi thought to himself, "These two little brats have made astonishing progress." Meanwhile, martial artists worldwide were preparing for the #1 martial arts tournament. In a secluded forest, the shadow was swiftly running and jumping, and trees were broken in half by its fists and feet. The shadow roared, "Wolf Fang Fist." A large boulder before him was shattered by his fists and palms, revealing the true identity of the shadow. With long black hair and scruffy stubble, this was Yamcha, who had previously challenged various martial arts schools in the Three Kingdoms. Later he came to the secluded forest to train in order to defeat Goku. Came house. Master Roshi called a taxi to the airport, and before leaving launched tailored a blue vertical striped suit and hat for little Goku and Krillin. "Goku, Krillin, hurry up, or you'll miss the flight," Master Roshi urged beside the taxi. On the eve of the martial arts tournament, contestants from various regions were preparing to head to the southern tournament venue. The #1 martial arts tournament consisted of preliminary rounds, semifinals, and finals. There were hundreds of martial artists from all over the world, but only 8 could pass the preliminaries, demonstrating the fierce competition. The 8 would then face off against each other, with the winners advancing and the losers eliminated. The final champion would be crowned as the #1 under heaven and receive a prize of 5,000. There were hundreds of martial artists from all over the world, but only 8 could pass the preliminaries, demonstrating the fierce competition. One of the plump staff members wearing a flat-top hat sat at the registration desk and looked at the sunglasses wearing Master Roshi, asking, "Are you here to register?" "No, it's for these two little guys." Master Roshi pointed at little Goku and Krillin. The staff misunderstood, thinking they were just there to observe, and asked, "Are they just here to watch?" The turtle sage shook his head, his expression somewhat impatient, and pointed at the staff member's nose with the top of his hammer, yelling loudly, "It's not me, but it's these two little ones who want to participate in the martial arts tournament." The staff member was somewhat surprised, his eyes widening as he turned his head to look at the two little kids who were not even as tall as the table beside him, saying, "It's those two little ones who want to participate." Just as the turtle sage was registering, little Wukong and Krillin, a person with a crew cut in the crowd, spotted Wukong and immediately waved, shouting, "Hey." Wukong, hearing someone seemingly calling his name, opened his big innocent eyes and looked around, but found no one. Thinking it was Krillin calling him, he curiously asked, "Were you calling me?" Krillin was equally confused. Just as he was pondering, Yamcha came over to the two of them. Yamcha looked at Wukong and happily greeted him, "Hey, Wukong." After not seeing him for a long time, little Wukong didn't immediately recognize the short-haired Yamcha, staring with a puzzled expression and asking, "Who are you?" Yamcha, realizing Wukong didn't recognize him, decided to do his signature move, Wolf Fang Fist. At this moment, little Wukong finally recognized the person in front of him, his mouth agape in surprise, as he happily clenched his tiny fists, excitedly shouting, "Yamcha." Yamcha crossed his arms and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, you finally recognized me." Feeling overjoyed to see an old friend, little Wukong responded warmly to Yamcha, "It's been a long time. How did you change so much?" Yamcha blushed and scratched his head, saying, "That's because someone said having long hair in the city looks too outdated." Krillin, who didn't know Yamcha, curiously poked Wukong and asked, "Hey, who is he?" Wukong turned to Krillin to explain, "He's my friend, named Yamcha." Then turning back to Yamcha, he introduced Krillin. "This guy is Krillin, who trains with me at the old man's place." Yamcha looked at Krillin and politely greeted him, "Hello." Krillin, seeing that Yamcha is Wukong's friend, politely replied. At this moment, the turtle sage holding the registration form shouted at the two little kids, "You two hurry up and register." Just then Bulma, along with the little pig Oolong and the flying kindergarten classmate Por, arrived. Upon seeing Wukong, Bulma exclaimed in surprise, "Wukong." Wukong, seeing an old friend, happily called out their names, Bulma, Oolong, Por. Now still a little kid, Wukong immediately shook hands with Oolong, who excitedly said, "Wukong, it's been a long time." Wukong smiled back, "It really has." The two of them, a person and a pig, joyfully jumped up and down like children. Bulma and Por, seeing this pure and kind-hearted Wukong, felt very happy as well. At this moment, Wukong turned to everyone and asked with concern, "How's everyone doing?" Bulma, holding an ice cream in her right hand and smiling curiously, asked, "Wukong, how come you're here at the martial arts tournament?" Just as Wukong was about to answer, an old man wearing sunglasses suddenly appeared in front of Bulma, blocking her view, and abruptly said hello, which startled her. Turtle Sage." Bulma turned pale with fright, dropping her ice cream, and raised one hand defensively across her chest, wary of this lecherous old man. Suddenly remembering something, she looked at the Turtle Sage and asked, "Where are you living now?" "I went to that little island to find Wukong, but found that there was nothing left on the island. That place was a bit too small for Wukong to train, so we moved." The Turtle Sage had just answered the question seriously. The next moment, his face, still wearing sunglasses, turned red as he looked at Bulma shyly and spoke expectantly, "Well, it's been a long time. Would you like to play a game with me again?" The Turtle Sage then gestured with his hand, trying to remind Bulma of the previous time he had given her the Dragon Balls as a game. Seeing Bulma's furious and embarrassed expression, the Turtle Sage thought she had forgotten and specifically reminded her, "Did you forget?" Bulma, eyes closed and trembling with anger, suddenly produced a wooden hammer from nowhere and yelled furiously, "You!" Then with all her might, Bulma swung the hammer and hit the lecherous old man, sending him flying. At this moment, Oolong and Wukong looked at Bulma in confusion. Oolong squinted, a drop of sweat appearing on his forehead as he commented, "That old man hasn't changed at all." Yamcha looked at Wukong and said somewhat helplessly, "But every time I think of Wukong participating, I really can't." Little Wukong, not understanding this with his current intelligence, could only stare at Yamcha with his innocent eyes. Yamcha then said, "Starting tomorrow, we will be enemies in the arena." Little Wukong, attending the martial arts tournament for the first time, thought that as soon as he registered, the competition would begin. Hearing Yamcha's words, he asked in confusion, "Tomorrow? Aren't we supposed to compete today?" Bulma interjected to explain to little Wukong with resignation, "What are you talking about? Today is just for arranging accommodations. The competition starts tomorrow morning." Wukong, who had been looking forward to it, felt his excitement cool significantly upon hearing Bulma's explanation, pouting, What a disappointment." As time passed, night soon fell, with a half moon hanging high in the starry sky, twinkling stars, and the sounds of various insects chirping. The martial arts tournament's contestants and audience began to settle down for the night. Little Wukong, Krillin, and the Turtle Sage lay sprawled on one bed, sleeping soundly, their small mouths opening and sucking bubbles forming at their noses, indicating they had entered dreamland. Everyone was so immersed in the joy of reunion that they fell asleep early. In the morning, a cacophony of gongs, drums, and firecrackers sounded as the sun climbed up from the east. The weather was splendid, with blue skies and white clouds illuminating the venue of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Then the curtain of the world's #1 martial arts tournament finally raised. A middle-aged staff member in a white shirt shouted loudly into a megaphone, "Everyone, please don't push, don't push. The audience cannot enter the preliminary competition venue yet. Please be patient and wait outside, okay?" At the same time, he waved his hands to maintain order, and just as he was about to continue speaking, Bulma suddenly appeared in front of him, startling him and causing him to fall to the ground. Bulma yelled at him, "Why? This way we can't see the match." At this moment, another staff member, seeing someone disrupting the order, approached angrily and shouted loudly into Bulma's ear with a megaphone, "There's nothing we can do, gets the rule." Feeling embarrassed in front of so many people, Bulma was both ashamed and furious, trembling with anger. The martial arts tournament venue was divided into two parts, indoor and outdoor. The preliminary rounds were indoor competitions and the audience could not enter, while the quarterfinals were open to the public and needed to be held in front of all the audience. At this moment, the contestants had already taken their places. An old man wearing a funnel-shaped megaphone, a flat cap, and the standardized uniform of the martial arts tournament staff stood on the stage and began announcing, "Today is the biennial world's #1 martial arts tournament. Thank you to all the heroes who have traveled thousands of miles to come. You have worked hard. This tournament will determine who is the world's #1 master. 137 masters have gathered from all parts of the country." Krillin, hearing the host mention 137 people, was also surprised and said to Wukong, "There are 137 people? Ooh, I didn't expect there to be so many monsters like this." At this moment, Krillin and Wukong's heights were still below the thighs of adult men, making it nearly impossible to see what was happening in front of them among the crowd. Coincidentally, in front of Krillin, two very burly individuals, about 2 meters tall, were listening to the host speak, one with yellow hair styled like a broom, and the other resembling a tiger. They had been concentrating on listening to the host, but suddenly turned their heads upon hearing Krillin refer to them as monsters, glaring at him with fierce eyes, which made him too frightened to speak. At this moment, Krillin often recalled the times when he was bullied by those senior brothers at the Shaolin Temple. These memories were still his inner demons, yet to be overcome. Thus Krillin appeared somewhat timid and frightened at this moment, becoming even more scared when glared at by the two burly men. At this moment, Krillin still did not realize that he and Wukong had long since changed under the Turtle Sage's guidance. However, among the 137 people, only 8 can pass the preliminary rounds. To select these 8 contestants, we will first hold preliminary matches. After hearing this, all the participating contestants were deep in thought, including Yamcha and some other powerful competitors. In Yamcha's heart, he originally thought that only Wukong could be his opponent, but now he might have to add Krillin, who also trained under the martial arts god. The competition hall buzzed with voices, with various conversations rising and falling. Outside the walls, Bulma looked at the tall walls and windows, unable to see inside. She suddenly cursed in anger. Damn it! Why must the window be made so high? Suddenly an idea struck her, and she said to Wulong, Wulong, crouch down, and let me stand on you. That way I can see what's inside. Wulong immediately protested, saying this. You could just ask that old man instead. At this moment, Puyalu agreed with Bulma, and said to Wulong, Master Wutian said he needs to use the restroom, and isn't. After all, back in kindergarten, Wulong often bullied Puyalu, who resembled a small cat. Now with the chance to join Bulma and teasing Wulong, he would not let it slip by. Bulma stood with her hands on her hips, pointing to the ground, impatiently forcing Wulong, hurry up and listen. Quickly. Wulong, facing this fierce woman, felt indignant, but dared not voice it. He pointed at himself reluctantly, saying, why do I have to? At that moment, Bulma leaned closer to Wulong and shouted imperiously, stop whining and hurry up. Wulong's forehead was lined with anger, and he thought disgruntledly, it's always like this. This is truly animal abuse. As a lecherous little pig, Wulong had some justification for claiming Bulma was mistreating him. However, facing Bulma's threats, Wulong ultimately complied and became the stepping stool for the overbearing young lady. With Wulong as a cushion, Bulma was finally able to see some of the situation inside as she had wished. At this moment, she praised Wulong, saying that's how you should behave. At that time, it appeared that the strongest among them, Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha, had been separated into different areas, which allowed Krillin and Yamcha to breathe a sigh of relief. Krillin trained with Goku every day and knew his strength the best, while Yamcha had known Goku for a longer time back. Then he was not his match. Now, after training for so long under the tutelage of the martial arts god Master Wutian, Goku's strength had undoubtedly increased. Yamcha lacked the confidence to surpass Goku, and naturally preferring not to face him in the preliminary rounds. Luckily, he had good fortune. In the first match, the competitors happened to be little Goku and a 2-meter tall muscular man. The big man mocked Goku, urging him to admit defeat to avoid getting hit. Unexpectedly, Goku merely jumped slightly to the side of the muscular man, instantly startled by his own speed, feeling a bit confused. At that moment, while little Goku was dazed, the muscular man thought Goku had accidentally dodged his punch, so he kicked again, intending to knock Goku out of the ring. Goku simply jumped lightly, landing on the man's back, and then leaping down, landing behind the muscular man's feet. With just a finger poke to the muscular man's calf, he was struck by an irresistible force, losing his balance, and the muscular man groaned in pain, saying, ouch. That hurts. A loud crash echoed as he fell outside the ring. What? Did he really lose his balance and fall? This little guy is quite lucky. Yamcha had been watching closely and understanding the situation with his strength, murmured, no, this is because Goku's strength has become greater now. On the surface, Goku's poke didn't seem forceful, but under the guidance of the martial arts god, Goku's power had long surpassed that of ordinary people by multiple times. Naturally, ordinary people could not withstand that. After the referee announced the result, Goku thoughtfully jumped down from the ring, looking at the finger he had poked the muscular man with, and reminded Krillin, if you don't encounter someone particularly strong, you must not go all out later. At this moment, Goku had realized how much the training master Rashi had given them had strengthened both him and Krillin. But Krillin had yet to comprehend this. Goku worried that Krillin might accidentally kill someone, hence the reminder. Krillin looked puzzled, but nodded. What the heck, that little brat is too lucky, right? Did someone really fall out of the ring, letting this little guy win the match? That big man seemed to have suddenly lost his balance before falling out of the ring. The spectators below began to discuss this match of the little guy incessantly. The preliminary rounds of the world's greatest martial arts tournament continued. As each match lasted 1 minute, and the rings in all 4 areas were simultaneous, the filtering efficiency was remarkably high. Thus, Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha successfully secured first place in their area and smoothly advanced. Afterward, there was a week of rest. Meanwhile, Bruce and Kalisa's spaceship was about to arrive at Yadlit Star. Bruce, hearing the wake-up function set on the ship, opened his eyes and murmured, are we almost there? Kalisa also woke up, but due to the lack of a detector, and since she was not skilled in telepathic communication, she could only helplessly close her eyes and fall asleep again. Just before Bruce and Kalisa descended upon Yadlit Star, on Dalambo Star, Bardock, who was on a mission, raised his hand and dispatched the enemy before him. Then he found a clean place to rest with the others. The members of Bardock's team included Bardock, the captain, the strongest member, with a battle power of around 100. Pabujin, with a battle power of around 420, was the second strongest in the team and a lower-class warrior. Toma, with a battle power between 400 to 500, was one of the strong members of the team. Sailaba, with a battle power of 100, was the only female warrior relatively weak. Dedibo's strength might be close to Sailaba's, making him a lower-class warrior. Sailaba stepped forward and said to Bardock, Captain, what's wrong? You seem a bit off lately. At this time, Pabujin also spoke up. Yeah, Bardock, is it because you fell victim to the enemy's illusionary magic fist? The others also looked at Bardock, eagerly awaiting his response. Bardock had been having strange dreams lately, causing him to feel restless. Maybe Bardock shook his head, dismissing some. Bardock walked outside the cave, gazing at the stars in the sky, and thought of his youngest son Kakarot. Some fragments in Bardock's mind were about him. Kakarot. Meanwhile, at Frisia's headquarters, Dodoria had just returned and happened to encounter Chioi, mocking him. "Oh, isn't this Chioi? I heard that Lord Frisia sent you to stop those two young Saiyans." Clearly news of Ki's failure had spread throughout Frisia's army. Chioi knew Dodoria was here to mock him, and he replied irritably, "Dodoria, what does it have to do with you? By the way, didn't Lord Frisia send you to deal with Bardock's team outside? You didn't happen to fail your mission too, did you?" Chioi and Dodoria exchanged barbs, while some ordinary subordinates of Frisia nearby dared not interject, fearing to provoke either Dodoria or Chioi. Sabo, Dodoria, Chioi, and the Jinyu force were equivalent to the executives within Frisia's army. Dodoria snorted coldly, saying, "Humph. Just a few Saiyans, Dodoria will take care of them sooner or later." He ignored Chioi and turned to leave. Both Dodoria and Chioi were direct subordinates of Frisia, frequently exchanging banter, but they dared not easily resort to violence to resolve their conflicts here. Moreover, Dodoria's battle power reached 2-0. If a fight broke out, Chioi would gain no advantage, thus, he naturally didn't dare to challenge Dodoria. Frisia, watching the scene of Dodoria and Chioi arguing in the command center, felt pleased, happy to see such a scene. "Oh ho ho ho. Sabo, what do you think of Bardock's team?" Frisia's subordinate Sabo, who acted as Frisia's secretary and looked quite handsome, had a battle power of 2-0, far surpassing both Dodoria and Chioi. Hearing Frisia's question, Sabo replied, "Lord Frisia, regarding Bardock's team, only Bardock's strength is still somewhat Moreover, I've heard that Bardock once exiled his youngest son Kakarot to a remote planet in the universe called Earth. Should I send someone to deal with that Saiyan child?" Humph humph humph. Kakarot. Is that the low-class Saiyan warrior whose battle power was only 2 at birth? Let's not bother with such insignificant trash. Instead, for those Saiyan teams currently on missions, you should find opportunities to eliminate them secretly. Once they are cleaned up, call back the remaining Saiyan monkeys to planet Vegeta. This king can hardly wait to see a beautiful fireworks display. Frisia's eyes turned cold, and his murderous intent could no longer be restrained. A mere group of wild monkeys dared to attempt to resist the rule of their icy demon clan. At this moment, Frisia thought of Vegeta and suddenly asked, "How is Vegeta?" Sabo answered honestly, "Vegeta is currently training on planet Vegeta. It is said that his power has significantly improved and now seems to be at 15000. 15000. Huh, trash." Frisia spat disdainfully. Frisia, he is a top genius of the Ice Demon clan, a rarity to emerge in a millennium. It is said that his combat power at birth reached an astonishing level of 1/200 million. His father, Kurd, the former emperor of the universe, taught Frisia how to maintain his body in the most relaxed and energy-efficient manner. This is his current appearance, the first form of his reverse transformation. Only a very few know about this. Most believe that Frisia cannot transform, and that his current form is his strongest one. In reality, this is merely Frisia's first form, the appearance he takes when he is at his weakest. Due to this state, Frisia's body remains the most relaxed, which is why he always presents himself in this form before. Even so, Frisia's formidable combat power index reaches a staggering 530,000. Not to mention that Frisia has hidden several stages of reverse transformation. Thus, upon hearing Vegeta's mere 150,000 combat power, Frisia perceives the Saiyan's top genius as Ironically, most of the uninformed Saiyans are loyally serving Frisia in his ambitions to conquer the entire universe, working diligently. Sabo said nothing as he himself also looked down upon the Saiyans. Yadrit Star. 2 spherical new-type spaceships are rapidly traversing the atmosphere of the Yadrit Star, the immense friction turning the spaceships into 2 fireballs crashing heavily onto the surface of the planet. Boom! The intense noise reached every corner of Yadrit Star. At the Yadramar temple, an elder of the Yadrit people, whose age is unknown, stood waiting. The elder then spoke gently to a Yadrit person, instructing, "A guest has arrived, go and welcome them. Remember, do not engage in conflict with them. In the near future, Yadrit Star may face an overwhelming crisis. At that time, we may still need their strength to help us resolve those crises." The elder's eyes are deep, revealing a glimmer of wisdom, as if he has already seen distant events of the future. Hearing the elder's instructions, the Yadrit warrior respectfully replied, "Yes, elder." Boom! The spaceship landed on a piece of land, creating 2 deep craters in the ground with dust and smoke billowing around. After a while, Bruce and Carissa opened the spaceship's hatch, climbed out, stretched, and moved their bodies a bit. Bruce looked around and was surprised to find that the rumored Yadrit Star looked quite similar to Earth's environment, with many lakes, forests, and land. The difference lies in the gravity environment, but this little bit of gravity was negligible for Bruce and Carissa. At this moment, the Yadrit people saw Bruce's spherical spaceship and immediately began to gather around, their eyes filled with curiosity. Carissa closed her eyes for a moment to sense the surroundings. She discovered that the combat power of these Yadrit people was generally low, around 1000 points. In the past, with such power, Carissa would only have the option to flee. However, times have changed. Using her flying technique, Carissa flew towards Bruce. Curiously, Carissa asked Bruce, "Hey, Bruce, is this Yadrit star? Bruce quickly sensed the chi of everyone on this planet, and finding them weak relaxed his guard somewhat. At the same time, Bruce patiently answered Carissa's earlier question, if the spaceship's trajectory is correct, this should be our destination Yadrit star. Seeing Carissa's expression, Bruce understood some of her thoughts at this moment. Thus Bruce reminded Carissa, never judge a person by their appearance. The Yadrit people's understanding and application of chi ranks among the best in the universe. Underestimating them could lead to significant losses. Having traveled to Earth, Carissa gradually began to believe some of Bruce's hard-to-understand words. She impatiently rolled her eyes. Fine. I got it. Enough already. Seeing her like this, Bruce knew she had taken his words to heart. Bruce smiled and stored both spaceships in the universe with the help of Dr. Brief. The spaceship had long been repaired. It must be said that Dr. Brief is indeed a remarkable genius. These universal capsules were specially obtained from the Capsule Company before leaving Earth. After securing the spaceships, Bruce and Carissa looked in one direction. A Yadrit person appeared instantly and politely said, "Welcome to guests from afar. The Elder has been waiting for you." Bruce and Carissa exchanged surprised glances. Previously, while watching the anime and reading the novels, I didn't think much of it, but now seeing it in person, the Yadrit people's precognitive abilities are indeed profound. Moreover, the sudden appearance of these Yadrit people before them without any warning should be the so-called secret technique, instant teleportation. Bruce pondered to himself. He politely greeted, "Hello, I am Bruce, and this is Carissa. I believe you have guessed our intention. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. Please lead the way." The Yadrit person was momentarily taken aback, then carefully observed the two. Instantly realizing some of the Elder's earlier words, the guests before him were indeed somewhat extraordinary, just as the Elder had said. The number of Yadrit people appearing before Bruce and the others was at least several thousand. Yet this young Saiyan was not afraid. Instead, he could see through the trick at a glance, indicating that his martial arts realm was exceptionally high. Otherwise, Bruce would have said you all instead of hello. In fact, most of the people on Yadrit Star are avatars created using. The purpose of this is to deter cosmic beings from easily provoking Yadrit Star and to avoid unnecessary troubles. Unexpectedly, this young man named Bruce could see through the trick at a glance. It seems the Elder's words were not wrong. The impending crisis indeed requires these two Saiyans who possess the power to save Yadrit Star. Thus the Yadrit person led Bruce and Carissa to meet their Elder. Somewhere at the entrance of the ancient and mysterious "Hello, I am Bruce, and she is Carissa." Seeing the Elder of Yadrit Star, so courteous, Bruce also politely the Elder of Yadrit Star, resembling a prophet, seemed unfazed. "I know, esteemed guests, please follow me." Thus Bruce and Carissa, under the guidance of the Elder of Yadrit Star, arrived at a mysterious ancient hall with walls engraved with much martial knowledge and some unknown traces of civilization. "Mr. Bruce, you wish to learn the profound understanding and application of instant teleportation and spirito, correct?" The Elder of Yadrit Star turned to look at Bruce. At that moment, Bruce gazed into the Elder's eyes, suddenly feeling a flash of shock within. It seemed as if this person had seen through him, a feeling he had never encountered before. "You may not know, but I actually do not like others prying into my innermost secrets." Bruce's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and a powerful chi erupted from within him. This action shocked all the Yadrit people, leaving them puzzled as to why this was happening. "Bruce." Carissa looked at Bruce in confusion. He had previously advised her not to get angry easily, so why was he angry? The matter of crossing over was Bruce's greatest secret, and he did not want anyone to know, as it could bring uncontrollable danger. However, Bruce clearly misunderstood something. In fact, the Elder of the Yadrit people had merely seen through Bruce's past and some fragments of the future. "Esteemed guest, rest assured we are not interested in your matters, nor will we speak of them to anyone." The Elder of Yadrit Star still appeared unconcerned. Even in the face of Bruce's current combat power of 2.3 million, he remained the same. At this moment, Bruce recalled the power tournament in the main timeline of Dragon Ball, remembering that there was a Yadrit person who qualified to attend the tournament from another universe. Could it be that this seventh universe he currently inhabits also hides such a terrifying figure? Zhou. There are many unknown questions that with his current strength, he does not have the qualification to touch. With this in mind, Bruce retracted his aura, maintaining an indifferent demeanor as he subtly threatened, "I hope it is so." At that moment, the Elder of Yadrit Star smiled slightly, fully anticipating all of Bruce's actions. This situation also confirmed that he had indeed not misjudged. Deep within the heart of this cruel and ruthless Saiyan elite warrior Bruce, there existed a trace of kindness that was hard for outsiders to detect. The Elder of Yadrit Star then turned his gaze towards Carissa, inquiring, "Miss Carissa, what about you? Are you also learning the understanding and application of spirito like Mr. Bruce?" Although he had already foreseen some things, the Elder of Yadrit Star still symbolically asked. Seeing the confusion on Carissa's face, he explained, "Spirito is our term, you should refer to it as chi." Bruce, who had crossed over with the soul, understood these concepts well. Carissa, however, was hearing about Spirito for the first. Upon hearing the Elder of Yadalate Star's explanation, she finally understood. Is this all the skills you have? What about the instantaneous movement that Bruce mentioned? What kind of skill is that? Can I learn it? Carissa asked eagerly. The Elder of Yadalate Star replied, of course there is much more than this. Since ancient times the origin of Spirito has included Yadalate Star. After pausing for a moment and glancing at Bruce, he continued to explain. Yadalate Star not only has methods to learn instantaneous movement, but it also possesses telekinesis, foresight, advanced healing techniques, body size, alteration, weight control, separation techniques, fusion techniques, and many other wondrous knowledge and methods for learning magical skills. It was akin to a security guard from Bruce's previous life. Though his primary job skills were lacking, all of his side skills were fully developed. Noticing the astonishment on Bruce and Carissa's faces, the Elder of Yadalate Star revealed a kind and gentle smile, slowly saying, however, what you can specifically learn will depend on your talents, and ultimately you can only learn 2 skills. The Elder did not explain why, but hinted that Bruce and Carissa would understand once they entered. The break period of the world's greatest martial arts tournament had passed, and the new round of the top 8 draw was the announcement from the martial arts temple sounded. The world's greatest martial arts tournament is about to begin. Contestants who have entered the top 8, please gather at the main hall of the martial arts temple. Goku and Krillin, who were chatting with Bulma and others, suddenly turned to look at the martial arts temple, realizing it was time for them to gather. At this moment, Bulma also reminded Krillin and Goku, you guys should go in and gather now. Goku replied, okay. Krillin nodded, mm. The 2 little fellows quickly climbed over the wall to the other side, only to remember something and popped their heads back out, saying, see you later. Bulma and Oolong watched Goku and Krillin on the wall, waving their hands and encouraging them, good luck. Passers-by nearby curiously looked over, perhaps surprised that such small kids would be among the top 8 contestants. Passers-by nearby curiously looked over, perhaps surprised that such small kids would be. Bulma, with her hands on her hips, looked at Goku, who had just appeared on the wall, smiling nostalgically to herself. Goku hasn't changed at all, he's still so short. Only Oolong, a little pig at knee-height, noticed that Master Roshi had disappeared again and curiously started searching. Oolong asked, where did that old man go? Bulma and Puya Lu heard Oolong's voice and looked at him in surprise. Bulma asked, what's wrong? Is he gone again? They searched together again, but still couldn't find Master Roshi in the martial arts temple's lounge. Yamcha looked at Goku, who was only at his waist height, saying, I see you went to meet everyone. Goku replied, yeah, it feels nostalgic. Behind Yamcha, a dinosaur bird beast curiously observed the 2 humans chatting. On the other side, Krillin looked up, staring in confusion at a figure wrapped in mummy bandages named Nemu, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, appearing serious as he meditated. Meanwhile, the only female contestant among the top 8, Lan Fong, with purple hair, applying eyeshadow, wearing a blue off-shoulder top and jeans, appeared rather relaxed. Lan Fong, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, was also meditating like the bandaged Nemo. Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, walked over, leaning back with his hands behind his head, eagerly asking, oh ho ho ho. Miss, are you also going to compete? Hearing someone greet her, Lan Fong slowly opened her eyes, glanced at the unfamiliar old man, and turned her head haughtily, snorting, humph. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, without sunglasses, was not looking at Lan Fang's face, but was intensely focused on the 2 prominent features in front of her. While everyone was getting to know each other in the lounge, Goku, with his keen sense of smell, sniffed the air, feeling somewhat puzzled. He seemed to smell a foul odor, a few flies buzzed by, and then the entire lounge's floor shook as if someone. Simultaneously, 7 people turned their attention to the entrance of the lounge. Moi. Ahihihi. A wild-looking man, as if he had emerged from a garbage heap, with dried saliva at the corner of his mouth and thick black sticky mucus hanging beneath his nose, a few yellowed teeth, and naked with fingernails as dark as the water of the Ganges, approached. This burly man, over 3 meters tall, was taking slow steps towards the crowd and was the final contestant. Among those present, Goku, with the keenest sense of smell, was so repulsed by the odor that he felt as if he had been electrocuted. His hair stood on end as he quickly covered his mouth and nose and retreated to the corner, exclaiming, so foul. So foul. Ah. The barbarian, completely oblivious, walked past the crowd, saying, don't block the way, don't. Oh ha ha ha. Oh hee hee hee. Ah ha ha. The barbarian nonchalantly made his way to the resting area. Ugh. X7 people instinctively covered their mouths and noses, as the stench from the barbarian was enough to make anyone want to vomit. Goku looked at the burly man passing by and asked Yamcha, who is this barbarian? Yamcha pinched his nose and explained, that guy is tough to deal with. He possesses incredibly terrifying strength, but what makes him even scarier is the super stench he has accumulated since birth. He has never bathed. Ordinary people can't help but pinch their noses when they get close. That barbarian starts attacking when his enemies are caught off guard. Krillin, also covering his nose, looked at the barbarian and complained, what a dirty tactic. At this point, Goku walked over to Krillin, feeling even worse, and said, my nose is as sensitive as a dog's, and what I smell is several times worse than you all. Suddenly a slick-haired sunglass-wearing host appeared holding a notepad in one hand and raising the other to his mouth shouting, "Alright, all contestants preparing to appear, please gather here." At this moment the 7 of them moved in unison to the host's side, wanting to quickly distance themselves from the barbarian. Suddenly, ahahaha. The barbarian appeared behind, everyone scaring them to the point their faces turned pale as they hurriedly covered their mouths and noses retreating from him. They certainly didn't want to be suffocated before the competition even began. At this time the yellow-haired host also noticed the barbarian and unable to bear the stench exclaimed, "Please move a little aside." Then the yellow-haired host walked to the blackboard holding a list pointing at it with a stick. "Now we will begin the draw to determine your opponents, and order. Those whose names are called please come forward to draw." "Excuse me, sir. I would like to battle with this young lady, is that all right?" Master Roshi disguised as Jackie Chan suddenly walked up to the yellow-haired host pulling Lan Fong over, leaving the host puzzled and Lan Fong looking horrified. The yellow-haired host was taken aback. Realizing something, he suddenly flew into a rage, gritting his teeth and shouting at Master Roshi. At this time no one can choose. Master Roshi was rejected and walked to a corner, turning his back and muttering sadly, "Tisk, heartless guy." The yellow-haired host ignored him and continued, "Alright, now we will start calling names." Glancing at the list he, "Mr. Namu, please come forward to draw." "Yes." Namu walked over with a serious expression, reached into the box, pulled out a slip of paper, looked at the number and read, "Number 5." "Mr. Namu, please come forward to draw." "Yes." Namu walked over with a serious Mr. Monster Gyrant. The dinosaur bird man drew number 8, clutching the paper, looking at the blackboard. The yellow-haired host wrote Monster Gyrant's name on the board. "You are number 8 in the 4th match." "Mr. Barbarian, you will be in the 1st match." Upon seeing this barbarian, the yellow-haired host covered his nose and placed him in the 1st match, hoping he would finish quickly and leave. "Mr. Yamucha, I'm here." Yamucha replied with a serious expression upon hearing the host call his name. The host with yellow hair glanced at his notes. "You are number 4 in the 2nd match." "Mr. Tulin, I'm here." Clint also called out seriously, following the example of others. Clint approached the drawing box, reaching in to mix the slips of paper, praying not to draw Wukong so soon. Seeing that he was number 2, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to show the slip in his hand, looking a bit happy at everyone. Everyone. 7. The other 6 people sighed secretly at Clint's bad luck. Seeing everyone looking at him with strange expressions, Clint's smile gradually faded and an ominous sweat trickled down his forehead. The yellow-haired host then said in a low voice, "Oh, did you draw number 2? Good, you will duel against the barbarian and WH." "What?" Hearing the host's words, Clint's eyes widened in shock, trembling in fear, not because he feared the opponent's strength, but due to the opponent's terrible body odor. The barbarian, upon hearing that his opponent was a little guy, grinned widely with a sinister laugh. "Mr. Sun Wukong." The yellow-haired host called out the name, paused for a moment, and upon seeing no one responding, he looked puzzled. He then called out again, "Mr. Sun Wukong." The other contestants looked confused. There shouldn't be a Sun Wukong among them, right? Little Wukong also looked around in confusion, not realizing the host was calling him, and he didn't refer to himself as Sun Wukong. The yellow-haired host, seeing that no one responded again, urged, "Isn't anyone here? Mr. Sun Wukong." Seeing that still no one answered, he began to count the number of contestants. 1, 2, 3. How strange. The yellow-haired host scratched his head, looking perplexed at the roster. At this moment, having realized something, Yamucha walked over, glanced at the host's roster, and awkwardly said, "Sir, it seems you've misread. It should be Sun Wukong, right?" The yellow-haired host flushed him. "Oh." A few beads of embarrassed sweat appeared. "Oh, I see." He then looked apologetically at everyone, asking, "Excuse me, is Mr. Sun Wukong here? Is Mr. Sun Wukong here?" At this time, little Wukong suddenly jumped out, "I'm here." The host moved to the board. "You are in the 4th match. Miss Lan Fong." Upon hearing her name, Lan Fong posed herself in a particularly adorable manner. The host, being someone who had seen the world, remained unfazed and simply stated, "You are number 6. Mr. Jackie Chan." The turtle sage, being a veteran of the martial arts tournament, pretended to be a novice due to his disguise, even raising an eyebrow as he answered, "I'm here." The host wrote down Jackie Chan's name on the board, saying, "You are number 3. Seeing that all 8 contestants had arrived, the yellow-haired host turned around and said seriously, "It's settled. As written on the board, the matches are unrestricted and will continue until a winner is determined. In simple terms, anyone who falls off the ring or surrenders will be considered a loser. However, one thing, anyone attacking the eyes or groin will be disqualified." The yellow-haired host vividly explained the rules of the match, even demonstrating some actions for better understanding. At this moment, the innocent little Wukong walked over and asked curiously, "What is the groin?" Seeing little Wukong's expression, the yellow-haired host patiently explained in less refined terms, "It is where you use." Lan Fong interjected, pointing at herself, "But sir, I don't have that thing." Hearing Lan Fang's question, the host was a bit dumbfounded, almost choking and falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired host's bemused voice echoed in the break room, "Of course women don't have it." Quickly getting up, the host pulled out a white cloth from somewhere to wipe his sweat. "In any case, the match is about to start, so please wait here and prepare to go on stage." The yellow-haired host politely bowed to everyone before preparing to leave the break room to attend to other matters. Just then Wukong reached out and pulled the yellow-haired host's suit, asking curiously, wait, what about lunch? Seeing Wukong was just a cute little boy, the yellow-haired host patiently asked, little brother, the match is about to start. Do you still want to eat? Can't we eat after the match? Little Wukong raised his right hand, indicating, I want to eat right now. The yellow-haired host paused for a moment, then helplessly said to the staff behind him, then please prepare some lunch for him. The staff nodded, got it, then turned to Wukong and said, could you please come over here? Wukong watched the direction the staff went, then turned back to Clin and asked, Clin, aren't you going to eat? At this moment, Clin had no mood to eat. Facing a barbarian like that, any normal person wouldn't feel like eating. Thus Clin bitterly said, don't joke around, it's so tense I can't eat. Since Wukong was still young and had been raised in the mountains by Son Gohan and training from a young age, he couldn't understand Clin's anxious emotions. Ignoring Clin, Wukong walked to the dining area specifically for contestants and began to eat heartily. Within a few bites, his large bowl of rice was completely empty. Saiyans have different stomachs compared to Earthlings with a strong appetite, finding every food delicious, especially meat. Sorry, I'd like another bowl. The staff were astonished by the little guy's appetite, but after a moment of shock, they went to prepare more for Wukong. At the martial arts tournament venue, the ring was made of square tiles stacked together about half a meter high and the size of. The yellow-haired host walked up holding a microphone and began speaking. Hello, everyone, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The crowd below was a sea of people bustling with noise, a massive throng. This indicates the popularity of the martial arts tournament. After the opening remarks, the yellow-haired host continued, now the 21st World's #1 martial arts tournament is about to begin. Now I will announce the list of contestants for the first round. In the first match, Mr. Barbarian will face Mr. In the second match, Mr. Jackie Chan will face Mr. Yamcha. In the third match, Miss Lan Fong will face Mr. Nameless. In the fourth match, Mr. Sun Wukong will face Mr. Kirin. Soon the first match between the Barbarian and Clin will begin. Moreover, the winner of this tournament will receive a grand prize of 5,000 yuan from the tournament. Before the first match begins, let's invite the director of the world's #1 martial arts hall to greet everyone. The yellow-haired host glanced at a blue dog-like humanoid next to him and gestured, Director, please speak. The director extended his hand, and the yellow-haired host handed him the microphone. After taking the microphone, the director took a few steps forward, looking at the audience. The audience quieted down in unison, quietly waiting for the director of the world's #1 martial arts hall to speak. After a few seconds of silence, the director looked to the left and right sides of the audience, cleared his throat, and in the expectant mood of the crowd said into the microphone, woof. The yellow-haired host, used to it, politely said, thank you, director. The audience collectively fell to the ground. Now the first match has begun. Contestants, please take the stage. The yellow-haired host gestured welcomingly. In the break room behind the ring, Wukong encouraged Clin, come on. Clin, you'll definitely win, go for it. At the same time, the turtle sage disguised as Jackie Chan also gave Clin an approving glance. Making it into the top 8 was already quite an achievement. Clin was originally quite nervous, but at this moment he was somewhat influenced by Wukong's optimistic and cheerful demeanor, giving a wry smile and nodding at his own bald head, feeling less tense. Then, gathering his courage, Clin walked from the break room to the ring, looking at the vast audience and his opponent, the barbarian, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, the yellow-haired host introduced to the audience, this contestant is the youngest participant this year, only 13 years old, Mr. Clin. When introducing the barbarian, the yellow-haired host dared not look at him, covering his mouth with a cloth, facing away from the barbarian and pointing at him, said, this guy, who emits a terrible stench, is the barbarian contestant who has never bathed since birth. Below, all the audience could also smell the unbearable odor, pinching their noses, turning pale. Bulma stood in the front row of the wall, which was only half the height of a person built just to maintain order. To Bulma's right was Poirot, and to her left was Oolong, surrounded by unfamiliar spectators. Unexpectedly, Oolong said, I didn't expect Clin to be the first to go on stage. Poirot, however, didn't hear Oolong's remarks and just stared incredulously at the barbarian, saying, how can someone be? Bulma said nothing, just staring at the stage while quietly pinching her nose. A bearded man wearing a baseball cap next to Poirot commented, what? Even that little brat can compete, the tournament has no hope left. Aside from a few, most of the audience was not very clear on Clin's capabilities. This was because during the preliminary rounds the audience was not allowed to watch, so everyone did not have high hopes for this little bald head on the ring. At this moment, Clin turned his head upon hearing movement behind him and saw Wukong climbing the wall cheering for him, which made him very happy. Listen carefully, anyone who falls off the ring loses, anyone counted out also loses, and anyone who surrenders also loses. There is no limit to the match time. At this moment, the yellow-haired host looked at the person banging the gong, who struck it once, and then the yellow-haired host officially announced the first match has begun. Then a louder sound of drums and gongs rang out. Duong. On the stage, Clin squatted in a bow stance, his right arm bent, the forearm raised, forming a dragon claw hand position, with his left fist at his waist facing the barbarian. Suddenly remembering something, he covered his mouth and nose with his left hand. The barbarian, looking at the little guy in front of him, didn't take it to heart, laughing viciously. Ah hee hee hee. Ah ho ho ho. Eh hee hee hee. At the same time, his terrible body odor seemed to intensify under his control. As the world's #1 martial arts tournament on Earth was underway, In the depths of the universe on planet Yardrat, Bruce and Carissa arrived at the place to learn instant transmission. It appeared to be a corridor-like area with small rooms at each end for resting and training. Bruce looked up at the walls on both sides, which were adorned with many magical murals and inscriptions. Bruce felt his mental energy starting to wane as soon as he glanced at many of the things, nearly fainting, prompting him to quickly withdraw his focus. I see these magical skills require immense mental energy to learn. No wonder the elders of planet Yardrat said each person can only learn 2 skills at most. Bruce, I seem unable to learn instant transmission and other advanced techniques. I can only learn this healing ability, Carissa complained helplessly. It's fine, Carissa, don't be discouraged. High-level healing is actually a remarkable skill. Just think about it, after we fight, we will definitely get injured. And with your high-level healing, we won't need to use healing pods. So healing techniques are also a very practical ability. Carissa, just learn this for now. Bruce understood that although Carissa had strong combat talent, mental energy is something predetermined from birth. So far, he did not have the ability to help Carissa change the strength of her mental energy. Thus, Carissa could only learn one of the abilities here, which was high-level healing. Bruce himself had just tried several kinds of techniques and found that he could cultivate many skills, probably because his soul is much stronger than that of a typical person. Seeing Carissa enter a meditative state, Bruce also walked over to the wall for instant transmission, murmuring, "No matter what, I must learn this instant transmission. It's too useful. Aside from that, I can also learn 2 secret techniques. Just these 2. In the end, Bruce chose instant transmission, control over object weight, and force separation as his 3 special skills. I remember in the original story, Kakarot took a year, just these 2. In the end, However, Bruce thought to himself, as an elite Saiyan warrior with various talents, he far exceeded lower Saiyan warriors, therefore perhaps he wouldn't take as long to learn instant transmission. With his mind set, Bruce began to cultivate instant. Time flew by. In the meantime, Bruce spent 3 months learning instant transmission, and another month mastering the ability to control the weight of objects. Meanwhile, Carissa still hadn't come out of her cultivation state, remaining focused on her training. To wait for Carissa, Bruce continued to study the profound understanding and application of chi and force separation under the elders of planet Yardrat, taking Bruce a full 6 months. In this regard, the Yardrat people were astonished by Bruce's learning talent. What took them Yardrat people 100 years, or even several hundred years to master, Bruce managed to accomplish in just 6 months. Seeing that Carissa still hadn't woken up, Bruce used instant transmission to return to planet Vegeta for a trip. Everything was still as it was before, which gave him a sense of relief. According to Bruce's estimate, it would take another 2 months for Carissa to fully master the healing technique. On a remote planet in the universe, planet Calpimo, Bruce planned to use these 2 months to further enhance his strength. Now my combat power has reached 295 million, just a little bit shy of the threshold for becoming a Super Saiyan, at 3 million combat power. I just don't know if the S cells within me are sufficient, Bruce muttered to himself. A peaceful environment is necessary for the S cells of Saions to increase. Although he had been living in a peaceful environment on planet Yardrat for the past 10 months. However, that was mostly training time, so Bruce did not have absolute confidence that he could definitely transform into. If not, then he would have to take Carissa to live on Earth for a while. During this time, I'll get well acquainted with my strength on planet. On this planet, under Bruce's perception, the strongest biological combat power was only around 1,000, posing no threat to him. I'll control my power to around 5,000. With my current overall strength, this level of power is sufficient to defeat those Calpimo beings with 1,000 combat power. On planet Calpimo, there were no creatures resembling humans, only many cockroach-like beings exceeding 2 meters in size, with astonishing combat power and enormous numbers. The Calpimo creature exceeding 1,000 combat power was the king of the Calpimo beings, measuring over 10 meters with red eyes that stood out to Bruce. While Bruce was pondering, some Calpimo creatures had already flown over. Cosmic people. It's been a long time since I've had fresh cosmic beings. No one is allowed to steal them from me. A Calpimo creature over 6 meters tall emitted a peculiar signal. Seeing the other Calpimo creatures retreating obediently, Bruce thought, interesting, they're treating me as food. With a combat power of around 6,000, this is just the thing to kill some time. Bruce smirked. At the same time, Bruce's body quickly vanished, appearing behind that Calpimo creature in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Calpimo creature crashing to the ground. Since Bruce had suppressed his power to only 5,000, this strike did not kill the Calpimo creature. However, this was also Bruce's intention, otherwise, even if he only unleashed his current level of strength, he could easily finish off the enemy. Damn cosmic being. You've angered me. Die. The Calpimo creature suddenly let out an angry roar. Although Bruce could not understand their language, he could still tell from the enemy's expressions that it didn't seem to be anything good. Bruce did not take the enemy's threat to heart. Instead, he stroked his chin and murmured, "It seems I can't avoid using the Dragon Balls to make a wish." At this moment, Bruce also recognized some issues within himself. That is, in the universe, Bruce often encountered language barriers which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Who was it that said the Dragon Ball universe had a universal language? That was complete nonsense. It was clearly just like in his past life, where different places had different languages and many planets' natives did not use the universal language at all. At the same time, Bruce believed that the ability to survive in outer space was also necessary. Besides that, Bruce was pondering whether he needed to transform his Saiyan bloodline into the legendary ancestral bloodline. Regarding this, Bruce stroked his chin and thought for a moment. The ordinary Saiyan bloodline could not prosper in the Dragon Ball world. Perhaps only the legendary ancestral Saiyan bloodline, that of the ancient Saiyan god Yamoshi, would suffice. The kind of divine bloodline within Yamoshi was truly the pinnacle of Saiyan power. Although Broly's legendary bloodline was quite similar, it actually lacked any divine power. Because of this, combined with Broly's poor mental strength and the stimuli from Goku during their childhood, Broly would lose his sanity upon transforming. Thus, the ancestral bloodline was superior to Broly's legendary bloodline. From previous conversations with the Yardrat people, Bruce had already learned that he was currently in the main universe of the Dragon. Furthermore, this universe would later develop into the era of Dragon Ball Super. Therefore, there were numerous top-tier figures in this timeline, such as Beerus the Destroyer, Jiren, the Giant Eye Monster, the strongest Majin Buu, and the super-gifted universe Emperor Frieza. Excluding the main protagonist group, there were already many terrifying characters. Moreover, in the later stages, the powerful Ultra Instinct Goku and Blue Vegeta were also incredibly formidable. Having crossed over for so long, he still had not encountered the so-called system. It was clear that his golden finger was likely just familiarity with the plot, along with a bloodline and talent that far exceeded that of an ordinary elite Saiyan and extraordinary mental strength. While one could argue these conditions were strong, they could also be considered weak, as they were merely the bloodline of an ordinary. However, the good thing was that it was all up to him. He could fully utilize the power of the Dragon Balls to change this. In fact, at this stage, having these traits was already sufficient for him to thrive. While Bruce was lost and thought the fierce attack from the Calpamorians had already reached him, with several heavy spikes suddenly piercing towards him. The raging energy attached to each spike held enough power to obliterate a mountain. Bruce collected his thoughts, remained calm, and swiftly teleported, easily dodging the attack. Bruce disdainfully looked at his opponent and sneered, "Humph. You think such a level of attack can kill me? Dream on, disgusting cockroaches." Without waiting for the opponent to react, Bruce teleported behind him, flashed a wicked smile, and unleashed an energy blast that exploded against the opponent's body, saying, "It's time to end this planet destruction bomb." The overwhelming power of the energy blast forcefully pushed the enemy's body toward the observing Calpamorians, and with a thunderous boom, a massive mushroom cloud rose from the ground. The might of this energy blast was comparable to an atomic bomb from his past life. Within the explosion's radius, there was not a single survivor. After Bruce cleared away the surrounding trash, an energy reading exceeding 100,000 emerged from Calpamer, filled with rage, rapidly approaching. Bruce understood that the king of Calpamer, the true strongest of this planet, was coming. Meanwhile, a dense swarm of Calpamorians appeared nearby, almost surrounding Bruce completely. This was clearly an attempt to trap Bruce forever on Calpamer. While these Calpamorians may not have been strong, their numbers and intelligence were undeniably formidable, as they employed a siege tactic. "How are you trying to overwhelm me with numbers?" Bruce's lips curled slightly. If he were really limited to just the strength he had shown, he might indeed die here on Calpamer today. Unfortunately for them, the power Bruce had displayed thus far was just the tip of the iceberg. "Since you disgusting cockroaches want to kill me, then I shall cleanse this planet for free." "Ha!" Bruce clenched his fists and his aura surged like a violent storm, scattering the approaching Calpamorian. At that moment, Bruce's energy spiked to 100,000. This battle power was perhaps slightly weaker than that of the Calpamorian king, but it was sufficient, because Bruce could now unleash over 200,000 power with just 100,000, which was a testament to his mastery over his energy, wasting not a single ounce. For example, during the tournament of power, Jiren from Universe 11, whose power was not much stronger than that of Ultra Instinct Goku and Blue Vegeta. It was merely because Jiren's martial arts realm was too high and his utilization of his own power was incredibly efficient, which presented an overwhelming scene. After learning advanced techniques of Chi through his journey on Earth and at Yardrat, the results he achieved, while temporarily not comparable to a monster like Jiren, were nevertheless far beyond ordinary. It's like the greatest special forces sniper from his past life, whose single bullet could not only hit the bullseye, but also penetrate and hit a second target. Whereas a rookie soldier, even with a high-precision sniper, would fail to achieve results and might damage the weapon due to— The analogy may not be entirely accurate, but the meaning is close. If it weren't for the overwhelming number of Calpamorians with battle powers exceeding 1,000, Bruce wouldn't have had to rely on increasing his battle power to fight. Now Bruce was also facing off against the king of the Calpamorians. His visit was intended to hone his combat skills and test whether he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Therefore, Bruce did not quickly kill all the Calpamorian kings and natives, but instead continuously enhanced his strength through actual combat. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Bruce had thoroughly cleared out the Calpamorians. When he got hungry, he would eat the sins of beans he carried with him, and now he had less than 20 beans left. He had already consumed quite a few during his training on Earth, and in the subsequent period, he had used up some more. "It seems I need to conserve the sins of beans in the future. This stuff will become a rare item that I wish to split in two when the time comes." Bruce looked at the now lifeless Calpamorian king beneath him, murmuring, "Ha! This really is a trash planet filled with rotten things, not a single edible food." Faced with such a planet, Bruce felt it necessary to erase it from existence. Thus, he condensed an energy destruction bomb capable of annihilating the entire planet and gently buried it underground. Boom. Bruce appeared on another uninhabited planet nearby and simply said boom. The Calpamer planet instantly exploded, turning into cosmic dust. Currently, Bruce's battle power had reached 2,990,000. He had tried becoming a Super Saiyan many times, but had not succeeded. Extreme anger combined with the cells within him concentrated the energy in his back. This was the secret to a Saiyan's transformation. However, Bruce might be unable to transform into a Super Saiyan due to not being in a peaceful environment. It seems. My cells are insufficient. Very well. I probably need to live in a peaceful environment for a while. Otherwise, he would just have to wait for the storyline of Frieza destroying Vegeta to begin. Now Bruce had mastered the instant transmission technique, making travel very convenient. As for the mess of Frieza destroying planet Vegeta, Bruce did not plan to get involved for the time being. Frieza's ultimate form had a power level of 120 million, while Bruce's mere 3 million was hardly a match. Life is only one, a Bruce would not be reckless like Goku and the others. Otherwise, one careless move could lead to disaster. On an unnamed planet. Alright, it's time to check the clock. Carissa should be finishing her training soon. It's about time for me to head back to Yardrat. Bruce pressed a finger to his forehead and instantly vanished from his spot. Yardrat. Hey, I ask you, when will that guy Bruce come back to pick me up? Carissa impatiently questioned while clutching the holy garments of the Yardrat elder. The Yardrat people were intimidated by Carissa's aura, which was close to 1,000,000 in battle power, and dared not easily provoke this temperamental female Saiyan warrior. Thus the Yardrat elder replied, letting Carissa loosen her grip. Esteemed Miss Carissa, Bruce said he would go train in the universe, and we do not know when he will return. What a... Damn it. That bastard Bruce actually left me behind to go play. Carissa released her grip and shot a key blast at a distant empty space, venting her frustration. The mushroom cloud that rose in the distance made the Yardrat people involuntarily gulp. Bruce suddenly appeared beside Carissa, glancing at the mushroom cloud before him and the expressions of the Yardrat people slightly furrowing his brow. Bruce. Carissa joyfully leaped into Bruce's arms, completely shedding the imposing demeanor of the proud female Saiyan warrior from earlier. Carissa, don't be angry. I'll take you to an interesting place. After comforting Carissa, Bruce turned to the Yardrat elder and gratefully said, thank you for this year. Our agreement still stands. If you ever encounter a crisis in the future, feel free to contact me. The ability to summon mentally from a distance was not a challenge for the Yardrat people. At this moment, Carissa also bid farewell to the Yardrat people, saying, thank you, octopus folks. Let's go. Bruce and Carissa instant transmitted to Namek. With the energy from the god on Earth, it was not too difficult for Bruce to locate the planet where the Namekians resided. A year had passed since the martial arts tournament on Earth, and the champion of the 21st tournament was a guy named Jackie. On Namek, the Namekians suddenly felt two powerful auras appearing in their homeland. Thus, the powerful Nail, along with some combat-type Namekians, quickly flew to Bruce and Carissa's location. Nail looked at Bruce and shouted, outsider, you are not welcome here. Please leave Namek. Upon hearing this, Carissa immediately got angry, disdainfully furrowing her brows and coldly huffing. Humph, I thought Namekians were impressive. Yet the strongest guy on this planet has a battle power of only 4200. Carissa quickly gauged the strength of these Namekians through her energy perception. Hey, Bruce, you must not stop me today. I have to teach this insolent guy a lesson. Bruce gazed at the figure before him, who resembled Piccolo. The second-generation lookalike also flashed a hint of nostalgia. Alright, but don't take their lives. Hearing Bruce's agreement, Carissa became somewhat excited. Saiyans are inherently a warrior race, and preventing them from fighting is undoubtedly more painful than killing them. Carissa had not acted for almost a year, and the battle instinct within her was already restless. Saiyans are indeed arrogant. However, this is not your Vegeta planet. Seeing the tail behind the enemy, Naru immediately understood that the two individuals in front of him were likely the battle forces of Frieza's army, known throughout the universe as the strongest fighting race, the Saiyans. However, Naru had heard that the strongest Saiyans only had energy levels of around 10 to 20,000, but the two Saiyans before him clearly had energy far beyond that. Moreover, he did not find their spaceship. How did they arrive here? A myriad of questions filled Nearest's mind. However, Carissa had already approached him, leaving him no time to think. Hey, I heard that you Namekians are very strong. Perfect, let me see if that's true. Carissa casually remarked as she fixed her gaze on her prey. Huh. The only response from Naru was a loud shout, and then everyone sensed that Nearest's energy had reached its peak. To make Naru take this seriously, it seems these two Saiyans are not simple. Be careful, we still don't know these two's true intentions. To protect our home, we need to treat these unexpected guests seriously. On the other side, a still young Namekian named Dandy looked up in surprise at a certain direction, exclaiming, is that the energy of Brother Naru? At the same time, the elder of the Namekians had already discovered Bruce and Carissa, understanding that their purpose was likely to find the Dragon Balls. Fortunately, the elder did not sense any particularly evil intent from them, which relieved him. Otherwise, the Namekians would be in serious trouble. Carissa quietly watched Naru then. A white aura appeared around Carissa, violently powerful, yet particularly refined, with remarkable control over her energy. What a terrifying ability. She can control her energy, so precisely wasting not a single ounce. Nearest expression turned serious. Although the current energy level of the opponent was similar to his own, the control and intensity of the energy were not on the same level. Heh. Let's boost my battle power to 20,000. Although I can't match Bruce's martial arts realm, it should be enough to deal with you. Carissa sneered. What followed was an exciting offensive and defensive battle, but in Bruce's eyes Neru was completely being overwhelmed. The effectiveness of their power utilization was like heaven and earth. The other Namekians present could not even see Neru and Carissa's movements. Their speed was astonishing. They could only hear the sound of violent collisions and see the surrounding environment being ravaged beyond recognition. Bruce sat bored in midair, closing his eyes to organize his thoughts. Such a disregard for others' presence made the Namekians grit their teeth in anger, but they did not dare to attack. In their senses, this person seemed even more terrifying than the one fighting Neru. After a while, a battered figure suddenly crashed into the ground. Boom. It was Neru, the strongest battle-type Namekian currently on Namek. Even Neru is no match for her. Neru. Several Namekians rushed nervously to Neru's side, yet this moment Neru had lost the ability to fight lying on the ground, but there was no life-threatening danger evidently, because Carissa had held back. Carissa approached Bruce saying, "Hey, Bruce, you said those Namekians were remarkable, but they don't seem that impressive after all." Bruce opened his eyes, looking at Carissa with a smile. "The potential of the Namekians is far more complex than what you see. Let's go meet their elder." Following this, Bruce and Carissa moved closer to Neru and the others. "What are you trying to do?" The other battle-type Namekians quickly blocked Bruce and Carissa, fearing that these two— "Don't worry, I mean no harm to your Namek. Just give this bean to Neru." The Namekians looked at the Senzu bean Bruce offered with suspicion. They could feel its powerful life force. They then fed it to Neru. Glug. Neru's energy and injuries instantly recovered. What a magical bean. It's no less effective than our Namekian healing techniques. Faced with their surprise and astonishment, Bruce and Carissa exchanged smiles without saying anything. The recovered Neru looked at Bruce, asking, "What do you actually want?" "Take us to meet your elder." Bruce casually stated, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Impossible. Neru and the others thought Bruce and Carissa were a threat to their elder. Bruce's eyes narrowed slightly, and an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain pressing down on them suddenly emerged, causing the Namekians to struggle to breathe. "My patience is limited." Bruce's gaze sharpened. At that moment, a voice echoed in Neru's mind, "Bring them here, elder." Neru felt a bit puzzled, but still obeyed the elder's command. Seeing Bruce, who was even more terrifying than Carissa, Neru immediately said, "All right, I will take you there." Neru. Neru glanced at them, saying, "This is the elder's order." Upon hearing it was the elder's command, they had no choice but to comply. Inside a white room, the elder of the Namekians and many older Namekians gathered there. "Finally, I meet you, the elder of the Namekians." Bruce looked at the enormous Namekian in front of him, surprised. Having seen this elder in anime before didn't prepare him for just how large he truly was. "Future warriors, hello. I already know your intentions." Thus Bruce and Carissa spent 2 years on Namek, successfully summoning the dragons several times. Bruce acquired the desires for ancient Saiyan bloodline, space survival ability, proficiency in all languages of the universe, space ring, God's lifespan, and perfect control over mental power, totaling 6 wishes. Carissa obtained the wishes for Super Saiyan bloodline, God's lifespan, space ring, space survival ability, proficiency in all languages of the universe, and instant transmission, totaling 6 wishes. It is worth mentioning that both of their ordinary Saiyan bloodlines did not disappear, but rather coexisted with 2 bloodline powers within them. This means that Bruce and Carissa could not only transform into ordinary Super Saiyans, but could also potentially awaken even stronger bloodlines, allowing for more powerful transformation forms. As the dragon on Namek could grant 3 wishes simultaneously and could be summoned again after 180 days, Bruce and Carissa summoned the dragon several times over the 2 years, each obtaining 6 wishes. During these 2 years, the dragon almost became familiar with Bruce. The interactions with the Namekians were also quite harmonious, as everyone understood that Bruce and Carissa were different from other evil Saiyans. In Bruce and Carissa's hearts there existed a kind side. Under Bruce's guidance, the Namekians also experienced astonishing improvements in strength. Bruce and Carissa used their Dragon Balls. These gifts were a form of gratitude toward them. Now Nearest battle power far exceeded that in the original story, reaching a level of 12600, able to take on even the Jinyu force without issue. The other battle-type Namekians also saw significant improvements in strength, easily handling some of Frisia's subordinates. Over these 2 years, Bruce and Carissa gained the friendship of the Namekians. With this peaceful time, Bruce's strength underwent a dramatic transformation. At the same time, they had also gained a preliminary ability to protect themselves in this fearsome Dragon Ball world, no longer needing to fear provoking the wrong people. They had to be careful everywhere, as if walking on thin ice. Under normal circumstances, Bruce's strength was at a battle power of 10 million. At this time, Bruce had mastered the ordinary Saiyan's mimicry Super Saiyan form, as well as all Super Saiyan. Furthermore, during full power bursts, Bruce could transform into the Super Saiyan 2 awakening form, similar to Gohan during the Cell games in the original story. As for other forms, he had no leads yet. Currently Bruce's amplification for each form was Mimicry Super Saiyan 30 times. Super Saiyan 1 normal state 50 times, Super Saiyan 1 second form 60 times, Super Saiyan 1 third form muscle form gaining power, but sacrificing speed and imperfect form also known as the deflation form 80 times, Super Saiyan 1 full power perfect form 70 times. Super Saiyan 2 normal state lightning form hair does not change 100 times. Bruce's abilities include proficiency in all languages of the universe, space survival, instant transmission, mental power control, ability to control object gravity at will, and a series of profound abilities. Now Frieza was no longer a match for Bruce. Carissa's talent was not as great as Bruce's with only a battle power of 2 million in her normal state, and she still could not transform into a Super Saiyan. However, when Carissa fully unleashed her power, she could transform into a Mimicry Super Saiyan, enhancing her normal state power by a full 30 times. At this stage, apart from the ancient gods above, and excluding Bruce Gula, and the final form of Frieza, Carissa could undoubtedly be considered the strongest warrior of the 7th universe at this stage. Nera Dandy, we have been here for 2 years, it's time to leave. Bruce said to Neru and Dandy in front of him, his tone. Over these 2 years, Bruce and Carissa had also become friends with the Namekians, establishing bonds. Bruce, Carissa, you are always welcome to visit Namek. Brother Bruce, sister Carissa, you must come visit often. Neru and Dandy looked at Bruce and Carissa. Carissa had changed a lot over these 2 years, her personality much gentler. Alright, please convey our regards to the elder. Well then, goodbye my friends. Bruce smiled slightly, then vanished with Carissa from Namek. As for the opportunity for the elder to unlock their potential, Bruce and Carissa did not use it, leaving it for the future. Currently Bruce and Carissa were still young and did not want to exhaust their potential too quickly. The ability of instant transmission is truly impressive. Dandy muttered, watching the direction in which Bruce and Carissa departed. With Carissa's help, Dandy's healing technique had greatly improved, allowing him to heal multiple people at once. Near Vegeta planet, Frieza led a large army aboard a spaceship heading towards Vegeta planet with the intent of exterminating all Saiyans. Roar! A bunch of damned wild monkeys, this king can hardly wait to turn you into cosmic dust. Lord Frieza, why do you feel the need to take matters into your own hands against just a bunch of wild monkeys? Sabo asked. Frieza glanced at Sabo, Dodoria, and the other officers before saying, ha. Sabosen, have you not heard of this legend? It is said that every 1,000 years a legendary warrior appears in the universe. Frieza recalled the words of his father King Cold, who once warned him and deemed such rumors utterly ridiculous. Only when a dreadful purple cat descended did Frieza begin to comprehend that this absurd legend, the Super Saiyan, might truly be rooted in reality. Moreover, the truth behind Frieza, the cosmic emperor reveling in the destruction and cleansing of certain planets, was merely because he followed the orders of that purple cat. The rest of the universe believed Frieza's nature to be cold and ruthless, which led to his infamous brutality. Of course, Frieza could never share these secrets with others. After all, he was the great cosmic emperor. Why should he care about others' opinions? Planet Vegeta was one of the planets that the cat had once commanded Frieza to destroy. This was the true reason for Frieza's personal visit. Additionally, the legend made Frieza particularly concerned about this matter. Frieza, remember, there are 3 beings in the universe you must not provoke: the purple cat Majin Buu, and a long-standing legend, the Super Saiyan. At this moment, Frieza recalled King Cold's warning to him. Although Frieza considered himself the cosmic emperor ruling most of the universe, there were still many places in the depths of the universe to which Frieza had never truly set foot, including the territory of his brother Cooler and the cosmic underworld, among others. Sabo, Dodoria, and the others recalled a legend about the Saiyan warrior race that was circulating in the universe. Lord Frieza, such legends are utterly ridiculous. Even their King Vegeta has a battle power of just over 10,000. Even if King Vegeta transforms into a great ape, he is no match for your Ginyu Force. Chiu, he interjected. Sabo remained silent, contemplating, yet his expression clearly indicated disbelief in the legend of the Super. Dodoria, the pink creature, recalled some traits of the Saiyan monkeys upon hearing Frieza's words. Their ability to grow stronger in battle was particularly terrifying, with Vegeta being the most notable example. Dodoria said, Lord Frieza, I do not believe what you say. Even if there were a chance of such a being appearing, perhaps only one person on planet Vegeta possesses such potential. Oh. Frieza turned to Dodoria, surprised that this ugly pink creature was actually thinking. This piqued Frieza's interest in what Dodoria would say next. The others also turned their attention to Dodoria. Then Chiu, he thought of something and mocked Dodoria with a laugh. You're not talking about that bastard Vegeta, are you? Huh. You crack me up. That guy named Vegeta indeed has some strength now. But compared to the elites under our king, that stinky monkey Vegeta is still far from enough. That's right, Dodoria, I agree with what Chiu, he said. Sabo chimed in. Moreover, the things you can think of Lord Frieza has already considered. This is also why the king has chosen to keep that guy Vegeta close by, to observe him conveniently. As Frieza's secretary, Sabo naturally knew far more than the others. Understanding what they were saying, Dodoria realized Frieza's greatness and praised, I see. Lord Frieza is truly worthy of being Lord Frieza. Hearing his subordinates praise him, Frieza's gloomy mood lifted considerably. Ha! Sabosen, you truly understand my heart. Therefore this mission will be led by you as the chief commander. After hearing this, Sabo exclaimed excitedly, thank you, Lord Frieza. The others gnashed their teeth in envy, but Sabo's strength was indeed far superior to Dodoria and Chu-E. Meanwhile, Bruce and Carissa appeared on a deserted planet far from planet Vegeta. Carissa, conceal your energy. Next, we are preparing to take the spaceship back to planet Vegeta. Bruce reminded, not out of fear, but to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Carissa felt puzzled, but obediently concealed her energy. She had always trusted Bruce without reservation. Thus, at this moment, Bruce only displayed one of his normal strength, 1000 battle power. Carissa, under Bruce's instruction, also did the same, showing only one of her normal battle power, 2000. This battle power level was just slightly stronger than Vegeta's when he first went to Earth. This strength, if returned to planet Vegeta, would save him a lot of explanation time and effort while not causing too great a shock. After all, if Bruce disrupted the normal progression of the original plot, whether it would trigger any butterfly effect remained in. Just as Bruce took out the spaceship preparing to return to planet Vegeta with Carissa, a sudden voice startled them. Oh dear. Oh dear. Greetings to you both. Suddenly a voice echoed out of nowhere, startling Bruce and Carissa. Before them stood a figure holding a staff, gray hair, standing high, dressed in ancient yet sacred attire. On him, Bruce and Carissa sensed no energy whatsoever. Such an eerie scene made them both extremely vigilant. It was as if this person had simply appeared out of thin air. You are Whis. Bruce exclaimed, shocked at the figure before him, who resembled a memory. No, more accurately a god. Carissa did not recognize Whis, so she asked, who are you? Why are you blocking our path? Don't speak, Carissa. Bruce feared that Carissa's attitude might offend Whis, quickly covering her mouth. Meanwhile, sweat poured down Bruce's face and anxiety surged within him. How is this possible? How could this existence appear at this stage? Bruce's mind raced with disbelief. It was the first time Carissa had seen Bruce so frightened by someone, leaving her shocked and confused as she looked at him. But at that moment, under Whis' smiling gaze, Bruce dared not make any sudden movements, displaying utmost respect. Upon hearing that Bruce recognized him, Whis was slightly surprised. You two are quite interesting little fellows, Whis remarked, observing Bruce and Carissa. At this moment, Bruce respectfully greeted, I have seen Lord Whis. Whis continued to smile, appearing amiable, yet Bruce knew all too well of Whis' terrifying nature. This figure is the master of the god of destruction, Beerus. I never expected to find such interesting characters in the universe. However, you must not casually disrupt certain established trajectories of the universe. Otherwise, when that one awakens from slumber, it will have serious consequences. Whis maintained his smile as he looked at Bruce. Established trajectories? What do you mean? Carissa questioned, glancing between Whis and Bruce. Bruce did not explain, as he felt all his secrets were laid bare under Whis' gaze. Taking a deep breath, Bruce feigned calmness and said, I understand. Thank you for informing me, esteemed Lord Whis. Whis smiled again and added, there's no need to be so tense. As long as you don't interfere with the normal operations of certain rules, that one won't trouble you. So, little fellow, may we meet again by chance. Whis finished speaking, lightly tapping the void beneath his feet with his staff, promptly disappearing from Bruce and Carissa's sight. After confirming that Whis had truly left, Bruce let out a sigh of relief. In response to Carissa's question, Bruce merely told her that there existed some ancient and terrifying deities in this universe, without explicitly mentioning the name of that one. So the Whis we just encountered is an ancient god? Carissa asked in shock. Exactly. Carissa, remember, do not casually discuss these terrifying deities. Their mysteries and terrors far exceed. Bruce warned earnestly. Carissa rarely saw Bruce so serious and nodded in agreement. Seeing Carissa nodding seriously, Bruce said, it seems we no longer need to return to planet Vegeta. Our itinerary has changed. Thus, Bruce and Carissa boarded the spaceship, temporarily changing their destination to Earth. Clearly, Whis had just been reminding Bruce not to attempt to disrupt the normal development of the universe. According to Bruce's understanding, it meant not to interfere with the regular progression of the plot. As for where that boundary lies, Bruce speculated that perhaps it simply meant not to provoke those close to Beerus or his appointed ones. For Bruce knew that Frieza on the surface was the emperor of the universe, but secretly, he was merely working for Beerus. Should he eliminate Frieza now, it might provoke the terrifying god of destruction, Beerus. In fact, Whis could not care less as long as it did not hinder Beerus' duties. The destruction of planet Vegeta had long been predetermined. The Super Saiyan 2 appears undeniably powerful at this stage. However, how does it compare to deities like Whis and the god of destruction, who stand at the pinnacle of the cosmic hierarchy? Bruce murmured to himself. The journey of the spaceship to Earth will take at least another 6 months. He plans to take this time to rest well with Carissa. This is also why he did not use instant transmission to go directly to Earth. Since he cannot change much, he might as well enjoy a period of peaceful days on Earth. Meanwhile, Earth is about to welcome the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Originally, the tournament was held every 5 years, but later changed to every 3 years. Vegeta's planet, just like in the original story, was completely destroyed under Frieza's planet-destroying attack. Now only a few Saiyans remain in the universe, with members of Vegeta's team specifically left behind by Frieza to serve. In addition, there is Bardock, who returned to the past during the explosion of Vegeta's planet, and Kakarot, who is also known as Son Goku on Earth. Aside from these, only Dales who left Vegeta's planet early and has been hiding in the universe remains. Earth. Over the past 3 years, Goku has grown significantly. During these years, Son Goku not only wiped out the Red Ribbon Army, but also defeated many villains. At the same time, Son Goku made many friends and learned numerous techniques he had never seen before. Just as Goku was following Master Rose's instructions to participate in the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, he actually swam across most of the Pacific Ocean. He finally made it just in time for the registration deadline. Meanwhile, in the skies above Corinne tower the deities of the heavens sensed two familiar and unforgettable auras gradually approaching Earth. Surprise, shock, worry, and fear instantly appeared on the face of this Earth deity. The higher dimensional deities shared the same feelings. The North Kai far away on King Kai's planet was also, why are those two damn guys heading to Earth again? What are we to do? However, Bruce and Carissa, who were in a deep sleep in their spaceship, were completely unaware. Even if they knew, they would just chuckle and not take it seriously. How could they be unable to handle a mere Kai when they could not defeat an angel or a god of destruction, let alone Super Saiyan 2? Even Bruce's normal strength is enough to dominate the entire North Galaxy. The World Martial Arts Tournament has commenced normally. If we speak of the most prestigious martial arts competition among Earthlings, there is no doubt it is the World Martial Arts Tournament. Over the past 3 years, many remarkable martial artists have emerged on Earth. In addition to the Turtle School, there are also Crane School, Lions Tooth School, Sky Fawn School, Star Extreme School, and several other sects. The top 8 competitors in the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament are Jackie Chan's son Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tenkaichi, Puff Pastry, and the top 8 competitors in the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament are Jackie Chan's son Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tenkaichi, Puff Pastry, and Wolfman. After fierce competition, only 4 remain: Jackie Chan, disguised as Master Roshi's son Goku, Krillin, and Tien, the Crane School's top disciple, who has surpassed his master. Today's match is a showdown between Jackie Chan and Tien among the 4 finalists. As the match is underway in the uninhabited glacial region of Earth, 2 spherical spaceships from the universe like fireballs are heading straight for Earth. The ships created 2 large craters in the iceberg that would not melt for centuries. After a while, a man and a woman crawled out of the spaceship, their tails swinging behind them. These 2 are none other than Bruce and Carissa. Finally here the air on Earth smells so good. Bruce stretched lazily, his whole body crackling. Carissa looked around the environment excitedly, saying, "We're back on Earth. It really feels nostalgic." Indeed, it is a bit nostalgic. It seems that more than 3 years have passed since we last came to Earth. Carissa, it's time for us to visit our kin on Earth. Bruce and Carissa used the space ring they just obtained to store the spaceship. Since they are on Earth, they concealed almost. This was to avoid causing unnecessary panic. Bruce planned to find a place in a deserted corner of Earth to settle down as ordinary martial artists. With Whis warning, the fate of Vegeta's planet seems doomed to destruction. Originally, Bruce intended to stop Frieza, but with Whis' interference, he had no choice but to follow the wishes of this angelic deity. From now on, he and Carissa will probably have to settle on Earth like the future Vegeta. After settling down, they will connect with the main characters and formally introduce themselves. Mr. Bruce, Miss Carissa, welcome to West City. These materials are very precious to me. Thank you for being willing to trade with me. Dr. Brief gratefully shook Bruce's hand. Bruce did not mind and continued, "You're welcome, Dr. Brief. We have had several trades, and I consider your daughter Bulma a friend. These materials are nothing." "Oh, Mr. Bruce knows my daughter. What a coincidence. However, my daughter is not here right now. She seems to have gone with some friends to watch the World Martial Arts Tournament. If you want to find her, you might see her there." Dr. Brief kindly suggested. "The World Martial Arts Tournament, huh? I understand. Thank you, Dr. Brief. If we want to trade again, we'll come back to West City. Then we won't disturb you further, Doctor. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. Goodbye." Bruce said a few simple words and took Carissa away from Bulma's home. Dr. Brief kindly suggested. "The World Martial Arts Tournament, huh? I understand. Thank you, Dr. Brief. If we want to trade, this island is dozens of times larger than Turtle Island and was discovered by Bruce during his previous stroll on Earth, perfectly suitable for settling down. This place is in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, surrounded by towering waves and fierce winds, yet the island itself is calm and peaceful. It's indeed a good place. Oh well, stay here," Bruce said to Carissa with satisfaction. "Yes, it's your decision." Carissa had no objections as she liked the island as well. Using the universal capsule obtained from Dr. Brief, they transformed it into a large villa fully equipped with everything they needed. Moreover, the money exchanged from Dr. Brief is more than enough for Bruce and Carissa's lifetime. Even if they spend it all, simply bringing back some ores from the universe would yield a substantial fortune. Some materials commonly found in the universe may not be worth much to aliens, but to those who cannot leave Earth, they are invaluable treasures. Bruce is not an idiot like Kakarot. In Bruce's past memories, Kakarot clearly could use instant transmission, but did not know to bring back some special products from the universe to trade for money with Earthlings. Instead, he listened to Shishi and went farming, which is pure foolish behavior, isn't it? However, with his arrival, Kakarot's future will not be so difficult. Thus Bruce and Carissa settled on the Caribou Island in the Eastern Pacific. The name of the island is derived from Bruce and Carissa's names. It can be considered Bruce and Carissa's private territory on Earth. Next, after having a hearty meal and taking a bath, Bruce and Carissa suppressed their strength to a very low level, hiding a significant portion of it. The intensity of their aura revealed only a small fraction. Bruce's displayed battle power index was 1,000 points while Carissa's was 200 points. As for why Bruce and Carissa can avoid being detected by others regarding their hidden strength, it is the result of their training. They can perfectly conceal their chi and power without revealing a hint. Therefore, even a deity of the Kaioshin level cannot easily sense Bruce and Carissa's true strength, unless Bruce and Carissa actively increase their power. However, at this stage the plot involving Demon King Piccolo has not yet appeared on Earth. The power they have currently revealed can be regarded as the strongest on Earth. As for the deities and Popo, they are not considered humans, but gods and divine servants. Let me find Kakarote's energy. Found it. Hold on tight, Carissa. I'm taking you to see the martial arts tournament on Earth, and by the way, meet our Saiyan kin and some future companions. Bruce said to Carissa with a smile. Oh, there are Saiyans on Earth too. I'm truly looking forward to it. Carissa nodded and took Bruce's hand. As for the companions Bruce mentioned, Carissa couldn't care less. In her heart, only Bruce is worthy. Bruce previously informed Carissa about the disappearance of Vegeta's planet, and now Carissa understands that very few Saiyans remain in the world. In the backyard of the world's premier martial arts arena, Bruce suddenly appeared here with Carissa through teleportation. Since Bruce intentionally chose an uninhabited location to materialize, he did not cause any unnecessary commotion. His understanding of teleportation far exceeded that of Sun Wukong in the original story. After all, when Sun Wukong was born, his combat power was only 2 points. After the original soul perished and Mengda occupied the body, a unique mutation occurred in the soul, resulting in an exceptionally strong mental power and astonishing potential. It is preliminarily estimated that without undergoing training on Earth on the planet Adrat or in Namek, Bruce's potential is at least 10 times higher than that of Sun Wukong. Now the potential of both is no longer on the same dimension. In fact, by rights, Vegeta's potential should far surpass that of the lower-class warrior Sun Wukong. As for why Vegeta is referred to as the Eternal Second, it is naturally due to the protagonist aura of Kakarote. At this moment, the match between Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan had already concluded, with Master Roshi voluntarily jumping off the stage to admit defeat in order to bring Tien back to his senses. Next up was the match between Sun Wukong and Krillin, 2 fellow disciples. Suddenly, Master Roshi and the watching Crane Hermit changed their expressions. Cold sweat inexplicably broke out on their bodies. Master Roshi then looked in a certain direction. This aura is too astonishing. Could it be that guy Bruce? No, wait. It seems a bit different. How strange. On the other side, the Crane Hermit was sweating profusely, revealing deep fear for the first time in front of his disciple. What a terrifying aura! It resembles the one from 3 or 4 years ago. Could it be them? Jiaozi looked at the Crane Hermit in confusion. Due to his relative weakness, he was unable to sense the 2 astonishing auras. Jiaozi could use techniques such as Dodon Ray and the Mafuba, which are unique to the Crane school, but these were merely basic applications of ki. On the other side, Tien Shinhan, troubled, was sulking at a pile of water barrels when suddenly his expression turned serious. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, who was happily chatting with Krillin, also wore the same expression as Tien Shinhan. This is commonly known as observation haki. Tien Shinhan gazed in shock at a certain direction in the martial arts arena. What a terrifying feeling. How is this possible? Sun Wukong was equally shocked, but unlike Tien, he felt a sense of uncertainty in his heart. Could this familiar feeling be from Bruce, my big brother from before? For the past 3 years, Sun Wukong had been searching for Bruce's whereabouts, but he had not discovered any news or trace. It was as if Bruce had never appeared on Earth at all. Krillin, seeing Wukong's serious expression, curiously asked Wukong. Hearing Krillin's words, Wukong came to his senses. It's nothing, just a strange feeling in my heart. On Earth, aside from Sun Wukong, Bulma, Master Roshi, and a few characters from Karen Tower who knew Bruce, no one had. Thus, the prepared Sun Wukong and Krillin stepped onto the stage, beginning the true formal confrontation between the disciples of the Turtle School under the expectant gazes of the crowd. Bruce smiled slightly. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter that interesting old man so soon. Old man? What interesting old man? Carissa looked at Bruce in confusion, enjoying her ice cream. I must say, Bruce, this dessert you call ice cream is indeed quite good. Carissa complimented Bruce. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Come on, let me introduce you to a martial artist known as the god of martial arts on Earth. Bruce smilingly introduced some matters about Master Roshi to Carissa. In the backyard of the martial arts arena, an old man sneaked away to change his clothes, restoring the appearance of Master Roshi. Just as he was about to go watch the match between his 2 disciples, he suddenly exclaimed, "Long time no see, Master Roshi." Seeing Bruce's somewhat familiar hairstyle and face, Master Roshi instantly looked as if he had seen a ghost. It seems my previous guess was indeed correct. Such a terrifying and astonishing aura. Besides you and your companions, I should not find anyone else. After recovering from his shock, Master Roshi regained a calm and confident demeanor as a martial artist. He looked at Carissa. Who is this young lady? Upon seeing Carissa's tail, he suddenly remembered something and was instantly shocked, almost causing his beard and sunglasses to fly off. You also have a tail. A mere old man with a combat power of about 139 points. I thought he was some expert worthy of your praise, Carissa said with a somewhat arrogant and sarcastic expression. She could tell at a glance that Master Roshi had some unique understanding of ki. However, this old man, named Master Roshi with such low combat power, left Carissa somewhat disappointed. In response, Bruce merely smiled and said nothing. He knew that this old man particularly liked to hide his strength. Preliminary estimates indicate that this old fellow could destroy the moon back then. At that time, Master Roshi must have had at least 140 points of combat power. Later, due to the stimulus from Wukong, he secretly trained while hiding from everyone. It was impossible for him to have only this much strength. Master Roshi had never heard of the term combat power and looked at Bruce in confusion. Combat power. Oh, I forgot. Sorry, what Carissa refers to as combat power actually means the intensity of the energy within you. In terms of earth martial arts, it's the strength of the ki within a person. After Bruce's explanation, Master Roshi immediately understood that Bruce and Carissa were not earthlings. At the same time, he learned of the term and its meaning for the first time. So does this mean that Wukong might not be a true earthling either? Master Roshi looked at Bruce nervously, asking out of. After all, Master Roshi was still haunted by the memory of Bruce coercing him into teaching him the use of ki and martial arts knowledge a few years ago. He could sense the unfathomable power within Bruce. Even the aura of Bruce's companion beside him was equal. That's right. Sun Wukong's original name is actually Kakarot. Like us, he is a Saiyan from a planet called Vegeta in the universe. However, due to certain reasons in his childhood, Kakarot was sent to Earth by his father. Bruce expressed his admiration for Master Roshi, a respected martial artist. Bruce had no intention of making fun of Master Roshi, so he patiently explained. Master Roshi now had a new understanding of matters beyond Earth. I see. May I ask what brings you two to Earth this time? Master Roshi asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Carissa became a bit displeased. Hey, old man, you're being too nosy. Bruce stopped Carissa and apologetically explained to Master Roshi, I'm sorry, she's just joking. You don't need to take it to heart. As for why we came to Earth, rest assured we mean no harm to it. Master Roshi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, he truly felt endangered when Carissa approached him. Since I've received your assurance, Bruce, I believe you. Master Roshi spoke to Bruce while slightly hiding behind him, fearful of the violent Saiyan girl. Carissa looked displeased at the old man in front of her, huffing at Bruce in annoyance. Master Roshi, you taught me for several days. Thanks to your guidance, I've achieved what I have today. Thank you. Bruce sincerely expressed his gratitude to Master Roshi. You're welcome. Your current strength is due to your own talent. I merely imparted a little bit of martial arts knowledge and philosophy. Master Roshi was so pleased to hear Bruce's words that he almost danced with joy. Clearly, this young man who respected his elders filled the over 300-year-old man with delight. Master Roshi, in the future, Carissa and I will settle down on Earth. To be honest, the planet we once inhabited has been completely destroyed by an extremely evil individual. Anyone who can be called evil by you, Bruce, must be a terrifying figure. In that case, you too can stay on Earth. Welcome. Master Roshi warmly invited Bruce, completely unconcerned about Bruce and Carissa being extraterrestrials. Then Bruce walked and talked with Master Roshi, following and irked Carissa toward the martial arts event. On the way, Bruce shared his thoughts with Master Roshi, planning to appear as disciples of the celestial beings in the At the same time, this would allow better interaction with Wukong and the other main characters. Carissa showed no interest in such boring matters. Master Roshi was so excited that a powerful expert like Bruce would stay on Earth that he quickly agreed, fearing Bruce would change. With powerful figures like Bruce and Carissa, perhaps Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha would achieve even greater heights in the At the same time, the fame of the Turtle School would resonate throughout the world, bringing glory to Master Roshi. What he sought was merely an identity that would not raise unnecessary suspicion on Earth. He had heard tales of celestial beings, and Master Roshi had once been taught by the cat sage on Karen Tower. Master Roshi certainly knew some secrets unknown to ordinary people. At this moment, upon hearing Bruce's words, Master Roshi became convinced that there might indeed be celestial beings on Earth. The venue of the martial arts event was filled with people, and the roar of voices far exceeded that of the previous martial arts tournament, as the current martial artists were all far stronger than before, and the excitement would surpass that of the last top martial arts tournament 3 years ago. When Master Roshi, Bruce, and Carissa arrived at the venue, they heard the blonde-haired host with a microphone standing on the stage announce, "Next up is the 6th match featuring competitors who are all Master Roshi's esteemed disciples. Let's welcome Mr. Sun Wukong and competitor Krillin to the stage." The audience erupted into excited cheers, stirred by the host's words. Go go. Bulma in the front row looked dazed. Oh no. I forgot that Wukong is about to fight Krillin. Puril also looked surprised. What's going on? He was clearly very astonished and caught off guard by the match arrangement. Also sharing this expression were the pink pig Oolong and Master Roshi's turtle. The turtle exclaimed in shock, they actually put those two together. On the stage, Wukong was eager to go, excitedly looking at Krillin. Krillin, it's finally our turn. The turtle exclaimed in shock, they actually put those two together. On the stage, Wukong was eager to go excitedly. A surprised cowboy in Western attire exclaimed, "Those two are so strong." His friend chimed in like little monsters. The expressions of the audience were filled with shock, surprise, anxiety, and fear. At this moment, Bulma, touching her face with both hands, suddenly said, "It seems we have never seen those two fight officially." Oolong agreed it might be very tough, because they have a really good relationship. He looked quite helpless. Then Oolong continued, "Maybe they will go easy on each other." Piril had a conflicted expression, "I wonder who will win." Then Oolong continued, "Maybe they will go easy on each other." Piril had a conflicted expression, "I wonder who will win. Do you want to bet on it?" At this moment, the blonde-haired Lan Shi crossed her arms and suddenly spoke from behind Bulma. Bulma and the others looked at Lan Shi in surprise. Then Lan Shi seriously recalled some things about Wukong. Wukong single-handedly destroyed the Red Ribbon Army. At this moment, Bulma and the others also remembered this matter, and their hearts seemed to have formed some judgments. Just then Master Roshi returned with two strangers, and everyone thought these were just Master Rose's ordinary friends. Master Roshi greeted, "Hi there." "Hello everyone." Bulma, Lan Shi, Oolong, Piril, and the old turtle all looked in shock at Master Roshi. Among these people, only Bulma recognized Bruce, but that was over 3 years ago. Now Bulma was 19 years old, and the changes were quite significant. Bruce had also changed somewhat. As for Carissa, at this moment, aside from Master Roshi, no one recognized her. Everyone looked at Master Roshi in confusion. "Master Roshi, are they?" Bulma felt a hint of familiarity with Bruce's face, but was unsure for a moment. Until she noticed the tail swaying behind Bruce, she could confirm. Bulma exclaimed in shock, You are Bruce." At this moment, everyone turned their gaze to Bulma, curious about how she knew this strange man. Bruce revealed a radiant smile, nodded, and warmly greeted, "Yes, Bulma, it's been a long time. You've grown quite a bit." Upon hearing Bruce's words, Bulma felt a wave of delight. At this moment, Carissa also recalled that over 3 years ago Bruce had mentioned some things about Earth. She curiously examined Bruce's so-called friends. A turtle, a flying cat, a pink pig. Only the blue-haired and yellow-haired women and the old man beside him seemed like normal people. "Hey, Bruce, those companions you mentioned, aren't these guys, are they?" Carissa looked a bit disappointed as she gazed at the group in front of her communicating with Bruce through mental connection. It was an animation that Mungdis still found unforgettable even now, and it had accompanied the childhood of countless people. Bruce similarly used his mental connection to comfort Carissa. Then Master Roshi introduced everyone to one another, but did not say much, only introducing them briefly. Since everyone here except Master Roshi were ordinary people, they could not sense the terrifying power within Bruce and Carissa, nor the astonishing aura that surpassed everyone else. At this moment, Bulma examined Bruce closely, feeling extremely excited and thrilled at the appearance of her dream. However, upon seeing Carissa, she felt a sense of loss. Bulma scrutinized Bruce and Carissa even more closely, noticing that Carissa also had a characteristic tail like Bruce. Bulma suddenly realized that Carissa might also be an extraterrestrial, and perhaps even a member of Bruce's race. She suddenly remembered that Wukong also seems to have a tail. Could it be that Wukong is also an extraterrestrial? At this moment, the clever Bulma quickly pieced together some facts. Just as she was about to ask Bruce some questions, she was immediately stopped by Master Roshi. Simultaneously, Master Roshi made a shoe gesture, signaling Bulma to keep it a secret. At this moment, Bruce also looked at Bulma, his eyes mirroring Master Roshi's, signaling her not to spread the word, hoping she would keep it confidential. All right. Bulma could only helplessly agree. Just then the crane hermit squeezed through the crowd, with Jiaozi arriving beside Master Roshi. Upon seeing Bruce and Carissa, his pupils contracted. He could sense that the key within these two individuals was far beyond anyone he had ever encountered. Bruce merely gave him a faint glance, while Carissa didn't even notice the crane hermit, viewing him as an insignificant ant. Her gaze remained curiously fixated on the stage, eagerly anticipating the match she had never seen before. Old turtle, the crane hermit called out to Master Roshi, using his mental connection technique. Upon hearing the dumbfounded crane hermit calling him, Master Roshi looked at the crane hermit and similarly responded through mental connection, "What is it, dumbfounded crane?" The telepathy tricks of Master Roshi and crane hermit naturally cannot escape the eyes of Bruce, who has experienced Karinta, the martial arts training in the celestial realm, and nearly a year of training on planet Adrat. Moreover, having lived on Namek for nearly 2 years, Bruce has long mastered many martial arts knowledge and abilities that are difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. However, he is currently too lazy to pay attention to crane hermit. In Bruce's perception, crane hermit's combat power is merely around 126 points, even weaker than Master Roshi. Even now, crane hermit's top disciple Tian Shinhan boasts 180 points of combat power, making him relatively strong among ordinary people at this moment. In fact, he has already reached the pinnacle of strength among ordinary people on Earth. Had it not been for his martial arts realm being inferior to Master Roshi's, the title of Earth's strongest might have gone to Tian Shinhan and Sun Wukong. Of course, this does not include himself, Carissa, and those two from the celestial realm. The strength of others is currently completely exposed under Bruce's scrutiny. As for the current strength of the main character group, Sun Wukong 180 points, Tien Shinhan 180, Master Roshi 139 points in his normal state, can exceed 180 points when fully unleashed. Krillin 130 points, Yamcha 128, Kaiatsu 125, Launch 7 points, Oolong 4 points, Por 5 points. Bulma 3 points, Old Turtle 0. 1 points. Through chatting with Bulma, Bruce learned that Master Roshi disguised as Jackie Chan had intentionally lost to Tien Shinhan in the competition. One must admit that Master Roshi put considerable effort into redeeming Tien Shinhan and ensuring his disciples could grow up happily. From this perspective, Master Roshi, in both spirit and vision, is truly commendable. In the match between Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan, Master Roshi did not use his full strength. In Bruce's careful perception, Master Rose's current strength is indeed only at 139 points. However, this old fellow's martial arts realm is not ordinary. How many techniques does Master Roshi actually possess? Even in his muscular state, his strength reaches 160 points. Based on his previous feat of using the Kamehameha to destroy the moon, Master Rose's full power is approximately around 200 points of combat power. After all, this strange old man hides his true strength very deeply. In the knowledge that Jackie Chan is Master Roshi in disguise, he can still set aside his dignity and honor as the god of martial arts to guide Tien Shinhan towards goodness. Thus, he paves the way for young people like Tien Shinhan. This martial arts spirit is indeed quite noble. With this in mind, Bruce's mind sparked with a plan. After this martial arts tournament concludes, he intends to personally give this lecherous old man some special training. As the founder of the Kame School, how could he let his own disciples surpass him? Is that reasonable? Bruce cast a deep glance at Master Roshi. The latter, watching the match while standing on his cane, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Bruce stealthily leaned close to Carissa's ear and whispered something. Carissa's eyes lit up, revealing a At the same time, she glanced maliciously at Crane Hermit, who was oblivious and still bantering with Master Roshi. Hey, you two old men, come with me. Without further ado, Carissa took the two old men and vanished in a flash. Her astonishing speed was such that no one even noticed she had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Master Roshi and Crane Hermit, filled with confusion, followed suit. Bulma turned around at this moment and noticed Carissa was gone, so she cautiously approached Bruce. Hey, Bruce, what exactly is your relationship with Carissa right now? Bruce was taken aback, but answered Bulma's question honestly. She is considered my fiancée. I knew it. Whoa. Bulma felt an overwhelming sense of loss, leaving others perplexed as to why she suddenly started crying. Thinking Bruce might have bullied her, Launch was about to step in to teach Bruce a lesson. Bruce merely glanced at Launch casually, causing her and Oolong to turn away immediately, not daring to utter another word. Seeing Bulma's expression, Bruce understood her feelings and comforted her. Bulma, actually, Carissa should not mind me having another woman by my side in the future. Bruce could only say this, and whether Bulma understood it was entirely her own matter. Bulma was initially taken aback, but her sad expression vanished in an instant, and she suddenly brightened up, breaking into a joyful smile. This kind of thing actually isn't impossible. Hee. Bulma thought to herself. Joking aside, a perfect and handsome man like Bruce is a gift from heaven to her. How could she possibly let go so easily? Seeing Bulma come to terms with it, Bruce chose not to say more. Matters of the heart take time, and there will be plenty of days ahead. As for Vegeta, if he dares to compete with Bruce for a woman, then we'll see if Vegeta's bones are hard enough. Other matters like those involving Frieza can be negotiated, but someone like Bulma must be Bruce's wife. Not even Beerus can intervene. This matter is non-negotiable. If necessary, he would go the extra mile to find the Super Dragon Balls to make a wish, granting himself immunity to any rules within the Dragon Ball universe, including immunity to Xena's erasure. However, Bruce does not wish to clash with these ancient deities unless absolutely necessary. Outside the martial arts temple in an open area, Carissa set down the two old men, Master Roshi and Crane Hermit. You two old geezers, listen up. Bruce has instructed me to give you both a good beating. So, are you ready? Master Roshi looked at Carissa in horror, about to speak, when Carissa punched him away. Crane Hermit, initially intending to resist, realized this strange woman was stronger than he expected. With just one punch, she sent Old Turtle flying. What followed was a one-sided beating of the old men. Earlier, Bruce had given Carissa a senza bean, instructing her to properly teach Master Roshi. As for Crane Hermit, this was purely Carissa's desire to beat him up. Bruce sensed the commotion from Carissa's side and couldn't help but smile. With this beating, Bruce believes that Master Rose's martial arts realm will surely improve after returning. As for Crane Hermit, both Bruce and Carissa simply wanted to give him a good thrashing. Now that Carissa has concealed a portion of her strength, she has revealed some of her true abilities. The strength Carissa displayed against Master Roshi and Crane Hermit was completely one-sided. Having learned so much alongside Bruce, Carissa's various realms far exceed her previous capabilities. With a combat power of 200 points, she was showcasing nearly 400 points of power. After a while, Carissa returned to Bruce's side, bringing along the somewhat satisfied Master Roshi. Earlier, Carissa had said to Crane Hermit, listen, old man, I and that guy Bruce will be staying on Earth from now on. If you dare to trouble Sun Wukong and the others again, beware that I might just kill you. Crane Hermit nodded eagerly in shock, agreeing quickly. Meanwhile, Master Roshi felt a sense of satisfaction from Carissa's differential treatment and the thorough lesson she gave to the dim-witted Crane Hermit. Behind the arena, Wukong had already begun his warm-up exercises, alternating between poses like a sumo wrestler and a long-distance runner, continuously shouting, "Come on." Krillin, surprised, silently watched the excited Wukong, with a lingering worry in his heart, wondering if Wukong would hold back, or if he would end up in a terrible situation. Krillin, surprised, silently watched the excited Wukong, with a lingering worry in his heart, wondering if Wukong would hold back, or if he would end up in a terrible situation. "If you dare to go easy on me later, I will hate you for life, you know." Wukong smiled at Krillin and nodded, earnestly indicating he would not hold back, of course. Then the two of them came together, exchanged a few punches, and shared a smile, both eagerly anticipating the start of the match. The crowd below was also looking forward to the match, while only Carissa seemed a bit bored observing these ants. Her curiosity about the martial arts tournament kept her patient, otherwise she would have left long ago. Bruce, through his powerful mental energy, sensed some small movements between Wukong and Krillin backstage, unable to help but smile. The bond between these two guys is surprisingly strong. As the drum and gong sounds began to resonate, the blonde-haired host officially announced, "Now please welcome the two contestants." As the audience called out, Bulma felt a sense of worry and conflict within her. What should I do? Which side should I cheer for? Oolong, just about to shout encouragement, realized something was off, and instead called out, "No. Let's cheer for Krillin instead." At that moment, Poir, hearing Oolong's words, angrily retorted, "What are you doing? Are you hoping Goku loses?" Oolong countered Poir, saying, What do you mean? Just because Goku can win doesn't mean Krillin can't." Poir also felt that his words were a bit off, and guiltily replied, I didn't mean it like that. You two are so noisy, it's annoying." Hearing their argument, Bulma burst out angrily. Clearly both Goku and Krillin were their good friends, and everyone was torn and conflicted inside, unsure of whom to cheer for. While everyone was debating, Goku and Krillin had already made their entrance onto the stage. Krillin's heart raced. After 3 years, my training must have borne fruit. Krillin recalled the efforts and sweat he had poured into these 3 years, knowing they were not in vain. Krillin had pushed heavier stones than ever before, swam while tied to an entire ship for training, and lifted weights exceeding hundreds of pounds thousands of times, with Master Roshi and Yamcha sitting on either side of the barbell. Remembering all this, Krillin encouraged himself, his fists touching in front of his stomach, revealing an exceptionally serious, determined, and unyielding gaze. "I will win. I must win. I will win." At the same time, Krillin turned to face Goku, looking at him with utmost seriousness. Goku at this moment also felt a surge of excitement, looking earnestly at Krillin, and said, "I will give it my all. You better be ready." Krillin nodded, clenching his fists, smiling confidently. "So will I. You better be careful." With the sound of the working staffs drum, the atmosphere was elevated to a new high. The drumming grew faster, and the blonde host emphasized again, "The 6th match is about to begin." Everyone's gaze was filled with anticipation. Even Bruce shared the same feeling. Although he had seen martial arts tournaments in his past life, watching them live was an entirely different experience. At this moment, Bruce forgot he was a powerful Saiyan, and began to watch earnestly, considering himself just an ordinary. Carisha, seeing her man in such a state, swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, and started watching the match seriously, just like everyone else. Everyone's attention seemed to be captivated by Goku and Krillin in the arena. With the host's shout of "Start!" and with a heavy gong sound, the exciting and thrilling match between the disciples of Master Roshi finally began. Both fighters assumed their battle stances. Krillin slightly crouched, his feet bent with his palms in front and behind, slightly curved, his gaze fixed intensely on Goku. Goku's stance was similar to Krillin's, but his hands were different, one fist resting at his waist while the other formed a half clutch like an eagle's claw, his eyes locked on his opponent. On the other side, Master Roshi, having recovered from the sins of Bean, regained his enigmatic demeanor. At the same time, Tien found Master Roshi and asked him why he had deliberately lost to him. Master Roshi simply replied that it was for his disciple. Just when Tien thought Master Roshi was truly no match for him, Master Roshi paused for a few seconds and then said, "Ho ho ho. Young man, you are too shallow," leaving Tien alone, bewildered in the wind. Of course, Bruce couldn't be bothered with these little interludes, as Tien was still naive enough to think he was the strongest person in the world and was quite pleased with himself. Master Roshi's lesson for him played a crucial role in Tien's future growth. Meanwhile, Bruce was also reflecting on himself, having heard every word Master Roshi said to Tien. Do young people become arrogant and blind to their surroundings with power? Bruce murmured to himself. Indeed, the increase in power and rapid progress in strength over the years had made both himself and Carisha gradually become somewhat arrogant and self-important. At this moment, Bruce's heart trembled, a sense of enlightenment surged within him, and his martial arts realm seemed to become even more profound. Watching the back and forth on the stage, for ordinary people, the kicks and punches were incredibly powerful, and the speed was so fast, it was dazzling. Bruce fell into contemplation. At the same time, Bruce felt it necessary to reassess and practice the power within himself. What path should he take, the realm of the divine, or the path of transformation through power, or something else? At this moment, whether it was Krillin's combat wisdom or Goku's combat talent, both provided Bruce and Carisha with insights into battle. Carisha couldn't help but look more highly at Kakarot and his Earth companions. She had never thought that battles could be conducted in such a manner. Sometimes winning through wisdom in battle might also be a good choice. However, Carisha preferred the intense collision of powerful, violent combat. Forget it'll think about these things later, let's just watch the match for now. Bruce shook his head, brushing aside some thoughts that were in a high-speed dive. Tenshinhan executed an elbow strike akin to the 8 extremes, burst fiercely, embedding. Finally, the battle between Master Rose's 2 disciples ended with Goku utilizing high-speed jumps, disappearing from. He suddenly reappeared right in front of Krillin, startling him, and in the blink of an eye Goku delivered 8 knife-hand strikes in quick succession, followed by a sidekick that knocked Krillin out of the ring, winning the match. Finally, the battle between Master Rose's 2 disciples ended with Goku utilizing high-speed. The others, due to their insufficient strength, were unable to comprehend why Krillin was knocked out of the ring, just because he was startled by his opponent. Next up should be Tien against Kakarot for the championship match. Bruce said to Carisha, leaving the area quietly without disturbing anyone returning to their island in the Pacific. Since he had a day off, Bruce planned to come back tomorrow to watch the match between Kakarot and Tien. As for Carisha, she felt the fighting level was too low and boring, so she decided not to watch the match anymore. Bruce said nothing about it and let her be. With her strength, at least for now, there was no danger. The next morning after breakfast, Bruce arrived early at the martial arts. Bruce didn't stay with Master Roshi and the others, but went to the clouds above the martial arts tournament, employing a technique similar to the Crane School sky dance to hover in the sky unnoticed by ordinary people. As for the gods in the Heavenly Palace, they were naturally observing Bruce and Carisha's every move. Bruce, however, was too indifferent to care about the gods' actions. The championship match of the martial arts tournament was about to commence. Just then Bruce suddenly sensed a malevolent aura on Earth with a battle power of around 230. Along with it, there was another similar malevolent aura, slightly weaker, with a power level of about 160. Piccolo Daimao. Dambaran. Things are getting interesting. Bruce did not intend to involve himself or Carisha in this matter. Bruce recalled the events from his previous life regarding the Piccolo Daimao arc, remembering that at that time Piccolo Daimao had sent his subordinate Dambaran to gather the Dragon Balls, restoring his youthful power, which was probably around 260. Whatever happens, that's Kakarot's path of growth, and as for Carisha and me, we won't interfere too much. Bruce chuckled, muttering to himself, what do their lives or deaths have to do with me? At the same time, Bruce instantaneously teleported back to Karaburu Island to inform Carisha, who was lying on the sofa watching TV, not to worry about these events on Earth. I got it. I'm not interested in these trivial matters. Carisha, lying on the soft sofa, replied somewhat impatiently. Then Bruce returned to hover above the martial arts tournament, anticipating the start of the championship match. While waiting, the voice of the god, transmitted through a telepathic spell, reached Bruce's mind. Mr. Bruce, hello. I am the god of Earth, and there is a matter of utmost importance that I must trouble you with. Could you please come to the Heavenly Palace? The Earth's Kami. Bruce paused, momentarily startled. In that instant, he surmised that the Earth's Kami had contacted him precisely because of Piccolo Daimao's emergence from his ancient seal. Having gradually settled on Earth under the nominal auspices of a divine disciple, alongside Carissa, he resolved to lend the planet a modest hand. With but a flicker of intent, Bruce materialized upon the vast plaza of the Divine Temple. Brisson. Both Cammy and Popo recoiled in shock. Cammy had not anticipated such overwhelming mastery. Bruce had crossed the gulf between realms in the blink of an eye. Cammy, you summoned me. Bruce regarded the elderly figure before him, the benevolent fragment of Piccolo Daimao who now served as Earth's Cammy, with detached nonchalance. Cammy regained his composure, his expression turning grave. He cast a fleeting glance downward toward the mortal realm and fell silent for a long moment. Then with solemn weight he declared, Bruceson, you must have sensed it. The surge of unspeakable evil now rising beneath us. Cammy, Bruce interjected, impatience edging his voice. I have neither time nor patience for your circumlocutions, or for tales of Piccolo Daimao. State plainly why you called me. At those words, Cammy and Popo exchanged stunned, incredulous glances. How could this Bruceson already know of Piccolo Daimao? Indeed, he was shrouded in profound mystery, not only wielding terrifying power, but also possessing intellect far surpassing mortal bounds. My deepest apologies, Bruce-san. I intrude upon your tranquility. Cammy offered a courteous bow before continuing earnestly. Yet Piccolo Daimao is a being of immense might. On Earth, only you and your companion Carissa possess the strength to halt his descent into chaos and preserve humanity's peace. I beseech you both, intervene and destroy him. Otherwise, Earth shall be plunged into eternal darkness and unending suffering. His plea bore the unmistakable sincerity of one who kneels not in weakness, but in sacred duty. He bowed deeply, lowering his head in humble entreaty. Bruce watched in silence, and for the first time something stirred with Cammy. I vow only that Earth shall not perish. As for slaying Piccolo Daimao, I cannot grant that request. Rest assured, a martial artist capable of overcoming him will arise in due course. Moreover, I find the Dragon Ball's wish-granting power profoundly intriguing. Should I eliminate Piccolo Daimao now, you yourself would perish, and the Dragon Balls would vanish. Am I correct? Bruce held Cammy's gaze, delivering a truth so startling it left the deity speechless. Should I eliminate Piccolo Daimao now, you yourself would perish, and the Dragon Balls would vanish. Am I correct? Bruce held Cammy's gaze. Still, I entrust Earth's future to you, Bruceson. Cammy affirmed once more, his gratitude resonating with one more condition henceforth, Carissa, and I shall be permitted to reside freely within your divine temple. Is that acceptable? As Bruce turned to depart, he glanced back. That you would act on our behalf is already beyond measure. Such a trivial matter, of course, is granted without hesitation. The celestial realm welcomes you both, always. Cammy extended the invitation with heartfelt sincerity. Bruce offered a faint smile, then vanished in an instant. High above the World Martial Arts Tournament hidden within the drifting clouds, he resumed his observation of Son Goku's final bout against Tien Shinhan. Simultaneously, with a mere whisper of ki and a touch of magic, he conjured a sentient corporeal life form, an evolution of the artificial human concept refined beyond precedent. Gazing upon his creation, Bruce bestowed a name. Henceforth you shall be known as Parks. Parks, modeled after a human, lacked the Saiyan signature tail. He was in essence a fully realized kick. Though born spontaneously from Bruce's will, Parks possessed genuine sentience, speech cognition, and discernment. Thanks to the Namekian magic Bruce had mastered. So long as Bruce did not recall him, Parks would endure for approximately 3 years, his lifespan tethered to the stability of his ki sense. This technique fused concepts drawn from the artificial human's Tien Shinhan's four-way division technique and the Namekian's sacred art of life creation. Bruce named it the separation life art, a life form severed from its source, yet sustained by autonomous ki. Crucially, the stronger the construct, the briefer its existence, the weaker the longer it endured. Even basic techniques, ki blast for instance, accelerated its dissolution, for at its core Parks was nothing more than condensed ki, like a battery depleting with every use. Yet Bruce's martial cultivation stood leagues beyond terrestrial masters like Tien Shinhan. His path had spanned Earth, Arlia, Namek, and Vegeta, each world deepening his mastery. Through countless missions across the cosmos, he had encountered myriad alien arts and esoteric disciplines, rendering the creation of a sentient ki construct effortless. Indeed, Parks' power was deliberately restrained, a conscious choice, not limitation. His combat capacity hovered near 300, a modest threshold, yet more than sufficient to overwhelm even the aged Piccolo Daimao. Parks carried no memory of Bruce, his mind a pristine canvas. Yet Bruce had implanted within him the entirety of Earth's martial philosophy and technique. Cosmic knowledge and personal memories, however, remained withheld. Still, Parks' prowess was formidable. By Earth standards, he had already ascended to the stature of an unconventional martial god of Earth. He mastered the teachings of Master Roshi, Master Mateto Popo, and Cammy alike. Even the rejuvenated Piccolo Daimao barely surpassed 260. Parks' strength rendered victory. As for Bruce himself, engaging directly, a mere first-generation Piccolo Daimao was unworthy of his hand. Parks' sole purpose was to serve as a vigilant tower guardian. After all, should Karisabru Island ever grow tiresome, the Divine Temple offered a most agreeable alternative. From the celestial vantage, Cammy watched in awe, then profound respect, as Bruce's artistry unfolded. With Parks among us, Piccolo Daimao can no longer plunge humanity into despair, terror, agony, or rivers. Relief softened Cammy's features as Parks soared toward Corinne Tower, employing the Crane School's flight technique with growing mastery. At that very moment, masters of supreme martial attainment, Master Roshi, Master Mateto, and Master Crane, faintly sensed an overwhelming, terrifying aura. Carissa, lounging at home, glanced upward and scoffed. Tisich. Bruce really is insufferably boring. She resumed watching television while crunching potato chips. Within his jar atop Corinne Tower, Master Mateto observed Bruce's act with quiet bewilderment. He has forged a peculiar life form. What purpose does it serve? Master Roshi frowned deeply where he sat. Strange, profoundly strange. Who is this sudden presence? Lying wounded in a hospital bed, Master Crane gasped in astonishment. This aura, it is staggering. What is happening? Who is this enigmatic figure emerging upon the world? Why do such terrifying beings now appear in such numbers? Fortune teller Baba and Gohan, halo aglow, stood transfixed, gazing silently toward Corinne Tower. Meanwhile, Goku and Tien Shinhan, poised to begin their match, froze mid-stance, eyes wide with disbelief fixed upon the tower's distant silhouette. At present, Tien Shinhan harbored deep animosity toward the Turtle School and vowed to avenge his mentor, the world's deadliest assassin Tao Pai Pai. Roshi, restored to his familiar garb, clutched a black suitcase in one hand and a wooden mallet cane in the other, then vaulted lightly over the tournament wall with practiced ease. Clearly he intended to observe his disciple and Tien Shinhan up close. As a competitor, Krillin enjoyed privileged access behind the ring. The rest of the crowd strained amid seas of bodies for any glimpse at all. Krillin, spotting his master's stealthy entrance, exclaimed with dutiful alarm, "Wah, Master Roshi, that's strictly prohibited. Only competitors may enter." "Don't be so rigid, Krillin," Roshi replied, impeccably composed in his black suit. Who would ever know? He neglected to recall that the half-meter-thick wall separating ring from backstage had been shattered earlier, reduced to rubble by a competitor's elbow strike. Behind the collapsed wall lay an open, visible space, yet all eyes remained riveted upon Goku, and Tien Shinhan oblivious to such minutiae. The blonde announcer fulfilled dual roles, host and expert commentator, delivering vivid, incisive analysis of each bout. Watch closely. Such a contest is exceedingly rare. Rashi's gaze remained locked on the arena as he addressed Krillin to his right. Pay close attention. This is a lesson. Yes, sir. Krillin nodded earnestly. On the stage, Goku and Tien Shinhan assumed their stances, and deep within their veins blood surged with the heat of imminent legendary combat. The expressions on people's faces were filled with extreme excitement and confidence, for whoever won this match would become the champion of the world's #1 martial arts tournament and gain the supreme honor of martial arts worldwide. Undoubtedly, the quality of the matches in the world's #1 martial arts tournament is regarded as the most prestigious event in the entire world. On three sides of the square arena, crowds gathered, their cheers rising and falling. Master Roshi and Krillin on the last side held their breath, intently focused on the stage. The blonde host stepped forward and shouted vigorously, "The match begins." Everyone watched as Sun Wukong dashed swiftly towards Tenshinhan, his hair standing on end from the wind, his piercing gaze fixated on Tenshinhan, the ground beneath him flashing by like scenery outside a high-speed train. Sun Wukong launched the first attack, his body slightly leaping, and he delivered a fierce elbow strike towards Tenshinhan's head. Tenshinhan attempted to block with his arm, but the powerful force astonished even this martial arts expert. With gritted teeth, Tenshinhan stepped back while neutralizing his opponent's force, delivering a whip-like kick that sliced through the air towards Sun Wukong. At that moment, Wukong jumped to evade, and as he landed, he wrapped his tail around Tenshinhan's long leg, which was nearly 50 meters long. This display of using his tail in battle caught Tenshinhan by surprise once again. Sun Wukong spun around with his tail, delivering a punch powerful enough to shatter a car, striking Tenshinhan's chin and sending him flying. In the instant before hitting the ground, Tenshinhan executed a backflip, planting his foot firmly on the ground, propelling his body effortlessly to nearly 20 meters high. As Tenshinhan prepared to descend, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Come," as he dashed like a cheetah to the spot where Tenshinhan would land. In a single leap, he caught up with Tenshinhan in the blink of an eye, delivering a rapid side kick accompanied by a sonic boom directly at Tenshinhan. If this side kick had hit the previous #1 assassin Tao Bai, he would have been sent to meet the King of Hell immediately. Unfortunately for Wukong, Tenshinhan was well versed in all the techniques of the Crane School, including the ability to hover in midair with the Crane School's ultimate skill, the Dance of the Sky. Suspended in midair, Tenshinhan saw Sun Wukong's movements and intentions, smirking mockingly, as his right index finger pointed to the sky, powerful energy gathering at his fingertip. This posture from the Crane School's top disciple suggested he was gathering something formidable. Master Roshi, looking up at Tenshinhan's actions from below, shouted, "Not good." Then everyone heard Tenshinhan utter three words, "Dong Dong Wave." As if a rocket was being launched, Tenshinhan pointed his finger at Sun Wukong, unleashing a massive energy wave that surged down towards him with incredible power. The Dong Dong Wave radiated a color reminiscent of the sun's surface, transforming the entire martial arts tournament scene into a uniform hue. With a thunderous roar, the Dong Dong Wave struck Sun Wukong with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in a cry of despair. Sun Wukong's body was sent tumbling through the air as if struck by a missile, crashing onto the arena and instantly demolishing it. Sun Wukong's impact created a giant crater approximately 7 to 8 meters deep. All the spectators, including the host Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi, wore expressions of shock and disbelief. At the same time, Wukong's friends gazed at the massive pit where he had disappeared, their faces filled with deep concern. The intensity and excitement of this match, along with its danger, far surpassed any previous battles. At this moment, Tenshinhan released the Dance of the Sky and elegantly descended onto the arena, smirking. Amidst the clouds, Bruce chuckled lightly. If losing were this easy, Sun Wukong wouldn't qualify as a Saiyan. The Dong Dong Wave unleashed by Tenshinhan possessed a power several times greater than that of Master Roshi Tao Bai, and the others, rivaling even Yamcha's full-force Kamehameha. One could say that the power of the Dong Dong Wave was comparable to that of 10 powerful grenades exploding simultaneously. However, the Saiyan physiology is not as fragile as that of Earthlings, so this level of attack is not particularly concerning. Indeed, a sound of shifting soil and stones emerged from the pit, followed by a shout of "Ha!" as Sun Wukong leaped out of the crater. Other than a bit of dirt and dust on him, he was unharmed. Below, Bulma and Yamcha sighed in relief, their faces displaying a flicker of ease and encouragement for Wukong. Wow! These two are simply incredible. The crowd watching from below gasped in unison, feeling immense shock as the level of competition exceeded their expectations and reshaped their understanding. After all, to think a person could unleash energy blasts comparable to missiles with their bare hands. Such a scene is truly breathtaking. What was even more astonishing was that someone could withstand such a blow and still be bouncing around. This little guy, who seemed like a mere child, appeared to be unscathed. Bulma clasped her hands together and, feeling relieved, expressed a slightly reproachful smile. "You had me worried for a moment." While the blonde-haired launch displayed a knowing look. Of course, that level of attack isn't enough to kill anyone. At this moment, Master Roshi fell silent. Sun Wukong charged towards Tenshinhan again, who was already prepared to receive the incoming attack. Suddenly, as Sun Wukong dashed forward, he swiftly dodged to the right, disappearing from the ordinary spectators. The blonde host holding the microphone exclaimed in shock. He vanished again. This is the tactic Wukong excels at. This scene reminded Krillin of his own misfortune. In the last match, he had been startled by Wukong's sudden disappearance and reappearance, receiving 8 strikes from him in a second before being knocked out of the ring. Tin Shin suddenly became alert, his 3 eyes scanning the surroundings in an attempt to locate the vanished Sun. Only Bruce, hidden in the clouds, could clearly see all of Sun Wukong's movements and positions, utilizing rapid jumps to continually close in on his opponent. Bruce observed with great interest as Sun Wukong approached Tin Shin with an incomprehensible speed. Even Tin Shin at this moment could only vaguely catch glimpses of his opponent's movements, noticing the fleeting shadow. Sun Wukong was now hopping around like a flea, his speed astonishing. The rest of the audience, including Krillin, couldn't make out Wukong's actions, let alone the ordinary people in the audience. Tin Shin's eyes followed his opponent's movement closely, the only sound on the field being the rapid thuds of steps. Just then a shadow of his opponent suddenly appeared right in front of Tin Shin, stunning him. His eyes glinted as he exclaimed. Instead of attacking the shadow, Tin Shin raised his hand for a reverse strike, crashing down to his side. Bang! What a... Wukong! Master Roshi gasped, not expecting Tin Shin's strength to be so formidable. Krillin shouted in concern. Tin Shin's palm struck the air, not only accurately pinpointing Wukong's location, but also knocking him out with an incredible force. Tin Shin, sensing the opportunity, charged forward, roaring angrily. Do you think such childlike tricks will work on me? In a high-speed dive, Tin Shin executed an elbow strike akin to the 8 extremes, burst fiercely, embedding Sun Wukong into the wall. Simultaneously, Tin Shin's hands moved like a machine gun, unleashing a flurry of punches, palms, and claws upon Sun Wukong's body, mercilessly battering him without giving him a chance to fall. The scene was utterly brutal. It was clear that Sun Wukong's attempts to deal with Krillin's level of skill fueled Tin Shin's immense rage. Tin Shin's inner thoughts convinced him that he was the strongest person in the world, thus, he possessed pride and the dignity of a powerful fighter. Moreover, Sun Wukong was the very idol who had slain Tin Shin's master Tao by making his attacks even more ruthless and unforgiving. At this moment, Tin Shin had only one thought: to kill Sun Wukong on the arena with sheer strength. Ah! He shouted, violently pummeling his opponent. Tin Shin had been relentlessly attacking for several minutes, and showed no signs of stopping, while Sun Wukong remained pinned against the wall. Except for Bruce, everyone watching this scene felt a chill run down their spines, fear and tension rendering them speechless as they gazed at the brutal display. Any ordinary person struck by just one of those blows would immediately plead for mercy, yet Sun Wukong had endured thousands upon thousands of hits. And he continued to attack, still being battered. Down below, Jiazi's mouth hung open in fear. In his memory, he had never seen Tin Shin this furious. Krillin clenched his fists, shouting nervously, Wukong! Everyone feared whether Tin Shin would beat Sun Wukong to death. Master Roshi watched Tin Shin in shock. What incredible speed! It's like a machine gun. As soon as Master Roshi finished speaking, Tin Shin concluded his assault with a volleyball spike, sending Sun Wukong crashing onto the arena, seemingly losing consciousness, rolling heavily across the ground. Yamcha watched nervously from below, while Bulma and the others dared not look at Sun Wukong, fearing that if they did, their dear friend would perish right before their eyes. Tin Shin strode over, confidently grabbing what seemed to be an unconscious Sun Wukong from the ground, displaying a triumphant expression. Is he dead? Heaven or hell? The choice is yours. The story continues from the last time. In the end, the disciple of Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, and the senior disciple of Crane Hermit Tien Shinhan ignited the spark of a duel to determine who was the strongest in the world. The fierce battle between the two pushed the championship match to its peak. They exchanged blows, each unleashing their most powerful techniques, leaving the audience wide-eyed and swallowing hard. However, in the face of Tien Shinhan's overwhelming agility and strength, Wukong seemed to be at a loss, allowing Tien to beat him without resistance. Tien Shinhan was simply too powerful. Would Wukong really suffer a miserable defeat at his hands? On the stage, Tien held the bloodied Sun Wukong, with one hand casually lifting him up. At the same time, a satisfied smirk appeared at the corner of Tien Shinhan's mouth. It's over. Choose your preferred place between heaven and hell. Tien looked at the still-breathing Wukong and sneered. I will use my most profound technique to kill you. The blonde-haired host, accustomed to grand scenes, heard Tien's words and saw that Wukong was still alive, continuing to comment. Oh, what kind of ultimate technique will Tien Shinhan use to defeat Sun Wukong? It's truly terrifying. Wukong is still hanging limply in his grasp. The audience gasped as Tien treated Wukong like a volleyball and battered him mercilessly. The host, who had overseen countless world martial arts tournaments, had never witnessed such a spectacular match. The strength and combat level of the contestants far exceeded any matches he had previously seen. According to the host's memories, past matches allowed spectators to visibly see the movements and techniques of the fighters. Such situations as seen in this tournament were rare, where powerful techniques like the Kamehameha or the Spirit Bomb were frequently unleashed. And it was even rarer to see superpowers or techniques like the instant transmission that left viewers and contestants alike feeling awestruck. This scenario demonstrated that the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament was of exceptionally high caliber with great significance. Is Tien planning to use that move? Outside the ring, Kairatsu gasped as he watched Tien. Master Roshi, upon hearing that Tien intended to use his most profound technique to kill his disciple, was filled with concern. At this moment, Master Roshi was not only perplexed, but also lamenting Tien's strength and ruthless methods. Concerned for his disciple's safety, he instinctively spoke. What does he intend to do? Bulma looked despairingly at the motionless Wukong, her eyes filled with tension and worry. Wukong. This scene sparked a tinge of jealousy in Bruce's heart, yet he understood that at this moment Bulma regarded Wukong as her dear younger brother. To be fair, aside from Bruce, Wukong was the first good friend she encountered during her adventures. No way. Could Wukong also? Yamcha, with his leg in a cast and leaning on a crutch, gazed at the stage, recalling his own defeat at Tien's hands, and felt concerned for Wukong. Puar shouted in fear, Yamcha. At this moment, although Oolong was still holding an unfinished ice cream, his expression had turned nearly blank. As Wukong's friend, he couldn't believe this was happening. He never expected even someone as strong as Wukong would be reduced to such a pitiful state by this guy named Tien. Oolong shouted encouragingly at the twitching Wukong, Wukong, hang in there. Damn it. What does he want to do? The blondie-haired Lanchi, who initially had some admiration for Tien, now looked at him with fury. Humph, humph, humph. Humph, humph, humph. Tien Shinhan, looking at the trembling son Wukong, began to laugh triumphantly. The entire venue fell silent for a few seconds before Tien tossed Wukong into the air like a volleyball, his movement resembling a volleyball serve. Tien turned his back and shouted loudly, volleyball punch. He quickly ran towards Wukong's landing spot, thrusting upward with great force, sending his opponent's body soaring like a volleyball. Tien used a volleyball strike technique. The crowd was stunned as Tien actually applied the volleyball strike technique in a martial arts competition, treating his opponent like a real volleyball, mercilessly striking him. This is simply treating Sun Wukong like a ball. It seems that's what hitting someone means. Tien Shinhan jumped up. Gritting his teeth, Tien exclaimed, killing ball. A forceful slam sent Wukong crashing down from 100 meters directly onto the stage. The intense pain jolted Wukong, who had just regained consciousness, and slightly opened his eyes as if struck by lightning. His expression was exaggerated, and he lay on the ground in a big shape, like a monkey with its fur bristled. The ground around the stage suddenly shook violently. Krillin and Master Roshi, who were closest to the action, were startled by the killing ball. They displayed faces of terror. The audience below shared similar expressions. Tien Shinhan jumped down and quietly watched the motionless Wukong on the ground. The blonde host pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Bulma exclaimed, Wukong. Oolong shouted, Wukong. Wukong. Yamcha cried out. Hearing the voices of Wukong's companions, Tien turned to glance at Yamcha and the others, emitting a smug humph, humph, humph laugh. At that moment, it seemed that the champion had already been determined, and it was none other than Tien himself. He felt that he was now the greatest fighter in the world. Just then, Wukong on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, performed a swift maneuver, and stood up. Tien was incredulous as he looked at Wukong, who only reached his waist, his third eye on his forehead, displaying an expression of disbelief. Nah. Nanny. Son Wukong is up again. The blonde host exclaimed in shock, shouting into the microphone. Kayatsu. Krillin. Haha. Master Roshi. Others. Bulma sighed in relief, scolding Krillin and Master Roshi, honestly. If he's not dead, just say he isn't. Damn it. Yamcha also showed a confident smile for Wukong. The battle is just beginning. Incredible Wukong. It was as if the ones who had just doubted that Wukong had been killed were not them. The blonde Lanchi took a deep breath, calming her emotions, and smiled at the now standing Wukong with an anti-like grin. Son Wukong looked at Tien Shinhan, casually wiped the wounds on his face, revealing an excited expression, his tail beginning to sway. You are indeed. The blonde host began his passionate commentary again. Son Wukong looked at Tien Shinhan, casually wiped the wounds on his face, revealing an excited expression, his tail beginning to sway. You are indeed very strong. You scared me. That's what I wanted to say. Your body is indeed as hard as iron. Tien Shinhan also seemed to be somewhat pleased, akin to a match between equals. Wukong looked at Tien Shinhan and happily said, if the opponent is you, I shouldn't die, even if I unleash my full strength. Ooh, I can fight with confidence now. Ha ha ha. Don't make me laugh. You clearly used your full strength just now. Tien Shinhan chuckled lightly, not believing Wukong's words. Tien had seen every one of Wukong's matches and believed that after using the technique to defeat that little bald Krillin, he could not possibly have any other techniques left. Moreover, Tien did not think that Wukong still had any hidden strength. He merely regarded it as boasting. Bruce, hearing the conversation between the two, recalled some amusing moments and smiled nostalgically. Ha. I wonder how Tien will react when he realizes that Goku always starts off fighting evenly no matter who he faces. However, it is precisely because of Wukong's personality that he has met so many companions to fight alongside him. As he, hearing Tian's words, Wukong smiled without rebutting. That was the maximum power for the match. Nanny. Tian Shinhan, realizing what Wukong meant, displayed a surprised expression. Master Roshi, observing from behind the stage, caught the key information and questioned for a match. Master Roshi thought to himself that over the years his disciple Gohan's grandson Wukong had truly given him countless surprises and astonishments. Krillin, hearing the conversation between Wukong and Tian, muttered to himself, What is going on? Clearly Krillin, whose realm and strength were still lacking, had yet to process what was happening. Son Wukong looked at Tian Shinhan seriously and said, I have a feeling you are intent on killing me, so I must unleash my combat power. Combat power. Tian Shinhan seemed to have heard something amusing, displaying a mocking expression. So you mean you want to fight with all your strength? Only now do you intend to unleash your full power? This is the first time I've heard such a dull remark. Son Wukong ignored his opponent's mockery and assumed a fighting stance. Brace yourself. Tian Shinhan likewise settled into his stance, eyes blazing with confidence and fierce anticipation. How thrilling! I eagerly await your assault. The blonde announcer blinked in bewilderment, but still raised his microphone to comment. He said, brace yourself. This. Not only was the announcer baffled, the entire audience remained utterly perplexed by the cryptic exchange between Son Wukong and Tian Shinhan. In that instant, Son Wukong shot forward, swifter than a cheetah, and unleashed a seamless fluid combo reminiscent of the Restoring My Radiance fist, landing sharp punishing blows beneath Tian Shinhan's chin and against his skull. Then came a barrage of lightning-fast Sun character straight punches, their velocity so staggering that even Tian Shinhan, now at peak readiness, could not react in time. Tian Shinhan spat bitter bile. But the onslaught did not see. Son Wukong leapt backward, coiled his leg, and delivered a devastating fully charged flying kick. The blow carried enough force to hurl a man dozens of meters, slamming Tian Shinhan backward parallel to the ground, just half a meter above the floor, before sending him skidding violently across the ring. Yet Son Wukong would not let this opening slip away. He sprang forward, propelling himself off the ground to close the distance midair and pursue the airborne Tian Shinhan. Arriving ahead of his foe, Son Wukong halted at the ring's edge, back arched legs together, then launched a thunderous upward kick squarely into Tian Shinhan's back. Tian Shinhan soared skyward, once more body flung helplessly into the air. Son Wukong rose smoothly to his feet, like a leaping carp, his gaze sharpening into razor-edged intensity as he formed the iconic Kame Senryu hand posture. Kame! Son Wukong bellowed. The blonde announcer watched electrified and cried out, at last, it's coming. The Kame Senryu's ultimate technique, the Kamehameha wave, had turned the tide. Son Wukong now held the decisive. Yet Son Wukong paused, his hands suspended mid-incantation, as he gazed up at Tian Shinhan, drifting helplessly through the air, refusing to release the long-awaited Kamehameha. Suddenly he abandoned the technique altogether, standing calmly on the ring and declaring aloud, I'm done fighting. The blonde announcer echoed the crowd's collective confusion. What on earth is happening? Pursuing Tian Shinhan midair with the Kamehameha would have been the most opportune decisive strike. So why had Son Wukong? Bulma and the others wore identical expressions of bafflement, their eyes fixed intently on Son Wukong. Even Kairatsu, the second disciple of the Crane School, stood frozen, wide-eyed and speechless, staring blank. Krillin and Master Roshi, watching from ringside, shared the same quiet disbelief. Why had Goku suddenly withdrawn when victory seemed within grasp? Tian Shinhan executed a graceful midair somersault, landed lightly on the ring, and clutched his ribs. A faint trace of blood stained his lips, his face contorted in quiet pain. His evident shock confirmed it. Son Wukong had spoken no falsehood. He truly had withheld his full strength. Son Wukong, ever guileless, broke into a warm, boyish grin. That hurt, didn't it? Humph. Tian Shinhan wiped the blood from his mouth and laughed, not in anger, but in exhilaration. I'm overjoyed. You're the very first person who's ever stirred my blood like this. Son Wukong blinked, startled, then beamed with genuine delight. You really are strong. That's what a real fight feels like. Bulma muttered under her breath, exasperated. That fool's energy's already bouncing back. Why didn't he finish him off? Honestly, Yamcha interjected, offering calm explanation. I suspect he stopped for a reason. Bulma turned to Yamcha, puzzled. Her lack of martial training left her unable to grasp his meaning. Blonde Ranchi, flushed with excitement, declared something astonishing. Who'd have thought that three-eyed fellow was this formidable? I'm utterly taken. She had completely forgotten that Tian Shinhan had earlier sought to kill Son Wukong. High above the ring, Tian Shinhan hovered effortlessly 1 meter above the floor, cross-legged in serene meditation, 2 of his 3 eyes gently closed. To masters like Rashi, this was unmistakable deep martial meditation. Only Bruce knew the truth, that Tian Shinhan was using psychic energy to heal himself, restoring balance to the turbulent, disordered ki coursing through his injured body. Remarkable, Tian Shinhan has entered the meditative martial state so swiftly. Earth's martial artists are truly extraordinary. Bruce recalled how long it had taken him to reach this state, only after several days of instruction under Master Rashi. And yet this level of attainment bore no direct relation to raw combat power. Thus Earth's martial arts surpassed even those of many extraterrestrial civilizations. Even Frisia, the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe whose battle power exceeded 120 million, lacked this ability. Of course, Frisia's innate genius and utter unfamiliarity with such philosophical martial concepts were chiefly. Still, Bruce suspected that even if Frisia understood it, he would deem it unnecessary, relying instead on overwhelming annihilating force to crush all opposition. Such was the cosmic way of battle power reigned absolute. And precisely because of this, cosmic warriors vastly outstripped the inhabitants of remote low-tier planets like Earth. Had Bruce not retained memories from his past life, he would never have deigned to respect Earth's seemingly primitive martial art. No matter how elevated your martial cultivation, if your battle power remains merely in the hundreds, then even a casual energy blast from me could obliterate Earth entirely. What then could possibly resist me? Hence Bruce advised Carissa to pursue the dual path, cultivating both raw power and profound martial enlightenment. Only this synthesis offered the optimal path forward, and neither could be neglected. Tien Shinhan floated like a buoyant balloon above the ring. Below, Kaiatsu sensed his condition through knowing his comrade intimately. Kaiatsu smiled with quiet confidence. Moments later, Tien Shinhan ascended higher, then descended with effortless grace, fully restored, having dispelled his flight technique. Tien Shinhan locked eyes with his opponent, voice resonant with certainty. This match ends with my victory. You must accept it. Sun Wukong replied, unshaken, you're dreaming. Unbelievable. After sustaining grievous blows, both fighters rise again, unfazed, and reignite the inferno of combat. Another life-or-death clash looms. The blonde announcer resumed his commentary. Krillin, watching, growled in frustration. Is Goku an idiot? Why didn't he fire the Kamehameha just now, eh? This battle will continue. Goku has calculated every outcome. Even Rashi, the venerable master, found himself quietly awed by this disarmingly innocent young man. That astonishing combat intuition was rare indeed, perhaps matched only by Bruce and Carissa, whose own battle instincts dwarfed even Goku's. At that, Rashi cast 3 furtive glances, upward toward the heavens, eastward toward the Pacific Ocean, then southward toward Korin Tower. Something momentous stirred beyond perception. Rashi felt a sudden unease, a disquiet that unsettled his yet he could not fathom it. The legendary Demon King Piccolo was about to emerge. Meanwhile, the two warriors engaged in brutal close-quarters combat. Fists, palms, claws, elbows, knees, heads, even tails. All weapons in their arsenal. A punch answered a punch, a kick met a kick, a knee countered a knee. Attack and counterattack flowed without pause, neither yielding an inch. Incredible. Krillin watched stunned. I finally understand what he meant at the start. This is pure unadulterated combat, titanic forces colliding, igniting blinding white sparks. If an ordinary person endured even one of those blows, they'd be flattened, hurled lifelessly from the ring. To help the audience comprehend, the blonde announcer invoked the frailty of common humanity. Krillin, did you see their breath? Master Rashi seized the moment to instruct. Krillin glanced sharply at his teacher, surprised. Rashi continued, after such ferocious exchanges, not a single breath is disturbed. Krillin looked between Goku and Tien Shinhan, then back to Rashi, and nodded, comprehension dawning. What other techniques might they unveil? The match is so riveting, it holds the eye captive. The blonde announcer stared breathless as the two fighters broke apart and reset their stances, then lifted his microphone, swallowing hard. At this moment, Tianjin Fan was fixated on his opponent, cautiously inching closer, hoping to find or create an opportunity to severely injure them. However, the opponent's martial arts realm was equally formidable, showing no weaknesses, and Tianjin Fan's expression became extremely serious. Sun Wukong's expression mirrored his. Both sides were locked in a fierce contest of momentum, neither able to overpower the other. The two fighters exchanged glances for a few seconds, and the scene fell into a brief silence, with everyone understanding that this was the calm before the storm. Sun Wukong's tail swayed joyfully as he settled into a horse stance, preparing to strike at any moment, while a flurry of battle strategies flashed through his mind. At that moment, Tianjin Fan shifted his hand posture, and with lightning speed launched the first attack, resuming the contest of physical techniques, each attempting to conquer the other through strength and speed. In just a matter of seconds, both had exchanged dozens of blows, yet the scene remained evenly matched. Incredible. This was a rare and astonishing display of offense and defense. The two fighters moved so swiftly that my eyes began to blur. So everyone just watch for yourselves. The yellow-haired host seemed unable to keep up with the action, leaving the audience to watch on their own. Bulma, watching from the sidelines, was filled with excitement, instinctively waving her hands and throwing a few punches at Oolong's head, shouting, "Don't hold back, quickly defeat that villain." At this moment, the audience witnessed Sun Wukong execute a rapid combination of punches and kicks, forcefully pushing Tianjin Fan towards the edge of the ring. Just a little more pressure, and Tianjin Fan might fall off and lose the match. With gritted teeth, Tianjin Fan crossed his arms to shield himself, glaring at his opponent with a pale face, shocked at the sheer strength of his adversary. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a sweeping attack, driving Sun Wukong back and turning the tide. while Sun Wukong agilely flipped and dodged Tianjin Fan's counterattack. At this moment, the yellow-haired host clenched his fists, energetically commenting, a desperate counterattack. Now it's Sun's turn to be pushed back step by step. What will the outcome be? As the host's gaze shifted, the two on the stage continued to dodge and weave, trading heavy blows, and Tianjin Fan once again unleashed a powerful whip kick. Sun Wukong dodged and stepped back, stabilizing his footing, only for 8 identical versions of himself to appear on the stage, encircling Tianjin Fan. The audience erupted with gasps and cheers, exclaiming in awe, as this battle fundamentally reshaped their understanding. What is happening? The yellow-haired Lan Shi was stunned, echoing the audience's confusion. No. I can't believe it. Sun has turned into 1, 2, 3. So many people. What on earth is going on? The yellow-haired host was astounded, jaw dropped in disbelief. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes followed the afterimages, and soon everyone saw a knowing smile curve his lips. Foolish fool, still trying to deceive me with afterimages up there. Tianjin Fan shouted, looking upwards, and indeed Sun Wukong's figure appeared in that position. Tianjin Fan swiftly kicked, aiming for above, only to find his attack passed right through Sun Wukong's body. It was an afterimage. What a... Tianjin Fan exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, the real Sun Wukong appeared from behind Tianjin Fan, saying, "You guessed wrong." Before the words left his mouth, Sun Wukong leveraged his jump, delivering a powerful punch straight towards Tianjin Fan's face, only to find himself in a situation eerily reminiscent of what Tianjin Fan had faced earlier. Tianjin Fan's body also transformed into an afterimage, its face still reflecting immense surprise, clearly visible. This revealed just how astonishing Tianjin Fan's speed truly was. At this point, it was Sun Wukong's turn to be astonished and bewildered. Just as Sun Wukong lost balance in the air, preparing to fall, Tianjin Fan suddenly appeared behind Sun Wukong, wearing a triumphant expression. "Gotcha. I was pretending to..." "Krillin," he anxiously called out. "Wukong behind you." Tianjin Fan's hand struck like knives towards Sun Wukong. At this moment, even Master Roshi and Krillin displayed fear, helplessly watching the scene unfold. In a critical moment, unexpectedly Sun Wukong's body transformed back into an afterimage, and then his true form emerged, kicking Tianjin Fan to the ground, leaving him motionless. As Sun Wukong landed, the other afterimages faded one by one, leaving only the real Sun Wukong. At that moment, the once boisterous audience fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. This eerie scene persisted for several seconds. Finally, amidst Bulma's ecstatic gesture, she exclaimed, "We won! Ha! We won! We won! Amazing! Finally we won! Ha ha!" The host was the first to regain his composure, stating, "Although the process was still a mystery, we at least know that Sun won with a powerful kick, defeating Tianjin Fan." At that moment, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers for the two fighters. The match was simply spectacular. As the audience's focus returned to the ring, Sun Wukong looked proudly at the fallen Tianjin Fan and said nonchalantly, "You may pretend to be fooled, but I can pretend too." Just when everyone thought Tianjin Fan couldn't get up, with incredible determination, he rose again, glaring at his opponent and angrily shouting, You despicable." Sun Wukong was taken aback by Tianjin Fan's tenacity, surprised once more. "So you're still awake?" "What? He's getting up again. That's incredible." Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin all expressed their astonishment and admiration. Now standing once more, Tianjin Fan smiled at Sun Wukong, saying, "You are the first person in my life to knock me down. You made me lose face in front of everyone." Sun Wukong replied, somewhat confused, "But I've also lost face several times in front of you." Tianjin Fan shouted, "The game ends here. I'm putting a stop to this match." Then he struck a classic pose, hands spread out beside his head, preparing to unleash the technique he had used to eliminate Matt. "Bring it on!" Sun Wukong shouted fearlessly. "Wow, that pose! Could it be the ultimate move that even the previous champion Jackie Chan couldn't escape?" The yellow-haired host passionately grabbed the microphone, shouting with a loud roar. Everyone's attention shifted back to Tianjin Fan. Solar Fist. A blinding white light erupted, far brighter than that of a welding torch, engulfing the entire martial arts arena in a sea of white. Everyone's eyes seemed to be blinded, momentarily losing their ability to see. The surface of Tianjin Fan's body flickered with the intense, blinding white light. At this moment, only the white scenery and Tianjin Fan's booming voice remained. "Wah!" Krillin and the others shielded their eyes, trying not to look at the radiant figure. Over 95% of the crowd cried out in pain. The yellow-haired host, who had been wearing sunglasses while commentating, was slightly better off, and not feeling as miserable, yet still diligently reported the blinding. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a sweeping attack, driving Sun Wukong back and turning the tide, while Sun Wukong agilely flipped, and within the white haze one could vaguely see Tianjin Fan's shadow driving a colossal, powerful punch down at Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's body in the whiteness appeared to be dazed, remaining completely still. At that moment, Sun Wukong seemed completely unaware of his opponent's position. Just as the dazzling light finally faded from the scene, a shocking sight emerged. Sun Wukong calmly extended one hand gripping Tianjin Fan's victory punch, with ease a mischievous grin spreading across his face. What? Tianjin Fan was momentarily stunned. It was known that even Master Roshi had nearly been defeated by this tactic, only managing to return to the ring through the Turtle School's energy absorption. Then Sun Wukong struck Tianjin Fan hard in the stomach with his other fist, causing him to grimace in pain. Hee solar sunglasses. Sun Wukong knew Tianjin Fan was undoubtedly puzzled, so he cheerfully revealed the key to his success, laughing, while making a peace sign. But in Tianjin Fan's eyes, Sun Wukong's innocent demeanor now appeared as a mockery. Damn it, you. Where did you get this thing? Tianjin Fan clutched his stomach in pain, staring incredulously at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong replied, I borrowed it. At that moment, Master Roshi suddenly realized his sunglasses were missing, leaving him feeling bewildered. This guy's speed is incredible. Master Roshi thought to himself. Just now, in such a critical moment, Wukong had stealthily taken his sunglasses, while also blocking Tianjin Fan's surefire strike. At the same time, Wukong retaliated against Tianjin Fan's attack, delivering a heavy punch that temporarily Over the past 3 years, Wukong's progress has been astonishing. Dumpling helped to clarify everyone's doubts. Sun Wukong approached Master Roshi saying, Thank you for your sunglasses, Master Roshi. Master Roshi, surprised, replied to his disciple Sun Wukong, Your movements are incredibly quick, and you even thought of this idea. Truly impressive. Just as Master Roshi prepared to retrieve his sunglasses from Wukong, Tianjin Fan, having regained his mobility, suddenly rolled through the air and darted towards Sun Wukong's back. With a powerful knee strike filled with fury, he slammed it onto Sun Wukong's face, shocking both him and the nearby Master Roshi and Krillin. The force of this blow was such that had it been directed at them, they would have likely collapsed immediately. At that moment, even Sun Wukong was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Krillin snapped back to reality, shouting, Wukong, revealing his deep concern for his friend. Thankfully, Sun Wukong's physical resilience was far above average. He was only slightly pained and did not fall. Sun Wukong clutched his face and head in pain, angrily praising while cursing, Damn it, that hurts. Your body is incredibly strong. Tianjin Fan, however, was not swayed. He mockingly retorted, Don't get too carried away. I only fell earlier due to a moment of carelessness. Most of the audience was cheering and rooting for Tianjin Fan, filling the air with their shouts of encouragement. Only Bulma angrily yelled, What the heck? He actually got up again. How infuriating. Clearly Bulma and the others were firmly on Sun Wukong's side, and could not support Tianjin Fan in his pursuit of victory. Bulma wanted to grab Oolong to vent her frustration, but he had already anticipated this, and dodged, leaving her with a stunned expression. She never expected Oolong to be so clever. At this moment, Yamcha looked towards Master Roshi and Krillin behind the ring, thinking that if he weren't injured, he would want to watch the match up close to learn more. Clearly Wukong and Tianjin Fan's strength and martial arts level surpassed his own, though he didn't want to admit it was the truth. Even his leg had been broken in the match by Tianjin Fan, leaving him with a bitter memory. While there was a hint of resentment, seeing Tianjin Fan's incredible martial skills also earned his admiration, as such strength was not easily attained. It required immense and arduous training to reach this level. Is that so? Master Roshi nervously replied, fearing that the secret of Jackie Chan would be exposed. Krillin continued, But for some reason your eyes look familiar, like I've seen them somewhere. Master Roshi, noticing Krillin's intense gaze, looked at him in confusion. Then Krillin said, It's my first time seeing you without your sunglasses, Master Roshi. In his innocence, Krillin had yet to consider the direction of Jackie Chan. Master Rose's face flushed red as he turned away to avoid Krillin's gaze, feigning, It's probably because my eyes are... Yet the earnest Krillin seemed skeptical, folding his arms and pondering, But I really feel like I've seen you before. Just as he was about to remember something, Master Roshi, flustered, scolded, In such a tense moment, why are you talking about trivial things? Just focus on watching the match. Krillin immediately shrank back in fear, hurriedly saying yes. At this point, the two fighters on the stage began to exchange verbal jabs. Sun Wukong declared with conviction, All right, this time I'm going to make you fall for good. Tianjin Fan retorted equally defiantly, Don't talk big. The two competitors took their stances, once more preparing for a new round of confrontation. Sun Wukong made the first move, dashing forward to launch a powerful punch at his opponent. In that critical moment, Dumpling, wanting to help Tianjin Fan, when secretly used his super abilities to immobilize Wukong's movements. Upon noticing the opening, Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce combination that knocked his opponent to the ground. At that moment, Tianjin Fan failed to notice the oddity, believing it was his opponent's fatigue that had led to the opening. Yet each time Tianjin Fan managed to exploit the gap, sending Sun Wukong flying. Now Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin Fan, saying, You're too despicable. Clearly he believed that the opponent had intentionally allowed Dumpling to use his abilities to help Tianjin Fan win the match. His methods against enemies had once been ruthless, yet after this martial arts tournament experience coupled with Master Rose's guidance, Tianjin Fan perhaps did not even realize that he was undergoing a significant change within himself, gradually becoming more like a true martial artist. Evil cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness were slowly drifting away from Tianjin Fan, while ideals of justice, friendship, fairness, and peace were drawing near. From then on, every time Sun Wukong attacked, he suddenly revealed an opening until the reactions of Yamcha, Bulma, and Krillin, as well as the opponent's repeated cryptic remarks, left him puzzled. Only then did Tianjin Fan realize, turning to look at his companion Dumpling, who had indeed extended his hands using his super abilities. At this moment, wanting a fair fight, and to win against Sun Wukong with his own strength, Tianjin Fan angrily shouted at Dumpling, "Dumpling, you mustn't interfere. I want to win against Sun Wukong with my own strength." Dumpling paused, looking at Tianjin Fan with a clueless expression. Tianjin. Just then, as Sun Wukong regained his ability to move, he overheard the conversation between Tianjin Fan and Dumpling and realized he might have misjudged Tianjin Fan. Therefore he apologized, saying, "Sorry Tianjin Fan, I misunderstood you." After a brief silence, the two resumed their physical contest, but this time Sun Wukong held the advantage. In fact, this was Tianjin Fan's deliberate way of repaying the damage he had just inflicted upon Sun Wukong. "Tianjin Fan, why aren't you resisting?" Sun Wukong asked, puzzled, looking at his opponent. "My injuries are just as severe as yours. Now we're even," Tianjin Fan explained. The battle between Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong continued. Their levels were neck and neck, resulting in an explosive clash of intense combat. No one knew who would ultimately win except for Bruce, who could not analyze the outcome based on the strength of the two fighters. Bruce, resting his chin on his hand, looked down boredly and said indifferently, "If I didn't know the outcome, given the strength level of these two, it's really hard to say who will emerge victorious." Now that I've betrayed my sect, this match is all I have left, but in a way it feels much easier. This battle no longer concerns crane style or turtle style. My only goal is to defeat you," Tianjin Fan said seriously to Sun Wukong. Dumpling, hearing his companion's words, couldn't help but smile with genuine happiness. Neither of them were truly villainous. They had previously been forced into doing things they didn't want to under orders from their sect. Now, with Crane Master having been beaten by Carissa and lying in the hospital, no one could restrain Tianjin Fan's freedom. "Damn Tianjin Fan, how could you betray your sect?" At this moment, the Crane Immortal, wrapped in bandages and gauze, listened to his beloved disciple speaking on the radio, his face turning pale with rage. First, his own brother Tao Bai Bai was killed by that little ghost named Sun Wukong from the Turtle School. Now his prized disciple seemed to have been bewitched by the old turtle and was contemplating betraying the sect. This is At this moment, the Crane Immortal was filled with hatred. No one could understand the deep sorrow and immense anger he felt. His brother was killed, he was beaten up by an unknown woman, and his prized disciple disobeyed his orders to kill that little brat from the Turtle School. And he even dared to betray the sect. A seed of revenge began to sprout in the heart of the Crane Immortal. As time passed, the morning turned to noon, and the competitors in the match would continue fighting until a victor emerged. Everyone was captivated, witnessing the imminent birth of the world's greatest martial artist, and none chose to leave. As everyone's attention returned to the arena, Sun Wukong suddenly smiled happily for Tenshinhan, saying, "It seems you have turned into a good person. Awaken. I will definitely not lose to you in this match." Tenshinhan decided to go all out. The blood boiling within him, Sun Wukong looked at his opponent with excitement, revealing a determined gaze. "Me too." The two prepared themselves again, and the host announced the match resumes. With the host's command, the audience erupted into intense applause and cheers of support. Tenshinhan's constitution was ultimately inferior to Sun Wukong's, thus his ability to withstand punishment was temporarily lacking against his opponent. After two exchanges, Sun Wukong regained the upper hand, sending his opponent crashing to the ground. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. "Wow, what a fierce counterattack from contestant Sun. This time it's Tenshinhan who has fallen." The blonde host continued narrating, seemingly numb to how many times the situation had turned. But the audience's gasps and enthusiasm remained high, showing no signs of waning. As the host began counting 1, 2, 3, 4. Before he could reach 5, Tenshinhan stood up again. He got up. Contestant Tenshinhan is back on his feet. Tenshinhan looked at his opponent with utmost seriousness, as if he had made some resolution, and calmly said, "Prepare yourself, Sun Wukong. This time I will make sure you lie down." Sun Wukong noticed that his opponent did not seem to be joking, but rather was about to unleash some ultimate move, so he took it seriously and stared intently at his opponent. Jiaozi, hearing Tenshinhan's words, gaped in fear and concern, asking doubtfully, "Could it be Tenshinhan wouldn't want to use that move, would he? As everyone's gaze focused on Tenshinhan, he opened his arms, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his expression turning somewhat pained. Sun Wukong saw his opponent's muscles trembling continuously, and at the same time, he felt a strange sensation, as if he sensed something extraordinary. At this moment, Sun Wukong had never been to the Divine Hall, and did not understand what she was. Only two people at the entire martial arts event understood this concept. One was the Turtle Immortal, and the other was Bruce in the clouds. However, the Turtle Immortal also did not know what other techniques Tenshinhan might be hiding, hence, he showed a surprised expression. What's going on? The Turtle Immortal could only sense that the chi and mental power around Tenshinhan had become somewhat abnormal, not knowing what he intended to do. The host, aware of the audience's thoughts, voiced the same question everyone had. What's happening? Contestant Tenshinhan looks like he is in great pain. Everyone held their breath, staring in shock at Tenshinhan on the white-bricked platform, confused. The wind blew through the clouds, gradually revealing a hint of Bruce's shadow, forcibly separating the chi and mental power within. Is he about to use that technique? Bruce murmured thoughtfully as he gazed below. Meanwhile, Oolong, standing by the wall of the arena, looked at Tenshinhan with a peculiar expression and thought he wouldn't want to take a dump, would he? At that moment, Tenshinhan's expression did indeed resemble the situation Oolong described. The one who knew Tenshinhan best was undoubtedly Jiaozi. Seeing Tenshinhan's chi and movements, he suddenly realized he had guessed wrong, letting out a sigh of relief and exclaiming in excitement, I got it. It's not the Kamehameha. It's the Four Demons' Fist. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed like something was about to burst out of Tenshinhan's back. This scene was particularly reminiscent of a monster suddenly sprouting a pair of wings. However, what sprouted from Tenshinhan's back were not wings, but two new arms identical to human arms. With a loud roar, two brand new arms burst out from behind with a thud. This scene frightened everyone except Bruce, turning their faces pale. They gasped in shock. The always fearful Sun Wukong, who had transformed into a giant ape during his full moon as a child, was even more terrified, his fur standing on end. Not only him, but Krillin and the Turtle Immortal were also left speechless. His hands. Wow. The blonde host gasped in terror, dropping the microphone he was holding in shock. Tenshinhan's astonishing Four Demons' Fist made its official debut in this high-level martial arts tournament. Facing his opponent's forehand, Sun Wukong was now at a loss, his mind racing for strategies. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's other companions were also stunned into silence, especially Krillin, who rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This can't be real, can it? After training under the Turtle Immortal for so many years, Krillin could be considered a martial arts master. Though he was currently short like Wukong, he was only 16 years old, yet his knowledge and martial prowess had surpassed many older experts. Even so, he had never witnessed such an eerie scene. They say that two fists are no match for four hands, and now he truly began to worry for Wukong, especially since his opponent was such a strong fighter from the Crane School. Though the Turtle Immortal did not speak, the concern in his eyes was evident. Meanwhile, Yamcha, Bulma, and Oolong were still in shock, unable to believe this was real. How could a normal human sprout two extra arms out of nowhere? Wouldn't that make him a monster? This completely overturned everyone's understanding of martial artists. No matter how exceptional a martial artist is, they are still a normal human being, at most possessing enhanced speed and strength with some flashy moves. But now Tenshinhan's technique had completely surpassed all logic. Of course, this is the typical thought of a normal person, but a true martial artist might not think the same. For example, Bruce could see at a glance how Tenshinhan achieved this. It could be said that if the gods Bobo or the Cat Immortal were here, they would see it too. This is greatly related to an individual's level of martial arts. Thus, it was normal for the Turtle Immortal as a martial arts deity to be shocked. In fact, if he understood the principle, he could even replicate it, perhaps. Thus, it was normal for the Turtle Immortal as a martial arts deity to be shocked. In fact, if he understood the principle, he could even replicate it, perhaps even better than Tenshinhan. At this moment, the host's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. This is astonishing. Contestant Tenshinhan actually has 4 arms. Is this some kind of magic? Ordinary spectators found it absurd, like magic, but the more capable Yamcha thought otherwise, pondering how Tenshinhan managed to achieve such a feat. As Yamcha stared intently at Tenshinhan, he arrogantly laughed at Sun Wukong, saying, "Awaken. Now you'll have to take double the punches." Is that even possible? At this moment, Wukong still hadn't recovered from his shock. But at this moment, Sun Wukong's opponent rushed over, quickly leaping into the air, using the force of gravity to accelerate, and struck down towards Sun Wukong with 2 normal hands. Sun Wukong raised both arms to block the attack, and both sides entered a struggle. But immediately, the 2 extra hands from Tenshinhan's back sprang into action. The 2 hands crossed, tightly clasping together, and then swung down like a hammer towards Sun Wukong's head, striking hard. The fierce force struck like it was hitting a gopher, sending Sun Wukong's body crashing to the ground, making the most intimate contact with the floor. Sun Wukong reacted quickly, instantly jumping up from the ground and retreating a distance to avoid further damage from his opponent's next attack. After creating some distance, Sun Wukong painfully touched his head, trembling from the pain. But Tenshinhan would never let such an opportunity go. He leapt again, charging towards his opponent. The 4 hands attacked like machine guns, bombarding Sun Wukong. For a moment Sun Wukong found himself in a desperate situation, constantly retreating to evade these attacks. This is bad, it's like fighting two Tinshin hands at once. As the two passed by the turtle immortal, he said calmly, as always two fists cannot match four hands. In one defense Sun Wukong was unfortunately struck by his opponent's punch sent flying and nearly falling off the edge of the arena. Sun Wukong barely managed to climb back onto the arena, then used his hands to push off the ground, quickly launching into the air, leveraging the force of gravity for a powerful flying kick at the opponent's face. After such a long build-up, how could Tianjin Fan be unprepared? He extended four hands, simultaneously capturing and binding Sun Wukong's limbs at the opponent's face. After such a long build-up, how could Tianjin Fan be unprepared? He extended four. At this moment Tianjin Fan burst into laughter. Meanwhile, under the tense gaze of Bulma and others who were anxious for Wukong, he treated Sun Wukong like a toy, forcefully smashing him against his iron head, causing Wukong to scream in pain. Then Tianjin Fan continued to unleash the same attack repeatedly, each strike straightening Wukong's tail from its curled position. In a moment of dazed pain, Sun Wukong reacted and flashed a grin at the nearby Tianjin Fan, as if he had already devised a countermeasure. Tianjin Fan, with a puzzled expression, stared at Sun Wukong, who was firmly grasped by his four limbs, unable to comprehend why Wukong was still smiling at this moment. At that moment Tianjin Fan was struck by a brown-black afterimage that whipped across his face like an iron whip, leaving him momentarily stunned. Sun Wukong revealed a joyful smile, saying, "Even if my hands and feet can't move, I still have my tail." During his previous battle with Krillin, thanks to the teachings of his grandfather Sun Wufan, Wukong had been training his tail vigorously for the past 3 years. Thus, not only had Sun Wukong long overcome the weakness of losing strength when his tail was grabbed, but he could also use this tail as a weapon to attack his enemies. Bruce thought of Raditz and the others, chuckling at Kakarot's cleverness, saying, "I didn't expect this guy to have overcome this weakness at just 15 years old. Oh, pretty smart, huh?" Due to the Saiyans' inherently arrogant nature, they believed that enemies would never discover this weakness, thinking it unnecessary to train their tails. Moreover, with their overwhelming strength, ordinary beings would not have the opportunity to realize that the tail was a weakness before being directly killed by the Saiyans' might. At that moment Tianjin Fan was struck by Sun Wukong's tail, repeatedly forcing him to throw Wukong away, no longer allowing him the opportunity to attack freely with his tail. Being too serious in battle led Tianjin Fan to forget that Sun Wukong was not like an ordinary human, as he had a tail. In the Dragon Ball world, humans come in all varieties, so Tianjin Fan did not perceive Sun Wukong as particular. He simply regarded him as a different type of human, without considering that Wukong might not be from Earth. On Earth, only a handful of people were aware of extraterrestrials: 2 fellows from the Camus Palace, Master Roshi, Bulma's family, and Dr. Jero and Commander Red from the Red Ribbon Army, along with the 3 insignificant, yet dream-filled characters from the Fried Rice Trio. Thus, Earthlings were completely ignorant of matters beyond their planet, with some not even understanding the concept of Earth. Many were only aware of events happening in their own country, and those in positions of power or strength had likely heard or seen some peculiar stories and rumors from around the world. With Sun Wukong's words shocking everyone, he declared, "All right, since you have 4 hands, I can also have 8. This declaration once again astonished everyone. Given the previous events, no one doubted the authenticity of Wukong. Then everyone witnessed Sun Wukong mimicking Tianjin Fan's expression, as if something terrifying was about to make. Even his opponent Tianjin Fan broke into a cold sweat, realizing that if what this guy said was true, things would become true. No one dared to underestimate Sun Wukong after his previously displayed strength. Krillin at this moment truly believed it, exclaiming in shock, "I didn't expect Wukong to have such a hidden skill." At this point Master Roshi was also sweating profusely, overwhelmed by the surprises his disciple had brought him. In truth, the 8 hands that Sun Wukong was about to display were not actual additional limbs like Tianjin Fan's, but rather a technique he learned from battling King Choppa. The so-called 8-hand fist was an illusion created by the speed of movement, making it appear as if the opponent truly had 8 hands. Bruce, hearing Wukong's words, shook his head slightly, saying this technique isn't anything remarkable. If faced with a faster opponent, this deceptive move would be utterly useless. In essence, the 8-hand fist, being a mere illusion, was not comparable to Tianjin Fan's 4-demon fist. However, the 8-hand fist was much simpler, similar to the afterimage fist. As long as you were fast enough, you could create even more hands. The technique relied solely on speed. Additionally, by maintaining a bit of chi on it, one could create the effect of an afterimage. One technique involves both mental strength and chi, while the other relies solely on chi. the difference between the two is evident. Of course, as long as a technique results in victory, it is a good technique. Bruce also agreed with this philosophy and did not find Kakarot's penchant for unusual techniques to be problematic. Often the simplest techniques could yield the best results. Bruce focused on the arena where Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan began to clash fiercely. After an intense exchange of offense and defense, both charged their energy and their attacks collided with a heavy impact. This time as both enveloped their bodies with chi, the collision erupted into dazzling and brilliant golden light. As the light faded when the spectators looked again, both fighters had fallen to the ground, simultaneously losing consciousness. At this moment, the yellow-haired announcer reluctantly walked up to the two and began counting. Looking at such a similar scene reminded Master Roshi of the last martial arts tournament finals, where he and little Wukong had also fallen unconscious. This battle ultimately came down to stamina, endurance, and a person's will. Tianjin Fan launched the first attack. Sun Wukong dodged his strike, and using his own agile movements appeared behind Tianjin Fan, delivering a swift kick to his calf. With his body unable to support him, Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity, wrapping his arms around Wukong's leg. The pain in his lower body made Tianjin Fan feel helpless, but fortunately his four-demon fist provided him with an extra pair of arms that could come into play. Tianjin Fan used his arms to choke Wukong's neck, while Wukong stood at Tianjin Fan's waist, tightly holding his opponent's legs and bending them forcefully toward Tianjin Fan's waist. The situation on the field fell into a stalemate, with neither side willing to let go, resulting in both fighters experiencing significant pain. In agony, Tianjin Fan pounded the ground with his fists, gritting his teeth, with veins bulging, and shouted at the Wukong on his back, "Let go of your hands. Otherwise you will die." At that moment, Sun Wukong, with a flushed face and almost suffocating due to the pressure, gritted his teeth and insisted, refusing to concede. "I will not let go even if I die." The intense pain forced Tianjin Fan to loosen his grip on Wukong's neck, and soon his arms vanished from view. Yet Sun Wukong continued to pull on Tianjin Fan's legs with all his might. Daozi intended to use his psychic abilities to assist Tianjin Fan in controlling Wukong's body, but he was abruptly reprimanded by Tianjin Fan. "Daozi, don't. You are not allowed to intervene." At the same time, Tianjin Fan exerted all his strength in a final push, finally overpowering Sun Wukong in this contest of power, propelling him violently away like a cannonball crashing through the wall behind. Thus Tianjin Fan broke free from his constraints, rising to look at the pile of rubble. He understood that such an attack would have no effect on Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong pushed the rubble aside with force and jumped out, his gaze turning incredibly sharp at that moment. After their previous clash, Sun Wukong's unparalleled strength left Tianjin Fan feeling a bit at a loss. At this point, Tianjin Fan finally decided to unleash his ultimate technique. He seriously warned Sun Wukong, "It's a pity for a person like you to die. You should step aside." "Understood." At first, Sun Wukong was somewhat skeptical, but upon seeing Tianjin Fan's grave demeanor, a rare seriousness crossed his face. Through their battle, he understood that Tianjin Fan was not someone who spoke empty words. Behind him, Master Roshi and Daozi instantly realized what Tianjin Fan meant. Master Roshi understood that this was a killing technique far more powerful than the Kamehameha. He immediately intervened, commanding Tianjin Fan, "You idiot. Tianjin Fan, do you want to die?" Simultaneously, Daozi also shouted in alarm, "It's the spirit bomb. Tianjin, stop." The audience around them broke into a cold sweat, astonished by Daozi's words. Tianjin Fan understood Master Rose's meaning, but he saw no other choice to defeat Sun Wukong. This technique not only held immense power, but also consumed the user's lifespan. Using the sky dance technique, Tianjin Fan slowly rose to a height of 100 meters before shouting down to Sun Wukong on the arena, "Prepare to receive my attack." As the championship match of the world's greatest martial arts tournament neared its conclusion, on the other side, Parks gradually approached a destination that Bruce had instructed him to go to, Kalinta, using his air dance technique. The sky near Kalinta always presented a scene of serene beauty. The towering, mysterious spire marked this ancient Kalinta, which had existed for who knows how long, as something truly extraordinary. Legend has it that at the top of Kalinta resides an immortal being, attracting many who wish to climb to the summit and catch a glimpse of this mythical figure whose existence remains uncertain. The soaring tower, seemingly without end, requires unimaginable stamina and faith to reach its peak, burying many who overestimated their abilities. Over time, no one succeeded in climbing Kalinta, and it gradually became a legend, a story passed down through the world. Those who came to see Kalinta felt a sense of awe. Those who could easily stand atop the tower were without exception living legends, such as Master Wu Tian, known as the god of martial arts. Only those who had ascended Kalinta knew that there indeed existed an immortal being, the god of martial arts, who had lived for over 800 years, known as the Cat Immortal, the true deity of Kalinta. Beneath this miraculous giant tower lived a father and son who diligently guarded the sacred Kalinta day and night. They were Upa and Upa's father, Bola. Bola was once killed here by the world's #1 assassin Tao Bai Bai, but later revived by Sun Wukong after gathering the 7 Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong's actions filled this father and son with immense gratitude, which in turn earned Sun Wukong the most sincere friendship from this kind-hearted duo. At that moment, a group of robbers riding motorcycles happened to pass by Kalinta. Out of curiosity, they stopped to take a closer look at this legendary Kalinta and see what it was all about. The robber leader named Shirlu was once a general in the Red Ribbon Army, and the twin brother of General Bruce, who was killed by his combat power reached 75 points comparable to Sun Wukong during his first participation in the world's greatest martial arts tournament, and even stronger than Krillin at that time. Logically, General Shirlu should have been killed by Tao Bai Bai as well. However, due to a series of butterfly effects triggered by Bruce and Callista's arrival on Earth, many events underwent subtle changes. As a result, this former master of the Red Ribbon Army did not die at the hands of Tao Bai Bai. Terrified of Tao Bai Bai, General Shirlu had long since left the Red Ribbon Army to become the leader of a band of robbers. However, General Shirlu did not believe in the nonsense that climbing Kalinta would make one stronger. He was an atheist who had always believed solely in his own fists and the gun in his hand. He merely came over out of curiosity after hearing that Tao Bai Bai had died here. After all, when Tao Bai Bai killed Bruce, Shirlu sought revenge and lost in a fight against Tao Bai Bai. Although Tao Bai Bai did not kill Shirlu, he left Shirlu hospitalized for 3 months. This also made him understand the terrifying nature of the world's #1 assassin Tao Bai Bai, a figure one should never provoke. Who would have thought such a fearsome guy had died here at Kalinta? Is this Kalinta? It looks impressive only because it's tall, though otherwise it doesn't seem that remarkable. General Shirlu looked up at the entire structure of Kalinta and assessed it. At that moment, Bola, returning with UPA, spotted General Bruce and his 2 subordinates. Simultaneously, he overheard these strangers insulting his beloved sacred tower, instantly inciting Bola. Bola shouted angrily at General Bruce and his companions. Who are you? Get lost. Kalinta does not welcome. Seeing their attire and fierce gazes, he immediately understood that these people were not good. Ha ha, this country bumpkin dares to teach us a lesson. Exactly, someone who has never seen the world. Do you know who our leader Shirlu is? He was once a general of the Red Ribbon Army. He possesses terrifying strength. And you think you can teach us a lesson? Ha ha ha. Let us two play with you, father and son, first, so you understand that next time it's best not to provoke. General Shirlu wore a cold and ruthless expression, crossing his arms, tacitly approving of his 2 subordinates' reckless behavior. UPA, stand here and don't move. Once your father finishes teaching these despicable villains a lesson, we'll celebrate your birthday properly, Bola instructed. Okay, UPA nodded. Bola's strength was considerable even against ordinary people with a combat power of a... At this moment, Bola confidently approached the 2 robbers, looking at them coldly. Apologize to Kalinta. Otherwise you won't leave here alive today. The 2 subordinates of Bruce exchanged glances, laughed mockingly, and suddenly pulled out daggers, stabbing fiercely at Bola. Simply dodged the attack with a swift move and delivered a heavy punch, knocking one robber into unconsciousness. Then he charged at the remaining robber, delivering a flying kick that sent the robber crashing into a tree, rendering him The entire process took less than 2 seconds, indicating that Bola's strength was not weak. Even in the world's greatest martial arts tournament, he would at least rank within the top 15. General Shirlu watched Bola with interest, a cigarette in his mouth, slightly praising. Not bad, no wonder you dared to speak such bold words. All of Shila's subordinates were specially selected soldiers. Their combat skills and physical abilities were definitely not. Shirlu had tested each of them using Dr. Jiro's combat power detector, with the lowest score being 10 points. One of Shila's subordinates possessed a strength of 20 points, while the other had an incredible strength of 25 points, as indicated by the combat power detector. The limit for an ordinary human on Earth is only about 10 points, with most having only 5 points, or even below. He'll give you a chance. Join me, Shirlu, as my subordinate, and he'll spare your son. In the blink of an eye, only an unextinguished cigarette remained on the ground. Unbeknownst to Shirlu, he had captured UPA, using him as leverage against Bola while producing a radar-like watch and pressing a button revealing a number of 50. Such strength could only be possessed by martial artists. General Shirlu, having developed a fondness for UPA, intended to recruit him under his command. In the past, someone had tested Tao Bai Bai's power when he was in the Red Ribbon Army, and his score was as high as 105 points, equivalent to 21 times that of an ordinary human. Even a powerful expert like General Shirlu had to bow his head and admit defeat under the might of such a monster. Let me go, you villain. UPA struggled desperately as Shirlu held him, his punches and kicks having no effect. General Shila's cold gaze remained fixed on Bola, ready to crush the little boy in his grasp if he dared to refuse. UPA! Bola shouted anxiously. At the same time, relying on his speed and strength, Bola attempted to snatch UPA back from General Shirlu. Thus Bola dashed forward, throwing a punch at General Shila's face. Bola's confident and unstoppable attack as it approached General Shirlu was effortlessly caught by Shirlu, who simply raised his palm to grasp the blow that could shatter mountains. General Shirlu scoffed. Your strength is indeed impressive, but unfortunately you encountered me, General Shirlu. Bola tried to retract his fist, but Shila's hand, much smaller than his, gripped his fist like a vice, refusing to budge no matter how much strength he exerted. Losing patience, General Shirlu released his grip on the fist, tossing UPA to the ground, and then swiftly moved in front of Bola, delivering heavy punches to the towering Bola, who had no room to fight back. You villain! Once I find my brother Wukong, I will definitely tell him that you killed my father. Crying, UPA struggled to rise from the ground, glancing at his seemingly lifeless father before turning to flee in search of son Wukong to tell him what had happened today. However, upon hearing the name Sun Wukong, General Shirlu recalled the little monster who had single-handedly annihilated the entire Red Ribbon army years ago, causing him to feel a twinge of fear. Thus, he could not let this little boy named UPA escape under any circumstances. With swift jumps, General Shirlu intercepted UPA, saying, "Little boy, since you are a friend of Sun Wukong, then you shall." Just as General Shirlu was about to kill UPA, a voice called out, "Excuse me, who is UPA here? Who is this big brother?" UPA's expression was a mix of sadness and confusion. He did not recognize this seemingly powerful big brother. My. General Shirlu turned to look behind him, but saw no one. Then his gaze shifted upward, realizing that the one who had spoken was floating in midair. How is this possible? General Shirlu felt as if his brain was overheating. This was impossible. How could a person float in midair without any tools? It defied the laws of gravity on Earth. Big brother, I am UPA? Who are you? UPA timidly asked Parks, who he did not recognize. Hey, you there, no matter who you are, if you dare to play tricks in front of General Shirlu, you'd better get lost. General Shirlu threatened, believing that Parks was performing magic. After all, besides Tao Bai and that little monster named Sun Wukong, General Shirlu considered himself the strongest person in the world. Naturally, he looked down on everyone else. At this moment, Parks, uninterested in General Shirlu, gracefully landed on the ground and walked straight to UPA, saying, "Hello UPA, I am a friend of Wukong's friend. My name is Parks. Would you like to be my disciple? I can teach you cultivation." Parks' indifferent attitude finally angered General Shirlu. He threw a universal capsule to the ground, and with a loud bang, a rocket launcher emerged, aimed at Parks, shouting, "Since you are also a friend of that little monster, you shall die with him. Watch out." Before UPA could fully react to Parks' words, he saw General Shirlu pulling out a weapon aimed at. Then he pressed the trigger to launch. Bang! Boom! A tremendous noise erupted, scattering the clouds in the sky with the explosive power of the weapon. Then he pressed the trigger to launch. Bang! Boom! A tremendous noise erupted. Amidst General Shirlu's expressions of terror and confusion, Parks extended a finger and flicked General Shirlu on the forehead, instantly sending him flying into the sky. No! No! General Shirlu's desperate scream echoed. Boom! Another thunderous explosion sounded, and General Shirlu actually self-destructed in midair. Afterward, Parks used the sky dance technique to arrive above Corinta, made a brief introduction, and took away 10 divine. By the way, remember what Bruce told you before: keep the divine beings safe, and don't let that fat guy named Yakalobe eat them. As before leaving, Parks specifically instructed. Faced with the immense aura within Parks, the cat immortal nodded obediently and hid all the divine beings, leaving only 3 for emergencies. Then Parks fed a divine being to the still-breathing Bora, who immediately revived fully. After a brief communication, UPA agreed to become Parks' disciple. 3 years later, during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, a dark horse emerged, shocking experts like Sun Wukong and Piccolo. As Bruce received a telepathic message from Parks, he felt much more at ease. His plan was aimed at Piccolo 3 years later. As for the current old Piccolo, he was too weak, and Parks expressed his disinterest in sparring with a weakling. To this, Bruce let him be. After all, Parks was a life form created by Bruce using the lifeless technique, and he was in a sense a part of Bruce's own Spalito, so such pride was understandable. In truth, only Bruce knew that the vessel for Parks' existence was actually a lifeless fruit that fell from the Tree of Life in the ancient temple on planet Namek. This matter was known only to Bruce and the Grand Elder of Namek. In other words, 3 years later, Parks would once again transform into a cold, lifeless fruit core. Recollecting his thoughts, Bruce's gaze returned to the final battle between Tien Shinhan and Sun Wukong. Tien Shinhan hovered in the air, drawing all his chi, leaving only a trace to maintain his stamina as flickers of lightning appeared in his hands. As long as I control my strength well, it shouldn't be a problem, Tien Shinhan thought to himself, while his attack was already aimed at the entire arena. After gathering his energy, Tien Shinhan shouted Kamehameha. The entire martial arts tournament venue was dyed a yellow-red hue by Tien Shinhan's Kamehameha. The tremendous power of the Kamehameha was akin to a giant missile exploding suddenly. Master Roshi, realizing the terrifying power of the Kamehameha, urgently shouted to Wukong, "Wukong, quick dodge." The terrifying shockwave generated a violent wind blowing through the martial arts tournament venue, as if it were caught in a massive typhoon. This is the terrifying aspect of the Kamehameha. At that moment, the arena is gone. Krillin exclaimed in shock, staring at the dark abyss where the arena once stood. All the spectators looked terrified, staring in astonishment at the arena's pit, gasping in disbelief, feeling a chill down their spines, and breaking into a cold sweat. What? What on earth happened? The arena disappeared in an instant. The host with yellow hair walked to the edge of the deep pit, sweating profusely, nervously explaining. Even though the yellow-haired host had hosted countless matches, he had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Master Roshi was crouched by the broken wall, peering into the deep pit, his expression grave, while feeling a strange sense of dread. Really? It's strange. What terrifying destructive power. The Kamehameha isn't this strong. Master Rose's words reached Bulma and Yamcha's ears. Bulma's expression had already frozen, disbelievingly staring at the bottomless pit of the arena. Was this an attack that a human could unleash? From a young age, Bulma had seen and experienced much, but at that moment she began to question her life. Yamcha, regaining his senses, asked in confusion, Wukong. Wukong, where is he? Bulma also reacted, looking around in shock for Sun Wukong's figure at the arena. Krillin, also sweating profusely, crouched by the broken wall, incredulously saying, Wukong is gone. Wukong disappeared with the arena. Hearing his disciple Krillin's words, Master Roshi remained silent, his expression deep in thought, seemingly quietly. At that moment, Master Roshi suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. At this moment, Bulma, Oolong, Yamcha, and Puar, these companions of Sun Wukong, looked sorrowfully at the deep pit before them. Bulma sadly called out Sun Wukong's name, Wukong. Only one person's eyes were continuously scanning the surroundings, and that was the martial arts god Master Roshi. Krillin was still gazing into the pit, heartbroken, shouting, Wukong. Just as he was about to burst into tears, Master Roshi reached out, interrupting Krillin's emotions. Wait a minute. Wukong is still alive. Ooh, I can feel his chi. Krillin looked at his teacher Master Roshi with some doubt. Really? Where is he? He searched for Wukong with his eyes. At this moment, the only people present who understood or had heard of the concept of chi were Bruce, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan's son Wukong, and Jiaozi. As for Krillin and Yamcha, their levels were not sufficient, and they had not yet been exposed to this concept. This also had to do with the cultivation philosophies of the two schools, one focusing on foundational training and gradual progress, while the other trained as hard as possible as long as they didn't die. Hearing the words of Master Roshi, the martial arts god on par with his own master Jiaozi, also looked at him with a doubtful attitude, saying, still alive. Really? No one knew better than Jiaozi the power of Tien Shinhan's Kamehameha, so he was somewhat skeptical, holding on to a thread. At that moment, Tien Shinhan was panting heavily in the air, looking down at the vanished arena, and he too had not found Sun Wukong's figure. Krillin was still asking his teacher where Wukong was, completely oblivious to Master Rose's gaze fixed on the sky. At this moment, Jiaozi, who had been watching Master Roshi, also followed his gaze and looked up at the sky. A cool breeze blew past, revealing a backdrop of azure sky with sparse white. The figure in the red martial arts uniform with the character turtle on his chest was none other than Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong's clothes were tattered, his body blackened, looking somewhat disheveled as he gazed at the arena that had vanished thousands of meters below, letting out a sigh of relief. At the same time, his body was in free fall, slowly descending. At this time, Krillin also slightly raised his head, showing an expression of disbelief as he saw his close friend Wukong's current position, stunned in shock. Then everyone reacted and looked up at the sky. Even Master Rose's turtle at home did the same, forgetting he was just a turtle stumbling backward and struggling to get up. At this moment, Jiaozi, who was crouched by the wall, smiled. Great. Neither of them is dead. The yellow-haired host, being very clever, pulled out a telescope and looked up at the sky. Found it. The contestant Sun jumped high in the air. At the moment, the arena vanished, not knowing. This can only be described as a miracle. Hearing the host's words, the audience erupted in exclamations. Some human infants held in arms were even sniffing, displaying curious and adorable expressions toward everything. At this moment, the host's telescope captured Tien Shinhan utilizing the sky dance technique, rapidly ascending to the same height as Sun Wukong. At the same time, Tien Shinhan wore a confident smile. At this time, Sun Wukong looked puzzled at Tien Shinhan, not understanding the meaning behind his expression. Tien Shinhan's mindset had undergone a huge change from the start of the match until now, genuinely praising, incredible. You actually managed to jump to such a high altitude in that instant. At that moment, Wukong on the opposite side explained, your special move is very strong. If I hadn't escaped as you said, I might have really died. As a piercing ray of sunlight flashed by, Tien Shinhan said seriously, but unfortunately, you have already lost this match. Because you cannot fly in the air and the arena below has long since vanished, which the outcome of this match depends on who lands first. Hearing Tien Shinhan's words, Wukong also glanced at Tien Shinhan continued, I can use the sky dance technique to fly in the air. The victor has already been decided. Master Roshi below also felt that Wukong had already lost at that moment, because his disciple did not know the sky dance technique, and Master Roshi himself looked down on using crane school techniques, so he had never taught them any flying techniques. He only gave his disciple son, Wukong, a nimbus cloud. All is lost. Master Roshi sighed in relief. This match had reached this point no longer concerning victory or defeat. Both of them were winners. Krillin nodded in agreement beside him. The Jiaozi opposite them tilted his head and smiled at the two people in the sky. They won. Sun Wukong's powerful martial arts had long made Jiaozi acknowledge this short figure with a tail. Sun Wukong observed the situation at that moment, fell silent for a while, and then confidently said, "All right. Since it is like this, I will use the remaining strength to deal with you." Upon hearing this, Tian Xinhan displayed a look of shock and fear. He knew that Sun Wukong would never boast, and if he truly had some ultimate move he hadn't used, then he would undoubtedly be the one to lose. Thus Tian Xinhan asked in disbelief, "What can you possibly do while in such an unfavorable position in the air?" At the same time, Tian Xinhan prepared to defend himself. Wukong on the opposite side also explained, "You used your special move just now, your movements should have become sluggish. Get ready." Hearing these words, Tian Xinhan trembled all over, staring intently at his opponent, not understanding what other ultimate move Sun Wukong could still unleash. At this moment, Sun Wukong struck a signature pose of the Turtle School's unique technique, came. Tian Xinhan looked at Sun Wukong with disbelief, wondering if he didn't realize that the Kamehameha would not work against him. So he confirmed with Sun Wukong, "What did you say?" "The Kamehameha." At that moment, the host also saw the situation through the telescope and informed the audience, "Contestant Sun has struck a pose that seems to be the Kamehameha." As the host's gaze shifted upward, he saw Tian Xinhan, who wore a disdainful expression, saying, "I thought it was something else. At this point, it's still the Kamehameha. That's not effective against me. Don't waste your energy." Ha ha. Upon hearing Tian Xinhan's doubts, Sun Wukong's expression became somewhat angry as he continued to draw the remaining chi from his body, gathering it in his hands. At that moment, the creator of the Kamehameha, Master Roshi, muttered to himself, "No, the Kamehameha won't be able to take down that kid Tian Xinhan." Krillin chose to believe in Wukong at that moment, stammering, "But perhaps, with Wukong's immense power, he might unleash a supersized Kamehameha. Know that guy Tianjin fan, he knows the Turtle School's Kamehameha, but it would be useless. This is unrelated to the level of power." In the previous match, Tianjin fan had astonished everyone by using the Kamehameha of the Turtle School. At this moment, Krillin helplessly shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, saying, How could this happen? This time it's over, we've definitely lost." Following Krillin's gaze at this moment, Sun Wukong had completely gathered his chi in his palms, and the Kamehameha, swirling with blue and white flames, quietly took shape. Tianjin fan was still trying to persuade him, saying, "Doing this will only drain your energy." But Sun Wukong was stubborn. Once he decided on something, no one could change his mind. At this moment, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha was already in a state ready to unleash. Suddenly, Sun Wukong turned around. Instead of launching the Kamehameha at Tianjin fan, he forcefully pushed it down toward the ground. The immense thrust propelled Sun Wukong's body toward Tianjin fan. Tianjin fan was taken aback, panicking as he watched his opponent rush toward him at an incredible speed. During the impact, Sun Wukong confidently stated, "No matter how strong you are, you'll still be affected in the air." At this moment, the turtle sage in the sky was utterly shocked, mouth agape, gasping in realization, "I see. So that's how it is." As Sun Wukong prepared his momentum, his head as solid as iron charged at Tianjin fan's chest with incredible speed and force. Tianjin fan at this moment had no way to evade this all-out attack. His expression turned to one of terror. Oh no. The solid iron head crashed into Tianjin fan like a cannonball. Krillin and the turtle sage, witnessing this scene, instantly became excited and shouted joyfully, "We won." Meanwhile, the dedicated host with the blonde pompadour, wearing sunglasses and a small suit, passionately clenched his fists and began to comment. Contestant Sun transformed the explosive power of the Kamehameha into thrust and executed a body impact in midair. We won. How great." Meanwhile, the calm turtle sage quickly analyzed the situation, speaking coolly, "No, wait. Some rejoice while others worry." At this moment, Krillin happily remarked, "Tianjin fan seems to have passed out." It's still too early to be happy. At this moment, Sun Wukong, having exhausted his energy, tried to move slightly upward, but found his body unresponsive. Sun Wukong could only watch helplessly as he and the unconscious Tianjin fan fell at the same height. The host, observing the situation below, took the microphone to explain the true condition of the two contestants to the audience. "This is bad. Damn. The energy used for the Kamehameha has exhausted him, and his body won't respond." In midair, Sun Wukong desperately tried to pause, even for a moment, to land after his opponent, which would allow him to win the match. But at this moment, he had no strength left. He couldn't even stabilize his own body. Meanwhile, Tianjin fan had lost consciousness and had already fainted. To capture the live situation, the host took out a universal capsule, and with a bang, a helicopter appeared. Since the two had already drifted from the ring due to the wind, they were blown off course. The host, holding the microphone, hopped into the helicopter and quickly said, "We need to go confirm." As a beam of light appeared, the helicopter elegantly flew in a perfect arc toward the plummeting Sun Wukong and Tianjin fan. They are almost at the same position. The situation seems slightly unfavorable for contestant Sun. The blonde host deliberately flew to the same level to compare their heights. Hearing the commentator's words, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and with great difficulty once again assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. As Sun Wukong's voice rang out, "Kamehameha." He finally unleashed a Kamehameha with the power of a mere fart, propelling his body slightly upward, creating several meters of distance from Tianjin Fan. Seeing this situation, Sun Wukong couldn't help but grin happily. At this moment, how could such a change not involve the most dedicated host of all time? He continued to explain to the audience, unaware of the situation connected to the loudspeakers, so even from afar, everyone could hear clearly. Contestant Sun has used it again. Although it was small, he had executed the Kamehameha again. Now the situation is favorable for contestant Sun. Bulma and the others immediately cheered, awesome. Krillin also finally breathed a sigh of relief, but since the match began his heart had been hanging in the air. At this moment, the bodies of Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong resembled two meteors falling from the sky, swiftly passing through the glass windows of the city, casting their shadows. Below there was a large green lawn with a few vehicles leisurely passing by on the road. As the two were about to hit the ground, the pedestrians and vehicles were all startled. Just as Tianjin Fan flew past a bus, the driver, who had a delicious snack in his mouth, was so scared that his scalp tingled and his face turned pale as he slammed on the brakes. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who was thinking about landing first, was suddenly struck heat by the bus. Contestant Sun has such bad luck. He was hit by a car on the side of the road and fell to the ground first. Therefore, this time, contestant Tianjin Fan wins. The champion has been determined. The title of the world's best martial artist has fallen into the hands of contestant Tianjin Fan. This great moment has finally arrived. As the host announced the result, everyone on site was dumbfounded, unable to believe that the champion emerged in such a way. After about 3 or 4 seconds of silence, the crowd erupted into an exhilarating cheer. The scene was no less shocking than a Michael Jackson concert. At this moment, Jiaozi, present at the scene, expressed his excitement upon hearing that Tianjin Fan was the champion, revealing feelings of joy that were hard to articulate. This is truly remarkable. Truly remarkable. The fierce competition of the world's best martial arts conference. Listening to the host's voice, only Krillin's smile gradually faded, revealing an expression of deep concern for Wukong. Krillin slowly turned away. The driver who hit them, now dazed, stepped out of the car and stood frozen in place, afraid to. And contestant Sun, who was hit by the car, no matter how much praise we offer them, it still feels insufficient to express our admiration. At this moment, both Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan lay on the ground unconscious, not moving for a long time. The driver who hit them, now dazed, stepped out of the car and stood frozen in place, afraid to move, while the helicopter above continued to hover. At this moment, Krillin could no longer hold back. He turned and ran wildly towards the edge of the arena, vaulting over the high wall, ignoring everything else, quickly jumping over the spectators, and crazily sprinted towards Wukong. Wukong. Finally, Krillin, having crossed through the sea of people, shouted Sun Wukong's name, each decibel hiding his concern for him. At this moment, Bulma, with mixed feelings, spoke. Wukong. Yamcha gently called out to Bulma and the others. Let's go. We need to check on Wukong. At this moment, knowing Yamcha's leg was broken and that it was difficult to squeeze through the crowd with crutches, Lan Shi took out a submachine gun, fired a burst into the sky, and then emptied the magazine towards the ground. Seeing where Bulma and her group were heading, an audience member paused for a moment and then said to his companion, "Let's go." With someone leading the way, almost tens of thousands of spectators surged toward the place where Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan had fallen. Such a grand scene directly caused a traffic jam, with bewildered pedestrians staring at this spectacle. The first to rush over Krillin had already reached Sun Wukong. Looking at Sun Wukong, who lay on the ground battered and unable to move, Krillin was momentarily stunned, staring at this innocent and pure guy he had trained with since childhood. A puddle of water in front of Krillin reflected his red figure. At this moment, Sun Wukong, sensing something, slowly regained some awareness and struggled to raise his head, seeing a blurry figure before him. As Sun Wukong's vision cleared, he finally recognized the first person to arrive by his side. Krillin grinned, genuinely happy for Wukong. This smile was one that Wukong would remember for a lifetime. The sun was behind Krillin, and with this seemingly insignificant instinctive action, he shielded Wukong from the. Krillin felt a mix of emotions as he looked at Sun Wukong before him and gently called out, "Wukong." Almost fainting, Sun Wukong, upon seeing Krillin, also felt genuinely happy and called out, "Krillin." Meanwhile, the audience, who admired and respected the young contestant Sun Wukong, only 15 years old, had surrounded him, making it difficult for him to move. "Congratulations. Congratulations." At the same time, there were heartfelt admiration and excited laughter from the crowd. "This match I will never forget. Tianjin Fan. You were amazing. So great." Sun Wukong received similar praise and admiration. At this moment Tianjin Fan spotted the turtle sage in the crowd who nodded at him. The turtle sage, eyes fixed on Tianjin Fan, used his telepathy to say, "That's right. The applause of these people, the encouragement of these people, their blessings, are all given to you. You have touched people's hearts." Only the short Krillin, looking at the sea of taller people, felt awkward and didn't dare to move, quietly watching the two victors whose fierce gazes met. Listening to the turtle sage's words, Tianjin Fan felt a mix of emotions, gazing at the turtle sage before him and subconsciously called out, "Master Wu Tian." On the other side, Sun Wukong was being enthusiastically lifted by the audience, tossed above their heads, and caught again repeating this process. A scene of jubilation. As Tianjin Fan was lost in thought, he was lifted onto the shoulders of a burly, elderly man with a muscular physique, who said, "Champion, let's take you to your rival now." Simultaneously, this elderly man winked at Tianjin Fan, indicating he was watching out for him. Sun Wukong experienced the same, seated atop another shoulders. The scene fell silent, seemingly waiting for Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong to speak. But both remained silent for a while. Bulma quietly watched Wukong with concern in the crowd. Lan Shi also wore a slight smile of a winner, quietly observing Tianjin Fan and Wukong. At this moment, the emotionally intelligent Yamcha was the first to applaud. With one person leading, the others followed. Suddenly, a cute little zombie flew out from the crowd, and Jiaozi happily cheered for both Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong. The master raised his hand. At that moment, the turtle hermit nodded to his disciple Wukong from the crowd, indicating that his performance was excellent. Seeing that the turtle hermit recognized him, Sun Wukong finally grinned and laughed easily. As the sun began to set, casting a beautiful golden hue, 2 wild geese flew south, and the sparse coconut trees were bathed in the afterglow. At this time, the voice of the blonde host echoed from the martial arts conference's loudspeaker, "So see you all in 3 years. Goodbye." At that moment, Bruce, who had been watching from the clouds for a long time, felt a stir in his heart as he gazed toward the direction of Calabru Island, smiling to himself and saying, "So this is the true meaning of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Indeed, life is not just about fighting, but also encompasses companionship and the precious things like friendship." At this time, Bruce, using his telepathic abilities, spoke to the turtle hermit. "Old man, this is Bruce. No need to be surprised or nervous, though I want to. You should have already noticed my presence near the martial arts conference, right?" The turtle hermit looked around in surprise, unexpectedly searching for Bruce's figure, and began to communicate with him mentally. "Bruce. Yes. Yes. Do you need something from me?" Bruce said casually, "Don't forget what I told you before. You must not disclose our message to others. Moreover, considering that guy Sun Wukong, he'll give you a bit of help for free. If you encounter any insurmountable problems in the future, just send someone to Kalinta." Kaka wrote, "Although you were my favorite character in my past life as a child, but I'm sorry, there are some things you must experience. Only through loss can one learn to cherish." A breeze blew by and Bruce, sitting in the clouds, instantly appeared on Calabru Island. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit at the martial arts conference slightly revealed a pensive expression, not understanding what Bruce's words truly meant. "Kalinta, what a nostalgic place." The turtle hermit murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. After a while, the turtle hermit shook his head, his thoughts returning to the martial arts conference, exclaiming, "This year's martial arts tournament has finally concluded. Everyone's performance was outstanding." At this time, his best partner Krillin looked at Sun Wukong, who was next to him drinking from the faucet, and said regretfully, "Wukong might feel disappointed, right? If he hadn't been hit by that vehicle." At this moment, hearing Krillin's words, Sun Wukong shrugged nonchalantly. "There's nothing we can do, losing is losing." Then, as Sun Wukong intended to wipe his face, he unexpectedly found that his turtle hermit martial arts uniform had torn open. After such an intense battle, even the best quality clothing would likely tear, let alone this one, which was made from the cheapest fabric just to save money by the old turtle hermit. This scene made Krillin burst into laughter. "Your clothes have torn again. Wait a minute, let me lend you this one." Since Sun Wukong and Krillin are about the same size now, Krillin's clothes fit Sun Wukong just right. Krillin himself changed into the suit that Lan Shi had previously made for the two of them. At this moment, Tianjin Fan arrived. Sun Wukong curiously looked at Tianjin Fan and greeted him. Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan also responded by calling out Sun Wukong's name, then walked over and said, "Sun Wukong, I have some." Then Tianjin Fan took out an envelope. Krillin, who had changed clothes, came over and curiously asked, "Isn't this the prize for the champion?" Facing Krillin and Sun Wukong's confusion, Tianjin Fan sincerely said, "Sun Wukong, you can take half of the prize here. I only won by luck. In terms of strength, I have already lost." At this moment, Sun Wukong quickly put on the clothes Krillin had given him and smiled sincerely, saying, "You don't have to give it to me. I don't even know how to use money." Sun Wukong has never used money since he was young. He has always eaten whatever was available, going where the food was. Similarly, Sun Wukong would use his strength to help each friend resolving various issues they encountered. At this time, Tianjin Fan lowered his head somewhat shamefully and said, "But, ha ha ha, Luck is also a form of strength, and Wukong needs to encounter experts like you to learn and grow in various aspects. The turtle hermit walked over expressing gratitude to Tianjin Fan. I believe that after this experience Wukong's martial arts strength and realm will definitely improve significantly. Upon hearing the turtle hermit's words Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, saying yeah, that's how it is. Tianjin Fan was still contemplating the turtle hermit's words, realizing that Sun Wukong was also a very good opponent. He learned a lot this time. In this regard Tianjin Fan sincerely appreciated both the turtle hermit and Sun Wukong. At this moment Bulma and the others who had waited outside for a long time without seeing Wukong and the others walked in together. Bulma reminded them slightly, what are you all still doing here? It's almost time to go back. Hearing this Wukong nodded at In the crowd Yamcha, seeing Tianjin Fan here, leaned on his cane and walked up to him, quietly observing him. After all, during the match Tianjin Fan had not only won, but also broken Yamcha's leg, an act he definitely felt was wrong. Just as he was about to apologize, unexpectedly Yamcha said something surprising. Looking into Tianjin Fan's eyes, he congratulated him. Congratulations on winning the championship. Hearing this, Tianjin Fan also apologized to Yamcha. I'm sorry for what I did to you during the match. Oh, please don't take it to heart. Yamcha then replied, it's better than not being alive, right? Indeed, in the past Tianjin Fan had intended to kill all those under the turtle hermit. Yamcha's statement held no. At this moment Yamcha symbolically tapped Tianjin Fan's chest lightly with his fist, continuing, next time I will challenge. Tianjin Fan, surprised by Yamcha's magnanimity, was instantly impressed by his broad-mindedness. Therefore he quickly said with a hint of apology, all right. If you don't mind, would you like to come to my place? I would be very welcoming of you. The turtle hermit actually took a liking to Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, believing them to be rare gems. It was only due to the crane hermit that they had taken the wrong path, like Tao Bai Bai. The turtle hermit actually took a liking to Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, believing them to be rare gems. It was only due to the crane hermit that they had taken the wrong path, like. Upon hearing the turtle hermit's words, Lan Shi with her blonde hair quickly raised her hands in agreement, exclaiming, I agree. I like men with wildness. The usually fierce Lan Shi surprisingly showed a rare blush in front of everyone. However, even with her face reddened, she spoke with her usual domineering tone. At this moment, everyone stared at her in astonishment. Lan Shi continued, if you come to the turtle hermit's place, I will take special care of you. You can rest assured. Tianjin Fan, hearing everyone's enthusiastic invitation, still politely declined. Thank you for your kindness. Regardless of whether we have betrayed our sect, we used to be disciples of the crane hermit. I can't shamelessly trouble you. I want to live somewhere else with Jiaozi. As Tianjin Fan finished speaking, the turtle hermit understood the reason for his refusal and nodded, saying, I see. At this moment Lan Shi angrily punched the air in frustration and continued to invite, darn it. Then, let's be pen pals. Seeing such an awkward scene, the turtle hermit quickly spoke to break the tension. The turtle hermit addressed both Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan simultaneously, saying, what does everyone think? How about we all go out for a meal together? Wukong and Tianjin Fan, you both need to fill your stomachs before storing your strength. This suggestion received unanimous approval from everyone, especially the big eater Sun Wukong, who raised both hands in support. Hearing this great idea, Tianjin Fan also agreed, while politely saying, in that case, let me treat everyone. At this time Krillin revealed a mischievous smile, pointing at Wukong, saying, we have an unimaginable big. Sun Wukong didn't understand why Krillin was pointing at him, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that they could eat. The group arrived at a nice restaurant. At that moment Sun Wukong suddenly remembered that he had left his Dragon Balls and Rui stick backstage at the martial arts conference. I left Grandpa's Dragon Balls and Rui stick at the venue, and need to go back and retrieve them. After saying this, Sun Wukong turned around to go back. I left Grandpa's Dragon Balls and Rui stick at the venue, and need to go back and retrieve them. After saying this, Sun Wukong turned around to go back. At this time Krillin, who was behind Sun Wukong, stopped him, and said, no need, Gil help you get them back. Aren't you tired? Krillin considered that Wukong had just finished the match and had sustained so many injuries, he couldn't bear to see him struggle. At that moment Sun Wukong shrugged, casually saying, it's fine. Unfortunately his stomach betrayed him, rumbling loudly. Sun Wukong awkwardly looked at his stomach, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry. Knowing Wukong, while Krillin laughed heartily, and continued, no worries, we'll go get them. Krillin turned around, and ran towards the martial arts venue alone. Wukong thanked Krillin, saying, thank you, I appreciate it. As Krillin ran, he looked back at Wukong, and waved, saying, make sure. Sun Wukong also waved back, smiling, and agreeing okay. Everyone noticed that Wukong and Krillin had been outside for a while, so they all walked out, curiously watching the direction Krillin ran. At this moment Sun Wukong smiled, watching Krillin head towards the venue. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, he felt a jolt in his heart, and curiously shouted, Krillin. Hearing Wukong call his name, Krillin immediately stopped, turned back under the setting sun, and curiously smiled, while, upon hearing Krillin's question, Sun Wukong suddenly froze, unable to recall why he had called out to Krillin. Listening to Krillin's cheerful laughter, a dazed Sun Wukong curiously gazed at him from afar. Meanwhile, the group was completely silent, watching Krillin's long shadow under the setting sun. This scene at this moment felt eerily frozen in time. Like Sun Wukong, everyone was at a loss for why. At this time, Sun Wukong awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "I seem to have forgotten what I wanted to say." Hearing this, the other companions felt somewhat helpless towards Wukong. Ha ha ha. Everyone looked at Wukong and suddenly burst into laughter. In the distance, Krillin, hearing that everything was fine, continued running towards the venue, saying, "Wait for me, they'll be back soon." Everyone else walked into the restaurant, saying, "I'm starving." Only Wukong stayed behind, watching Krillin's running figure. Then he turned around, preparing to go in for a meal. Just before entering, a strange feeling suddenly flashed in Wukong's. So he turned back to look at Krillin's blue-suited figure running in the setting sun. This scene quietly continued until Krillin's shadow completely disappeared. Seeing that the street was already empty, Wukong finally walked into the restaurant. "I'm starving." At this moment, Lan Chi could hardly bear her hunger, complaining with words. Bulma felt a bit strange, wondering why Krillin was so slow today, which was not like his usual style. Curiously, she muttered to herself, "Why is Krillin taking so long? What on earth is he doing? I'm so hungry." Everyone had already put on their scarves, waiting for Krillin to arrive so they could officially start eating. Oolong was already drooling, exclaiming, I can't hold on any longer." After the championship match that lasted nearly an entire day, everyone had no time to eat and were already famished. Everyone responded in unison, "Let's eat." Everyone began to eat. However, Son Goku unusually did not start eating right away. The observant old turtle noticed this and curiously asked, "Young Master Goku, why aren't you eating?" Goku, sitting obediently in his chair, explained, "I want to wait for Krillin to come back before eating." At this moment, Oolong, who was devouring his food, joked, "Don't worry about him, he's probably eating grass by the roadside." Bulma chimed in, "Exactly, just eat already." Goku. Bulma's words had all been heard by Goku, and he began to sense something was off. With Krillin's usual speed, he should not. Goku's expression started to change, becoming somewhat uneasy. As the saying goes, the one who knows you best must be your rival. At this moment, Tenshinhan was the first to notice Goku's unusual expression. He asked, "What's wrong, Goku?" Goku didn't answer. Suddenly, he felt as though something important had left him. His eyes lost their usual light as he silently sensed something. Looking at everyone staring at him, the world around Goku seemed to lose its color, and at that moment, he could hear Krillin's desperate cries calling out to him. This strange feeling was reminiscent of when his grandfather's son Gohan left him suddenly. Suddenly, Goku jumped off his chair and ran outside frantically, causing the chair to topple over. Bulma, confused, called after the hurried Goku, "Goku, what's wrong?" Yamcha also noticed Goku's odd behavior, but at this moment Goku ignored everyone, only wanting to reach the venue quickly to see Krillin with his own eyes. As he ran, he shouted Krillin's name loudly, "Krillin." Strangely, there was no response from anyone in the vicinity of the martial arts tournament. Upon reaching the venue, Goku rushed into the backstage entrance and saw a scene that would sadden him for a lifetime. Goku's face instantly showed disbelief and shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Standing at the entrance, frozen, he saw Krillin dressed in a blue suit, lifelessly lying on the ground, his hat tossed aside, and the Nyoibo lying quiet. Goku quickly ran over, shaking Krillin's body as if in disbelief, crying out Krillin's name. "Krillin, what happened?" At this moment, the yellow-haired host, also unable to move, lay on the ground, looking at Goku, trembling as he managed to say it. A monster appeared. A creature came through the window, took the strange orb and the tournament's name list, and ran away. Goku ignored the yellow-haired host and continuously shook Krillin's body, hoping he would wake up and look at him. Krillin. No matter how much Goku called, Krillin remained lifeless, blood at the corner of his mouth, eyes wide open without a hint of life. "Krillin. Krillin." Goku looked at the wounds and blood on Krillin's face, his voice growing fainter. Goku called out again, but Krillin still did not respond, unable to wake up. "Krillin. Damn it." At this moment, Goku was heartbroken, tears of immense sorrow streaming down his face for the second time in his life. Simultaneously, an intense rage began to rise within Goku. Goku gritted his teeth tightly, filled with a mix of reluctance, sadness, grief, pain, and rage, slowly pushing this innocent and pure boy to the brink of losing all his sanity. An unexpected event had occurred. Who could be the cold-blooded person who killed Krillin? Deep in the ocean on Calibru Island, Kalisha was meditating when she suddenly sensed Kakarot's energy, which seemed unusually agitated. She looked at Bruce, who was doing push-ups on one finger, and asked curiously, "Hey, Bruce, what is going on with Kakarot right now?" If Kalisha didn't know that Kakarot's fighting power was only around 1 or 200 at this moment, she would almost doubt that Kakarot was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Bruce had once told her that there are 3 conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan. First, fighting power must reach around 3 million. Currently, the only Super Saiyan in the world is her man Bruce, so she absolutely trusts his words. 99,999,000. 100 million. Bruce finished 100 million push-ups with one hand before standing up and casually grabbing a bottle of water to drink. Looking at Kalisha, Bruce explained, Son Goku. Or Kakarot is losing control of his emotions right now because someone killed his best friend Krillin. Oh, right, that's the little bald guy you met at the tournament before. Kalisha Kakarot is a Saiyan after all. Although he's just a lower-level warrior, are you really going to ignore him? Bruce glanced towards the direction of the tournament and slowly said, if Kakarot wants to grow, these are experiences he must go through. Moreover, Kalisha, have you forgotten the warning from that ancient deity? Bruce mentioned Whis, whom he didn't want to contact at this. Hearing Bruce say this, Kalisha stopped pressing the matter and replied, you're right, we should heed the words of that deity. However, Bruce, if you dare to put those dead life fruit seeds you collected in the fridge again, don't blame me for being rude to you then. Kalisha threatened with a cold snort. Since settling on Earth, she not only became fond of watching television, but also developed a taste for some creamy drinks, filling her fridge with ingredients she bought. Bruce casually replied, got it. Got it. The life tree in the Namekian temple bears the life fruit, a miraculous fruit, with life very fragrant, while the dead life fruit seeds are incredibly foul. Recently, to test if the life fruit seeds could be revived, Bruce collected some fruit seeds found only on Earth and used life technique to combine them to see if it worked. One time he forgot to take the dead life fruit seeds out of the fridge. The smell became so bad that the entire fridge became unusable, and reluctantly, he had to buy a new fridge for Kalisha. According to the plot development of the Dragon Ball world, this stage is still only during the timeline of Demon King Piccolo. Bruce could already transform into Super Saiyan 2, making it unnecessary to deal with these small-time villains on Earth. He was also too lazy to interfere with Kakarot, and he had agreed with Master Roshi that they might meet again in 3 years. By that time, Kakarot would have gone to the other world to train and would naturally know about his current residence on Earth. During these 3 years, Bruce planned to train alone in the universe. As for Kalisha, she could instantly move, and finding him wouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, with her trans-Saiyan bloodline and ordinary Saiyan heritage, along with proficiency in all universal languages, instant transmission, space survival, and high-level healing abilities. Additionally, she possesses a lifespan like that of the gods, and an enormous space ring. These methods are enough for her to carve out her own path. Everyone's path is different. Bruce believes that only by becoming stronger can he protect everything he wants to see. In these 3 years, Bruce plans to explore a training route that suits him. As Calibru Island fell into silence, once more the endless night gradually descended. UPA was sweating profusely, doing push-ups beside him, admiring Pax floating in the air while feeling a strong. Thus UPA, he got lost in thought for a moment, just as Pax noticed and sternly reprimanded him. UPA, no stopping. You must carry your father and complete 200 push-ups before you can rest. UPA, being called out by Pax, quickly snapped back into focus, obediently continuing his training as instructed. Yes, Teacher Pax. At this moment, Yupa's father Bora, weighing around 200 pounds, was sitting on Yupa's back. Yupa's combat foundation was taught by his father, so his basics were not particularly strong. Pax's first phase of training for UPA was to rebuild the basics. Only by improving his physical fitness could UPA adapt to the upcoming training rhythm. Every day, running 50 kilometers in the mountains, 200 sit-ups under the waterfall, 300 push-ups with weights, 50 kilometers of frog jumps, and surviving under the pursuit of monsters to return to Karen Tower. This is the basic training that Pax arranged for UPA, aiming to comprehensively enhance Yupa's reflexes, speed. Bora, after undergoing Pax training for some time, had his fighting power increased from 50 to 55, which, after all, as an ordinary earthling, such rapid growth is quite impressive. Pax is now looking forward to what level of strength these two can achieve in more than 3 years. It is impossible for Yupa's father to surpass the main cast, but UPA still has a chance to catch up with them. At this moment at the martial arts tournament venue, Master Roshi Tenshinhan and Kairatsu, the strongest in power, quickly caught up, puzzled by Goku's unusual behavior. However, just upon reaching the entrance of the tournament venue, they witnessed a scene they couldn't believe, frozen in place, unable to accept the reality. Krillin was not weak. There were martial artists in this world who were stronger than him. However, there were very few who could kill him in such a short time. At this moment, Yamcha and the others who had arrived a step later had not yet entered the door. They were already asking what happened to Yukon. As Oolong ran, he questioned what's going on. After entering, Yamcha and the others were also stunned, standing still for several seconds without speaking. The turtle sage was the first to react, realizing that Krillin might have been killed. Could it be? He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone had a hint of an answer they dared not guess. At that moment, Sun Wukong's attention was focused on Krillin, ignoring everyone else, softly calling out Krillin. The voice became almost inaudible. After a moment of silence, Sun Wukong finally told everyone, without looking, has been killed. Upon hearing Wukong's confirmation, everyone's minds went blank, and they stood dazed. Yamcha exclaimed, how could this be? Impossible. Meanwhile, the still-living blonde host struggled to convey the truth. A monster. A monster. Tien and the others finally realized that the host was still alive, and immediately asked him what. The recovering blonde host said the monster took the strange orb with stars and the roster of the martial arts tournament. Everyone turned their gaze towards him, and after hearing his words, they understood the truth of the matter. Yamcha, puzzled, exclaimed, there's a roster for the Dragon Balls. The turtle sage asked the blonde host, "Are you saying it was a monster?" Hearing everyone ask him, the blonde host truthfully replied, "Mr. Krillin tried desperately to stop them, but the opponent was just too strong." The blonde host glanced at Krillin. At this moment, everyone was filled with fury, hating this so-called monster to the core. Especially Sun Wukong, upon learning the truth, could no longer contain his anger, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Damn it! Damn it!" He picked up the Rui Bang from the ground, secured it, and turned to Bulma, asking Bulma, "Did you bring the dragon radar?" The turtle sage understood Wukong's intentions and hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait a moment, Wukong." Bulma took out the dragon radar from her pocket, but by this time Sun Wukong had lost his rationality, snatched the radar, and rushed out without looking back. The turtle sage, furious, shouted, "I told you to wait." But how could the irrational Saiyan possibly obey? Sun Wukong continued to dash towards the outside of the venue, even knocking down the martial arts tournament screen. Yet at that moment no one cared about the screen. The turtle sage, exasperated, yelled at Wukong's retreating figure, "This is a command from your master." However, Sun Wukong, already stubborn and now consumed with rage over Krillin's death, would not heed the turtle sage. Without a moment's pause, Sun Wukong charged out of the martial arts venue. Once outside, he ran, while reminiscing about all the moments he shared with Krillin. From their very first meeting, witnessing Krillin become a disciple under Master Roshi. Countless memories flooded back. They used to deliver milk together every day, eat together, train together, and rest together. Then they participated in the first World Martial Arts Tournament, and after today's match, it was Krillin who first came to his. He then recalled Krillin's figure running under the sunset all the way to the scene where Krillin passed away with his eyes wide open, still calling out his name. With these thoughts, the more Sun Wukong reminisced, the sadder and angrier he became. All he wanted now was revenge for Krillin. Arriving at a village, Sun Wukong picked up the dragon radar in his hand and pressed it frantically twice. The radar instantly showed a reaction from the Dragon Balls. Since there were two nearby, he quickly distinguished and locked onto the one moving rapidly. As he was running, Sun Wukong suddenly remembered that he had the flying Nimbus, so he shouted loudly. With a flying tool now at his disposal, he did not hesitate and quickly chased after the rapidly moving Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, the slowest of the sea turtles had arrived at the venue, noticing that everyone's expressions were off, and asked what's. But at this moment no one had the mood to patiently answer the sea turtle's question. The turtle sage cursed under his breath as he watched Wukong vanish. That idiot. The opponent could easily kill Krillin, and considering that Wukong had exhausted all his strength during the tournament, how could he possibly have a chance? Tien, listening to the turtle sage, approached Krillin, knelt beside him, closed Krillin's eyes with his hands, and then picked him up, looking at the deceased Krillin and saying, "This is a big deal." Puya flew in the air looking at Krillin being held by Tien, and sadly remarked, "How tragic." Even Jiaozi, who always enjoyed competing with Krillin, never expected that just after getting to know this interesting little bald guy, Krillin would be killed. Just a moment ago Krillin had won against him in the match, and now Jiaozi looked sadly at Krillin's body and asked who did this. At this moment, Oolong noticed a piece of paper on the ground, picked it up, and stared at the strange emblem on it, saying, "Could this paper be related to the one who killed Krillin?" Bulma and Yamcha turned to look at Oolong, who then handed the paper to Bulma. After seeing it, Bulma said in confusion, "There's a character from magic inside a circle. What is this?" Yamcha was also puzzled, stating that he had never seen such a strange pattern. Oolong continued, "That character looks quite..." The turtle sage, standing with his back to everyone, while watching the direction Wukong left, felt a chill rise from his crown and instinctively gasped in fear. The calm expression of the turtle sage instantly turned to one of terror as the hammer staff in his hand dropped to the ground. He incredulously turned back to confirm with Oolong, "You. What did you say?" At the same time, he quickly snatched the paper from Bulma's hand, staring intently at the magic emblem. Just one glance made the turtle sage's hands tremble uncontrollably. His expression was one of shock, gazing at the character from magic, unable to believe, murmuring, "Could it be?" How? At this moment, everyone sensed something was off, looking at the turtle sage in confusion. Bulma asked him, "What is wrong with this character?" Yamcha also asked, "Do you know something?" At this moment, even Tien, Jiaozi, and Lan Shi looked at the turtle sage in astonishment. But the turtle sage seemed to be recalling something terrifying, standing still and silent for a long time. The old sea turtle called out, "Turtle sage, Grandpa." Hearing the old sea turtle call him, the turtle sage came back to his senses, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and slowly explained to everyone, "This is the emblem of Demon King Piccolo." Demon King Piccolo. Bulma, Yamcha, and Oolong exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Upon hearing this, blonde-haired Lan Shi's first reaction was that the name sounded somewhat funny, so she asked in confusion, "How could someone have such a funny name?" Tien, standing beside Lan Shi, recalled a story he had heard, and said solemnly, "I've heard of this name. It belongs to the Demon King, who plunged the entire world into a deep abyss of fear long ago." That's right. The turtle sage then recalled a long-forgotten memory. It was a very terrifying figure, as if he had suddenly appeared. The world had since transformed into a hellish scene due to the emergence of Demon King Piccolo. Although his name sounds ridiculous, he is actually quite a terrifying guy. Around Demon King Piccolo, there were several terrifying demon warriors. Each of them was cold-blooded, ruthless, and incredibly cruel. These beings appeared in human cities, killing indiscriminately and destroying buildings. Humans tried to resist, but their bodies were as hard as steel, ordinary guns, cannons, and even tanks had no effect on them. Anyone who dared to resist them could not escape the fate of being killed. These monsters committed all sorts of atrocities, and the instigator of it all was Demon King Piccolo. Later some martial artists could not stand their actions and came out to stop them, but they were easily defeated, dying at their hand. Even we suffered from their attacks. In my youth I fought desperately against them alongside the Crane Hermit. In the end, at the cost of all my fellow disciples, the Crane Hermit and I managed to kill these monsters at the last moment. Just when we thought we had won, Demon King Piccolo descended from the sky and personally arrived at the Tato martial arts. Demon King Piccolo merely extended a finger, unleashing a beam of energy condensed from chi, easily defeating both the Crane Hermit and me. Even the strongest Master Roshi back then could not touch even a hair on him. Master Roshi. Bulma, unfamiliar with this name, asked. He was my master, the Turtle Sage explained. Master Roshi was the first martial artist to comprehend chi and was regarded as the world's #1 martial artist of that era. The Turtle Sage's memories. Master Roshi, with a head full of white hair and cold sweat on his forehead, looked angrily at Demon King Piccolo and asked, "Why do you want to kill? What is your purpose?" Demon King Piccolo looked down coldly at Master Roshi, his expression chilling, and spoke with a voice as cold as ice. "Because I want you people to know my might. Only then will you not foolishly think of rebelling against me." Hee. Master Roshi, with a determined gaze, replied to Demon King Piccolo, "As long as I am alive, your plot will never succeed." Master Roshi assumed his stance and charged at Demon King Piccolo, wanting to defeat this demon. But to Demon King Piccolo, the old man before him moved as slowly as a snail, providing him with some amusement. Demon King Piccolo merely extended a finger, continuously firing energy beams condensed from chi, easily causing Master Ros's shoulders and knees to bleed profusely, covered in wounds. Keep dancing until you die." Master Ros's dodging appeared to Demon King Piccolo like a clown's performance. Young Wu Tian exclaimed in terror, "He's playing. Master Roshi is being toyed with." Young Crane Hermit watched this scene in fear, painfully saying, "How tragic." After a while, Master Roshi fell heavily to the ground, his body convulsing. Demon King Piccolo coldly observed, mockingly, asking Master Roshi, "What's wrong? Is it over already?" The turtle and Crane shouted simultaneously, "Master Roshi." At this moment, Master Roshi stood up with remarkable willpower. Demon King Piccolo darkly laughed, "Haha." Then a bolt of lightning struck Master Roshi, knocking him heavily to the ground, causing him to faint. Thanks to his incredible vitality, Master Roshi finally woke up under our careful care. But it was too late to heal his injuries. Master Roshi bid farewell to us, not knowing where he had gone, leaving behind only one sentence. The Turtle Sage continued to reminisce, saying, "After Master Wu Tai-Do bid us farewell, he left behind a single phrase, 'I will definitely return.'" On the other side, Sun Wukong swiftly pursued the murderer of Krillin, filled with immense rage, as he exclaimed, "Unforgivable! I will never forgive you. Unforgivable! Unforgivable!" After the Turtle Sage spoke, Yamcha remarked, "So that was the case. I had no idea." Tianjin Fan also agreed, saying, "Me too, this was something Master Crane never told us." At that moment, the Turtle Sage continued to explain to Tianjin Fan and the others, that was because he was unwilling to recall that terrifying past. That was also a significant factor that led Ahi down the dark path. After that incident, Ahi deeply felt how weak and powerless justice was in the face of overwhelming strength. Upon hearing this story, Oolong also asked the Turtle Sage, "What happened next? Did your master run away?" The Turtle Sage, understanding everyone's curiosity, continued, "The bloodthirsty Demon King Piccolo relentlessly killed innocent people, leaving the powerless to sit idly and wait for death. In despair, I fled into the mountains because I believed in the words Master Wu Tai-Do said before departing. So I practiced every day, waiting for his return. On a certain day years later." Bulma quickly asked, "Master Wu Tai-Do has returned, right?" The Turtle Sage continued reminiscing, "That day I was meditating in the cave, when suddenly a figure appeared at the entrance. It was my master. He had been tirelessly repeating training to learn a so-called ultimate secret technique." The Turtle Sage recalled Master Wu Tai-Do, accompanied by the young Wu Tian, confronted the Demon King Piccolo. Master Wu Tai-Do bellowed at the Demon King Piccolo, called ultimate secret technique. The Turtle Sage recalled Piccolo's expression was one of disdain as he sneered at Master Wu Tai-Do, saying, "Haha, don't make me laugh." Master Wu Tai-Do gathered all his energy and mental strength, concentrating it in his hands, locking onto the Demon King Piccolo. At that moment, Piccolo unleashed a previous lightning beam, shouting, "Take your life." The heavy attack struck Master Wu Tai-Do, but the technique that usually proved effective seemed to have lost its potency. What? At this moment, Master Wu Tai-Do aimed both hands at the Demon King Piccolo and unleashed the ultimate technique, Demon Sealing Wave. A swirling green tornado appeared, engulfing the Demon King Piccolo. As Master Wu Tai-Do exerted all his effort to control the tornado, he suddenly shouted at Wu Tian, "Now is the time. Open the rice cooker." As the rice cooker opened, Master Wu Tai-Do, before collapsing, managed to seal the screaming and terrified Demon King Piccolo within the rice cooker, covered with sealing talismans. Finally, with Wu Tian's utmost effort, they closed the rice cooker, successfully sealing the Demon King Piccolo inside. At that moment, Master Wu Tai-Do also finally collapsed exhausted. In the end, Master Wu Tai-Do successfully unleashed that terrifying ultimate technique, sealing the Demon King Piccolo into the electronic cooker, a price paid with his life. The Turtle Sage gathered his thoughts, slowly narrating. Oolong looked at the Turtle Sage and continued to ask, then, what happened next? Upon hearing someone ask, the Turtle Sage continued slowly. I personally sank that rice cooker into the depths of absolutely impossible. After all, the Turtle Sage personally sank the container that sealed the Demon King Piccolo into the sea. Logically, Piccolo shouldn't be able to break through the seal and escape. Thus, it was perfectly normal for the Turtle Sage to be emotionally unstable. The Demon King Piccolo was his master, and he had paid with his life to seal him. At this time, Yamcha expressed his concern, saying, if the one who killed Krillin is truly a subordinate of the Demon King Piccolo, then Wukong will be in danger. Lan Shi, hearing Tianjin Fan's words, reminded everyone. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately broke into a cold sweat, for Wukong regretting lending the Dragon Ball radar to him. Bulma, like the Turtle Sage, looked worriedly in the direction Wukong had disappeared, calling out his name anxiously, Wukong. Old Turtle, young Master Wukong. At that moment, he also displayed a worried expression. The Turtle Sage hoped silently, Wukong, you must not die. At that moment, the Turtle Sage seemed to have made a decision. If it truly came to the last resort, he would have to do something. At that time, he might also end up like Master Wu Tai-Do. If he were to die, then Wukong would be the one with the greatest chance to defeat the Demon King Piccolo in the future. Upon saying this, the Turtle Sage slapped his head, suddenly remembering something, and instructed everyone to take good care of Krillin, then plan further once he returned. He hurriedly ran out alone. To prevent Krillin's body from decomposing, Bulma placed him in the freezing that way they could use the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and revive Krillin later. At this time, Tianjin Fan was also discussing with everyone, finally learning about the Dragon Balls. At this time, the group decided to return to the Turtle Sage's house to formulate a plan. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling also went to Turtle Island with everyone due to the Demon King Piccolo incident. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong finally caught up with the murderer of Krillin, Dambalin. At that moment, Sun Wukong was injured, exhausted from the World Martial Arts Tournament, and had gone a whole day without food. Thus, in his first encounter with Dambalin, Sun Wukong was knocked out cold, and even the Kin Town that the Turtle Sage had given him was blown apart by a single blow from Dambalin. What a misfortune upon misfortune. Just as Dambalin rushed back to the Demon King Piccolo's aerial base with the tournament registry and Dragon Balls, his long sharp fingernails rhythmically tapped the armrest. He seemed to be deep in thought. Opposite Piccolo sat the trio of Pilaf Asu. His long sharp fingernails rhythmically tapped the armrest. He seemed to be deep in thought. Opposite Piccolo sat the trio of Pilaf Asu and Xiaowu. The three of them trembled in fear at the sight of the fierce and terrifying green-skinned demon, the Demon King Piccolo. The reason the Demon King Piccolo could come out was thanks to these three guys who opened the rice cooker, releasing this terrifying. Besides the trio, there was also a bird-like demon secretary standing respectfully by the elderly Demon King Piccolo, ready to offer advice and prepare some food. At that moment, the suddenly enlightened Demon King Piccolo spoke. I see. It was because of this rice cooker that the damned old man martial artist was able to seal me. Oomph. The Demon King Piccolo glared at the rice cooker before him, a flash of red light in his eyes, and two laser-like beams shot out instantly, turning the rice cooker to ashes. The trio of Pilaf was so frightened that their faces turned pale, curling up into a ball. Asa whispered, Pilaf, it seems we have released something we shouldn't have. Pilaf, fearing that the Demon King Piccolo would hear him, immediately snapped at Asu, shut up. Xiaowu, looking at Piccolo's face, was even too scared to speak. The Demon King Piccolo ignored the three little bugs before him. If it weren't for the fact that they had released him and that he still had some use for them, they would have been dead long ago. The Demon King Piccolo then asked, where is Dambalin? Upon hearing this, Pilaf obediently walked to the projection button and pressed it, revealing a globe on the screen. The location of Dambalin appeared on the screen. Reporting to you, Demon King Piccolo, Mr. Dambalin is currently 200 kilometers away, bringing the Dragon Balls back. Upon hearing this, the Demon King Piccolo became quite pleased and inquired more about the Dragon Balls. Upon learning that the Dragon Balls could grant any wish, the Demon King Piccolo was extremely delighted and immediately instructed Dambalin to hurry back, eagerly anticipating seeing the Dragon Balls. After drinking a cup of melon juice, the Demon King Piccolo opened his eyes and began to take a nap. Meanwhile, the Turtle Sage was traversing mountains and rivers toward Karen Tower, recalling Bruss's words. If encountering an unsolvable problem, send someone to Karen Tower. To be cautious, the turtle sage ultimately decided to personally visit Karen Tower. Brew that Saiyan was mysterious, powerful, and had frightening talent unfathomable. His words should be trustworthy. The turtle sage had actually tried to find Brew and Carissa's residence secretly, but had never succeeded. Moreover, given Bru's previous instructions, the turtle sage was also hesitant to trouble Brew and that fearsome female. These two beings from the cosmos were not the kind of individuals one could easily deal with. This was due to the Scion's long history of warfare, which had cultivated a strong killing intent that formed an overwhelming aura. On Earth there were many minor skirmishes, but at this stage the true threat to Earth's safety was the Demon King Piccolo incident. It was precisely because of this astonishing aura that the turtle sage felt uncomfortable being near them, whether psychologically, physiologically, or spiritually. Otherwise, the Scion's arrival on Earth would have been the greatest calamity for the planet. At this time, Brew had already left Earth in advance, while Carissa remained on Caribou Island. Carissa stated that it was rare to rest on Earth without the need to train, and she certainly needed to take a break for a while. Moreover, with her current strength, there was little to worry about. Carissa was very satisfied with the environment on Earth as well as its freedom. Brew simply chose to ignore it. At the edge of the seventh universe. During this time, Brew was using instant transmission, constantly searching for suitable planets for his training. As for the matters on Earth, Brew had previously briefed Parks, believing he would handle them well. Thus, Brew temporarily neglected certain matters on Earth. Staying on Earth would yield limited power increase. In the era of the Demon King Piccolo, a few hundred combat power was sufficient to dominate Earth. With Bru's current Super Saiyan 2 initial strength, there was no need to join such commotion. If it weren't for Brew possessing perfect spirit, mastery over immense power coupled with an unfathomably profound martial cultivation realm, merely a sliver of his true strength would be utterly inconceivable to Earthlings of this era. This key is remarkably potent. Unbelievable. I've encountered a being whose power rivals Frisia's even here at the fringes of the cosmos. Bruce hovered motionless in the void, murmuring to himself. Then, sensing the key's precise location, he opened his eyes and exclaimed with exhilaration, "Found it!" As if a pillow had appeared just as he drifted into slumber. Whoosh. In an instant, Bruce vanished. The next moment, he stood upon an alien world. This key emanates from the southern hemisphere of this planet. Where Bruce now stood stretched an endless desert, barren for 10 li in every direction, devoid of any gravity. Here matches that of planet Vegeta, approximately 10 times Earth's, but the heat is unbearable. He gazed upward at 10 colossal sun-like orbs blazing across the sky, and scoffed. These were no stars but 10 dead, ever-radiating stellar corpses. Bruce tilted his head skyward, observing 10 massive sun-like orbs suspended overhead, then muttered wryly. These were not stars, but 10 dead, perpetually incandescent stellar remnants. First locate a life form to inquire. Where am I and who are the strongest beings here? Bruce locked onto a faint key signature 20 kilometers away, approximately 580 units. Whoosh. Bruce teleported again, his figure vanishing in an instant. Here a colossal white centipede-like beast was savoring its freshly hunted prey, when suddenly an unfamiliar entity materialized before it. The white centipede recoiled, warily glaring at the stranger. What are you? Do you intend to steal my... Instantly it coiled. The winged giant frog it had just slain beneath its body reared upright and fixed Bruce with a murderous, unblinking stare. At present, Bruce's combat power remained deliberately suppressed at 1,000. So this 50-meter-long multi-limbed white centipede did not flee in terror. My name is Bruce. I seek no conflict. I only ask, what is this planet called? And who are its most formidable beings? Bruce had previously wished for universal linguistic mastery using the Dragon Balls. Now that boon manifested fully, he comprehended every race's tongue across the cosmos, and spoke fluently in the native dialect of this world. Relieved to hear he posed no threat, the creature exhaled, but remained vigilant, answering Bruce's questions tersely. This is planet Kaikalado Bowl. Its mightiest warriors are many, but supreme among them is King Kaikatolatu of the Kaikai tribe dwelling far to the south. Kaikatolatu, a rather peculiar name. Bruce mused inwardly. Aloud he offered a courteous thank you, spoken flawlessly in the local tongue. With another instantaneous teleport, Bruce disappeared once more. The white centipede blinked. Had its vision truly deceived it? One moment a living being stood before it, the next gone without trace. Stunned, the creature could scarcely believe its own eyes. Kaikai tribe. Bruce reappeared instantly within the tribal settlement, where towering cave-like structures, each resembling a small mountain, rose into view. These strange dwellings shimmered in pale gray hues, soaring over 100 meters high, each crowned by a vast yawning aperture. Before Bruce could examine them closely, a surge of energy erupted behind him, hurtling toward him at blinding speed. Bruce flickered aside, reappearing midair, cold and unmoving as he observed his assailant. Boom. The energy blast struck the cavernous edifices, detonating into a churning mushroom cloud. As dust settled, the structures remained unscathed. Bruce watched, mildly impressed. This white centipede registers roughly 1200 combat units, and nearby over 1,000 life forms exceed that threshold. He probed carefully with his senses, detecting the dormant presences still sheltered within the structures. It seems the dominant life forms on this world all share the centipede morphology. Bruce studied the white centipede confronting him, larger and stronger than the one he'd questioned earlier. Those yet unseen, it seemed, were still deep in slumber. Inside his cavernous lair, King Kaikatolata slept with eyes closed, yet sensed Bruce's arrival the moment he appeared. Recognizing his opponent's mere 1,000 energy signature, he dismissed him entirely. Tisk tisk tsk, the so-called King Kaikatolata clearly holds me in contempt. Indeed, he currently projected only a modest 1,000 net output. Very well. I shall eliminate every one of your underlings. Then see whether you can remain hidden any longer. A chilling smile crossed Bruce's lips. Die, hundredfold gravitational compression. He raised his palm, a violet light coalesced upon it. It could alter gravity around any object weaker than its user, including sentient life forms, amplifying or diminishing its pull at will. Thus, as Bruce's own strength increased, so too did the maximum gravitational multiplier he could impose. At full capacity, he could now amplify gravity by over 10,000 times. Before the white centipede could react, it collapsed under the sudden hundredfold pressure, crushed into a pulpy mass of white and green gore. Before Bruce could utter a word, another energy beam erupted from a second white centipede's maw, hurtling. These centipede-like creatures rely on shockingly rudimentary attacks, Bruce mused, only to realize moments later how gravely mistaken he was. As Bruce casually kicked aside the incoming energy wave like a football, a colossal black centipede lunged forward, ramming into him with devastating force. But Bruce's reflexes and battle wisdom were peerless. In a blink he vanished, reappearing behind the black centipede, delivering a brutal kick that sent it flying kilometers away, followed by a single casual ki blast that reduced it to ash. Simultaneously, the hundredfold gravitational compression crushed the second white centipede that had attempted to ambush him. Stirred by the tremors of combat, the Balian life forms now poured forth from their caverns, gazes sharp, expressions grim, fixated upon Bruce. Tisk tisk tsk. White, black, green, red, blue. A veritable chromatic menagerie. Bruce surveyed the thousands of colossal centipedes before him, each differing in hue and stature, and allowed himself a rare flicker of astonishment. His senses revealed stark hierarchies among them. White centipedes ranged from 100 to 3,000 units, swarming in dense multitudes. Black centipedes spanned 3,000 to 10,000 units, over 1,000 strong. Green ones measured 10,000 to 100,000 units, several hundred in number. Red centipedes towered between 100,000 and 10 million units, only 3 in existence. And there loomed one colossal purple centipede, over a kilometer long, 6 wings unfurled from its back, and 2 enormous ruby-red eyes burning with ancient ferocity. If Bruce's intuition served him, this was none other than King Kaikatolatu, the planet's undisputed sovereign. Combat power approximately 130 million units. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ki, abandoning restraint entirely. Complacency against such adversaries invited catastrophe, especially in their first confrontation, to lethal intensity. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ki, abandoning restraint entirely. Complacency against such adversaries invited catastrophe, especially in their first confrontation. Within him, blood surged like molten fire, his entire being thrummed with exhilarated anticipation. Fists clenched, Bruce roared, "Hiya!" White ki erupted violently from his frame, his combat power skyrocketed in a frenzied exponential ascent. 1000, 2000, 3000, 10000, 10 million, 12 million. His training on Karen Island Earth elevated his base power by 2 million, though comparing him to low-tier warriors now would be profoundly misguided. When he reached his full baseline power, his aura paused, then erupted anew. White flames flared with savage, untamed fury. A vortex of ki exploded outward from his core, pale golden shockwaves radiating violently, while his jet-black hair lifted and bristled, each strand shimmering with minute golden sparks. Veins throbbed fiercely along his temples, his calm gaze hardened into piercing indigo-cold eyes. His muscles tensed and swelled, air shrieking past his limbs, golden ki leaking from his clenched fists, radiating crushing cataclysmic pressure. Each breath sent tremors through the pale gray edifices, lifting shards of stone into trembling suspension. This was the unmistakable prelude to transcending Saiyan physiological limits, and the earliest manifestation of Super Saiyan bloodline awakening Proto-Super Saiyan. Simultaneously, his combat power surged from 12 million. Yet Bruce deliberately restrained the amplification to precisely tenfold. Procom, 120 million units. In full Proto-Super Saiyan activation, his power could multiply 30-fold, reaching 360 million units. Yet Bruce deemed it unnecessary. 120 million units sufficed to overwhelm this purple leviathan. Since I've resolved to fight seriously, these lesser beings have no place remaining. He launched a colossal spherical energy sphere skyward, Destructo Disc, Before the Balian's horrified eyes, the disc fragmented into countless identical projectiles, each locking onto a target, striking every centipede except King Kaitolatu with flawless precision. Boom, boom, boom. In less than a second, the battlefield was cleared. Bruce's current combat power stood at 120 million units. A match for Frieza at full power. Against foes whose strength peaked below 10 million, evasion was impossible. Nor could he fathom that this stranger from the stars had concealed such terrifying depth of power. Yet sensing Bruce's power still fell short of his own, the king's crimson eyes flickered, not with alarm, but with quiet, almost imperceptible relief. The moment Bruce amplified his ki, ripples tore across dimensional boundaries, eliciting stunned reactions across the cosmos. East Kai's planet. North Kai's planet. A desolate rift between dimensions. Guldo's armada. Guldo had just obliterated a worthless planet and was preparing to depart, when suddenly his sensors registered two extraordinary energy signatures emanating from a nearby world. His elite scout's detector flashed a reading exceeding 100 million units, prompting genuine surprise. Two signatures surpassing 100 million. Oh ho ho. Could my foolish younger brother Frieza be engaged in battle? Oof. Without my sanction, Frieza dares intrude upon my domain. A low, chilling chuckle escaped his lips. It appears the elder brother must impart a stern lesson in discipline, to remind him what true authority means. Guldo sneered. Reporting to Lord Gura, the battle site has been confirmed. It lies at the edge of the cosmos on the planet Kaikacholabal, coordinates K26N06. Depart immediately. Gura gazed toward the direction of Kaikacholabal planet, murmuring coldly, my foolish younger brother, no matter who you fight, I alone shall claim ultimate victory. At that moment, Gura was already envisioning the conquest, vanquishing Frieza, seizing his entire dominion and legions, and ascending as sovereign ruler of the cosmos. Yes, Lord Gura. Gura's elite forces, Shaviza Nuai's Door and others, obeyed his command, ordering their troops to pilot starships toward Broly's location. Meanwhile, on Kaikacholabal planet, the battle between Broly and King Kaikacholado had reached its fiercest intensity. Yet under Broly's terrifying combat instinct and masterful rhythm, King Kaikacholado, who relied solely on brute force and mindless ki blasts, was being utterly overwhelmed, battered without reprieve. Though this single-minded being possessed raw power exceeding Broly's current level, his fighting style remained crude and riddled with openings. He was merely durable. Otherwise, even an untrained cosmic monarch like Frieza could effortlessly crush him. Recall that for years Broly had deliberately honed precise and flawless control over his ki. He aspired to mirror the monstrous Jiren, to dominate any foe decisively, even when matched in sheer power. Though he had made modest progress, he still fell far short of Jiren's uncanny mastery. Their realms of attainment were simply incomparable, a truth Broly himself could not deny. As Broly momentarily lost focus, King Kaikacholado gathered a devastating energy wave in his mouth, powerful enough to obliterate Earth, and hurled it forward with terrifying force aimed straight at Broly's body. After all this time, you still resort only to these three crude tricks. No wonder your name has never echoed across the cosmos, King Kaikacholado. Broly snapped irritably. Instantly teleporting aside, the blast streaked past the spot where he'd just stood and surged into the distance. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud erupted. The shockwave from the cataclysmic explosion instantly scarred the surrounding terrain into a cratered wasteland. Body slams, mouth-fired energy cannons, and furious roars. These three techniques constituted King Kaikacholado's entire arsenal. Like a primordial organism, his intellect was rudimentary. Broly couldn't fathom how such a being commanded such a... Hovering high above, Broly gazed at King Kaikacholado, soaring through the air on leathery wings, and felt a pang of profound disappointment.
Correct. Host is indeed no match. Stop. Shut up. Combat power of 5, huh?
But in the next instant, Broly's expression shifted. A flash of savage ferocity lit the king's enraged eyes, and from his throat issued a strange ultrasonic shriek akin to a bat's echolocation. Instantly, swarms of indigenous life forms, vibrant in hue and varied in rank, erupted from every crevice of the planet, converging upon the battlefield with blinding speed. Within mere heartbeats, over 10,000 native beings had amassed, and their numbers continued to swell. Under Broly's stunned gaze, King Kaikacholado inhaled the ambient energy radiating from them all, leaving the creatures drained, dissolving into motes of light before vanishing entirely. Around the king's colossal form now blazed a searing violet aura. Having absorbed his subjects' life force, his power surged uncontrollably. 130 million, 140 million, 230 million, 330 million, 400 million, 500 million, 600 million. Boom. Finally, after absorbing countless natives' energies, King Kaikacholado's power skyrocketed to a staggering 600 million. What the A? This is insane. Broly blurted in utter disbelief. Is this some twisted ritual, like sacrifice? Rise again, my beloved. From another realm, under Broly's dumbfounded stare, the king's form began to shift, shrinking until he stood only 2 meters tall, resembling a humanoid figure in stature. Yet his visage retained the grotesque features of a centipede's segmented face, insectoid eyes, while his body bore muscular human-like limbs bulging with explosive strength. Ha ha ha. All invaders must perish, the king declared, fixing Broly with a venomous glare. Where Broly had stood moments before, the king reappeared, his face twisting into a mocking, contemptuous grin. Too close. His speed is terrifying. A sheen of cold sweat glistened on Broly's brow. He'd nearly been skewered clean through by the king's palm. Broly swiftly formulated a new strategy. Activating instantaneous movement, he vanished, and reappeared on the opposite side of the planet, confronting the first creature he'd ever seen here, a massive white centipede frozen in wide-eyed astonishment. With no patience left for the beast, Broly let out a thunderous roar, "Hiya!" and his ki surged anew. Mimic Super Saiyan first stage 120 million. Mimic Super Saiyan second stage 240 million. Mimic Super Saiyan final stage 360 million. Then, recalling the near-fatal ambush, Broly unleashed a scream of pure Hiya! His irises turned pale green, his black hair shimmered spiked upward, and his brows gleamed gold. His aura flared from whitish gold into blazing gold, growing wilder, more volatile, his entire presence sharpening into something ruthless and merciless. A feral, bloodthirsty glint ignited in his eyes, his composure fraying at the edges, consumed by rising, barely contained rage, until finally he stood transformed, golden-haired, emerald-eyed. Super Saiyan. Were a high-tier scouter present, it would register Broly's power at precisely 600 million. Instantly reappearing before King Capitulato, Broly's gaze locked onto his foe, cold, empty, utterly devoid of mercy. Meanwhile, aboard a massive starship drawing near Capitulable planet, Shaviza stood in the observation chamber, when suddenly a high-grade scouter beside him shrieked, alarm flashing erratically, as if malfunctioning. "What's wrong with the power detector? Has it failed?" Shaviza asked the technician, startled. The energy-sensing officer trembled violently, disbelief etched across his face as he stared paralyzed at the wildly fluctuating numbers. Shaviza-sama, you must see this yourself. What is it? Shaviza approached curiously, and froze, pupils contracting sharply at the digits on the screen. No. Impossible. It must be faulty. Now eyes and door witnessing their captain's shock rushed over. "What's happened, Cap?" They stepped closer, and recoiled as if struck by lightning. No, impossible. No creature in the cosmos could possess such power. This can't be real. The detector must be broken. Yes, that's it. Shaviza, convinced of the malfunction, turned sharply to the technician. "Didn't I order the latest model detector?" "What?" "Report, Shaviza-sama. The unit is the newest model. I've checked it repeatedly. All diagnostics confirm flawless operation." "What? Impossible. How could anything in the cosmos surpass Lord Gura's might?" Shaviza's first instinct was absolute denial. At that very moment, Gura stood by the viewport of his starship, gazing upon the stardust expanse, and dreaming of his imminent coronation as cosmic sovereign. Curious, Gura asked, "Shaviza, is our arrival imminent?" "Lord Gura," Shaviza replied, "we have not yet reached Capitulable planet. However, I bring news far more critical than mere proximity." Gura raised an eyebrow. "Oh, in the detection chamber I observed 2 energy signatures ahead, power levels of... Shaviza hesitated, sweat beading on his brow, terror gripping his voice. Unable to utter the whole... Seeing Shaviza's pallor, Gura bellowed, "Speak." "Yes, my lord. The scouter reads 120 million and 130 million, suddenly surging to 600 million. Shaviza kept his head bowed, refusing to meet Gura's eyes. "Wow." Gura recoiled, certain it was impossible. Southern Capitulable planet. Broly drove a crushing fist into King Capitulato's abdomen, sending the monarch hurtling downward, vomiting emerald blood. His face contorted in disbelief as he crashed into the earth, carving a man-shaped crater. Aimed. A tremendous surge of energy rippled across the ground, stones levitated skyward, and the king rocketed upward, materializing before Broly in a blur. "You wretched insect. That blow hurt. Let us die together." The king raised one hand, compressing a planet-sized sphere of annihilation, intending to detonate the entire world, erasing both himself and Broly in mutual destruction. From their earlier clash, the king had grasped the truth. He was no match for Broly, whose speed exceeded his own by nearly. Broly remained impassive, continuing to charge his Kamehameha. A colossal cerulean white beam erupted, blasting toward the king with unstoppable momentum. The entire planet bathed in the beam's radiant hue, while the king panicked hurled his half-formed sphere toward the ground and threw up his arms screaming in abject terror. King Quetzalcoatl, deceased. Broly watched the doomed planet begin its final detonation, then teleported to the first creature he'd met upon arriving. The white centipede seized it and vanished from Quetzalcoatl planet, reappearing on a barren, low-tier, desolate world. Quetzalcoatl planet no longer exists. Live here instead. My thanks for guiding me to this place. Broly told the still-stunned centipede. In the blink of an eye he departed, reappearing moments later in the vacuum near Quetzalcoatl planet, watching silently as the world shattered in silent radiant fire. There Broly deactivated his Super Saiyan transformation, returning to his natural black hair and calm demeanor. I must never underestimate an opponent simply because I can ascend to Super Saiyan. Today was a sobering lesson. True, he could overcome stronger foes using superior skill, but when the power gap grew too vast there would be no time to transform before an enemy struck, and he might die. In minor skirmishes martial finesse sufficed, but at the cosmic scale raw power and velocity eclipsed technique entirely. Today he'd nearly paid the ultimate price for that oversight. One overwhelming force defeats 10 arts. Before absolute strength and speed, even mastery crumbles. Today he'd nearly fallen to that truth. Fortunately, he carried battle senza beans. Without them his recklessness might well have cost him everything. Years spent on Earth, Namek and Yardrat had granted him extraordinary techniques and blessings beyond most beings' imagining. Slowly, imperceptibly, they had fostered in him a quiet arrogance. He had begun to believe his current strength was invincible. Aside from the god of destruction, I should be invincible in the 7th universe. After all, none of those guys like Majin Buu, the androids, or Dubra from the demon realm will appear at this stage. The only ones that have appeared are Kurd, Frieza, and Cooler. In his fully unleashed state, Bruce's power has reached the level of Super Saiyan 2, making him capable of swiftly defeating Frieza and his ice gold demons. The only person who could match him in a full-force battle is Broly from Planet Vampa. Just as Bruce was contemplating whether to pay a visit to Planet Vampa for a good, exhilarating fight with Broly. This energy is comparable to Frieza's, but different from Frieza's. It seems to be cooler. Bruce had sensed this energy long ago, but he was in the midst of battle and couldn't afford to be distracted. Since you Cooler have come to take a beating, it would be unreasonable to let you escape. The little beans-eyed Kaioshin, the current Supreme Kai, Shin, and his servant Kibito were observing Bruce's every move through a crystal ball. During the Buu incident 5 million years ago, the Grand Supreme Kai, South Supreme Kai, North Supreme Kai, and West Supreme Kai all sacrificed themselves, leaving only the severely injured East Supreme Kai. The Grand Supreme Kai had passed his divine position to the East Supreme Kai, who later passed it to Shin, making Shin the youngest Supreme Kai in the 7th universe. However, Shin is also the weakest among all the Supreme Kais, with a generally gentle personality, light purple skin, wavy hair, always prioritizing the greater cosmos, and selflessly guarding the 7th universe. However, due to a gap in the succession of Supreme Kais, no one taught Shin, leaving him unaware that there is more than one universe, and that his ancestor has been sealed by the god of destruction Beerus within the Supreme Kai sword. Beerus, being extremely lazy, either sleeps or searches for gourmet food, and rarely makes an appearance, leading the Supreme Kai to believe he is the highest deity in the universe. This also caused his guard Kibito to be short-sighted, always looking down on mortals. The Supreme Kai Shin's power surpasses Frieza's, situating him between Super Saiyan 1 and 2, possessing the abilities of creation, telekinesis, telepathy, mind reading, and sensing both divine and mortal energies. At this moment Supreme Kai Shin stared at Bruce in astonishment, saying, "I never expected a mortal to appear with power even greater than Frieza's. Where did this Saiyan come from?" Kibito respectfully replied, "Supreme Kai, it is said that planet Vegeta has been destroyed by the evil cosmic emperor Frieza, but there are still a few surviving Saiyans in the universe." Planet Vegeta. I heard those guys were a bunch of evil beings complicit in wrongdoing, so their destruction was inevitable. By the way, has there been any news about Boost Seal? There hasn't been any movement regarding Boost Seal. However, recently Babiti's descendants have been behaving rather North Kai is using the 2 antennas on his head to perceive events happening in the universe. Naturally, he has noticed Bruce's movements, but he hasn't intervened as the eastern part of the universe and the gaps in between are not under his jurisdiction. This Saiyan named Bruce has truly terrifying talent. In just a few years he has grown to this level. That female Saiyan on Earth has been quite well behaved lately. The universe is indeed experiencing turbulent times. The North Kai sighed for a moment before continuing with some weeding, occasionally complaining about his small Kaioshin planet. Cooler is commanding his main forces to change the direction of their spaceships, no longer approaching the planet Katatrabal. This is because he just received a report that one of the energy readings there has disappeared, and the answer is evident. Cooler sat in his chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest, deep in thought. A combat strength of over 600 million has appeared in the universe. Who could this guy be? Even if I possess a transformation that exceeds that of my foolish brother, I fear I still wouldn't be a match for this mysterious figure that suddenly emerged. At that moment, a mysterious Saiyan appeared on the spaceship. Who are you? A Saiyan. Cooler's ordinary subordinates were shocked to see Bruce. Upon noticing the tail on Bruce, they immediately understood that this individual was the Saiyan race, known as the warrior race. Bruce ignored these insignificant foes and simply stated, "Where's Cooler? Tell him to come out and see." At that moment, a regular soldier with a combat power of 1256, wearing combat gear, approached with an arrogant expression and said, "How dare a mere garbage Saiyan call out to Lord Cooler? You don't deserve to have Lord Cooler come out to meet you. Just surrender and wait for death. Don't force us to act." At this moment, Bruce appeared just like an ordinary Saiyan. Having hidden his aura, the devices on their faces clearly displayed Bruce's combat power as only 1000. Bruce looked at him as if he were an idiot, his lips barely moving. "Fool." As soon as Bruce's words fell, the numbers on their devices began to fluctuate wildly. Combat power 1000, 1200, 2300, 10,000, 100,000. In the midst of their fear and disbelief, all the devices on them suddenly exploded. The final number settled at an astonishing 10000. This combat power should be enough to crush Cooler's mechanical army, without him lifting a finger. Bruce thought to himself, deciding not to continue raising his aura. Yet even so, he frightened Cooler's troops, whose combat power was below 10,000, to the point of feeling their scalp tingle. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Weren't Saiyans supposed to be the lowest tier bloodline? Bruce paid no mind to the shock of these insignificant beings. He merely extended a finger, and under their astonished gazes a yellow-red energy ball appeared, which he then threw, splitting into countless small energy balls, accurately striking each insignificant foe, delivering a non-discriminatory attack. Boom! A series of explosions echoed, instantly annihilating everyone present except for Bruce. The violent commotion finally caught the attention of Cooler and his elite mechanical army, who slowly emerged from. They didn't even blink an eye at the lives of these insignificant beings. They simply watched Bruce with interest, finally willing to come out personally. He stands tall, with blue-purple skin protrusions resembling antennae on his head, slender eyes, wearing blue-purple battle attire, a small cape, and a lizard-like tail, casually lying on the ground. This guy is currently in his 4th form, and his power has reached a staggering 470 million. Although he is not radiating his full power at the moment, Bruce can still feel that overwhelming aura and pressure. No wonder he is Frisia's elder brother. Such a high level of strength is worthy of the title of Cosmic Tyrant. Savi's, the captain of the mechanical army, stands about 1.7 meters tall, with short golden hair, earrings, a battle uniform adorned with a badge, and a combat power of approximately 1700. Meanwhile, Jinyu serves under Frisia. Dre, a member of the mechanical army, is a muscular warrior, former galactic wrestler with green skin and blue hair, possessing a combat power of 1850, far surpassing Captain Savi's, yet lacking intellect, hence he remains a mere soldier. Nez, another member, is an amphibious warrior resembling a frail grasshopper, head capable of stretching to evade fatal injuries, with a combat power of 1630. If these guys' combat power were placed on the now extinct planet Vegeta, they would undoubtedly be characters that could dominate. The reason Bruce raised his aura to 100 is to eliminate these few guys first before engaging in a proper battle, with Cooler serving as a warm-up before the grand fight. I'm Saiyan, just an ant. Though I don't know how you escaped from planet Vegeta, now I, Cooler, offer you 2 choices. First, your power is decent. A Saiyan with 100 combat power barely qualifies to work under me. I will allow you to join my mechanical army. Second, those who dare to resist me will only face death. Savi's promptly informed Cooler of Bruce's thus, while they might not sense ki, they are aware of Bruce's combat power being at 100. This level of strength might be considered formidable in other parts of the universe. Even within Cooler's legion, his power is considered above average, which piques Cooler's interest in recruiting him. After all, Cooler knows that Saiyans have a transformation into giant apes, which can increase their strength tenfold. Therefore, in Cooler's analysis, Bruce's ultimate combat power level is about 1 million. His mechanical army is no match for Bruce in giant ape form. Since Cooler has not spoken, Savi's and the others have not taken the initiative to attack Bruce. So what? Saiyan, it is an honor for you to be recognized by King Cooler. Have you considered it carefully? Savi's threatened Bruce. In his heart, he never regarded Bruce as a threat. In his impression, Saiyans, just ants. Even with Bruce's 100 combat power to the 3 members of his mechanical army, he is still garbage. Bruce remains silent, looking at them as if they were fools. With Bruce's current martial arts realm for battles below 100 million combat power, the utilization of ki can achieve effects exceeding 9 times their own combat power. The lower the combat power, the stronger the effect. This means that with a combat power of 1000, Bruce can exert power equivalent to 90000. Most beings in the universe have a shallow understanding of ki, unable even to sense it, making it evident how low their martial arts realm is. Because of this, Bruce looked at them as if they were idiots. Not to mention Bruce himself, even Kalisha can utilize ki to achieve around double its efficiency. Seeing Bruce's expression, Nez angrily shouted, "What kind of expression is that? Our King Cooler recognizes you, and that is an honor for you lowly Saiyans. You should quickly agree. You aren't worthy to know my name. As for how I arrived here, you'll find out shortly." Bruce smiled, seeming to indicate that Cooler then spoke, "What is your name? If I'm not mistaken, the technique that brought you here should be instant transmission, right? You aren't worthy to know my name. As for how I arrived here, you'll find out shortly." Bruce smiled, seeming to indicate that Cooler did not intend to make a move personally. "That's fine, let me gradually shock him speechless." Seeing Bruce remain silent, Cooler instructed Nez, Since that's the case, Nez, go teach this Saiyan a lesson." Cooler's every move at this moment resembled that of a gentleman. "Yes, King Cooler." Nez happily laughed, not expecting this achievement to fall on his shoulders. Savis reminded him, "Nez, make sure to perform well in front of King Cooler." "Damn it, I didn't expect this achievement to be snatched by that Nez guy first." Nez nodded at his captain's words, proudly walking past Dre and approaching Bruce. Nez pointed at Bruce disdainfully, saying, "In just 3 rounds I will make you, this detestable Saiyan, kneel before me and beg for mercy." Nez stared at Bruce with a particularly arrogant and disdainful demeanor, completely disregarding him. Bruce instinctively chuckled, "Are you guys always this amusing? This posture easily leads to misunderstandings, you know. Those who don't know might think Nez's combat power is 1/16. What Bruce really wanted to say was that the nearby King Gura couldn't put on airs like this little brother.
I won't be training in this lifetime, not ever. Li Xing shook her head so hard it was like a rattling drum.
Bruce merely took a casual step back and countered with a punch to Nez's stomach. "No, it's impossible." Nez's expression was filled with surprise and confusion. Bruce's punch sent him staggering back in pain. "Nez, don't be careless. This Saiyan speed is extraordinary." At this moment, Shaviza could only vaguely see some of Bruce's movements. As Bruce faced off against Gura on Earth, the martial arts deity, Turtle Hermit, who bore the fate of Earth's future, had finally arrived near Karen Tower after a long journey. Ah, how nostalgic. Turtle Hermit sighed as he looked at Karen Tower, a martial arts holy land he had visited in his... At this moment, UPA, run faster. Otherwise that dinosaur will catch up. Yes, Master Parks. UPA, carrying a heavy log weighing 100 pounds on his shoulder, was running quickly, while behind them a dinosaur monster with only half a tail was hot on their heels. The dinosaur monster roared furiously, diligently chasing the two who had roasted its tail for a meal. Meanwhile, Turtle Hermit was somewhat surprised to see Parks using the flight technique. After sensing the chi within Parks, he thought, "Who is this flying fellow? He possesses an astonishing aura." Turtle Hermit displayed an expression of immense shock. At the same time, he recalled some of Bruce's previous words, leading to a certain judgment in his heart. Perhaps this person is the one Bruce wanted him to find. In fact, Parks already knew that Turtle Hermit had arrived. However, Bruce had instructed him to take this opportunity to help this lazy old fellow regain his strength. Turtle Hermit quietly watched as Parks brought a small boy of about 10 years old running towards him. At this moment, Turtle Hermit spoke first. "Hello, I am the old man Wu." "Wu, Tion." Parks and UPA seemed to ignore Turtle Hermit, completely rushing past him without a glance, leaving this martial arts deity in the eyes of ordinary people covered in dust. Just then the dinosaur monster charged over, opening its mouth wide to bite at Turtle Hermit. "My." Turtle Hermit's expression instantly became serious, intending to punch the dinosaur away and then properly converse with Parks. Turtle Hermit was astonished to discover that he couldn't use even a trace of chi within his body. Faced with such an eerie situation, beads of sweat appeared on Turtle Hermit's forehead, and he exclaimed to himself that it was bad. He immediately took off running, quickly chasing after Parks and the others. The cause of Turtle Hermit's physical anomaly was none other than Parks. Using the special energy within him, the life essence of the life fruit, along with precise chi control, Parks forcefully suppressed Turtle Hermit's chi. To put it simply, it was a pressure of momentum only enhanced by the life essence within the life fruit. The life fruit, which grows on the tree of life within the sacred temple deep in Namek, contains incredible vitality. This is also the source of the astonishing regeneration abilities of the Namekians. This may be hard to understand, so to express it another way, the tree of life is akin to a greatly weakened version of the core tree. At the core of the Kaioshin realm, the core tree produces a core fruit at intervals, which becomes a core person known as the Kaioshin. The tree of life is the core of the Namekian race, and the life fruit it produces through a series of miraculous transformations is what we now refer to as Namekians. These secrets are known only to the Grand Elder of the Namekians and Bruce, because Bruce had once ventured deep into Namek and seen the tree of life in the temple. He also obtained 3 cores of dead life fruits, one of which is now Parks. Therefore, Parks possesses some unusual super abilities, allowing him to control those weaker than himself. "Parks, should we slow down for this old man who has followed us?" UPA glanced back and asked Parks, who was flying calm. Parks replied without turning his head, "No need. Just take care of yourself. You 2 young men in front slow down and wait for the old man." Turtle Hermit quickly caught up complaining. These two fellows were showing too little respect for this old man, over 300 years old. Parks knew the old fellow's strength, so he ignored Turtle Hermit. As this training concluded, the three returned to the base of Karen Tower, where Yupa's father had already prepared food waiting for Parks and UPA to return for a meal. Suddenly noticing an extra elder, they were a bit surprised. Master Parks, who is this old gentleman? Bora asked. Parks said, let him introduce himself. I will head to the top of Karen Tower. He then told Turtle Hermit, old fellow, I know you have many questions. I'll be waiting for you up there. Also, don't keep me waiting too long. Parks gave Turtle Hermit a meaningful glance before heading up to see that white cat. Some things aren't suitable for UPA and others to know, which is why he planned to talk with Turtle Hermit at Karen Tower. As for why he wanted Turtle Hermit to climb Karen Tower again, it was also to enhance this old lecher's strength. Moreover, it would also help him reminisce about his younger days, when he was once passionate. At this moment, Turtle Hermit introduced himself to UPA and the others, and when they heard that Sun Wukong was his disciple, UPA and Bora were instantly shocked, suddenly treating Turtle Hermit with much more respect, even catching a wild beast from the mountains to treat Turtle Hermit to a good meal. Turtle Hermit looked up at Karen Tower, and after a moment of nostalgia, his eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. Good. After dinner, let's consider it post-meal exercise. Turtle Hermit immediately began to climb Karen Tower. Having just run over from the martial arts tournament, he wasn't carrying his heavy shell. His speed far exceeded that of the former Tao Bai Bai. An hour and a half later, Turtle Hermit successfully reached the top of Karen Tower. His lofty image instantly crumbled, and with a thud he lay on the ground gasping for breath. It seems that Wu Tian, you really are getting old. Just climbing Karen Tower once has left you this exhausted. At this moment, Karen held out a cup of water to Turtle Hermit. Teacher Karen, it's been a long time. After drinking the water, Turtle Hermit displayed a respectful attitude, bowing to Karen. Indeed, it has been a long time. The cat hermit still appeared inscrutable, calm, and unruffled. The cat hermit's strength is currently around 200 to 240, meaning Karen's power is above Turtle Hermit's. The cat hermit sincerely praised Turtle Hermit, causing his old face to flush. It's nothing. Nothing. It's all thanks to Teacher Karen's good teachings. The cat hermit knew this old lecher well, and said no more, simply handing Turtle Hermit a senza bean. Having spent time with Parks, the cat hermit had already understood the strategic significance of senza beans in the future world. After eating the senza bean, Turtle Hermit was instantly revitalized. Oh, I didn't expect your combat power to have reached around 185 points. It seems climbing Karen Tower again has had some effect. Combat power. This was the first time Turtle Hermit had heard such a term, feeling somewhat puzzled. The cat hermit had long heard of this term, so he was not surprised at all. Parks explained, combat power refers to the strength of the energy within you. In your terms, it means the intensity of chi. I see now, Turtle Hermit understood. At the same time, down below, after communicating with UPA and his father, Turtle Hermit had already deduced that the person Bruce wanted him to find was likely this Parks. Turtle Hermit's expression grew serious as he said to Parks, Mr. Parks, you must be aware of the situation with the Demon King. Indeed, it's the Demon King Piccolo. How did this terrifying character escape from his seal? Turtle Hermit's demeanor. Indeed, it's the Demon King Piccolo. How did this terrifying character escape from his seal? Turtle Hermit's demeanor became more cautious at the mention of the Demon King Piccolo. The three chatted for a while at Karen Tower, and then Parks insisted that Turtle Hermit temporarily stay to enhance his strength. He assured Turtle Hermit that as long as Parks was on Earth, the Demon King Piccolo could do nothing. At this moment, Turtle Hermit also experienced Parks' unparalleled strength up close. Now Turtle Hermit knew Parks' relationship with Bruce and some other matters. He also learned that the fearsome Saiyan Carissa was currently on an island deep in the Pacific Ocean. Thus, Turtle Hermit's heart felt much more at ease. In the depths of the Pacific Ocean on Caribou Island, the surroundings of the island were still filled with towering waves and howling winds. However, on the island, it was strangely a place of peace. Carissa sat on a sofa, boredly watching television. During this time without Bruce, she suddenly felt that life had become somewhat dull. After all, she was a pure-blooded Saiyan, and within her lay the latent power of the wish-granted Ultra Bloodline, making her insatiable desire for battle linger in her mind. Alright, they'll go take a stroll in the universe and see if there are any fools out there. Little did she know the universe was not just one, leading her to spend years trying to find her way back, yet still unable to return to Universe 7. Although Carissa had also gained the ability to instantaneously move, it was not as powerful as Bruce's. However, it was sufficient for finding some powerful individuals to pass the time and enhance her own strength. Carissa's departure caught the attention of Parks and the others, but Parks felt there was nothing to worry about regarding Carissa. After all, Parks himself was still on Earth, so they should be fine. In the solar system, a spaceship resembling a Saiyan spherical craft with a long tail, like a comet, unexpectedly deviated from its original course and was uncontrollably hurtling towards a blue planet. This is terrible. I unexpectedly ran into that detestable group of Scions from Dares who are searching everywhere in the universe for some seeds I've never even heard of. Just after I escaped from a cosmic prison, I ran into them again, almost dying in space. Now due to a sudden, inexplicable storm in the universe, the core of the spaceship I stole from Dares has been damaged, and it's out of control. I'm simply having the worst luck. The person in the spaceship was named Droox, a notorious cosmic pirate who had been captured by the Galactic Guardians and imprisoned in a cosmic jail. After finally escaping, he stole a spaceship only to encounter Dares and his crew, and the ship Droox stole happened to belong to Dares' subordinates. Fearing retaliation from Dares, Droox fled that planet, intending to seek refuge on a place called Wampa Star to devise a plan for revenge against those rotten Galactic Guardians. Who would have thought that he would encounter a cosmic storm, leaving Droox's spaceship barely able to function? Sigh. I hope I can have some luck and the spaceship won't explode, otherwise with my mere 750 points of combat power, I'm definitely doomed. Droox was just a minor character in the universe, and he didn't even know that because of his arrival on Earth he nearly brought a catastrophic disaster to the planet. At this time on Earth, besides the gods and Bobo, the only martial artist capable of defeating Droox was Parks. Meanwhile, Parks far away on Earth was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. What an unfamiliar evil aura, or why would extraterrestrials suddenly come to such a remote place on Earth? Parks knew the concept of extraterrestrials, but he was not clear about the universe. This matter remained unknown to Parks because Bruce had never revealed it to him. However, it was precisely because of this that during the fierce battle with Droox, Parks, in order to save Earth, continuously unleashed overwhelmingly powerful techniques, resulting in his 3-year lifespan dwindling to just 1 year. Under the formidable correction of fate, the events that transpired on Earth gradually began to be rectified. In the end, Master Roshi stepped forward to protect the world, but he was no match for the Demon King Piccolo. After failing to cast the evil containment wave, he also perished. Meanwhile, the dumpling who depended on Tianjin Fan was struck by a beam from the Demon King Piccolo and was burned to death. After a fierce battle with Droox, Parks with all his might utilized his exceptional martial arts mastery to unleash the Kamehameha wave, successfully defeating Droox. As his energy gradually depleted, Parks' originally 3-year lifespan shrank to less than a year. Using the remaining time, he taught UPA for a year before leaving Corinta alone to go to Master Rose's place. And UPA did not understand why Parks had left without a word and where he had gone. After briefly explaining his intentions on Turtle Island, he fought against Tianjin Fan and the others again, winning easily. In the following days, Parks was moved by Tianjin Fan and Yamcha's sincerity, so he taught them for several days. Afterward, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Parks transformed into a black fruit pit resembling a wall. This event became an unsolved mystery in their hearts, known only to Master Roshi. It was a mystery they would never understand. Master Roshi stated that he himself was unclear. It was because he had promised Parks and Bruce not to disclose certain matters regarding the Scions and extraterrestrials for the time being, because some matters were beyond their current qualifications to handle. Thus, after Son Goku and Tianjin Fan defeated the Demon King Piccolo together, Earth returned to a new era of peace. Before the Demon King Piccolo died, he coughed up an egg which disappeared without a trace. At the edge of the universe, Bruce dealt with Shaviza Dre and Nez, and then engaged in a battle with Gula. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he brutally pummeled Gula and successfully sent him to the King of Hell. Bruce's power, after experiencing 2 cosmic-level battles in succession, reached a staggering combat strength of 120 million in his normal state. After each battle, his normal state strength increased 5-fold. Bruce could confidently say that even when facing the evil Emperor Frisia, he could easily overpower this white lizard. After training on planet Adrat for another year, Bruce inquired about the coordinates of planet Wampa from the Adrat people. He planned to rapidly enhance his own strength by battling Broly. The Scions were a warrior race growing stronger only through continuous combat. Little did Bruce expect that Broly's father Paragus would accidentally be caught in the aftermath of the battle resulting. This led to Broly losing control, and the battle escalated into a fight to the death. At this moment on planet Wampa, 2 terrifying Scions engaged in a battle of epic proportions. Bruce, now transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, gazed at Broly, who was radiating green energy in a frenzy, feeling for the first time the legendary terror of a Saiyan up close. It is crucial to note that this was the full power form of Super Saiyan 1. Based on his normal combat strength of 120 million, his overall combat power was now at least 8 billion. Yet the Broly before Bruce, who hadn't even transformed into the legendary green-haired Saiyan, was already making Bruce struggle greatly, and the longer the fight continued, the more difficult it became for Bruce. Truly formidable. No wonder he's the Saiyan who appears once in a millennium. Under Bruce's perception, Broly's combat strength at that moment was at least starting from 7. Truly formidable. No wonder he's the Saiyan who appears once in a millennium. Under Bruce's perception, Broly's combat strength at that moment was at least starting from 7 billion, just as the most powerful Saiyan in the original work. This monster, even in his irrational state, was rapidly growing in strength during the battle with Bruce, seemingly without limits. Even at that moment, Bruce, witnessing this unforeseen situation, couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. If Super Saiyan 2 couldn't handle this guy, it might truly spell disaster. The main issue was that this guy's strength growth was completely unreasonable. Bruce recalled a movie version of Broly who within an iceberg had easily overpowered Super Saiyan Blue Son Goku and Vegeta. For a moment, Bruce felt regretful, wondering why he had provoked this madman. Fortunately, he still had some sins of beans and instant transmission. If he couldn't win, he could escape and come back for revenge next time. Resolute in his decision, Bruce's gaze sharpened as he charged towards Broly, again re-engaging in battle. An hour later, he was suddenly stomped into the ground by Broly. Bursting from the ground, Bruce felt cold sweat on his forehead, for at that moment Broly's power was aggressively climbing. At this moment, Bruce could sense that his opponent's aura had far surpassed his own. With a reluctant roar of anger, Bruce's golden hair stood erect, resembling a hedgehog, and his hair had grown longer than in his Super Saiyan form. Super Saiyan 2. Behold. At this moment, Bruce's combat power increased 100 times from his normal state, reaching a staggering 12 billion. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Bruce's power instantly overwhelmed Broly, creating a one-sided situation. In terms of strength, speed, and skill, Bruce surpassed Broly in all aspects. However, through the battle with Broly, Bruce gained some insights. He developed a new understanding of the power of the Saiyan blood. Bruce delivered a heavy kick, sending Broly crashing into the ground, creating a deep pit. At that moment, a beast-like roar echoed from within the pit, as if some powerful force was awakening. Boom! All the stones within the pit exploded. A figure robust as a beast suddenly surged forth, standing before Bruce in an instant. Broly grabbed Bruce by the face, slamming him into the ground, creating a large circular pit with Bruce's head. Broly felt that this was insufficient and continued to grab Bruce, smashing him into one mountain after another. Finally, like tossing trash, he flung Bruce aside and unleashed the prince's technique. Countless pale green energy waves rained down upon Bruce, turning the entire mountain into ruins before Broly stopped quietly gazing at the rubble before him. After a few seconds of silence, suddenly, a furious roar erupted and planet Wampa began to violently shake, with surrounding debris slowly floating into the air. It was reminiscent of the scene when Son Goku appeared during the Ultra Instinct technique. At this moment, Bruce, with golden eyes and golden green hair, was surrounded by an aura of golden green mixed with crackling lightning, exuding an incredibly domineering wildness. The visual impact far surpassed Broly's black eyes and green hair transformation. After being repeatedly beaten by Broly, Bruce could no longer contain the anger within him, and at this moment awakened the primordial bloodline power within. Bruce named this latest form the Ultimate Super Saiyan form. Golden eyes, golden green hair with lightning amidst the green flames, the terrifying power of the Ultimate Super Saiyan amplified his normal state by a full 400 times. Broly's legendary Super Saiyan form had a 200-fold increase from his normal strength. Previously, Broly's normal combat power was 70 million, while Bruce's was 120 million. The outcome of this battle was already without suspense. At this moment, Bruce teleported in front of Broly, and with a single punch knocked him unconscious. As Broly fell, he transformed back into his normal black-haired state. Bruce did not intend to kill him, as this version of Broly was a kind-hearted young man. Bruce planned to stay and teach him about the truth of his father's death, and how to control his mental powers so that he wouldn't lose control in the future. Bruce also hoped that one day the 7th universe would see the emergence of a remarkable cosmic-level master. After Broly woke up, Bruce chose not to conceal the truth and directly told him. This caused Broly to fall into another fit of rage, and reluctantly, he transformed into the Ultimate Super Saiyan and knocked Bruce out. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In no time, it was 3 years after the last martial arts tournament. Broly, just follow me for now. Trust me, brother. Bruce will definitely help you find a way to solve your loss of control issue. In these 2 years, Bruce spent most of his time training on planet Wampa, occasionally seeking out Broly for practical combat to validate some of his ideas. As the food on this planet was inedible for Bruce, he resorted to instant transmission to other planets, capturing hundreds of thousands of large edible beasts to resolve his hunger. With Bruce's help, Broly not only removed his limiter, but also no longer lost control suddenly. Unless someone intentionally provoked Broly, he wouldn't easily revert to that uncontrollable legendary form. Now, after 2 years of training with Bruce, Broly had made significant progress in both combat skills and normal strength. Broly was now 18 years old, with a normal strength of 82. 5 million, slightly stronger than in the original. Currently, they had not yet entered the Buu saga, and were still in the Piccolo Daimao arc. Bruce planned to temporarily ignore events on Earth. After all, in the 7th universe, only Bruce and Broly had reached Super Saiyan power. During the 3 years, Bruce had spent 1 year training on planet Adrat, and the rest of the time on planet Wampa. Having not seen Kalisa for 3 years, he was unaware of her true strength now. Strictly speaking, the pseudo-Super Saiyan form could not be considered a true Super Saiyan. Just as Bruce was preparing to take Broly off planet Wampa, two unexpected guests arrived. God of Creation Shin. Bruce looked at the God of Creation and his loyal servant Jebbit with some surprise. In the Dragon Ball world, the legendary duo left a deep impression, making it difficult for Bruce to forget. Bold. A mere mortal dares to directly address the name of Lord Kaioshin. Jebbit and Kaioshin Shin looked down from above, their entire demeanor exuding an air of mystery and profundity. Unfortunately, Bruce was not swayed by their demeanor. Brother Bruce, are they gods? Broly, unaware of what Kaioshin was, sensed a dangerous aura from these two. Thus he inquired with Bruce. Bruce nodded, indicating to Broly not to worry. Initially, Kaioshin Shin intended to remain silent, planning to observe this somewhat mysterious Saiyan a bit longer. However, upon reading Bruce's thoughts, he couldn't hold back anymore. Hello. Nice to meet you, Mr. Bruce. Oh, Lord Kaioshin and Mr. Jebbit, are you not planning to maintain that high and mighty posture any longer? Bruce smiled, realizing that Kaioshin had picked up on his previous internal mockery. Thus Kaioshin Shin was aware of this Saiyan's terrifying power, which far exceeded that of Frieza. Although Kaioshin Shin could easily eliminate Frieza with a single finger, he didn't dare to offend Bruce lightly. The lesson from View only needed to be learned once. Bruce said, "May I ask what brings you here today, Lord Kaioshin?" Perhaps at this moment Bruce could not perceive the presence of a deity, but he believed in a truth that sheer strength could overturn any situation. If the god of destruction Beerus were present, Bruce would definitely comply, without hesitation. However, if it's just you, the Kaioshin Shin, a Kaioshin not skilled in combat, you hardly have the qualification to command me. Moreover, Jebbit's combat power is at most between 8 billion and 10 billion. In the timeline of Dragon Ball GT, he would be on par with a normal Goku. Bruce's current normal strength indeed cannot compare to Goku in the GT timeline. But I can transform. The power increase from transformation is enough to obliterate both Jebbit and Kaioshin Shin before me. Because right now Bruce's normal strength is equivalent to that of 10 fully powered Friezas in his final form. As for why my strength can grow so quickly, it naturally benefits from the Saiyan's ability to rapidly grow stronger in battle. Due to overestimating myself, I almost got killed by Broly several times. With a perfect sparring partner like Broly, it would be hard to find anyone like him in the entire 7th universe. Bruce's power is such that it is difficult not to improve rapidly. Now with Beerus, the god of destruction absent, Bruce is invincible. In his human form, empowered by the Great Ape, Bruce has reached a combat power of 12 billion. In this state, Bruce could knock Jebbit out of the sky. Moreover, Bruce still has multiple transformation forms hidden. Bruce remembers in the original work Goku and the others focused solely on transformations, neglecting normal training. Little did they know the Saiyan's most perfect transformation is only the Super Saiyan 4. Combined with the awakened ancestral bloodline, he understands his future growth path clearly. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Bruce, we mean no harm to you or your friends. How about this? Please follow me to the Kaioshin realm and you will understand. Kaioshin Shin, sensing Bruce's intention to act, nervously expressed his thoughts. Bruce glanced at Broly and agreed, alright. In the Kaioshin realm, Kaioshin Shin took out a crystal ball, which displayed some clips of Broly and Kakarot before planet Vegeta's destruction while they were in their incubators. At this moment, Bruce witnessed Broly going berserk due to Kakarot's crying, and his combat power surged past 100, causing all the detectors to go off the charts. At that moment, Broly in the Kaioshin realm began to show unusual expressions, and his aura gradually became frenzied, subtly indicating signs of losing control. Calm down, Broly. Control your emotions. But even as Bruce shouted to stop him, Broly was still affected by Kakarot's annoying cries. At this moment, Broly's power surged, reaching over 12 billion. In this form, Bruce, Kaioshin Shin, and Jebbit could easily subdue Broly. But the three understood that Broly's latent power was far beyond just this. Kaioshin-sama, since you brought us to the Kaioshin realm, please subdue Broly yourself. At this moment, Bruce did not act immediately, intending to see the abilities and strength of the two gods to determine if they truly achieved the 100 billion mark as he remembered. Kaioshin Shin glanced at Bruce without saying anything, simply calling out Jebbit. Yes, Kaioshin-sama. Jebbit appeared before Broly, who was clutching his head and on the verge of completely losing control. At this sight, Broly thought only of tearing this annoying guy apart. Boom. A legendary Saiyan warrior faced off against a servant from the Kaioshin realm. At first, Jebbit was able to easily suppress Broly. However, as time passed, the green aura around Broly grew more intense. After 7 rounds, a roar like that of a beast echoed through the air. At this moment, Broly transformed into his legendary Super Saiyan form, his pupils vanishing, leaving only the whites of his eyes, his muscles brimming with explosive power. Jebbit's attacks on Broly felt as light as a feather. What? Jebbit found it hard to believe that a mortal's power could reach such terrifying levels. Broly delivered a punch that almost knocked Jebbit into oblivion, then grabbed Jebbit's leg with one hand and slammed him down into the ground. Jebbit. Kaioshin Shin joined the fight, but unfortunately the outcome did not change. Kaioshin Shin quickly tried to restrain Broly with divine power, but Broly broke through the limits in an instant. He began to unleash a barrage of attacks on both Kaioshin and Jebbit. At this moment, empowered by the terrifying 200 times boost of the legendary Super Saiyan form, Broly's power soared to over 16.5 billion. However, Kaioshin Shin only suffered minor injuries while Jebbit was in a pitiful state trying to stand, but was knocked away by Broly's devastating punch. Then came a flurry of attacks. Seeing this, Kaioshin Shin immediately intervened to stop Broly. At this moment, Kaioshin Shin finally decided to reveal his true power, a terrifying divine aura surrounding him, his gaze becoming piercing. Broly paid no mind and charged forward with a punch. Kaioshin Shin merely extended a hand and effortlessly caught Broly's fist. Then began a one-sided domination. Broly was treated like a toy by Kaioshin Shin, completely unable to retaliate. It seems Kaioshin's power is indeed above 18 billion. No wonder it is said he can eliminate Frieza with a single finger. He truly has the capability. Bruce observed the battle scene, recalling some things in his mind. At the same time, he quietly sensed Kaioshin's aura. Due to the awakening of his ancestral bloodline, Bruce's heart contained a trace of divinity. Thus, he could vaguely sense the life dimension of Kaioshin that far surpassed that of mere mortals. Additionally, he sensed the overwhelming life force emanating from Shin, infinitely superior to the life force of the Tree of Life, deep within Namek, completely on a different dimension. Is this the so-called creative power that only Kaioshin possesses? Bruce murmured. Seeing the wounds Kaioshin had received earlier vanish at an astonishing speed, Bruce couldn't help but click his tongue. Kaioshin's strength far exceeds Jebbit's 8 to 10 billion, reaching over 18 billion, and he hasn't even used his full power. Although Broly is a natural monster, he probably isn't a match for Kaioshin now. It seems there's no need for me to intervene. Bruce quickly analyzed the situation and came to this conclusion. Although Broly can continue to grow rapidly in battle, it is clear Kaioshin Shin's style is not like Goku's, who enjoys a more carefree fighting approach. Sleep peacefully. Kaioshin Shin forcibly restrained Broly with divine power flashing behind him and delivering a chop that knocked him out. After a while, Kaioshin Shin, accompanied by the healed Jebbit, slowly approached Bruce. Having witnessed Broly's terrifying power, Jebbit and Kaioshin could no longer maintain their previous condescending attitude towards Bruce. Their demeanor changed drastically, becoming much more courteous. If a single Broly is that powerful, one can only imagine how formidable Bruce, who is far above Broly, must be. Through comparison, the two gods finally clearly recognized the terrifying nature of Bruce. If he were to transform into a Super Saiyan, he would likely rival the former Majin Buu. It's truly hard to believe that a mere mortal can cultivate their power to such an extent. At this moment, Kaioshin Shin was filled with shock. Simultaneously, he sensed a trace of divine aura within Bruce. However, Bruce's life dimension remained at the mortal level. This strange feeling made Kaioshin Shin unable to decipher Bruce, and he dared not casually use telepathy to probe into Bruce's mind. Kaioshin Shin, said Mr. Bruce, now you understand why Broly cannot go to Earth, right? Bruce replied, you are afraid that Broly's terrifying power will destroy the Earth. Not just Earth, even the entire universe could face unimaginable disasters. Kaioshin Shin said, I understand, but I can't keep Broly on some desolate planet like Vampa forever. It's a bit unfair to him. In this timeline, Broly is originally a kind-hearted, shy young man. Knowing Broly's life experiences, Bruce is quite concerned for this fellow Saiyan. If Broly had a wicked heart, Bruce would have dealt with him without needing Kaioshin's reminder. Just then, a radiant divine light appeared in the Kaioshin realm. Oh ho ho ho, it seems the Kaioshin-sama is facing some How? Is this possible? Vados. 3 astonished exclamations echoed in the Kaioshin realm simultaneously. Who are you? Kaioshin Shin felt the newcomer recognized him, and deeply sensed the overwhelming divine power and divinity, causing his heart to stir with waves of shock. Jebbit was so scared, he couldn't move, sweat pouring down his face. Even Bruce, upon seeing the terrifying angel Vados again, was drenched in sweat, revealing an expression of disbelief. In Bruce's perception, Vados' divine aura surpassed anyone he had ever seen, and he felt an unfathomable divine presence emanating from her. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Bruce, we meet again, hello. Vados smiled at Bruce, greeting him. You. Hello. Mr. Vados. At this moment, Bruce's demeanor was no longer calm as it had been with Kaioshin Shin, but filled with immense gravity. He could not understand why Vados was here. Was it for him and Broly? This Kaioshin-sama really is ignorant. He doesn't know how Lord Beerus would feel about this. Ho ho ho, Vados teased Kaioshin Shin. Beerus. Kaioshin's face was filled with confusion as he glanced. Bruce spoke, I want presumptuously discuss matters regarding your deities. Some answers I must ask Kaioshin-sama to seek for himself. My apologies. At this time, Kaioshin Shin turned his gaze back to Vados, hoping this mysterious deity could provide answers. Kaioshin-sama, I'm sorry, ho ho ho, I also cannot casually interfere in these matters. As this Mr. Bruce has said some answers must be sought by Kaioshinsama himself. Vados maintained her mystery, smiling as she spoke. In fact, Vados refrained from interfering too much because the old Kaioshin was sealed by Lord Beerus. Similarly, Bruce dared not casually release the old Kaioshin, otherwise he would inevitably attract trouble from that fearsome god of destruction. Even with his current strength comparable to the strongest in the universe, he would still stand little chance against the most powerful god of destruction. In 1 second, Bruce could be killed 9 times. Let alone the fact that Vados is Beerus Minter possessing incredible abilities. I do not wish to provoke such trouble. Mr. Weiss, this is the barbecue I made while on the Wampa Star. It is extremely delicious. If you don't mind, you can give it a try. Bruce took out some incredibly tasty barbecued meat from his spatial ring. This is not bribing a deity, it just happens that I have more than enough to eat. Yes, that's it. To the several deities, items like spatial rings are trivial and did not attract much attention. Upon hearing about the delicacies, Weiss immediately walked over without regard for his image, took a bite, and showed an expression of immense enjoyment. Before long, Weiss finished a small piece of barbecue, and Bruce cleverly packed it up, telling Weiss that he could take it back to the Destroyer realm to eat later. Weiss glanced appreciatively at Bruce. Such small intentions naturally could not escape his keen eyes. Alright, let's get to the main topic. I can resolve the issue with Broly, but there is a condition. Weiss looked at the Supreme Kai and Bruce, addressing Bruce. Bruce replied, Mr. Weiss, please go ahead. If it is feasible, I will consider it. Weiss continued. Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to ask Mr. Bruce if he is willing to go to the Destroyer realm for training. Bruce thought for a moment and then respectfully asked, Mr. Weiss, may I have some time to consider? That's fine. If Mr. Bruce decides later, you just need to call my name 3 times, and I will naturally appear. Then, I will take this Mr. Broly away first. Weiss continued to smile at Bruce, not surprised by Bruce. Bruce nodded, saying, Then I will trouble you, Mr. Weiss. Even if he disagreed, it was useless. With Weiss' strength, he could easily take Broly away in front of the 3 of them. However, Bruce also knew that Weiss would not do so, which is why he agreed. At the same time, this could also be considered an unexpected solution to the Broly issue. Then, farewell Supreme Kai and Mr. Bruce. Weiss lightly tapped the ground with his staff and instantly vanished. The unconscious Broly was also taken by Weiss to the Destroyer realm. After Weiss left, the Supreme Kai looked at Bruce and asked, Mr. Bruce, can you really guarantee that you will not disrupt the universe? Bruce glanced at Shin and replied, Supreme Kai, I understand your concerns, but you can see that I am not the type to bring trouble to the universe for no reason. I am fundamentally different from Majin Buu. You need to understand this. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. As a token of gratitude, I will have Jebit teach you the divine technique of instant transmission. The Supreme Kai Shin knew that Bruce was very eager for this divine ability to use instant transmission, so he stated it directly, hoping to establish a good rapport with Bruce. That's great, but Supreme Kai, please refrain from prying into my innermost thoughts in the future. You must understand I do not particularly enjoy such feelings. Bruce made it clear. I understand. The Supreme Kai Shin. For some time afterward, Bruce trained in the Supreme Kai realm, mastering the advanced instant transmission. Not long after he grasped this true divine skill, divine instant transmission. Meanwhile, after entering the depths of the universe, Carissa unexpectedly encountered Shrag, the evil-hearted Super Namiki. Finally, the two engaged in an earth-shattering battle on Shrag, Star, directly alarming Kurd and Frieza. And Bruce, who was training in the Supreme Kai realm, was unaware of these events due to entering a strange state. Later, Carissa was overwhelmed by the giant Shrag and was left in a very sorry state. This completely enraged Carissa, causing her to enter a berserk mode, skipping the normal Super Saiyan transformation and becoming the legendary Super Saiyan. She forcefully crushed the entire Shrag star along with Shrag into fragments, and with a final attack the planet was blown to cosmic ashes. By the time Frieza and Kurd arrived, it was already deserted. Thus the legend of the Super Saiyan spread wildly throughout the universe, instilling fear in the Frieza force. Fortunately, after some time passed, this Super Saiyan never appeared again, causing Frieza and his men to begin doubting the truth of this legend. After eliminating Shrag, Carissa ventured into the cosmic crevice, unexpectedly getting caught in a cosmic rift and directly arriving in Universe 6. And all of this was completely unknown to Bruce, who was in the midst of training in the Supreme Kai realm. In the year 755 of the age, at this moment Vegeta is 23 years old, just like Bruce and Carissa. However, the fates of the 3 Saiyans grew up almost entirely differently. In the Western Galaxy, this is a cosmic territory under Frieza's rule and expansion. In the Insectoid Star region, at this moment the Vegeta team, led by Captain Vegeta along with members Nappa and Kakarot's elder brother Raditz, are executing a planet extermination mission to help Frieza expand his territory by exterminating the entire insectoid race. And implementing Frieza's colonization plan, Vegeta is leading Nappa and Raditz on an insectoid planet. On the planet Alia, a tyrant named King Monet rules over the insect civilization. By a campfire, 3 humanoid beings with tails sit. Vegeta, this civilization is too primitive. I really can't understand why Lord Frieza sent us to exterminate it. Nappa said, biting into a roasted insect leg. Nappa Frisia sent us here because he recognized the immense power of us Saiyans wanting to use us as tools, not realizing we can also take this opportunity to enhance our strength. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Vegeta continued, this lowly civilization doesn't even qualify to make this prince take them seriously. Once my strength surpasses Frisia, I will personally slay him and restore the glory of the Saiyan race. Raditz then spoke up. Prince Vegeta, I find the claim by Cho-E and Dodoria that our Vegeta planet was destroyed by a meteor somewhat suspicious. What do you think? Nappa looked at Raditz and scolded. Raditz, are you doubting that Lord Frisia lied to us? Nappa, Raditz, this prince does not care about such matters. You must remember only powerful strength. Whether Vegeta planet was truly destroyed by a meteor does not concern this prince. One day Prince Vegeta will surpass Frisia's strength and become the new emperor of the universe, leading you all to realize the glory of our warrior race, the Saiyans. At this moment Vegeta seemed to envision Frisia crushed beneath his feet. Yes, Prince Vegeta is absolutely right. Nappa and Raditz quickly nodded. Vegeta then asked Raditz, has there been any movement from Monet? Raditz thought for a moment and reported his findings to Vegeta and Nappa. Report Prince Vegeta, according to my investigation, Monet seems to have a giant insectoid named Yeti under his command sent out to conquer and expand his territory. Yeti, you say? It is said that this Yeti is 3 times the size of a normal insectoid with immense strength and fights purely by instinct. Nappa had also heard of this guy and chimed in. These insectoids not only can ride worms in a battle, but some nobles can also secrete paralyzing liquids from their bodies. Close combat can restrict the opponent's movements, so you should be extra cautious. As for Yeti, it is just a mindless creature, merely a killing tool manipulated by that tyrant Monet through mental domination. There is no need to take it too seriously. Vegeta said disdainfully. Just then a scout from an insectoid army spotted the resting trio of Vegeta and secretly planned to report back to Monet. Vegeta said disdainfully. Just then a scout from an insectoid army spotted the resting trio of Vegeta, and Vegeta and his team had already detected the position of this insectoid trash through their scouter's combat power detection function before it got close. Although the 3 of them had not turned on the voice communication feature, the combat power detection function remained active. At this moment Vegeta and the others, like most of the universe's inhabitants, could only use the scouter to sense the opponent's position and strength. Rest assured, Prince Vegeta, leave it to me. Raditz quickly flew over to confront the insectoid scout, empowered. At this moment Nappa looked in the direction Raditz had gone and said, this Raditz is truly useless. After all these years his combat power has only risen from 950 to 1350. Even when fighting seriously it only hovers around 1600 to 1800, truly embarrassing for the Saiyans. If it weren't for the fact that only the 3 of us Saiyans remain along with those 2 traitors Bruce and Carissa, how would those 2 punks Dodoria and Cho-E dare to act so arrogantly before our Vegeta team? At this moment Vegeta thought of Bruce and Carissa. If they were here, this lowly civilization would have long been eradicated by the Vegeta team, sparing them the waste of so much time. Prince Vegeta, what level do you think Bruce and Carissa have reached by now? Nappa also asked curiously. Vegeta recalled that many years ago when Bruce had just left Vegeta planet his combat power had already reached 130, while Carissa had 600. Vegeta recalled that many years ago when Bruce had just left Vegeta planet his combat power had already reached 1. Vegeta did not believe that these 2 would have improved so slowly like Raditz and Nappa. Those 2 treacherous traitors, even though I do not particularly like them, I must admit that their talents and combat abilities are indeed among the best in our entire Saiyan race. Now several years later my strength has reached 1700, though I refuse to believe that Bruce is still stagnant. I estimate his combat power to be at least around 1500 to 1600. As for that annoying woman Carissa, although she cannot compare to me and Bruce, she should have around 100 to 110 combat power. Nappa nodded heavily at Vegeta's analysis. While the Vegeta team was executing the extermination mission, an important event on Earth was about to begin in a month's time. That is the martial arts tournament held once every 3 years. At this moment Sun Wukong is training in a different space of heaven, becoming much more composed, and has grown to about 7 meters tall. While everyone was training alone in different places, a boy around 13 or 14 years old encountered a strange being in an icy mountain. A human-like man, yet modified in many places with machinery, wearing a robe embroidered with the number 10. On his head he wore a headband with a large letter R. Yupo, wearing a training outfit styled like Yardrat, asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "I am Android No. 10. According to the analysis of the data from the computer within me, it shows that you are not Sun Wukong." The half-mechanical man with a headscarf quickly scanned UPA, using his eyes as a medium. Thus, through the feedback information analyzed by the computer in his brain, he reached this conclusion. Android No. 10 was originally an ordinary soldier of the Red Ribbon Army, but was captured by the insane Dr. Gero for experimentation, transforming him into this half-human, half-machine form. Dr. Gero's goal was to create powerful robots and androids to achieve his nefarious purpose. The former general of the Red Ribbon Army hired Dr. Gero at a high price because he recognized Gero's technology, commissioning him to create large-scale weapons of mass destruction. This allowed the faction to expand rapidly, becoming the most terrifying army in the world. Dr. Gero was an ambitious man, joining them was merely a means to exploit the resources of the Red Ribbon Army to expedite his android project. What do you want with Sun Wukong? UPA, upon hearing that android no. 10 was looking for Sun Wukong, immediately became alert, fixing his gaze on the other. At this moment UPA had matured significantly, though overall he still appeared somewhat juvenile. Android no. 10 looked at UPA with absolute certainty and said earnestly, "Of course it is to kill Sun Wukong. I won't let you have the chance to kill him." Android no. 10, come to your senses. Since UPA had confirmed that no. 10 was an enemy, there was nothing left to say but to take him down directly. According to my analysis, your energy level is an astonishing 160 points. Although I don't know how you achieve that, it's still not enough to compete with me. Since you are a friend of Sun Wukong, I will kill you first, then participate in the world's strongest martial arts tournament, and finally eliminate Sun Wukong. Within Android no. 10 was a central computer chip that could quickly analyze the energy levels of enemies. The so-called energy level is essentially the combat power value commonly referred to by extraterrestrials. This value reflects the maximum strength and speed a person can reach used to measure combat effectiveness. However, combat power does not necessarily represent combat skill. Android no. 10's combat power had reached 260 points, even surpassing that of the world's #1 assassin Tao Bai Bai, who had also been modified by Dr. Gero. Tao Bai Bai's corpse was specifically collected and sent to Dr. Gero by the Crane Hermit, who harbored vengeful feelings, hoping to resurrect his brother. Although he had spent all of Tao Bai Bai's savings, Tao Bai Bai miraculously came back to life. This demonstrates the terrifying capabilities of Dr. Gero. According to the database of Android no. 10, Tao Bai Bai's current combat power is 210 points. Since Dr. Gero implanted the command to kill Sun Wukong within Android no. 10. Thus anyone who obstructs no. 10 will be regarded as an enemy. UPA assumed a combat stance and said, encouraged by his father Bora, UPA not only successfully climbed Karen Tower, but also trained for a while under the guidance of the Karen Hermit. In the years since UPA left, 4 very powerful individuals had arrived at Karen Tower, but that is a story for another. After training under the Cat Hermit and Pax, although Yupa's strength could not match that of Sun Wukong or Piccolo Jr., he was no longer the child who was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. With Yupa's current martial arts realm and strength, he could easily overpower Tao Bai Bai from 6 years ago. This was thanks to Pax's exceptional teaching abilities, far surpassing those of the Turtle Hermit and Cat Hermit. If the Turtle Hermit is considered a beginner teacher and the Cat Hermit a mid-level teacher, Pax would be deemed an advanced instructor. Without further ado, UPA and Android no. 10 commenced a true fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, Bruce finished his training and changed into a new combat uniform resembling the martial arts GI worn by Vegeta during his fusion with Goku. Mr. Bruce, it seems you have mastered the advanced technique of instant transmission. Your talent is indeed remarkable. Congratulations. Kaioshin Shin was left in shock by Bruce's astonishing abilities. This mysterious and powerful Saiyan had an incredible gift. Even in his long existence, he had never encountered anyone with such terrifying talent as Bruce. Haha, thank you, Kaioshin. Rest assured, as long as I'm here in Universe 7, you need not worry too much about that fellow. Bruce replied with a smile, implying that if Earth were truly in danger, he would not stand idly by. After spending some time together, Bruce had become quite familiar with Kaioshin, speaking more casually with him. So, Kaioshin, until we meet again. Bruce bid farewell to Kaioshin Shin, and in the next moment instantly appeared on Earth. Upon arriving on Earth, Bruce frowned. Strange, where is that Carissa? But then he recalled Carissa's current strength, and did never mind with her strength aside from herself and Broly. It seems no one can threaten her for the time being. After all, it was still the time period on Earth, so there wouldn't be too many powerful characters appearing in the universe. With this thought, Bruce relaxed his frown, then quickly sensed around and discovered several familiar energy signatures. God, Bobo, Piccolo, Turtle Hermit, Cat Hermit. And that little bald head has been resurrected too. The main cast was mostly intact. They should soon enter the Piccolo Jr. storyline. With just a slight sense, he instantly grasped everything happening on Earth. At this moment, due to his training in the Kaioshin realm, Bruce's energy had become incredibly refined, and he had initially cultivated the godly energy. Moreover, a trace of divine power had automatically manifested from the ancestral bloodline within him. Now Bruce gave off an aura reminiscent of Kaioshin standing there. Having birthed divine power and cultivated divine energy, Bruce's life dimension had broken its shackles. Bruce could roughly guess that it was due to the awakening of the Saiyan ancestral bloodline within him. Bruce named it the Y cell, which contained divine energy. In any case, this change was more beneficial than harmful, so Bruce was not overly concerned. Currently, it was difficult for Bruce to be sensed under normal circumstances. He appeared like an ordinary person, yet when he actively released his aura, he possessed an invisible pressure akin to that of a god. Ordinary people facing Bruce's released pressure found themselves with no courage to strike. During this time, Bruce did not deliberately cultivate to enhance his normal strength, but focused on training the advanced instant transmission and purifying the power of his Saiyan ancestral bloodline. Within Bruce, the blood of ordinary Saiyans had gradually been overwhelmingly devoured and assimilated by the ancient ancestral bloodline, slowly eliminating impurities. As a result, he now only contained a special type of cell, which Bruce named the Y cell. Furthermore, this Y cell could differentiate into S cells and Y cells. In simple terms, the S cell is the key to becoming a Super Saiyan, while the Y cell is crucial for Bruce to transform into an ultimate Super Saiyan. As for Broly and Carissa, the legendary Super Saiyans, Bruce denoted them with the X cell. Thus, possessing S cells signifies the ability to transform into a regular Super Saiyan. Possessing X cells indicates the ability to become a legendary Super Saiyan, and possessing Y cells signifies the capacity to transform into an ultimate Super Saiyan. The hierarchy among them is SXY cells. The potential comparison for Saiyans is ordinary half-blood legendary ultimate. After all, in the Dragon Ball world, bloodline plays a significant role in determining a person's future strength. For example, angelic bloodline physiques, Kaioshin bloodline physiques, demon bloodline physiques, Saiyan bloodline physiques, and earthling physiques exhibit vastly different power levels at birth. This illustrates the importance of bloodlines. Of course, exceptions exist for characters like Sun Wukong, who possess protagonist privileges. However, within Bruce, there are no X cells, the impure yellow-green, only a small amount of S cells golden, and a large quantity of Y cells incredibly pure golden-green. Previously, Bruce was afraid that he and Carissa would not be able to keep up with the growth rates of Kakarot and Vegeta. Thus, he utilized the dragon from Namek to obtain a higher-grade bloodline. After all, the power of that dragon far surpassed that of the one on Earth. Initially, he was concerned that he couldn't acquire this ancient ancestral bloodline from the Namekian dragon, but it turned out to be possible. Later, Bruce realized that power is power and bloodline is bloodline. These are two different matters. Just like Krillin, a fellow Earthling, when compared to ordinary Earthlings despite having the same bloodline, their strengths. Of course, there is also a significant relationship with cultivation, but one cannot deny the importance of bloodline power. Bruce contemplated that since he couldn't catch up by climbing stairs, he would use an elevator or a rocket, familiarize himself with the storyline and some memories of the Dragon Ball world, and then call upon the Dragon Balls to gain an advantage. After all, in the Dragon Ball world, the greatest cheat is indeed the Dragon Balls. They can be utilized to exploit information gaps and accomplish many things in advance. Thus, the facts proved that Bruce's thoughts were correct. As he returned to his thoughts, Bruce unexpectedly discovered an unforeseen situation. It seems that UPA has encountered trouble. Well, Pax is someone I created, and in a sense he is essentially my alternative avatar. Like Sun Wukong, Broly, and Kakarot, these peace-loving individuals are kind-hearted, and in Bruce's view, they are all talents worth cultivating. For the upcoming competition between Universe 6 and Universe 7, as well as the power tournament, Bruce decided to plan ahead. The Super Dragon Balls must be his. At this moment, on the northern ice mountain of Earth, Android No. 10, just released by Dr. Gero, had UPA completely suppressed with no room to fight back. At this moment, Android No. 10 was toying with UPA like a cat playing with a mouse. Facing this predicament, UPA could only rely on agile evasive maneuvers, using the cover of the icy coniferous forest to dodge the energy blasts launched by the enemy. Is this the strength of a martial artist? Utterly pathetic. Android No. 10 mocked the mouse, then Android No. 10 teleported to UPA's front and delivered a swift flying kick, sending UPA flying. Once again, he gathered a more powerful energy cannon in his hand, intending to finish UPA with a single blow. This is the end, you little brat. After saying this, Android No. 10 gripped his arm with one hand, condensing a formidable energy cannon, swiftly locking onto UPA. At this moment, UPA was severely exhausted and could only use the Kamehameha to seize a slim chance of survival. Thus, the two differently colored energy cannons and the Kamehameha collided rapidly. At this moment, UPA was severely exhausted and could only use the Kamehameha to seize a slim chance of survival. Thus, the two differently colored energy cannons, and at this moment, memories of Pax and his father flashed rapidly through Yupa's mind, ultimately being engulfed in the energy cannon. Boom! This powerful energy cannon instantly obliterated a large portion of a distant ice mountain. It triggered a small avalanche. As the dust gradually settled, Android No. 10 looked at the empty scene before him and burst into triumphant laughter. In the area of the sky that Android No. Tin had not noticed UPA opened his eyes, seeing himself being rescued by a mysterious man. Upon seeing the mysterious man's face, Upa's mood became excited, and with tears in his eyes he mistook Bruce for Pax, joyfully exclaiming, "Pax, it's so good to see you again." In fact, during the following 2 years UPA had been searching for Pax whereabouts, but had received no news. At this moment Android No. 10 also noticed Bruce holding UPA, and exclaimed, "No, it's impossible. There can't be anyone in this world who can withstand my—" At this moment Android No. 10 also noticed Bruce holding UPA, and at this moment Android No. 10 also noticed Bruce holding UPA, and exclaimed, "No, it's impossible. There can't be anyone in this world who can withstand my energy cannon," and scathed. Although Android No. 10 did not recognize Bruce before him, he had just heard that capable little brat call him Master Bruce, causing Android No. 10's expression to become extremely wary. He thought to himself that if even the apprentice was this strong, then the Master Bruce must be even more formidable. Android No. 10 began scanning Bruce, but the data on the computer displayed an unmeasurable result, and even triggered the highest level of danger warning. Then before Bulusi could act, the android's internal computer overloaded. The energy reading from Bulusi was too great for its circuits to compute, causing a catastrophic short in Android 10's brain that detonated in an instant. Even after the explosion, Android 10 did not die immediately. Its shattered head exposed intricate machinery and the sizzling sparks of the short circuit. It seems this scrap is one of the android's Dr. Guluo made. Since I have nothing better to do cleaning up Earth's trap, Bulusi extended a finger toward Android 10. The machine was instantly seized, much like Kalin once was on Namek by Fu Li Sha, and it detonated into ash in midair. Bulusi showed neither sorrow nor joy, as indifferent as one brushing away refuse. Amazing. Truly Master Pa Kusi. Wu Pa, watching Bulusi's overwhelming power, felt a sudden longing. In his mind, Master Pa Kusi had always been powerful and mysterious. He had never imagined him to be this strong. An android that once humbled him completely. Master Pa Kusi could erase it in an instant. Too formidable. Bulusi was unaware of Wu Pa's small admiration. Bulusi turned and looked at Wu Pa. "You brat must be Wu Pa, right? Pa Kusi's disciple, am I wrong?" The present Wu Pa had changed greatly from the boy 6 years ago. Bulusi's impression of him remained frozen in the time when Tao Bai Bai went to Kalin Ta. By the time Pa Kusi later took Wu Pa as a disciple, 3.5 years had already passed. Now another 3 years had gone by, and the little Wu Pa had grown noticeably. If not for the fact that each person's chi is unique, Bulusi might not have been able to be certain this youth was Wu Pa. At this moment, Wu Pa resembled Sun Wufan from the Cell Saga, darker-skinned with a temperament akin to Sun Wukong, but lacking Sun Wukong's implacable conviction in his eyes. Overall, he was still a work in progress. Wu Pa looked at Bulusi with puzzlement, unable to understand why Master Pa Kusi seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Suddenly realizing something, he became alert, stepping back to create distance, and nervously asking the man who resembled Pa Kusi, "Aren't you Master Pa Kusi?" It's too complicated to explain. In short, all of your Master Pa Kusi's abilities were actually taught by me. Hearing this, Wu Pa let out a breath of relief. If this man had been an enemy, Wu Pa thought he would not have escaped today. Then Bulusi conceived a plan. "Got it. He'll transmit it directly into your mind, and you'll understand." Bulusi beckoned Wu Pa over, and placed his hand on the boy's head. This method resembled how upon reaching a certain cultivation Sun Wukong could perceive what was happening to Kalin simply by drawing near him. Bulusi reversed that approach, enabling others to know what he wished them to know. Simply put, a direct mental transmission and initiation. This was a technique only martial artists who had attained a certain realm could master. Given Bulusi's current cultivation, calling it a godlike realm would not be far off. After a moment, Wu Pa understood. "I see. Master Pa Kusi was created by you. You are remarkable." Wu Pa suddenly grasped the truth. Bulusi laughed aloud. "Haha, you are not wrong." For whenever Bulusi willed it, Pa Kusi could be brought back. Only it would be a brand new Pa Kusi without his former memories. Bulusi could not do anything about that, yet he did not possess such a miraculous power for now. Moreover, the life restoration technique was somewhat hollow, neither savory to use nor easy to discard. So, does that mean Master Pa Kusi is in a way a portion of your chi? Then does that mean the one who truly instructed my martial cultivation was you, Mr. Bulusi? Wu Pa asked eagerly, having grasped the key point. Bulusi ruffled the boy's hair and replied casually, "It's not quite right to put it that way. Pa Kusi is an independent life form. Whether you choose to follow me or not, I honestly don't care much." Wu Pa understood Bulusi's meaning. Bulusi had not truly been his teacher. The one who had really instructed him remained Pa Kusi. Wu Pa did not know that Pa Kusi had simply been a special life form Bulusi created on a whim. Pa Kusi's martial level was but a trifling fragment of Bulusi's power, one hair among thousands, and that hair sliced into 3, of which he held only one part. Wu Pa cared nothing for such subtleties and did not comprehend them. To him, Bulusi was Pa Kusi. He knelt immediately and cried out, "Master Bulusi, please continue to teach me my cultivation." Bulusi had not expected such a display. It seemed that the Pa Kusi he had casually made long ago had stirred genuine affection in the boy. Perhaps this was the difference between humans and beasts. Humans are beings of feeling endowed with conscience and a sense of justice. Some creatures have wholly lost those basic human qualities. Conscience, the 7 emotions, the kindness and righteousness that define us. Much like when Baiku taught Sun Wufan, later developing into Sun Wufan's guardian and in a way his true father. Seeing Wu Pa kind heart, love of peace and strong sense of justice, Bulu Si said comfortedly, "Very well, you may follow me. But do not call me teacher. I do not take disciples. However, my instruction will be stricter than Pa Kasis. You should prepare yourself mentally." Wu Pa answered happily. With Wu Pa crisis resolved, Bulu Si's thoughts turned to Dr. Goluo, the scientist he regarded as little if his memory served in the early days of the Dragon Ball world. Dr. Goluo's base was concealed in the pine woods north of the city, countless conifers shrouding his research facilities and lab. At this time, that wretch was likely continuing experiments on androids and conducting cruel, inhumane trials. Thinking of this stirred anger in Bulu Si, but because he was on Earth, he repressed it, careful not to display it. He feared an unconscious leakage of his chi might cause unimaginable devastation to an unfortified Earth. After all, a combat power of around 10,000 could obliterate the planet. Not to mention that Bulu Si's normal state combat power now reached 1.24 billion. If his realm and cultivation had not reached an unfathomable degree, allowing him perfect control over his normal state chi, Bulu Si would never dare act so freely on Earth. Fortunately, chi can be used in many subtle ways. At a certain level of cultivation, one can regulate the magnitude of a like Fu Li Sha in his final form. Though his power might peak at 120 million, he could choose to employ only 10, 30, 50% and slowly ramp up to a full 100. This was Fu Li Sha's mastery over his own strength. For now, Bulu Si conformed to his usual restraint, concealing most of his might and showing only around 300 combat power. Wu Pa Pa Kasi must have taught you Wakongshu the flight technique, right? Come with me. Bulu Si asked, then flew ahead and called for Wu Pa to follow. Though curious about where Mr. Bulu Si intended to take him, Wu Pa followed. Drawn by a faint sense of kinship he felt from the man. That feeling was in truth the unique chi emanating from Bulu Si. Wasn't Pa Kasis' chi merely a fragment of Bulu Sis? Bulu Si and Wu Pa scoured the sky and soon located Dr. Goluo's secret base. Surveying the perfectly concealed lab and secret facility, Bulu Si decided not to intervene personally and instead gave the chance to Wu Pa. Wu Pa, these robots are yours. Let's see how much you've learned from Pa Kasi over these 3 years. Yes, Mr. Bulu Si, Wu Pa cried, diving straight down. Wu Pa blasted through the concealed gate with an energy wave. Numerous armed robots poured out and charged. Over the years, Bulu Si had learned many practical magics and techniques, and his martial cultivation had advanced. The injuries Wu Pa had just suffered were casually healed by Bulu Si. This miraculous restoration stunned the boy once more. In truth, abilities like magic can be achieved by those with strong mental power. Bulu Si planned to pursue a dual path, advancing his realm while cultivating bloodline power. Strength was the path of transformation. The Saiyans revered power, famed as a warrior people for their savage inner. As for cultivation, walking the divine realm route offered a higher ceiling, perhaps even reaching destroyer or angel level might in the future. This dual cultivation of power and spirit was an ideal path, aligning perfectly with Bulu Si's earlier. Bulu Si looked back on the road he had traveled with some emotion. Were his soul not one that had crossed through dimensions, he likely would not exist in the Dragon Ball world at all. Even if he had, his fate might well have resembled that of Vegeta. How else could he have achieved his present accomplishments and strength? Still, Bulu Si would not grow arrogant. This was the primary timeline of Dragon Ball Super, where countless masters could one-shot him. With strength above Super 3, yet below Super 4, there was little to boast about. Any random destroyer-level expert could kill him instantly. By his estimate, even Shite from Universe 6 could likely one-shot him in his current state. Thankfully, he possessed a godlike lifespan, the road was long, and he could continue to grow in the years ahead. Fu Li Sha, that prodigy, in only 4 months of training, had reached Golden Fu Li Sha and attained Super Bull level. In raw talent, Sun Wukong and Vegeta honestly could not compare to Fu Li Sha. Yet Fu Li Sha compared to Bulu Si was many tiers beneath. Potential is potential, talent is talent, strength is strength. These are distinct. As many villainous masters like to say, a genius who is yet to mature remains merely an ant. Still, he was neither the best nor the worst. A creature like Demon King Dapula was to Bulu Si only a slight. Bulu Si wondered what the proud Prince Vegeta would think if he saw the strength Bulu Si and Ka Li Sha now wielded. Considering his own power, Bulu Si felt as if he had been reborn into another era. Below, Wu Pa had already engaged the standard robots Dr. Goluo had manufactured. Bulu Si watched with interest and muttered, "These ordinary robots are far stronger than regular people. Judging by their attack power, they seem to be in the range of greater than 50, but less than 100 in strength and speed, comparable to some Earth martial artists. 3 years ago, such fully mechanized androids would have been formidable. Now, however, they were clearly no match for Wu Pa." As Bulu Si watched the spectacle of Wu Pa fighting the robots. Inside the laboratory, a gaunt old man with long white hair and a lengthy white beard wore a cap bearing a red ribbon Legion emblem RR, a scientist's white coat and black trousers. Dr. Goluo had not yet fully gone mad, but he had already achieved certain results in his android program. Androids 9, 10, and 11 had been deployed along with the successfully modified half-mechanized killer Taobai. Dr. Goku's sole purpose in creating these androids was vengeance, to kill Sun Wukong. Taobai was not present. He had already left for the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Android 10 had been annihilated by Bulma. Only 9 and 11 remained with drive. Goku. The other ordinary robots the doctor had built had been put into service. Dr. Goku stared at the large computer screen. No one could tell what he was thinking. Beneath the lab lay a secret chamber containing an advanced Android 12, constructed by Dr. Goku from a human template endowed with human consciousness, and fitted with an internal absorption-type power core. The passage was dimly lit with only the exit at the end glowing white. Krillin stood in the shadows, his hands hanging by his sides. The plan remained under study. With current technology, it could not yet be realized. Who is that fellow watching from the sky using Wukongshu? He even has a tail? Could this be some monster like Sun Wukong? Dr. Goku had never encountered Bulma or Kali Sha. The nanoinsect probes had not collected their blood or cells. Moreover, Kali Bulu Dao's natural hazards made it impossible for the nanoinsect robots to reach it. Towering waves and tornadoes would destroy them. Coupled with the mysterious long-term cosmic whereabouts of Bulma and Kali Sha, Dr. Goku did not recognize the tailed man before him. At that moment, Dr. Goku's expression shifted abruptly as he stared at the large screen. His pupils contracted. He had apparently discovered something grave. The android No. 11, quite handsome with tousled yellow hair and a headscarf, possesses human self-awareness. At this moment, Android No. 11 looked puzzled at Dr. Glow, who displayed a shocked expression, not understanding why he was so astonished by the ordinary human martial artist in the screen who was watching the show with crossed arms and performing void dance. In Android No. 11's eyes, such a character could be easily crushed. Thus Android No. 11 asked in confusion, "Doctor, is there something wrong with this guy? Why are you so surprised?" At this moment, Dr. Glow remembered many years ago when the Red Ribbon Army still existed. He had once used technological means to scout and unexpectedly discovered two mysterious spaceships suddenly. In order to obtain technology from beyond Earth, he specifically instructed the commander of the Red Ribbon Army to send someone to attempt to seize one of the alien spacecraft. Unexpectedly, the useless people raised by the Red Ribbon Army not only failed to complete the mission, but also damaged the insect robots they took with them. As a result, he was unable to collect the blood and cells of these aliens. If I'm not mistaken, this guy, who looks to be about 23 years old, with a tail behind him, should not be a native of Earth. He is very likely a mysterious alien from outside Earth. At this moment, Dr. Glow thought of Sun Wukong and suddenly suspected if this brat was also an alien. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the various phenomena occurring with Sun Wukong. He felt a bit worried. However, when Dr. Glow looked at the two excellent androids he had created, No. 9 and No. 11, his heart was once again filled with confidence. Even if they were aliens, they would definitely not be their match, because their energy levels had long surpassed that of the terrifying and despair-inducing Majin Buu that had struck fear into humanity worldwide. Dr. Glow thought to himself whether it is the purely mechanical robot No. 9 or the half-human, half-mechanical android No. 11 or both are equipped with high-endurance energy cores. Among them, the energy level of No. 9 far exceeds that of Majin Buu from 3 years ago. No. 11's energy level is even higher than that of No. 9. With No. 9 and No. 11, the goal of exacting revenge on that detestable monster Sun Wukong could finally be realized. If it weren't for Sun Wukong destroying the Red Ribbon Army, how could his scientific research and android experiments have fallen into stagnation? However, after years of recovery and energy collection, using these miniature robots, he finally gathered blood and excellent cells from martial artists across the Earth. Thus, he successfully created the world's strongest robot No. 9 android No. 11 and the final stage of his hidden secret weapon, the advanced android No. 12, with an energy level comparable to that of nuclear weapons. As for the already destroyed No. 10, Dr. Glow considered it a complete failure. Dr. Glow expressionlessly said No. 9, No. 11. Go kill this martial artist named UPA and that alien directly. Leave their corpses. The martial artist and the alien make perfect materials. Yes, Doctor. No. 9 and No. 11 immediately left the laboratory and headed towards the exit. Outside, Dr. Gloss' experimental base UPA had quickly cleared out the ordinary robots armed with submachine guns and rocket launchers. These robots were generally not strong due to Dr. Glow not investing much time and effort into them. However, they were more than enough to deal with ordinary earthlings or martial artists of that caliber, like King Gappa. At this moment, Yupa's combat power had already reached 160 points, far surpassing these ordinary robots in strength, speed, and skill. Of course, Dr. Glow did not expect these worthless machines to stop UPA and Bruce. Just then a powerful energy cannon fired from the depths of the dark laboratory corridor, heading straight for UPA. Seeing the power of the energy cannon, Bruce immediately shouted to UPA, "Get out of the way." UPA heard this and quickly dodged, narrowly escaping the terrifying energy cannon. After dodging, UPA returned to Bruce's side, looking back at the depths of the corridor with lingering fear, and said, "Mr. Bruce, that energy cannon is so powerful." Bruce merely nodded slightly. "Android, no." 9 and no. 11 emerged from the darkness, coldly staring at Bruce and UPA. No. 9 was wearing a green leisure suit of the Red Ribbon Army, while no. 11 was dressed in a black leisure. From the earlier energy cannon's power, Bruce estimated that the combat power of the android in the green leisure suit was approximately between 400 and 480. At this moment, even Bruce had to admit that Dr. Gloss's scientific talent was indeed comparable to that of Dr. Brief, and even surpassed him in some twisted aspect. However, if this strength were present in the current martial arts tournament, the protagonists might indeed encounter trouble. At this moment, even Bruce had to admit that Dr. Gloss's scientific talent was indeed comparable to that of Dr. Brief, and even surpassed him in some twisted aspects. Thus Bruce could only apologize to Krillin, the little bald guy. Who knew if this guy Dr. Glow had collected his and Carissa's blood and cells? Bruce did not want his and Carissa's cells to appear in Cell's body. It would make him feel extremely disgusted. If it were just collecting others, Bruce would certainly not interfere. UPA, step back. These two androids are not opponents you can handle. Bruce no longer wished to engage in any boring battle games with Dr. Glow. UPA, step back. These two androids are not opponents you can handle. Bruce no longer wished to engage in any Bruce didn't even bother to elevate his energy. In an instant he vanished and appeared directly in front of the androids, releasing 2 Kamehameha blasts right to their faces, shattering their core devices into fragments. Android no. 9 is down. Android no. 11 is down. Next, Bruce teleported directly in front of Dr. Glow, and before he could speak, a single energy cannon obliterated him into ashes. Taking decisive action without unnecessary chatter. The scientific genius Dr. Glow is down. At this moment, Bruce personally destroyed all the computers. He fired an energy blast at the ground, creating a large hole, and entered the hidden underground chamber, finding the advanced android warrior No. 12 with a staggering energy level of 2,680 points. At this time, if Bruce and Carissa were not on Earth once android No. 12 truly emerged, it would spell despair for all. It would be akin to the bleak timeline of future Trunks. Then Bruce found the original cells of Cell. I have to say, if Dr. Glow did not engage in these disgusting acts, he might have lived a few more years. Bruce looked at these nauseating scenes and could not stay for another moment. Completely disappear. Thus in the 7th universe there would no longer be Dr. Glow or any form of android. In order to prevent Cell and Dr. Glow from being revived by any evil forces, Bruce unleashed 3 devastating blasts capable of leveling a mountain. Not even a worm in the laboratory was spared. It was dug out and subsequently obliterated by an energy cannon, all for the sake of safety. Afterwards, Bruce teleported the shocked UPA and tossed him into the Pacific Ocean, forcing him to swim to the tournament location Papaya Island to register. Next, he visited Kame House and stealthily took the life fruit core that Pax had transformed into. Then Bruce arrived at the Kaioshin realm and asked the Supreme Kai to tell him about the events on Earth over the past few years. He learned that Carissa had gone to space and that an unexpected character named Druck had appeared on Earth. At this moment, Bruce teleported to the spaceship that Druck was on and obliterated it with a single blast. After that, Bruce found the 7 Dragon Balls, summoned the Eternal Dragon, and asked whether Dr. Glow and the androids had been completely eliminated. The Eternal Dragon confirmed that they had been eradicated, and with this assurance Bruce felt much more at ease. At this time Bruce looked at the Eternal Dragon, quietly contemplating what wish he should make. The Eternal Dragon, looking at Bruce, just wanted to leave quickly. The pressure was too much and cold sweat had appeared on its forehead. "Please, state your wish. I can grant you one wish no matter what it is." The Eternal Dragon sensed Bruce's life dimension and trembled slightly, nervously asking. At this moment Bruce thought of Carissa and asked, "By the way, where did Carissa go? Why can't I sense her energy in space?" I am sorry. I cannot fulfill this wish. It exceeds my capabilities." Bruce looked speechless at the Eternal Dragon and impatiently scolded, "So useless. Forget it, just give me a bottle of strength-enhancing potion for Earthlings with no side effects. You can do that, right?" Upon hearing this, the Eternal Dragon's eyes flashed red, and a bottle of enhancement potion for Earthlings appeared in Bruce's hand. "This wish has been granted you. I will take my leave now." The Eternal Dragon turned into 7 Dragon Balls and swiftly flew away, transforming into ordinary stones. At this moment, because of the appearance of the Eternal Dragon, Earth was filled with speculation. Sun Wukong was still fighting various masters in different eras and was not present in the Divine Realm. After eating to his fill in the Divine Realm, Bruce informed the Supreme Kai that he would be leaving Earth for a while, but would return before the martial arts tournament, assuring him not to worry about Bu. After all, there was still about a month left and Bruce did not want to waste time. After giving his instructions, Bruce teleported to West City, found Dr. Brief, and asked him to help analyze the Earthling strength-enhancing potion. It must be said that after Bruce briefly introduced the concepts of energy levels and combat power to Dr. Brief, they only discussed for 3 days before Dr. Brief completed the analysis. At the same time, he helped Bruce dilute it and divided it into 3 bottles. Because according to Earth martial artists' physiques, drinking an undiluted bottle might cause them to burst their blood vessels and die. In the celestial realm, the Supreme Kai looked at Bruce in confusion. Mr. Bruce, why are you back again? Bruce replied, you should be aware of the wish I made to the Eternal Dragon. I have 3 bottles of Nasadefect strength-enhancing potions, and I've thought about 3 suitable candidates on Earth. You're referring to Sun Wukong, Tien Shinhan, and UPA? The Supreme Kai said. Bruce shook his head and thoughtfully stated, not at all, though I do not intend to give them 3 the potions. They have their own. Looking at the divine temple, Bruce paused and said, Supreme Kai, I know you are quite worried about Bu. I can clearly tell you that the Bu down there is quite different from what you think. You should have sensed it yourself. Bruce looked at the Supreme Kai and revealed a meaningful smile slowly, saying, it seems you sense that my life dimension is comparable to that of the King Kai. The Supreme Kai immediately became anxious. I am sorry, Mr. Bruce, I do not dare to make rash comment. Bruce signaled the Supreme Kai to calm down, saying lightly, it's alright, you just don't spread it. Krillin's combat power stood at approximately 300, stronger than Tien Shinhan and others at full capacity, yet still inferior to Son Goku and Piccolo. After consuming the enhancement serum, his power would surge by an additional 500 points. Having concluded all preparations, Bruce departed for the realm of the Kaioshin. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Bruce briefly explained his purpose to Kaioshin Shin before settling in to cultivate. Having already awakened divine power within himself and cultivated divine ki, Bruce had begun treading the threshold of godhood, no longer an ordinary mortal. Thus Kaioshin Shin raised no objection to Bruce's cultivation within the realm of the Kaioshin. With my current strength, it seems no one in this universe, not even the most formidable warriors, can truly challenge me save perhaps the god of destruction. At this rate, further growth will be severely limited. Once I have trained for a while, I shall first seek out the cosmic sage of the universe to inquire about Carissa's whereabouts. If that fails, I will consult Master Whis. Bruce mused inwardly. As for Kaioshin Shin, he remains utterly ignorant. Bruce could not even be bothered to ask him. The answer was self-evident. 1 month later, on the eve of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, numerous martial artists and elite fighters gathered at the tournament arena, silently awaiting the opening of registration. Among them stood a cloaked figure with a hooded hat, eyes closed, quietly resting. His appearance so uncannily reminiscent of Demon King Piccolo that Krillin and the others would instantly recognize him, yet he appeared far too youthful, 3-year-old Piccolo. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Bruce let out a thunderous, furious roar. White flames erupted from his body, like a primordial supervolcano awakening after millennia of slumber. An overwhelming surge of energy startled both Kaioshin Shin and Jibito. In the next instant, Bruce vanished and reappeared in the void of outer space. In the domain of the god of destruction of universe 7, Whis was instructing Broly in the mastery of spiritual energy when he suddenly turned toward the direction of the solar system, faintly surprised, then glanced at his staff, where Bruce's image shimmered into view. Oh my. Master Bruce's innate talent is truly extraordinary. Even compared to the former Birasama, he shows no sign of inferiority. Indeed, he may even surpass him. Whis murmured in quiet astonishment, gazing at Bruce, who had already reigned in his aura, praising him with genuine admiration. Through instantaneous temporal retrocognition, Whis immediately discerned that Bruce had entered a rare, transcendent state, enlightenment. Yet Whis paid it little mind. Time held no meaning for angels who existed eternally. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Kaioshin Shin suddenly awakened his divine sense, and incredulous beheld Bruce's current form through his crystal orb. Bruce now possessed a sculpted, perfectly proportioned physique, tall, statuesque, with wind-tousled strands of hair, and a subtle, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. To Kaioshin Shin, Bruce radiated the unmistakable aura of a true Saiyan god, mysterious, peerless, unfathomably profound. The Kais of the Kai realm, sensing Bruce's terrifying aura, all simultaneously activated their divine sense, shocked beyond measure. Beyond Earth's orbit in the silent expanse of space, Bruce closed his eyes and once more probed for Carissa's energy signature. Strange. Her energy was absent throughout the entire cosmos. What had transpired over these years? What exactly had occurred? Since she could not be located, he would proceed with his original plan. First seeking the cosmic sage of the universe. Zunostar. A porcelain-like being stood holding a notebook directing visitors. Please form orderly lines, no cutting ahead. At that moment, Bruce teleported directly into the galactic Zunostar. Seeing the interminable queue snaking endlessly before him, Bruce simply walked past, intending to confront the legendary omniscient Lord Zuno without delay. The porcelain clerk noticed Bruce immediately and sternly rebuked him. Hey, you, newcomer, kindly join the line. You arrived last, so you'll wait 7 years before your turn. Hearing this, Bruce froze, then flared with suppressed fury. 7 years? Are you certain you're not jesting? Other bizarre-looking extraterrestrial beings waiting in line loudly berated him. Hey, Don't you know Lord Zuno's rules? Get to the back of the line, now? Exactly. We've all waited. So must you. This fellow must be a first-timer, utterly ignorant of Lord Zuno's decrees. What a provincial bumpkin. A chorus of shouts urged Bruce to comply and cue properly. The spectacle amused him. Bruce strode straight toward those who had mocked him, their mouths clamped shut under the sheer weight of his invisible aura. Since you chose to insult me, you, all of you, shall vanish. These beings were either universally reviled cosmic criminals or pirates like Drillocs. With a casual flick of his wrist, Bruce unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Gigantic mushroom clouds erupted across Zuno, stars shaking the planet violently. Every soul on Zuno's star trembled in abject terror, including the porcelain clerk. Brushing his hands together as though discarding refuse, Bruce approached the trembling porcelain clerk and commanded, "Take me to Lord Zuno, now." Otherwise, Bruce cared nothing for protocol. He well remembered how Zamasu during the Dragon Ball Super era had used brute force to compel Zuno to answer every question. If Zamasu, a being of such moral bankruptcy, was exempt from rules, why should he abide by them? In this realm of supreme martial might, laws are forged by the strong, not imposed upon them. Inside the inner sanctum, Bruce finally met Lord Zuno, the cosmic sage of the universe. Zuno, fully aware of Bruce's terrifying power, dared not demand offerings or tribute. Reveal everything you know about Carissa, her location, her history, and impart all knowledge concerning the super. Having obtained the answers he sought, Bruce departed Zuno's star and called out Whis' name 3 times. Whis. Upon hearing his name echoed in the domain of the god of destruction, Whis opened his staff, and spotting Bruce registered mild surprise. "Broly, I'll be away momentarily. Continue refining your control over spiritual energy. Take care not to lose composure and awaken Birasama, lest dire consequences follow." Whis reminded Broly, who sat cross-legged in meditation. Broly nodded earnestly. "Yes, I understand, Master Whis." Bruce stood motionless in the void awaiting Whis' arrival. Suddenly a radiant prismatic divine light materialized, and Whis appeared. "Truly your innate talent is a marvel worthy of envy," Whis said, covering his mouth with a delicate laugh. Bruce replied, "No, Master Whis. I seek your aid in a matter and also wish to check on Broly's progress." Whis hesitated, until Bruce mentioned he would bring a delicacy called strawberry cake for Whis to savor. Having long craved Bruce's grilled meats since their last encounter, Whis had eagerly awaited his return to the domain of the god of destruction. Whis promptly agreed, and glancing at Bruce added with a knowing chuckle, "Oh ho ho ho. It appears Master Bruce has ascended to that exalted plane." Bruce, familiar with Whis' temperament, offered a modest, self-deprecating smile. "Master Whis flatters me. Compared to the gods of destruction, my strength remains vastly inferior. I am well aware of that." Whis said nothing further, then remarked with quiet amusement, "Oh ho ho ho. Then please grasp my arm, Master Bruce. Let us return to the domain of the god of destruction. You will find it most agreeable." With a gentle tap of his staff, Whis summoned a flash of brilliance, and the two vanished, leaving no trace. As Bruce and Whis journeyed toward the domain of the god of destruction in Universe 6, Carissa, searching desperately for a way home, encountered a being bearing an uncanny resemblance to Frisia. Had Bruce been present, he would have instantly recognized him as Frost. Frost bowed elegantly to Carissa. "Greetings, fair lady. I am Frost, honored to meet you on Lulu's star. Might I invite you to the Queen's bar for a drink?" A gesture toward friendship, perhaps. Carissa, seeing him, immediately hearing Frost speak, and observing his demeanor, she sensed he did not recognize her. This struck her as peculiar. Nonetheless, she scorned him without restraint. "Frisia, you remain as hypocritical and repulsive as ever." Frost, unfamiliar with the name, blinked in genuine confusion. "Fair lady, you appear mistaken. I am Frost, a paragon of justice and peace, thrice honored with the Universal Peace Award. My highest aspiration is to aid others, to eradicate evil across the cosmos and restore a luminous, harmonious existence for all." Carissa laughed, a cold, dismissive gaze fixed upon Frost. "You, champion peace. How absurd. Do you truly believe your own words?" Frost had intended to maintain his refined facade and continue manipulating Carissa, only to find her utterly unimpressed. Unbeknownst to Carissa, this Frost hailed from Universe 6, not the same Frisia she knew from Universe 7. To Frost, however, her disdain was unmistakable, and nothing enraged him more than perceived contempt. Over the years, Carissa had traversed countless planets across Universe 6, encountering diverse alien races. Yet fundamental cosmic truths, such as the existence of multiple universes, remained inaccessible to ordinary beings known only to the highest deities. Unable to sense Bruce's energy anywhere in the cosmos, Carissa had nearly succumbed to despair, her unanswered questions gnawing at her sanity. Recently, she'd heard rumors of a nearby galaxy harboring a planet named Planet Vegeta, where surviving Saiyans supposedly dwelled. Stunned, Carissa resolved to investigate, only to be intercepted by Frost just as she prepared to depart. Lulu Star was governed by the Lulu people, creatures resembling caterpillars and butterflies, and boasted rich mineral deposits and advanced robotics technology. Its immense strategic value made it highly lucrative for interstellar trade. Frost had thus targeted it, planning to secretly annihilate its civilization first. He would then intervene, heroically vanquishing the invaders and winning the Lulu people's trust, before negotiating a low-cost acquisition of the planet from its rulers. Finally, he would resell it at exorbitant profit to galactic real estate magnates, a flawless scheme. Yet Frost had not anticipated this unforeseen variable. To avoid exposure, Frost decided to first assess Carissa's strength. If weak, he would eliminate her quietly. If formidable, he would wait until she departed before executing his plan. Noting Carissa's persistent misidentification, Frost asked politely, "Fair lady, do I misunderstand something about your perception of me?" Carissa stared back expressionless. Frost paused, then sighed, "Very well. If you refuse the Queen's bar, then die." In the span of a breath, his gentlemanly veneer shattered, revealing his true merciless nature. He launched a devastating ki blast directly at Carissa. When the dust settled, Carissa stood unscathed, leaving Frost utterly dumbfounded. "No, impossible. Even in my disguised form, my power exceeds 12 million. Carissa remained unmoved. Her years of life-or-death combat and the awakening of her legendary Saiyan bloodline had elevated her base power far beyond the 2 million she once wielded on Earth. "Is that all? Whether or not you are Frisia, you shall perish today." With a furious shout from Carisha, the entire Lulixing planet shook violently, and debris soared into the sky, as if forcefully propelled by an invisible power forced to float. Accompanied by Carisha's high-pitched roar, her pupils turned golden, and an invisible momentum exploded like a rainbow, shattering the debris into dust. An intensely concentrated white flame suddenly surged violently, resembling a massive volcano erupting. In that instant, it vividly showcased the primal wildness unique to the Saiyans. At this moment, Carisha's power, speed, and defense skyrocketed tenfold, reaching an astonishing level of 200. The Lulixing people looked fearfully in her direction, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads, their bodies trembling, filled with expressions of despair. In addition to this, Carisha's growth over the years concealed several stronger forms of the Saiyan race. Through her years of cultivation, her strength had already seen tremendous enhancement. She even felt that even her partner Bruce might not be her match. This was the confidence that comes with overwhelming power. In her heart, she believed she was now the strongest legendary warrior in the universe. Therefore, upon encountering someone like Frost, she regarded him with disdain, facing him with an air of superiority. With a cold and ruthless expression, her bloodthirsty eyes fixed on Frost as if she were staring at prey. She just wanted to tear Frost apart. "Frisia, show me your full power. I know you still have several transformation forms. Let me, an elite warrior of the Saiyan upper class, see what kind of power the so-called Universe Emperor Frisia true." Carisha spoke with a dismissive attitude. But this attitude nearly drove Frost mad. "I told you I am not. I am Frost. Since you figured it out, let me show you my full power." "Huh?" Frost, shocked by Carisha's strength, no longer hesitated and began his transformation. Frost had one less transformation than Frisia, but due to the inherent strength of the 6th universe beings being far superior to those of the 7th universe. Thus, Frost's power in his base form exceeded that of Frisia from the 7th universe. The first form was the disguised form from before. However, in terms of talent and wisdom, his overall strength could not compare to Frisia, and thus at this stage, Frost the Frozen Demon only possessed 3 transformation forms. If compared to Frisia, Frost was roughly 10 times weaker. Therefore, at this period, Frost was not particularly strong. In his second transformation, his power could only reach 48 million. The arrogant Frost faced Carisha's giant ape form, believing she could not possibly be his opponent. Carisha had only increased her power tenfold at this moment, but had not yet made a move, quietly waiting for Frost to unleash his full strength. Seeing her enemy display so little strength, Carisha remained silent, looking at Frost disdainfully, as if watching. "Is this all your power?" Carisha recalled that Bruce had once mentioned Frisia had 4 transformation forms. She felt that Bruce's words couldn't be entirely trusted. Frost arrogantly replied, "Oh, this is my assault form, and most people don't even have the courage to fight me in this." Carisha seemed to have lost her patience at this moment, shouting angrily, "If that's the case, then you trash should just disappear." Destruction cannon. Carisha casually gathered a destruction cannon in one hand and launched it at Frost. Frost teleported to evade, and before he could feel relieved, Carisha appeared before him in the next moment, delivering a solid punch to his stomach, instantly knocking the pain out of him. Ugh! Ugh! How is this possible? In that instant, Frost seemed to see his deceased great-grandmother, his body losing strength as he fell from the sky. Boom! Dust and debris scattered everywhere. Carisha looked at this scene and scoffed, "Tch. Such trash, and he dares to call himself a Universe Emperor." At that moment, damn, that filthy woman. Unforgivable. Huh. Frost, filled with rage, roared, no longer holding back, transforming into his final form. A lizard-like bald figure strikingly similar to Frisia emerged, radiating a terrifying aura as it stormed. At this moment, Frost's combat power was so intense that Lulixing trembled, and a fierce aura erupted, launching a powerful punch directly toward Carisha. Carisha sensed it. Disappointment flashed across her face as she extended a fist, and with a powerful clash knocked Frost back, slamming him hard into the ground. I thought your full power would be impressive. It turns out to only be 60 million. What a piece of trash. Frost struggled to crawl out from the ground, his face dark and gloomy. He had never thought that besides the assassin hit, there would be someone as formidable as Carisha in the universe. However, in the blink of an eye, Frost suddenly revealed a cold smile, looking at Carisha with a meaningful, triumphant gaze.
Ouch. Inside a classroom where a lesson had been underway, Li Xing suddenly felt a violent impact. Her whole body was flung out, crashing heavily into the rubble.
This was Frost's hidden weapon, a poison needle concealed in his hand. With this method, Frost had killed many who were stronger than himself. Frost slowly approached Carisha, who was falling from the sky, displaying a victorious smile. Oh ho ho ho. Your strength is indeed formidable, but having been struck by my poison needle, the one who will ultimately win this battle is still me. Farewell, beautiful lady. Frost gathered a terrifying energy ball, aiming it at Carisha, intending to kill this stranger who had made him feel utterly embarrassed. Just when Carisha thought she was about to die, an exceptionally familiar silhouette appeared before her, facing away from her. Bruce. Bruce turned around. Sorry I'm late. He then took out a senza bean and fed it to Carisha. Bruce seemed to be speaking to the air. Whis, please take care of Carisha, thank you. Frost and Carisha immediately turned to look the other way, finally spotting Whis. Oh ho ho ho, no problem, Mr. Bruce. But you need to hurry, or that gentleman will be here soon. Whis smiled and reminded, then appeared beside Carisha. Don't worry, 10 seconds is enough. Carisha began to converse with Whis. Meanwhile, Bruce, finally arriving, approached Frost with a blank expression. At that moment, the temperature around them plummeted, as if frozen by cold ice. Looking at Frost, who bore some resemblance to Frisia, an inexplicable rage welled up within him as he declared, Frost, you have only 9 seconds left to state your questions and your final words. Frost's pupils constricted, his mind racing to figure out how to escape. The moment Bruce appeared, Frost sensed the danger level of this person was far above Carisha's. Frost was unclear why he couldn't sense Bruce's aura, but years of instinct for danger told him he had to escape, otherwise he would truly die. Who are you? Why have I never heard of you or that woman from before? Also, why did that woman keep mistaking me for Frisia? Frost quickly asked his questions, trying to buy time and distract Bruce's attention. Perhaps this way he would have a chance to escape. Bruce continued, counting down. 5 seconds left. I only asked you to state your questions. I never said I would definitely. You have 3 seconds left. Bruce shook his head, thinking to himself that this Frost was far inferior to Frisia. Neither his current final form nor his wisdom and tactics could compare to Frisia of the 7th universe. It seems that this Frost from the 6th universe has never been exposed to some supreme beings and knows very little about the gods and the secrets of the universe. He intended to destroy Bruce, Carisha, and that seemingly weak guy who looked like a servant, along with the entire Lulixing. Die. You ruined my planetary trafficking plans, so perish along with Lulixing. A massive energy ball about half the size of Earth, capable of obliterating nearly 1/5 of a solar system, raced toward Bruce with unparalleled speed. In the blink of an eye, Bruce's figure was engulfed in this massive energy ball, and any structure, concrete, trees, or anything that touched the energy ball melted away. Moreover, the pressure caused by the energy ball forced the planet's core to compress, causing many areas on Lulixing to crack, spewing molten lava. The entire Lulixing began to tremble violently, as if experiencing a magnitude 12 earthquake. Even before the energy ball exploded, a scene reminiscent of the end of the world unfolded. It was unimaginable what would happen if this energy ball truly exploded on the Lulixing planet. There was no doubt that it would completely annihilate not only the entire Lulixing planet, but also nearby asteroids, satellites, meteoroids, comets, and all interstellar matter. Moreover, all life forms would be reduced to dust in the universe. But just as Frost was maniacally laughing, the energy ball slowly rose again, and under Frost's incredulous gaze, it gradually revealed Bruce's figure. Bruce appeared expressionless, effortlessly lifting the massive energy ball with a single finger, not even a flicker of white aura appearing around him. In his base form, without even needing to power up, he calmly walked out of the pit, while holding the energy ball with a gentle flick of his finger. Bruce said, "Here you go." At that moment, the gigantic energy ball accelerated to dozens of times its original speed, shooting toward Frost with an irresistible force. Frost extended both hands, attempting to brace himself against the energy ball, but the overwhelming thrust and heat from the energy ball, combined with Bruce's added strength, were beyond his ability to withstand. The moment Frost's hands touched the energy ball, an overwhelming force surged through him, pushing his body backward. In that instant, Bruce appeared behind Frost. Emperor Cannon. An incredibly terrifying energy attack blasted against Frost's body, unleashing unimaginable power that forcibly sent both Frost and the energy ball beyond the Lulixing planet. Bruce aimed to prevent this energy ball from exploding on the planet, Otherwise only Whis would be left alive on Lilith. There were three individuals: C. Bruce and Kalisha. Bruce's exclusive energy cannon, the Emperor Cannon, directly propelled Frost towards an uninhabited star, ultimately resulting in a colossal explosion of two immense energies above the nameless star. There were three individuals: C. Bruce and Kalisha. Bruce's exclusive energy cannon, the Emperor Cannon, directly propelled Frost towards an uninhabited star, ultimately resulting in a colossal explosion of two. After the intense wind pressure, Lilic's star returned to normal. At that moment, Bruce suddenly looked up, his pupils contracting. Before him stood a short, plump purple cat with a short tail, dressed in a red robe with golden edges adorned with a black and white patterned collar and gleaming gold bracelets that sparkled in the sunlight. Its mouth curled in a disdainful sneer. With a loud snort, the destructive energy coalesced into pale purple sparks, a sizzling sound echoing Weiss. You brought people to the sixth universe without even greeting me first. His voice was coarse, yet it carried a gritty sensation, as if he were crushing meteors. After speaking, he pulled out a juice bottle from his waist and began to drink heavily, completely ignoring the panic of Bruce and Kalisha around him. In the paw of the purple cat it held Frost, who was exhausted to the point of collapse. Stepping out from the halo behind Kampa was Vados, her steps as light as stardust landing. Her silver-gray hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her turquoise skin glimmered with a jade-like sheen. A light blue halo around her neck swayed gently with her breath, her tight-fitting robe edged with black and white accentuated her curves, and her bare feet rested on a floating silver-white staff, its top adorned with a ruby swirling with cosmic energy. She wore a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, yet her gaze was cold enough to freeze stellar winds. Lightly tapping her staff against the void, the distorted space instantly settled, even the destructive energy emanating from Kampa obediently retracting. Long time no see, Weiss. What brings you to the sixth universe today, along with two guests from the seventh universe? Her voice was crisp like shards of ice striking jade, laced with a hint of mockery that made Bruce hesitate to act. Just as Kalisha was about to speak, Weiss gestured for her to remain silent. Though Vados' aura was subtle, it was sharper than Weiss, as if she could effortlessly crush Bruce's energy with a flick of. Weiss smiled, saying, "Ho ho ho, my apologies, Lord Kampa, I momentarily forgot. Ho ho ho. Sister, it's been a long." A little fellow from our side accidentally got caught in a cosmic rift and lost his way. So Mr. Bruce entrusted me with bringing him back to retrieve someone. Ho ho ho. As for the outcome, Lord Kampa and sister, you both saw it. Kampa finished his juice and wiped his mouth. Hey, where's that skinny skeleton? Why didn't he come? Is he too scared to face me? Ha ha. Vados couldn't help but chuckle. Ho ho ho. Lord Kampa is indeed quite confident. Lord Beerus is still asleep and hasn't woken up yet, but I will inform him of Lord Kampa's words today. Ho ho ho. Weiss covered his mouth and squinted his eyes, chuckling. Kampa gulped down the juice and wiped his mouth. That skinny skeleton is still the same. So boring. At this moment, Kampa handed Frost over to Vados for handling, and only then did he remember there were two more people present. He stepped forward, looking at Kalisha beside Weiss and Bruce on the ground. Hey, don't you two know that mortals cannot cross the cosmic barriers freely without the permission of a god of destruction? Didn't that skinny skeleton teach you? Facing the god of destruction, Kampa from the sixth universe, Bruce didn't dare to be careless, and quickly respectfully spoke. Greetings, Lord Kampa. Miss Vados. Apologies, Lord Kampa. We have not encountered Lord Beerus. Moreover, I came to the sixth universe solely to bring my fiancée back home with no intention of offending Lord Kampa. Bruce hurriedly explained. Upon hearing that Bruce came to retrieve his fiancée, Kampa spoke. Since that's the case, I will let you. But you nearly killed someone from our sixth universe. The power of life and death within the sixth universe is solely, so how about you spar with me? If you can withstand a move from me, I will forgive you for this offense. At this moment, neither Weiss nor Vados spoke. Although they were the masters of the gods of destruction, they had no authority to interfere with how a god of destruction handled matters. Bruce dared not engage in battle with a god of destruction now. They were simply not on the same level, and he had no desire to seek his own suffering. Thus Bruce spoke. Lord Kampa, you jest. Your strength is indeed formidable even among all gods of destruction. Moreover, I am merely an insignificant individual. How could I dare to spar with a god of destruction? How about this, Lord Kampa? I know of a delicious food called boiled eggs. If Lord Kampa doesn't mind today's incident, when you and Miss Vados visit the seventh universe next time, I will surely treat both of you well. Bruce thought to himself that whether it was Beerus, Kampa, or even Weiss and Vados, they all had a fondness for good food. He didn't believe that Kampa could resist such temptation. Sure enough, the next moment Kampa appeared right in front of Bruce, rubbing his hands together. Mischievously, boiled eggs. Are they really delicious? Yes, they're incredibly delicious. And there's also very tasty grilled meat. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Bruce continued to tempt. Kampa looked at Weiss and said, Hey Weiss, is what this guy said true? Is there really Yes, what Mr. Bruce said is true. Grilled meat is indeed a rare delicacy, sizzling and very fragrant. Weiss nodded with a smile, responding earnestly. All right, kid, this time I will spare you. However, regarding the boiled eggs and grilled meat, you cannot go back on your word or else. Kampa generously made his point, then narrowed his eyes threateningly, looking at Bruce. Rest assured, Lord Kampa. As long as you come to the 7th universe, you can come directly to find me. I will definitely treat you and Miss Vados well. Bruce assured. Alright, you may go. However, I will take this Frost fellow with me. He still has some use. Kid, don't forget the promise you made. Let's go, Vados. Kampa and Vados directly took Frost away, vanished. At this moment, Weiss said to Bruce and Kalisha, let's go. It's time to return to the 7th universe. MHM. Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Bruce nodded and expressed his gratitude. Weiss tapped his staff and a burst of colorful divine light flashed, causing the three to disappear from the 6th universe in an instant. The temple of the 6th universe. Kampa looked at the unconscious Frost and irritably asked, hey, Vados, why did you bring this guy back? Vados feigned a wronged expression, explaining, Lord Kampa, you clearly told me to bring him back, just now. This guy thought he could provoke that female Saiyan with his strength, and getting beaten to such a state was entirely his own doing. Kampa glanced at Frost, who was barely clinging to life, and mocked. Kampa had known since Kalisha first entered the 6th universe that Vados had informed him, simply wanting to see what Kalisha was up. Later, when Kampa discovered that Kalisha had indeed been caught in the 6th universe by accident, he couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. Vados, just find any planet to drop this Frost off. The realm of gods of destruction is not a place where just, Kampa said angrily at that moment. Meanwhile, this supreme deity of the 6th universe, Lord of Destruction, secretly thought if Frost had won, everything would have been fine. But not only did he lose, he lost to someone from the Skinny Skeletons universe. I'm so furious. At this moment, Vados followed Kampa's orders, casually finding a planet for Frost, waving her staff to erase all his memories of today. The 7th universe. Weiss took Bruce and Kalisha back to the space outside Earth. After a brief chat with Bruce, Weiss immediately returned to the realm of gods of destruction. Oh dear, I almost forgot. Mr. Bruce, don't forget the strawberry cake you promised me. Weiss suddenly remembered something before leaving and quickly reminded. Bruce smiled. Rest assured, once we return to Earth, I will prepare it for you and personally deliver it to the realm of God. After all, since I have been to the realm of gods of destruction once, and with Broly there, I can easily use instant transmission to arrive at the realm, which is very convenient. Fortunately, that guy Beerus is still asleep, otherwise I wouldn't dare to casually enter the realm of gods of destruction. The destructive energy is something even Golden Frieza and Super Saiyan Blue Goku find difficult to withstand, let alone me at my current stage. Thinking of this, Weiss began to feel excited, wondering what growth would occur by the time Lord Beerus wakes up, considering Bruce, Broly, and perhaps now Kalisha. Well then, Mr. Bruce and Miss Kalisha, farewell. Weiss waved, tapping the void, instantly manifesting a divine beam of light that vanished in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Kalisha clung to Bruce, filled with grievances and complaints, even wanting to hit Bruce to vent her frustration. Simultaneously, Bruce walked to the beach, extending his hand, as invisible light patterns spread out, instantly forming a barrier surrounding Calibulu Island. Upon returning to Calibulu Island, the two finally relaxed their tense hearts. Unless someone surpasses Bruce's strength, no one can freely enter Calibulu Island. The purpose of the barrier is simply to prevent the leak of his and Kalisha's energy, serving as a means of concealment. At the same time, it also protects Calibulu Island from being affected by the shockwaves from future battles on Earth. Kalisha, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth starts registration today. I have a disciple called UPA on Earth and plan to go see his match as well as formally meet that Kakarot guy. Bruce understood Kalisha's meaning, so he stepped forward to embrace her and kissed her lightly, feeling remorseful. Sorry, Kalisha. I've been so focused on my training. I won't go since I've finally returned to Earth. I want to take a good rest. Kalisha pouted. Bruce understood Kalisha's meaning, so he stepped forward to embrace her and kissed her lightly, feeling remorseful. Sorry, Kalisha. I've been so focused on my training these years that I forgot to accompany you, leaving you wandering in the 6th universe for several years almost. Alright, Bruce. Don't forget we are the strongest warrior race in the universe, the Saiyans. Why are you being so sentimental? Hurry up and go. Kalisha emerged from Bruce's embrace, looking confidently at him. Indeed, all of them were Saiyans, with the blood of the universe's strongest warrior race flowing in their veins, born to fight. Having come to this realization, Bruce no longer wasted words. He sensed Upa's energy and then vanished. Following Bruce's advice, the young Karen boy UPA had successfully swum from the Pacific Ocean to Papaya Island. Not having gone far, UPA, who intended to register first, reached into his pocket only to discover that he had forgotten to bring money. This is bad. I have spent the last 3 years foraging for food in the wild and have never spent any money. But I heard from others that to participate in the world's martial arts tournament, there seems to be a registration fee. If Mr. Bruce finds out, he will definitely scold me. Just as UPA was contemplating how to get some money for registration, Bruce suddenly appeared out of thin air before him. The sudden appearance of a living person startled UPA greatly. Upon seeing that it was Bruce, he quickly ran over. His mood became somewhat excited and a bit aggrieved. However, he still happily shouted, "Mr. Bruce, I thought you wouldn't come to watch me compete this time." UPA thought to himself, since this person who appeared out of nowhere was Mr. Bruce, he had nothing to be surprised about. After all, the various miraculous abilities that Bruce had demonstrated had long surpassed anyone else he had ever seen. Moreover, UPA had already regarded Bruce as Parks in his heart. Furthermore, Bruce's strength was probably even greater than that of his previous teacher Parks, far surpassing any martial artist he had encountered. This naturally included the Cat Immortal he had seen above Karen Tower, the one responsible for the human martial arts legacy Master Karen. What UPA did not know was that at this moment Master Karen was standing in front of a basin, filled with water, carefully observing Bruce and the little brat UPA. If he knew what UPA was thinking at this moment, he would surely say, "You little brat, don't drag me into your boasting. Comparing me with Bruce, that monster, do you still want me to continue living?" However, Master Karen, whose strength had significantly increased, was feeling extremely pleased. Below Karen Tower, Yupa's father Bora was earnestly praying for safety, hoping his son UPA would return from this journey smoothly and safely. As for the ranking in the martial arts tournament, Bora actually did not care. After all, Parks once told Bora, training UPA is merely preparing a qualified martial arts inspector for the martial arts holy land of Earth, Karen Tower. Of course, in the future world, if some aspiring martial artist wanted to ascend that Karen Tower, they must first pass Yupa's test. Only then would they qualify to climb Karen Tower and obtain the so-called holy water. The tests were naturally divided into two kinds, one for character and one for strength. Only in this way could the martial arts heritage of humanity be continuously promoted over time, giving rise to more righteous and powerful martial artists. Earth would also become better in the days to come. This was the true purpose behind Bruce's sudden idea to utilize the life separation technique to create Parks. In his past life, Bruce was an Earthling, and in this new life, he wanted to make a small contribution to Earth, seeking a sense of belonging and nostalgia. Moreover, after coming to this Dragon Ball world, Bruce's birthplace planet Vegeta had long ceased to exist. Naturally, Earth became Bruce's second hometown choice. Of course, Bora did not know that the Parks who had taught them was actually just someone Bruce casually created. Besides Bora and UPA, there was another person from Karen Tower who had secretly set off alone to Papaya Island. This person was the fat guy Yachirobe, who fought fiercely and would bite others' butts. Currently, due to Bruce and Parks' advice, the sins of beans were not being wasted by Yachirobe. There were still plenty left. Above Karen Tower, there was a palace floating in the sky, which was the dwelling place of the Earth God. At this moment, the Earth God stood at the edge of the heavenly plaza, observing some affairs of the lower realm, as usual. Thanks to Bruce's counsel, this time the Earth God did not descend to the lower realm possessing a normal person, but chose to remain in the heavenly realm. He believed that with Bruce around, Piccolo would not cause any trouble. Moreover, the Earth God was also aware that Carissa had. With Bruce and Carissa on Earth, the Earth God felt an unprecedented sense of peace. Furthermore, there was also his personally taught disciple son Wukong, who would participate in the martial arts tournament held once every 3 years. Thus, Piccolo's desire to destroy the world was ultimately impossible to realize. As the Earth God withdrew his thoughts, his attention shifted back to Papaya Island. On Papaya Island, Bruce patted Yupa's head with satisfaction and cheerfully said, "UPA, you are a disciple taught by Parks, so don't embarrass yourself later on." Moreover, at this time UPA was only 13 years old, was still young, with a promising future. Yupa's height in Bruce's view was slightly taller than that of son Wukong at the same age. Arrow, which was quite good. It had reached 165 points. For an Earthling, 5 points of combat power was already double the physical fitness of an ordinary person. Over 3 years, being able to elevate from 12 points of combat power to 165 points was remarkable. Moreover, at this time UPA was only 13 years old, was still young, with a promising future. Yupa's height in Bruce's view was slightly taller than that of son Wukong at the same age. Currently, Krillin, who was 18 years old, was about the same height. In Bruce's eyes, if UPA continued to maintain a diligent cultivation mindset, there was a great chance he could catch up to the strength of the main cast. Of course, catching up to the Saiyans and Piccolo was unlikely, but among Earthlings he should not fall too far behind. After all, he was the martial arts inspector of Karen Tower, and being too weak wouldn't do. Bruce had no intention of providing help to UPA. Everyone had their own paths to walk. In the future, what level UPA could reach would depend on himself. Bruce treated UPA with the same laissez-faire teaching method that Parks had taken. The master leads you to the door, but the cultivation depends on the individual. Although Bruce had countless ways to change Yupa's limits, there was no need. In future battles, Bruce hoped that UPA could stay out of it, and simply guard the martial arts holy land of Karen. In the future, world battles of the caliber of Saiyans would be difficult for ordinary people to participate in. Bruce hoped UPA would heed his advice. In the future, he could stay peacefully at Karen Tower and do something meaningful for Earth. For instance, selecting qualified martial artists who could only attempt to climb Karen Tower after passing Yupa's test. This would also prevent some unscrupulous characters from acquiring powers they shouldn't have, endangering the peace of Earth. In the future, he could stay peacefully at Karen Tower and do something meaningful for Earth. For instance, selecting qualified martial artists who could only. With a proud smile, UPA exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, when Wukong sees my transformation, he will definitely be shocked." Bruce nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yupa's viewpoint. At this moment Bruce sensed that at the tournament site there were currently two individuals with distinct energy levels approaching. As for who they were, the answer was obvious. Several other energy signatures seemed to exceed Yupa's as well. Moreover, these individuals were rapidly closing in on this location at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, Bruce also detected the energy of Master Roshi. It is worth mentioning that this old guy had indeed become considerably stronger overall. It could be said that his efforts had not been in vain. At this stage, the Earth martial arts god's experience and extensive martial arts knowledge were indeed impressive. Moreover, this guy had also learned quite a bit about Bruce, Carissa, and Parks. At this moment, Bruce urged, "Alright, it's getting late. Let's go UPA and meet some old acquaintances together." UPA smiled and nodded, following Bruce. At that moment on Papaya Island it suddenly began to rain. The people who had come to Papaya Island to watch the tournament all took out their umbrellas at the same time. However, when the raindrops fell on Bruce and UPA, they slid off, as if an invisible force was repelling the rain. This scene also attracted surprised and bewildered glances from some passers-by. However, Bruce was indifferent to their gazes, continuing to walk leisurely with UPA. In contrast to the experienced Bruce, the still young UPA felt a bit embarrassed facing these looks. As they passed the wall of the martial arts tournament, they noticed it was plastered with promotional posters for the event. Moreover, the bounty printed at the bottom of the posters particularly caught the attention of these ordinary people. As for Bruce, he didn't have much thought about money at the moment. Because in a yard behind Karalubru Island, Bruce had specifically set up a vault. The vault in the basement was filled with endless cash and various jewels. There were also several precious ores that did not exist on Earth, each worth a fortune. Additionally, there were some high-grade materials that had a wide range of uses piled up into several small mountains. This time out, Bruce's space ring should still contain about 10 billion in cash. That would definitely be more than enough for both his and Yupa's expenses. It is worth mentioning that it had been 3 years since Sun Wukong defeated Piccolo Daimao. The venue for the world's martial arts tournament remained unchanged. The only difference was the increasing quality and skill level of the competitors, which should be the significance of holding the martial arts tournament. At the same time, it was also an opportunity for martial artists to make a name for themselves, influencing more who loved martial arts through this spread. The long-awaited World's Martial Arts Tournament was underway to claim the throne of the world's strongest. Heroes and experts from all over the world had appeared, and the registration area was already filled with a long line. Bruce then looked at UPA and reminded, "UPA, you should register first or the line will just get longer." "Okay, mister. Bruce will go register first, and see you later." UPA nodded. Bruce's gaze turned to the staff member. The staff member for the martial arts tournament was still the same person, but he looked considerably older. At this moment, the staff member picked up a microphone and reminded, "All contestants wishing to participate in the martial arts tournament, please complete your registration procedures as soon as possible. If you do not complete the procedures, you will not be able to participate in tomorrow's preliminaries." Nearby the registration area, Master Roshi stood there with his hands behind his back, while the person holding the umbrella for him was the blue-haired Launch. At this moment, the two seemed to be waiting for someone. Bruce walked over and greeted, "Hey, Master Mutant, long time." Master Roshi jumped in surprise, saying, "Bruce?" He looked around, and seeing that Carissa was not present, he breathed a sigh of relief. Launch, standing beside him, exclaimed in excitement upon seeing Bruce, "Wow, what a handsome guy." Old Master Roshi, who is this handsome guy? The blonde Launch had met him once before, but at that time Bruce hadn't interacted with them much. Meanwhile, besides Bulma and Master Roshi, the others did not know that Bruce was actually very powerful. They thought Bruce and Carissa were just ordinary friends of Master Roshi from the past, hence not familiar. Even among the main characters, except for Sun Wukong, who knew Bruce was strong, the others were either participating in the tournament at that time, or were unable to sense Bruce's energy due to insufficient strength. Given Bruce's current strength, there was no need to mention it. After all, Bruce now possessed divine energy that ordinary people could hardly perceive. Moreover, at that time Krillin was lying flat, Master Roshi was also lying flat, and Chaozu was lying flat, all lying neat. Only Yamcha, Tien Shinhan Oolong, and the blonde Launch recognized Parks. Furthermore, before Parks disappeared, he had guided Tien Shinhan and Yamcha for 2 or 3 days. But they did not know about the connection between Parks and Bruce. Therefore, apart from Master Roshi and Bulma, others might not necessarily recognize Bruce. It was precisely because of this that UPA mistook Bruce for someone else the first time they met. At this moment, Master Roshi briefly introduced Bruce to Launch. "This is Mr. Bruce. In fact, you met 3 years ago, but you just don't remember it," Master Roshi introduced. Upon hearing this, Launch instantly understood that this must have been someone she met when her other personality was out. However, it seems it's not too late to recognize him now. Thus Launch stepped forward with her umbrella, extending her hand with a smile, saying, "Hello, I am Launch, nice to meet you, Mr." Bruce also extended his hand and shook hers. He held the adorable personality of Lan Chi's hand, saying, "Hello, I am Bruce. Long time no see, Miss Lan Chi." Lan Chi smiled and chatted with Bruce, while the turtle hermit, wearing a gloomy expression, was alone enjoying the rain's cleansing services on his bald head. At that moment, a taxi stopped by the roadside, and both the turtle hermit and Lan Chi thought it was Clin and the others arriving. A stranger got out holding an umbrella and leaving. The turtle hermit and Lan Shi both sighed at the same time. Seeing this, Bruce simply smiled and remained silent, for a familiar figure with an umbrella was about to approach them. The turtle hermit glanced at his golden watch and realized that the registration deadline was approaching, revealing a word. Lan Shi also sighed, saying, "What's going on? Why is it taking so long?" The turtle hermit nervously added, "They wouldn't forget such an important day, would they, eh?" Lan Shi, surprised, replied, "No way." Bruce, noticing their worried expressions, chuckled and reassured, "Don't worry, they will." Hearing Bruce's words, the turtle hermit couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Yes, mister. Bruce is right. I believe they will show up." Lan Shi nodded in agreement, filled with confidence in Clin and the others, knowing they were always reliable. At this moment, the turtle hermit looked at Bruce, whose temperament seemed to become increasingly serene, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Bruce, you've changed so much." Bruce said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Perhaps it was due to spending some time on Earth understanding the significance of companionship and responsibility. Bruce and Lan Shi shared a deep sense of agreement. Lan Shi sighed. Indeed, 3 years have gone by so quickly. Listening to the turtle hermit's words, Bruce chuckled inwardly as Goku had already arrived and registered. At that moment, UPA, who had completed the registration, spotted Bruce and the turtle hermit together emerging from the crowd and shouting, "Mr. Bruce! Mr. Bruce!" Bruce turned to UPA and waved, saying, "UPA, over here." The turtle hermit and Lan Shi looked at UPA simultaneously, with the former surprised and the latter puzzled. Both indicated they were somewhat unfamiliar with the boy. UPA approached, seeing the turtle hermit and Lan Shi in a red dress, and politely greeted, "Long time no see, Master Rashi." "Hello, Sister Lan Shi." UPA, "Hello, little brother, do you know me?" "Yes, mister." Bruce told. Bruce had previously mentioned to UPA that Lan Shi was a rather special girl, and he would understand how special. The turtle hermit appeared surprised, realizing that this boy was indeed the little one from Karen Tower. This revelation left him quite astonished. Naturally, the turtle hermit and UPA were acquainted, as UPA Bora and Por had hosted him during his previous visit to Karen Tower. They were relatively familiar with each other. What surprised the turtle hermit was that he hadn't expected this little boy UPA to change so much in just 3 years. At this moment, the turtle hermit's strength far surpassed Upus, and he sensed the considerable energy within UPA, which was hardly inferior to that of Tao Pai Pai 3 years ago. Such changes were remarkable in the turtle hermit's eyes. No wonder he was a product of Poir's training. In just 3 years, he had reached this level. At this time, UPA awkwardly scratched his head, but seeing familiar faces, he revealed a visibly happy expression, saying, "It's me, Master Rashi. I've heard a lot about you from Master Poir and Lady Karen. You are indeed a formidable martial artist." Hearing UPA praise him like this made the turtle hermit feel overjoyed. However, the turtle hermit still displayed a somewhat humble expression, saying, No. No, I can't compare to your teacher Poir. That guy is truly unfathomable." Hearing the turtle hermit's words, Lan Shi was incredibly curious, listening to their conversation. UPA echoed, "Yes, Master Poir is amazing. One could say that those born on Earth still had much to learn. However, for them, they were already quite remarkable on Earth." While Bruce and the turtle hermit continued their conversation, a yellow taxi stopped by the roadside, immediately grabbing the attention of the group. Bruce had already sensed through subtle feelings that the people inside were Bulma and the others. Lan Shi and the turtle hermit looked at the taxi, but due to the heavy rain, the glass was too foggy to see inside. UPA also looked puzzled, not understanding why the car had stopped in front of them. He curiously glanced over. "Poir, over here." At this moment, Lan Shi revealed a smile upon seeing familiar faces. UPA looked at Bruce, who briefly explained that these people were friends of Goku. "Oolong, long time no see, Master Rashi." "Poir, Master Rashi, long time no see." Their faces were lit with the joy of reunion. The turtle hermit nodded and replied. Then looking at Oolong, who was dressed in a suit and tie, he teased, "Oolong, you still like collecting girls' underwear, don't you?" This inappropriate remark made Lan Shi blush. At the same time, it embarrassed UPA, instantly shattering the grand image of his Master Rashi in his heart. This inappropriate remark made Lan Shi blush. At the same time, it embarrassed UPA, instantly shattering the grand image of his Master. Poir, floating in the air under the same umbrella as Oolong, turned his head and covered his mouth, chuckling, his whole body shaking with laughter. The turtle hermit ignored Oolong's embarrassment and seriously asked, "Your nature hasn't changed, you are still so lecherous, right?" Oolong realized the turtle hermit was making fun of him and immediately retorted, "What? You are just as guilty." At that moment, Oolong and Poor noticed Bruce and UPA greeting them warmly and politely. Then the group continued discussing gossip and various events from the past 3 years. Meanwhile, another yellow taxi stopped by the roadside. The door opened, revealing a pair of long white legs like lamb fat jade. Next, a purple umbrella opened, and a young girl stepped down wearing a purple short dress that exposed her pristine, flawless legs. This scene made Bruce gulp involuntarily, attracting a roll of Yupa's eyes. Bruce's face flushed as he slapped Upa on the head. Bruce's expression and eyes conveyed, "I am at least a normal man. Oh, what's wrong with looking a little longer?" Moreover, it was merely for the sake of visual pleasure and to boost my mood. Innocently, Upa chose to believe Bruce. After the taxi left, Bulma turned around and walked towards Bruce. The old pervert turtle hermit, seeing such beautiful legs, was immediately astounded, exclaiming, "Wow." His sunglasses even jumped in surprise. Then Bulma revealed an incredibly joyful smile to Bruce and the others, her familiar and crisp laughter stirring emotions in Bruce's heart. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit, upon recognizing this somewhat mature beauty, as Bulma, immediately broke into a cold sweat. He had not expected Bulma to change so much. At this moment, Bulma ignored the old turtle hermit and ran excitedly to Bruce, saying, "We haven't seen each other for a long..." "Yes. It's been 3 years." Bruce reminisced about the first girl he met on Earth, who was also the first Earthling he encountered, feeling a wave of emotions. Bruce never expected that 22-year-old Bulma would be so beautiful. Whether it was her figure, face, temperament, or eloquence, they were all top-notch. "Yes, Bulma, long time no see. I almost didn't recognize you." Bruce looked at Bulma and said, "You too, you're even more handsome than before. I almost didn't dare to come over and recognize you just now." Bulma finally met the Bruce she had been longing for, revealing a complex mix of emotions. Bruce stared into Bulma's eyes for a moment and nodded. Bulma looked at Bruce, and for some reason tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Under the astonished expressions and gazes of everyone, as if she had made up her mind, she threw away her umbrella and rushed over, tightly embracing Bruce. At that moment, Bruce focused his thoughts and used his chi to shield Bulma from the raindrops, preventing her clothes from getting wet. "Bruce, you naughty rascal. Where have you been all these 3 years? Do you know how long I've searched for you? Do you know I scoured half the earth, but couldn't find you? Do you know how much I missed you? Woo woo woo." Bulma was in Bruce's embrace, repeatedly punching his chest with her. It seemed she was venting her dissatisfaction and grievances from these years. If the 3 years after Bulma first met Bruce were entirely driven by infatuation, unfortunately, after searching for him across half the earth for these 3 years and mobilizing all resources of the Capsule Corporation, she still had no news of Bruce. Later, she planned to find Carissa, suspecting that Bruce might be with her. Sadly, even Carissa was nowhere to be found. It was as if they had completely vanished from the earth. Thankfully, Bulma knew that the turtle hermit knew Bruce and learned from him that Bruce would appear at the martial arts tournament on Earth after 3 years. Thus, knowing Bruce was an alien, Bulma, not wanting to miss out on such a perfect man, not only urged her father Dr. Brief to begin research on building a spaceship, but also found the trio of Yamcha, Krillin, and Por, pressing them for news about Bruce. The result was that they didn't know him at all. They had never met Bruce and had no idea who he was. It was from Bulma that they learned he was one of the 2 aliens who had come to Earth. Bulma thought that with such vastness in the universe, who knew if Bruce would ever return to Earth? What if they didn't reunite this time, and who knew when they would meet next? What if they would never meet again? Thus, Bulma couldn't bear the thought. At the same time, she had made up her mind that once she saw Bruce, she would confess her feelings regardless of any embarrassment. Bulma didn't care about that. Moreover, 3 years ago, Bruce had expressed his feelings. Even if Bruce was already with Carissa, what did it matter? Bulma did not care. What she cared about was becoming Bruce's woman, becoming Bruce's wife. Over these years, she had already thought through these matters clearly. At this moment, looking at Bulma, who was sobbing in her embrace, feeling wronged, even Bruce, who usually maintained a cold exterior, was taken aback. He never expected Bulma would go to such lengths for him. Suddenly, Bruce felt a pang of heartache for Bulma, and he proactively wrapped his arms around her waist, one hand resting on her back, holding her tightly. At the same time, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Bulma. It's my fault. I have been so focused on my training that I neglected your feelings." At this moment, Bruce finally stopped pretending to be strong, no longer acting as if his heart was made of iron, not revealing his emotional vulnerabilities in front of any enemy. Hearing this, Bulma immediately felt happy, as she understood that Bruce actually liked her too. Wiping her tears, she punched Bruce and playfully scolded, "Naughty Bruce. Who wants to hear your apologies? What I want is for you to spend more time with me in the future." After a pause, she fixed her gaze on Bruce's eyes and throat, asking seriously, "Bruce, can you be my boyfriend?" Bruce looked at the close-up of Bulma and suddenly swallowed hard. Dark clouds choked the sky as rain poured down relentlessly. Puddles on the ground mirrored 2 figures gazing at each other with tender, longing eyes. 3 people stood frozen, petrified, eyes wide open, jaws slack with disbelief. Their gazes remained locked, unblinking, upon the handsome young man and beautiful young woman embracing in the downpour. Bruce paid no heed to the stunned silence around him. Instead, he held Bulma's gaze for several breathless seconds. then unable to resist leaned in and kissed her softly upon the lips. At this point no words were needed to affirm what had already been made unmistakably clear. For Bruce's action alone had spoken volumes to everyone present. Yet Bulma, experiencing her first kiss, felt an electric jolt surge through her body the moment their lips met, causing her to tremble instinctively. A delicate blush bloomed across her cheeks like that of a shy maiden, and her limbs melted into soft, weightless surrender, collapsing gently into Bruce's strong, steady embrace. A soft, involuntary hum escaped her throat. Their lips parted almost instantly, like a dragonfly skimming water. Yet in that fleeting touch, all their love, longing, and devotion passed silently, profoundly from heart to heart. And in that instant they unlocked the innermost door of their souls, the one reserved solely for each other. Bruce answered his own earlier vow with quiet certainty. Yes. From this day forward, Bulma, you are mine. As long as I draw breath, no one, not on earth nor anywhere in this vast universe, shall dare harm you. These words were more than a promise to Bulma. They were Bruce's solemn oath to himself, a resolve forged in fire to grow ever stronger, ever more unwavering. Once the truth was spoken aloud, the invisible veil between them dissolved effortlessly, and the deeper bond that followed, that too was only a matter of time. Moments later, Bulma suddenly remembered her closest friends, Lunchi and Master Roshi, still standing nearby. Flustered, she apologized. I'm so sorry, Lunchi. Everyone. I was simply overwhelmed with joy at seeing Bruce again, and completely forgot myself. Lunchi, ever graceful and understanding, assured her it was quite all right. The others, however, broke into cold sweat under Bruce's faintly mischievous stare. Lunchi then called out warmly to her dearest friend Bulma. Their hands clasped tightly, and their smiles, radiant, tender, and deeply familiar, spoke only of reunion after years apart. There are 3 moments in life that bring true joy: finding a soulmate, reuniting after long separation, and reclaiming what was once lost. Each is enough to stir the heart with pure, unadulterated happiness. Just then, noticing the others had yet to arrive, Bulma turned to Lunchi and asked, "Where is Goku? Haven't they arrived yet?" Lunchi shook her head helplessly. After exchanging a few more words, Bulma carefully reapplied her lipstick. Master Roshi, finally recovering from his earlier shock, watched Bulma touch up her lips, and a flicker of playful mischief stirred within him. But instantly a chill crept up his spine. Ice-cold dread surged from his soles to his crown. He forced a stiff, nervous smile toward Bruce, who regarded him with a slow, slanted, unmistakably warning glance. It was clear, should he utter even a single teasing word, Bruce would send him straight to the gates of Yama's palace, to inspect its grandeur firsthand. With Bruce now standing guard, the old lecherous master wisely reined in his flirtatious habits, and dared not. After chatting briefly with Lunchi, Bulma walked over to Bruce, slipped her arm through his, and asked, "Where has Yamcha been these past 3 years?" The question instantly ignited Bruce's jealousy. Bulma laughed lightly, hastening to clarify, "Oh, it's just a friendly greeting, nothing more." Upon hearing mention Yamcha's solitary martial arts training, Oolong added that Krillin too had gone off alone to train. 3 years prior, Paragus and Goku had been Earth's 2 strongest warriors. Paragus had become widely known after battling the interstellar outlaw Drux on Earth, witnessed by Tien Shinhan and others. Goku, meanwhile, had revealed extraordinary power and overwhelming superiority during his battle against King Piccolo, leaving everyone awestruck. Oolong and Porn nodded in silent agreement. Oolong glanced first at UPA, then at Bruce, puzzled. Why, he wondered, had Bulma thrown herself into the arms of a... He voiced his curiosity. That's strange. Master Roshi, why does Bulma's boyfriend look so much like Mr.? And who is this youth, whose aura feels uncannily like Goku's? UPA, raised deep in the mountains, possessed a gentle, innocent nature akin to Goku's. Master Roshi glanced at Bruce, and using telepathy asked hesitantly, "Bruce, may I tell them?" Bruce considered it for a moment, then shrugged indifferently. "Go ahead. It doesn't matter." Master Roshi then addressed the group. "This gentleman is Bruce. The young man beside him is UPA, Paragus's disciple hailing from Karen Tower. Moreover, Bruce is also a fully ordained disciple of Earth's guardian deity." Lunchi, UPA, Oolong, and Por stood utterly speechless, stunned into prolonged silence. Bulma, already privy to these truths, remained quietly composed. And yet, the existence of a true guardian deity, it shattered their understanding of reality itself. At that moment, a little girl's orange balloon drifted away on the wind. Sobbing, she chased after a passing car, stretching one tiny hand high toward the balloon, yet never quite grasping its string. The balloon floated onward until it caught on the broad fronds of a tropical coconut palm, suspended midair as if held aloft by fate itself. Bulma's heart ached at the sight. She gently pulled Bruce along, then knelt beside the girl and stroked her damp hair. "Don't cry. It's all right. I'll get it for you." She handed the girl her umbrella, then stepped beneath the palm tree, preparing to retrieve the balloon. Bruce, watching, sighed inwardly, and subtly wove a cushion of ki around her, shielding her from the rain. He murmured to himself, "Do you really think you're tall enough for that?" He knew instantly Bulma's height fell far short, and that even an average person jumping could not possibly reach it. So he stepped forward himself, and with effortless grace plucked the balloon from its leafy perch. Then he placed it gently into the girl's waiting hands. Master Roshi and the others approached just then, when suddenly a tall figure emerged from the rain, a man wrapped in a cloth headband, clad in a hunter's long-sleeved coat, bearing a red staff and a crimson oil paper umbrella. "Hey!" Hearing that voice, Bruce's lips curled upward. The iconic moment had finally arrived. His enigmatic smile left Bulma puzzled and intrigued. All eyes turned to the oddly dressed stranger. Who was he? Why approach them uninvited? Did he seek something? Master Roshi, surprised both by the stranger's greeting and his familiarity with Bulma, turned to her and asked, "Do you?" Bulma shook her head, bewildered. "No, I don't." Then she glanced at Oolong. "Oolong, do you recognize him?" Oolong squinted at the tall figure obscured by the umbrella, frowned, and turned to Poir. Poir studied the stranger intently, then slowly shook his head. Lunchi, equally unfamiliar, began to speak, when the stranger interrupted. "Bulma, long time no see. Grandpa, I'm so glad you've returned." He lifted his umbrella, revealing a disarmingly innocent, slightly dazed expression, and gazed at them all with genuine warmth. "How have you all been?" He lifted his umbrella, revealing a disarmingly innocent, slightly dazed expression. "Grandpa." Behind him, Oolong and Poir gaped, utterly bewildered, staring at the mysterious newcomer. Even Lunchi and Bulma exchanged a stunned, questioning glance. Only Bruce and UPA exchanged knowing, subtle smiles. They'd recognized him from the very first step. Yet none spoke, not wishing to break the sacred hush of this rare, long-awaited reunion. Then the stranger asked, "Where are Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan?" Hearing those names, they immediately recalled the one person who had vanished without trace 3 years ago. Her voice trembled with uncertainty. "See, could it be?" Lunchi too gasped, her eyes widening in sudden. Her voice trembled with uncertainty. "See, could it be?" Lunchi too gasped, her eyes widening in sudden. Master Roshi, struck by revelation, ventured cautiously, "Goku." At that name, Oolong and Poir recoiled, unable to fathom that this towering figure could be the same diminutive boy who'd disappeared 3 years before. Indeed, even Goku himself seemed startled by his own newfound height. After all the changes he'd undergone over those 3 years had been nothing short of transformative. Only Bruce understood why. For Saiyans, the most rapid phase of physical maturation occurs precisely between ages 15 and 22, when their final stature becomes irrevocably set. Goku tilted his head, puzzled by their reactions, and replied, wide-eyed and earnest, "What's wrong?" "It's me, of course." He glanced at the sign for the World Martial Arts Tournament, and noticed the rain easing. "Excellent. The storm's breaking." With that, he folded his umbrella. Oolong, finally convinced, asked again, voice trembling, "Gee, Goku, is that really you?" Goku touched his head, suddenly remembering the cloth bandage wrapped around it, just like Popo's. "All right." He grinned sheepishly. "Is that why you didn't recognize me? All right, I'll take it off so you can see clearly." And there before them all he began unwinding the cloth bandage, slowly, deliberately. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed upon him, half hoping, half afraid, wondering if this truly was Goku, the boy who'd vanished 3 years ago to train under the guardian deity at the divine realm. As the cloth peeled away, the unmistakable spiky crab-like hairstyle emerged, familiar, beloved, timeless. "See, no mistake, I'm Goku, just as always." The moment they saw that iconic hairstyle, that radiant, guileless grin, that tender, wide-eyed innocence, their memories rushed forth, merging seamlessly with the man before them. Joyful cries erupted, laughter rang out, warm, unrestrained, and deeply familiar. It was a happiness found only in the presence of Goku himself. Bruce stood quietly to the side, observing everything, and reluctantly acknowledged deep within how profoundly Goku resonated in the hearts of everyone gathered. For Goku was no mere warrior. He was a living wellspring of miracles and hope. Watching this, Bruce felt a quiet shift within his own understanding. To pursue strength alone may inspire fear or despair, but never earns true, enduring friendship. Without a heart devoted to peace, kindness, justice, and the protection of others, strength remains hollow, unmoored, and ultimately meaningless. Yet even the greatest strength cannot stir genuine emotion in others' hearts. This is likely why Kakarot grew up on Earth while Bruce and the other Saiyans spent their formative years battling across planet Vegeta and the vast expanse of space. Such fundamental differences arise from the distinct soils that nurture us. No wonder in the original chronicle it was Son Goku, not Vegeta, who first ascended to Super Saiyan. Bruce began reflecting, for all these years moments of true joy had been scarce, far rarer than those he'd known on. Indeed, over decades of growth and experience, Saiyan blood had subtly reshaped Bruce into a pure-blooded, a feral instinct for battle stirred deep within his heart. Until after the ordeal on Vampa Planet and subsequent cultivation of divine aura in the realm of the Supreme Kai, his spirit gradually settled into tranquility. In truth, Bruce had never truly felt a sense of belonging in this world, as though he remained perpetually out of step with the Dragon Ball universe itself. It was only when Bulma boldly declared her love that he finally understood these people were no longer mere animated characters from memory. Each was flesh and blood rich, with feeling vibrantly real. In that instant Bruce sensed his very soul ascending, elevated, transformed. He had truly embraced Earth, and this world, accepting at last that he would never return to the peaceful realm. Since return is impossible, he would live fully as a true-blood Saiyan, guarding those he cherished, pursuing what mattered most, and living each day with unburdened joy. Bruce gently withdrew from his reverie, standing quietly beside UPA, as Goku reunited with old friends, sharing laughter and warmth. At that moment, a staff member's voice crackled over the loudspeaker. Those yet to register, please proceed immediately to the registration desk. Goku turned to Master Roshi. Grandpa, have Krillin and the others already registered? Roshi shook his head. They haven't. Goku blinked in surprise, but then smiled with quiet confidence, certain his friends would arrive in time. Then he noticed two unfamiliar figures amid the familiar faces, yet strangely familiar, as if glimpsed long ago in a half-remembered dream. Unable to place them, Goku approached Bruce and UPA and greeted them warmly. Hello, I'm Son Goku. And you are? UPA laughed, grinning knowingly. Huh? Brother Goku, I knew you wouldn't recognize me. I'm UPA. You? UPA. How is this possible? You've changed beyond recognition. Goku recoiled, and having dwelled for years within the divine realm, he'd only heard occasional mentions from the Guardian about Earth's many formidable warriors. One such legend was Puck. After brief pleasantries with UPA, Goku stepped forward, his gaze solemn, focused. Merely standing there, Bruce radiated an aura so overwhelming that Goku trembled inwardly. Who are you? Goku demanded. Your presence feels strangely familiar, and my instincts scream one truth: you are immensely powerful. Bruce regarded him with a knowing, enigmatic smile, and spoke. At last you've grown, Goku. At that moment, Goku finally noticed the tail coiled around Bruce's waist, and hesitated, uncertain. Your brother Bruce. Scrolling through every face he'd met 6 years prior, Goku's memory snapped. Seeing Goku's realization, Bruce ceased teasing him. Yes, it's me. It's been a long time, Goku. 6 years ago, Goku hadn't even reached Bruce's waist. Now he stood at least 170 centimeters tall. Bruce sighed softly, a wistful tender ache, and with it came a quiet, instinctive kinship, the subtle, resonant pull of shared blood. What followed were warm exchanges of remembrance and reunion. Oolong and the others were stunned to learn Goku and Bruce had known each other long before today. Seeing Goku again, UPA's demeanor brightened instantly. After all, Goku had saved UPA and his father twice, and they'd known each other since childhood. To meet again was pure, unadulterated joy. Just then the loudspeaker blared once more. Registration closes shortly. Those still unregistered, please hurry. As the group had arrived in the afternoon dusk, now edged steadily closer. Perhaps because Goku had reappeared, and because he'd finally embraced Bulma wholeheartedly, Bruce felt unusually lighthearted, unmoved by minor delays. His mood uplifted and serene softened his usual impatience. Master Roshi, growing anxious over Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien's prolonged absence, approached the registration desk. If they're delayed, may someone register on their behalf, sir? Per regulation, registration must be completed in person, so I'm afraid that's not permitted. Goku sidled up behind Roshi and whispered, Grandpa, no luck. Roshi tried another angle, regarding Tien and the others' previous participation. The staffer merely shrugged. Rules were rules. Roshi then asked how many minutes remained until closing. 5 came the prompt reply. That answer tightened everyone's nerves, except Bruce and UPA. Pyro volunteered to scout ahead, launching himself skyward to check whether the others were near. Moments later he returned, shaking his head helplessly. Meanwhile, Bruce sat cross-legged midair, immersed. Flight techniques like the flying Nimbus were widespread on Earth, known to Popo Tien, Master Crane Kaiatsu, the late Puck, and now Bruce himself. Yet none realized Bruce's flight technique differed profoundly from theirs: faster, far more energy efficient, and capable of generating a protective barrier against atmospheric drag, wind resistance, and planetary gravity. Even more advanced than the flight methods employed by extraterrestrial beings, it remained concealed. Neither UPA nor Goku revealed their own mastery of the flying Nimbus, choosing instead to keep it reserved for the tournament. With only 60 seconds left before registration closed, Bruce, still eyes closed, still seated in serene contemplation, arched a brow and murmured, "They're coming." At that same instant, Goku sensed their ki and echoed their coming. Yet the street entrance remained empty. Ki perception weakens with distance and sharpens with power. The stronger the warrior, the clearer the resonance. Seconds passed. Roshi fixed his gaze intently upon the vacant street mouth, unblinking, unwavering. Still no one appeared. Another second elapsed, and UPA too pivoted sharply toward the deserted threshold. Still no figures emerged. Bulma, launched Pyro, and Oolong exchanged puzzled glances, baffled by this silent pantomime, then followed their gazes down the empty thoroughfare, seeing nothing. Just as they feared their friends would miss the deadline entirely. Roshi, the 300-year-old sage, paced frantically, stamping his foot in exasperation, still the same as ever. Truly exhausting. Bulma proposed a solution. Oolong, who could shapeshift, should assume Krillin's likeness and register for him on the spot. Oolong confessed honestly, I can transform only once per minute, and need a full minute to recover before shifting again. So I can impersonate just one person. Pyro raised a finger confidently. I can mimic Master Yamcha's appearance. Noticing Bulma's mounting distress, UPA turned to Bruce. Mr. Bruce, do you think Brother Goku's friends might miss registration? Do you have a way? With only 60 seconds remaining, even UPA wasn't certain they'd arrive in time. Though he sensed several powerful key signatures approaching from afar, he couldn't yet confirm they belonged to Goku's companions. Without opening his eyes, Bruce replied calmly, no, they won't miss it. In fact, they're nearly here. Rashi, hearing Pyro and Oolong's suggestions, removed his hat and stroked his bald crown, pondering aloud. And Tien and Kaiatsu. Though Rashi too sensed their key, he worried they'd arrived too late. Suddenly Goku's expression turned grave and resolute. He turned to Rashi and offered a knowing, deeply At that precise moment, 4 silhouettes blurred past, so swift they defied human perception. A series of violent, inexplicable gusts ripped through the arena. Then, as if conjured from thin air, 4 figures materialized directly before the registration desk, startling the staffer half to death. 2 wore purple satchels and wide-brimmed straw hats, the other 2, one clad in a bold red ensemble and baseball cap, the other draped in a raincoat, hair tied loosely, face marked by a fierce jagged scar. Launch and Bulma burst into joyful cries. Tien, Krillin. The 4 turned and beamed with radiant, unshakable confidence. At last, on the very cusp of the deadline, the Earth's heroic vanguard assembled for the World Martial Arts Tournament. What followed was their registration, swift, seamless, triumphant. UPA stared awestruck at such overwhelming key, such blinding speed. When they'd arrived, he'd barely caught 4 indistinct shadows flashing past, and in his own refined perception, each of them rivaled, or surpassed, his own power. So this was the World Martial Arts Tournament. No wonder Master Puck always said, beyond every man lies another, beyond every sky, another heaven. Bruce opened one eye, glanced at Krillin and the others, and muttered under his breath, show-offs, the lot of them. Had it not been for Bulma's sake, he'd have barred all 4 from competing outright. Seeing Bruce's scowl, Bulma instantly slipped into coaxing mode. She looped her arm through his nuzzling and swaying his arm playfully, oh Bruce, please, for your beloved girlfriend's sake, forgive their tardiness, won't you? Come on, won't you? Please. Bruce huffed, arms crossed. Fine. This time I'll overlook it, for your sake, and Goku's. Under Rashi's guidance, the group moved toward Tien and the others. Bruce had no intention of joining, yet yielded to Bulma's relentless charm, silently repeating, don't get angry. Don't get angry. UPA and Goku exchanged a knowing glance, and burst into shared laughter. Never imagined Brother Bruce would listen to Bulma. Goku watched their retreating backs, murmuring in quiet amazement. To him, Bruce and Bulma together felt, somehow, just right. Bruce listlessly followed behind Bulma. At this moment, Bulma briefly introduced Bruce's identity and information to everyone, especially since Bruce is now identified as her future husband. Such explosive news instantly surprised Krillin and the others. Krillin and the others felt that Bruce somewhat resembled Pax, but they did not inquire further, as the most important matter at hand was the World Martial Arts Championship. Later that night, in the room shared by Sun Wukong and Krillin, Krillin looked at Wukong, who was already lying on the bed in a black tank top, reminiscing about the past. When they were younger, he had participated in the World Martial Arts Championship alongside Wukong. He never expected that in these 3 years Wukong would undergo such astonishing changes in personality, appearance, and strength. One could imagine the hardships he endured while training under the gods. Thus Krillin asked, without thinking, Wukong was training in the heavenly realm very tough. Sun Wukong, resting his arms behind his head, smiled at Krillin. Yes, of course it was strict. Krillin gazed happily at his good brother, imagining what training in the heavenly realm would be like. At this moment, Sun Wukong casually remarked, Krillin, you've become quite strong too, haven't you? Krillin smiled confidently. Wukong, just don't get scared and lose your legs during the match. Sun Wukong calmly looked at Krillin, filled with anticipation. I really hope to see it soon. At the same time, he felt happy for Krillin's revival. Seeing Wukong's eager and cheerful expression, Krillin gave him a thumbs up and bumped his fists together, eagerly anticipating the upcoming competition. Krillin, full of confidence, declared, this tournament will definitely have some powerful competitors. I'm so looking forward to it. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Sun Wukong's expression grew serious as he turned to look out the window, lost in thought. Outside the hotel, the heavy rain began to pour again, but his mind was far away. The ceiling fan turned lazily while Sun Wukong's thoughts drifted back to 3 years ago. He even recalled the egg that King Piccolo had spat out before his death. King Piccolo's son should definitely be coming. At this moment, seeing that Wukong seemed to be lost in thought, Krillin curiously asked, Wukong, what are you thinking about? To prevent Krillin from being affected by fear, Sun Wukong lied, I hope it will be sunny tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Krillin walked to the window and looked at the heavy rain outside, turning back to Sun Wukong, by the way, how did you train? At this moment, Sun Wukong had already fallen asleep, snoring softly. Krillin, noticing that Wukong seemed to have something on his mind, quietly called out, Wukong. In Yamucha's room, Puar was helping Yamcha pack his belongings. Yamcha, sitting on the bed with a cup of tea, reminisced about the experiences of the past 3 years and today's reunion. Puar encouragingly looked at Yamcha. Yamcha, you need to do your best. Yamcha nodded at Puar and said, I haven't even dared to sleep much these past 3 years training hard. This time I will definitely give a good performance for Wukong. Kaiatsu looked at Tien, who was meditating with his legs crossed in the air. At this moment, only the eye on the top of Tien's 3 eyes was open and a faint white glow flickered around him. Kaiatsu suddenly spoke, Tien, it's finally time. Tien opened his eyes wide, thinking of son Wukong. Yes, the moment to compete with Wukong has finally arrived. Kaiatsu sensed Tien's feelings and encouragingly shouted his name, as if cheering him on. Tien. At this moment, Tien curiously speculated, how much has Wukong learned from the gods? He then smiled confidently, stating, but I'm not afraid of him. I will definitely defeat him. Their arduous training was all to defeat Sun Wukong, or rather to prove themselves to him, and earn his recognition. In order to keep up with Sun Wukong's pace of improvement, they also trained alone, experiencing hardships unimaginable to ordinary people. Through countless days and nights, they wished to become like Sun Wukong, a martial artist who could fight to save the world. On the street, many pedestrians continued to stroll. On top of a tall building, the clock's hands pointed precisely at 8:00 p.m., and the chimes and music followed. A little boy from a kindergarten looked up at the woman holding an umbrella for him, pointing at the carousel under the swinging pendulum, joyfully shouting, Mom, I want to see that. The naturally lively child, disregarding the rain's intensity, dashed over, leaving the noble-looking woman anxiously shouting, Son, you'll get wet, son. Seeing her son happily turn back and say it was okay, the woman sighed helplessly and followed after him. The carousel kept spinning while the transparent elevator ascended and descended, and pedestrians strolled casually on the street. The little boy joyfully ran, holding a newly bought toy box. At this moment, the music played on, and when the little boy ran to the clock tower, suddenly a bolt of lightning struck directly at the clock. The clock immediately emitted white smoke, and the little boy on the ground looked at this scene in shock, already dumbfounded. Debris began to fall from above, and the pedestrians were terrified, urgently fleeing the scene. The woman with the umbrella was startled by this scene, as her son was right under the clock tower. In a moment of crisis, the woman disregarded the heavy rain falling from the sky, hurriedly dropped her umbrella, and ran frantically towards her son. The little boy, stunned by the earlier lightning, stood frozen in place, not even noticing that he had dropped his new toy box. He merely stared blankly upwards, watching the increasingly larger debris falling rapidly towards him. This scene sent the pedestrians into a panic. The child's mother rushed forward without a second thought, directly tackling her child. At that moment, she used her fragile body to shield her son, bending down to protect him. A rock the size of a water tank was heading straight for this ordinary mother and son. Just then, an arm emerged from the crowd, green, with long, sharp, white nails. With a mere flick, a white laser cannon appeared at the fingertip, instantly shattering the massive rock. Boom. After the explosion, the expected scene still did not occur. Pedestrians were astonished by this scene. The mother and son, seeing they were unharmed, sat up in confusion and instantly revealed expressions of gratitude upon realizing someone had saved them. They exclaimed, thank you so much. But when they looked at their savior, they were directly frightened pale. They saw a green-skinned creature wearing a hat, cloaked in a cape, with an expression of cold indifference, completely unconcerned about what had just happened. Its gaze remained fixed on the brightly lit room on the 3rd floor of the street hotel. A flash of lightning illuminated the creature, revealing its fully green form. At the same time, a faint white halo surrounded the creature, keeping the rainwater at bay. The creature's meaningful gaze glanced at the lit room in the hotel before it departed the scene like a solitary demon. In the next moment, the iron hand of the clock tower fell directly down, embedding itself an inch in front of the mother and son, instantly terrifying them half to death. A night of heavy rain. Bulma lay in Bruce's arms, completely unclothed, sound asleep, her expression revealing immense satisfaction, with her eyes slightly opened. Bruce gazed out at the torrential rain, feeling Bulma's warmth, lost in thought. The martial arts venue buzzed with excitement, celebrating the smooth opening ceremony of the 23rd World Martial Arts Championship, and the contestants were already in position. At this moment, Bruce suddenly stopped, glancing towards the direction of Calablu Island. With a serious expression, he said to Bulma, Bulma, I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave for a while. Please remember to tell Wukong and UPA. Seeing Bruce so serious, Bulma knew he must have something to do and obediently nodded at him. Just remember to come back early. I'll take you to meet my parents in West City. Okay, Bruce replied. Before leaving, he gently hugged Bulma. Whoosh. Calablu Island. At this moment, a strange girl floated in the air, her gaze fixed on Kalisa. Kalisa stared intently at the strange girl. Who are you? The girl did not answer this mortal's question, but instead spoke to herself. According to the history of other timelines, you two Saiyans should have been dead long ago. The disruption of the time order has caused this timeline to undergo a false fate. Therefore, such matters should be corrected. It seems I have the obligation to restore this main timeline to its normal trajectory and fate. Kalisa warily watched the girl, her heart filled with shock. It seems I have the obligation to restore this main timeline to its normal trajectory and fate. Kalisa warily watched the girl, her Who exactly is this mysterious girl, and why has Bruce never mentioned her? Just then whoosh. Bruce instantly appeared on Blue Island. Bruce. Kalisa. Kalisa was delighted to see Bruce return. Bruce sighed in relief upon seeing Kalisa safe. However, upon noticing the unfamiliar mysterious girl before him, a storm of shock surged within Bruce. He marveled inwardly what a terrifying divine aura. Bruce looked at the mysterious girl and asked, "Who are you? Why have you sought us?" The mysterious girl began to speak. "I am the time god who governs the flow of time. You may also call me Kuren. As for my purpose for seeking you too, it is naturally because your existence has disturbed the normal time order of the main. Thus, as the time god, I have the duty and necessity to correct the erroneous history, restoring the main timeline to its normal fate." Kuranoa fixed her gaze on Bruce, while Kalisa was temporarily frozen in time after Bruce's appearance. However, there was no real danger. Bruce had heard of this time god's name before, but he never expected such a mysterious figure to appear in this timeline. In the original work of Dragon Ball Super, Bruce remembered that this Kaishin of time had never appeared. What on earth is It seems the Dragon Ball world is far more complex than he imagined. Bruce then spoke, "If I'm not mistaken, you should not possess the ability to erase us, as only the gods of destruction have that capability to make others disappear forever." However, I can imprison you in a time prison, ensuring you never escape. Bruce, upon hearing this, responded speechlessly, "Time, Kaishin, you want to imprison me and Kalisa in a time prison. That will depend on whether your strength is sufficient to achieve that." Bruce glanced at Kalisa, the earth, and the place where Bulma was, revealing an unwavering determination. It is true that he revered these gods. But that does not mean I will be slaughtered when facing a crisis. Bruce continued, "Lord King of Time, can we fight somewhere else?" Kuranoya glanced at Earth and Kalisha, instantly understanding Bruce's concerns. "All right, if your strength can earn my... I will allow you to remain in this time and space. Moreover, I will use my own methods to rectify this time and space, correcting the unknown errors that arose because of you." In a different space, a special area created by the King of Time, using divine power, there were lands and oceans here indistinguishable from a normal planet. Kuranoya brought Kalisha and Bruce here, saying, "All right, I have now transferred you and your companion here. You can fight free." Bruce took a deep breath, nodded at the King of Time, and then shouted loudly, "Ha!" Bruce instantly unleashed his... The terrifying white aura surged continuously, and his aura began to rise wildly. It only stopped when Bruce reached a power level equivalent to that of 12 fully powered Frisia. After powering up, Bruce quietly observed the King of Time, planning to probe gradually, since he was unaware of the full extent of his abilities. This was not underestimating like Sun Wukong. Rather, it was a good method to quickly gauge the disparity in strength between himself and his opponent. Bruce did not respond, but instead teleported, appearing right in front of Kuranoya, launching a powerful punch directly at Kuranoya's face. Meanwhile, the opponent remained unfazed with a smile on their face and did not even get a speck of dust on their clothes. "With your mere mortal speed and strength, I'm afraid it is still far from enough. I know there is still much hidden potential within you. Bring it all out," Kuranoya said disdainfully. "As expected of the King of Time, your strength is perhaps nearing that of a destroyer-level expert," Bruce said in shock. Kuranoya neither confirmed nor denied it, simply watching Bruce quietly, hoping this Saiyan would bring him a bit of surprise. "In that case, let me see if my great ape power in humanoid form can compel you to unleash your strength." "Ha!" Bruce growled, a more intense white aura appearing around him, his heart racing, and a giant black gorilla appeared in his pupils. His body was beginning to show signs of transforming into the great ape form, but Bruce forcibly compressed this power back into himself. Instead, he would bear the energy of the great ape in humanoid form. With his current level, he did not need the moon to use the great ape power. At this moment, incredible changes were happening within Bruce. The barrier representing the physical limit of an ordinary Saiyan was instantly broken from the inside, and his pupils turned red. His hair remained black, but his aura became more refined and fused with the primal energy of a transformed great ape. Not only did his strength and speed approach that of a great ape, but his defensive capabilities also increased significantly, roughly by 10 times. The downside of this form is the risk of losing rationality. However, as a genius elite Saiyan warrior, Bruce's mental fortitude was comparable to that of a god, making it difficult for him to lose his rationality. Kuranoya watched Bruce's transformation with great interest, her heart remaining calm. Meanwhile, Bruce's combat power continued to surge. After a tenfold increase in strength in the blink of an eye, his energy surged to an astounding 12 billion. A glint of starlight flashed in Bruce's eyes. After years of continuous training and combat, facing a mysterious deity again seemed to bring new insight. Then, planning to test his thoughts, he suddenly shouted, "Ha!" A brilliant, blinding light erupted from Bruce's body, and he gathered a lightning-like energy blast in his palms, hurling it directly at Kuranoya with unparalleled power. This technique was the Starlight Fist, a move Bruce had created himself. A simple move combined with Bruce's overwhelming strength and supersonic speed. Its power was enough to annihilate experts like Jebet. Yet Kuranoya merely waved her hand, and a transparent barrier appeared, effortlessly blocking the Starlight Fist. This move is somewhat interesting, but unfortunately, your current power and mine, they're not even in the same dimension. Such an attack not only has no effect, but will only waste your stamina, Kuranoya said with an unchanged expression. Upon hearing this, Bruce said nothing. An ancient god of time is undoubtedly not someone like the East Kai can compete with. It seems that relying solely on the humanoid great ape form truly has no effect. Don't worry, I will gradually enhance my strength, Lord King of Time, you better pay close attention. Bruce's body did not possess the X cells inherent in the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Therefore, he could not enter the rage state or any of the transformations associated. A punch with a combat power level of 36 billion carrying the strength to annihilate even the East Kai aimed straight at Kuranoya's face. Bruce's body did not possess the X cells inherent in the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Therefore, he could not enter the rage state or any of the transformations associated with Broly and Kalisha. However, Bruce had mastered 3 different transformation systems. One was the basic Super Saiyan transformation system, like Sun Wukong. Another was the unique Ultimate Super Saiyan transformation system, and the last one belonged to the godly transformation state. And his combat power directly reached the terrifying level of 36 billion. Upon seeing this, Kuranoya finally made her first proactive move. She simply extended one hand, casually catching Bruce's heavy punch, then following up with a knee strike that slammed hard. This boring probing should come to an end, Kuranoya exclaimed impatiently. Puff, boom. Bruce was struck by the terrifying force, instantly revealing a painful expression as he spat out, while helplessly being sent flying. His body crashed violently into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. The disparity was evident. A huge crater appeared with Bruce lying at the bottom, gasping heavily, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. He seemed to feel the Saiyan blood within him slowly boiling. For a long time, Bruce's strength had increased too rapidly. Aside from Broly, during this period, he had found it hard to locate a suitable opponent. Thus, he had not dared to act recklessly before. He even dared not to casually reveal his aura due to the overwhelming pressure that came with his immense strength. Even beings like Frieza would not have the slightest courage to fight. But this mysterious king of time who suddenly appeared today was undoubtedly incredibly powerful. How could encountering such a worthy opponent not excite Bruce? He also wanted to see just how far his current strength had reached. Since training in a special space within the Kai's realm, no one knew the extent of his power. Only Bruce himself understood how strong he had become. Because of this, Bruce had previously dared to claim that without the destroyer he was already invincible. He looked up at Kuranoya, who was high above him, and happily said, Lord King of Time, honestly I am very happy, and also very excited. Is that so? I can sense that you have cultivated the divine energy within you. I must say, for a mere mortal to cultivate to this level is truly impressive. Kuranoya initially praised him, but then said with utmost seriousness and determination, however, any errors in fate occurring in any time and space must be corrected. Otherwise, the future of this time and space will surely face even more terrifying events. Therefore, I cannot allow you two to remain in this time and space. Upon hearing this, Bruce laughed. Then let's fight. It all comes down to strength after all. Bruce charged forward again, using his gravitational superpower to briefly restrict Kuranoya's movements. In the next moment, he disappeared in a flash, appearing right in front of Kuranoya, unleashing a single-handed Kamehameha directly at her. Time freeze. Kuranoya used her divine technique, pausing the time in this space for a moment. The Kamehameha instantly missed. No, her speed is too fast. It seems I still need to continue increasing my strength, Bruce murmured his analysis. With an enraged roar, Bruce instantly transformed into a full-power Super Saiyan with blonde hair and blue eyes. Golden hair stood upright, and his eyes displayed the wildness characteristic of Saiyans. The transformations of Super Saiyan stages 1, 2, and 3 were directly omitted. Bruce's Super Saiyan transformation differed from the ordinary Saiyans like Sun Wukong. It directly enhanced him by 70 times, far exceeding the 50-fold increase of regular Super Saiyans. This is the subtle difference brought by bloodlines. Moreover, the energy within Bruce was extremely refined, not leaking at all. Even if Bruce used this form for an entire day, it would be no problem. At this moment, Kuranoya, seeing Bruce's wild golden-haired form, seemed to have thought of something, revealing a hint of interest in her expression. She spoke, a Super Saiyan. Your Super Saiyan transformation seems a bit different from those of other timelines. Bruce responded, indeed. This is my own cultivated full-power Super Saiyan form, different from other Saiyans transformations. At this moment, Bruce's battle power, based on a normal state of 1.2 billion to be precise 1.24 billion, had increased 70-fold, reaching an astounding 86.8 billion. Just Bruce's full-power Super Saiyan state might slightly surpass Majin Buu's full power. In all parallel universes except GD, only Sun Wukong in the Super Saiyan 3 phase could match that strength. Yet facing this king of time who had lived for countless millennia, it was still far from enough. However, Bruce's strength was not just this. Kuranoya observed for a while, and said calmly, "I know that among your mortals there is a concept of measuring strength known as battle power, right? Then I can clearly tell you that my normal battle power is about 500 billion. So, I advise you to bring out all your strength at once. My patience is limited." Bruce did not know that Kuranoya could actually switch to an even stronger battle form. As an extremely rare king of time, even before Bruce's crossing, he did not have a deep impression of such deities. Upon hearing this, Bruce was immediately astonished. Normal state of 500 billion. Is this the power of a deity? Truly terrifying. Bruce was shocked upon hearing this. From what he understood, Kuranoya was not the type of deity known for combat. But even so, a normal strength of 500 billion still greatly surprised him. Seeing Bruce in a daze, Kuranoya did not take advantage and attack. As a supreme deity, she still had her pride. Under her command, there were actually several powerful warriors serving as time patrollers. Therefore, she knew that Saiyans possessed other transformation forms. If Bruce could meet her expectations, she would allow him to join the time patrol team. This is the right purpose. Since it is highly likely that Bruce and Kalisha will be on his side, Kuranoya will naturally help eliminate the hidden dangers of temporal errors. This is not difficult. Bruce looked at Kuranoya, and he also had some guesses in his heart, but the premise was to prove that he had the strength to do so. Lord of the Time Realm, since that is the case, I will not hold back. I will demonstrate the forms I currently possess one by one to you, Bruce said politely. Through the actions of the other party, Bruce had long understood that this Lord of the Time Realm did not genuinely wish to create trouble for him and Kalisha. Since it was confirmed that he was not an enemy, everything would be easier. Bruce then returned to his normal form, intending to showcase his strength step by step. This is the full power form of Super Saiyan Stage 1. Bruce transformed into different forms, without pause, his aura surging explosively. Next, this is my Super Saiyan 2 form. At this moment, Bruce's power continuously increased from the awakened state of Super Saiyan 2, displaying different stages of transformation. From the awakened state, the form Son Gohan first achieved Super Saiyan 2, with a 100-fold increase, the angry form like Trunks with a 110-fold increase. The burst form referencing Vegeta from the Buu saga with a 120-fold increase, and the final angry burst full power form. The form Vegeta exhibited against Beerus in Dragon Ball Super with a 130-fold increase. This form is the ultimate transformation of Super Saiyan 2, far surpassing the base form of Super Saiyan 2. If there were an energy detector on site, it would show that Bruce's power levels were 124 billion, 136, 4 billion, 148, 8 billion, and 161, 2 billion. However, even faced with such a powerful deity, Bruce's Super Saiyan 2 ultimate transformation was still insufficient. Thus, Bruce paused for a moment before bending down, tightening his fists, and suddenly letting out an even louder roar. This time it lasted longer, and the space was filled with the powerful aura of the Saiyan. This is my Super Saiyan Stage 3 Super Saiyan 3 full power. Bruce looked at Kuranoya and casually introduced. Bruce had almost exploded with energy, transforming into the Super Saiyan 3 full power form, at which point Kuranoya's expression finally changed slightly. She sensed the astonishing power Bruce currently possessed, reaching a combat power of 496 billion, as measured by mortals. In other words, a full 400-fold increase. This level of increase could only be achieved by a few Saiyans. In fact, there were a few Saiyans whose power surpassed Bruce's current level. At the same time, she felt fortunate, secretly sighing that she had not made a mistake in coming here. Bruce's expression was emotionless, his eyebrows had disappeared, and he still had golden hair and blue eyes, but now his hair had grown down to his waist, making him appear even more terrifying. Feeling the powerful energy within him, Bruce merely tightened his fists, and even the space around him began to distort. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 has only two forms: the preliminary awakening, leaking energy, and the full power form, not leaking energy. The power increases are all 400 times. At this moment, Mr. Bruce, to be honest, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. However, I believe you must have an even stronger form, right? Kuranoya's tone became much more polite as she asked. All of this came from the respect brought about by changes in strength. Bruce remained silent for a moment before casually introducing, "That's right. This form is overall very powerful, but it consumes a considerable amount of stamina. Even I, having trained to the point of not consuming stamina, do not frequently use this form. As for the reason, it may be because it appears somewhat evil." So Bruce continued, "Well. Next, Bruce transformed directly, a burst of energy exploding, shaking the entire As the golden flames erupted from Bruce's body, his form gradually began to change into that of a gold. Moments later, a massive, terrifying golden giant ape appeared in an instant. Even Kuranoa's expression was quite shocked at this moment. Subsequently, Bruce crazily compressed the power of the giant ape back into his body, quickly shrinking his form step by step towards his human shape. Moments later, a figure with wild black hair dressed in red fur like flames and a steel-like long tail that whipped around with a sonic boom emerged. At the same time, Bruce's gaze became fierce like a beast, and his aura was wildly burning, threatening to incinerate the heavens. Bruce, a warrior of the Saiyan race, was filled with extreme ferocity and dominance, his fighting spirit soaring to the skies. At this moment, Bruce had a rebellious expression, with black hair, black eyebrows, golden pupils, red eyeshadow, sharp features, and was strikingly handsome. His entire body was covered in red fur, expressing his most primal ferocity. The red tail merely flicked lightly, causing ripples in this alternate space.
On this ancient and desolate planet, this type of spaceship, commonplace within Frisia's army, had once been mistaken for a divine omen and worshipped as a god.
After all, the transformation process of the Saiyan is a constant evolution and ancestral return, as well as a further mastery of their own bloodline power. This is my Super Saiyan Stage 4. Super Saiyan 4 Full Power. And this form is still far from Bruce's ultimate Super Saiyan 4. He has also mastered an even stronger transformation beyond Super Saiyan 4, known as Limit Break. However, this level of power is sufficient to astonish the Lord of the Time Realm. At this moment, Bruce's power had directly increased by 4,000 times. A total of 49.6 trillion combat power. This is a new level of power. This level of strength can be considered the limit of mortal combat power. Even Kuranoa's face was now extremely serious. You are indeed the powerful warrior we were looking for. It seems I came to the right place. Facing Kuranoa's somewhat inviting tone, Bruce did not respond but instead became serious again and roared, "Ha!" Suddenly, a terrifying red aura transformed into a pillar of light, and the energy within Bruce underwent a complete metamorphosis at that moment. Such rich divine energy. This form was completely different from Son Goku's transformation through the infusion of heart energy from 5 individuals. Not only did his physique not shrink, but it also became even more perfect. Most importantly, this form was a true divine transformation developed by Bruce through training based on Super Saiyan 4. It can be said to be a stronger transformation after the evolution of Super Saiyan Stage 4. Limit Break Divine Form. The form after Super Saiyan 4 evolves into Limit Break, and then further evolves beyond that. And the Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break is a stronger transformation following Super Saiyan 4 Full Power, featuring black-red hair, red pupils, and fur, with the surrounding aura crackling with blue lightning. Bruce directly skipped the Limit Break transformation and presented a divine transformation form that astonished even the gods. This is the Limit Break Divine Transformation. This Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break transformation is a new form of pure crimson flames. With red hair, red eyebrows, red pupils, red tail, red lightning, and red liquid divine energy, within the crimson flames blazing into the sky, at this moment truly showcased Bruce's astonishing presence. This divine form, built upon the foundation of Super Saiyan 4, is not the pseudo-divine form that Son Goku had during the Dragon Ball Super period. Because Saiyans during the Dragon Ball Super period cannot transform into Super Saiyan 4, their speed, strength, and defense cannot compare to Bruce's form. They are not even in the same dimension. After all, Bruce follows the dual path of realm and power, making this transformation a true divine transformation. It is the true Super Saiyan 4 divine form. Bruce referred to this self-trained Super Saiyan 4 divine form as the Red Divine Form. The energy within him has no longer been mere mortal energy, but has completely transformed into divine energy. The difference is that Super Saiyan 4, whether in full power or limit break, still belongs to the realm of mortal energy, just more wild and domineering. The Red Divine Form, however, represents the true essence of a Saiyan god. The increment multiplier is far higher than the normal Super Saiyan 4 limit break's 8,000 times increase, even reaching an astonishing 12,500 times in its normal state. This is the evolution method of the true Saiyan transformation that Bruce has long pursued. At this moment, if Bruce's strength were to be measured in combat power values, then Bruce's combat power is a staggering 55 trillion. That is 155 trillion. In the main timeline, according to Bruce's knowledge, the strongest destroyer Beerus has a combat power of 10 trillion just displayed in front of others. In other words, a full trillion. What kind of concept is this? Moreover, no one knows the true extent of Beerus' strength. No wonder Beerus casually tapped on the table, and half the area of a planet simply vanished. This is the true terrifying strength of Beerus, who can single-handedly take on all the destroyers and win, standing at the apex of the 7th universe. If one had to say what Bruce's current strength level is, it would be that of a candidate destroyer-level expert. They would absolutely not commit such a low-grade mistake of missing the registration deadline and being unable to participate in the competition. Bruce looked at Kuranoa, and said indifferently, "Lord of the Time Realm, do you still think you have the strength to imprison us in the Time Prison?" Kuranoa, if this has already surprised you, then you will be even more astonished next. Bruce smiled confidently. Then he roared again, "Ha!" The roar lasted for a while, and the entire space began to tremble violently, filled with powerful divine energy. "Ha!" Boom! Bruce's hair gradually turned blue, enveloped in an even richer red-blue divine orb. This is the further evolution and breakthrough of the red divine form known as the divine blue form. Neither Son Goku nor Vegeta's super blue forms can compare to the divine blue, the former being a transformation that possesses divine energy while transforming into Super Saiyan. At best, it is just a divine transformation of Super Saiyan Stage 1, and the divine blue, that has surpassed the 4 phases of Super Saiyan stages 1, 2, 3, and 4. Simply put, the divine transformation of Stage 1 is the ordinary super blue form of Son Goku and Vegeta. The Stage 2 form, however, is infused with deeper divine energy transformations equivalent to Vegeta's deep blue form. Objectively speaking, Vegeta's deep blue form has already surpassed Son Goku's super blue form enhanced by King. If one were to name these two divine forms of Bruce, the red divine would be akin to Super Saiyan 5, while the divine blue would be like Super Saiyan 6. In terms of dimensional level, it can directly crush the Saiyan God and super blue forms. The multiplier for the divine blue is 20,000 times. Bruce's combat power value has directly reached 248 trillion. A full 248 trillion. It can be said that Super Saiyan stages 1 to 4 follow the path of power, while the red divine and divine blue take multiple routes of power and realm, spirit, and dimension. Compared to the purely powerful path, they are stronger in all aspects, faster in speed, and harder in defense. Kuranoa, this is the strongest power form I can achieve now. How about it, Lord of the Time Realm? Are you satisfied? The King of Time, Kuranoa, was left speechless upon seeing the divine aura emanating from Bruce. A mere mortal cultivating such a terrifying divine aura. Kuranoa felt that even the Super Saiyan God Goku and Super Saiyan God Vegeta from other dimensions would likely lose more than they win against Bruce in his God Blue form. Moreover, she discovered that Bruce's current life level was infinitely close to that of a God of Time. Could he really just... Not only had this mortal reached the true divine realm, but his power also far surpassed that of a typical God of Time. In all of existence, only a select few could achieve such a feat, perhaps only 1 or 2 in a parallel dimension. The Saiyans truly are a race with boundless potential. In the God of Destruction realm, Beerus Angel and Servant Whis suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Clearly he sensed the familiar divine aura from Bruce, which was extraordinarily pure. "Oh my, I didn't expect Mr. Bruce to have such high talent, advancing rapidly to comprehend the true domain of the gods." Whis felt quite astonished as well. Not long ago he had just discovered that Bruce had only entered the preliminary stage. To think that in such a short time Bruce had actually advanced further, directly cultivating into the true domain of the gods and entering the divine realm. Whis glanced at Broly, who was in a meditative state, and thought to himself that this Saiyan, named Broly, also had However, Broly paled in comparison to Bruce. Whis recalled Bruce's companion, the female Saiyan, named Kalisha, who also seemed quite formidable. Kalisha's current strength was estimated to be on par with Broly, but her potential appeared to be even greater. Whis felt that the 7th universe had truly struck gold this time, with 3 extraordinary Saiyan geniuses emerging all at once. In fact, Bruce's potential was so rare that it could only appear once in billions of years, capable of becoming a figure on par with the God of Destruction. As for the angels, Whis did not dare to guarantee anything, as the realm of angels required more than just great power. Specific conditions were also necessary to achieve it. Whis then made up his mind and headed directly to Beerus' palace, intending to forcefully wake him up to meet Bruce, and no matter what, he had to ensure that Lord Beerus brought these 2 Saiyans back to the God of Destruction realm. Such fine seeds should not be discovered or taken by gods from other universes. At this moment, Kalisha's consciousness, thoughts, and even breathing had nearly come to a complete halt. This was the power of time freezing. She was unaware of anything happening outside. In the entire king of all universe, powers like time, space, destruction, and creation had already completely belonged to the realm of rules. Only true divine beings could possess such abilities. It was because of this incredibly powerful ability that they were called supreme deities. Ordinary people could only cultivate mortal energy, destined to never truly cultivate divine energy. Only special life forms could purify and evolve mortal energy, thus attaining divine energy. In another dimension, Bruce reverted from his transformation, returning to his normal black-haired appearance. Maintaining the god form consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Of course, this was merely because Bruce had yet to fully master the power of the god blue form. At this moment, Kalisha was also released from the time freeze by Kuranoa. Kuranoa then explained her intentions to Bruce and Kalisha. She sincerely invited Bruce to join the Time Patrol team, to become one of them and participate in capturing those who The condition was that he could freely enter and exit the time nest, and receive a time ring allowing him to traverse all time and parallel universes. Kuranoa tempted Bruce. He pondered whether or not to join as Cronoa had offered so much. Just then, a sacred brilliance suddenly appeared. A rift opened in the starry light curtain of the alternate dimension. The flowing time-space energy felt as if it had encountered a cold glacier. At that moment, the faint golden divine light around the King of Time appeared first, instantly repairing the rift. The laws of time and space unfolded around her, transforming into layers of faint golden light patterns, blocking the omnipresent destructive pressure from the newcomer. Without a crack, without a rumble, Beerus stood in midair, his black robe flowing without a hint of movement, his dark eyes half closed as he scanned the scene. Wherever his gaze fell, even the time-space light patterns trembled. Web-like cracks began to spread along the time-space light patterns, but when they reached 3 feet in front of the King of Time, they were forcibly blocked by an even more refined time-space power. At this moment, Bruce's destructive power was reined in to the extreme. It felt as if a world-destroying volcano had been silent for billions of years. Even the surrounding flow of time had been thrown into chaos by this terrifying destructive power. However, the clash of top divine powers from 2 supreme beings caused Bruce and Kalisha, currently in their normal states, to be caught in the middle of 2 terrifying pressures from— After all, Beerus was not here to fight. However, the clash of top divine powers from 2 supreme beings caused Bruce and Kalisha, currently in their normal states, to be caught in the middle of 2 terrifying pressures from the realm of rules. Undoubtedly, it was extremely uncomfortable. Even their bloodlines instinctively avoided danger curling up, and their energy surged to their throats. Kalisha didn't even dare to breathe heavily. In the face of such a truly supreme law power, Bruce also did not dare to underestimate it. This was the power of destruction that could obliterate everything, and the supreme power that could annihilate all. Even though Bruce could transform into the red god or blue god capable of obliterating superficial destructive energy like Frisia, he still did not dare to act recklessly in front of Beerus. That would be pure suicide. The reason was simple: the serious Beerus was truly terrifying. Whis slowly appeared beside Beerus, his clothing hanging gently, casually twirling a strand of dissipating energy. His gaze swept over the King of Time, who was radiating divine light, and Whis spoke with a lazy tone laced with a hint of certainty. "My lady King of Time, it's nice to see you again. Lord Beerus wishes to take these 2 Scions from the 7th universe to the God of Destruction realm. I hope you can make it convenient for us." She looked at the familiar Beerus and said, "Beerus, these 2 Scions are of great help to me. How about temporarily lending them to me for use in the Time Temple?" Cronoa's voice was clear yet carried a unique authority, as the time-space manager, each word resonating firmly. She looked at the familiar Beerus and said, "Beerus, these 2 Scions are of great help to me. How about temporarily lending them to me for use in the Time Temple?" Her aura may not be as domineering and destructive as that of Beerus, the god of destruction, but it exuded absolute confidence in controlling all time and space. At this moment, Beerus finally raised his gaze, his eyes flashing with intense impatience as he spoke. "My lady King of Time, if your purpose in coming to my 7th universe is to steal people, I must refuse." As his words fell, purple destructive energy surged toward the time-space staff, and purple and white light clashed violently in the alternate dimension. There was no earth-shattering roar, only the clash of 2 high-level divine powers. The sound of time and space being briefly torn apart, and since they were in an alternate dimension, Whis did not stop this clash of power on a cosmic level. Bruce and Kalisha, already under Beerus' destructive pressure, were breathing heavily. At this moment, Whis arrived at Bruce's side, casually waving his hand to create a light screen that protected both of them. "Long time no see, Mr. Whis. The strawberry cake and barbecue I promised you last time have long been prepared." "Long time no see, Mr. Whis. The strawberry cake and barbecue I promised you last time have long been prepared. But given the current situation..." Bruce glanced at the collision of rules between the 2 supreme beings and swallowed hard. Whis nodded, but it was clear that this was not the time to eat. "Then thank you, Mr. Bruce." "Ho ho ho, hey Bruce, is that the god of destruction Beerus from our universe?" Kalisha whispered. "Yes, but when we see him in the future we must address him as Lord Beerus, because his power truly transcends the entire universe. Even the compa we encountered last time likely couldn't defeat Lord Beerus." At that moment, Beerus, who was confronting Cronoa, heard Bruce's words. His ears twitched and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He was extremely satisfied and said, "Kid, just for that statement, I won't hold it against you too." Beerus looked at Cronoa and sneered. "My lady King of Time, your purpose in seeking these 2 Scions isn't to have them join the Time Temple, is it? Had Whis not informed me about Bruce before, I wouldn't have bothered with the affairs of mere mortals." Now Beerus had already tested Broly's strength in the God of Destruction realm, and overall, he felt it was just so. He initially thought Broly was the strongest genius in the 7th universe. Little did he know that Whis had told him there were 2 more Scions like him with potential and strength far surpassing Broly. If it were just that, Beerus wouldn't mind, after all he was the strongest himself. However, when Whis told Beerus that Bruce knew where to find the best food in the universe, Beerus immediately became restless and dragged Whis to find Bruce and Kalisha. They coincidentally encountered Cronoa coming to his 7th universe to take people. As the god of destruction of the seventh universe, if it were just work-related matters, Beerus would certainly make it convenient for. However, the matter of food was a top priority. Beerus would not agree to that under any circumstances. Indeed, Beerus, you wouldn't want the Grand Priest, or that one, to know about your laziness and lack of work over the years, would you? If you let me have these two Saiyans, I won't report you to the Grand Priest. What do you say? Cronoa was no fool. She knew that while she couldn't defeat Beerus in battle, he also couldn't do anything to her. Moreover, she could always report him. But her position and authority were slightly higher than that of the god of destruction. In terms of position, the King of Time was indeed on par with the Kings of Time and the gods of destruction, but in terms of status and authority, she far surpassed both. Because all time-space authority belonged to the King of Time, while Beerus was merely the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Thus, destructive energy was essentially ineffective against Cronoa. Upon hearing Cronoa mention the Grand Priest, and that one, Beerus' face darkened, and a hint of displeasure flashed across him. The destructive energy surged fiercely as he coldly said, "Are you threatening me?" Bruce observed this scene and realized that if this stalemate continued, it would likely lead to major trouble. Thus, he prepared a way out for the two supreme beings. "Lord Beerus, Lady Cronoa, why don't we take a trip to the god of destruction realm? I just happen to have a lot of delicious food here. We can discuss things while eating. How does that sound?" Upon hearing about food, Beerus instantly became interested and grunted, "Kid, you know how to negotiate." Cronoa also understood that continuing to hold out against Beerus would yield no results. So she seized the opportunity to agree with Bruce's suggestion. Meanwhile, on Earth, the preliminaries for the World Martial Arts Tournament were about to begin. Previously, everyone had been in an alternate dimension created by the King of Time, with no energy leaking out. Whis had also just detected the sudden arrival of the King of Time on Earth, leading to some speculation. In the martial arts tournament arena, this year's participants only numbered 7. Not because interest in the World Martial Arts Tournament had waned. Rather, it was because the skill level of the participants had increased so much that many martial artists no longer dared to. The reason being that during matches, high-level martial artists would frequently use techniques that were incomprehensible and beyond understanding. Sometimes they would casually unleash energy blasts and key cannons. Who could withstand that? As a result, these ordinary martial artists chose not to participate for the sake of their lives. At this time, Goku, Tien, Krillin, Upa, Yamcha, and Chaozu gathered together. Everyone had drawn their lots, and fortunately, they were assigned to different areas in the preliminaries. Thus, there was no need for immediate strong confrontations that could eliminate their own people early, so they chatted and laughed confidently while waiting for the staff's arrangements. Since Goku and the others had arrived in casual clothes which were unsuitable for fighting during the tournament, they all changed into their prepared martial arts uniforms. Among them, Tien and Chaozu. Yachirobe wore a hood to avoid being recognized by Sun Wukong and Upa. After all, he had sneaked here from Karen Tower and had never participated in the martial arts tournament, fearing embarrassment. Sun Wukong, Yamcha, and Krillin remained together. While they were chatting, Yamcha suddenly noticed that Sun Wukong's tail was missing. He immediately ran behind him and, looking at Sun Wukong's backside, asked in surprise, "Wukong, where's your tail?" Krillin, also surprised, looked at his friend's tail area, revealing a puzzled expression. Sun Wukong glanced back and said, "The deity has already helped me remove it." He recalled he seemed to say, "If I were to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament, the tail would become my weakness and hindrance." Hearing this, Krillin and Yamcha exchanged knowing smiles, one chuckling, while the other laughed, evidently relieved that their plans to exploit Sun Wukong's tail in the competition had fallen through. Krillin replied, "That does seem reasonable." Suddenly, Sun Wukong sensed something, his expression changing abruptly, his eyes sharpened, and his demeanor grew serious as he turned to look sharply to his left. Yamcha and Krillin looked at Sun Wukong in confusion. Yamcha asked, "What's wrong, Wukong?" The small-framed Krillin, arms crossed, also inquired, "What's the matter?" Sun Wukong did not respond, his expression grave as he slowly moved his body, filled with vigilance, fully alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. Following Sun Wukong's gaze, a figure wearing orange shoes, black-blue clothing, a white long-shoulder cloak, and a blue cloth belt stood there, fists clenched and slightly bent forward. This person, sporting long pointed green ears and a purple amethyst white heavy hat, had an incredibly cold gaze fixated on Sun Wukong. The imposing aura emanating from the green-skinned figure caused the very air to seem to freeze, as if bringing down the temperature several degrees. This bizarre scene caused Yamcha and Krillin to look at the figure with expressions identical to Sun Wukong's, their faces instantly turning grave. As Tien Shinhan turned, Kairatsu's eyes widened in fear, and Tien's expression froze, cold sweat forming. At that moment, Tien Shinhan, who had just put on his wrist guards, suddenly shivered. Kairatsu, noticing Tien's unusual behavior, looked up at him in confusion. As Tien Shinhan turned, Kairatsu's eyes widened in fear, and Tien's expression froze, cold sweat forming on his forehead, as he looked extremely distressed. Tien Shinhan stammered in terror, "That guy, how is this possible?" UPA, noticing something was off, shifted his attention, asking, "Who is that strange person? Why do I feel an exceptionally terrifying aura from him?" UPA had previously lived in the sparsely populated Karen Tower. Therefore, he had never seen the true form of Demon King Piccolo and did not recognize him. At this moment, UPA, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and Yamcha all approached Sun Wukong, focusing intently on Piccolo, bracing themselves. Sun Wukong remained silent, thinking to himself, "So he really has come, Demon King Piccolo." Seeing that all the capable people who could hinder him had gathered, the second generation of Piccolo faced Sun Wukong and the others directly. The corner of Piccolo's mouth curled slightly, his cold face revealing a profound expression. Finally, the preliminary round of the world's #1 martial arts tournament was about to commence. The offspring of Demon King Piccolo also appeared before Wukong and the others, and a turbulent confrontation was about to unfold. Next, it was time for the world's #1 martial arts tournament to begin. The offspring of Demon King Piccolo also appeared before Wukong and the others, and a turbulent confrontation was about to unfold. Next, it was time for the Demon King Piccolo noticed his enemy's confident demeanor, his fists tightening slightly. Sun Wukong felt the same, his fighting spirit rising as he clenched his fists. After a tense standoff, Demon King Piccolo glanced at Sun Wukong with a cold smirk, then flipped his cloak and turned to walk towards a secluded corner. Ignoring everyone else, he leisurely leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest. Tien Shinhan took a few steps forward and asked Wukong, "That guy, could he be one of Demon King Piccolo's remnants?" Since Piccolo's tentacles had not yet revealed themselves, the only Earthlings who had seen and fought against the previous Demon King Piccolo were Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan Kaiatsu, and Sun Wukong. Tien Shinhan had limited knowledge, but despite having fought against Demon King Piccolo's subordinates and almost sealing him, he was unaware of the final moments when Piccolo laid an egg. Master Roshi was not present as he was waiting outside with others, and had yet to see the second generation of Piccolo. Even if he did, he wouldn't know much as he had exhausted his energy after using the Mafuba 3 years ago. It was only later, when Sun Wukong collected the Dragon Balls and wished for their resurrection, that they heard about Wukong defeating Demon King Piccolo. Thus, only Earth deities Popo, Sun Wukong, and Bruce were fully aware of the situation regarding the second generation of Piccolo. At this moment, Bruce was far away in the realm of destruction, not on Earth. UPA, Bruce's nominal disciple, not only had limited experience, but was also young, knowing even less about the truth of certain matters. Upon hearing Tien Shinhan's question, Sun Wukong glanced at the back of the second generation of Piccolo, and in order to avoid causing panic, simply said, "Well, you could say that." Tien Shinhan immediately clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in dread. "So it really is like that. Damn." At this moment, Sun Wukong looked at Tien Shinhan and quietly said, "But you must keep this a secret from everyone. If this matter gets out, it will cause a huge disturbance." Tien Shinhan immediately understood. Krillin, who was behind them, asked Wukong, "Do you know that guy from earlier?" Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan quickly turned to Krillin. Yamcha chimed in, "He doesn't look like an ordinary person." UPA echoed, "That guy just now gave off such a chilling vibe." In an attempt to disguise his thoughts, Sun Wukong had no choice but to lie, saying, "No, we just think he seems very powerful, right, Tien Shinhan?" After saying this, he intentionally asked Tien Shinhan to cover for him. Tien Shinhan reluctantly nodded then lowered his head deep in thought and fell silent. Tien Shinhan. Kaiatsu, who knew Tien Shinhan well, called his name with a complex expression. Tien Shinhan looked at Kaiatsu with his 3 eyes, seriously shaking his head in a subtle hint. The little zombie-like Kaiatsu nodded in understanding. This scene left Krillin, Yamcha, and UPA feeling somewhat bewildered. They looked at Kaiatsu, then at Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan, noticing Krillin staring at him, instinctively glanced at Krillin and his friends. Krillin, who usually had some cleverness, suddenly realized something was off, and his expression grew serious. Tien Shinhan remained silent, his focus again on the meditating second generation of Piccolo, unsure of what to think. At that moment, a soft, delicate hand gently patted Sun Wukong's shoulder, causing him to turn back in confusion, having been focused on Piccolo. As this cute and innocent girl approached, everyone finally shifted their attention. Simultaneously, the 6 of them looked at this unfamiliar girl. Sun Wukong looked utterly baffled, not understanding why this stranger had come to pat his shoulder. Everyone began to size her up. She wore a Kippa-style martial arts outfit, red cloth wrist guards, and a red cloth belt, her legs together with a curvaceous figure and a pair of seemingly well-nourished peaks. Her shoulder-length, beautifully dyed black hair likely used Dragon Ball's version of hair conditioner. This unfamiliar girl had skin as smooth as cream, delicate eyebrows, and eyes that sparkled like autumn water, looking more enchanting than a fairy. Seeing Sun Wukong turn to look at her, she softly and sweetly called out, "Sun Wukong." Yamcha and Krillin were utterly astonished that such a beautiful, graceful, and gentle girl would approach the seemingly simple-minded Wukong. Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and UPA also took a moment to look at her, but still felt they did not recognize her. The girl gazed at Sun Wukong with eager eyes. Although Sun Wukong had changed significantly over the past 3 years, she recognized him at a glance. Sun Wukong pointed at himself and leaned closer to the girl, asking in confusion, "Who are you?" As soon as he said this, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Sun Wukong. Her shoulders trembled and her expression changed rapidly, as if the clear morning sky had suddenly turned stormy. "Idiot!" the girl shouted like thunder, shaking the entire arena. Sun Wukong, Kairatsu Upa, and the nearby competitors were directly frightened to the ground, terrified. Krillin covered his ears in disbelief. Tien Shinhan shrank back, his expression honest like a well-behaved child. Yamcha was so startled that he shivered all over his hair, standing on end. Sitting on the ground, Sun Wukong looked fearfully at the extremely angry stranger, his innocent face revealing an expression of guilt. "I really don't know who you are." The girl, grinding her teeth in frustration at the sight of the terrified Sun Wukong, took a deep breath and turned away, cutely huffing hum, leaving behind a confused crowd in a state of disarray. It must be said, girls change dramatically with age. Once the girl walked a little further away, Sun Wukong finally dared to mutter softly, "What the heck? That guy." Sun Wukong thought to himself about how he had never been so scared, even when nearly beaten to death by Demon King Piccolo 3 years ago. Yamcha stared in awe after the unfamiliar girl left mouth agape in shock, calling out to Sun Wukong, "Wukong. Wukong, who exactly is she?" Implying, "Are you not going to explain this?" Krillin stammered, "That girl is so really too cute." Krillin gently elbowed Sun Wukong, who was getting up from the ground, asking with jealousy in his eyes, "Quick, tell us, where did you meet her?" Sun Wukong, looking seriously at Krillin, replied earnestly, "I told you I don't know her. I've never seen her before." Krillin appeared somewhat skeptical, looking at Sun Wukong with suspicion. He grabbed Sun Wukong's shirt, shaking him repeatedly, seemingly angry. "Stop lying. You don't look like you're telling the truth. Come on, just tell me the truth." Sun Wukong continued to look innocent, saying it. "It's true." Krillin exclaimed, "Did you really just obediently study with the deity over there? How could such a cute girl be interested in you? It makes me so envious, damn." At this moment, Yamcha confirmed with Tien Shinhan, "That expression seems familiar, doesn't it, Tien Shinhan?" "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We are about to begin the preliminary selection. Please gather in the center." The announcer's voice rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. In the central area, an elderly man stood in the arena, clearing his throat. "Today is the triannual martial arts tournament, and we are grateful for your presence despite your busy schedules. This time there are 72 participants, significantly fewer than before, probably because the level this time has improved." In the audience, a plump man wearing a bandit mask carefully sneaked through the crowd, finding a suitable spot to listen. Tien Shinhan listened for a while, not paying much attention, but his gaze turned to the second generation of Piccolo, thinking, "However, that guy still concerns me greatly. How could a subordinate of Piccolo end up at the world's #1 martial arts tournament?" Outside the arena, it was incredibly noisy, the crowd dense, as if resembling an ant nest. Master Roshi squeezed through the crowd, reaching behind a girl, feeling frustrated. "There are really so many people." Bulma sighed, "There's still a long time until the preliminary rounds are finished." Pure sighed, "This is so exhausting." Oolong, hearing this in the crowd, angrily retorted, "You don't seem tired at all." The girl in front turned around to look at Master Roshi upon hearing his words. Master Roshi, due to the inertia, seemed to be pushed off balance. Moreover, Master Rose's entire face was pressed against the girl's ample bosom. Due to the incredible elasticity of the contact area, Master Rose's head bounced several times, thinking this weapon is too fierce. The shock absorption is superb. The turtle hermit cried out in pain, covering his face and wanting to cry without tears. Bulma's face turned pale, veins visible on her forehead, clearly about to explode. This old man is really becoming more and more outrageous. Oolong squinted his eyes and shot a glance at the turtle hermit. "I really can't take it anymore." The turtle hermit, with a nosebleed and an innocent face, took off his sunglasses to reveal his round eyes, tears hanging at the corners. It wasn't intentional. Whether those tears were from pain or something else was unclear, making onlookers both cry and laugh. At this moment, the outside of the competition hall was already packed with spectators, countless fists waving in the air, the cheers and shouts nearly shaking the roof. The loudspeaker inside the hall announced clearly, "The preliminary rounds are now starting with the drawing of lots to determine the list of qualified contestants." In the crowd outside, blue-haired Launch leaned next to Bulma, whispering, "I hope Goku and the others don't end up in the same group during the preliminaries to avoid them harming each other." Bulma frowned in worry, "But I doubt it. It's hard to say with these things. He'll go check it out." The flying Poor flapped his wings and was about to take off. Oolong quickly grabbed him. "Poor, only staff members can go in." Bang! With a light sound, Poor transformed into a gray woodpecker. "Can't I just change forms?" Oolong's eyes lit up and he slapped his forehead. "Right. He'll go too. Transform." Bang! With a flash of white smoke, a flying pig that hadn't completely transformed flapped its wings and followed the woodpecker into the ventilation duct. Inside the hall, the contestants were lining up to draw lots. In the queue, Tianjin Fan whispered to Dumpling using telepathy, "Listen, separate us into different groups. That guy must be separated too." He discreetly scanned the corner where Piccolo was. Dumpling nodded vigorously, confidence shining on his small face. For him, a super psychic controlling the number balls in the drawing box was a piece of cake. If he used this ability to draw lottery tickets, he would probably win effortlessly. Tianjin Fan looked at Piccolo again and transmitted, I need to observe him understand. Got it. Dumpling nodded cleverly. Thus under Dumpling's covert operation, Son Goku, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Krillin, Upa, Yamcha, and even himself were all placed in different groups. Son Goku pinched the number 2 paper and checked against the display wall. I'm number 2, in the first half of the first group. I'm in the first half of the second group. Yamcha raised his number and turned to ask Krillin, what about you? In the latter half of the first group. Tianjin Fan, what about you? Tianjin Fan smiled and raised his hand in the latter half of the second group. Krillin glanced at Dumpling's number and breathed a sigh of relief. Dumpling is in the latter half of the third group. Great. Everyone is not in the same group. We don't have to harm each other for advancement. Upa, which group did you draw? Son Goku asked. Upa tiptoed to look at the display wall again, answering in the upper half of the fifth group. Great. Son Goku patted his shoulder. This time let me see your skills properly. Upa nodded vigorously, his small face filled with the expectation of being recognized. Krillin rubbed his chin and muttered, what a coincidence. Clearly he didn't realize Dumpling had meddled. Yamcha looked at Piccolo and said slowly, I wonder which group that guy is in. Krillin gazed at the back of a stranger girl, murmuring, which group did that lovely girl end up in? Son Goku didn't hear their conversation, his attention entirely focused on Piccolo, his expression particularly serious. Krillin rubbed his chin and muttered, what a coincidence. Clearly he didn't realize Dumpling had meddled. Yamcha looked at Piccolo and said, Spoir and Oolong flew over, chattering and gesturing to communicate the situation, flapping their wings to cheer everyone on. At this moment the referee walked onto the stage with a loudspeaker. This preliminary round will select 8 contestants to advance. Now let's start the first group preliminaries. The rules are clear to everyone. Being thrown off the stage, losing consciousness, or surrendering means defeat, but if you harm your opponent's life you will be disqualified immediately. This point must be noted. He scanned the contestants. Please contestant number 1 and number 2 come up to the stage. Son Goku's eyes brightened. The first match is mine. Krillin crossed his arms and stood beside him. Goku, let's see the results of your training with the gods. Okay. Son Goku swiftly ascended the stage. Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Upa, and Piccolo in the corner all held their breath. They were all curious to know what level Son Goku's strength had reached after 3 years. How strong has Goku become? It's truly intriguing, Yamcha said, looking at the stage. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Upa, and Dumpling all gathered closely around Krillin, who was nearest to the stage and had the best view. After all, his bright red turtle hermit martial arts uniform was too eye-catching. In the last 2 martial arts tournaments, disciples of the turtle hermit had shone brightly. Everyone wanted to see how much this rising star had grown in 3 years. The noisy venue suddenly fell silent. A dark-skinned contestant in a golden yellow martial arts uniform slowly walked onto the stage, each step making the platform tremble. He had explosive curly hair, a full beard, and a muscular body emanating a formidable aura just by standing there. Son Goku was somewhat surprised to see him. He was actually an old acquaintance. The two locked eyes on the stage, and Son Goku secretly sighed, what luck, I ran into someone I know again. The crowd below immediately stirred. Hey, isn't that? It's King Chappa. Clearly many recognized this expert. Krillin and the others. King Chappa looked at Son Goku, before him the familiar red martial arts uniform and the familiar name, but the young man had grown. He slowly said, I didn't expect to encounter you in the first match. Then a confident curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. But that's fine, it's just right to settle the score with you. This time I want to take the title of number 1 in the world, and to do that I must defeat you. King Chappa's tone was, neither of them moved immediately, merely observing each other, and the air was filled with unspoken tension. Facing the declaration of war, Son Goku merely revealed a meaningful smile, not refuting. Below, a yellow-haired Muay Thai fighter nudged the boxer beside him. Hey, isn't that guy in the red clothes the runner-up from last time? The boxer nodded. That's right, Turtle Hermit's uniform. The Muay Thai fighter placed his hands on his hips, clicking his tongue in wonder. He's grown so tall. The boxer shrugged. What luck, King Chappa has running into Son Goku for the 3rd time. King Chappa clearly heard this, performing a martial salute to Son Goku, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if responding to the comments. Just wait and see if the unlucky one will be Son Goku. Son Goku also joined his hands together, slightly bowing in response. This was the basic etiquette before a martial arts duel. Please, the two of you begin. With the referee's command, King Chappa immediately stabilized his stance, his fists clenched tightly, his arms rapidly swinging, creating afterimages. His flashy movements dazzled the spectators. He then assumed the starting stance of his signature move, the 8-hand fist. In these 3 years I have endured so much hardship. Today, let me show you. Facing a familiar opponent, King Chappa dared not be careless and planned to unleash all his strength at once. Son Goku remained unmoved, calmly watching him. King Chappa constantly adjusted his angles and stances, trying to find a flaw. But what he didn't know was that after training with Bobo and the god, Son Goku's strength had long surpassed that of ordinary martial artists on Earth. While he still hadn't reached the level of cosmic beings, he was already considered a top-notch expert on Earth. The dividing line between ordinary martial artists and experts lay in whether they could perceive the chi within their bodies and utilize it. King Chappa hadn't trained in vain over the past 3 years and could finally begin to perceive chi. General martial artists were not his opponents. It was precisely because of this that he discovered Son Goku's chi was as vast as a sea of stars, overwhelming him, making him hesitant to attack. Goku's state feels strange, don't you think? If King Chappa can't even see Goku's nothing state, then he is bound to lose, Tianjin Fan analyzed. At this moment beads of sweat emerged on King Chappa's forehead, maintaining the 8-hand fist stance for a full half-minute. He could feel that Son Goku's chi was like a deep ocean calm, yet hiding world-destroying power. Each breath felt like shaking the air. How is this possible? King Chappa's Adam's apple rolled. The young man who used to be able to force him to use a few moves had now made him lose the courage to even attack. But that half-inch made King Chappa's pupils suddenly constrict. He could sense that Son Goku's chi formed an invisible wall, in an instant sealing off all the routes of attack. This is... Tianjin Fan suddenly clenched his fist. After careful sensing he said, "It's a more refined chi than when he fought against the Demon King Piccolo last time." At this moment Tianjin Fan's expression was serious as he continued, "He has condensed his chi to the extreme, like compressing a tsunami into a drop of water." King Chappa let out a roar driven by his pride. All hesitation, transformed into brute force. The afterimages of the 8-hand fist instantly flooded the stage, and the wind from his punches even blew off the referee's hat. In the past 3 years he had specifically trained under a waterfall to improve his punching speed. At this moment his attack density was enough to shatter 10 steel plates in 1 second. Yet Son Goku remained standing in place. Before King Chappa's fists even moved, Son Goku's body had already naturally made the most energy-efficient evasive maneuvers. Damn it! King Chappa became increasingly astonished, barely able to see the opponent's shadow. He instinctively looked up thinking his opponent had jumped above. Below, Piccolo snorted coldly, his cape fluttering. If you can't even keep up with the flow of chi, what kind of scum dares to challenge Son Goku? Suddenly Son Goku's left shoulder sank slightly. King Chappa felt a flash before his eyes, and his back received a fatal blow. It's over. Son Goku's voice was light, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. His foot rooted to the ground, as if it had taken root. His left palm struck out, with a speed indistinguishable to the naked eye, appearing slow, yet carrying an irresistible force. King Chappa felt as if a mountain had slammed into his back, his body uncontrollably falling forward. Bang! The referee raised his hand. In the first group preliminaries, Son Goku wins. Instantly thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. UPA excitedly waved his fist. Great! Goku won. Yet Tianjin Fan stared at Son Goku thoughtfully. He seems different from before. Son Goku walked down from the stage, and Krillin immediately approached. Goku, your speed was amazing. What was that move just now? I don't know. Son Goku scratched his head, revealing an innocent smile. It just felt the easiest to do that. Tianjin Fan stepped forward, looking at Son Goku with a complex expression, sighing. It seems you've fully mastered nothingness. Nothingness? Son Goku tilted his head to look at Tianjin Fan. Mr. Bobo said during battle, don't think about winning or losing, don't think about moves, just be as natural as breathing. In the distance, Piccolo clenched his fists, a serious glint in his eyes. Things are getting more interesting. Son Goku. As King Chappa was taken away, he secretly said to his disciple, next time at the martial arts tournament, I'd better participate in the youth group. His disciple looked at his bearded face and was silent for a long time. As Son Goku stepped down from the stage, the contestants for the second match were already eagerly leaping onto the arena. A muscular man with a mohawk swung his arms like iron chains, grinning at his opponent. Kid, if you're sensible, surrender now, while there's still time. His opponent was a boy in coarse linen clothes, shorter than Krillin, with his back facing the audience. Clutching an old cloth bag, he merely shook his head calmly at the provocation. You're asking for death. Mohawk lunged forward with a roar, swinging a fist as large as a mortar bowl straight toward his face. But the youth pivoted lightly on his toes, drifting backward like a leaf caught in the wind, evading the blow effortlessly, while simultaneously winding the bag strap around his opponent's arm. Tien Shinhan raised an eyebrow. Okinawan classical jujitsu. With a subtle twist of his wrist, the youth channeled a refined, spiraling force up the man's arm, instantly destabilizing his center of gravity. Before the brute could react, the youth closed the distance in a flash and drove his elbow precisely into the man's chi-high acupoint at the solar plexus. The hulking figure let out a muffled groan and collapsed limply to the ground, as if his bones had been stripped away. The arena fell silent for 3 breaths, then erupted into thunderous cheers. What lightning-fast technique! Yamcha whistled in awe. Who is this boy? Krillin leaned in to glance at the contestant placard. His name is Kaino. Never heard of him. Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully. His movements are so light, like the monkeys back in UPA's village. UPA nodded vigorously, even more agile than monkeys. Subsequent matches each held their own In the third bout, a bald monk trained in hardstyle martial arts faced off against a taekwondo black belt. The monk absorbed over 30 kicks without flinching, then ended the match with a skull-cracking headbutt that knocked his opponent unconscious. In the fourth bout, misfortune struck. A competitor tripped over his own shoelaces upon stepping onto the ring and tumbled straight off the platform, triggering waves of laughter across the arena. Time for Group 2, Yamcha said, cracking his knuckles. I'll go warm up. His opponent was a bespectacled man in a sharp suit who paused mid-step to adjust his tie in a nearby mirror. The instant the referee signaled to start, the suited man ripped open his jacket, revealing full-body metallic armor, its knuckles embedded with razor-sharp steel plates. Custom combat armor, hardness rivaling tank plating, he boasted, tilting his chin upward. Wise up and yield now. Save yourself from injury. The referee started to object. Weapons were strictly prohibited, but Yamcha raised a hand to stop him. After all, whether the opponent wore armor or not made little difference to the outcome. Yamcha assumed the Kame Sennin stance, a faint smile playing on his lips. 3 years ago, I shattered something 10 times harder than that. Before the words left his mouth, he'd already blurred into motion, racing toward his foe. The suited man hastily raised his arms to block, only to hear a sharp clang as the steel plates fractured under sheer palm pressure. Before he could regain his footing, Yamcha's knee slammed into the unprotected flank where the armor failed to cover the vulnerable side of his waist. The man crumpled like a sack struck by a sledgehammer, rolling off the ring and lying stunned for long moments. Yamcha still as crisp as ever. Krillin applauded. Tien Shinhan frowned slightly, his footwork's grown sloppy. Seems he slacked off these past 3 years. At that moment, Group 3's match began. As Kaiatsu leapt onto the ring, his opponent sneered. What brat crawled in here? This isn't kindergarten. He was a sumo wrestler, tipping the scales at over 300 pounds. Bare-chested, belly rippling with fat each step, making the platform tremble beneath him. Step down while you still can, or I'll flatten you into a meat patty, the sumo bellowed, waddling closer with his belly swaying. Kaiatsu remained expressionless, lifting one hand slowly, palm facing outward, aimed directly at the man's bulging abdomen. The sumo roared with laughter, until suddenly his body lifted uncontrollably off the ground, floating upward like a helium balloon before sailing clear over the ring's edge. Psychic powers, someone cried from the crowd. The sumo flailed helplessly in midair before landing with a thunderous splash, shaking the entire arena. Kaiatsu hopped down and hurried to Tien Shinhan's side. Tien, I won. Well done, Tien replied, rarely smiling. But next time don't display your psychic abilities so openly. The referees will take notice. Kaiatsu nodded obediently, though his eyes flickered toward Group 5, where UPA was about to enter the ring. UPA's opponent was a brown-haired Thai boxing prodigy, whose leg strikes cut through the air like scythes. Within 10 seconds of the opening bell, the young fighter unleashed 7 sweeping kicks, forcing UPA into rapid retreat. Go UPA! Goku shouted from the stands. Hearing the encouragement, UPA's gaze sharpened. He dropped low, evaded the latest sweep, and seized his opponent's aim. This was the leverage throw taught to him by Goku. But instead of hurling the man outright, UPA used the rotational momentum to wrench the youth's leg violently in the opposite direction. Ah! The fighter screamed in agony, the sickening pop of a dislocated knee echoing clearly. UPA released him instantly and bowed deeply to the fallen opponent. My humble thanks for your forbearance. After the referee declared victory, UPA sprinted down from the ring, beaming, Brother Goku, I did it. Excellent. Goku grinned, ruffling his hair. Far steadier than during our mountain training last time. Just then Piccolo stirred at last from the shadows. It was his turn, Group 4, and his opponent was a golden-haired man who called himself Lightning Fist, famed for punches swift enough to ignite the air. They say you're strong. Lightning Fist cracked his knuckles, each pop sharp as gunfire. But no one lasts 10 seconds against these fists. Piccolo didn't even lift his eyelids, merely raising his right hand slow and deliberate. Show off. Lightning Fist roared, charging forward. The wind whipping from his fists shimmered visibly, warping the air itself. Yet his fist froze forever 3 inches from Piccolo's face. Piccolo's fingertip brushed lightly against his forehead, and a subtle, devastating surge of ki flooded inward. Lightning Fist stiffened as if his soul had been vacuumed clean, then collapsed rigidly to the floor, utterly unconscious. The entire arena fell into absolute silence. As Piccolo descended from the ring, his eyes met Goku's across the distance. Neither spoke, but the air between them crackled with unspoken tension. The grueling preliminary rounds continued, victories and defeats shifting rapidly atop the tournament stage. With advancing slots dwindling, the remaining competitors shed their initial caution, unleashing their true formidable strength. Krillin's turn arrived in the latter half of Group 1. His opponent was a tall, slender man clad in a Taoist robe embroidered with the yin-yang symbol, idly tossing 2 iron orbs between his palms. Little monk, heard you practice Kame Sennin style. The robed man tossed the orbs with a smirk. 3 years ago weren't you that short little fellow? Looks like you haven't grown an inch. And your skills haven't matured either. Krillin showed no anger, only clasping his hands together in formal salute. please guide me generously. At the referee's signal, the robed man hurled both iron orbs at Krillin with explosive force, and darted forward like a phantom in their wake. The spheres howled through the air, charged with palpable inner energy. Yamcha snapped upright in the stance, Shingy Gates' iron orb fist. This kid's got real substance. Krillin, however, remained unruffled, gliding across the ring with Kame-Sennin footwork slipping through the lethal gaps between the whirling spheres like an eel through water. His speed had doubled since 3 years prior. The iron orbs missed him by mere millimeters, each time deflected again and again by effortless precise evasion. All you do is dodge. Frustrated, the robed man launched one orb skyward while sweeping the other low at Krillin's legs. In that split-second opening, he surged forward, palm striking like a thunderclap toward Krillin's chest. Now, Krillin's eyes flashed. Instead of retreating, he arched sharply backward until his spine nearly kissed the floor, evading the palm strike by a hair's breadth, then lashed out with his right leg like a whip, striking the man's wrist precisely where he gripped the iron sphere. With a loud clang, both orbs clattered to the ground. Pain shot up the robed man's arm. He instinctively cradled his wrist with his left hand, just as Krillin twisted midair, driving his elbow hard into the man's jaw. The robed man groaned, vision blurring, then toppled backward senseless. Krillin wins. UPA leapt up, cheering wildly. Goku nodded with quiet approval. Krillin's reflexes have sharpened significantly. In the following bouts, several other exceptional fighters rose to prominence. Among them stood a woman whose elegant Kippyo-inspired uniform drew particular attention. Only masters like Goku, who understood ki, could perceive the subtlety of her movements. To all others, her style remained utterly inscrutable. That woman is no ordinary fighter. Tien Shinhan's brow furrowed. Her palm technique carries a familiar resonance of ki, unlike any known school, yet bearing faint echoes of Kame-Sennin's style. Yamcha nodded in agreement. I saw a faint azure glow shimmering at her fingertips when she struck, some kind of unique energy manifestation. At that moment, the final group's match introduced a quiet, unfamiliar girl. Her opponent was a heavily muscled wrestler who sneered down at her petite frame. Little sister, this isn't playtime. Step down now. I'd hate to hurt you, little miss. The girl said nothing, only stood motionless, arms hanging naturally at her sides. At the referee's signal, the wrestler charged forward, aiming to lift her bodily and hurl her from the ring. Just as his fingers neared her, she moved. Her motion blurred beyond sight. A fleeting afterimage streaking, the wrestler blinked, then found himself sprawled outside the ring, his back throbbing with dull pain. Once again, the arena plunged into stunned silence. Wow, what just happened? Yamcha rubbed his eyes. Then cast a brief, unreadable glance toward Tien Shinhan. For the first time, Tien Shinhan's expression turned solemn. Her ki is unusual, faint yet profoundly condensed, like a hidden stream flowing silently beneath a night-darkened stone. As the girl descended from the ring, she passed near Goku, then cast a brief, unreadable glance toward Tien Shinhan. She tilted her head, slightly parting her hair to reveal eyes both lucid and distant, eyes that seemed to pierce straight into the soul. She spoke not a word, only offered a gentle nod, before turning and walking calmly toward the reserved area for advancing contestants. Who is she? Krillin murmured softly. Later, however, this same woman faced Piccolo, and was unceremoniously tossed from the ring by a single hand, eliminating her from the tournament. Had Tien Shinhan paused to reflect carefully, he might have recalled exactly who she was. Alas, like Goku, he had become almost purely a martial zealot, his mind consumed solely by battle. Piccolo, for his part, simply deemed women irrelevant, boring peculiar creatures unworthy of his time or effort. His sole focus remained fixed upon those who dared stand between him and world domination. With the final preliminary bout concluded, the qualifying round officially ended. The 8 finalists' names appeared on the display board: Son Goku, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Yamcha, Tao Pai Pai, the Kippa-clad woman listed only as name withheld, and UPA. The referee stepped to the center of the stage, microphone in hand. Congratulations to our 8 finalists. Tomorrow draw lots to determine the quarterfinal pairings. Rest well tonight, and prepare for tomorrow's ultimate clash. Thunderous applause and cheers crashed over the arena like a tidal wave. During the preliminaries, Kaiatsu encountered the android Tao Pai Pai, and was knocked unconscious, carried from the ring on a stretcher by medics. Every opponent who faced Piccolo or Tao Pai Pai suffered the same fate, hauled away on stretchers, victims of their merciless techniques. Meanwhile, Yajirobe confronted Piccolo, and immediately forfeited, citing sudden stomach pain. Outside the arena launch, and the others waved excitedly. Wonderful. Everyone advanced. Bulma studied the list thoughtfully. Demon's Heir, name withheld. I've never heard either name. This tournament truly conceals masters among its ranks. Oolong and Poir transformed back and squeezed into the group. Give it your all tomorrow. We'll cheer you on. Goku gazed up at the display board, especially at the names Demon's Heir and Tien Shinhan, his eyes alight with eager anticipation. Tomorrow will surely be fascinating. Piccolo stood apart, scanning the list, his gaze finally settling on Goku's name, a cold, confident smirk curling his lips. No one, not anyone, will stand in my way. The following day after rest concluded, the 8 finalists, having advanced through all prior rounds, drew their match pairings under the staff supervision. Above the arena's fighting platform, the vaulted ceiling shimmered beneath a blazing sun, its fierce light beginning to scorch the earth below. At that moment, every sunbeam seemed focused upon the center of the ring, illuminating countless motes of dust spiraling in the luminous air. Yet all eyes were fixed on the 2 figures standing atop the platform. One of them being Tao Pai Pai, the legendary assassin once believed dead and now proclaimed the strongest martial artist under heaven. Having returned from death, Tao Pai Pai sought only to purge his sect's disgrace and to eliminate Sun Wukong outright at the martial arts tournament. The title of champion meant nothing to him. Had it not been for the tournament's strict rule forbidding lethal force, under penalty of immediate disqualification, Jiaozi would never have survived their earlier bout. Tao Pai Pai had deliberately held back against Jiaozi, reserving his full strength for the decisive confrontation. Tao Pai Pai cast a glance toward Jiaozi seated among the spectators, then smirked. Instantly Jiaozi broke into a cold sweat, his face contorting with raw fear. Only when Master Rashi gently tapped his shoulder did Jiaozi finally relax. Even Rashi himself stood stunned, unprepared for the sheer audacity of human scientists. Not only had they resurrected a slain assassin, but they had reforged his body into a terrifying biomechanical monstrosity. Tianjin Fan stood motionless in the eastern corner of the ring. His bare torso gleamed under the sun, a sculpture of disciplined strength. A faint pink scar traced his collarbone, the mark of a cane strike delivered 3 years ago by Master Crane. Tao Pai Pai lingered in the western shadows. His metallic left arm gleamed coldly, each hydraulic joint emitted a quiet rhythmic click like a grim countdown to annihilation. In the front row, Jiaozi's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists. Lan Shi pressed an ice-cold cola can against his sweat-dampened forehead, yet her own fingers trembled. Listen, well, boys up there, Tao Pai Pai's voice crackled through his mechanical larynx laced with electric static. After I defeat Tianjin Fan, you're next. He tilted his head, studying Tianjin Fan as his cybernetic eye whirred and glowed crimson. Do you recall the Crane Hermit School's code? Tianjin Fan lowered his lashes. Their delicate shadows trembled beneath his eyelids. 3 years earlier, on a moonless night, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had sought out Master Crane to settle matters honorably as disciples bound by loyalty and gratitude. Yet Master Crane branded him traitor, a word seared deep into Tianjin Fan's heart. Though stronger than Master Crane at the time, Tianjin Fan refused to raise a hand, not out of weakness, but as final tribute to the Master's teachings and to Tao Pai Pai's earlier tutelage over both himself and Jiaozi. Article 11 of the code, Tao Pai Pai declared, stepping forward 3 measured paces, each metallic footfall echoing like a funeral drum. When a disciple meets a senior elder, he must kneel thrice and kowtow 9 times. Kneel now, and I shall grant you a swift death. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Yamcha lunged forward, his boots scraping sharply against the floor. That old fiend is insufferable. Krillin seized his arm, but his gaze remained locked on Tianjin Fan. His fists tightened until his knuckles blanched. To Krillin, a proud senior disciple of Master Rashi, Tao Pai Pai embodied everything abhorrent, a killer steeped in infamy, unworthy of recognition or respect. His throat bobbed twice. He'd intended to declare weapons forbidden, but met Tao Pai Pai's glacial stare and dared not speak. After all, this was the former supreme assassin of heaven and earth. Trembling, the referee brought his hand down. First quarterfinal match, begin. Whoosh. Tao Pai Pai vanished the instant the words left the referee's lips. His thrusters expelled pale vapor, carving a ghostly afterimage across the ring. His alloyed fist shot toward Tianjin Fan's throat, shrieking as it tore through the air. Tianjin Fan sidestepped, neither swift nor evasive, but deliberately unhurried. The gale of his passing claw grazed Tianjin Fan's earlobe, lifting the fine hairs on his temple. Their earlier exchanges had been restrained, even formal, and Tao Pai Pai found himself astonished by Tianjin Fan's uncanny precision. He could detect no opening, no flaw in his stance or rhythm, and wondered silently where such mastery had been learned. Yet outwardly, he maintained an air of detached superiority. Hesitating to strike back, Tao Pai Pai landed lightly, sweeping his mechanical arm in a half circle. A razor-thin blade extended with a soft shink gleaming like frozen mercury. Or do you truly believe your amateurish techniques can overcome this augmented form? He surged forward again, his blade tracing silver arcs in the sunlight, each stroke aimed unerringly at Tianjin Fan's vital points. Yet each time Tianjin Fan evaded by the narrowest margin. Master Rashi, watching from below, saw the disparity clearly, but remained silent. This reckoning between Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and the Crane Hermit School had long been inevitable. Sun Wukong, observing from backstage, said nothing, only watched, his expression grave. With his perception, he recognized the depth of Tianjin Fan's power. The battle above unfolded like a cat toying with a mouse. Every one of Tianjin Fan's movements restrained, holding back just enough. What is Tianjin Fan doing? UPA clung to the railing, his small face flushed crimson. He watched as a shallow cut split Tianjin Fan's cheek, blood beading along the wound's edge. He had not forgotten Tao Pai cruelty at Karen Tower during his childhood. Sun Wukong stroked his chin, eyes narrowed in quiet contemplation. He's holding back, for his opponent. He sensed it clearly. Tianjin Fan's inner energy slumbered like a dormant volcano, its cataclysmic potential deliberately suppressed, its tremors barely contained. Perhaps, because of the Crane Hermit School. On the 30th exchange, Tao Pai's blade finally scraped Tianjin Fan's chest. Crimson droplets welled instantly, tracing the contours of his musculature before falling. Each drop blooming into a tiny vivid rose upon the floor. Tianjin Fan paused, his third eye's vertical pupil contracting sharply. Ah, you finally deigned to dodge. Tao Pai snarled, his mechanical arm splitting into 5 segmented limbs, each joint bristling with barbed spines. Like a serpentine metal centipede, they coiled toward Tianjin Fan's waist and abdomen. Taste my newest technique, strangulation art. Tianjin Fan leapt backward. As he evaded the spikes, his peripheral vision caught Jiaozi's face below, lips bitten, raw tears trembling in his eyes, yet stubbornly unshed. Years ago at the Crane Hermit School, whenever Master Crane punished Tianjin Fan with kneeling, Jiaozi would bite his lip and quietly slip candy into his sleeve. Within him, his energy stirred awake, like subterranean currents surging beneath ancient ice, causing the surrounding air to vibrate faintly. Tao Pai's mechanized arm had already wrapped around his chest. At the instant the spines pierced skin, Tianjin Fan's forearm snapped taut, gripping Tao Pai's wrist with crushing force. A sharp crack echoed, the alloyed joint shattered under pure pressure. What a... Tao Pai's ocular implant bulged violently. He felt a power far beyond calculation surge up his arm, sufficient to splinter bone and unravel sinew. Your strength, how is this possible? Tianjin Fan remained silent. His left hand locked onto Tao Pai's shoulder, his right clamped the base of the mechanical arm. Chi gathered in his palms, suffusing his knuckles with a faint golden radiance. This was the fruit of 3 years' relentless cultivation. The meridian-locking grip, a technique designed to compress chi to its utmost density, specifically engineered to counter biomechanical adversaries. Grup! Tao Pai shrieked, a sound like overloaded circuitry. Smoke curled from his arm's conduits. Blue oil mingled with black blood oozed from ruptured joints.
2 hours later, Supali finally finished roasting the bordeaux butterfly. She first handed half of the cooked meat to Liege, then began to eat in great mouthfuls herself.
Bulma glanced down. Her wrist display flickered wildly before freezing on a stark red readout. Tianjin Fan 250, Tao Pai 210. She had forged this device overnight after learning from Bruce about the concept of combat power. A custom-built meter capable of measuring real-time energy output. 40 points apart. She covered her mouth, voice quavering. Tianjin Fan has been concealing his true strength. Bruce had once told Bulma that the average human combat power on Earth hovers near 5, meaning 50 points reflects a tenfold physical superiority. Beyond Bulma and her circle, only Sun Wukong and Master Roshi sensed that Tianjin Fan's actual power ran far deeper than those numbers suggested. Then, with subtle pressure, Tianjin Fan shifted his weight. Tao Pai's body lurched forward, 1 foot dangling precariously over the ring's edge. One more push, and the match would end. Think you'll beat me so easily? Tao Pai burst into manic laughter. A violent detonation erupted from his shoulder. His armored casing exploded outward. Scalding oil splattered across Tianjin Fan's face, blinding him for a heartbeat, just long enough for his wrist to feel suddenly light. Tao Pai had severed his entire mechanical arm. Sparks spat from the smoking stump. Using the recoil, Tao Pai launched himself backward like a severed marionette, landing perfectly on the opposite side of the ring. He stared at his smoldering shoulder, eyes blazing with madness. You forced this upon me. His core reactor ignited, blinding white. Energy previously channeled into his arm now coalesced into a searing sphere of light. The air warped and shimmered, heat blasted outward. Even distant spectators recoiled from the furnace-like intensity. It's the Dodon ray. Krillin gasped, remembering how Tao Pai had nearly killed Sun Wukong with it years before. But this version burned tenfold brighter. Tianjin Fan, dodge. Yamcha sprang upward, only to be yanked back by Sun Wukong's firm grip. He has his own plan, Sun Wukong murmured, eyes fixed on the figure in the ring. Watch his energy. Tianjin Fan stood rooted. Oil and sweat streamed down his face, blood still seeped from his chest wound. Yet inside him his chi roiled like molten magma, each pulse sending concentric waves of pressure outward. His third eye blazed with incandescent light, reflecting the ever-expanding sphere of white energy. Died. Tao Pai roared, unleashing the perfected Super Dodon ray. Dodged. Lan Shi covered her eyes, tears streaming through her fingers. Jiaozi sat paralyzed, teeth clenched, his forehead band, bearing the characters, victory guaranteed, soaked through with icy sweat. With 5 meters remaining, the thermal blast began charring Tianjin Fan's GI. He drew a deep breath, his chest swelling like a full moon. 3 years of restraint, betrayal by his sect, Jiaozi's silent tears, all fused into a single torrent of power rising from his core. Aya! The crimson gold beam struck the sonic wave, and froze midair like ocean waves crashing against an unyielding cliff. Its surface churned violently, its brilliance fading visibly. A visible ring-shaped shockwave erupted from his body, rippling outward like stone dropped into still water, layer upon layer of compressed chi expanding into the air. Impossible. Despair flooded Tao Pai optic sensor. He felt his ultimate technique, the culmination of all his power, being torn apart atom by that single primal cry. Crack! A fissure split the beam's core. Then another. Then a third. Until with a final shattering report it dissolved into countless glittering motes. A celestial fireworks display of pure dissolution. Silence swallowed the arena. Absolute, breathless, profound. Even the echo of the shockwave vibrated painfully in their eardrums. Tao Pai collapsed inert. His core dimmed, his ocular glow flickered twice, then died. His mouth opened and closed soundlessly, watching helplessly as Tianjin Fan approached. Tianjin Fan walked slowly, each step resonating with heavy, deliberate finality. His trousers were scorched black, his chest still bled, but his eyes burned with a light too fierce to bear. He teleported behind Tao Pai, delivered a single precise knife hand strike that rendered him unconscious, then seized him under the arms and soared skyward using flight technique, landing directly before Master Crane. Without ceremony, he released his grip. Thud! Tao Pai's body sailed over the barrier and crashed onto the safety mat, motionless. The referee waited nearly half a minute before raising his microphone. His voice hoarse, scraped raw. Quarterfinal match 1. Winner Tianjin Fan. Stunned silence. 3 seconds of utter stillness, before the arena erupted in thunderous, deafening jubilation. Spectators leapt to their feet, waving arms, screaming hoarsely. Hats flew into the air, strangers embraced. Even the most reserved nobles clapped with unrestrained fervor. Incredible. Yamcha punched Krillin hard on the shoulder, eyes glistening. That roar, it's beyond human capability. Jiaozi buried his face in his hands, tears flowing freely. He remembered the boy who once bore Master Crane's scorn and beatings, and realized how far that boy had journeyed. Wrenching free from Lan Chi's grasp, Jiaozi dashed toward the ring, small legs pumping, shoes caked in dust, racing faster than ever before. No sooner had Tianjin Fan descended the steps than Jiaozi flung himself forward, locking his arms tightly around Tianjin. Jiaozi's voice broke, tears and snot smearing Tianjin Fan's uniform. You're amazing. Even more amazing than when you fought that tiger. Tianjin Fan looked down, gazing at the little one in his arms was crying, and a rare softness flashed in his third eye. He lifted his hand and clumsily patted the dumpling's back, his voice still a bit hoarse. I told you we would win. Sun Wukong walked over and handed him a bottle of water. The cap was already twisted off, still warm from his palm. Teach me that move you just did, oi. Tianjin Fan took the water, gulped down a large mouthful, the water trickling down his chin and soaking the blood on his chest. You won't be able to learn it. Why not? That move requires you to hold your breath and roar. You always love to laugh, so you can't gather your energy. They exchanged glances and suddenly both laughed. The surrounding noise seemed to fade away in an instant, leaving only the mutual acknowledgement in their eyes. It was a tacit understanding that only true martial artists could comprehend. Bulma ran over holding a detector, the numbers on the screen still fluctuating. 327. Tianjin Fan, you actually unleashed such powerful energy. Her hair was slightly messy and her cheeks were flushed with excitement. That roar just now made the detector go off the charts, indicating a burst strength exceeding 500. In response to Bulma's words, Tianjin Fan said nothing but passed the water to the dumpling. The dumpling held the bottle, sipping slowly, his eyes fixated on Tianjin Fan's wound, afraid it would bleed again. Piccolo stood in the shadow of the resting area, his fingertips digging deeply into his palm. A battle power of around 327, able to unleash energy with just a roar. He had originally thought that he could easily win the martial arts tournament and kill Sun Wukong in front of everyone. But now Piccolo felt a sense of crisis for the first time, especially the will contained in that roar, something he who lived only for power would never understand. In a casual state, Piccolo's battle power was only 322. Of course, this strength was merely a facade. Chi-Chi stood at the back of the crowd, her Chi-Pao martial arts outfit's buttons loosened by the shockwave from earlier. She looked at Tianjin Fan's silhouette, then at Sun Wukong, who was smiling brightly beside her, suddenly feeling her cheeks flush. She felt her father's words were correct. True strength is never measured by power alone. It is about the courage to protect those around them. After the first match of the quarterfinals ended, the staff began to clean the arena, preparing for the next match. They wiped away Tianjin Fan's blood with cloths and pried up the scorched stone slabs. His movements were gentle, as if treating delicate treasures. When applying the ointment to the wound on Tianjin Fan's chest, tears couldn't help but fall. It must hurt a lot. Tianjin Fan shook his head, suddenly pulled out a piece of candy. His movements were gentle, as if treating delicate treasures. When applying the ointment to the wound on Tianjin Fan's chest, tears couldn't help but fall. It must hurt a lot. Tianjin Fan shook his head, suddenly pulled out a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into the dumpling's mouth. It doesn't hurt. At the same time, Tianjin Fan also ate one. The dumpling with the candy in his mouth brightened his eyes. It was his favorite orange flavor. In the past at Crane School, Tianjin Fan and the dumpling would secretly pass candy to each other after getting punished. Krillin and Yamcha approached, holding ice packs they got from the audience. Hurry and apply it can reduce swelling. Yamcha looked at the wound on Tianjin Fan's arm and suddenly scratched his head. Actually, just now I was worried you couldn't defeat that old guy. Tianjin Fan glanced at him but didn't respond directly, only saying, "Next time let me see what it's like to have a knife cut across your chest." The three of them exchanged smiles as if all past grievances had vanished along with that roar. Outside the window, the sky was gradually darkening. The lights in the martial arts hall lit up one by one, casting a warm yellow glow on everyone's faces. Tianjin Fan leaned against the back of the chair, watching Sun Wukong and UPA playing in the distance, then glanced at the dumpling, who was sucking on the candy and gradually falling asleep. Piccolo's chi was like an unfathomable cold pool, while Sun Wukong's potential was immeasurable. But he was no longer afraid. Because he finally understood that true strength, Piccolo's chi was like an unfathomable cold pool, while Sun Wukong's potential was immeasurable. But he was no longer afraid. Because he finally understood that true strength is not about surpassing others, but about protecting those he wanted to safeguard. Just like that roar earlier, he was not trying to flaunt his strength. He merely wanted to tell everyone that Tianjin Fan was no longer the Crane School disciple who could be bullied. He had people to protect and a path to uphold. That was enough. The commotion in the martial arts hall had not completely dissipated. The air still retained the scorching warmth from the clash of energies. The staff was hurriedly repairing the arena affected by the Super Dodon wave. The sounds of stones and metal grinding together, creating a tense atmosphere for the final battle tomorrow. Tianjin Fan's left arm had been properly bandaged and faint red stains seeped through the white bandage on his chest. Lan Shi brought over a basin of warm water, carefully helping him wipe off the oil stains from his face, her fingers lightening their touch when they brushed against the old scar on his collarbone. Tomorrow is the finals. Lan Shi's voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing a sleeping child. Your opponents are Wukong and Piccolo. You don't worry. Tianjin Fan interrupted her, his gaze shifting to Sun Wukong and Krillin, who were practicing in the open space. Coming back to himself, he said, I am no longer the person I was 3 years ago. That aura was like an endless sea of stars embodying infinite possibilities, each flow carrying vibrant vitality. In stark contrast to Piccolo's that aura was like an endless sea of stars embodying infinite possibilities, each flow carrying vibrant vitality. In stark contrast to Piccolo's cold, oppressive aura akin to an abyss. At this moment, Sun Wukong was entangled with Krillin, asking for advice on moves. Krillin's afterimage fist flashed before him, yet he could effortlessly see through it. Krillin, your chi is too scattered. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, revealing a bright smile. Krillin followed his instructions, and indeed the wind generated by his punch became sharper. Although he still didn't touch Wukong's clothes, it made Krillin's eyes light up. It really works. Wukong, you're getting better and better. That's only natural, Wukong replied with a smile. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, turned to look at the resting area, and walked over. Tianjin Fan, you have to bring your true skills to tomorrow's match. If we meet in the finals, I won't go easy on you. Tianjin Fan nodded with a smile, tilting his chin slightly as a response. 3 years ago at the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament, he vividly remembered the decisive battle with Wukong. At that time, he was bound by the ideology of the Crane Hermit, solely wanting to prove himself through strength, yet at the last moment, he was moved by Wukong's purity and resilience. Now when they met again, they had both shed their immaturity and were steadily progressing down their respective paths of martial arts. Krillin, Yamcha, and UPA, hearing their conversation, said nothing in rebuttal. After all, it was a fact that Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan's strength surpassed theirs. In the shadows not far away, Piccolo was meditating. His aura was like solidified ice, causing the nearby staff to instinctively steer clear. Just now, Tianjin Fan's roar that shattered the Super Dodon wave felt like a thorn piercing his heart. He had originally thought that as long as he eliminated Wukong, the championship of this martial arts tournament would be within his grasp, but Tianjin Fan's outburst forced him to reevaluate their strength. Just some tricks from the unorthodox path. Piccolo snorted coldly, his fingers tracing shallow scratches on the wall. Clearly he was not at peace within. However, the chi within him was quietly circulating, becoming more refined with each cycle. As the doppelganger of the Demon King, Piccolo, his purpose of existence was revenge, to use absolute strength to destroy all obstacles, including that goofy Sun Wukong and this unexpected Tianjin Fan. Night quietly descended. Bulma, holding her newly developed energy analyzer, excitedly ran around, sometimes gesturing at Wukong and other times stealthily approaching Piccolo. Because tomorrow's match was Sun Wukong versus the well-known Shishi. At that moment, Shishi walked in with a food box, the hem of her chi pao gently swaying with her steps. Yamcha and Upa huddled together discussing the battles for tomorrow. Upa's small face, full of anticipation, clenching his fists, saying he must cheer for Wukong. She walked straight up to Wukong and shoved the food box into his arms. Here, I brought this for you to replenish your strength. Although she had been very angry that Wukong didn't recognize her before so much time had passed that her anger had mostly faded. And son Wukong, when it came to food, was always welcoming. He opened the food box, which was filled with rice and roasted meat, the aroma instantly wafting through the air. His eyes lit up, grabbing a piece of roasted meat and stuffing it into his mouth, mumbling, "Thank you. Your cooking is really delicious." She watched him gobbling it down, her cheeks slightly flushed, scolding, "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you." Although she said this, her eyes were filled with tenderness. She secretly glanced at Tianjin Fan, seeing him gently looking down at the dumpling in his arms, his expression soft, completely different from the martial artist who had shook the heavens and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So even strong people can have such a gentle side. Then she looked at the dazed son Wukong, as if making some kind of resolution. The martial arts hall gradually quieted down. Most had left, leaving only a few competitors and staff remaining. Tianjin Fan gently carried the dumpling to the adjacent resting room, covering him with a blanket. When he returned to the bench, he found son Wukong waiting for him. "Can't sleep." Wukong handed him an apple he had taken from the Qipao girl. "Krillin said earlier that Piccolo's chi is stronger than this afternoon." Tianjin Fan took the apple, not eating it immediately, just rubbing the smooth skin. "He's hiding his strength." From the moment Piccolo stood in the shadows this afternoon, Tianjin Fan felt the opponent's chi continuously rising like a volcano about to erupt. He was simply being forcefully suppressed by Piccolo, likely waiting for the moment of explosion in the finals. "No matter how much he hides, I will defeat him." Wukong's tone was filled with undeniable confidence, his eyes sparkling with the desire for battle. "But before that, I want to have a good fight with you. It will be as you wish." Tianjin Fan smiled at his words, finally took a bite of the apple, the crisp sound resonating clearly in the silent martial arts hall. "But I won't let you have the championship." "Huh, then let's see who is stronger." Wukong grinned, revealing his white. Son Wukong continued, "By the way, that roar you did this afternoon was amazing. How did you practice it? Teach me, I think it would be really useful for scaring off wild beasts in the mountains." Tianjin Fan looked at his serious expression and couldn't help but curl his lips. This was son Wukong, who, no matter how strong the opponent, he always maintained that pure, innocent heart. He shook his head. "That's not a skill, Wits." He paused, recalling the dumpling's tear-filled eyes, Lan Chi's trembling fingertips, and the people he needed to protect. Close enough. Tianjin Fan stood up, looking out at the night sky. A crescent moon hung in the sky, the cool moonlight filtering through the window, casting mottled shadows on the ground. "Tomorrow, give it your all." Wukong nodded, vigorously clenching his fists. The two said no more, just stood side by side, feeling the energy flowing in the night breeze. In the air, besides the fragrance of the grass and trees, there was an intangible tension. It was the tacit understanding between martial arts masters, as well as the tranquility before a fateful confrontation. In the corner, Piccolo slowly opened his eyes, his pupils glimmering in the darkness. He had heard their conversation, clearly a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Determination. How laughable. In Piccolo's mind, he believed that in the face of absolute power, any determination was merely futile struggle. Tomorrow he would make these two ignorant kids understand what true fear was. Yet he forgot that he was only 3 years old. The night deepened, and the martial arts hall fell into complete silence. Only a few lights above the arena remained lit, like vigilant eyes watching over the ground where the peak showdown would soon unfold. In the crevices of the stone slabs, remnants of the daytime battle seemed to linger, waiting to be reignited by the blood of tomorrow. Tianjin Fan lay in bed, but felt no trace of sleep. The chi within him was slowly and steadily circulating, healing the wounds left from today's battle. He recalled the determination he felt 3 years ago when leaving Crane School, the days spent traveling with the dumpling, and the belief he silently recited with each punch. This time he would not fight for anyone else, but to protect the justice and peace he believed in. Next door he could hear son Wukong's even breathing. That guy surprisingly fell asleep, so quickly, wondering what he was dreaming about. Tianjin Fan's perception brushed past him, landing on the dumpling, who had a peaceful, sleeping face. He closed his eyes, banishing all distractions. Tomorrow, regardless of whether the opponent was son Wukong or Piccolo, he would give it his all. As for Krillin and the others, Tianjin Fan didn't believe they would be his and son Wukong's match, especially with a more terrifying second-generation demon lurking. And Upa. Although his origins were mysterious in Tianjin Fan's perception, he was on par with Yamcha. In terms of experience and skills, there was clearly still quite a gap compared to him. This time he would not fight for the honor of the championship or to prove his strength. He would fight solely to protect this hard-won tranquility, to tell those he cared about that he was capable of shouldering a piece of the sky. In the martial arts hall, under the night currents swirled. The wheels of fate had begun to turn, and every upcoming match would determine the direction of the ultimate battle for supremacy. And all of this would be formally revealed in tomorrow's competition. In addition, Sun Wukong brought along a spare Taoist robe he had prepared himself. The reason for the spare was that he had accidentally torn a small hole in his robe while sparring. In addition, Sun Wukong brought along a spare Taoist robe he had prepared himself. The reason for the spare was that he had accidentally torn a small hole in his robe while sparring with Krillin the day before. The tear was due to the poor quality of the fabric of his robe. Sun Wukong was still unaware that Master Roshi had actually ordered the robes for them using the cheapest material. Thus Sun Wukong had once again tailored a Taoist robe at the previous tailor's shop. Upon arriving, he saw the Night Watch staff and waved to greet them, saying good morning. The martial arts hall staff yawned and pointed towards the arena. Someone is already over there. Sun Wukong reached the edge of the arena and lightly swayed. Tianjin Fan, sensing the movement, opened his eyes, and the vertical pupil of his third eye gleamed with a faint golden light. Without stopping his warm-up, Tianjin Fan turned his head and said, breath control. Breath control. Wukong scratched his head and jumped onto the arena. Then he added, isn't that just deep breathing? When I climb mountains and chase rabbits, my breathing is also quite powerful. As he spoke, Sun Wukong took a deep breath and then suddenly exhaled, blowing a paper cup far away, causing it to roll on the ground. Tianjin Fan watched Wukong's childish antics, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He explained, breath control is different from ordinary breathing. It synchronizes the qi in your body with your breath, so you won't lose your rhythm during battle. Oh, Sun Wukong elongated his tone, mimicking Tianjin Fan's gesture, but his body couldn't help but bounce around, a reflection of his inherently restless nature. Tianjin Fan, did you not sleep well last night? I see you have dark circles under your eyes, Sun Wukong asked, puzzled by the dark rings around Tianjin Fan's eyes. Tianjin Fan withdrew his hand and sat on the edge of the arena, his feet dangling in the air, gently swaying. I was thinking about something. I was reflecting on 3 years ago. Back then, all that filled my mind was the desire to win. Yet when I was knocked off the arena by you, I felt a sense of relief. Tianjin Fan was taken aback and replied, people can change. He looked down at his hand, noticing the red marks left from when he had broken off the mechanical arm of Tao Bye yesterday. Tianjin Fan softly said, I used to think power was everything, but now I realize that protecting something is often far more important than possessing it. In Tianjin Fan's heart, Dumpling had been his only companion since childhood. To protect himself and Dumpling, he had to work hard to cultivate and grow stronger. However, Sun Wukong, being a bit thick-headed, didn't quite grasp the meaning of his words, only thinking they made a lot of sense. He nodded vigorously, saying, just like how I protect the 4-star ball. No matter who comes to take it, I won't give it up. At that moment, Dumpling approached with food. Tianjin, this is the porridge Sister Lanqi made for you. You should drink some. Dumpling lifted his little face and handed over the thermos. However, the lid wasn't screwed on properly, and the spilling porridge was hot, making him quickly retract his hand. Tianjin Fan quickly took it, opened the lid, blew on the porridge, and scooped a spoonful to bring to Dumpling's mouth, saying, drink slowly, no one is trying to take it from you. Dumpling held the spoon, but his eyes darted between Wukong and Tianjin Fan. In today's final, will you two fight fiercely? Like how loud Tianjin yelled yesterday. No yelling, Tianjin Fan patted his head. It's just a spar, we'll stop when it's enough. Wukong leaned over to look at the porridge in the thermos. It was sweet pumpkin porridge with a hint of jujube fragrance. It looks delicious. Can I have a spoonful too? Dumpling immediately pulled out a small spoon from his pocket, a backup spoon he had specifically brought, scooping a generous amount and handing it over. Here you go, Wukong. Just as Wukong took the spoon, he heard a cold snort behind him. Piccolo had somehow appeared there, his black cloak fluttering slightly, and his gaze was exceptionally icy. Piccolo's voice was filled with mockery. How leisurely you all are about to face death, and yet you still have time to drink porridge. Sun Wukong swallowed the porridge in his mouth and wiped his lips, saying, Piccolo, you don't look so good today. Did you not sleep? Piccolo's brow furrowed even tighter. Stop wasting time. When we get on the arena, it'll show you what true despair. At that moment, Piccolo's energy suddenly surged like a black wind rising from the ground, sending the nearby sand and stones swirling violently. Tianjin Fan immediately shielded Dumpling behind him, his own energy rising as well, forming an invisible barrier that firmly blocked Piccolo's oppressive aura. If you fight here, you'll be disqualified. Tianjin Fan's voice became serious and the light from his third eye sharpened. He shouted, whatever skills you have, bring them out in the arena. Piccolo stared at Tianjin Fan meaningfully for a few seconds, then glanced at the calm-looking Sun Wukong, suddenly letting out a cold laugh. Very well. Then let you live a little longer and enjoy this last bit of sunshine. With that, he turned and walked towards the lounge, his cloak sweeping the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Wukong scratched his head, watching Piccolo's retreating figure. He seems really angry. He's not angry, he's anxious, Tianjin Fan replied, handing the thermos to Dumpling. Anxious to prove he's stronger than anyone else. Dumpling hugged the thermos, his little brows knitted tightly. He can't beat Tianjin and Wukong, right? You never know until you fight. Tianjin Fan stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. But don't worry, I will win. His tone was calm, yet it carried a reassuring strength. Dumpling nodded, earnestly holding the thermos tighter. The sunlight gradually filled the entire martial arts hall, and the staff began to test the equipment while the judges gathered to verify the process. Meanwhile, audiences began to enter one after another, their quiet conversations rising like a tide. At this moment, Huang Mao Lanqi walked over with a tray which held 3 breakfasts and new gauze prepared for Tianjin. Bulma rushed in, her hair neatly styled with a detector in hand. Yamcha and Krillin followed behind, with Yamcha holding a small notebook where he had written down the tactics he studied last night. Tianjin Fan, I think Piccolo's weakness might be. He hadn't finished speaking when Krillin tugged at his arm. Stop rambling, let them have some peace. Bulma rushed in, her hair neatly styled with a detector in hand, flashing green light. Are you all ready? The audience is all seated and the cameras are set up. You need to perform well today. The Qipao girl followed behind her, holding the Taoist robe she had sewn for Wukong. Your robe is repaired. Change quickly, don't let others laugh at you. Wukong took the Taoist robe, changed into it in a few quick motions, and grinned, thank you. It looks great. The Qipao girl's face flushed suddenly as she turned her head away. Hurry up and get ready, the judges will call us soon. Suddenly the broadcast above the arena sounded, and the judge's voice echoed throughout the martial arts hall. Please prepare for the final match. The first match is Sun Wukong versus the unknown competitor, starting soon. He had matured significantly compared to 3 years ago. He glanced down at Dumpling, who was clenching his fists to cheer himself on, his little face filled with seriousness. Let's go, Tianjin Fan said, taking Dumpling along. We should go watch this great show. The noise in the audience area grew louder, and the sunlight cast bright patches on the arena. The Qipao girl Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong walked out from the side passages. One exuded a gentle aura like a stream, the other smiled brightly, vibrant like the stars. Morning light filtered through the palm leaves, casting a clear line on the ground between the two, like an invisible chasm separating 2 entirely different paths of martial arts. As the referee raised his hand, silence instantly fell over the arena. Even the sound of breathing seemed magnified countless times. The commotion in the martial arts hall had not yet settled as the referee walked to the center of the arena with the schedule in hand, cleared his throat, and announced second match of the quarterfinals, Sun Wukong versus the unknown competitor. Please welcome the contestants to enter. From the eastern passage, Sun Wukong walked out steadily, his red Taoist robe revealing strong arms, his face filled with anticipation for battle, resembling a poised little leopard. When the figure in the passage appeared, the murmurs in the crowd suddenly rose by an octave. Chi-Chi wore a kippa-style martial robe with her collar neatly fastened. The hem of her skirt swayed gently with her steps, and her exposed calf lines looked exceptionally graceful. She walked slowly, her feet making crisp sounds on the floor, each step seeming to step on the hearts of the audience. On the arena, Wukong scratched his head, looking at Chi-Chi, who had reached the opposite side, confused. Have we met someone? This girl had even brought him lunch these past few days with rice that was fragrant and soft. The unknown competitor brushed her hair aside with her hand, striving to make her voice sound calm. Yes. Her fingertips trembled slightly as the morning light fell on her face through the skylight, casting a faint blush on her cheeks, and the stubbornness in her apricot-shaped eyes was tinged with a hint of shyness. But you, Sun Wukong actually wanted to say you can't beat me. However, the words got stuck in his throat, fearing to hurt the girl's feelings, so he could only scratch his head and say, be careful. Begin. The referee's hand came down decisively. Almost at the instant his hand fell, Chi-Chi moved. She did not charge in with a punch like other warriors. Instead, she lightly tapped her foot, her body floating over like a willow leaf, with her elbow striking directly at Wukong's side with the force of the wind. This angle was deviously clever, clearly indicating she had practiced. Wukong lightly tapped his toes, his body drifting back half a foot, like willow fluff blown by the wind, effortlessly avoiding the attack. That move is quite clever, he remarked. The girl in the Cheongsam did not respond, and her assault suddenly intensified. As her palm wind swept towards his face, it was a feigned attack. In reality, her foot had already hooked towards Wukong's ankle. It seemed she was going to throw a right punch, but her left elbow suddenly turned towards his chest. Her moves were like entwining vines, appearing soft, yet hiding clever strength at every turn. However, in Wukong's eyes, these techniques felt as slow as a snail's crawl. If you have the skill, stop dodging all the time. The girl in the Cheongsam was panting slightly from her attacks, fine beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. Can we just have a proper fight? Wukong replied, seriously sidestepping to evade her sweeping leg. But this statement caused the girl's face to flush crimson from her cheeks to the roots of her ears, clearly angered by Wukong's condescending attitude. She bit her lip, but her offensive became more urgent, the chi within her gradually igniting like a spark of fire. The audience's initial surprise transformed into kind-hearted laughter. Some held binoculars while others whispered, wondering how a girl could possess such skills. The girl in the cheongsam halted her punch just inches from his chest, panting as she glared at him. If I win, I'll tell you. Really? Wukong's eyes lit up at her words as if he had heard something amusing. Then he'll make my move. The girl in the cheongsam quickly took a half step back, adopting a defensive stance. The collar of her cheongsam loosened due to her sudden movement, revealing her delicate collarbone. She focused on Wukong's fist, every nerve in her body tensed. Yet Wukong merely raised his hand slowly, his fist loosely clenched, and without gathering much chi, he gently pushed it forward. Whoosh! An invisible fist wind suddenly surged forward like a sudden gust on a summer afternoon, carrying an irresistible force directly at the girl's face. Up. The girl instinctively closed her eyes, but the expected pain did not come. She landed on the cushioning mat outside the ring, which absorbed all the impact, though the hem of her cheongsam brushed against some dust. The whole arena fell into a dead silence, so quiet that one could hear a needle drop. 3 seconds later, a deafening uproar erupted. My goodness! Is that it, eh? What was that? Did he just knock her down with a gust of fist wind? Wukong's strength is just absurd. No way. Did I really just see that? He didn't even touch her. Yamcha exclaimed, his mouth agape. This control. It's vastly improved from 3 years ago. Krillin nodded vigorously, then shook his head in disbelief. Tianjin Fan squinted his third eye. The control of that fist wind was perfectly executed. It was just enough to send her off the stage without causing any harm, making this mastery of force even more concerning than sheer destructive power. The girl in the cheongsam crawled up from the mat, brushing off the dust from her outfit. Though her hair was slightly disheveled, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. She looked up at Wukong on the stage and suddenly smiled, her smile resembling the sun after the rain, melting away the tension from earlier. I lost. She raised her chin, her voice clear as a wind chime. It would be the same if I told you now. The referee was about to announce the result when he paused upon hearing her words. All eyes in the arena focused back on her. Even the staff in the corner calculating scores leaned in to listen. Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. As soon as this was said, the audience erupted into a frenzy. The name of the Bull Demon King resonated throughout the martial arts world, and no one expected this delicate girl in a cheongsam to be the daughter of that legendary Demon King. Wukong blinked in surprise and exclaimed, Uncle Bull Demon King. Is he the one who lives on Fiery Mountain, the round-bellied uncle? I know him. I even had barbecue at his place before. Of course you do. Chi-Chi looked at him, her eyes filled with reproach mixed with a hint of grievance, like a neglected little kitten. You promised me something when we were kids. Have you forgotten? Promised what? Wukong scratched his head, looking confused. All he remembered was the heat of Fiery Mountain and the aroma of barbecue. You said that when I grew up you would marry me. Marriage. Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief as if he had heard something incredibly novel. What's marriage? Is it tasty? The entire arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into uproarious laughter. Even the normally stern referee turned around, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Krillin laughed so hard he pounded the railing. Ha ha ha. Wukong actually asked if marriage is delicious. Yamcha laughed until tears streamed down his face. He must have just popped out of a rock. He glanced at the dumplings in his hands where little Upa was covering his mouth and giggling, his shoulders shaking. Even he couldn't help but smile. Wukong was genuinely too pure to deal with. Kiki's face turned bright red like a ripe apple, even her neck blushing pink. She stomped her foot, glaring at Wukong with puffed cheeks. Marriage is not food. It means two people living together. I cook for you, and you protect me just like your grandpa protected you. Wukong seemed to understand, partially turning to the audience and shouting, Krillin, is she telling the truth? Krillin managed to stop laughing and leaned over the railing, shouting, dummy. It's pretty much that. You have to live like a family. Ah. Wukong drew out the sound, suddenly enlightened. So it's just like when I lived with Grandpa. Yes, yes, yes. Krillin nodded repeatedly. Wukong turned back to Chi-Chi, scratching his head. It seems. There is something like that. But do you still mean it? Kiki's voice lowered as if afraid to disturb something, her eyes holding a hint of cautious anticipation. Wukong thought for a moment and nodded firmly, his eyes shining like stars, earnestly stating, since I promised you, then let's get married. He said it so straightforwardly as if he had merely agreed to share half a bun without a hint of hesitation. Chi-Chi was left stunned, clearly not expecting him to agree so readily. After a few seconds of daze, she suddenly smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, as the earlier grievances and anger seemed to disperse like clouds blown away by the wind. All right then. She clapped her hands. We'll go buy you something to eat. You need to do your best in the next match. You can't lose. With that, she turned and ran towards the martial arts hall entrance, the hem of her cheongsam fluttering like a joyful bird. As she reached the door, she looked back and waved at Wukong, saying, wait for me to come back. Wukong nodded, grinning to reveal 2 rows of white teeth. Okay. Everyone watched as Kiki's figure disappeared at the door, then turned to see Wukong, wearing a look of mission accomplished. The arena once again fell into silence, soon erupting into even more fervent discussions. So, is it settled now? The daughter of the Bull Demon King is going to marry Wukong. This is so sudden. The key point is that Wukong actually agreed. I thought he would ask, does marriage make you stronger? Yamcha pondered, intrigued. What kind of luck is this kid having? So, is it settled now? The daughter of the Bull Demon King is going to marry Wukong. This is so sudden. Tianjin fan gazed at Wukong, who was still thinking about food, with a more complex expression. Perhaps it was this kind of untainted purity that allowed him to walk the path of martial arts more freely than anyone else. Definitely. Just wait and see. Krillin smiled, giving him a thumbs up. The sunlight streamed through the martial arts hall, weaving a golden net over the stage, elongating Wukong's shadow. UPA looked at Wukong with admiration, revealing his excited emotions. Brother Wukong is still so amazing, but seems I am still no match for them. But I will give it my all. This was not only for himself, but also for Parks and Mr. Bruce. Although Mr. Bruce had told Bulma to inform him that participation was what mattered without focusing on rankings, UPA still wanted to prove himself. Especially after seeing so many experts at the World Martial Arts Tournament, it had opened his eyes. And UPA analyzed in his heart, discovering that his strength seemed to surpass many others. He just didn't know if he could defeat Yamcha. UPA glanced at Yamcha, who gave a slight smile. UPA paused for a moment, breathed a sigh of relief, then remembered that Yamcha before him was also a very good person, just like Brother Wukong and Mr. Bruce. At this moment, the yellow-haired referee, still the same one, but with a bit more beard, cleared his throat, and finally remembered his duty, picking up the loudspeaker. In the second match of the top 8, Wukong wins. He advances to the final 4. The applause and cheers erupted once more fervent than any previous match. Everyone knew that this seemingly playful battle and the interlude about his marriage delicious would undoubtedly become the most unforgettable memory of this martial arts tournament. After all, not everyone could establish a timeless marriage contract with just a single phrase, I promise. In the upcoming matches, the disciples of the Turtle Hermit School would thoroughly demonstrate to everyone what true martial arts spirit is. The noise in the martial arts arena had yet to disperse. Sun Wukong stood at the edge of the ring, his eyes glancing towards the contestants' passage. Beside him sat Chi-Chi, holding an oil paper bag containing freshly bought meat buns steaming hot. Do you want to eat? She offered the bun towards Wukong's mouth. Wait a minute. Sun Wukong did not turn around, murmuring, why isn't Krillin out yet? That bald guy. Chi-Chi pouted, saying, I saw his face earlier, he didn't look too good, kind of green. Sun Wukong guessed the reason and said, Piccolo is very strong. At that moment, Sun Wukong finally turned his head, his expression serious. He is stronger than the Demon King from 3 years ago. Chi-Chi was taken aback. She had never seen the Demon King Piccolo, only heard her father, the Bull Demon King, mention him, saying there was a green-skinned monster who almost destroyed the entire world. Then just tell him to admit defeat if he can't win. It's just a competition anyway. Hearing her words, Sun Wukong shook his head, becoming serious, and said, Krillin will never admit defeat. What Sun Wukong referred to was not strength, but something else. How do you know? Chi-Chi asked with some confusion. Sun Wukong said earnestly, because he is Krillin. Just as he finished speaking, he ran towards the passage. Chi-Chi watched his back, took a bite of the bun, and muttered, so inexplicable. The passage was dimly lit, with only the exit at the end glowing white. Krillin stood in the shadows, his hands hanging by his sides, taking deep breaths. His martial arts uniform was brand new, orange-eared, the same style as Wukong's, resembling the cheap uniforms previously issued by Master Roshi. Moreover, Krillin had specially had a character embroidered on the back, Turtle. Krillin was not an ungrateful person. Sun Wukong's voice came from behind, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Krillin did not turn around, but the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Why are you here? It shouldn't be your turn next, right? I was worried about you, Sun Wukong said, honestly, walking up beside him. Piccolo is really strong. I know. He is stronger than the Demon King I fought 3 years ago. Sun Wukong scratched his head, trying to organize his thoughts, and reminded his energy. Feels strange, neither alive nor dead-like. The water in a deep well. Krillin interjected at this moment. Then he finally turned his head to look at Sun Wukong seriously, saying, I sensed it long ago. This guy's energy has no fluctuations, no vulnerabilities. Sun Wukong nodded, then shook his head, saying, it's not just that the energy of the previous Demon King Piccolo was chaotic and reckless, but the second generation of the demon. His energy is cold-like. Sun Wukong searched for words, finally saying slowly, like winter well water, when you put your hand in you don't feel it at first, but after a while it becomes numb. Krillin laughed upon hearing this. When did you start using metaphors? Chi-Chi taught me, Sun Wukong honestly. Then Sun Wukong continued, she said I should learn to describe things or else others won't understand. Chi-Chi. Krillin raised an eyebrow and asked, are you two really getting married? Yes. She said I promised her. Sun Wukong's eyes brightened, suddenly asking, Krillin, what does marriage mean? Krillin opened his mouth, deciding to temporarily abandon the topic. He'll tell you after the match is over. He turned around, facing the white light at the end of the passage. Piccolo's figure appeared faintly there, his green skin resembling a moving shadow. Wukong. Sun Wukong was taken aback. If I lose? Krillin paused. No, forget I said anything. You won't lose, Sun Wukong encouraged serious. I didn't say I wouldn't lose. Krillin said with a wry smile, helplessly stating. I mean, if I get beaten badly, don't rush into this as a competition, there are rules. Sun Wukong frowned, his eyebrows knitting together, but no buts. Krillin turned around looking at this friend who was much taller than him, yet always managed to create miracles. I want to see for myself, though it's not about winning or losing, but I want to know where my 3 years of training have brought me. His eyes sparkled in the dim passage, not with confidence, but with something more stubborn. It was like when Krillin first learned to gather energy after joining the turtle school as a child, that kind of purity. Sun Wukong quietly looked at him for a long time, finally nodding. All right, I won't go up. And Krillin extended his hand. If I win, treat me to barbecue. If I lose, also treat me to barbecue as a consolation. All right. Sun Wukong firmly shook Krillin's hand. He'll treat you to 10 meals. 1 meal is enough, you idiot. Sun Wukong stood in place, watching his back, suddenly shouting, Krillin. Sun Wukong was actually afraid of a repeat of what happened 3 years ago, and a person who had been revived once could not be revived again using the Dragon Balls. Krillin suddenly stopped at the exit, turning to look at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong said, good luck. Krillin smiled broadly, giving a thumbs up, then disappeared into the light. Meanwhile on the ring, Piccolo had already grown somewhat impatient. He crossed his arms, his white cloak gently swaying in the air-conditioning breeze. The murmurs from the audience buzzed, with most speculating about the origins of this green-skinned fellow. Some said it was makeup, others said it was an alien, and some claimed it was the side effects of drinking expired potions. In the quarterfinals, third match, contestant Piccolo versus contestant Krillin, please enter the arena. Krillin ran out from the passage, a sudden stop in the center of the ring, nearly causing him to slip. He steadied himself, waved to the audience, bowed to the referee, and finally looked at Piccolo. Sorry to keep you waiting, Piccolo said nothing. His eyes, those pure black eyes, examined Krillin up and down as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Baldy, Piccolo finally spoke, his voice deep. You're a bit stronger than the previous, useless ones. Krillin took a stance, his feet slightly apart, knees slightly bent. But I'm not called Baldy, my name is Krillin. Doesn't matter. Piccolo let his arms drop, hanging by his sides. You'll be forgotten soon anyway. The referee raised his hand. The match begins. Krillin did not move. His eyes were fixed on Piccolo's shoulder, where the force originated, the key to predicting movements. Yet Piccolo's shoulder was like solid stone, showing no signs. Indeed, I can't sense anything. Krillin's heartbeat quickened, blood roaring in his eardrums. He recalled Wukong's description, winter well water. Now he felt it, that slow penetrating chill surrounding him from all sides. Piccolo moved. It wasn't a sprint or a leap, but simply step by step he walked closer. Krillin gritted his teeth, deciding to do as he wished. His small frame surged forward, bursting forth with astonishing speed, his right fist aimed directly at Piccolo's ribs. That was the location of the liver. A solid hit could incapacitate someone. Piccolo did not dodge. The fist struck his side, making a muffled sound. Piccolo's expression did not change at all, not even his footsteps paused. Krillin felt as if his fist had hit a tire, resilient, thick, with a strange elasticity. Your strength is too weak. After Piccolo finished speaking, he raised his hands simultaneously. Krillin's pupils contracted, suddenly retreating. Piccolo's palm brushed past the tip of his nose, the wind pressure cutting into his skin painfully. He flipped backward, continuously creating distance, his heartbeat pounding. So fast. No, it's not just fast. He watched as Piccolo retracted his hand, that green palm slowly forming into a fist. No build-up, no warning, just like a casual wave, yet it nearly cost him his life. Is that all? Piccolo tilted his head, disappointing. Piccolo stepped forward again, this time a bit faster. Krillin kept retreating, moving around the edge of the ring, but Piccolo's stance was too perfect. No unnecessary movements, no exposed weaknesses like a precision kill. I can't keep retreating. Krillin stopped in his tracks, his feet planted firmly on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he gathered energy in his dantian, then exploded. His figure turned into blurry afterimages, attacking Piccolo from 3 directions simultaneously. This was the Turtle School's multi-shadow punch, using high-speed movement to create visual deception with the real killing move hidden behind the illusions. In Piccolo's eyes, a hint of unusual color flickered in those pure black pupils. He was not deceived by the illusions, but directly turned around, striking with his hand blade towards the left side's empty space. Bang! Krillin's true self was hit, pain shot through his shoulder, and he dropped to one knee. Gritting his teeth, he rolled to evade Piccolo's follow-up, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He saw through it. No, it wasn't seeing through, it was sensing. He suddenly understood. Piccolo did not need to see with his eyes. His energy, though cold and lifeless, could precisely locate the opponent's position. The shadow punch was ineffective against him. Clever, Piccolo commented, but useless. He closed in again, this time, not giving Krillin a chance to breathe. Fist, palm, elbow, knee, each strike was simple and efficient, no frills, only destructive force. Krillin desperately blocked and dodged, but the gap was too obvious. Piccolo's basic combat power was 327, while he was only 206. Even if he erupted to 239, there remained a vast chasm. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive strikes shattered Krillin's defense. The first strike hit his forearm, nearly breaking the bone. The second strike grazed his temple, stars flashing before his eyes. The third strike landed squarely on his abdomen. He bent over like a shrimp, bile rising in his throat. Cough. Krillin knelt on the ground, hands planted, gasping for breath. Piccolo stood before him, looking down. Admit defeat. I don't want to kill you just yet. A silence fell over the audience. Some stood up, some covered their mouths. Chi-Chi tightly gripped the railing of the stand, her nails embedding into the wood. That green-skinned monster. Hit so hard. Wukong stood beside her, his body tense like a drawn bow. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles white, yet his feet did not move. He had promised Krillin. Krillin. His voice was soft, like it squeezed out from pain, tearing through his abdomen, probably from internal injuries. His left arm hung by his side, clearly dislocated, pain, tearing through his abdomen, probably from internal injuries. But his right hand was still pushing against the ground, his knees trembling, yet he was slowly straightening. His voice was hoarse, mixed with blood foam. I said, it's not over yet. Piccolo's brows furrowed. He had seen many warriors, heard many claims of unyielding, but the bald guy before him was different. His eyes held no hatred, no madness, only a kind of irritating stubborn. What was it? Piccolo did not understand. He lifted his foot, stepping on Krillin's shoulder, pressing down hard. Kneel. Krillin's knee slammed down on the ring, the wooden board groaning under the strain. His face contorted, but his teeth ground together, refusing to scream. Piccolo's voice was low. I'll say it again, otherwise I really will kill you directly. The turtle school. Krillin squeezed out the words between his teeth. There is no option to admit defeat. His right hand suddenly lifted, not to attack Piccolo, but to grab his own left arm, twisting it forcefully. Crack. The dislocated joint snapped back into place, the intense pain turning Krillin's face ashen, but it also restored his left hand's ability to move. Taking advantage of Piccolo's momentary distraction, his hands came together, energy wildly gathering in his palms. Turtle destruction wave. The distance was too close. Piccolo could not fully evade. He sidestepped the blue energy stream, grazing his chest, exploding into a scorched pit at the edge of the ring. Smoke and dust rose, obscuring the view. Krillin panted, watching the figure shrouded in smoke. His energy had been depleted by more than half. This strike was an all-or-nothing gamble. The smoke began to dissipate. Piccolo stood in place, his martial arts uniform burned through at the chest, red marks appearing on his green skin, black blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. I got injured. His voice was soft, as if talking to himself. He looked down at his hand, watching the dripping blood, and something seemed to awaken in his eyes. Good. His energy changed. He began to get angry. The previously still water of the well suddenly boiled, the cold aura mixed with a violent agitation. Piccolo's muscles slightly bulged, his nails elongated, emanating an inhuman sense of oppression. His combat power skyrocketed from 327 to 406, and it continued to rise. You made me angry. His figure vanished. Krillin could only raise his arms before being struck by an immense force. The sound of Piccolo's knee crashing into his chest was distinctly audible, accompanied by the crack of broken ribs. He was sent flying, shattering the railing, rolling on the ground several times before finally stopping at Goku's feet. Krillin. Goku crouched down, wanting to help him, but Krillin waved his hand. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes remained fixed on the arena, on the green demon standing amidst the dust. Don't. Come up. Krillin gripped Goku's wrist tightly, an astonishing strength behind it. It's not over yet. You can't stand up. Goku's voice trembled. Your ribs. I said, it's not over. Krillin stubbornly struggled, propping himself up with his right arm. His left leg was likely fractured, as well, completely unable to exert any strength, yet he continued trying to rise again and again, like a turtle turned on its back, clumsy yet persistent. Piccolo jumped down from the arena and approached him. He looked at the bald man and watched his struggle, complex emotions flickering in his dark eyes. Why, he asked. Knowing you can't win, why do you still stand up? Krillin lifted his head, blood obscuring his vision, but he still made an effort to see Piccolo's face. Because I want to become stronger, not to surpass anyone, but to surpass yesterday's self. His voice grew softer, yet every word was clear. With every time I stand up, I become a bit stronger than before I fell. Even if just a little. So what? Piccolo interrupted Krillin. Then he coldly stated, you will still die, here or in the next battle. The weak will ultimately die. But Krillin smiled, a smile filled with blood, sweat, and light. Before I die, I will become stronger, strong enough to help Goku. He looked at Goku, at his dear friend who was always ahead, strong enough to fight alongside him. Instead of hiding behind, Goku's eyes turned red. He grabbed Krillin's hand, trying to pull him up, but Krillin's body had already gone limp. His injuries were too severe, and his consciousness began to fade. This is my martial path. His voice was as light as the wind, then his head tilted, and he lost consciousness. Piccolo stood in place, gazing at him for a long time. Then he looked up at Goku, at the boy who was glaring at him with hatred. Piccolo stated matter-of-factly, he lost, but he did not fail. He turned and walked toward the contestant passage, his green figure appearing particularly solitary under the lights. Take him to see a doctor. This kind of opponent would be ashamed to let die. His voice echoed from afar as the referee trembled and raised the flag, winner Piccolo. Medical personnel rushed in, lifting Krillin on a stretcher. Goku followed closely, tightly holding onto his friend's hand until he was blocked at the door of the medical room. He stood in the hallway staring at the closed door, his fists clenched tightly. Piccolo. His voice was low as if swearing in the finals. I will definitely defeat you. Inside the medical room, Bulma's detector emitted a series of beeping sounds. She looked at the numbers on the screen, her brow furrowed. How is it? Launch asked. 3 ribs are broken, the left arm is dislocated, and there is minor internal bleeding. Bulma bit her lip. That greenskin monster was too ruthless. How despicable. But Krillin's final blow hurt him. The Kamehameha. At that distance, even a master like the second generation of demons would not be unscathed. Yamcha spoke up at this moment. Bulma angrily turned around. So what? Krillin almost died. That despicable monster. Just then, he is not a monster. A voice suddenly came from the doorway. Everyone turned to see Tien Shinhan standing there, his third eye slightly narrowed. The second generation of demons. Tien Shinhan walked in first, glancing at the unconscious Krillin. He held back at the end. If he had gone all out, Krillin's spine would have been shattered. Held back. Bulma scoffed. You call that holding back? I call it respect. Tien lowered his head and said, it's respect for a warrior. Because Tien Shinhan had once been that kind of person, he could understand Piccolo's psychological change even more. Clearly, Tien Shinhan seemed to have guessed the final outcome. The door closed, and the room fell into silence. Bulma looked down at the detector. The screen still displayed the peak reading from earlier, 406. Moreover, when Krillin's Kamehameha hit, Piccolo's energy had shown a momentary disturbance, as if some kind of emotional fluctuation. That monster. Can he also have emotions? She shook her head, dismissing this absurd thought from her mind. Outside the window, the sun was setting. The last match of the top 8 was about to begin, Yamcha versus UPA. Then it was the semifinals and finally the finals. At this moment, in a corner of the dojo, Piccolo sat alone, staring at his palm. There still lingered Krillin's body heat, the astonishing strength, when that bald man last grasped his wrist. Martial path. He clenched his fist, feeling the demonic blood flowing within him. Father, was it like this for you back then? No, only the sound of the wind outside like a distant sigh. After the medical room door closed, the hallway quieted down. Sun Wukong still stood in place, staring at that white door. Shishi walked over, holding a rice ball wrapped in seaweed filled with pickled meat and plums. Do you want to eat? She shoved the rice ball into his hand. Goku took the rice ball, but did not eat it. He merely held it. The aroma of the seaweed wafted into his nose, yet he had no appetite. Shishi. Moi. The second generation of demons is really strong. I know you've said that many times. Goku's voice lowered, but Krillin is much weaker than me, yet he still did not surrender to his opponent. Shishi looked at him, suddenly understanding something. She reached out, gently placing her hand on Goku's shoulder. Because you are friends. Friends. Shishi thought for a moment. Friends are people who don't want to disappoint you, even knowing they will lose. Goku looked up, a light flashing in his eyes. I won't let Krillin down. In the finals, I will definitely win. He stuffed the rice ball into his mouth, finishing it in a few bites, then ran towards the arena. Shishi watched his back, muttering, at least wipe your mouth. On the arena, staff members were cleaning up the traces left by the battle between Piccolo and Krillin. The charred pits, the shattered railings, and the scattered bloodstains. Yamcha stood in the contestant passage, flexing. His martial outfit was red, the standard version of the Turtle school style, with the character Turtle embroidered on the back. Just like Goku, and Krillin, a cheap mass-produced item from Master Roshi. Mr. Yamcha. UPA walked over from the other end of the passage. A 13-year-old boy dressed in a white martial outfit with patterns of Karen Tower embroidered on his shoulder and waistband, giving off a rather strange overall style. His face still bore youthful innocence, but his gaze was steady, having grown a head taller than 3 years ago. Kid. Yamcha grinned. You fought well in the last match, but this time I will give it my all. UPA declared. Master, said Mr. Yamcha is the strongest wolf in the desert. Master. Yamcha raised an eyebrow. Is that the exceedingly mysterious guy, Mr. Paxis? Yamcha recalled the moment when Paxis turned into a fruit pit, somewhat astonished. UPA did not respond, merely taking up a stance. His feet slightly apart, knees slightly bent, arms naturally hanging at his sides like a reed swaying in the wind. Yamcha recognized this posture. In their last sparring match, UPA had used this flowing body technique to neutralize his Wolfang fist. The same move won't work on me, Yamcha said. I know, UPA replied, so I will use something new. The referee raised his hand. Fourth match of the top 8, Yamcha versus UPA begin. Yamcha did not test the waters, he erupted directly. His figure blurred into an afterimage surrounding UPA from all sides. Wolfang fist, speed equals power. But UPA did not move. His eyes were slightly closed, his breathing deep and long like a meditating old monk. Only at the moment when the first punch was about to hit his face did his body slightly tilt. Flowing sand step. Yamcha's fist grazed past his nose, creating a wind pressure that severed a few strands of hair. UPA spun in response, elbowing toward Yamcha's ribs. Yamcha sidestepped, astonished. Was he faster than last time? No, not speed. It was prediction. This guy can read my attack trajectory. The wolf in the desert relies on smell and instinct, but the wind is everywhere, UPA stated at this moment. His figure suddenly became blurry, not from high-speed movement, but from a more bizarre form of swaying. Every punch Yamcha threw fell short, each one seemed to strike at flowing sand, the force dissipating silently. Yamcha retreated, creating distance. Damn. What kind of sorcery is this? Yamcha frowned upon hearing this. He recalled the years he spent training. Once chasing merchant caravans in the desert, fighting wolves under the moonlight, grasping the essence of the wolf Fang fist on the edge of life and death. His martial path was hunting, breaking through speed against speed. But this boy before him, his martial path was yield. Enough chatter. Yamcha gritted his teeth and charged again. This time he did not use after images, but a pure straight-line high-speed advance. Wolf Fang fist, lone wolf. His right fist gathered all his strength like a cannonball fired, aimed straight at Yupa's heart. This punch had no changes, no follow-up moves, only the most primitive speed and destructive power. Yupa's expression changed. He realized this punch could not be yielded. It was too fast, too direct, like a lightning bolt striking down, leaving no space for flow. He could only take it hidden. His hands crossed before his chest, energy wildly coursing through his meridians, forming an invisible barrier. Concentrated shield. Bang. The fist collided with the shield, a shockwave erupted. UPA was sent sliding backward, his shoes leaving 2 black marks on the arena until he stopped at the edge. He could only take it hidden. His hands crossed before his chest, energy wildly coursing through his meridians, forming an invisible barrier. Concentrated shield. That last strike had consumed a considerable amount of his energy, and Yupa's defense was tougher than he had anticipated. Not bad, kid. He grinned. You're the first to take that punch. Mister. Yamcha's fist is heavy. Like a sandstorm in the desert, there's no way to avoid it. UPA stated honestly. So what do you plan to do? UPA took a deep breath, his hands beginning to gather energy. A white light coalesced in his palms, growing brighter and more solid. It wasn't the blue of the Kamehameha, but a more restrained and pure white. This is Yamcha's pupils. His figure suddenly vanished, not from flowing swaying, but from true high-speed movement. And it was faster and more direct than the wolf Fang fist. Yamcha barely had time to raise his arms when Yupa's palm was already pressed against his chest. The white light erupted as if countless fine needles pierced simultaneously, penetrating his defenses and exploding within him. Cough. Yamcha was sent flying, crashing into the arena, railing, blood gushing from his mouth. He struggled to rise, but his limbs would not respond. That strike had accurately hit his pressure point, temporarily numbing his nerves. The referee glanced and shouted, "The outcome is decided. UPA wins." UPA retracted his hand, walked over to Yamcha, and extended his hand. Mr. Yamcha, are you okay? Indeed, UPA had held back that strike. If he had unleashed his full power, Yamcha's heart would have already stopped. Yamcha panted and looked at UPA. Your master, Mr. Pack. UPA smiled, but did not answer. He turned to the audience as if he had seen the figure sitting in the corner. As if he had seen the vanished Paxis gently nodding at him in acknowledgement. And then he left without saying goodbye, never to be seen again. UPA whispered, "Is the next match against that second-generation demon?" His expression turned grave. That green-skinned demon, the creature that defeated Klin with a single blow. Can he win? After a brief rest, the matchups for the semifinals were posted. Sun Wukong vs. Tianjin Fan, second-generation demon vs. UPA. Wukong stood in front of the notice board, chewing on a piece of jerky, his eyes fixed on the words, Tianjin Fan. Chi-Chi was beside him, tidying up his martial arts uniform, smoothing out the wrinkles. That three-eyed monster, Chi-Chi grumbled, looks really fierce. Tianjin Fan is a really nice guy, Wukong said. He even treated me to porridge. That's just you being foolish, so everyone is nice to you. Wukong smiled, not contradicting her. His gaze turned to the other end of the corridor where Tianjin Fan was standing, his third eye slightly closed, as if meditating. Wukong. Suddenly Tianjin Fan spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly audible. Are you ready? I'm ready. The two of them walked toward the arena simultaneously. The atmosphere in the audience began to heat up. This was a reenactment of the finals from 3 years ago, a clash between the Crane School and the Turtle School. The referee raised his hand. First match of the semifinals, contestant Tianjin Fan vs. contestant Sun Wukong begin. Tianjin Fan did not use the Solar Fist or the Kamehameha. He simply assumed the most basic starting stance, all three, eyes opening simultaneously, his gaze fierce. Wukong. 3 years ago I was obsessed with victory and defeat, but now? Sun Wukong asked. Now. Tianjin Fan replied. Now I want to know how far pure martial arts can go. Wukong laughed. Me too. The two of them moved at the same time. There were no afterimages, no energy blasts, just the simplest exchange of fists and feet. Fist against fist, palm against palm, elbow against elbow, knee against knee. Each collision produced a dull sound, the shockwaves exploding between them. So fast, someone in the audience exclaimed. I can't even see it clearly. Chi-Chi clutched the edge of the wall tightly, her nails digging into the brick. She couldn't understand the techniques, but she could feel. Every time the two figures crossed paths, they carried an astonishing power. Tianjin Fan's third eye suddenly widened, catching a flaw in Wukong's movements. His palm struck like a blade toward Sun Wukong's throat. Wukong leaned back, his hand brushing past his throat. He flipped over, wrapping his legs around Tianjin Fan's neck, spinning like a top, and sending his opponent flying. Tianjin Fan adjusted his posture in midair and landed steadily. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes shone brighter. He wiped away the blood, saying, "Impressive, you're much stronger than 3 years ago." After landing, Sun Wukong assumed the starting position for the Kamehameha, saying, "You too. I'm going to use my ultimate move." Just what I wanted. Tianjin Fan brought his hands together, gathering energy in his palms. New Kamehameha, not a scattered net, but a concentrated spiral beam of light. Kamehameha, new Kamehameha. The two beams of light collided in the center of the arena, blue and white intertwined like two giant dragons tearing at each other. The shockwave overturned the surrounding barriers, debris flying, dust rising. From the dust, two figures burst forth simultaneously. Their martial arts uniforms were tattered, their bodies marked with wounds, yet their gazes remained fervent. Final move, Tianjin Fan shouted. All right. The two collided again, this time with no energy blasts. He struggled to stand up, but his right arm was dislocated, rendering him powerless. I lost. Tianjin Fan lay on the ground, staring at the sky, feeling a bit bitter, calmly saying, "The gap is greater than I imagined." Sun Wukong walked over to him and extended his hand. "That was a great fight." Tianjin Fan looked at the hand, suddenly smiling. He grasped Wukong's hand and was pulled up. "You really are a monster." Haha. Tianjin Fan looked toward the contestant tunnel, toward the green figure. "You need to be careful of the second-generation demon in the real finals. He is different from me." "I know." Wukong nodded, his expression serious. "I will win. For Klin and for..." He paused, looking at Chi-Chi in the audience. "For my promise." Tianjin Fan followed his gaze, seeing the girl in the Chi-Pao nervously gripping the railing. He suddenly understood something, a faint smile appearing. "I see, congratulations." "Huh? Congratulations for what?" "It's nothing." Tianjin Fan turned and walked toward the medical room. "Go prepare the next match. Is UPA against the second-generation demon." UPA stood in the corridor, taking deep breaths. His opponent was already waiting on the arena. Green skin, white cloak, pitch black eyes. Vic did not look at him, only staring at the ground as if in thought. Second match of the semifinals, the referee's voice rang out. Contestant second-generation demon versus contestant UPA, please enter the arena. UPA stepped onto the arena. His steps were light, as if he were walking on cotton. The flow his master taught him was in full display at that moment. His body merged with the air, every movement carrying a certain rhythm. Vic lifted his head, a flicker of unusual color flashing in his black eyes. "Oh, a different type than the bald guy," he said. "That one is stubborn, but you are fluid." UPA struck a pose. "My master told me that everything has flow, find the rhythm, and you can move with it." Vic frowned of another so-called master. "Why do you guys always have to rely on others?" "It's not reliance," UPA said. "It's inheritance. My master taught me, and I pass it on to the next generation. This way martial arts won't disappear." Vic fell silent. Images flashed through his mind. The castle of Demon King Bic, the cold throne, and those eyes forever filled. Inheritance. Huh. He shook his head, shaking those images from his mind. Begin. Bic vanished in an instant. Not a high-speed movement, but some more eerie form of concealment. Bic's aura had completely retracted, his form blending into the air, leaving no afterimage. At this moment UPA closed his eyes. He could not sense Bic's aura, but flow did not require perception. What he sensed was the flow of air, the direction of the wind, and the subtle disturbances caused by his opponent's movements. To the left, his body tilted to the right as Bic's hand sliced past his shoulder. The green skin and white martial arts uniform intertwined like a line of death. Bic was somewhat surprised. "Oh, the wind told me." UPA said, "When you move you take the air with you." "Interesting." A hint of warmth entered Bic's voice. Then his gaze turned sharp. "But what if this..." His aura suddenly exploded, combat power soaring from 327 to 406. The violent flow of energy exploded outward from him, forming an invisible vortex. The air was thrown into chaos, the direction of the wind becoming utterly confused. UPA's flow lost its support. His movements became sluggish like a fish out of water. "It's over." Bic appeared in front of him, palm pressed against his chest. No frills, no build-up, just a pure explosion of power. Bang. UPA was sent flying, crashing through the barrier, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. He struggled to stand, but a sharp pain shot through his chest. At least 2 ribs were broken. So strong. UPA coughed up blood watching the green figure slowly approach. Vic's steps were light as if he were treading on a silent lake without ripples or fluctuations. Your flow depends on the external environment. If the environment is destroyed, you are powerless. Vic spoke with a hint of disdain. UPA did not respond. He was trying hard to adjust his breathing, attempting to rediscover the feeling of flow. But Vic's aura was too violent, like a sudden sandstorm, disrupting all flow. Give up. I don't want to kill you. You are quite different from that bald guy. For some reason, Vic suddenly felt a bit of the murderous intent in his heart diminish. What's different? UPA gasped. Vic paused. In your eyes there is no hatred. As he spoke, a hint of complex emotion flashed in his black eyes. UPA caught that feeling. It was loneliness, confusion, a soul that could not find its way home. My master once said. UPA recalled a night under the starlight of Karen Tower when his master told him, the strongest opponents are often the loneliest people, because they see everyone as an enemy, including themselves. UPA struggled to stand, suddenly saying, it must be very lonely, right? Vic's steps halted. What did you say? UPA clutched his chest. Your aura feels cold like winter well water, like the water of a deep pool. But beneath the surface, something is moving. Vic's steps halted. What did you say? UPA clutched his chest. Your aura feels cold like winter well water, like the water of a deep. This was an emotional fluctuation, a loss of control after being struck at the core. Shut up. He instantly appeared in front of UPA, his fist carrying destructive power. This strike held nothing back. It truly aimed to kill. UPA closed his eyes, concentrating all his energy into one point. Concentration shield. Bang. The fist collided with the shield, white light exploding. UPA was sent flying, crashing into the arena pillar, a large amount of blood pouring from his mouth. His shield shattered, but he was still alive. Vic had reduced some of his power at the last moment. Vic stood in place looking at his fist. Why? Why did you have to say that? UPA lay on the ground, his consciousness fading, but a smile on his lips, because my master said to see the opponent clearly. His head tilted, and he fainted. The referee trembled as he raised the flag. The winner contestant, second-generation demon. Vic did not leave. He stood there gazing at the unconscious UPA for a long time. Vic turned and walked toward the contestant tunnel. His steps were somewhat unsteady, and his green figure appeared especially lonely under the lights. Lonely? Huh. He clenched his fist, feeling the demon blood flowing within him. I am not lonely. I am the son of Demon King Vic. I am out for revenge. But that word was like a seed quietly buried deep in his heart. As night fell, the martial arts arena gradually quieted down. Sun Wukong sat on the roof, gazing at the starry sky. His martial arts uniform had been changed, newly sewn by Chi-Chi, made of orange fabric with the character Wukong embroidered on the back. Wukong. Kiki's voice came from below. She climbed up holding a large bowl of fried rice piled high, like a small mountain with 2 fried eggs on top. Eat something, you have a match tomorrow. Wukong took the bowl, his eyes lighting up. Wow. Fried rice. He dove in. His Chi-Chi sat beside him, watching him eat, unable to help but laugh. Slow down, no one is competing with you. It's delicious. Wukong mumbled, his mouth full of rice. Chi-Chi looked at him and suddenly said, the second-generation demon must have held back against UPA today. Wukong paused his chopsticks and lifted his head. You noticed too? I'm not blind. Chi-Chi replied. In the last punch he clearly could have killed that little guy, but he didn't. Wukong nodded, continuing to eat. I think. He is not a monster, as Clin said, but what is it? Wukong pondered, shaking his head. I don't know. But I want to have a proper fight with him, not to kill him, but he paused, struggling to find the words to get to know him. Chi-Chi looked at him, suddenly reaching out to ruffle his hair. You idiot, you always do this. You're good to everyone, you take everything seriously. Is that bad? No, it's good. Chi-Chi whispered. I just like you this way. Her face flushed, not very noticeable in the night, but her ears were bright red. Wukong didn't notice as he was busy devouring his food, making a lot of noise. The fried rice that Chi-Chi made is really delicious. Idiot. In the distance the city lights gradually dimmed. But in a corner Vic was standing alone on the rooftop, overlooking it. In his hand, he held a pebble, one that he picked up from the arena, a fragment of Upis concentration shield. Inheritance. Huh. He crushed the pebble, letting the powder slip through his fingers. Father, was it like this for you back then? No one, only the sound of the wind like a distant sigh. And the real finals will take place tomorrow morning when the sun rises. All grievances will be resolved at that time. In the early morning, the sound of a gong exploded at the martial arts venue, silencing the bustling crowd by half. The solid marble arena was scorched by the midday sun, still stained with sweat and footprints from the previous matches. The stands were packed with people, a sea of black where shouts of betting and excited cheers mingled, filling the air with all the spectators were eagerly awaiting the highly anticipated final match. The favorite to win the championship, Sun Wukong, was a familiar face to everyone. The most mysterious dark horse this time was undoubtedly the second generation of the demon. The blonde host jumped onto the high platform by the ring, his voice hoarse, yet excited. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited final match has arrived. On one side is the young hero Sun Wukong, who swept through the Red Satin Brigade years ago with both speed and strength. Today, who will take the crown? The cheers from the audience surged like a tidal wave while the main characters in the front row remained tense. Clint clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white sweat, soaking his forehead, his small face filled with anxiety, his eyes fixed on the entrance to the arena. Tianjin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, his third eye focused intently, his fingertips curling involuntarily. He could vaguely sense the chilling aura that had yet to reveal itself. The second generation of the demon was no ordinary martial artist. Yamcha leaned against the railing, his palms sweaty, and whispered to Master Roshi, Master Wutian, this second generation of the demon is too elusive. In the matches so far, this guy hasn't revealed any techniques. Wukong really needs to be cautious now. Master Roshi furrowed his brow, arms crossed, his gaze firmly locked on the entrance to the arena. Indeed, this kid called the second generation of the demon has a deadly aura. It's truly sinister. Wukong cannot afford to underestimate him. Shishi stood nearby, gripping her skirt tightly, her pink cheeks flushed with anxiety. In her eyes there was only the orange figure that was about to take the stage. For that was her future husband. Bulma took off her sunglasses to fan herself, although she said things like Wukong will definitely win. A trace of barely noticeable worry lurked in her eyes. Just then a figure slowly walked out, instantly quieting the entire arena. It was the second generation of the demon. Piccolo made no extra movements, not a word was spoken, not even a glance cast toward the audience. He walked straight to the center of the arena, standing with his back to the sunlight, his amber eyes cast down upon the arena. The coldness surrounding him was like a thin layer of ice, silently spreading out, yet no one could associate him with the Demon King Piccolo from 3 years ago. Who would have thought that the once feared Demon King Piccolo, who had stirred up bloodshed across the world, would now return in such a silent and cold manner? The murmurs from the crowd rose again, curiosity overshadowing unease. This second generation of the demon is too cool. He hasn't said a word the entire time. Look at his aura, he is definitely a formidable opponent. Sun Wukong has met his match this time. Whoever he is, Sun Wukong will surely win. I bet on Sun Wukong. Before the words fell, an orange figure darted onto the arena like the wind, igniting the enthusiasm of the entire crowd. The proud disciple of Earth's celestial deity, a Saiyan recognized by Bruce. Even the future Vegeta had to admit that he could not compare to this single-minded guy on stage. He is Kakarot, the only true savior on Earth capable of saving the world. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. The cheers nearly lifted the roof off the venue. Sun Wukong always wore his signature goofy grin, his black eyes shining like they held the sun. As he glanced over the audience, Sun Wukong waved to Klin and the others. The energy around him was warm and solid like a ball of light, quietly confronting the chill from the second generation of the demon in the center of the arena. Yet there was no hint of hostility, only the excitement of a martial artist facing a worthy opponent. The blonde host suppressed his own excitement and raised the microphone high. Both contestants, take your positions. The rules of the match remain unchanged. If you fall and do not rise within 10 seconds or step out of the arena, you are deemed to have lost. Now I declare, the final of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. The sound of the gong rang sharply again. Almost at the moment the sound faded, the second generation of the demon's white cloak was taut from the force of energy. Whoosh, with no hint of hesitation. He forcefully pushed off the ground with his right leg, slamming it down, causing the floor to dent instantly. Debris mixed with fluff flew into the air, hitting the copper columns at the edge of the stage, ringing loudly. Piccolo's figure had transformed into a green blur, moving so fast that it broke the limits of the naked eye, charging straight at Sun Wukong. Master Roshi, Tianjin Fan, Klin, Upa, and Yamcha were all shocked. So fast. Piccolo did not roar or shout. There was only the intent to strike a fatal blow. His 5 fingers came together, a powerful force surged from his fingertips, a cold gleam cutting through the air with a sonic boom, rushing towards Sun Wukong's face. Wukong, be careful, Klin shouted in alarm, his heart leaping to his throat. Sun Wukong's goofy grin remained, yet his feet did not slow down. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his body drifting sideways like a willow catkin, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. The two were merely 3 inches apart. The force of the wind sliced past his ear. The palm wind crashed onto the stone arena with a thunderous boom, instantly creating a large pit, debris flying everywhere. Sun Wukong landed steadily on the opposite side of the arena, raising an eyebrow as he looked at the second generation of the demon, licking his lips playfully, his smile tinged with mockery. Pretty fast, but hitting me won't be that easy. The second generation of the demon said nothing, not even changing his expression. His pupils merely constricted slightly, the cloak sweeping across the ground, creating a gust of wind as his left leg swept out like a steel whip. A strong force wrapped in a fierce wind bore down on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong twisted his waist, forcefully leaping into the air and executing a beautiful backflip. As he landed, he pressed his foot against the ground to gain leverage, his body instantly rebounding. Then with his right hand clenched into a fist, warm white energy enveloped his punch, striking directly at the second generation of the demon's back. This punch was both fast and fierce, and the skin on the back of the second generation of the demon tingled, instinctively turning to the side, his left arm blocking in front of him. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as their fists collided, sparks flying, the shockwave spreading outward, blowing his white cloak backward. Yet he was only pushed back 3 steps, leaving 3 shallow marks on the ground beneath his feet. The green skin on his hand tingled slightly, but returned to normal in an instant. He continued to lower his gaze, looking at Sun Wukong without a hint of emotional fluctuation. The blonde host wiped the cold sweat from his face, bringing the microphone close to his mouth, his voice trembling slightly. My goodness, the first clash is so intense. The second generation of the demon's techniques are ruthless and efficient, and Wukong's agility remains perfect. Is this what a top-tier battle looks like? At this moment, the cheers from the audience rose again, with no one noticing that the dark energy surrounding the second generation of the demon was quietly thickening. He still said nothing, his feet generating force once more, his form rushing toward Wukong, like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, fists and feet striking out, each attack carrying the weight of thunder. The dark energy wrapped around his fists and feet, creating a muffled sound upon impact with the air, the ground being tossed up layer upon layer, with the wind from his steps blackening wherever the dark energy passed. His techniques were ruthless, yet there was not a single unnecessary movement. Each strike targeted vital points, silent as a machine designed solely for battle. Sun Wukong's goofy smile faded slightly, focus intensifying in his eyes as he raised his hands to block fists colliding and feet clashing. The orange and green figures darted between each other, moving so fast, it was dazzling. All that could be seen were 2 figures intertwining in the center of the arena, with flashes of white and black energy occasionally appearing. The dense sounds of bang-bang collisions resonated, causing the arena to tremble slightly. The energy of the 2 clashed wildly in the center of the arena, the warm, white energy intertwining with the cold, sinister black energy, forming a thick wave of energy. The wave spread outward, causing Master Roshi and the others in the front row to involuntarily take half a step back. Master Rose's brow furrowed tighter, his gaze fixated on the second generation of the demon's techniques, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. This style, this energy, why does it feel so familiar? At that moment his heart suddenly sank, and he dared not speculate further. In the midst of their struggle, Wukong seized an opening, blocking the second generation of the demon's punch with his left hand, while gathering strength in his right hand, delivering a heavy punch to his shoulder. This punch was packed with power. The second generation of the demon felt a sharp pain, his body jolting, as the hat on his head was lifted by the force of the punch. The hat flipped in the air, crashing heavily onto the ground, producing a crisp sound. As the brim of the hat hit the ground, the applause in the venue abruptly ceased. The 2 antennae on the second generation of the demon's forehead were fully revealed, with the bizarre patterns on his green skin clearly visible. That face, though slightly more youthful than 3 years ago, still bore the unique coldness and desolation. His amber eyes raised, he looked directly at Wukong for the first time, devoid of anger or ferocity, only a frozen coldness and a trace of barely detectable killing intent. Time seemed to freeze. The audience first fell silent, then erupted into terrified screams. It's the Demon King Piccolo. The Demon King Piccolo is back. He didn't die. He's back. Run. The stands, which had been packed to the brim moments ago, erupted into chaos as tables and chairs toppled over, and screams of panic filled the air as the audience rushed for the exits. Clin stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long time, the color drained from his face. Tianjin Fan's eyes widened in shock, clenching his fists, knuckles turning white. Master Roshi felt as if struck by lightning, gasping in cold air, his body trembling slightly as the memories of the past began to assault his mind, his eyes filled with shock and gravity. Shishi and Bulma turned pale with fear, staring intently at the figure in the arena, their hearts racing. The blonde host was so frightened that his legs went weak, struggling to hold the microphone steady, his voice cracking with a tremble. Oh my God. A major upheaval. The true identity of the second generation of the demon is actually the Demon King Piccolo, who was defeated by Sun Wukong 3 years ago. He has been reincarnated. On the arena, Piccolo raised his hand, lightly brushing over the pattern on his forehead, not bothering to pick up the hat on the ground, just lifting his gaze to stare at Sun Wukong. Piccolo's amber eyes remained cold and desolate, with not a single word wasted, only a low and chilling statement, each word clear. Sun Wukong, the account from 3 years ago will be settled today. On the arena, Piccolo raised his hand, lightly brushing over the pattern on his forehead, not bothering to pick up the hat on the ground, just lifting his gaze to stare at Sun Wukong. In the entire arena, the martial arts tournament venue was immediately engulfed by Piccolo's sinister dark energy, crackling ominously, the stone surface beginning to blacken and crack. The pressure was several times stronger than that of the Demon King Piccolo from 3 years ago. Even the main characters watching felt a heaviness in their chests. Breathing was a bit difficult. Sun Wukong's smile completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. At this moment, he could clearly feel the power of Piccolo, far stronger than the old Piccolo from 3 years ago. White mist quickly condensed around him, more refined and intense than before, enveloping his figure. 2 different forces pressed against each other, producing a sizzling sound. Piccolo. Wukong's voice was steady and carried the determination of a martial artist. 3 years ago I could defeat you, and I believe I can do it again today. Piccolo did not respond, nor did his gaze waver, even slightly. He simply moved his hands rapidly, the black energy at his fingertips growing denser, coalescing into a pitch-black energy sphere. The black energy crazily gathered into his palms, the debris on the arena swirling around him. It spiraled, forming a black wind mixed with red and yellow, executing the movements with precision, without a hint of excess. This energy wave was half a meter thick, its surface swirling with black patterns, carrying a momentum that could obliterate everything directly aimed at Wukong and everyone around him. Fortunately, Ten Shinhan had created a deep pit with his key cannon at a critical moment, allowing everyone to take. Wherever the energy wave passed, everything instantly turned to ashes. The marble surface of the arena was charred black, cracking like spider webs. The air warped, and a heat wave surged forth. Kamehameha! Sun Wukong did not dodge this time. He intended to face it head-on. He took a deep breath, placing his hands at his waist, as white mist wildly gathered, forming a dazzling blue-white giant energy wave. It was thicker than an ordinary Kamehameha, its brilliance dispelling the surrounding black, red, and yellow energies, as it surged forward to collide with Piccolo's energy wave. The two energy waves violently clashed in the center of the arena, resulting in an enormous explosion. Boom! A blinding light instantly engulfed the entire arena. Even those at the bottom of the pit were forced to squint their eyes. The powerful shockwave spread out in layers, making the entire martial arts venue tremble violently, with cracks forming in the walls. The surrounding walls in the empty stands collapsed one after another, debris flying up to dozens of meters high. As the bright light dissipated, a cloud of dust enveloped the arena and everything nearby, causing them to vanish from sight. The surrounding walls in the empty stands collapsed one after another, debris flying up to dozens of meters high. As the bright light dissipated, a cloud of dust enveloped the arena and everything nearby. Sun Wukong's orange martial arts uniform was torn, a scar on his arm, his hair a mess, his chest heaving violently, yet he still stood tall, staring at Piccolo. How is this possible? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Half of his white cloak was torn, hanging precariously on him, shallow marks on his green skin, a hint of black blood at the corner of his mouth, and his breath slightly erratic. He looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief. After a moment, Piccolo regained his composure, his amber eyes still cold and desolate. With little stamina left, he thought about the possibility of losing. However, Piccolo did not show a hint of unwillingness, just gazing at Sun Wukong, as if evaluating his next move. It's not over yet. Piccolo's voice remained low and cold, without a trace of hoarseness, as the black energy around him surged again, becoming even more refined. Before his words faded, his form began to expand wildly, his muscles bulging, his height suddenly surpassing 10 meters, casting a massive shadow over the entire arena. His white cloak was completely torn apart, turning to shreds that floated down, and his amber eyes grew enormous. Coldly fixating on Sun Wukong, it was as if he were staring at an ant, without a word of boasting, only a pure sense of overpowering. He is the Demon King Piccolo. How could he fall so easily? Especially without having killed that detestable Sun Wukong. How could Sun Wukong defeat such a large opponent? Shishi burst into tears, shouting, Wukong. Sun Wukong, however, showed no fear, looking up at Piccolo, his black eyes shining remarkably. He suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of orange-red lightning. Just as Piccolo's giant palm came crashing down, he barely avoided it. Piccolo's gigantic palm slammed down hard, creating a massive pit in the ground, with a loud boom, debris scattering everywhere, the scene terrifying. Piccolo did not roar. He only raised his hand, his massive fist once again smashed toward Wukong, the movement still smooth, just a bit slower due to his size. Sun Wukong nimbly weaved between the giant fist and leg, occasionally leaping up, landing punches on Piccolo's arms or legs, each strike enveloped in white mist. Piccolo winced in pain, his body only swaying slightly, still silently launching attacks, not a trace of impatience, as if he were merely completing a battle that had to be fought. Is that all you can do is dodge? Piccolo's voice came from above. The aura around him thickened once more, and the speed of his giant fist increased slightly. Sun Wukong landed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled. Dodging is also a skill. Piccolo did not respond, his hands moving quickly, gathering dense energy in his massive palms, coalescing into an even thicker green energy wave, carrying a more formidable force aimed straight at Wukong. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, gathering all the energy in his body into his palms, the white mist enveloping his fist shining brilliantly as his form transformed into a streak of orange-red lightning once more. He charged directly toward the energy wave, his right fist carrying the power to obliterate everything, striking fiercely at the center of the energy wave. Bang! Boom! A loud sound erupted and the energy wave immediately exploded, the shockwave overturning the entire arena, debris flying everywhere. Sun Wukong's fist pierced through the shockwave, landing solidly on Piccolo's chest. Piccolo's gigantic form trembled violently, his aura dissipating instantly, and he was blasted backward, crashing into the broken walls of the venue, which crumbled instantly. This was Sun Wukong's all-out effort, a fierce strike that concentrated all his power. He fell to the ground, and his form rapidly shrank back to its original size as the strength supporting him faded. Immediately after, Piccolo spat out a large mouthful of black blood, struggling against the ground, trying to rise. But weakly wobbling, he knelt on one knee, completely exhausted. With the blood color draining from his green skin, Piccolo still stubbornly did not fall. His amber eyes remained coldly fixed on Sun Wukong, showing no signs of surrender, only a hint of unwillingness. Sun Wukong also fell to the ground, propping himself up to stand, his chest heaving violently as he looked at the kneeling Piccolo. He did not pursue the victory, simply standing in place waiting for Piccolo to rise. This was the respect of a martial artist. The blonde host crawled out from the rubble, gripping the microphone, his voice hoarse yet excited. The Demon King Piccolo has been hit. He can't hold on anymore. In this battle, Wukong is about to win. Krillin and the others rushed to the edge of the platform, shouting excitedly, "Wukong, go for it." Piccolo propped himself up, slowly getting to his feet, the black energy around him fading significantly as he straightened his back and fixed his amber eyes on Wukong, raising his hand, his fingertips gathering the last of his strength. Without any extra moves, he charged straight at Wukong, his fist carrying the last of his power aimed directly at Wukong. Wukong raised his hand to block, their fists collided with a clang, and with a jolt Piccolo's body was violently shaken, the black energy completely dissipating as he staggered back several steps, collapsing onto the ruined yellow earth arena. He still propped himself up with his arm, trying to rise, but after several attempts he failed. The Demon King Piccolo's eyes remained wide open, coldly staring at Sun Wukong, showing no signs of submission. At this moment, the blonde referee carefully crawled out from the rubble, trembling as he ran to a spot not far from Piccolo, loudly counting, 1, 2. Although the Demon King Piccolo wanted to crush this ant, he was now unable to move. 10 seconds passed, and Piccolo ultimately could not stand up. Therefore, Sun Wukong, still awkwardly standing in the remnants of the arena, finally won. The blonde referee raised his arm high, shouting excitedly, "The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament Finals. The winner, Sun Wukong." The blonde host became excited again, holding the microphone high and shouting, "He won. Sun Wukong has won. He has defeated the Demon King Piccolo once again. He is the #1 in the world." At this moment, the main characters rushed onto the stage, surrounding Wukong in cheers. Krillin hugged Wukong tightly, crying, "Wukong, you were amazing." Chi-Chi, blushing, handed him a handkerchief. "Wukong, hurry and wipe your sweat. Don't push yourself like that again, or it worried everyone." Wukong scratched his head, revealing his signature silly smile, and turned to look at Piccolo, who lay in the dirt. Piccolo lay on the sand, quietly gazing at the sky, devoid of expression, without a word, the coldness around him slightly dissipating. However, he still exuded that deeply ingrained chill. Even in defeat, the Demon King Piccolo showed no signs of disgrace. He simply lay silently, accepting this outcome, while waiting for death. Just then, a golden light pierced through the swirling dust, like a sword, landing in the center of the arena, and instantly coalescing into a majestic figure. The person wore a robe, and his garments fluttered without wind, surrounded by a soft, yet unapproachable halo. His face was obscured by the brilliance, revealing only a pair of eyes containing the vastness of the galaxy, calmly sweeping over the two figures on the arena. Meanwhile, the gods from the Heavenly Temple and Bobo, as well as the cat deity from Karen Tower, were all shocked, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Just as they intended to approach to pay their respects to this great being, they received a mental message indicating that the gods did not need to come and bow. At this moment, Sun Wukong instinctively squinted his eyes, looking at the newcomer, and felt an unprecedented special sensation. Warmth and vastness, yet with a hint of a sacred aura that made his heart race. Far deeper than any powerful being he had ever encountered, as if this person could contain the universe within himself. The aura of a deity is imperceptible to mortals, but the presence of the KO could be clearly felt. Even though Sun Wukong and the others could not sense any aura from the KO, none dared to underestimate him. As Krillin and the others rushed onto the arena, they suddenly halted the pressure from the earlier halo, causing them to catch their breath. They instinctively took half a step back. This astonishing aura made them want to kneel. Even the usually calm Master Rose's face turned serious, his hands unconsciously tightening. Meanwhile, the fallen Piccolo slowly shifted his gaze, the amber in his eyes flickering for the first time, not out of anger or surprise, but in nearly instinctive vigilance. This aura caused the bloodline within him belonging to the demon race to stir vaguely, as if encountering a natural enemy. The golden figure did not look at anyone else, his gaze was fixed on Wukong, and his voice rang out. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the chaotic venue, carrying a weight that transcended time and space. "Sun Wukong, you are quite impressive." Sun Wukong instinctively scratched his head. With the preliminaries concluded, the 8 quarter-finalists would draw lots tomorrow, ushering in a fiercer, more decisive The fatigue on his body seemed to have been partially dispelled by this golden light, and curiosity and excitement ignited once more in his eyes. My name is King of the Realm. The figure spoke softly, the halo around him gently rippling. He continued, introducing himself. I am the King of the Realm responsible for overseeing the Milky Way galaxy. King of the Realm. Sun Wukong tilted his head. He had never heard this name before, but the aura surrounding the other party made him wary. The others were also puzzled, clearly having never heard of it before, but they speculated that the King of the Realm must be it was even possible that he was a deity more advanced than the celestial gods. Sun Wukong then asked curiously, do you need something from me? The King of the Realm's gaze shifted to Piccolo, his voice taking on a more serious tone. Not just you. He stated, the evil aura within the reincarnation of the Demon King Piccolo is suppressed, but not eradicated. Piccolo snorted coldly, struggling to sit up, his green face still wearing a hard expression. Even in front of this mysterious King of the Realm, he did not show any weakness. What does it have to do with you? Naturally it concerns me, the King of the Realm's voice deepened. 3 years ago the bloody storm caused by your father disturbed the order of Earth. Now although you have not retraced those steps, you have released killing intent at the martial arts conference. If not guided, it will surely become a great calamity in the future. He raised his hand, and a gentle white light shot from his fingertips, landing on Piccolo. Piccolo immediately stiffened, wanting to resist, but found that the white light bore no malice. Instead it felt like a clear spring slowly flowing through his limbs, dispelling the lingering resentment within him, even alleviating the pain in his chest. You. Piccolo was both shocked and confused, but unusually refrained from retorting. The King of the Realm retracted his hand, his gaze returning to Wukong. And you, Sun Wukong, your power has grown at an astonishing pace. Moreover, the potential within you has yet to be fully realized. Soon Earth will face an unprecedented crisis, one more formidable than any enemy you have encountered. Crisis? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, his curiosity instantly replaced by excitement. A very strong enemy. To him, powerful foes were never threats, but rather a motivation to become stronger. The others dared not speak at this moment. They are invaders from the universe, the King of the Realm explained, his voice tinged with seriousness. His gaze swept across the group, then continued. They are called Saiyans, sharing the same origin as you, yet they live by plundering planets, employing cruel methods, and possessing immense power. He had always believed he was a human from Earth, a child picked up by his grandfather Sun Wufan, never considering that he might be from the universe. So does that mean Brother Bruce is also a Saiyan? Sun Wukong suddenly recalled Bruce, whom he met during registration, as Bruce also had a tail. At this moment Master Rose's expression changed drastically. From previous conversations with Bruce, he had suspected that Wukong's origins were not simple, but he never expected them to be from a warrior race in the universe. No wonder Bruce and Carissa were so powerful. Even now Wukong's strength had already surpassed everyone on Earth. Krillin was so surprised that his mouth dropped open. Wukong, you are an alien. The King of the Realm nodded at this. Sun Wukong is actually a baby left on Earth by the Saiyans originally named Kakarot. Those Saiyans can transform into giant apes during a full moon, unleashing tremendous power. However, as a child, Sun Wukong suffered a head injury in an accident, causing him to forget his mission, which is why he has become as kind as he is now. Sun Wukong listened in confusion, scratching his head. No matter what I'm called, or where I come from, I am still Sun Wukong. He grinned, his dark eyes still bright, excitedly asking, are those Saiyans very strong? When will they come? This guy is indeed a martial arts fanatic. The King of the Realm thought to himself. At most in 5 or 6 years. The King of the Realm continued explaining. Their detectors can sense powerful energy. Moreover, they already know about you and Earth. He paused, looking at Sun Wukong, and the slowly sitting up Piccolo, saying, with your current strength, if you want to face the Saiyans alone, you would have no chance of victory. Piccolo's expression darkened. He had always been proud and never thought he would lose to anyone. But the invisible pressure from this mysterious King of the Realm made it impossible for him to doubt the other's words. What should we do then? She couldn't help but ask, her small hands tightly clutching her skirt, her face filled with worry. Increase your strength. The King of the Realm's voice was resolute. Piccolo suddenly raised his head, looking at Sun Wukong, a hint of complexity flashing in his amber eyes. And Piccolo, although you are of the demon race, your power system is unique. If you can set aside your hatred and train together with Sun Wukong, perhaps you can protect Earth when the crisis arrives. Piccolo suddenly raised his head, looking at Sun Wukong, a hint of complexity flashing in his amber eyes. He hated Sun Wukong for defeating his father, for defeating him again. But the King of the Realm's words weighed heavily on his heart. He was indeed part of the demon race, but he was also one of Earth's original inhabitants. If Earth were destroyed, he would have nowhere to go. Sun Wukong looked at Piccolo, grinning invitingly. Want to train together? Your strength is very strong. If I can spar with you, I can surely become stronger. Sun Wukong was always simple. As long as he could become stronger, it didn't matter who he trained with. Piccolo snorted coldly, turning his head away without agreeing or refusing. Seeing this, the King of the Realm nodded slightly. Sun Wukong, come with me to the King of the Realm's planet to train. The gravity there is different from Earth and can greatly enhance your strength. King of the Realm's planet. Wukong's eyes brightened. Great. When do we leave? Now. The King of the Realm raised his hand, and a golden light enveloped Wukong. During the time you are away, Earth's safety will need to be protected by others. The King of the Realm's gaze swept over Master Roshi, Tin, Shinhan, Yamcha, Krillin, Upa, and the others. You should also continue to train diligently, and not be slack. Master Roshi and the others nodded heavily, understanding that the King of the Realm was not speaking lightly. Wukong. She called out, her eyes reddening. Son Wukong waved at her, smiling brightly. Wait for me to come back. Just as he finished speaking, the golden light suddenly tightened, shooting Son Wukong's figure into the sky, disappearing instantly. The figures of the two faded away, leaving behind the last sentence echoing in the air. In the future, whether Earth can be protected depends on you all. The golden light dissipated completely, and the venue returned to calm, leaving only the devastated arena and the many people lost in thought. Piccolo slowly stood up, his green face still showing little expression. He glanced at the direction where Son Wukong had vanished, and the pride within him disagreed with training alongside Son Wukong. He then scanned Master Roshi and the others, remaining silent before quickly disappearing into the distant forest. At this moment, Piccolo felt that only Son Wukong was qualified to be his opponent. The lives of these ants mattered little to him. The others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the Demon King Piccolo finally leave. No one knew where he was going, but everyone understood that this former Demon King had already planted a different seed in it. Krillin looked in the direction Piccolo had disappeared, then looked up at the sky, murmuring, Science. Cosmic invaders. Sounds so terrifying. There's no use in being afraid. Only by getting stronger can we protect what we want to protect, Tien Shinhan said, clenching his fist, determination flashing in his three eyes. That's right, from today on we need to double our training, Yamcha said, taking a deep breath, patting Krillin on the shoulder. Upa also fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, I want to return to Karen Tower to continue my training, hoping to help everyone in the future. Yamcha and the others exchanged smiles. Master Roshi sighed, looking at the devastated martial arts conference venue, then at the direction where Wukong had disappeared. A hint of comfort and worry flashed in his murky old eyes. This kid, it's just too unfair for him to face all. Bulma, however, was not overly worried. Her confidence came from a powerful man, her man. At this moment, Bulma took out a capsule, pressed a button, and a flying vehicle suddenly appeared beside her. Alright, now is not the time for sentimentality. Let's clean this place up first, then we should return and properly devise a training plan. The sunlight once again flooded the martial arts conference venue, but the air was no longer filled with the heat and noise of before. Instead, it was imbued with a heavy sense of responsibility and expectations for the future. A great battle had just ended, while another battle concerning the survival of Earth was quietly brewing. What kind of training would Son Wukong encounter on the King of the Realm's planet? Would Piccolo choosing to train alone appear at a critical moment? How much could Master Roshi and the others grow in the 6 years to come? Everyone was waiting, anticipating the fateful battle in 5 or 6 years. At this moment, they still did not know that this battle would bring not only crises, but also an unprecedented transformation to the entire martial arts world of Earth. Deep in the forest, Piccolo halted, gazing at the distant city skyline, a cold glint flashing in his amber eyes, accompanied by a hint of barely perceptible resolve. He raised his hand, gathering a faint energy in his palm, feeling an even purer strength within him than before, whispering, Son Wukong, in 6 years, I will no longer lose to you. And I won't let Earth be destroyed by others. Humph. Earth can only be ruled by me, the Demon King Piccolo. After saying this, he leaped into the air, disappearing into the dense forest, beginning his own solitary, yet frenzied training. On King of the Realm's planet, Son Wukong looked at the small planet before him, and the King of the Realm, who resembled a cricket, and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, King of the Realm, this place is really small. The King of the Realm, leaning on his staff, snorted. Small. Wait until you adapt to the gravity here, and then talk. From today on, run around King of the Realm's planet 10,000 times. It was clear that this touched upon the King of the Realm's sore spot. 10,000 times. Son Wukong scratched his head, then his expression became resolute. All right. Before his words fell, he had already set off, slowly beginning his training journey on the King of the Realm's planet with 10 times the gravity. The fate of Earth was quietly changing amidst these hardworking figures. Thus the story of the first part of Dragon Ball and the chapter of the Demon King Piccolo concludes, and a new story officially begins. Bruce and Carissa, who had disappeared for some time, now faced some difficult choices on the Destruction God planet. The crystalline floor of the God realm refracted a gentle glow, and the air was filled with a faint aroma of fruit and the charred scent of grilled food. Bruce placed the final plate of strawberry cake on the jade long table, while Kalisa carried a sizzling platter of grilled meat, the sound of grease dripping onto the iron plate resonating clearly in the stillness of the divine realm. Beerus could no longer contain himself, his eyes gleaming as they fixated on the delicacies before him, the hostility he had just shared with Kuranoa dissipating without a trace. Kuranoa lightly paused her staff, the spatial light patterns around her receding, and delicately picked up a piece of cake, taking a bite that made her eyes widen slightly. She did not expect that mortals could create food so perfectly aligned with divine taste buds. Even the royal pastry chefs of the Nest of Time paled in comparison. Not bad. Beerus swallowed a large piece of grilled meat and mumbled, "It has more of a smoky flavor than Whis cooking." Whis chuckled lightly beside him. "Lord Beerus, just last week you said that food with too much smokiness was unworthy of a god of destruction." Beerus shot him a sideways glance, but did not retort, evidently silenced by the delicious food. Bruce seized the opportunity to speak. "Lady Kuranoa, what exactly does the time patrol you mentioned do?" Kuranoa wiped the cream from her fingertips and became serious. "In the multiverse, there are always some outlaws attempting to alter history. For example, going back in time to kill a young Supreme Kai, or stealing the primordial energy from the birth of the universe. The duty of the Time Patrol is to rectify these disturbances and maintain the stability of the timeline." She paused, looking at Bruce. "Your god blue form can tear apart the barriers of time and space, and Khaleesi's power and speed can remain precise even amidst the chaotic currents of time. You could say that both of you are born candidates." She glanced at Broly but immediately dismissed the thought. Not only because of Beerus' unfriendly gaze, but also due to Broly's state, which was unsuitable for a qualified time patrolman. Khaleesi tightened her grip on the meat fork. "It sounds like we are to be enemies of criminals across the universe. Not just criminals." Kuranoa remarked, waving her hand. A glimmer of light flashed at the tip of her staff, and a holographic screen appeared in the air. An enormous figure clad in dark golden armor was smashing the core of a planet with a single punch. The firelight from the planet's explosion illuminated the sneer on his face. Kuranoa added, "And there are also these time marauders. They survive by devouring the energy of different timelines, and to date, they have destroyed the historical points of 7 parallel universes. This is also why I appeared in the 7th universe. And our time patrol temple is understaffed." Bruce stared at the patterns on the giant's armor in the hologram, his pupils narrowing. "The energy fluctuations on that armor are very similar to the residual aura of the time rift I sensed at the edge of the universe." "Oh." Whis set down his teacup. "Mr. Bruce has encountered similar beings." "Not exactly encountered." Bruce recalled, "Last time I was training at the edge of the 7th universe, I sensed a time rift, and the energy spilling out had a devouring nature. At that time I tried to block it with my chi, but the energy backfired, leaving a burning sensation in my left arm to this day. Of course my strength back then was not as strong as it is now." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a faint blue mark on his forearm, resembling solidified lightning. Beerus' eyes suddenly sharpened. "Did that energy have a rusty metallic scent?" Bruce was taken aback. "How did you know?" 10 years ago, I personally destroyed a planet that was breeding such marauders." Beerus' voice grew serious. "At the time I thought I had eradicated them completely. It seems I missed some remnants." Beerus then looked at Kuranoa. "Where's the lair of these marauders?" Clearly the purple aura surrounding Beerus was flickering, indicating that he was somewhat angry at that moment, intending to wipe out those despicable beings in one fell swoop. "These marauders have built some fortresses. They're forming time barriers with the energy they plundered, which ordinary gods." Bruce's fingertips instinctively gathered into faint blue light. "My god blue energy should be able to temporarily tear apart time and space. Perhaps I can break through those barriers." "If it's just you alone, that may not work." Whis interrupted and interjected. "The laws inside the time rift will continuously distort energy. Even a god of destruction entering will have their power reduced by 30%. Whis then turned his gaze to Khaleesi, adding, "If Miss Khaleesi's speed is paired with Mr. Bruce's strength, there may be a chance to rush in at the moment the barriers shatter and destroy the core devices of those time marauders." Khaleesi raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting that I act as bait?" Whis smiled without saying a word, his mysterious expression somewhat exasperating. "No, Whis means you will be the vanguard," Kuranoa corrected, "because when the barrier breaks, it will simultaneously generate an energy storm, and only you and Bruce's speed can reach the core before the storm calms. However, Mr. Bruce will need to hold the fort outside, distracting the main force of the marauders. Furthermore, I will use the power of time to provide you with coordinates." Then she looked at Beerus. "As for you, Beerus, just stay here." Beerus did not speak at this moment. As a god of destruction, he always aimed to destroy anyone who could manipulate time. Seeing that Beerus did not refuse, Kuranoa continued, "If we happen to fail, the destructive energy of the god of destruction will be our last line of defense." Beerus snorted, which was a tacit approval. After all, he had not yet finished the grilled meat on the table, and he did not want to set off right now. 3 days later, at the edge of the time rift. Some flickered with the neon lights of future cities, while others captured the moment of a planet exploding. Bruce transformed directly into his god blue form, the azure energy waves forming a protective shield against the encroaching chaotic force. Khaleesi donned the specially crafted anti-time combat suit given to her by Whis. The silver streamlined suit clung to her figure, maximizing her speed potential. "Are you ready?" Kuranoa's voice came through the time communication as the gem at the tip of her staff shot forth a golden light, tracing a clear path through the chaos. Follow this light, and you will find the weak point of the barrier. Bruce nodded, his god blue liquid energy suddenly surging, and as he brought his fists together and thrust them forward, a faint blue energy pillar pierced through the chaos like a sword. At the moment of the energy collision, the void ahead trembled violently. The dark golden barrier suddenly appeared, its surface swirling with countless distorted time symbols. These were the shells of the Marauder fortresses that Kuranoa had mentioned. Now is the time. Bruce yelled, the energy column suddenly thickening as the god blue power, with its domineering nature of tearing the laws, forcefully ripped a crack in the barrier. The time symbols around the crack spun wildly, emitting a piercing shriek as if trying to stitch the crack back together. I'm going in. Kalisa transformed into a silver rainbow, rushing into the crack. Her figure darted through the corridors inside the fortress, the sensors on the surface of her suit continuously scanning. The walls here were actually made of solidified time fragments, and every brick was engraved with the coordinates of the planets that had been plundered. The core is on the top floor. Kalisa's voice was breathless. But there are many armored guards, and their weapons can— Bruce, hearing this from the outside, unleashed his god blue energy, once more alternating blows against the barrier, intentionally widening the crack to draw the guards' attention. He'll distract them. Kalisa, hurry up. We shouldn't stay here long. Indeed, heavy footsteps echoed within the fortress as dozens of armored giants identical to those in the hologram charged out. Bruce, hearing this from the outside, unleashed his god blue energy, once more alternating blows against the barrier, intentionally widening the crack to draw the guards' attention. He'll distract them. Bruce flashed his god blue energy, transforming into countless fist shadows as he engaged the giants in combat. He discovered that while these giants' armor was tough, there was a weakness. The time symbols at the joints were the sparsest. Each time his fist struck the joints, the armor would ripple, causing the giants' movements to slow for half a second. Kalisa, how much longer? Almost there. The core device is like a black star surrounded by many chains. Upon hearing this, Bruce suddenly elevated his form, condensing his god blue energy into a massive energy blade, slashing horizontally. The 5 giants in front were instantly severed at the waist, their armor fragments turning to ash in the chaos. But more giants surged forth, and some could even manipulate the surrounding time flow, causing Bruce's actions to slow tremendously. Damn it! Bruce cursed through gritted teeth. At the same time, a hint of red divine wrath flame mixed into his god blue energy, a fusion form he had recently comprehended, combining the precision of god blue with the ferocity of the red god. The fusion form consumed more energy than the singular form, but its power was significantly greater. Kalisa. At the top of the fortress, Kalisa gazed at the floating black core, the time symbols on the chains continuously siphoning energy from the surroundings. Kalisa took a deep breath, pushing her speed to the limit. The surface of her suit radiated white light as she forcefully broke the chains. At that moment, the black core erupted with a blinding black light, causing the entire fortress to tremble violently. We did it! Kalisa exclaimed excitedly, then turned to run. However, she suddenly collided with a towering armored giant, the very leader from the hologram, who had smashed a planet's core. The leader's giant fist, imbued with devouring energy, came crashing down, and Kalisa's pupils dilated. Just as there was no escape, a faint blue beam suddenly shot from behind her, accurately hitting the gap in the leader's armor. Bruce's figure appeared beside her, the god blue energy wave somewhat unstable, and the burn mark on his left arm was seeping blood. Quick, let's go! Bruce grabbed Kalisa's wrist and turned, charging into the collapsing rift. Behind them came the resounding explosion of the fortress. Amidst the chaotic currents, countless time fragments fell like shooting stars. Back in the god realm, Bruce was nearly drained, his god blue form dissipating as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Kalisa handed him a senzu bean, looking at the mark on his arm. This injury. I'm fine. Kalisa had previously tried to heal Bruce with her healing technique, but found it utterly ineffective. The abilities created by mortals were too low in level to heal someone with divine energy. Bruce swallowed the senzu bean, and his wound healed instantly. Lord Beerus, Lady Kuranoa, it's done. Beerus was munching on the last piece of grilled meat, not even looking up, barely acceptable. However, Kuranoa put away her staff, her expression solemn. This time, not only did you successfully destroy the fortress, but you also unexpectedly triggered the self-repair mechanism of the time rift, which is a good thing. Because those scattered time fragments are slowly returning to their original timelines. She looked at Bruce. Now do you wish to formally join the Time Patrol? Bruce and Kalisa exchanged a glance, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. Bruce smiled. Is there food? Kuranoa chuckled lightly, waving her staff, a silver time ring landing in the palms of Bruce and Kalisa. The kitchen of the Nest of Time will be at your disposal from now on. Kalisa took the ring that belonged to her, tracing her fingers over the time patterns on it. Suddenly she laughed happily. Then, before we embark on missions, we must first have Lord Whis teach us how to cook the specialties from across the universe. Whis smiled gently while Beerus, dissatisfied, rapped the table, finished the grilled meat on the table before anything else. Under the crystal lamp, the aroma of food wafted once more. Bruce gazed at the ring in his palm, feeling the flow of time power within it, and suddenly realized that this was far more flavorful than simply training to become stronger. Guarding the multiverse in this manner seemed much more fulfilling. Kalisa looked out at the starry sky of the divine realm, gripping the ring tightly, knowing that their adventure was just Kalisa mimicked him and put on the ring, turning it around, suddenly smiling. This thing is more convenient than Bulma's capsules. At least I don't have to worry about losing it. Kuranoa put away her staff, the pale golden divine light swirling around her. The time ring not only locates time coordinates, but also stores items. It is far superior to your so-called spatial rings. However, the most important thing is that it allows you to maintain the stability of your own timeline, even amidst temporal chaos. If you lack this protection, ordinary people entering a time rift would be torn to shreds into countless past and future fragments within 3 seconds. Bruce stroked the ring, recalling the time rift he encountered at the edge of the universe earlier. He couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder that energy felt so bizarre. It had already touched upon the laws of time. So you really need to train hard. Whis brought over a freshly baked cosmic berry pie, smiling warmly. The enemies the Time Patrol faces often possess the ability to distort time. For example, time parasites that can burrow into the timelines of living beings and devour their past, causing them to vanish from the current timeline. Kalisa took a bite of the berry pie, the sweet and sour juice bursting on her tongue. Sounds like a horror movie setting. It's far more terrifying than a horror movie. Kuranoa's tone turned serious. Just last month, an entire colonized planet in Universe 12 suddenly lost 1 million residents without a trace. Kuranoa's tone turned serious. Just last month, an entire colonized planet in Universe 12 suddenly lost. She looked at Bruce. Bruce, perhaps you will have the opportunity to find this. Not yet. The Chrononest database contains dossiers on criminals across countless timelines and eras. Your first task is to familiarize yourselves with their abilities. Your native timeline remains in active development. Additionally, I will assign you to the temporal simulator for live combat. It can replicate any battlefield across time, from primordial jungles of the dinosaur age to mechanized metropolises of far future cosmos, even the final cataclysmic moment before a planet's total annihilation. Beerus, now sated, leaned back in his chair and idly picked his teeth. Training is training, but don't delay my... And remember, Bruce and Carissa, you are still provisional destroyers. That matters little. What does matter is that chocolate lava cake you mentioned earlier. When shall I taste it? Bruce chuckled at Beerus's expression. Whenever your majesty pleases, so long as you find it worthy. For the next fortnight, Bruce and Carissa shuttled tirelessly between the destroyer realm and the temporal simulator. The simulator's first trial recreated the battlefield of Namek from an alternate timeline. When Frisia's grotesque third form loomed before her, Carissa instinctively tensed every nerve. Though she knew it was simulation, the malevolent aura felt identical to her original encounter, raw, suffocating, and utterly real. Do not be deceived by appearances. Your strength surpasses Frisia's by far. Bruce's voice rang beside her, his divine blue aura shimmering like liquid sapphire around them both. Watch his tail. It is his center of power. This was no overkill. The simulated adversaries had attained power rivaling Golden Frisia himself. Carissa nodded, then blurred into motion, streaking like a silver filament behind Frisia. The simulacrum reacted instantly, its long tail whipping forward with a sonic shriek. Anticipating the strike, Carissa lightly tapped the simulated ground, propelling herself skyward. As she evaded, her right hand coalesced a focused energy sphere, precisely striking the base of Frisia's tail. Boom! The simulacrum staggered. Seizing the opening, Bruce drove a divine blue fist straight into its chest, the very blow that in another timeline had felled Frisia at the hands of Son Goku. The simulated battlefield dissolved. Cronoa's voice resonated through the vast chamber. Well done. You seized the moment with impeccable timing. The second trial simulated the future timeline inhabited by Trunks. These simulacra were stronger than average, matching the upgraded Super Android 17, and possessed immortality. Androids 17 and 18 proved relentless. Their boundless energy reserves left Bruce and Carissa exhausted after 3 grueling hours, yet still unable to fully dismantle them. This cannot continue, Carissa gasped, her battle suit damp with sweat. She turned to Bruce. Their energy cycle has no flaw. Direct confrontation only drains us. Bruce studied their movements intently. Observe their joints. 17's left shoulder dips slightly before each punch. 18's right leg slows its energy flow by 0.1 seconds before kicking. That is the precise gap in their energy conversion. Only divine blue perception, attuned to the subtlest currents of ki, could have revealed such infinitesimal vulnerability. Carissa's eyes lit with understanding. I'll draw 18's attention. I'll feint and lure her into a kick. She surged forward deliberately, exposing an opening. Crack! Sparks erupted from the joint. Their energy circulation shattered. Immortality suspended, if only for a heartbeat. Carissa seized the moment, channeling all her might into a spinning kick, shattering 18th's right knee and severing her energy flow. The simulacra dissolved. Bruce exhaled, releasing divine blue form, his back soaked in cold sweat. Their energy control is unervingly precise, and their immortality makes them far more formidable than anticipated. No entity within the simulator could be judged by ordinary standards. Cronoa materialized at the chamber's center, her gaze warm with approval. To identify such a flaw within 3 hours exceeds even season time patrollers. But remember, in the true future timeline, androids grant no such margin for error. She raised a hand. The star map reappeared, one pulsing red dot blazing fiercely. This is our latest anomaly, universe 7, Earth, feudal Japan 300 years ago. Traces of temporal parasites have already been detected. 3 villages' histories have been consumed. Bruce and Carissa exchanged a glance, both instinctively touching their temporal rings. This is your first official mission. Remember, under no circumstances may you interfere with history, beyond eliminating the parasites. Locate their nest, eradicate the threat, and return immediately. Understood, they replied in unison. Whis appeared silently beside them, holding a lacquered food box. Inside are specially formulated compressed energy bars, preserved across all timelines. And this scanner displays parasite energy fluctuations. Red signifies danger, green denotes safety. Thank you, Master Whis, Bruce said gratefully. Beerus lounged lazily by the doorway, a blade of grass between his teeth. Don't embarrass Universe 7. Bruce accepted the box with a smile, sealing it into his temporal ring. Rest assured, we'll bring back locals. Cronoa's staff swept forward. A rift of swirling spacetime unfolded, revealing mist-shrouded mountains and ancient forests, distant warhorses neighing beyond the threshold. Bruce and Carissa exchanged one last look, then stepped through. The portal sealed behind them. Whis turned to Cronoa. Do you believe they will succeed? Cronoa gazed where the portal had vanished, a faint knowing smile playing upon her lips. Bruce's divine aura suppresses temporal energy. Carissa's velocity rivals time itself. They are born guardians of spacetime. Beerus snorted, ambling toward the dining table. Just ensure my chocolate lava cake is ready upon their return. Deep within the warring Statesera forest, Bruce and Carissa perched silently atop ancient boughs, surveying the ruins of a village below. The detector blazed crimson. The air hung thick with the acrid scent of temporal ash. The parasites are near. Carissa whispered, fingertips gathering a quiet pulse of ki. I'll scout east. You hold position. Maintain contact. Bruce nodded. Stay cautious. If anything feels amiss, withdraw immediately. No solo engagements. Carissa vanished into the emerald depths. Bruce closed his eyes. His divine aura expanded, silent, vast, and invisible, as it wove through the fabric of time, sensing distortions like a net cast across reality. He perceived the forest's timeline clearly, gnawed, jagged, and incomplete, like bread bitten into by unseen teeth. These were the scars left by temporal parasites. From the northwest came Carissa's urgent cry, Bruce. A massive temporal vortex. Its nest may lie with. Bruce launched himself forward, racing through the dense canopy, until the sight ahead froze his breath. At the clearing's heart spun a black vortex, tens of meters wide. Surrounding trees withered, regenerated, and withered again in rapid succession. Time itself twisted here, coiled like rope. Carissa was surrounded by palm-sized gray insects, translucent bodies pulsing with viscous ashen energy. Temporal parasites, the dread entities capable of erasing beings from every reality. Their energy freezes motion. Carissa's speed visibly faltered, a frost already glazed her battle suit. Watch out. Without hesitation, Bruce unleashed a cerulean energy blade, slicing through time itself. The blade cleaved the air with temporal authority, splitting several parasites cleanly in two. Their gray husks crumbled instantly into temporal ash, vanishing without trace. Are you all right? Bruce landed beside her, steadying her arm. Fine. Just frozen stiff, she replied, shaking. The vortex emits intense energy signatures. That must be the core. Bruce gazed into the churning darkness, probing it with his divine sense, and recoiled inwardly at the familiar ravenous pull. It echoed the space-time fissures he'd once encountered at the universe's edge, only infinitely stronger. These parasites emerged from such a rift. He spoke gravely. We must destroy the core, or more will flood forth. Carissa nodded. I'll draw the parasites circling the vortex. You enter while they're distracted. No. Bruce refused. Time flow inside is chaotic. Entry risks being scattered across disparate. Then we enter together, for mutual support. He grasped Carissa's hand. A luminous cocoon of divine blue energy enveloped them both. Hold on tight. The cocoon plunged into the vortex. Within the whirling void, fractured visions flashed before them. Village festivals in full bloom, scenes of parasitic devastation, even glimpses of Earth's gleaming future metropolises. Bruce shielded Carissa fiercely, his divine blue aura deflecting torrents of warped temporal force, his mind chanting ceaselessly, find the core, find the core. For these creatures threatened not just defeat, but utter erasure. A single misstep could consign them to oblivion forever. Time lost meaning. until abruptly the cocoon burst forth, landing them in a desolate monochrome expanse. There was no up or down, only infinite floating gray eggs, each cradling a dormant temporal parasite. At the chamber's heart pulsed a black beating heart, exuding waves of ashen energy the nest's core. Carissa broke free of the cocoon, accelerating to full velocity, racing straight for the core. But then, cracks spread across the eggs. Thousands of parasites erupted, surging toward them like a tidal wave. Bruce's gaze hardened. Divine blue flared to incandescence. Carissa, destroy the core. Leave the rest to me. His fists blazed. Countless cerulean energy spheres erupted like meteor showers, each striking a parasite with surgical precision. Yet numbers overwhelmed precision. A few slipped past, darting toward Carissa. Carissa, behind you. Bruce roared. In one fluid motion, he interposed himself, taking the impact squarely on his left arm. Gray energy flooded his limb, freezing it instantly. Searing agony lanced through him, and his divine blue aura flickered violently. Bruce. Carissa glanced back, tears welling, but did not slow. Her sole purpose was the core. Only its destruction would save them both. She gathered every ounce of ki, fusing it into a silver lance, and drove it deep into the black. Vroom. The core wailed. Black ichor gushed forth. Every parasite froze, then crumbled into ash. The gray dimension began collapsing. Bruce seized Carissa's hand, reforming the divine blue cocoon, and shot toward the vortex's exit. When they opened their eyes again, they stood beneath the sun-dappled pines of feudal Japan. The vortex had vanished. The detector's crimson glow faded, replaced by serene, steady green. The stench of decay lifted. Warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, real, golden, and alive. Did we succeed? Carissa whispered, disbelief trembling in her voice. Bruce flexed his still stiff left arm and smiled. It appears so. He raised his temporal ring. Master Cronoa, we request recall. The ring glowed softly. A space-time portal bloomed open. Beyond it wafted the familiar, tranquil essence of the destroyer realm. Beerus, dozed atop the dining table, was polished a teacup with unhurried grace. Cronoa stood before the star map. At their return, warmth and quiet pride brightened her eyes. Timeline integrity restored in Universe 7's Warring States era. Excellent work. Carissa strode to the table and devoured a half-eaten berry pie in one bite. Nothing tastes better than Destroyer Realm. Bruce watched Beerus sleep and remembered the promised chocolate lava cake. Turning toward the kitchen, he said, time. Whis followed with a gentle smile. Shall I assist? I know the optimal melting point for cosmic-grade chocolate. Cronoa watched them go, then glanced at the star map, where the previously unstable point now shone calm and steady, her staff tapping softly against her palm. Perhaps these two Scions from Universe 7 truly were destined to become the linchpins of multiversal harmony. And their journey as temporal patrollers had only just begun. Countless fractured timelines awaited mending. Formidable foes lay in wait. Yet Cronoa held unwavering faith. So long as Bruce and Carissa stood side by side, even the most turbulent spacetime would find its course restored. Perhaps these two Scions from Universe 7 truly were destined to become the linchpins of multiversal harmony. And their journey. At that thought, Cronoa allowed herself a quiet smile, then dissolved from the Destroyer realm without a trace. Bruce and Carissa's potential, and their extraordinary performance, had now drawn the attention of the Grand Priest himself, laying the foundation for their ascension to the sacred order of divine administrators. 5 years later, at the edge of the universe, a desolate expanse where even starlight struggles to reach, coordinates temporal sector A7th universe, the frontier planet Bisalco. Bisalco is a planet cloaked in deep violet, its surface scarred by rivers of molten lava and vast wastelands of shattered stone and dust. At this moment it hangs suspended in the ink-black void. Its atmosphere is thin, its gravity wildly unstable. Violent cosmic storms have scoured its surface for eons. No life stirs here. No civilization endures. Only eternal silence and cold. This barren world is where Bruce, now a full-fledged temporal patrol officer and official candidate destroyer, carries out his preliminary cleansing assignment. Bruce stands alone upon a floating platform hovering 100 meters above the planet's surface, clad in his candidate destroyer's robe, deep black edged with gold, fitted flawlessly to his form. His raven black hair drifts weightlessly, lifting gently in the stillness. His profound, intelligent eyes, dark as midnight, gaze down calmly upon the planet's restless terrain. He emits no overwhelming aura, only his natural state, yet it carries an innate crushing weight capable of subduing entire starfields. It is the unique resonance born from the fusion of his pure Scion ancestral bloodline, destructive energy, and temporal energy, an aura potent enough to erase lesser civilizations in an instant. He has served across this sector of spacetime for 5 full years. 5 years ago, Earth still basked in the quiet aftermath of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The fragile piece of that era, now a distant memory. Bruce and Carissa, both Scions, were simultaneously chosen. Bruce by the destroyer Beerus as a candidate destroyer, and Carissa by the Time King Cronoa as a temporal patrol officer. From that day forward, they embarked upon a path spanning countless universes, guardians of cosmic equilibrium, arbiters of time's delicate balance. Yet one anchor remains on Earth. Bulma Briefs, the brilliant, proud, and tenderly stubborn daughter of Dr. Briefs of West City. On Bruce's wrist rests a chronal wrist comms device, custom modified by Bulma. Integrating both temporal communication and destroyer mission protocols, its signal steady and unbroken. Bruce, status report. Beerus's voice emerges from the wristband, lazily authoritative, low and resonant, cutting sharply through the silence of space. Lord Beerus, the planet's core has developed unstable fissures. Residual malevolent energy is already spreading outward. By the universal law of the Omni King, a low-intensity destruction and sealing protocol is required to prevent contamination of neighboring star systems. My assessment is calm without fluctuation. I estimate completion within 10 minutes, after which I shall return to the destroyer realm for brief respite. No need to rush. Beerus replies, tone detached, yet commanding. No urgent matters currently demand your presence on Earth. You may proceed per standard protocol. If necessary, simply unleash destructive energy, erase it entirely. Simple, direct. A subtle flicker of light passes across Bruce's eyes. Earth. Instinctively, Bruce channels his awareness through the wrist comms, linking to Earth's orbital surveillance feed. After a brief shimmer of light, the screen resolves into the familiar cerulean sphere he knows so well. All remains unchanged from his last visit. Serene, harmonious, pulsing softly with the warmth of human life. The feed shifts to Bulma's residence. Her newly upgraded interstellar spacecraft parked neatly in the courtyard. Her laboratory lights burn steadily, and there she is, bent intently over her work.
In this city, Reed repeated. Houston nodded. His injuries are severe, and he's already been taken for treatment. Reed, you seem very interested in this Saiyan.
Says Bruce. 5 years. 5 years since he and Carissa ascended as candidate destroyers. 5 years traversing infinite timelines, witnessing galaxies birth and perish. He has eradicated cosmic threats, executed missions of merciless precision. So much so that solitude and cold have long since become second nature. Yet at the mere thought of Earth, of Bulma, of Carissa, of comrades like Son Goku, Krillin, Ten Shinhan Katsu, and Master Roshi, the rigid order of the destroyer, the exacting discipline of the temporal patrol momentarily softens, replaced by the gentle, enduring warmth of home. He raises a hand, lightly tapping the comms interface, his voice lowering, shedding its formal deference, softening into something rare, intimate, reserved solely for Bulma. Bulma, it's me. Earth, West City, the underground laboratory of the Briefs mansion. Bulma leans over a workbench strewn with schematics and instruments, calibrating the core chip of her newest battle power detector, when Bruce's voice suddenly fills her ears. She snaps upright, eyes alight with sudden brilliance, snatching up the communicator with practiced ease, her tone half scolding, wholly delighted. Bruce, you finally decided to call. Are you stuck somewhere obscure again? 5 days without word. I half expected you'd been swallowed by some backwater planet's monster. Frontier planet Bisalco, sealing residual energy. Perfectly safe, Bruce replies softly. Then casually, and you, how are things on Earth? Any anomalies? Anomalies. Peaceful beyond belief. Though 5 years ago some king of the world fellow showed up babbling about Saiyans coming to Earth. Bulma rolls her eyes. Her fingers idly twist a strand of hair behind her ear as she continues. Goku's back. He's running wild across Mount Paozu with Gohan every day. Shishi remains unchanged, relentlessly drilling Gohan on his studies. And that green-skinned Namekian Piccolo, still holed up in the wilderness, training in solitude. Does that mossy recluse ever get bored? Krillin meanwhile makes pilgrimage to Turtle Hermit Island daily. Everyone's exactly as before. Oh, and your stunningly brilliant wife Bulma has just completed testing her latest battle power detector. When you return, I'll install the absolute top-tier model, no exceptions. She beams with unmistakable pride. Guaranteed superior to anything used by that Frisia force you once mentioned. Bruce offers only a quiet, knowing smile. Good. I'll be home soon. To see you. About time. Bulma laughs bright and clear. Oh, and Carissa sent a message too. She's stabilizing temporal turbulence in parallel timeline 77. Everything's under control. No need to worry. Honestly, you two. Why on earth did you sign up as candidate destroyers and temporal patrol officers? Vanishing constantly. Leaving me here alone guarding Earth while I wait for you both to come home. Bruce pauses, his gaze returning to the image of Earth glowing softly on his wrist display. Soon he murmurs, voice barely above a whisper. The transmission ends briefly. Bruce recenters himself, his presence settling once more into the serene, unwavering composure of a candidate destroyer. By current temporal reckoning, this is age 761 in the primary timeline. That means, if nothing unforeseen intervenes, this will be the year Raditz arrives on Earth seeking Goku's. Raditz, just don't make a fool of yourself. Don't endanger Bulma, or you'll answer not to the destroyer, but to your former squad commander. Bruce raises his right hand. At his fingertip, a slender wisp of violet destructive energy coalesces, softly luminous yet dense with the power to shatter stars, as he aims it toward the planet's turbulent core. Boom! A thunderous detonation follows. Temporal sector B, parallel timeline 77, along the ragged edge of a space-time rift, where Carissa, temporal patrol officer and candidate destroyer, holds her post. Unlike the barren stillness of Basalco, Carissa's domain teems with chaos, swirling currents of fractured light, shards of splintered time, drifting like broken glass. This is a designated high-risk zone, sanctioned by the temporal temple itself. Here infinite parallel timelines intersect. Even the faintest turbulence could collapse reality itself. Guardians of such fractures are legends, super scions of mythic stature. Among them stands Carissa, elite temporal patrol officer, candidate destroyer of the 7th universe's primary timeline. She wears the patrol's signature blue and white combat suit. Her raven black hair is pulled tightly into a high ponytail, wisps flutter freely across her brow. Her eyes, black like Bruce, yet sharper, keener, remain locked onto the violently warping membrane of space. As a legendary super scion, her body pulses with the primordial essence of ancient scions, imbued with the Excel lineage, a bloodline whispered of in cosmic annals. Her power is fierce, her presence overwhelming, wildly potent, yet perfectly controlled. Yet unlike Bruce, whose strength is forged through relentless self-cultivation and hard-won mastery, Carissa's divine energy flows directly from Beerus's bestowal of destructive force and Cronoa's gift of temporal authority. Thus Bruce's aura remains tempered, grounded, while hers radiates raw, untamed intensity. Since joining the Temporal Patrol 5 years ago, her unmatched prowess has stabilized dozens of collapsing parallel. She and Bruce grew up side by side, scion kin bound by shared heritage and shared purpose, walking the same solemn path toward cosmic order, toward the sacred duty of temporal guardianship. Though now separated across divergent dimensions, their bond endures, unbroken, unshaken, ever-present. Now suspended at the rift's heart, Carissa is wreathed in shimmering golden-green energy, the unmistakable aura of a legendary super scion. Fierce and unrestrained, it forms an impenetrable barrier, repelling the chaotic tides of fractured time. In her grip rests the temporal temple's chrono repair staff, her fingertips channeling divine energy as she seals the widening breach with precise, rapid strokes. Temporal Patrol Unit 73, Candidate Destroyer Carissa, Status Report. Repair progress at Sector B3, Parallel Timeline 7787 complete. Residual turbulence contained. No unauthorized temporal incursions detected. No historical tampering observed. Mission nearing conclusion. She speaks clearly into her comm link, her voice crisp, decisive, imbued with the unwavering resolve of acknowledged Officer Carissa. Maintain vigilance. Upon completion, proceed to the temporal nexus for rest and authorize private comms access to Earth's 7th universe coordinates. A dignified voice, bearing the gravitas of high temporal temple rank, issues the reply, then cuts the line. Carissa exhales, brushing a fine sheen of sweat from her temple. She activates her private channel, first attempting Bruce's frequency. His signal reads, mission critical lockdown, then seamlessly switches to Bulma's Earth frequency. Seconds later, Bulma's voice bursts forth bright and warm. Carissa, how's the turbulence? Sorted yet? Almost. Carissa replies with a soft laugh. Her tone lightens noticeably. Just minor instability, handled effortlessly. Has Bruce contacted you? He always shuts down comms mid-mission, drives me mad with worry. He just did, on Basalco's sealing energy. Perfectly safe. Stop fretting over him, Bulma answers, amusement lacing her words. She adds cheerfully, everything's stable here on Earth. You two can breathe easy. That's a relief, Carissa sighs, visibly relaxing. Her gaze drifts far, piercing layers of space-time, to settle upon that distant, beloved blue world. Humph. You two promise endlessly, yet always delay. Bulma feigns irritation, but her laughter bubbles up warm and genuine. Fine, I won't keep you. Stay safe, and report the moment you land. Bulma and Carissa share a closeness akin to sisters, even deeper at times than Bruce and Bulma's own bond. Occasionally Bruce wonders if the two harbor secrets he'll never uncover. Had Carissa been human, perhaps. But she shares Goku's obsession, mention combat, and her eyes ignite with understood. Carissa ends the call, and refocuses instantly on the rift before her. She draws a deep breath, and erupts. Legendary Super Saiyan power surges forth, unrestrained, blinding. Golden-green radiance floods the fractured void, illuminating chaos with searing clarity. At the staff's tip, light intensifies to incandescence, sealing the final fissure with flawless final grace. Mission accomplished. Carissa retracts her power, returning to stillness, hovering calmly within the now stabilized corridor of spacetime, glancing at her chronal locator. The display shows Earth's coordinates, 7th universe primary timeline, clear, precise, tantalizingly near. Yet protocol forbids immediate return. She exhales softly. Images rising unbidden, Bruce's quiet strength, Bulma's dazzling smile, Kakarot sprinting across Mount Paozu with baby Gohan in his arms, comrades training alone in silent dedication. 5 years of peace have lulled Earth into tranquil complacency. But Carissa, the temporal patrol officer, has witnessed too many timelines crumble, too many worlds reborn from ash. A faint chilling resonance stirs, cold, predatory, unmistakably malignant, drawing nearer to Earth 7. Raditz, what business does that weakling have on Earth? Carissa murmurs, voice edged with quiet disdain. Back on Earth, Mount Paozu. The sky stretches wide and cloudless, cerulean streaked with translucent white, sunlight spilling warmly across the land. Rolling emerald hills rise endlessly, fields shimmer with lush greenery, a gentle breeze stirs leaves and grass alike into soft rhythmic sway. At the foot of Mount Paozu lies a modest cottage, the current home of son Goku, his wife Chi-Chi, and their son Gohan. Simple, unassuming, deeply warm. Were Bruce not perpetually engaged elsewhere, he would surely insist on upgrading their dwelling. After all, one of Earth's last Saiyans deserves better than this. She calls out toward the doorway, voice equal parts exasperated and affectionate. Gohan, dinner's ready. Inside, Shishi, daughter of the Ox King Goku's wife, Gohan's mother, wears an apron as she carries steaming dishes from the kitchen, placing them gently on the table. Go fetch Gohan. Again. He's vanished into the woods. Dinner will grow cold if he doesn't hurry. Her logic is immutable. If I am working and you are idle, then you must act. Immediately, Goku springs upright, instantly scratching his head with a sheepish grin. All right, I'll go find him, Shishi. With that he leaps, launching himself from the cottage in a single bound. He races toward the forest's heart, where trees tower thick and ancient, dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy and scattered gold. He races toward the forest's heart, where trees tower thick and ancient, dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy and scattered golden motes. Birds sing from boughs, squirrels dart playfully along branches, a tableau of perfect pastoral calm. Goku lands lightly on the forest floor, calling out as he walks. Gohan, where are you? Shishi says dinner's ready. A rustle stirs nearby, in the tall grass. Then comes a small, trembling voice, wavering with tears. Dad, help me. Goku dashes forward, only to find a massive, snarling wolf bearing down on little Gohan, who cowers against the trunk of an old tree, his Saiyan cap fallen beside him, his tiny frame shaking uncontrollably. Gohan, are you alright? Goku kneels, scooping up his sobbing son, gently wiping away tears with his thumb. He retrieves the cap and places it carefully back atop Gohan's head. Dad, I got lost. Gohan whispers, clinging tightly to Goku's neck. It's alright, Dad's here. Let's go home for dinner. Smiling warmly, Goku rises, with Gohan cradled securely, and prepares to launch skyward. At that very instant, a sudden alien presence descends. Cold, immense, oppressive. It sweeps across Earth from the heavens, blanketing the entire planet in a shroud of dread. Goku's smile vanishes, his expression hardens, eyes narrowing with instinctive wariness. Beneath this deceptively tranquil surface, a storm, fated to decide Earth's survival, has already begun to gather. In these years, Krillin and the others, anticipating future crises, have devoted themselves entirely to rigorous cultivation. Thus they abstained from the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. Their martial prowess now far surpasses that of any earthly practitioner, rendering such contests obsolete. In a village on Earth, a farmer in his 40s watched as ostriches and other small animals happily pecked at the grass, and he wore a half-overall weeding work uniform with a plaid inner lining and a pair of round, thin-framed glasses perched on his scruffy face. Suddenly, a crimson meteor streaked across the sky without warning, trailing a fiery tail as it plummeted towards the nearby ground. Is it a meteor or a flying saucer? In the distance, grayish-yellow smoke slowly rose, and the seven ostriches... Is it a meteor or a flying saucer? In the distance, grayish-yellow smoke slowly rose, and the seven ostriches ceased their activities, all directing their attention toward the smoking area. The farm owner murmured, I should go take a look. He hopped into a work vehicle, the engine sputtering as he sped. Along the way, wisps of clouds floated in the blue sky, and in the distance a few snow-white peaks loomed over the undeveloped plains contracted by the farm owner, with occasional dense trees scattered around. Huh. The farm owner gasped as he stopped the vehicle, and quickly jumped out, eager to see what this fallen object from the sky was. He secretly pondered that if it was truly a meteor, he might just strike it rich. The acrid smell of burnt smoke mixed with the scent of grass and soil wafted towards him, causing him to frown at the unpleasant odor. Before him lay a massive circular crater approximately 20 meters in diameter, with an unidentified object resembling a golf ball resting at the bottom. Its windows were made of deep red, unknown glass. The farm owner stared at this strange object and muttered to himself, this doesn't look like a meteor, what could it possibly be? As the farm owner was in shock, a humanoid hand reached out from inside the object, firmly grasping the edge of the doorframe. Moments later, a humanoid figure crawled out. This mysterious figure had a head of thick black hair that cascaded down to below the knees, a tall stature, and wore a uniquely styled armor-like vest. What shocked the farm owner even more was that this person floated slowly like a specter, hovering half a meter above the ground before gently landing on the grass, fixating his gaze on him. The figure's left eye was covered by a green lensed device resembling large headphones, and he wore a brown and black sleeveless vest that showcased his robust physique. At this moment his gaze was icy cold, and a hint of disdain lingered at the corner of his mouth, exuding an air of The figure spoke with a hint of irritation. "So the people of this planet are still alive, that foolish cockroach." The farm owner's lips quivered as he asked in astonishment, Who are you?" The farm owner was frightened by this chilling aura, retreating repeatedly. His hands, gripping the rifle, trembled, but the figure remained expressionless, raised his hand to press the device he was wearing, scanned the farm owner, and then slowly approached, disdainfully stating, "Power level is only 5, you're nothing but trash." The farm owner didn't understand what this meant, and simply aimed the gun at the figure, trembling as he threatened, "He'll kill you." The figure showed no concern and continued to step closer. In a panic, the farm owner unconsciously pulled the trigger, and the rifle misfired, shooting a bullet straight at the figure's head. The figure merely curled his lips, revealing a mocking smirk. As the saying goes in the realm of martial arts, nothing is invulnerable, only speed is unbeatable. He extended a hand and effortlessly caught the bullet that had been fired at close range, even playing with it casually. The farm owner was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, his whole body trembling. The figure flicked the bullet with a gesture reminiscent of a child playing marbles, producing a sonic boom. The bullet struck the farm owner with irrefutable force, obliterating both him and the vehicle he was in. The car emitted clouds of white smoke as Raditz witnessed the first Earthling being easily killed. Raditz gazed at the corpse of the farm owner with a mocking expression, taunting, There are actually such weak species." At that moment, the detector on Raditz's chest suddenly emitted an alarming sound, drawing his attention. The detector displayed the location and coordinates of an unusual energy source, and he muttered, "Someone has a strong power. The distance is 4,880. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, dressed in traditional Chinese attire and wearing a hat adorned with a special 4-star ball, was a boy who loved to wander, had lost his way in the deep forest the next day. Now Son Gohan was extremely frightened, repeatedly shouting, "Dad! Dad!" After calling for a while, there was still no response. Son Gohan cried as he ran aimlessly through the woods, his tail swaying rhythmically behind him. After running for a while, feeling tired, he stopped in front of a giant tree stump to rest. A rainbow-colored butterfly larger than him flew by and landed briefly on the stump, immediately catching his attention. Son Gohan stopped crying and suddenly smiled, looking at the butterfly, so beautiful. However, the butterfly was startled and flew away, prompting Son Gohan to chase after it, shouting, "Wait a moment." After a while, the butterfly landed on a tree, and Son Gohan approached the tree, looking up at the butterfly, still wanting to catch it. "It's staying there, good." His expression suddenly turned serious, resembling young Son Wukong. Following that, Son Gohan took a few steps to gain momentum and leaped, aiming to jump 8 meters high to catch the butterfly. Unfortunately, he overestimated his jumping ability, only managing to reach the height of the stump before sliding down the tree trunk, helplessly gazing at the butterfly above. He tried to climb up, but failed and fell. Left with no choice, he had to give up on catching the butterfly and continued to wander aimlessly through the woods. As he passed by a bush, he heard rustling sounds from within. When Son Gohan leaned in to take a look, a saber-toothed tiger suddenly leaped out, its long fangs dripping with saliva. Son Gohan turned to run, but tripped over himself and fell to the ground. He turned around and saw the over 200-pound large saber-toothed tiger approaching step by step, instantly displaying an expression of immense fear, his mouth trembling. At that moment, Son Gohan thought, "Play dead." So he closed his eyes and lay still on the ground. This move puzzled the saber-toothed tiger, but it still moved closer and licked Son Gohan's face. Son Gohan opened his eyes, quickly got up, touched his head, and yelled, "My hat!" Crying, Son Gohan's emotions surged, and he ran faster, catching up to the saber-toothed tiger in the blink of an eye. The saber-toothed tiger turned around, saw the screaming child, and was terrified, turning tail to run. Thus a chase ensued, and just as Son Gohan was about to catch up, they reached the edge of a cliff where the saber-toothed tiger made a turn and escaped from the other side. With his eyes closed, Son Gohan rushed through the grass and only realized he had stepped into thin air when it was too late, falling directly off the cliff. Frightened, Son Gohan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found that his tail had caught onto a tree growing at the bottom of the cliff, which was less than a meter above the ground. He was stunned for a moment, jumped down to the ground feeling a bit more secure, but then he couldn't help but cry again, startling the birds in the forest into flight. On the other side, Sun Wukong arrived at the tree stump where Son Gohan had rested earlier, calling out Gohan. Son Gohan, feeling sad, walked to a riverbank and saw a broken tree branch with a woodpecker perched on it. Wow, it's a blue tea parlor bird. He carefully climbed onto the branch, resting his head on it to take a closer look. Wow, so beautiful. As he spoke, he startled the woodpecker. Son Gohan hurriedly shouted, "Wait a moment." Son Gohan nervously shouted, "Dad." In the forest, Son Wukong, searching for his son, seemed to hear Gohan's cries, pausing for a moment, but not hearing a second call. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger with Son Gohan's hat appeared leisurely from the bushes before Son Wukong. Son Wukong noticed and asked, "Hey, that hat you're wearing is my son's hat." The saber-toothed tiger, seeing another human, turned around and bared its teeth at Son Wukong. Having grown up in the mountains, Son Wukong had seen many saber-toothed tigers and was unperturbed, continuing to ask, "Where did you get that from?" The saber-toothed tiger didn't understand and continued to snarl, wanting to attack Son Wukong. Forgetting that animals couldn't talk, Son Wukong's demeanor shifted, and he sternly questioned, "I asked where you got that from." The saber-toothed tiger, with its keen sense of danger, was suddenly startled, trembling all over, and dropped the hat, fleeing without a second thought. Son Gohan was swept downstream with the rushing river, sometimes grabbing onto tree branches, sometimes being struck and choking on water, all while shouting, "Dad, Mom, Wah," with tears streaming down. Son Wukong rode on the flying Nimbus, calling out, "Gohan," searching around until he finally spotted a log and Son Gohan in the river, shouting, "Gohan." Upon hearing the call, Son Gohan noticed his father, instantly revealing a joyful smile. "It's Dad." Yet just as he opened his mouth, he choked on several mouthfuls of river water. Son Wukong anxiously shouted from the air, "Hang on, I'm coming to save you." The river grew increasingly rapid, fast enough that even the flying Nimbus struggled to keep up, always falling just short. At that moment, Son Wukong noticed a mountain tunnel.
Understood. After watching Liege for a while,
Son Gohan drifted in the pitch-black tunnel with the river, and after a while he finally saw a light ahead beneath, which was a waterfall dozens of meters high. "Mom, Gohan." Son Wukong looked at the surging waterfall and deep pool from the flying Nimbus, planning to jump down to search. Just as he was about to leap, he heard Gohan's cries coming from above the waterfall, shocking him immensely. Looking up, he saw that Son Gohan had somehow appeared on a tree about 10 meters above the waterfall, clinging tightly to the trunk, eyes closed, and crying out in fear, "Wah wah wah, I'm so scared. Wah wah wah, I can't come down." Son Wukong slowly ascended on the flying Nimbus to level with Son Gohan's height, curiously observing his son. Upon hearing the familiar sound of the flying Nimbus, Son Gohan opened his eyes and immediately saw his father jumping down from the tree into Son Wukong's embrace. "Dad. Wah wah wah, I'm really so scared." Son Wukong looked at the height of the waterfall, then at Son Gohan, astonished, as he asked, "Gohan, did you climb up there by yourself?" Son Gohan also regained his senses, glancing around in confusion as he replied, "I don't know." Son Wukong no longer dwelled on it and put Gohan's hat back on his head, saying, "Gohan, let's go home, it's all safe now. We need to hurry to Master Rose's place." Son Gohan immediately broke into a happy smile and nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Raditz was still in the air, continuously searching for Son Wukong's whereabouts. Feeling the distance was too far, he cursed impatiently, "Damn cockroach." His gaze swept over the bustling city below without pause, and after a while he encountered an area of yellowish dirt. On one of the high slopes, the silhouette of King Piccolo appeared, his white cloak fluttering in the wind. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on Piccolo's forehead, and he turned sharply, shock evident in his gaze as he looked into the distant sky, detecting an anomaly with his keen senses. What is this? This power? Could it be Son Wukong? As Piccolo intently observed the sky, the clouds seemed to be forcefully pushed apart, revealing a figure. Piccolo exclaimed in shock, "It's not him." Immediately afterward, Raditz's form transitioned from rapid motion to complete stillness, gently landing on the ground, showcasing impressive control as he stopped 5 meters in front of Piccolo. Raditz looked at the person before him and, somewhat disappointed, said, "You're not Kakarot." Piccolo asked, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Raditz felt he had been misunderstood and replied, "I'm not looking for you." Piccolo, somewhat surprised, continued, "Then what are you doing here?" "Looking for death." The last part he said with less conviction. Raditz laughed upon hearing this. "You've got some courage." He pressed a button on his detector, instantly locking onto Piccolo. "Oh, power level is 750. Unexpectedly, this will take a bit of effort, but you're still not my match." Due to the Kaioshin's advanced appearance 5 years ago, Piccolo's strength had improved compared to the original story, reaching a power level of 750. Meanwhile, Raditz, having received occasional tips from his training, was even stronger than in the original narrative. Upon hearing a stranger speak to him in such a manner, Piccolo angrily shouted, "What did you say? Do you know who you're talking to?" Raditz, unfazed, replied, "I don't know." Piccolo was infuriated by this dismissive attitude, his clenched jaw and the sweat on his forehead revealing his inner turmoil. The aura emanating from Raditz was overwhelmingly powerful, startling him. However, as the Demon King Piccolo, he suppressed his fear, flexed his arm muscles, and with a fierce grip released a powerful energy wave aimed directly at Raditz. Seeing the attack hit, Piccolo finally smiled, but as the smoke gradually cleared, his expression changed dramatically. Such a trivial technique, just raising a bit of dust. Raditz casually waved away the smoke indifferently, stating, "It's completely useless. Now it's my turn to strike." At this moment, Piccolo's mouth dropped open, his eyes widened, and cold sweat poured from his forehead as he stared in disbelief at Raditz, who was unharmed. Raditz looked at him and said, "Then let me show you my true skills." He raised his right hand, preparing to gather energy for a counterattack. Just then the detector suddenly emitted an alarming beeping sound. Raditz, surprised, said, "There's another powerful over there. The distance is 12,990. Quite significant. It could be the strongest power on this planet. No doubt about it. It must be Kakarot." He then rapidly flew towards Sun Wukong's direction, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After Raditz left, Piccolo finally sighed in relief, lying on the ground and gasping for breath, as if he had escaped death, murmuring, "Impossible. I was actually immobilized." Raditz, while flying, angrily declared, "Have you lost the dignity of a Saiyan, the strongest warrior in the universe?" Kakarot. At this moment, he recalled the scene from his childhood when his father Bardock placed Kakarot into the spaceship. Raditz's figure rapidly approached the Kame house, where Sun Wukong and the others were. No one knew what changes the early warning from the Kaishin 5 years ago would bring to the Saiyans and the universe. What level of power have Tien, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Master Roshi, and the others reached now? The afternoon sun on Turtle Island was warm and inviting. The sea sparkled brightly, gently lapping against the sandy shore, producing a soothing sound. Sun Wukong jumped down from the nimbus cloud, landing on the soft sand with his son in his arms. Son Gohan clung tightly to his father's neck, his little head swiveling left and right, taking in the novelty of everything around him. Master Roshi was lounging on a beach chair, holding a magazine with a glass of chilled juice beside him. Hearing the commotion, he lifted his head. "Wukong, you've arrived." Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze landing on Gohan. "So this is your son. He looks just like you when you were a child, even has the same tail." Gohan, hearing this, shyly buried his face in his father's shoulder, gripping tighter. Son Wukong scratched his head and smiled widely, saying, "Yes, Master Roshi. But this little guy got lost in the forest just now and almost got into trouble, which scared me to death. Dad, I was very brave." Gohan suddenly lifted his head, pouting in protest. He recalled chasing butterflies in the forest and almost being eaten by a saber-toothed tiger, feeling a bit embarrassed. Master Roshi burst into hearty laughter, his beard bouncing up and down. Just then a white figure descended from the sky. Piccolo landed not far away, his expression grim like the bottom of a pot. "Piccolo!" Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here?" Piccolo did not respond immediately. He stared intently at Sun Wukong, his chest heaving as he spoke in a low, urgent voice. "Sun Wukong, a terrifying foe, is looking for you. That guy's power is unfathomable." Master Roshi sat up in his chair, his expression turning serious. He set down the magazine and pushed up his sunglasses, saying, "Piccolo, take your time and explain what happened." Piccolo took a deep breath and recounted his recent experience. He mentioned that while training on the Lust Plateau, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura approaching from afar. The strength of that aura made his hairs stand on end. Then he saw a tall man with black hair descending from the sky, his eyes shining with a cold light. The man pressed a strange device on his ear and spoke some nonsensical words to him. Something about power level 750, and "You're not Kakarot." Piccolo mentioned that he unleashed a full power energy blast, but the opponent didn't even dodge, casually dispersing the attack with a wave of his hand. "That guy. He didn't even see me as a threat." Piccolo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Previously he had not taken the mysterious King Kais, but now faced with reality he realized that what the guy had said was true. Reluctantly, Piccolo admitted, "That guy looked at me as if I were an ant." Sun Wukong frowned upon hearing this. Memories from 5 or 6 years ago surfaced in his mind. It was after the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament when he had defeated Piccolo to become the champion just before preparing to marry Shishi. That night King Kai had also mentioned something similar. The King Kai, residing on King Kai's planet in the afterlife, knew much about the universe. He told Wukong that he was not from Earth, but from a warrior race called the Saiyans, known as Kakarot. Many years ago, planet Vegeta was destroyed due to internal rebellion and external invasion. He had been sent to Earth by his father with the original mission to exterminate the Earthlings, but he had suffered a head injury, lost his memory, and was adopted by Grandpa Gohan, becoming the current Sun Wukong. At that time, Sun Wukong hadn't taken it seriously. He had only trained on King Kai's planet for a while before returning to Earth. He felt that Earth was his home. Shishi was the person he wanted to marry, and his future children would be his most precious treasures. The Saiyans and the warrior race were irrelevant. However, now upon hearing Piccolo's description, those words suddenly resurfaced from the depths of his memory. Power level. Scouter. Kakarot. Sun Wukong murmured to himself. He suddenly raised his head. "Piccolo, what does that guy look like?" "He has long black hair that reaches down to his knees." "Piccolo, he wears strange armor with a green lens over his left eye that looks like a large headset." "Oh, and he can fly, moving much. Moreover, this guy also has a brown tail wrapped around his waist." Sun Wukong's heart sank. This was exactly as described by King Kai. A Saiyan. His kin. Just then a piercing sonic boom suddenly erupted in the sky above Turtle Island. The clouds were forcefully torn apart, revealing a dark figure. The figure descended from the sky, slowly landing in the center of Turtle Island, hovering half a foot above the ground. Raditz' gaze swept over everyone, finally resting on Sun Wukong. With familiar hairstyle and features, he looked just like his father Bardock. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Finally found you, Kakarot. Sun Wukong placed Gohan behind him, stepping forward to block his son's view. Who are you? How do you know my name? Raditz did not answer immediately. He raised his left hand and pressed a button on the scouter on his left ear. A series of numbers flashed on the lens. Oh, power level, 1,300. Raditz raised an eyebrow, seemingly a bit surprised. Stronger than I expected. But are you really Kakarot? The waste of a lower-class warrior who was deemed useless at birth. Who would have thought Kakarot, a lower-class warrior, could possess such a high power level? Hey, who are you calling useless? Krillin rushed out from the house, still holding a cup of tea, evidently having just heard. His face flushed with anger as he set the teacup down and assumed a fighting stance. Raditz didn't even glance at him. The scouter automatically turned towards Krillin. Power level 600. Not bad for this low-level planet. You could be considered a strong fighter. After King Kai's recent visit to Earth, Krillin and the others had improved significantly. Raditz smirked dismissively, looking back at Sun Wukong. Let me introduce myself. I am your brother Raditz. 18 years ago, when planet Vegeta was destroyed, our father Bardock sent you to this planet intending for you to grow up and conquer it, expanding our Saiyan territory. Who would have thought, you fool, not only failed your mission, but also lost your memory, living a carefree life on this planet, and Is that your son? Power level, 320. Such a young child with this baseline value, quite promising. Wait, he has a tail too. A glimmer of interest flashed in Raditz's eyes. Looks like the Saiyan bloodline is still strong. If this child is properly trained, he could become a decent warrior in the future. Gohan trembled in fear under Raditz's cold gaze, but he still mustered the courage to poke his head out from behind his father. You can't bully my dad. He shouted loudly, though his voice trembled a bit. Raditz was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Little one, your courage is commendable. But unfortunately you're too weak. I could crush you with a single finger, do you believe that? He turned to Sun Wukong, his smile vanishing, his expression turning icy. Listen, Kakarot. I give you two choices. First, come with me and rejoin the Saiyan trio. We'll attack planet Zuffa, where the inhabitants have low power levels, but advanced technology needs your help with a power level over 1,000. Second, he paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone on Turtle Island. I will kill your son, then destroy this planet, and forcibly take you with me. After all, you traitors are worthless. Your power level is all that matters. Sun Wukong fell silent for a moment. He looked down at Gohan, who was gazing up at him with trust and reliance in his eyes. He also glanced at Krillin, Master Roshi, and the distant figures of Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, who were making their way over. These were all his family, his friends, the most precious bonds he had on this planet. Sun Wukong raised his head, his gaze becoming resolute. I refuse. What? Raditz thought he had misheard. I don't know who I was before, but now I am Sun Wukong. Earth is my home, and these people are my most important companions. If you want to harm them, you'll have to go through me first. Sun Wukong took a fighting stance, his feet apart, weight lowered, hands hanging by his sides, ready to strike at any moment. Raditz's expression darkened instantly. He squinted, his lips twitching. Foolish. Do you think with your 1,300 power level you can defeat me with a power level of 1,900? My power level is much higher than yours. In serious mode, Raditz could reach a power level of 2,200, far surpassing the 1,500 power level from the original story. This was also due to the influence of the butterfly effect caused by Bulma. How would you know if you don't try? Sun Wukong shouted, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment he appeared in front of Raditz, his right fist cutting through the air with a whistling sound, aiming straight at his chest. He put all his strength into this punch, moving so fast that he left an afterimage in the air. Raditz raised his left hand and effortlessly caught the punch. The collision of their fists produced a dull thud. The shockwave expanded outwards, stirring up the sand on the beach. Speed is okay, but your strength is lacking. Raditz sneered, his right hand slicing towards Sun Wukong's neck. Sun Wukong sidestepped to evade, simultaneously thrusting his left knee into Raditz's abdomen. Raditz did not dodge, taking the blow head-on, then delivering a kick to Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong grunted, his body flying backward, crashing through two coconut trees before he barely steadied himself. He knelt on one knee, clutching his chest, a bit of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wukong! Krillin shouted, wanting to rush over to help. Don't come over. Sun Wukong raised a hand to stop him. You aren't his match, don't throw your life away for nothing. He brought his hands together at his waist, palms facing each other, beginning to gather the energy within him. A blue glow flickered between his hands, growing brighter and more intense. Came, hop. The energy sphere rapidly expanded, emitting a buzzing sound. Sun Wukong poured all his strength into it, and then thrust it forward. Wave. The massive blue energy wave rushed towards Raditz, carving a deep trench in the sand and pushing the seawater aside. A glint of seriousness flashed in Raditz's eyes, but he quickly returned to his dismissive demeanor. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and braced himself to take the hit. The energy wave struck him directly, erupting in a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. As the smoke cleared, Raditz remained standing, though his armors had several cracks and his hair was slightly disheveled. Interesting, my power level has risen to over 1,400. He shook his arms, brushing off the shards of armor. But this level of increase doesn't change anything. Nothing more. Let me show you the true power of a Saiyan. Raditz's aura erupted violently. The surrounding air warped visibly and shockwaves radiated outward from him in all directions. The ocean waves buckled under the pressure, collapsing into a vast circular crater on the water's surface. The scouter's display flashed clearly, 1900. A battle power of 1,900. That is my true strength. Raditz slowly ascended, hovering 10 meters above the ground, gazing down upon Son Goku with cold superiority. Now I shall teach you the fate of defying a Saiyan. He spread his arms wide. Two massive crimson energy spheres coalesced in his palms, blazing with searing brilliance. Die, vermin of this planet. The energy spheres launched forward, trailing incandescent contrails as they plummeted toward the group on the ground. Evade it now. Son Goku roared, vanishing in a blur as he lunged toward one sphere, intending to intercept it with his body. Piccolo moved simultaneously. Green light spiraled at his fingertips as he gathered energy. Mekankasapo. A spiraling beam of condensed energy lanced forth toward the second sphere. Two thunderous detonations echoed almost in unison. The first sphere was deflected by Son Goku's body midair, exploding violently and hurling him backward onto the beach. The second sphere collided head-on with the Mekankasapo, annihilating both in a blinding flash. The resulting shockwave drove Piccolo staggering backward over a dozen paces. Goku! Krillin and Master Roshi cried out in unison, sprinting toward where Son Goku had fallen. Son Goku staggered upright, battered, and bleeding, his clothes tattered beyond recognition. Spitting blood, he grinned faintly. I'm fine. I'm not dead yet. Raditz hovered above, observing impassively, his brow furrowing with growing impatience. How tedious. Since you insist on playing together, then perish together. His hands flared anew, this time with even more blinding intensity. Halt. A figure suddenly stepped between Son Goku and Raditz. Master Roshi. He shrugged off his jacket, revealing a lean, sinewy torso, and assumed the preparatory stance of the Kamehameha. You wish to harm my disciple? Then first overcome me. Oh. Raditz's scouter pivoted toward Roshi. Battle power 996. There exists such a warrior on this planet. His eyebrows lifted slightly, genuinely surprised, before his expression hardened once more into disdain. Pity. Still utterly insignificant. Unfazed, Master Roshi intensified the energy gathering between his palms. Kamehameha. A colossal wave of energy surged skyward, thicker and more potent than any Son Goku had ever unleashed. Raditz extended a single hand and caught the blast barehanded. The energy churned violently within his palm, yet advanced not a centimeter. Old man, your strength must rank among the highest on this world, yes. Raditz sneered. Yet compared to me, you are immeasurably inferior. With a crushing clench of his fist, he shattered the Kamehameha into shimmering motes of light. Master Roshi's face paled, but before he could react, Raditz materialized before him and delivered a devastating kick to his abdomen. Roshi flew backward, snapping a coconut tree in half before crashing onto the sand, unable to rise. Grandfather Roshi. Son Goku's eyes burned with fury as he charged forward, only to be blocked by Raditz. Don't rush, it'll be your turn soon. Raditz raised his hand for the final blow. At that very instant, three figures converged upon him from three distinct directions. Four-way fist. Tien Shinhan's body split into four identical copies, each launching coordinated attacks from... This was his ultimate technique. Though each clone possessed only a quarter of his full power, roughly 145, their seamless coordination momentarily overwhelmed Raditz. Annoying insects. Though each strike barely grazed him, Raditz grew increasingly agitated by their sheer number. He unleashed a sudden burst of aura, blasting all four clones backward in a single sweep. Tien collapsed heavily onto the sand, his duplicates dissolved instantly. Coughing up blood, he gritted his teeth. Damn, the gap is too vast. Tien. Kaiatsu cried out, locking his gaze upon Raditz and unleashing his full psychic might. Freeze. Raditz froze mid-motion, his limbs locked by invisible force as though mired in thick mud. Now go. Yamcha seized the opening, firing rapid ki blasts, dozens of crackling spheres hurtling toward Raditz. Simultaneously, Krillin struck, his destructo disc whirring like a razor-edged crescent as it sliced toward Raditz, throwed his most lethal technique, capable of cleaving steel as if it were paper. A flicker of anger crossed Raditz's eyes. He wrenched himself free from Kairatsu's psychic grip, then swept both arms in swift arcs, shattering Yamcha's barrage midair. But against Krillin's destructo disc, he dared not underestimate, sidestepping just in time. The disc grazed his neck, leaving a shallow crimson line. You actually wounded me. Raditz touched the trickle of blood, his gaze sharpening with lethal intent. You pests have enraged me beyond endurance. His battle power surged again, shattering the 2000 threshold. A maelstrom of raw energy exploded from his core, forming a colossal sphere that hurled Krillin, Yamcha, and Kairatsu violently away. They crashed hard onto the beach, too stunned to rise. Krillin, Yamcha, Kairatsu, Son Goku shouted, heart pounding with desperate urgency. He tried to rush forward, but his battered body betrayed him, movements sluggish and unsteady. Raditz hung motionless in the air, a dark god descending upon them, all his gaze icy and absolute. One last time, Kakarot. Will you come with me? Son Goku rose with great effort, swaying unsteadily, but his eyes remained unbroken, resolute. I told you I refuse. Then died. Raditz gathered his ultimate energy sphere, 3 meters in diameter, radiating apocalyptic malice. Let this planet crumble into cosmic dust alongside you. The sphere launched downward, aimed squarely at the Earth. Its destructive force would obliterate the entire Turtle Hermit Island. Stop! A voice resonated with divine authority from the heavens. Then, golden light descended like a celestial sword, cleaving Raditz's energy sphere cleanly in two. The halves veered past the group and detonated far offshore, sending towering walls of seawater surging skyward. Shenron floated serenely above them, his white robes billowing in the wind, his gaze calm, yet commanding as he fixed it upon Raditz. Raditz's scouter shrieked alarms wildly. He tilted his head upward, his expression shifting from arrogance to grave seriousness. Battle Power 1681. I never imagined this pitiful world harbored someone like you. If I am correct, you are a Namekian like that green-skinned creature below. Shenron descended slowly, placing himself before the injured warriors. He glanced at Son Goku, Master Roshi Tien Shinhan, and sighed softly. I know nothing of these so-called Namekians. But Saiyan, leave this world now, or you shall face the united Raditz's expression darkened, uncertain. He studied Shenron. The Namekian's aura differed markedly from the others, and he recalled rumors of Namekians possessing extraordinary abilities. Now several of them had briefly surpassed 1,000 in battle power, an overwhelming tactical disadvantage. The child hid behind his father, tears welling in his eyes, yet stubbornly biting his lip to stifle his sobs. Raditz smiled, suddenly amused. Fascinating. This planet hosts numerous warriors who can briefly exceed 1,000 in battle power, and one nearing 1,700. It seems I truly underestimated you. Very well, I shall withdraw, for today. After all, Saiyans are few, but remember, no more than 1 year remains, before 2 other Saiyans descend upon Earth once more. And when they do, you will have no escape. Moreover, I shall tell you this, their battle powers dwarf mine many times over. Even Prince Vegeta's exceeds. When they arrive, you shall all perish. So savor these fleeting days while you still may. His gaze lingered on Son Goku. Complex, unreadable. Kakarot, you could have become a legendary warrior, yet you chose to rot on this primitive world. You will regret it. With that, Raditz shot skyward, vanishing in a streak of golden light through the clouds. Relief washed over the survivors, they collapsed where they stood. Son Goku sank onto the sand, gasping raggedly, every bone screaming in protest. Gohan rushed forward, wrapping his arms tightly around his father's neck, finally breaking into uncontrollable sobs. Dad. Are you okay, Dad? I was so scared. Son Goku gently patted his son's back, voice tender. I'm fine. Truly I'm fine. Gohan, be brave. Don't cry. He looked at his friends, helping each other up, and warmth flooded his chest. Krillin approached, cradling his injured arm with a wry smile. Goku, those other 2 Saiyans. They're stronger than 10,000. How do we fight them? Tien wiped blood from his lip, jaw set. No matter how strong, they cannot break our resolve. For this year, we train without rest. Yamcha and Kairatsu leaned on each other, nodding firmly. Master Roshi helped upright by Krillin sighed deeply. I am old. My strength fades. Goku, the coming battles belong to you, the young ones. Piccolo stood apart, face grim. His eyes tracked Raditz's vanished path, voice low and cold. That planet he mentioned, Zoan. I recall hearing of it. In fragments of memory, Zoanians once laid waste to countless worlds. They are locusts of the cosmos, leaving barren desolation in their wake. As King Piccolo aged, echoes of old Piccolo's memories began surfacing, granting him glimpses of truths, yet these recollections remained scarce, mere shards of understanding. Son Goku rose, holding Gohan close, his gaze unwavering toward the horizon. No matter their strength, I will not let them harm Earth. 1 year, only 1 year remains. He turned respectfully to Shenron and bowed deeply. Divine Lord, please take me to Yama's realm. I must climb the Serpent Road once more, to reach Lord Kai. I must grow stronger. Shenron nodded gently. Very well. I shall accompany you to the Divine Realm. And also, his gaze shifted to Piccolo, profound, layered with quiet significance. Come with us, Piccolo. You and I share the same origin. If your past memories awaken fully, your power may ascend beyond its current limits. Piccolo gave a curt, dismissive grunt, but did not refuse. Son Goku lifted Gohan into his arms and faced his friends. Meet me here again in 1 year. Together, we will defend Earth. Yes. Their voices rang out, exhausted yet forged in ironclad resolve. The sun dipped low, spilling molten gold across the scarred ruins of Turtle Hermit Island. Son Goku held his sun closed, gazing with his companions into the vast silent sky. There, beyond the twilight, lurked the crisis of 1 year hence. 1 year hence, the final battle would in the universe. After leaving Earth, Raditz's spaceship soared rapidly through the cosmos. He planned to first rendezvous with Vegeta and the others, then inform them about the events that transpired on Earth. However, at this moment Raditz's expression was somewhat hesitant. He sat in the cockpit, his face dark enough to drip water. The scanner over his left eye was still slightly hot, continuously replaying the data from the recent battle before his eyes. Kakarot's battle power exceeded 1300. And there was another guy with a battle power of around 1681 who seemed to be the Namekian that Kakarot referred to as the Earth's deity. And that old man with a battle power of 996, the little bald guy with over 600 battle power, and a few other minor characters were all formidable. Some of the combat techniques they used he had never seen in the universe before. Raditz never expected that this low-level planet would hide so many experts. Their battle power was indeed not very high, but how could these guys instantly boost their own power? If he weren't afraid of falling into his own trap, Raditz would have insisted on taking Kakarot with him. Thinking of this, Raditz's anger surged, and he slammed his fist hard on the control panel, causing a dent in the metallic surface. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He shouted, his voice echoing in the cramped cabin. The mission failed. Not only did he fail to bring back Kakarot, but he was also forced to retreat by a group of natives from a low-level planet. If Vegeta found out about this, where would he put his face? What troubled him even more was Kakarot's last look. Resolute, fearless, like a beast protecting its young. He had only seen that kind of gaze in one person, their father Bardock, the madman who challenged Frieza alone before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Father and son are cut from the same cloth. Raditz sneered, though the smile felt somewhat stiff. He activated his communicator, preparing to report the situation to Vegeta. But his finger hovered over the button, yet he hesitated to push it. What could he say? That he was scared off by a native with a battle power of 1007. That he couldn't even bring his own brother back. Raditz gritted his teeth and turned off the communicator. He would not report yet. He would wait until a year later when Vegeta and Nappa came to Earth personally, and then settle the score. I am Son Goku. Earth is my home. Foolish. Truly foolish. The glory of the Saiyans, the conquest of the universe, these are the things worth pursuing. He did not believe that the Earth deity could withstand Vegeta's 18,000 battle power. As for Kakarot, Raditz recalled his brother's final words. The more Raditz thought about it, the angrier he became, and he slammed his fist down on the control panel again. This time the panel was completely broken, sparking, and the spaceship shook violently. What the hell? Raditz's expression changed as he quickly checked the system. It turned out that his emotional outburst caused the energy output to become unstable, leading to engine overload. Damn it. He cursed, reluctantly slowing down to search for a nearby planet to land and repair. The scanner completed a sweep and found a desolate planet ahead. There were no signs of life. The atmosphere was thin, but it was sufficient for the spaceship to make a temporary landing. Raditz controlled the spaceship to land, skimming over the barren surface for a long distance before coming to a stop. He opened the hatch and jumped down from the spaceship. A cold wind howled past, stirring up a cloud of dust. This planet was lifeless. The sky displayed a morbid dark red resembling coagulated blood. Raditz frowned and pulled out his repair tools from his pocket, beginning to inspect the engine. His movements were swift. After all, he was an elite Saiyan warrior, and such trivial matters were not difficult for him. But he was still burning with anger inside. Once the spaceship was repaired, he intended to find a few low-level planets in the vicinity to vent his frustrations. Killing a few people, destroying a few cities would be needed to quell the humiliation of today. Just as he focused on the repairs, the scanner suddenly sounded an alarm. High-energy reaction approaching. Raditz abruptly looked up at the sky. It was 3 disc-shaped spaceships, their silver-white exteriors emblazoned with the Frieza Force insignia. Raditz's pupils contracted. Frieza Force. How could there be Frieza Force personnel here? The spaceships landed not far from him, and the hatches slowly opened. 3 figures emerged from within. At the forefront was a tall man with light purple skin, dressed in a high-ranking uniform of the Frieza Force. He wore a more advanced scanner on his left ear than Raditz's. Behind him were 2 burly soldiers, obviously combat types with considerable battle power. The man surveyed the surroundings, and his gaze ultimately landed on Raditz. A playful smile tugged at his lips. Oh, isn't this Raditz? His voice was soft yet laced with evident mockery. The elite warrior of the Saiyans, how could you fall to repairing a spaceship on such a desolate planet? Raditz's face instantly darkened. He recognized this person. Chio-E, a mid-level officer in the Frieza Force with a battle power of 18,000. He was notorious for his cruelty and bloodthirst within the Frieza Force. More importantly, this guy held a grudge against Raditz. Over a decade ago, when Raditz was still young, he had inadvertently stolen Chio-E's credit during a mission. At that time, Chio-E harbored resentment, but due to Raditz being a Saiyan and a subordinate of Vegeta, he couldn't openly take revenge. Now encountering him here, Raditz stood up, forcing himself to remain calm. Chio-E, what are you doing here? Chio-E shrugged, looking relaxed. King Frieza ordered me to patrol this star region to see if there were any stragglers. Unexpectedly, I ran into an old friend. He took a few steps closer, directing the scanner at Raditz, which emitted a series of beeping sounds. Battle power of 1,900. Tisk, it's been more than a decade since we last met, and you've made a little progress. Unfortunately, you're still this weak. Raditz clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. 18,000 against 1,900. A nearly tenfold disparity. He had no chance of winning unless he could transform into a great ape. But Chio-E was extremely familiar with Saiyans and would never give him that opportunity. What do you want? Raditz gritted his teeth and asked. Chio-E laughed, his smile filled with malice. What do I want? What do you think? He raised his hand, and a small energy ball formed at his fingertips. More than a decade ago, you made me lose face in front of King Frieza. I've been keeping tabs on this score, and now I finally have the chance to settle it. Raditz took a step back, his mind racing for a countermeasure. Escape. The spaceship wasn't repaired yet, and he couldn't outrun Chio-Yi's ship. Fight. With a tenfold gap, he couldn't win without transforming into a great ape. Beg for mercy. The dignity of a Saiyan would not allow him to do that. Wait. He suddenly spoke up. I am a subordinate of Vegeta, a member of the Saiyan trio. If you kill me, Vegeta will not let you go. Chio-E paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Vegeta? That lost dog. He laughed so hard, he nearly doubled over, tears almost streaming down his face. Raditz, have you lost your mind? Vegeta is barely able to protect himself, and King Frieza has long wanted to eliminate him. It's just that he still has some value, which is why he's been spared. Do you think he would blame me for a worthless subordinate? Raditz's heart sank. He knew Chio-E spoke the truth. Although Vegeta was a Saiyan prince in front of Frieza, he was merely a slightly stronger ant. Frieza's battle power was 530,000. 530,000. That number was enough to plunge any Saiyan into despair. So rest easy and die. Chio-E's smile faded, his expression turning cold. Don't worry, I will bring your corpse back and hang it on the flagship of the Frieza Force so everyone can see how the Saiyans were The energy ball at his fingertips suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive sphere of light. Die, trash. The light sphere shot towards Raditz. Raditz roared, unleashing all his battle power in an attempt to resist. But the disparity was too great. His energy wave was crushed instantly before Chio-E's attack. A tremendous explosion engulfed his body. As the dust settled, Raditz lay in the center of a great pit, bloodied and on the brink of death. His left eye scanner was shattered, half of his face burned black, and his limbs twisted at unnatural angles. The Scion's recovery ability was working frantically, but the injuries were too severe and he was beyond saving. Cough, cough. Raditz coughed out a mouthful of blood, his vision blurred, able only to see the outline of Chio-E. He wanted to speak, but his throat was filled with blood, producing only raspy sounds. Don't struggle, I'll send you on your way. Chio-E slowly descended, standing at the edge of the pit, looking down at him from a height. Tisk, it really is tragic. He shook his head, but there was not an ounce of sympathy in his tone. The Scions, known as the strongest fighting race in the universe, turned out to be so pathetic. No wonder King Frieza wanted to exterminate you. Keeping you around is just a waste of resources. He raised his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just then an unexpected change occurred. The sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't clouds blocking the light, but something far more terrifying. An indescribable sense of oppression descended from above, as if the entire planet was trembling. Time seemed to stand still. Chio-E's movements froze. He slowly raised his head to look at the sky, and his pupils suddenly constricted. There a figure hovered. A man dressed in peculiar clothing, wearing a black vest underneath. With black hair, a tall figure, and a handsome yet stern face. On his left chest, he wore a golden badge inscribed with complex temporal runes. On his right shoulder was a purple mark, the insignia of the god of destruction. He stood there quietly without any overwhelming aura, as if he were an ordinary person. But Chio-E's scanner was going, hey, battle power. 40,092,000. This is impossible. The scanner emitted a piercing shriek, the numbers fluctuated wildly, and then with a loud bang it exploded. Chio-E was stunned. He looked down at the broken scanner in his hand, then looked up at the man, fear appearing on his face. 40,092,000. That number far exceeded Chio-E's imagination. Even Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor he served, only had a battle power of 530,000. And this man's reading was a staggering 40,092,000. Even compared to Frieza, there was nearly a 70-fold difference. Not to mention Chio-E himself. But it seemed this was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing was that this man stood there, yet gave an unfathomable feeling. Chio-E had never felt such a terrifying presence from anyone. It was like an iceberg with only a tip visible above the water, while the underwater portion was vast beyond imagination. This is absolutely impossible. Chio-E's voice trembled, and his legs began to involuntarily. This kind of battle power. The two soldiers behind him completely collapsed to the ground, losing control of their bodily functions, unable to muster the strength to stand. The man slowly descended, standing at the edge of the great pit. His gaze swept across the scene, his eyes indifferent, as if he were looking at three ants. Finally his gaze landed on Chioi. Chioi, long time no see. His voice was soft yet incredibly cold, clearly reaching everyone's ears with an unassailable authority. At that time he had been executing Frisia's orders, punishing these two for not obeying King Frisia's command and leaving planet Vegeta. Back then the other party was merely the vice-captain of Vegeta's team with a battle power of only 13,000, far inferior to himself and others. Chioi remembered clearly that Vegeta's team consisted of just 5 people. The captain Vegeta, the vice-captain Bruce, the only female member Carissa, and a guy named Nappa, with the last one being Raditz, who now lay on the ground like a dead dog. They could indeed be considered elites among Saiyan's part of the Frisia force. Among the elite. But at that time Chioi, relying on the backing of the Frisia army, had provoked Bruce. He still remembered what he had said to that guy, just a vice-captain, and you dare to act arrogantly in front of me. At that moment Bruce did not retaliate, he merely cast a cold glance at him, and left with Carissa. However, Chioi had gathered 2 massive energy orbs, destroying the opponent's spaceship, and witnessed their ship. Unless something unexpected happens, the 2 Saiyans would surely perish in space. Because Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. Later news of the destruction of planet Vegeta arrived, and Chioi thought Bruce was also dead. Unexpectedly, more than a decade later, he appeared here in such a powerful manner. Bruce. Chioi's voice trembled, barely audible. How is it possible? How can you still be alive? Bruce tilted his head slightly, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. How can you be this strong? He took a step forward. That step felt as if it were crushing Chioi's heart. Chioi felt as though his heart was about to burst, and all the blood in his body reversed its flow. Bruce did not answer Chioi's question, but coldly remarked, "Years ago, when you were arrogant in front of me, I told you that you would regret it." Bruce's voice was calm, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. Back then I didn't make a move because I had matters to attend to and didn't want to complicate things. But I have always remembered this debt. He raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at Chioi. Now it's time to settle it. Chioi wanted to flee, but his body was completely unresponsive. The invisible pressure held him firmly in place, unable to move even a finger. You can't kill me, he screamed, his voice sharp and piercing. I'm from the Frisia army. King Frisia will— Frisia? Bruce laughed, his smile filled with disdain. That stinky lizard. Does he deserve to make me— Bruce feel apprehensive? He paused, his tone becoming even colder. Let me tell you, my current identity is not merely that of a Saiyan. I am also a candidate god of destruction of our 7th universe. A formal member of the Time Patrol. He continued, which means that in front of me, regardless of Frisia's strength or status, he is no longer even worthy of being my shoeshiner. God of destruction. Divine being. Time Patrol. Chioi did not understand these terms, but he could feel that every word Bruce spoke carried an undeniable authority. This did not seem like boasting. This was a fact. As for my combat power, Bruce said indifferently, your detector should have shown 40900 before it exploded, right? Moreover, this is just a tiny bit of aura that I intentionally let out. Chioi's mind went completely blank. The 53000 he thought of was already an unattainable number, and 40900 compared to his 18000 was no longer the difference between a god and an ant. It was the difference between a creator god and dust. No, it can't be. Chioi muttered to himself, his gaze vacant. Such a number. Such a number. You don't believe it. Bruce smiled lightly. It's fine, you don't need to believe it now. He gently moved his finger. An invisible force. It wasn't an energy wave, nor was it a ki blast. It was simply pure pressure combined with a trace of destructive energy. Chioi's body instantly froze. His eyes bulged wide, filled with fear and despair. Then, without any warning, his body began to disintegrate. Starting from his fingertips, he turned into fine dust and scattered with the wind. Then his arms, shoulders, torso, and legs. Finally his head. The entire process took less than a second. Chioi, a mid-level officer of the Frisia army with a battle power of 180 thus vanished. Not even a scream was heard, not a trace left behind. The enmity of many years was thus resolved. The 2 ordinary low-level soldiers behind Chioi, witnessing this scene, were nearly driven insane by fear. Monster! Help! Help! They scrambled to escape, but Bruce merely glanced at them indifferently. Annoying. Just 2 words. 2 invisible pressures surged forth, and both soldiers exploded simultaneously, turning into 2 clouds of blood mist, then scattered by the wind. The entire planet returned to silence. Only Bruce stood quietly at the edge of the pit, watching the barely breathing Many years ago, Bruce was the vice-captain of their Vegeta team, a master on par with the Captain Vegeta. Carissa. Raditz's thoughts were a bit hazy, but he remembered that Carissa and Bruce had a good relationship. Bruce. He struggled to speak, his voice hoarse and almost unrecognizable. Save me. Bruce looked down at him, his eyes indifferent. Save you. He repeated the words, savoring it. Why, oi? Raditz was stunned. I am a Saiyan. We are kin. Kin. Bruce scoffed softly. Just now weren't you mocking Kakarot? You said he was trash, that he tarnished the glory of the Saiyan. Now you have also become trash, and you want me to save you. If it weren't for the sake of Uncle Bardock, I would have wanted to kill you long ago during my missions. You still have the face to beg me to save you. Raditz's face turned even paler. He remembered. A few times during missions Bruce and Carissa had spared a few particularly weak innocents, but he had followed Vegeta's orders and directly killed them. At that time Bruce and Carissa had looked at him with very displeased expressions. Also on Earth the things he said about Earthlings and Kakarot. With a combat power of only 5, you're just garbage. Such a weak race exists. Now those words were being returned to him intact. In the face of 409200 combat power, his value of 1900 was even less than garbage. Raditz wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. Bruce turned around facing away from him. Raditz, do you know why I am here? He did not wait for an answer and continued. Because I sensed your energy as well as Chio-E's energy. I also know that you have grievances, so I specifically came. I wanted to see what would become of that arrogant Chio-E from many years ago. I also wanted to see what fate awaits you, the ways to abandon the dignity of the Saiyans to serve as Frisia's dog. He slightly turned his head and glanced at Raditz from the corner of his eye. As a result, I am very satisfied. Chio-E is dead and he died miserably, and it was at my hands. And you are about to die, and even more miserably. Raditz's heart sank completely. He understood. Bruce had never come to save him. He was here to watch a show of dog-eat-dog. Wait. Raditz suddenly thought of something and shouted with all. At that time the Saiyans would truly be on the verge of extinction. Bruce stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around looking at Raditz, his eyes flashing with a complex emotion. Because before Chio-E died, he had already sent this information to Frisia, so Frisia would definitely go to Earth as well. Vegeta. He softly uttered this name as if recalling something. That arrogant prince, that self-righteous guy, he never needed anyone to save him. Moreover, he paused, his tone turning cold. He, like you, is also a dog. The glory of the Saiyans has long been discarded by you all. Raditz fell into despair. His last bargaining chip was also of no use. Bruce turned around again, walking toward his spaceship. It was a uniquely shaped vessel with a silvery white exterior covered in complex runes emitting a faint holy glow. This was the exclusive vehicle of the Time Patrol, capable of traversing time and space. Bruce. Raditz called out with his last breath. Carissa. Is she still alive? Bruce's footsteps paused. He did not turn around, but his voice carried a trace of imperceptible gentleness. She is doing well. 1,000 times better than you. After speaking, he boarded the spaceship and the cabin door slowly closed. The spaceship ascended, transforming into a streak of light, disappearing into the depths of the universe. At the bottom of the pit, Raditz lay there covered in blood, his breath growing weaker. The Scion's recovery ability could no longer save his life. His vision began to blur, and his consciousness gradually faded. In his last moments of life, he thought of many things. He remembered his childhood days training with Vegeta and Nappa. He remembered his father Bardock, that madman who challenged Frieza alone. He remembered his brother Kakarot, the infant sent. He recalled what Kakarot had said earlier on Earth. I am Son Goku and Earth is my home. At that time he thought this state. Now he suddenly felt a bit envious. Envious of Kakarot, who had a place he could call home. Envious of him, who had companions willing to fight for him. And what about himself? Only the cold universe and endless solitude. Kakarot. Raditz murmured, his voice so faint it was almost inaudible. You were right. His eyes slowly closed, never to open again. The Saiyan Raditz, with a battle power of 1900, a member of Vegeta's team, and the brother of Son Goku. Thus he died on a desolate planet, unnoticed by anyone. The wind blew, stirring up clouds of dust that gradually buried his body. The universe remained silent. But in a certain corner the wheels of fate were quietly turning. Earth came house. Son Goku suddenly looked up at the sky. He felt a familiar energy fleeting and then completely disappearing. That energy carried a pulse of blood connection. What's wrong, Dad? Gohan asked, tugging at his hand and looking up. Son Goku was silent for a moment, and it's nothing. What might be an illusion. He picked up his son and walked toward the companions who were preparing dinner. Yet in his heart there was a feeling he couldn't quite describe, as if he had lost something important, as if some bond had been completely severed. Come on, Gohan, it's time to eat. Under the setting sun, the figures of father and son were elongated. Meanwhile, in the distant universe, Bruce's spaceship was traveling at high speed. In the cockpit, he looked at a certain coordinate on the star map, his gaze deep. Earth? Son Goku. We will meet. A meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. That smile contained anticipation, nostalgia, and a hint of something imperceptible. As a candidate god of destruction and a member of the Time Patrol, Bruce is one of the most powerful beings in this universe, about to intersect inextricably with Earth. And at that time, everything would be different. The fate of the Scions, the fate of Earth, and even the fate of the entire universe were quietly changing. The starting point of all this is today. It is this moment. Because Bruce and Carissa are now the true strongest beings in the 7th universe aside from the god of destruction. Scions do not need too many, just a few of their own is enough. And as a scion bearing the blood of the ancestors, I will also begin to take on this responsibility in the future, letting the name of the scions resound throughout the entire realm of the king. Bruce glanced once more at the deceased Raditz, feeling little emotion within. After a brief pause, he vanished into the depths of the universe. Inside the cockpit of the Time Patrol, Bruce sat quietly before the control panel, his gaze fixed on a bright point. That was the location of Earth. Bulma, Goku, UPA, Carissa. Bruce raised his left hand where a golden bracelet was glowing faintly. This was the communicator of the Time Patrol, capable of contacting companions across distances. The message now was from Carissa. Bruce, have you finished your business over there? Carissa's voice came through the bracelet, crisp and efficient. Yet Chioe has been taken care of, Bruce replied calmly. Raditz was dead, killed by Chioe. But Chioe has also met his end at my hands. It can be considered revenge for the ambush we suffered when we first arrived on Earth. Carissa did not concern herself with the fate of such trash as Chioe, but instead asked, Raditz? The one from our... Yes, Kakarot's brother, came Bruce's reply. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator. Not for now, Bruce said, gazing out at the starry river. Earth? He murmured softly. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll come see you all. At that moment, the spaceship accelerated rapidly, heading towards another direction in the universe. There a temporal disturbance awaited Bruce's repair. That universe was a parallel one, a timeline that Bruce found both familiar and nostalgic in his memories. Bruce was eagerly anticipating his first meeting with the other two Super Saiyan, Goku and Vegeta. Though many events had transpired in the universe, the happenings on Earth had only just begun. Earth came house. Goku suddenly looked up at the sky. He sensed a familiar aura that flickered and vanished. That aura bore a unique sense of oppression, both sacred and dangerous. This feeling. He frowned, trying to remember. What's wrong, Goku? Master Roshi approached, holding a cup of tea. Master, did you feel that terrifying and unfathomable aura just now, eh? Aura. Master Roshi closed his eyes to sense it, then shook his head. No, I didn't feel anything. That aura reminded him of someone he knew. One of the two mysterious powerhouses that had once appeared on Earth. Brother Bruce. He murmured. Could it be you? Earth, the Divine Temple. The Kaioshin stood on the platform, suddenly opening his eyes to look into the distance. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, quickly replaced by a smile. So it is you who has returned. Bubbles emerged from the shadows, asking, Lord Kaioshin, what is it? It's nothing. The Kaioshin closed his eyes again, a smile lingering on his lips. It seems we need not worry about the future. A month. The Kaioshin granted Goku a month to say his goodbyes. He also needed to prepare some things in advance. At this moment, Goku stood on the beach of Kame House with Shishi and Goten by his side. Are you really going? Chi-Chi, holding Goten, looked on with reluctance. Yeah, I have to go, Goku nodded seriously. My brother Raditz mentioned two other Scions who are much stronger than him, so I must become stronger to protect you. Dad. Goten reached out his little hand, clutching Goku's shirt. It'll be good, you must come back soon. Goku squatted down and gently embraced his son. Don't worry, if Dad promises he will come back. And I will become super strong. He stood up and looked at Master Roshi. Grandpa, I entrust Goten to your care. Don't worry, and as long as I'm here no one can harm him, Master Roshi said, becoming serious for once as he adjusted his sunglasses. But where will you be training? King Kai's planet, Goku replied. 5 years ago Lord King Kai taught me some training concepts and methods, but I couldn't master his ultimate techniques back then. I was worried about everyone, so I only stayed on King Kai's planet for half a year before returning. King Kai's planet? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Where is that? Well, it's in the underworld at the end of Snake Way, Goku smiled. When I come back I'll bring gifts for you. He summoned the flying Nimbus and flew towards the temple. To reach King Kai's planet, he needed to first pass through the temple's teleportation to reach the underworld. King Kai's planet. It was a small planet with gravity 10 times that of Earth. Goku traversed Snake Way once more and finally arrived here. Wow, so this is King Kai's planet. The gravity here is much heavier than that on Earth. He looked around at the familiar surroundings, laughing joyfully. This is great. Training here will definitely make me stronger. A round figure walked out of a building wearing sunglasses and sporting a big belly. It was King Kai. Lord King Kai. Long time no see. Goku bowed respectfully. Oh, it's you. King Kai adjusted his sunglasses, sizing him up. Goku, what's this? Now you decide to come find me. Yeah, I need to get stronger. Goku clenched his fists, recounting all that had happened since Raditz's arrival on Earth. King Kai's expression grew serious as he listened. Indeed, Vegeta's battle power is above 100, perhaps even higher. He stroked his chin and looked at Goku, who could be considered his disciple, slowly saying, in 1 year, it's impossible to increase from 130 to over 100 under normal circumstances. However, King Kai suddenly smiled, his eyes narrowing. If you can continue training under my guidance, and if you learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, you might just have a fighting chance. Kaioken, Spirit Bomb. That's exactly it. I'm here to learn those two ultimate techniques. King Kai explained, the Kaioken can indeed greatly increase battle power in a short time, but it places a heavy burden on your body. And the spirit bomb gathers the energy of the universe into a massive energy sphere, a technique of righteousness that can only be used by those with pure hearts. However, with your current strength, it will be somewhat challenging to learn, and the process will be quite painful. So what do you think? Do you still want to learn? Yes. Goku answered without hesitation. Great. Then let's get started. King Kai waved his hand. First you need to fully adapt to the tenfold gravity here. Then catch my pet bubbles. Finally tell me a joke. Tell a joke. Goku was taken aback. Why was it about It was the same last time he came. Of course. You can only learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb if you make me happy. Who told you to run back to Earth after staying for less than half a year last time? King Kai crossed his arms complaining. Goku scratched his head, not entirely understanding why King Kai loved jokes so much. Thus another arduous training session began. Earth Divine Temple. Piccolo was currently floating on the platform, silently training alone. Facing the impending powerful enemies, he believed he needed to become even stronger. Demon Flash Cannon. Piccolo suddenly condensed energy, his fingertips emitting a green glow of immense power. This technique had great penetration power, but required time to charge. In actual combat, it was difficult to find an opportunity to use it. Needs improvement. Piccolo frowned, constantly experimenting. The Kaioshin walked over, watching him train without interrupting. Piccolo, you've changed a lot, he suddenly said. Piccolo stopped his movements, glancing at him coldly. What do you mean? The old Piccolo only knew destruction and slaughter. But now you are training to protect Earth. Don't get the wrong idea. Piccolo turned around. I just don't want this planet to be destroyed. This is my home, that's all. The Kaioshin smiled, but did not expose him. Bruce has returned, did you know? Piccolo's body stiffened. That guy. Yeah, he came to Earth before, and he is friends with Goku and Master Roshi. He is also Bulma's husband, and his strength is unfathomable. Where is he now? I don't know, but he might appear on the battlefield in a year. The Kaioshin looked into the distance. With him around, Earth's chances have increased significantly. Piccolo snorted. I never needed anyone to protect me. I am Piccolo, the Great Demon King. When the time comes, I will defeat those so-called Saiyans, including Goku, and whatever Bruce you mentioned. I will prove to everyone that I, Piccolo, the Great Demon King, am the most terrifying being in the world. He declared, leaping off the platform to continue training. The Kaioshin watched his retreating figure, smiling while shaking his head. Defeating Goku might be possible, but defeating Lord Bruce. Not even 100 Piccolos combined with all the martial artists on Earth would suffice, let alone compare to a single hair of his. Then the Kaioshin looked at Piccolo, still so proud. In the depths of the universe, Bruce had completed some simple temporal disturbance tasks. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the GT timeline. According to the information from the Time Temple, Bruce knew that the contaminated dark evil dragon had not yet appeared. So Bruce piloted a brand new spaceship towards Earth. This was a large high-tech spaceship with advanced technology, and its interior space and facilities were quite complete. It was also a trophy he had seized from a group of interstellar pirates during his mission. As for the Time Patrol's dedicated time ship, Bruce stored it away to avoid alarming others. Although Bruce could teleport, he wanted to enjoy the pleasures of interstellar travel. Having been in a tense state for a long time, he occasionally needed to relax. Just then the communication bracelet lit up and Carissa's image appeared. Bruce, I've completed part of my tasks here. I can take a break for a while before solving the rest. King Kai's planet. 3 months later. Goku stood on the surface of King Kai's planet, enveloped in a red aura. Triple Kaioken. His battle power soared from the original 1300 to 3900. Not bad, not bad. King Kai applauded from the side. To master the Triple Kaioken in 3 months, your talent is even higher than I imagined. It seems the foundation laid before was solid. Goku was breathing heavily and trembling slightly. The burden of the Triple Kaioken was enormous and could not be maintained for long. But the power was indeed astonishing. What about the Spirit Bomb, he asked. That one is even harder. It requires feeling the essence of all things. King Kai replied. You should rest first, and we will start learning tomorrow. Yes. Goku lay on the ground, gazing at the peculiar sky of King Kai's planet. Brother Bruce. Are you watching? He whispered. I will become stronger, strong enough to protect everyone. Earth. 3 months later. Bruce quietly appeared near the Mount Paozu. He stored away the spaceship, and in a flash appeared at the door of Goku's house. Shishi was hanging clothes in the yard when she suddenly sensed a powerful aura and turned around abruptly. Who? When she recognized the visitor, she was stunned. In a purple robe with a golden belt, the God of Destruction emblem on his left chest, and the Time Patrol insignia on his right shoulder. And that familiar face, now more mature and profound than 5 years ago. Bruce. Long time no see, Shishi. Bruce smiled warmly, his smile as comforting as a spring breeze. I'm back. Shishi's eyes instantly turned red. She rushed forward and punched Bruce in the chest. You jerk. It's been not a single message. Last time Goku and the others almost got killed by that Val Saiyan. If Bruce and Carissa had been there, how could her Goten have come so close to death? Sorry, I was too busy with tasks. Bruce allowed her to hit and scold without dodging. Where's Goku? Did he go to King Kai's planet? Yeah, he left 3 months ago. Shishi wiped her eyes and regained her composure. He said he needed to get stronger to protect. I know, I sensed it. Bruce looked up at the sky. Triple Kaioken, he's making good progress. You can sense it. Then, will you stay or leave right away? I'll stay for now, until Goku returns, Bruce replied. Moreover, I want to see Goten. That kid has more potential than Goku. Upon mentioning her son, Shishi's expression grew. Goten. Sometimes he acts very strangely. When he gets emotional, his power suddenly erupts and even turns into. That's the Saiyan Great Ape transformation, a characteristic of Saiyans, Bruce explained. Don't worry, it's normal. Once he grows up and learns to control it, it will be fine. He glanced inside where a small figure was hiding behind the door, secretly looking at him. Goten, come out. Uncle is not. There was silence behind the door for a moment, then a small head peeked out. Black hair, round eyes with two bangs on his forehead, and a tail behind. He looked just like a young Goku. Who are you? Goten asked timidly. I'm Bruce, a friend of your dad. Bruce squatted down to meet Goten's gaze. Your dad has gone to train, and I'm here to take care of you for a while. Later I'll teach you some amazing skills, okay? Goten gazed into his eyes, which were deep as the starry sky, but filled with warm smiles. He slowly walked out of the room, cautiously extending his hand. Then, can you teach me to fly? Goten gazed into his eyes, which were deep as the starry sky, but filled with warm smiles. He slowly walked. Dad said. He said Uncle Bruce is the strongest. Goten's eyes sparkled with excitement, his little face full of anticipation. Bruce rubbed his head, smiling. Sure, I'll teach you. But not now, I'll wait until you grow a bit more. It's a promise. A promise indeed. Shishi watched this scene, her lips involuntarily curling upwards. Although there were still many things she did not understand, Bruce's arrival had eased her worries considerably. This mysterious and powerful man was a friend of Goku's, and also their protector. Perhaps they really need not worry about the battle a year later. But this time they were no longer alone. Because Bruce, this mysterious and powerful Saiyan, stood by their side, and Carissa was on her way. The fate of the Saiyans, the fate of Earth would all be revealed in this battle. And Bruce would be both a witness and a guardian. Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans. Bruce looked up at the sky, whispered, I hope you won't be frightened to see me and Carissa now. And I hope your strength won't let me down too much. After speaking, Bruce's gaze turned to the sky beyond. No one knew what he was thinking. Paozu Mountain. Having completed several missions, Carissa returned to the main timeline. Her first destination was Earth, where she rendezvoused with Bruce. Carissa appeared weary and travel-stained as she turned to Bruce and asked, Hey Bruce, have Vegeta and Nappa arrived yet? Bruce smiled faintly. Not yet, but they'll be here soon. When I see that scoundrel Vegeta again, I'll give him a proper lesson. Clenching her fist, Carissa declared confidently. Bruce sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Carissa, let's remember, we're provisional destroyers of Universe 7. If we fight Vegeta and Nappa now, they'll perish. Your nascent destruction energy and temporal power are divine forces reserved for the highest deities. Mortals simply cannot withstand them. Moreover, you've now mastered 2 transformation systems permitted by your bloodline. In Universe 7, only Lord Beerus and Whis surpass us in strength. Even in our base forms, no mortal stands a chance against us. In essence, our dimensional tier has quietly ascended far beyond Vegeta and Kakarot. Before Bruce's eyes, Carissa shifted into ordinary Earthling attire. Only then did she snap back to awareness. Ah, that's right. For years we've either trained in the Destroyer Realm or the Temporal Temple, or been immersed in missions. I'd nearly forgotten. The Vegeta and Kakarot of this timeline aren't the same beings from the Time Nest who achieved Super Saiyan 4. Carissa scratched her head sheepishly. Well then, given our current power and cultivation realm, we truly exist on a different plane from Vegeta and Kakarot. Let's not stoop to overwhelming them. Haha. Exactly what I meant, Carissa. Bruce stepped forward and ruffled her hair, drawing an exasperated. Only Bruce dared touch her head. Anyone else would have perished instantly beneath her destruction energy. Sliding an arm around Carissa's waist, Bruce gazed toward a secluded valley on Earth. Their 2 figures sparred intensely, Gohan and Piccolo. After careful consideration, Bruce had ultimately persuaded Shishi to send Gohan to train under Piccolo. He believed such mentorship would profoundly benefit Gohan's future growth. Bruce himself had imparted foundational martial principles and key cultivation techniques to Gohan. After all, Gohan had previously been barred by Shishi from training with Goku, leaving him largely ignorant of combat fundamentals. Meanwhile, Goku had spent the past year training on King Kai's planet. Thus Piccolo, the outwardly stern Demon King, emerged as Gohan's optimal mentor. This decision reflected Bruce's comprehensive assessment. And indeed, the main timeline had subtly shifted due to Bruce and Carissa's intervention. Even under the universe's powerful corrective laws, their presence left faint, indelible ripples. After exchanging a few more words, Bruce and Carissa returned to their home on Earth, Karibru Island. The island remained unchanged, except now 3 attendants managed the estate: Pax, Lex, and Sari Lance. Recreated by Bruce using the art of rebirth. These 3 were newly forged life forms resembling the attendants of the Supreme Kais. Yet each possessed eternal existence, serving as guardians of Karibru Island. Pax was rigid in temperament, his strength rivaling Frieza at full power. Lex was cold and aloof, matching perfect Cell and might. Sari Lance possessed a gentle disposition and power equal to the strongest Majin Buu. A potent barrier concealed their presence. Even Earth's guardian and the other world's King Yema remained utterly unaware of Karibru Island's inner affairs. As Bruce and Carissa rested on Karibru Island, 2 abnormally immense, malevolent, and frigid auras suddenly erupted across Earth. They belonged to the Saiyan duo who had just descended upon Earth's metropolis, Vegeta and Nappa. This planet is nothing special. Vegeta, the smaller of the two, spoke, disdainfully surveying the stunned Earth. Nappa bawled, an imposing glanced sidelong and sneered. Vegeta, shall we offer these flustered humans a greeting? His gaze was glacial, his tone laced with cruel amusement. He had never imagined Raditz would falter so grievously on such a backwater world. Raditz is truly worthless. Both Vegeta and Nappa thought in unison. Before dying, Raditz had transmitted Earth's coordinates to them. Yet due to the scouter's transmission, Frieza, too, received the report, though he dismissed it entirely. Mere trash, let them perish. Thanks to Bruce's butterfly effect, neither Vegeta nor Frieza yet knew of Earth's Dragon Balls. Instead, Frieza had learned of Namek, a planet harboring mystical orbs capable of granting any wish. Vegeta's arrival on Earth sought only one answer: what strength did Kakarot and his kin possess to have humiliated Raditz? Ha ha ha, don't overdo it, Vegeta murmured, arms crossed, granting Nappa permission. Empowered by Vegeta's approval, Nappa gathered swirling aquagrate key in his right palm, then raised his hand, index and middle fingers extended, and flicked them lightly. At that moment, Piccolo and Gohan stared dumbfounded at the blast's epicenter from their valley, utterly disbelieving. Elsewhere, Krillin and Yamcha exclaimed in unison, unbelievable. What's happening? From the starry void, Nappa's casual strike illuminated Earth and the cosmos beyond, like a second sun. When the light faded, a vast plume of ochre smoke hung suspended over Earth, visible even from orbit. Satellite imagery revealed a colossal impact crater, within which only Vegeta and Nappa remained. All other structures, and every human, had vanished without trace. Smoke billowed, then slowly dispersed, revealing Vegeta and Nappa hovering motionless a mere half-foot above the scorched earth. Ha ha ha, looks like I got carried away. Nappa chuckled, hands on hips. Vegeta remained impassive, arms still folded. Enough playtime, Nappa. Overzealous destruction renders this planet unsellable. True enough, our quarry is Kakarot himself. Nappa suddenly recalled their mission. We must locate Kakarot immediately. If they'd been down there, our plan would have collapsed. You're the one who insisted on that greeting stunt. Vegeta snapped, glaring at Nappa. Nappa bowed his head contritely. My apologies, I got carried away by excitement. Too late for regrets. First, identify the strongest energy signature. Either Kakarot or his son killed Raditz. Raditz had died before naming Kairatsu as his killer, leaving Vegeta convinced he fell on Earth. Vegeta tapped the red lens scouter on his temple, Nappa did likewise, activating their scanners to pinpoint Goku's location. Vegeta already faced the direction Nappa indicated. Nappa, deferential as a subordinate, looked to Vegeta. How could such power exist here? Clearly this defied the chasm between those obliterated civilians and true warriors. Stay calm, Vegeta replied. They're no match for us. Locate the strongest first. Yes. Nappa nodded vigorously, scanning the skies alongside Vegeta for high-energy readings. The scouter's numbers surged erratically, then emitted a sharp ping, locking onto a single vector. Found them. 2 exceptionally powerful signatures converging. Good. Nappa, go entertain them. Vegeta smirked coldly toward the target, voice dripping with dark amusement. Nappa's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Instantly the two shot skyward, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Turtle Island. Master Roshi clenched his fists, tightly torn. Should he intervene to stop Vegeta and Nappa from further devastating Earth and slaughtering innocents? Poor declared resolutely. I'm going. I know Yamcha will be there. No, it's too dangerous. Our power gaps are insurmountable. We'd only hinder them. Let's stay here and pray for their safety. Roshi counseled gravely. You and I, Master Roshi's ancient turtle Bulma and even Poir silently agreed. Even Poir now conceded. Only Bulma inwardly cried out, Bruce. Carissa, Goku, hurry back. Earlier, after a brief tender moment with Bulma, Bruce had quietly left Dr. Brief's West City residence for Paozu Mountain, without revealing his destination. Bulma thus assumed he'd departed once more for a cosmic assignment. The Serpent Road, Otherworld. A Goku clad in the Supreme Kai's signature orange-android martial uniform blazed upward along the Serpent Road, his body wreathed in radiant white, he, like a comet streaking through the void. He was vastly stronger than a year prior. Within his heart he prayed, hold on, just until I arrive. Then his form dissolved into the endless coils of the Serpent Road. Earth. High above Vegeta and Nappa soared, clouds dissolving in their wake, their speed breathtaking. On a verdant hillside, Yamcha broke into a sweat as he sensed Vegeta and Nappa's approaching auras. Their energy is moving at astonishing speed. Ha ha ha, excellent. The gravity here is negligible. Movement is effortless. Nappa laughed exultantly. He hadn't expected Earth's gravity to be so light. His body felt weightless buoyant. Krillin frowned, lifting his gaze toward a distant horizon. Two more powerful auras approach. Familiar. Are they Piccolo and Gohan? Elsewhere, Piccolo stood grim-faced, staring intently in one direction. They're coming, straight for us. Beside him, Gohan nodded firmly. Yes. Under Piccolo and Bruce's tutelage, Gohan's bearing had transformed. He now carried the unmistakable aura. Beyond Krillin and Piccolo, Tien, Shinhan, and Kaiatsu also raced skyward via flight technique, hastening toward the twin aura's origin. Tien glanced back at Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu, stay here. No, Tien. I'm coming with you. Kaiatsu insisted, resolute and stubborn, his small mouth pouting with wounded pride. Tien glanced back at Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu, stay here. No, Tien. I'm coming with you. Kaiatsu. Meanwhile, Nappa's casual strike had sent shockwaves through Earth's civilian world. Reporters, police, scientists, and experts swarmed the ruins, desperate to uncover the truth behind the city's sudden annihilation. Yajirobe, seizing the moment, successfully conned a sizable sum from the crowd, while casually disclosing the aliens' approximate location. What others chose to do was none of his concern. Piccolo's valley was likely Vegeta's primary target. It was noon, 1220 p.m. Even birds and beasts, instinctively sensing the unnatural aura, fled the area en masse. Piccolo wiped sweat from his brow, feigning calm as he told Gohan, "Don't panic. We're stronger now than we were a year ago." Gohan assumed a battle stance, meeting Piccolo's gaze with fierce determination. Understood. Piccolo turned toward the Saiyans' direction. They're closing in on us. He glanced elsewhere. Others are converging too. Gohan scanned the surroundings, astonished. But weren't there only two? At that instant, a blur streaked across the sky above them, materializing moments later as Krillin. Gohan, momentarily disoriented, turned to Piccolo. Are they Saiyans? Long time no see, Piccolo. Krillin greeted, his tone layered with quiet significance. Krillin retorted, unruffled. Don't say that. I've vastly increased my power. Relieved to learn Krillin came to aid them, and sensing his formidable strength, Piccolo felt genuine warmth. He cast a sardonic glance toward another cluster of familiar auras. Seems other fools are racing here too. His eyes fixed on a specific direction, already guessing who approached. Krillin nodded. Everyone will come. I'm nearest, so I arrived first. Hearing their banter, Gohan remembered aloud. You're the one who trained under Grandpa Rashi. Krillin introduced himself with a smile. I'm Krillin. You've grown remarkably strong. You remind me of young. Gohan bounded over, eyes wide with admiration. Uncle Krillin, you're small but incredibly strong, right? Dad says so. Will you fight beside us? Krillin gave a wry smile. Drop the small, that jerk. Thinks being tall gives him license to look down on others. Then leaning close to Gohan, he whispered, training under Piccolo must have been grueling, huh? Gohan nodded earnestly. Yes, but Uncle Piccolo is truly kind. Just then Piccolo fixed his gaze sharply ahead, without turning. Stop talking. The enemy has arrived. Krillin and Gohan instantly followed his line of sight. There, floating high above, hovered two figures clad in dark brown battle armor, each sporting the same fluffy brown tail as Raditz. One was towering and muscular, the other with spiky black hair and a high forehead wore blue armor and wore an expression of chilling indifference. Vegeta and Nappa surveyed the trio below with predatory glee. Found them. Found them. Ha ha ha. An extra strong one. Now we face three warriors. His smirk mirrored Vegeta's, subtle, knowing, and edged with cruelty. Vegeta remarked to Nappa, looks like they're well informed about us. Above, Krillin froze beneath Vegeta and Nappa's icy gaze, his limbs trembling as he gasped. Are they the Saiyans Raditz mentioned? Their aura, it's terrifying. Truly worthy of being a Saiyan, I sense a fierce aura. It feels as if being pressed down by a ghoul. Krillin and the others looked at Vegeta and Nappa, their foreheads drenched in sweat. Originally among the martial artists on Earth, their strength could definitely be considered top tier, but at this moment, feeling the aura from Vegeta and Nappa, they realized just how vast the gap was. Vegeta and Nappa slowly descended to the ground, nonchalantly speaking. You seem to be well prepared. Piccolo replied, you are correct. I will ask you once more, what are you doing here? Upon hearing Piccolo's voice, Vegeta squinted. Such a familiar voice. I see. You are the one who defeated Raditz. In fact, Vegeta misunderstood. The voice they heard during Raditz's transmission was that of the Supreme Kai. It was simply because Piccolo's aura and voice were remarkably similar to the Supreme Kai's that Vegeta thought this way. At that time, when Raditz met Piccolo and Goku on Kame House, he was actually using the two-way transmission function. Later, when Raditz was left with only a breath of life after being beaten by Chio, he had not finished transmitting all the information before he died. Therefore, Vegeta and the others were unaware of Chio-E's killing of Raditz, as well as Bruce's later killing of Chio-E. At this moment, facing Vegeta's words, Piccolo also wore a confused expression. Nappa, who had been smirking at Piccolo and the others, suddenly noticed that Piccolo looked somewhat familiar, and thus turned to Vegeta in surprise, asking, is he a Namekian? He should be. No wonder Raditz was killed. The enemy is a Namekian, Vegeta replied indifferently. Piccolo and Namekian. Krillin curious looked at Piccolo saying, Piccolo, so you are also an alien. No wonder you have such strange features. Gohan also inquired, Uncle Piccolo, is what they said true? It was clear that Gohan was also somewhat surprised to learn that Piccolo was an alien. As far as I know, Namekians not only possess strong combat abilities, but also incredible powers, Vegeta explained. At that moment Piccolo finally understood his origins, thinking, so I am a Namekian. I've heard that Namekians have mysterious abilities, just like wizards. Nappa clenching his fist coldly remarked, even if they are Namekians, they are not that strong in our eyes. Hand over Kakarot obediently. Hearing this, Piccolo smiled, saying, thank you, I finally know who my ancestors are. However, I do not know the where. Moreover, I specialize in combat. Bring it on, let's fight to the death. Piccolo confidently said to Vegeta, and Vegeta smiled, but said nothing, merely snorting coldly. Meanwhile, at the Earth's temple, Bubbles looked at the Supreme Kai, saying, God. The Supreme Kai's expression was serious at this moment, and upon hearing Bubbles' question, he suddenly realized, I really didn't know. So I am also an alien. No wonder I look different from everyone else. While the Supreme Kai was recalling some things, suddenly many helicopters from TV stations and related departments appeared in the nearby sky. It was evident that these people came to see what aliens looked like. Unfortunately, they were unaware that their lives had already reached the end. At this moment, Nappa, somewhat annoyed by the noise of the helicopters, shouted, shut up. Immediately after, Nappa turned and launched some energy blasts at the bothersome flies, instantly obliterating these ordinary Earthlings. Seeing this, Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan quickly assumed battle stances. Nappa, seeing their appearance, sneered, looks like you are not going to reveal Kakarot's location. Since that's the case. Nappa pressed a few buttons on his scouter, pointing it at Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin, saying, battle power 1200, 1800, 1400. Trash. You think you can defeat us with such weak battle power? Nappa looked at Piccolo and the others, mocking. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly took off his scouter, turning to Nappa, saying, Nappa, take off your scouter. Nappa looked at Vegeta in confusion and asked in surprise, what? Vegeta explained, these guys' battle power changes with the situation of the fight. Do not be deceived by the data. Upon hearing this, Nappa suddenly understood, saying, that makes sense. Our Raditz, that useless fool, was killed because he trusted the data too much. So Nappa also removed his scouter and casually tossed it on the ground. Hearing this, Piccolo broke into a sweat, murmuring in disbelief, Raditz is useless. Piccolo found it hard to believe that Raditz, who had almost wiped out all their experts a year ago, was considered useless in Vegeta and Nappa's eyes. Krillin, hearing Piccolo's words, was also shocked and looked at Piccolo, asking, Raditz, isn't he the terrifying Saiyan that you, Goku, and we could not defeat together? Is he really weak? Krillin said with a somewhat awkward smile. If Raditz is weak, what does that make them? A year ago they all together could not defeat Raditz. It was only at the last moment that the Earth's Supreme Kai intervened and Raditz decided to spare Goku and the others. But in the eyes of the enemy, such a powerful being was actually considered useless. Haha, let's see how strong. Hey, Nappa, don't you have 6 seeds of the vegetable people left? Bring them out. Vegeta first glanced at Piccolo and the others, then turned to Nappa and commanded. Nappa looked at the Saiyan Prince and nodded, saying, Vegeta, you sure like to play. Krillin, confused, looked at the enemy, asking, vegetable people. Gohan also added, asking, what are those? However, what Nappa did next would make Krillin and the others understand what. Nappa took out a small bottle from his body, which contained 6 pea-like seeds. He brought the bottle to his eyes and counted. Indeed, there are 6 left. Vegeta tilted his head arrogantly, looking at Krillin and the others, saying, after seeing the vegetable people, you might be more inclined to talk about Kakarot. Nappa squatted down, grabbing some soil, saying, this soil can grow good vegetable people. Then he used his finger to poke 6 holes in the ground, placing the 6 seeds inside, and took out a new metal bottle, dripping some green liquid into it. All done. Nappa casually tossed the bottle away, looking at the soil where he had planted the vegetable people with a satisfied smile. At this moment, the surface of the soil began to crack. Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin, under Nappa's cold gaze, a sneer appeared. Humph. Ka. The ground suddenly shattered and 6 green heads emerged. The vegetable people were grotesque, with red eyes, pale green bodies, and clothing resembling dark green seed shells with limbs covered in sharp claws. Quack, quack, quack. The sounds of these vegetable people echoed on the scene. With a sudden charge, the 6 vegetable people quickly surrounded Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan, moving at incredible speed. As they spun quickly, they launched sudden attacks, their claws and legs casually smashing the stone piles around the 3, causing the stones to shatter instantly. The immense power displayed by the vegetable people shocked both Gohan and Krillin. Even Piccolo was somewhat astonished at this moment. Krillin, with a serious expression, exclaimed, their skills are indeed not to be underestimated. Gohan nodded, and Vegeta, still with his arms crossed, coldly commanded, target the 3 over there. Beat them up hard, vegetable people. The vegetable people that sprung from the ground truly possessed real power. But would Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo be able to hold out until Goku returned? No one could guarantee that. Meanwhile, Goku was on Snake Way in the afterlife, racing back with all his might. In this fateful confrontation, Bruce and Carissa would not interfere prematurely, and the three experts on Calibru Island, Pax, Lex, and Solirans, they had no orders from Bruce and Carissa and would stay on the island for life, doing their own duties, cleaning, weeding, and prohibiting others from approaching Calibru Island. At this moment, Bruce was swimming in the Pacific Ocean, while Carissa lay under an umbrella enjoying the chilled juice made. It was all very pleasant, and they had no inkling that a major crisis was about to unfold on Earth. Suddenly, Bruce, Pax, go take a trip. Once Vegeta and Goku finish their battle, bring Vegeta back to Calibru Island.
Among the Saiyans, none possessed a battle power surpassing 20,000, thus their scouters were designed to measure no more than 25,000 points.
Pax set down what he was holding, obeying Bruce's command, and left Calibru Island alone, heading towards the location of Vegeta and their battle. Lex and Solirans exchanged glances, showing little interest, shrugging as they continued with their own tasks. For them, the strength of Vegeta and the others was no different from that of ants, so they naturally had no interest. Even Pax, the weakest among the Guardians, was not comparable to the current Vegeta, able to provoke a confrontation. Carrie Shaw watched as Parks departed, glanced at Lex and Solirans, and called out to Bruce, "Bruce, you really made that life separation technique before. I didn't expect it to look quite interesting." During this time, under Solirans' arrangement, Lex and Parks managed to keep Caribou Island in perfect order, which certainly lifted Carrie Shaw's spirits. Of course, are you not aware of your husband's capabilities? However, the fruit seed obtained last time in the Mikexing Temple is already gone. If those three were to die in battle one day, even with my abilities, I would probably be unable to revive them. Bruce walked to the beach, took a big gulp of juice, and explained, "Is that so? But with the strength of those three, there shouldn't be anyone in the main timeline who can challenge them for now," Carrie Shaw said with a smile. Over the years, Carrie Shaw had visited similar timelines and had encountered Frisia Cell and Bu from other realms. Under Carrie Shaw's observation, although Parks and the others couldn't cultivate their strength, already rivaled the greatest bosses from 3 eras. Thus, Carrie Shaw had no worries about their safety. After chatting a bit more, Bruce went off to train. As for how powerful they were now, even Whis wasn't particularly clear. Perhaps only Bruce and Carrie Shaw themselves. Meanwhile, on the lively Earth, in a dimension only ancient gods could inhabit, the Divine Order Temple. At the same time, on Earth, the god of destruction, Beerus, and Whis were quietly floating there. Whis' gaze seemed to casually observe the battlefield on Earth, but he was actually monitoring two deeply hidden presences in the Pacific. They were the best candidates for the god of destruction and the Kaishin of time, personally selected by him, Lord Beerus and the Kaishin of time. At this moment, Beerus was crossing his arms, looking quite impatient, yet his attention had not strayed from Caribou Island and the battlefield on Earth. "Whis, those two Scions on Earth are just too weak," Beerus yawned. Whis merely smiled gently, saying, "Lord Beerus, haven't you noticed? You mean those two candidate gods of destruction?" "Exactly," Whis nodded. "Bruce and Carrie Shaw are You mean those two candidate gods of destruction?" "Exactly," Whis nodded. "Bruce and Carrie Shaw are currently on Caribou Island in the Pacific, one training and the other resting. And it seems they have no intention of interfering in this battle at all." When Beerus heard Whis mention Bruce and Carisha, his expression became more serious. "Speaking of which, these two fellows are really hiding their power well. Initially, I thought their potential was decent, but now it seems they are even better than I expected." Whis explained, "Yes, their bloodlines are not merely ordinary legendary Scions like Broly and Vegeta. One possesses the bloodline of the oldest ancestral Scions, and the other is a legendary Scion bloodline that appears once in a millennium, different from Broly's. Moreover, the various special divine attributes contained within Bruce and Carrie Shaw are beyond any system I know of." At this moment, Beerus stroked his chin. This is interesting." Then Beerus had Whis switch to Broly on New Vampa, and after a glance remarked, "They are much stronger than that, Broly." New Vampa is a new planet created by Bruce with the permission of the Kaishin, similar to Vampa, but more suitable for habitation. Broly really likes New Vampa. So 4.5 years ago, he requested Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis to allow him to live on New Vampa, because he enjoyed the various small animals there. At that time, Broly had already learned to control his mental power and wouldn't easily lose control, so Lord Beerus and Angel Whis agreed to this request. Bruce had also tested Broly's current strength, which in a normal state was probably at the limit of Son Goku's Super Saiyan 2 in other timelines, as for full power. It certainly couldn't compare to Bruce and Carrie Shaw's combined strength. Just then, as Beerus and Whis were conversing, the battle among the vegetable people had grown increasingly intense. 6 vegetable people were frantically surrounding Piccolo, Krillin, and Son Gohan, attacking vigorously, where their claws passed rocks, shattered, and dust filled the air. Piccolo stretched out his arms to continuously defend, already sporting several shallow wounds. To conserve energy, he did not want to reveal his true strength, which was why he was being injured by these vegetable people. Krillin, meanwhile, was dodging back and forth with his speed, but even so, he was still forced back by these two vegetable beings. The weakest Son Gohan, due to his young age, was frightened by the immense power of the vegetable beings, causing his face to turn pale, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to back down, his latent power stirring restlessly. Piccolo cast a glance at Son Gohan and praised, "Not bad, Gohan. Don't be afraid, these vegetable beings are about your strength. You just take it seriously, and you won't lose." Hearing Piccolo's words, Nappa laughed heartily from the side, looking smug. Ha! This is too funny, with Kakaroto's son thinking he can defeat the vegetable people. He always felt that beyond this battlefield there were several extremely subtle energies that weren't strong. Yet for some reason they made him feel inexplicably agitated. No matter how he perceived, he couldn't grasp their exact location and could only suppress this doubt for the time being. Even at this moment, Vegeta was questioning whether there were other presences he was unaware of that were also watching Earth. It shouldn't be Frieza. That guy can't sense energy, and Frieza's army doesn't have such advanced technology for distant real-time observation. Vegeta set aside his various doubts and redirected his focus back to the battle with the vegetable beings. Meanwhile, in the sky not far from the battlefield, Parks had quietly arrived. He had suppressed his own energy to the utmost. Not even Nappa, let alone Piccolo and Krillin, or even Vegeta and Son Goku could detect his presence. Right now, Parks was quietly hiding in place, remaining motionless, strictly adhering to the earlier commands from Lord Bruce. He was not to interfere in the battle or reveal his true strength. He only needed to wait until the battle ended, and then take Vegeta away. Faced with Bruce and Karishaw's orders, Parks needed no more thought. He simply had to execute them. He trusted his two masters, believing that their actions held profound significance. In Parks' eyes, the vegetable beings Nappa and even Vegeta, along with nearby Tien Shin and Yamcha and Chaozu, were no different from ants. Even the weakest among the three guardians, he could easily deal with everyone he had observed at this moment. It was only because Lord Bruce had instructed him not to act that he restrained himself. On the other side, on Caribou Island, Bruce and Karisha began to battle on the beach. Thanks to the barrier combined with their strong control, their energies leaked not at all. Their strikes seemed effortless, without any exaggerated energy waves or thunderous noises, yet each collision distorted the surrounding air. Gohan and the others should be able to hold on for a while longer, Karisha said softly while fighting. Bruce nodded. Yes, this level of battle doesn't require our intervention. Moreover, Goku is currently rushing back from Snake Way. This is a battle for him and Vegeta, so we shouldn't disrupt it. However, Bruce paused, his gaze slightly tightening. I always feel like something is watching Caribou Island. Not just them, Bruce gently shook his head. In my feeling, it resembles an existence more ancient and advanced, as if beyond the universe, above all gods. Bruce wondered if it could possibly be the Grand Minister. For among all known deities, only the Grand Minister could give Bruce. Just as Bruce's words fell in that instant, in a place surpassing all universes, the Kaishin realm and the angel. It was a pure white, timeless divine order temple. An ancient caretaker of divine order seated for eons suddenly felt a slight tremor in his tightly shut eyes. The long silent power of divine order, like a slumbering giant, began to awaken gradually. This ancient caretaker did not fully open his eyes, yet the divine crystals of the temple began to glow faintly. He was waiting for the most opportune moment. Waiting for the moment when the divine powers of the two Saiyans would erupt completely. Then the mandate of divine order would officially descend upon Bruce and Karisha. The battle on Earth continued, everything remaining exactly as per the original historical trajectory. No one knew that from this moment on, the oldest unknown divine system beneath the Omni King had begun to awaken quietly. The resting Grand Minister suddenly opened his eyes, looking surprised at a certain source, and spoke. This ancient being that has slept for billions of years is actually about to awaken. The High Divine Priest stood motionless within a dim, vast hall, his gaze fixed upon a distant origin. That origin was the dimensional realm of the Shinshu Divine Temple, a world accessible only to the Omni King. No being by their own power alone could enter it. The Destroyer realm of Universe 7 in the primary timeline. At this moment, Whis and Beerus gazed with profound reverence toward a distant direction, as if at its farthest edge loomed an existence of terrifying magnitude. Even deities of the highest echelon, Destroyers and Supreme Kais, knew almost nothing of the Shinshu Divine Temple. It had never entered their lore. Whis and Beerus possessed fragments of knowledge, but even they dared not speak lightly of those ancient beings. Beerus spoke then. Whis, would you elaborate on this existence? His eyes held unwavering seriousness. The first time since ascending to Destroyerhood that he had ever addressed Whis with such solemnity. Sigh. Lord Beerus, Whis exhaled, his voice heavy with caution. I urge you, do not provoke them further. Even my father, the High Divine Priest, may not be able to shield you. Clearly, Beerus bore some history with the Shinshu Divine Temple. As for the temple itself, I know little. Yet, I have heard a legend eons ago. The Shinshu Divine Temple was presided over by the Shinshu Grand Divine Priest, whose domain was known as the Shinshu Realm. The Shinshu Realm's dimensional tier transcends all universes, Supreme Kai realms, and angelic domains. It is the most ancient divine dimension of all. Its very purpose is to uphold the foundational order of divinity beneath the Omni King's sovereignty, the primordial sanctuary from which all divine hierarchies originate. Its antiquity is unfathomable, even predating the Omni King himself. Moreover, the Shinshu Grand Divine Priest stands first among all deities beneath the Omni King, the sovereign of the Shinshu Divine Temple, equal in rank to the current High Divine Priest, yet surpassing even my father in power. Far greater. At these words, Whis' expression softened into deep reverence, while inside Beerus a storm of shock raged. As Beerus reeled in astonishment, the same scene unfolded across the other 11 universes of the Omni King's domain. Angels, destroyers, and supreme Kais alike regarded those ancient beings with hushed awe and profound dread. Earth, Karaburu Island. Broly and Kale chatted idly, when suddenly their communicator flared with light. They exchanged glances, puzzled. Why would Cronoa, the Time Supreme Kai, contact them now? Without hesitation, they activated the device. Broly, Kale, you're both there? Good. Head immediately to the GT timeline. Its temporal order has just erupted into catastrophic chaos. It is as though the masters behind those vile entities have sensed a grave threat, and now tremble in fear. They have already dispatched temporal raiders, time smugglers, and chronoworms across the Omni King's domain to shatter cosmic equilibrium. The Chrono Temple has entered full combat readiness. It will not be long before the entire Omni King universe feels the aftershocks. Your mission: go to the GT timeline and eradicate the time corruptors, those who wield temporal chaos as a weapon. Broly and Kale locked eyes. Both saw unmistakable shock reflected there. Understood. We depart for the GT timeline at once. Broly affirmed gravely to Cronoa, then glanced at Kale. She nodded in silent accord. After severing the connection, Broly turned toward a direction where an odd sensation had just stirred, and murmured, could it be that the awakening of that mysterious entity has unsettled the source of the chaos? No matter. When the enemy comes, we meet them with steel. When the flood rises, we dam it with earth. All that matters is relentless growth. I believe ultimate strength can shatter any threat and dissolve every instability. Broly then called out loudly, Selena, Lex, you three remain on Earth until our return. Should this timeline fall under threat, go forth and stop those who would unbalance the cosmos. Seventh universe is not for vermin from the shadows to defile. Selena, yes, Lord Broly. Lady Kale, rest assured, Lord Broly, Lady Kale. With us three standing guard, not one rat shall slip past alive. Broly nodded. With their combined might, seventh universe would hold firm, and with Beerus and others present, no crisis could overwhelm it. Without delay, Broly and Kale retrieved their Chrono Patrol exclusive vessel and vanished instantly from the primary. Meanwhile, battle still raged across Earth, its course unfolding much as it had in Dragon Ball's original chronology, its outcome likewise unchanged. GT timeline. Earth. Human life had all but vanished from the planet. Only a handful of warriors remained, locked in high-tier combat against the sudden emergence of evil dragons and time corruptors fighting to protect what little remained of Earth. Son Goku, your reign as the universe's strongest warrior ends today. Ha ha ha. At that moment, evil one-star dragon had already defeated Goku, reduced to his childhood form. Goku hung upside down from a steel girder, utterly spent, incapable even of sustaining flight. Before this, he had already vanquished 6 evil dragons, from 7-star to 2-star, his stamina complete, thus facing the strongest, 1-star dragon. Even Goku's current base power, hundreds of billions times greater than his former peak, proved insufficient. Indeed, after defeating the evil dragons, Goku's base power had surged to 35 billion units. Beyond Goku and 1-star dragon's battlefield, several others burned with fierce intensity, though certain master-level corruptors had yet to descend into direct combat. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Yamcha fought low-tier temporal raiders, while both raiders and chronoworms were collectively termed time corruptors. Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, Goten, Piccolo, and Master Roshi stood grim-faced beneath the sky, watching several ominous figures hovering above. Vegeta's gaze locked onto them, voice taut, Dodoria, Frieza, Cooler Tulls, Cell, Majin Buu, Evil Buu, and that terrifying 1-star dragon. Damn it, what in the world is happening to Earth? Why have these long-dead foes returned? Gohan clenched his fists, sweat beading on his brow. Dad. Vegeta gritted his teeth, Golden Super Saiyan, 4 hair, whipping violently in the wind. Don't panic, Kakarot won't fall so easily. The real question is, where did these scum crawl from? Before he finished speaking, Frieza suddenly cackled from the heavens. Oh ho ho ho. Prince Vegeta, long time no see. Didn't expect this low-born Saiyan monkey to evolve into such a form, did you, eh? Shut your mouth. Vegeta roared, and vanished, delivering a thunderous punch straight at Frieza. Frieza merely raised a hand, and caught the blow effortlessly. What a... Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. Surprised too. Frieza tilted his head, purple lips curling into a grotesque grin. This body has been enhanced by His Excellency himself. Your primitive power means nothing to us. He surged forward, and Vegeta was hurled backward, crashing through 3 colossal mountains. But child's play. Uncle Vegeta, Goten cried out. Trunks grabbed him firmly. Stay focused. Each of them radiates overwhelming power. Indeed, Cooler Tulls and the others unleashed their auras, terrifying pressure, shaking the very planet. Cell licked his lips, scanning the group. Perfect bodies, and now so many perfect cell sources. Piccolo's face darkened. Damn it, they're not just resurrected. They've been amplified by some unknown force. Just then, a rift tore open in the sky, rending the fabric of the GT timeline. Broly and Kale stepped forth from its shimmering maw. So this is Earth in the GT timeline. Broly frowned at the ruined landscape. Worse than I imagined. Kale's gaze locked instantly onto one-star dragon. That one. Energy signature exceeds 1 trillion. Undoubtedly the leader here. Broly flexed his wrists, silver-white divine aura blooming around him. Split up. I'll assist Kakarot of this timeline. You eliminate the pests. Understood. In a flash, Kale appeared before Frieza and the others. Another fool coming to die. Kale said nothing, only raised a single finger. Divine judgment. A golden pillar of light descended from the heavens, engulfing Frieza in blinding radiance. Hey, what is this power? No. In 3 seconds the once universal tyrant vanished. Not even ash remained. Silence fell like stone. Cooler's knees buckled. Frieza, attack together. Kill her. Chui roared, and they surged forward as one. Kale sighed softly, wasting time. She clasped her hands, golden sigils swirling around her, chrono-purification field. Light flared, until Cooler Chui Cell Majin Bu and Evil Bu froze midair. Then like pencil sketches erased by an invisible hand, they dissolved into nothingness. A faint smile touched his lips, white teeth gleaming. Chrono Patrol officers. We specialize in cleaning up trash like you. Disruptors of cosmic order. One-star dragon exploded in fury, his energy surging to its apex, making the entire galaxy tremble. Arrogant fool. I am the ultimate evil dragon, the perfected embodiment of all Dragon Ball's negative energy. Oh, is that so? Broly materialized before him, and threw a single punch. There was no dazzling light, no earth-shattering roar, just the quiet, decisive motion of a man striking with. Yet one-star dragon's body began crumbling from the point of impact, segment by segment. No, impossible. I have already transcended the gods. Transcended the gods. Broly shook out his hand. You haven't even touched the threshold of true divinity. What are you pretending to be? One-star dragon fell, extinguished. Simultaneously within the Shinshu Divine Temple of the primary timeline, the legendary Shinshu Divine Priest slowly opened his eyes, at last awakened. His voice, soft yet resonant, echoed across all 12 universes. Proclaim it: in 22 years the Omni King universe shall formally enter the Shinshu era. The vermin hiding in the shadowed currents of time, complex and unreadable. But the true crisis has only just begun. Within the Chrono Supreme Kai Temple, Cronoa watched the temporal monitoring array settle into calm, and exhaled slowly. Those two moved swiftly indeed. Her gaze drifted into the distance, complex and unreadable. But the true crisis has only just begun. On Earth in the GT timeline, Goku rose shakily, and bowed deeply to Broly and Kale. Thank you. May I ask, who are you? Broly waved dismissively. No thanks necessary. It is our duty. As for who we are, he pointed upward. Think of us as officers from a higher dimensional jurisdiction, tasked specifically with apprehending temporal criminals who defy universal law. Fire ignited in Goku's eyes. Higher dimensions? Then you must be incredibly powerful. I'd love to spar someday. Kale smiled faintly. This timeline's Kakarot is just as the archives described, obsessed with battle. There will be time, Broly nodded, grinning. But not now. We still have other timelines to stabilize. As for you, he surveyed the shattered Earth. Start by rebuilding your home. With that, the two streaked into light and vanished through the rippling space-time fissure. Vegeta finally crawled from the rubble, battered and bruised. Kakarot. Who were those people? Goku gazed skyward, his trademark grin returning. I don't know, but one day I'll become stronger than them. Of course, but Prince Vegeta will never be surpassed by you. The two strongest Saiyans of the GT timeline laughed heartily, side by side, as if the mortal peril they'd just endured had never existed. And in an unseen crevice between dimensions, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. The Shinshu Divine Temple has finally stirred. The space where the ethereal voice echoed quickly fell silent. Bruce and Carissa easily dealt with the time disorderers of GT before heading to other time dimensions to lend their aid. This was because powerful beings had appeared in several time dimensions, as indicated by the distress signals from Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the Time Patrol officers. Bruce understood the formidable strength of those time disorderers. Even their Super Saiyan fourth limit break forms could not defeat them. Thus Sun Wukong and the others thought of Bruce and Carissa, the two later joined Saiyans of the Time Nest. Although they were newcomers, their strength ranked among the top two warriors. On Earth in the main timeline, Piccolo and Krillin were still engaged in battle. At that moment, on the desolate battlefield of Earth, 6 green vegetable beings emitted ear-piercing shrieks, their diminutive forms brimming with explosive energy. Vegeta crossed his arms, a contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Vegetable men, let these Earth trash witness the technology of the Saiyans. Wait, Vegeta. Nappa bellowed. Vegeta, let me have a turn too. Vegeta nodded slightly. Do as you wish, but don't kill them all or leave one alive, as only they know the whereabouts of Kakarot. I understand, Nappa nodded, but did not act immediately, instead waiting. Meanwhile, the first vegetable being pounced toward the arriving Ten Shinhan. Its speed was astonishing, but Ten Shinhan's reaction was even faster. He dodged to the side and swiftly struck down, with a hand chop slicing the vegetable being in two green juice gushing out. That's all there is to it, Ten Shinhan said coldly. However, the severed body suddenly swelled and exploded. Ten Shinhan was sent flying by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. Ten Shinhan! Yajirobe exclaimed. Don't let your guard down. Piccolo shouted, these things can self-destruct. The remaining 5 vegetable beings moved simultaneously. They dashed across the battlefield like green lightning, their speed dizzying. Yajirobe confronted one of them, fists and feet clashing, energy surging. This level. Yajirobe gritted his teeth. I can handle it. He seized the vegetable being's arm and performed a throw, slamming it into the ground, then gathered his ki to deliver a fatal blow. But the vegetable being suddenly revealed a strange smile, its body starting to swell. Oh no! The explosion engulfed Yajirobe. As the smoke cleared, only a charred corpse remained, a classic scene. Yajirobe! Krillin cried out heart-wrenchingly. Damn it! Ten Shinhan struggled to stand, his remaining right arm trembling. I will make you pay for this blood debt. Piccolo's gaze turned icy. Krillin, Gohan, be careful of their self-detonation. We must strike to kill, not give them a chance to explode. One vegetable being quietly circled behind Gohan, its sharp claws aimed at his back. Piccolo moved, instantly delivering an elbow strike that shattered its skull, then followed up with a kick that sent the headless corpse soaring into the sky. The corpse exploded midair, resembling a green firework. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's face was pale. Don't lose focus. Piccolo spoke sharply. These guys are just the vanguard. The real enemies are those 2 Saiyans. The remaining 3 vegetable beings seemed to sense danger and stopped acting individually, instead gathering together. They emitted high-frequency shrieks, their green bodies beginning to flicker and sink. Not good, they're going to self-destruct collectively. Krillin shouted. Spread out. But it was too late. The 3 vegetable beings simultaneously lunged at the nearest Ten Shinhan. Yajirobe, use your psychic abilities to hold them still. Yajirobe extended his hands, unleashing his psychic power to its fullest. The movements of the 3 vegetable beings froze instantly, as if bound by invisible chains. Ten Shinhan attacked quickly. Leave it to me. Ten Shinhan took a deep breath, gathering his remaining right hand to form a dazzling energy wave, Kamehameha. The massive torrent of energy engulfed the 3 vegetable beings, completely vaporizing them, not giving them a chance to explode. We did it. Yajirobe collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. It's not over yet. Piccolo glanced at the 2 figures in the sky. The real battle is just beginning. Vegeta slowly clapped, the sound echoing painfully across the barren wilderness. A splendid performance, Earth Trash. However, he paused, his gaze suddenly turning icy. Game time is over, Nappa. Eliminate them. Nappa cackled as he landed on the ground, each step shaking the earth. Finally, it's my turn. You insects, are you ready to die? Nappa gave no one a chance to catch their breath. With a casual wave of his hand, a surge of energy forced Krillin and Piccolo back several meters. The first one is you. Nappa's gaze fell on Ten Shinhan. Surprisingly, the earlier explosion didn't kill you. Ten Shinhan gritted his teeth and assumed a fighting stance. Less talk. He initiated the attack first, his fists and feet raining down like raindrops at an incredible speed. But Nappa stood still, allowing the attacks to land on him, producing metallic, clanging sounds. Just a tickle, eh? Nappa grinned, then threw a punch. Ten Shinhan barely blocked it, but was still sent flying, carving a deep trench in the ground. His right arm even made a cracking sound, as if it had broken. Ten Shinhan. Yajirobe wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Piccolo. Don't be foolish. That guy's power. Nappa chose not to pursue Ten Shinhan, but instead turned toward Yajirobe. Next up is this little brat. Ten Shinhan roared. But Yajirobe did not flee. He extended his hands, unleashing his psychic power again. I won't let you hurt Ten Shinhan. Nappa's movements momentarily stalled, but he soon broke free. Interesting ability, but too weak. He grabbed Yajirobe by the head, lifting him up like a chick. Yajirobe. Ten Shinhan. I'm sorry. Yajirobe revealed a sorrowful smile. Goodbye. His body suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Self-detonation. The massive explosion engulfed Nappa, smoke billowing into the sky. Yajirobe. Ten Shinhan's cry was hard, but when the smoke finally cleared, Nappa stood there unscathed, only his battle suit slightly damaged. Damn little brat. Nappa brushed off the dust from his clothes. How dare you dirty my clothes? You bastard. Ten Shinhan's eyes burned with insane fury. I will make you pay. Ten Shinhan charged forward recklessly, gathering all his life force into his remaining right hand. New Kamehameha. Ten Shinhan knelt on the ground, the breath of life rapidly fading. Everyone, do your best. His body leaned forward, never to rise again. Ten Shinhan. Yajirobe. Krillin knelt on the ground, tears blurring his vision. Why? Why did it have to be this way? Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, making a cracking sound. Damn it. Damn it. Nappa crawled out of the trench, his battle suit tattered, but he seemed only lightly injured. Not bad of an attack to think you could damage my armor. But Nappa revealed a cruel smile. This is where it ends. At this moment, Gohan's body trembled, fear wrapping around his heart like a cold snake. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. Gohan. Piccolo's voice thundered. Listen, that guy may be powerful, but he has openings in his movements. When he attacks, we will strike from both sides. Aye. Believe in yourself. You are the son of Sun Wukong. Nappa had already charged over. Who's next? Now's the time. Piccolo and Krillin simultaneously launched their attacks from both sides, their energy intertwining. But Nappa only snorted, shaking his arms to nullify their assault. Little tricks. He threw a punch at Krillin. Piccolo hurriedly pushed Krillin aside, taking the punch himself. Nappa's fist sank deep into Piccolo's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of green blood. Uncle Piccolo. Don't come over, Gohan. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Run. Wait for your father. Run. Nappa cackled. Today none of you will escape. He grabbed Piccolo by the neck, tossing him into the sky like garbage, then fired an energy blast in pursuit. Piccolo barely dodged in midair, but the explosion still sent him flying. Piccolo. Krillin seized the moment to launch a sneak attack, his energy disc slicing through the air. Nappa dodged to the side, the energy disc grazing his cheek and leaving a blood mark. Uncle Krillin. Gohan finally moved. Fear was replaced by rage as his power surged. I won't let you hurt my friends. He suddenly appeared before Krillin, delivering a palm strike. Krillin raised his arms to block, but the sound of shattering bones was clear as he was smashed into the ground. Demon Flash. A golden energy wave poured down from above Nappa. Caught off guard, he was struck heat in by Gohan's attack, smoke billowing up. Did I take him down? Gohan panted as he stared at the spot where Nappa had stood. From within the smoke, Nappa's voice was low and furious. You little beast. How dare you sneak attack me? His figure burst through the smoke. Though he had some burn marks, his fighting spirit was even more ferocious. Gohan wanted to evade, but the speed difference was too great. He was directly hit in the abdomen by Nappa's punch, bending his body like a shrimp. Gohan. Piccolo struggled to get up. Stop it. Nappa. Your opponent is me. Oh, wanna die? Nappa turned around. Then I'll grant your wish. He gathered a massive energy sphere. Die. No. Piccolo did not evade. He stood in front of Gohan, taking the fatal blow with his own body. The explosion consumed Piccolo's figure. As the light dissipated, the Namekian's body lay in ruins, green blood staining the ground. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan crawled toward Piccolo, tears streaming down his face. Why? Why did you save me? Piccolo struggled to raise his hand, wiping away Gohan's tears. Because you are my only friend. His gaze began to fade. The days spent training with you. I was very happy. Don't die. Promise me. Gohan. Live on. Become stronger. Piccolo's hand fell, the light in his eyes extinguished completely. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's shout echoed through the skies. His energy surged wildly, golden flames soaring into the heavens, even causing surprise on the faces of Nappa and Vegeta. Power level 2,800. No, it's still rising. I will kill you. Gohan charged toward Nappa like a golden meteor, his fists and feet carrying a world-destroying momentum. Nappa was momentarily suppressed, his body retreating repeatedly. What's wrong with this little brat? But even if Gohan was angrier, he still couldn't make up for the enormous power gap. When Gohan's offensive slowed, Nappa instantly seized the gap, delivering a heavy punch that sent him flying. Damn. How could I be so embarrassed? Nappa breathed heavily, died. He directly gathered his ultimate strike. Stop. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the sky. A figure descended like a meteor enveloped in red flames. It was Sun Wukong, returning from the Snake Way, the strongest warrior among Earth's fighters. Of course, excluding monsters like Bruce and the others. Dad. At this moment, Sun Wukong gently landed in front of Gohan, shielding him. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Ten Shinhan Yajirobe, Piccolo's corpse, the severely injured Krillin, and the distant life-or-death situation of Yajirobe. Dad. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan was inconsolable. I know. Sun Wukong's voice was calm, but a storm brewed in his eyes. Gohan, take Krillin and leave this place. They'll handle the rest. But trust me. Sun Wukong turned to face Nappa and Vegeta, pulling out a Senzu bean. Gohan, give this to Krillin. Then retreat to a safe place. Nappa immediately sized up the newly appeared enemy, the scouter, beeping, power level. Only 5,000. Not much stronger than the little brat from earlier. However, Vegeta furrowed his brow. Wait, Nappa. His energy is very strange. Sun Wukong handed the Senzu bean to Gohan, watching him help Krillin fly away, then turned to face the enemies. You have killed many people. So what? Nappa sneered. Survival of the fittest. This is the truth of the universe. Maybe so. Sun Wukong flexed his wrists. But you have harmed my friends, my family. This debt must be settled. You speak so boldly. Nappa launched the first attack, his massive fist crashing down with a whistling wind. Sun Wukong sidestepped, his movements smooth as flowing water. Not bad speed, but Nappa's knee suddenly Sun Wukong pressed down with both hands using the force to flip backward and land steadily. Is that all you can do? Nappa unleashed a barrage of punches, each capable of crushing rock. Sun Wukong remained calm, dodging all attacks with minimal movement. His gaze remained steady, as if observed. Damn, if you have the guts, take it, Heaton. Nappa slammed his fist into the ground, shockwaves radiating outward. Sun Wukong leaped into the air, and Nappa was waiting for this moment. Let's see how you dodge. A massive energy wave erupted from his mouth, Nappa's ultimate move, mouth cannon. The dust swirled. He roared as he got up, only to find that Nappa had retreated 10 meters away. You bastard. The veins on his forehead bulged. I will tear you apart. He unleashed all his power, causing the ground to crack beneath his feet. The battle power detector went into frenzy, its readings surpassing 8,000. Die. Nappa transformed into a shadow, moving at blinding speed. Yet Sun Wukong still dodged, and this time he began to counterattack. A knife hand strike to Nappa's neck, a knee strike to his abdomen, and finally an elbow smash to his back. The three moves were executed in succession, and Nappa's massive body was slammed into the ground like a rag doll. Impossible. Nappa coughed up blood. This speed. This power. Vegeta's expression turned grave. Nappa stepped back. You are no match for him. Prince Vegeta, I said step back. Nappa gritted his teeth unwillingly, but dared not disobey the order, staggering to the side. Vegeta slowly descended, standing before Sun Wukong. The two locked eyes, and it felt as though sparks were flying in the air. So you are Kakarot. Vegeta's voice was filled with scrutiny. The son of a low-class warrior, yet you have grown to this extent, truly unexpected. I am Sun Wukong, a human from Earth. Sun Wukong said calmly. Why have you come to Earth? Why, oi? Vegeta scoffed. Originally, it was just... I heard from your companions about a magical orb, something called the Dragon Ball, that can grant any wish. If you join us Saiyans, I might consider sparing your friends. I don't care about any Saiyans. Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance. I only care that you harm my friends. Prepare to die. Arrogant. Vegeta's gaze grew dangerous. Let me show you what true power is. The two's energy erupted simultaneously, their energies clashing to create a whirlwind with flying sand and stones darkening the sky. The battle was about to erupt. Vegeta struck first, moving at a speed beyond the naked eye. Sun Wukong barely managed to block, but the massive impact still forced him to slide back several meters. Not bad, you managed to take my punch. Vegeta sneered, but this is just the beginning. With fists and kicks raining down, each strike contained devastating power. Sun Wukong fought back with all his might, but soon realized he was at a disadvantage in strength. At this moment, Sun Wukong thought in astonishment, so strong. Far beyond that guy. Nappa, what's wrong? Is this all you've got? Vegeta's attacks grew fiercer. You really disappoint me, Kakarot. Sun Wukong was struck in the abdomen by a heavy punch, sending him flying, rolling across the ground for dozens of meters before stopping. Dad, Gohan exclaimed from a distance. Don't worry. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. This is just the beginning. He took a deep breath, and his red aura suddenly surged. Kaioken. His battle power doubled in an instant, and Sun Wukong transformed into a red lightning bolt rushing toward Vegeta. This time it was Vegeta who was surprised. What a... Their fists clashed in midair, the shockwave shattering rocks. Vegeta was knocked back 3 steps while Sun Wukong only stepped back 1. Interesting ability. Vegeta licked his lips. You can instantly increase your battle power. But at what cost? How long can your body endure? Sun Wukong did not answer and launched another attack. In the state of Kaioken, his speed and power surged dramatically, momentarily suppressing Vegeta. Prince! Nappa exclaimed. Shut up. Vegeta roared. I haven't lost yet. He suddenly exploded with energy, the golden aura intertwining with the red, as they fought from the ground to the sky, then from the sky to the mountain peak. Each collision sounded like thunder, every clash triggered an earthquake. Gallic Gun. Vegeta gathered a purple energy sphere with both hands, the destructive aura distorting the space around it. Bring it on. Sun Wukong gathered his hands to his waist. Kamehameha. The blue and purple energy waves collided in midair, neither side yielding. The two forces were evenly matched, neither willing to back down. You can actually withstand my Gallic Gun. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Then, let's put in more effort. The energy output increased once more. The purple light began to overpower the blue. Sun Wukong felt his arms trembling, the burden of Kaioken starting to show. Kaioken, 3 times. The red aura surged, and the power of the Kamehameha doubled in an instant, pushing back the Gallic Gun. What a... Vegeta was engulfed by his own attack, the explosive fire illuminating half the sky. Did it? From a distance, Krillin murmured. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta still stood, his battle suit in tatters, but his eyes were even more frenzied. Very good. Very good. This is the battle I've been looking forward to. He howled to the sky, his energy climbing once more. I will show you the true power of a Saiyan prince. Just what I wanted. Sun Wukong also raised his Kaioken to 3 times. Come on. The two once again clashed. This time the speed was so fast that not even shadows could be seen, only the continuous sounds of collisions and explosions proving the intensity of the battle. Vegeta swept a kick towards Sun Wukong's head, who leaned back to evade, immediately countering with an uppercut. Vegeta tilted his head to dodge, grabbed Sun Wukong by the collar, and threw him into the sky, then unleashed a flurry of ki blasts. Sun Wukong twisted and turned in midair, dodging most of the attacks, but still got hit by a few, leaving charred marks. Not done yet. Vegeta pursued, and the two engaged in close combat midair. Every punch connected, every strike was lethal. Kakarot, do you know? Vegeta said while attacking. We Saiyans are a warrior race growing stronger with every battle. Every time we are brought to the brink of death and revive, our battle power greatly increases. So what? This means, Vegeta suddenly seized Sun Wukong's fist. I have the advantage over you. He headbutt, causing Sun Wukong to see stars, then struck him in the chin with a knee, sending him plummeting towards the... Vegeta did not pursue, instead floating in midair, his hands gathering energy once more. This time I will completely annihilate you. Gallic. At this moment Vegeta's power had surpassed 18,000, even stronger than Sun Wukong, with Kaioken activated. Sun Wukong regained consciousness mid-fall. Seeing the purple light above, he steeled himself. Kaioken, 4 times. The red aura became tangible as Sun Wukong forcibly halted his fall and charged towards Vegeta. His muscles screamed in agony, veins bursting, but his gaze remained resolute. What a Kamehameha! Prince! Nappa shouted in terror. Sun Wukong knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The burden of Kaioken 4 times brought his body to the brink of collapse, every inch of muscle throbbing with pain. In the distance a cliff collapsed and Vegeta crawled out of the ruins. His condition was utterly miserable, his left arm broken, his right eye bleeding, and his battle suit nearly destroyed. You actually pushed me to this extent. Vegeta's voice trembled, not from fear, but from extreme rage. Kakarot, I want you dead without a corpse. He howled to the sky, his voice carrying an ancient rhythm. Suddenly the sky darkened, and an artificial full moon appeared out of nowhere. That is... Sun Wukong's eyes widened. The true form of a Saiyan. Vegeta's body began to swell, hair growing wildly. Let me show you the terror of the great ape. His body underwent drastic changes under the moonlight, transforming into a towering golden giant ape, obscuring the sky and exuding an oppressive presence. This is the true power of a Saiyan. At this moment Vegeta's battle power reached an astonishing 180,000. As the great ape Vegeta stomped down, the earth cracked beneath him. Sun Wukong barely dodged, but the shockwave still sent him flying. Dad! Gohan wanted to rush forward, but was firmly held back by Krillin. Don't go. We can't intervene in a battle of that level. The great ape Vegeta opened his massive maw, unleashing a gigantic energy wave. Sun Wukong dodged with all his might, but still got grazed by the residual wave, plummeting like a kite with its string cut. A flash of sword-like cut through, severing the great ape's tail. Roar! Vegeta let out a pained roar, his enormous body beginning to shrink, reverting to his human form. He knelt on the ground, blood pouring from the severed tail. Hua! A Kairobe emerged from behind a rock, his sword dripping with blood. I didn't expect this, did you? You bastard! Vegeta attempted to rise, but collapsed again due to exhaustion. Sun Wukong struggled to get up, walking up to Vegeta. It's over, Vegeta. Kill me. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Otherwise, I will definitely destroy Earth. Sun Wukong raised his hand, gathering energy in his palm. But after a long pause he lowered his hand. You can go. What? I said you can go. Sun Wukong turned around. You can no longer fight. I don't want to kill someone who has lost the ability to resist. You are insulting me. Vegeta roared. I am the prince of the Saiyans. I'd rather die than accept this kind of mercy. This is not mercy. Sun Wukong turned back. This is a warrior's respect. You are strong, the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. I hope that when we meet next time you will become even stronger. Vegeta was taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh. Kakarot. You, really? He struggled to stand and flew towards Nappa. We are leaving. But your highness. I said leave. Nappa glanced at Sun Wukong, unwillingly helped Vegeta up, and their figures disappeared into the horizon. The setting sun dyed the wasteland golden, as if trying to cover up the bloodshed of the day. Sun Wukong finally could not hold on any longer and knelt on the ground. The aftermath of Kaioken hit him hard, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to faint. Dad! Wukong! Gohan and Krillin rushed over, supporting him from either side. Don't worry. Just a bit tired. Sun Wukong forced a smile. Go on. You've grown. Piccolo would be proud of you. At the mention of Piccolo, Gohan's eyes turned red again. Uncle Piccolo. He saved me. We will revive them. Sun Wukong said firmly. The Dragon Balls are still here. Namek has Dragon Balls too. As long as we find Namek, we can bring everyone back to life. Ed. We will revive them. Sun Wukong said firmly. The Dragon Balls are still here. Namek has Dragon Balls too. As long as we find Namek, we can bring everyone back to life. Namek? Krillin asked in confusion. Yes, I learned from King Kai that Piccolo was a Namekian, and if it is his home planet, there must be Dragon Balls there. Sun Wukong continued. Vegeta mentioned Namek, which means they know of that place. Gohan wiped his tears. Dad, I want to go too. I want to get stronger so that no one else has to sacrifice themselves to protect me. Sun Wukong looked at his son's determined eyes, smiling with satisfaction. All right, let's get stronger together. In the distance, a Kairobe approached with his sword. Hey, are you guys okay? A Kairobe, thanks to you. Sun Wukong said sincerely. If it weren't for you cutting off Vegeta's tail, I would have been done for. Heh, it was a small matter. A Kairobe scratched his head, but what that guy said about destroying Earth, he wasn't joking, right? Yes. Sun Wukong's expression turned serious. Vegeta will return, and he will be stronger. We must surpass ourselves before that happens. He gazed in the direction Vegeta had disappeared, murmuring to himself, Saiyan, what secrets does my heritage hold? As night fell, the stars began to appear. The brutal battle had concluded, but a larger storm was brewing. The journey to Namek, the shadow of Frieza, the legend of the Super Saiyan. Everything had just begun. Because he is Sun Wukong, who grew up on Earth, a warrior who protects the Earth. Meanwhile, Nappa, who was supposed to die at Vegeta's hands, was alive due to the butterfly effect. Nappa brought the severely injured Vegeta to the spaceship, just about to board, when suddenly a figure appeared. Leave Vegeta behind, and you can go. The speaker was Parks, sent by Bruce. Nappa and Vegeta looked at Parks in shock. Who are you? Feeling the unfathomable energy within Parks, despair shrouded the hearts of the two Saiyans. In the universe, Nappa flew away on the spaceship alone, planning to report the events on Earth to Frieza. Just then a time-space disruptor quietly appeared in the void of space. Haha, I didn't expect the Saiyans of the main timeline to be this pathetic. Better off dead. This time-space disruptor fired an energy cannon, obliterating both Nappa and the spaceship into ash. Haha. Thankfully, I sensed something was off and escaped from the GT timeline in advance, otherwise I would have been dead at the hands of those two detestable time patrols, Bruce and Callista. This time-space disruptor was none other than Dr. Gero, who had traveled to the GT timeline and was also brought back to life by the mastermind behind the chaos in the dark. The reason being they were drawn to Dr. Gero's intellect and ambition. Meanwhile, Bruce was unaware of all this. After Dr. Gero eliminated Nappa, he vanished entirely, never to reappear. Meanwhile, in the main timeline, history unfolded precisely as it always had. Time flowed swiftly, and both Earth and the seventh universe endured repeated crises. It began with Raditz' descent upon Earth, followed by the incursion of Vegeta and his comrades. Then came Frieza, and later the artificial humans, Cell, and the androids, each unleashing waves of devastation. Owing to fate's immense corrective force, androids 17 and 18 from an alternate timeline unexpectedly manifested on Earth. Yet they were ultimately defeated by Son Goku's full-power Super Saiyan form and Son Gohan's awakened Super Saiyan. Even Cell, having evolved into his perfect form, fell beneath Son Gohan's fists. Guided earlier by Broly's mentorship, Gohan remained grounded during the Cell saga and eradicated him without hesitation. Later, the Majin Buu crisis erupted, and only after Son Goku ascended to Super Saiyan 3 did he narrowly vanquish the diminutive Buu. Thereafter, events proceeded much as in the original chronology. Yet Broly and Carissa never returned to the main timeline. Instead, they remained abroad, undertaking missions and cultivating their strength. Parks, Lex, and Sari Lance, residents of Karaburu Island, likewise remained sequestered there, never venturing beyond its shores. Only two individuals on Earth knew of the three formidable warriors dwelling on Karaburu Island. Son Goku. Vegeta now grasped many long-hidden truths, and had not only survived on Earth, but even wed Tights, giving rise to a son named Trunks. Tights, Bulma's elder sister, was an intrepid novelist. West City Capsule Corporation, Dawn. Morning sunlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling warmth across the opulent living room atop Capsule Corporation. Bulma carried 2 steaming mugs of coffee from the kitchen, her appearance defying her years, radiant with youthful vitality. The longevity bestowed by Broly's Saiyan bloodline had already begun to manifest within her. Though no warrior herself, decades spent in proximity to divine-tier cultivators had quietly elevated her very life essence. Broly, Carissa, it's time to rise. She placed the mugs upon the low table and turned toward the pair resting before the panoramic window. They were a man and woman of breathtaking perfection, clad in sleek black martial attire unadorned by battle gear, yet radiating an unmistakable contained power. Broly and Carissa resembled celestial blades sheathed in silence, calm on the surface, yet humming with latent, incisive might. His frame was elegantly sculpted, neither slender nor bulky, and his short black hair gleamed with health in the morning light. This was Broly, the pure-blooded warrior bearing the primordial Saiyan lineage. His very existence stood as the flawless archetype of Saiyan evolution. As Bulma's husband, he was senior to Son Goku, not merely by age, but by generational standing among Saiyan. Beside him stood a woman whose waist-length ash-black hair contrasted starkly with the legendary ferocity associated with Saiyan warriors. Carissa's figure was tall, athletic, and poised. As she stirred awake, her focus settled upon calibrating the multifunctional sensor braced upon her wrist. Her eyes, rare emerald green, were tranquil as deep pools in repose, yet blazed with golden fire when battle called. She was 1 year Bulma's senior, and likewise Broly's wife. Moreover, Carissa shared with Broly a sacred bond rooted in the Saiyan homeworld's ancient past. Their triadic family may have seemed extraordinary to Earthlings, but across the cosmos such unions were profoundly natural. Monitoring space-time fluctuations again, Broly asked, turning his head, his voice low, warm, and steady. Lately the seventh universe's space-time folds have grown unusually turbulent. Carissa stowed the device and accepted the coffee Bulma offered. Thank you, Bulma. In daily life, Carissa lacked Bulma's domestic fluency, and since Bulma and Broly had married first, Carissa had adopted this respectful appellation. Bulma waved playfully. How many times must I say it? Just call me Bulma. You're older than I am. I simply look more mature than you do. Never. Bulma will forever be 18. A rare, gentle smile softened Carissa's features. Broly approached, slipping an arm naturally around Bulma's waist and pressing a tender kiss to her forehead. You stayed up late experimenting again. Your complexion is strained. No help for it. The space-time transporter upgrade has reached its critical phase. Bulma leaned into his embrace, closing her eyes wearily. And that crystalline energy you retrieved from the time realm last time possesses such extraordinary properties. I need more. Don't overextend yourself. Broly's tone held unwavering gentleness. Carissa and I are on rotation today. No active patrols scheduled with the space-time patrol, and the substitute destroyer assessment has just concluded. We could. Before he could finish, Broly's brow furrowed sharply, his gaze locking onto the distant horizon beyond the window. What is it? Carissa instantly sensed his shift, her emerald eyes flaring with alertness. A key, familiar yet grievously weakened. Broly's gaze sharpened into piercing intensity. It's Goku's key. He's locked in combat, and his condition is... Carissa closed her eyes, pausing to sense deeper, her golden brows drawing together. Indeed, it's Kakarot. The other key is alien, steeped in malevolence, yet its magnitude scarcely exceeds the first tier of Super Saiyan. Given Kakarot's current strength, he should not be faltering so badly. Let's go. Broly made his decision, glancing at Bulma. We'll return shortly. Be careful. Bulma cautioned him, accustomed by now to her husband's sudden departures. Be back before dinner. Gohan and Videl are bringing little Pan over to eat. Pan's coming. Broly's expression softened instantly. Then we must return early. She insisted last time on riding my shoulders for her flying games. Having spent years immersed in perilous assignments across the stars, Broly and Carissa had yet to sire offspring. A fact Bulma understood completely. Go quickly. Don't let Goku sustain grave injury. Bulma urged. Broly nodded, then turned to Carissa. First-tier base form suffices. That foe's strength doesn't warrant revealing more. Understood. Even at the first tier of Ultra Instinct, Transcendent, I am more than sufficient. Carissa affirmed with unshakable confidence. In the next instant both vanished. No shockwave, no flash, erased from reality itself. This was a foundational technique of the space-time patrol, short-range temporal spatial teleportation. West City outskirts, ruined battlefield. What once had been a serene forest now lay in ruins, gouged by colossal craters and scarred with charred. Son Goku knelt half-collapsed within a massive crater. His iconic orange GI hung in tatters, his left arm dangled unnaturally, clearly shattered, his chest heaving violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Opposite him stood a figure that narrowed Broly's eyes ever so slightly. A hulking extraterrestrial with violet skin and two sharp black horns jutted from his skull, roaring with cruel mirth. So this is the fabled Super Saiyan. Utterly disappointing. I, Lord Epoch, have devoured the life force of countless worlds. You are nothing compared to that. Silence. Goku coughed weakly, straining to rise, only for his gathered ki to disintegrate instantly under the weight of his injuries. It ends here, Saiyan. Epoch raised his right hand, a swirling orb of purplish-black energy coalescing in his palm. Die. The sphere screamed downward. Goku clenched his teeth, desperate to evade, but his body refused to obey. At that razor-thin precipice, a streak of white lightning tore across the sky. No explosion, no concussive wave. That city-shattering sphere froze midair, 3 meters above Goku's head, as if gripped by an invisible titan's hand, then dissolved soundlessly and utterly. Who dares? Epoch recoiled in shock, whirling about wildly. As dust settled, 2 figures descended gracefully before Goku. Broly knelt beside Goku, back turned to the enemy, assessing his wounds, while Carissa stood resolutely before them, her emerald gaze calm and unblinking upon Epoch. Goku, you're badly hurt. Broly's voice held quiet exasperation. With your present strength, this opponent shouldn't reduce you to such a state. Have you grown lax in training? Or, Broly, big brother? Heh. Goku forced his eyes open, catching sight of that beloved face, his taut nerves finally slackening. Thank goodness. You've come. This guy, something's off. Don't speak, rest first. Broly's right hand shimmered with soft white light, divine energy fused with advanced healing artistry. He glanced toward Carissa. Carissa, your turn. First tier. Make it swift. Acknowledged. Carissa stepped forward, her form unchanged, yet the air thickened palpably around her. Her black hair lifted as though stirred by unseen winds, golden lightning flickered deep within her emerald irises. Instinctively Epoch recoiled in dread, yet he crushed the fear down, bellowing, phantom tricks. Whoever you are, you will perish. His hands blurred, Dozens of energy spheres erupted like lethal rain toward Carissa. His ultimate technique, Death Deluge, each orb pulsing with soul-devouring malice having erased 3 civilizations. Carissa didn't even glance at the barrage. She simply raised her right hand palm upward and exhaled, a single breath, and her aura detonated. Not the blazing golden flame of traditional Super Saiyan transformation, but something deeper, quieter, profound. Her black hair blazed brighter, fine white lightning coiled about her form. Her aura glowed pearlescent white, radiating sacred inviolable majesty. Every death sphere halted 3 meters from her, then crumbled, dissolved, and evaporated, as if consumed. What is this power? Apoc staggered backward horrified, feeling his own malevolent energy being suppressed as ice surrenders before scorching sun. Pathetically weak, Carissa murmured, then vanished. She reappeared directly before Apoc. One punch. No flourish, just pure linear force. White lightning erupted where her fist met flesh. Apoc had no time to scream. His body, reforged through countless life enhancements, began unraveling at the cellular level as though fed into a cosmic grinder. No, impossible. I'd surpassed the Super Saiyans. Your surpassing was the delusion of a frog gazing up from the bottom of a well. Carissa withdrew her fist and turned away. Before true divine power you are less than dust. Apoc's body dissolved into motes of light, leaving only a violet crystal upon the scorched earth. Broly had already reset Goku's fractures and stabilized his condition with divine energy. Goku, can you stand? Thanks Broly big brother. Goku scratched his head, pale, yet his usual optimism returning. You arrived just in time. This guy was bizarre. My attack struck him, yet felt absorbed. The more I fought, the stronger he grew. He's a parasitic vessel of a fallen god. Broly explained. The Time Realm's sensors have detected similar energy signatures across multiple universes. We suspect an ancient sealed entity is stirring. These parasites absorb combat energy to evolve. Fighting conventionally only empowers them. I see. Goku's expression cleared with sudden understanding. No wonder I felt something was off. By the way, Brother Bruce, the white energy you used just now, is that the legendary ultimate? I have heard Lord King Kai mention it. Sort of. Bruce didn't elaborate further, but looked at the crystal in Carissa's hand. We need to take this back for analysis. It might involve a crisis across the universe. Goku, do you want to visit Capsule Corporation? Bulma has just developed a new version of the Senzu Bean. Furthermore, Gohan and Videl are bringing Xiao Fong over. Don't you want to meet your granddaughter? Really? Then I won't hold back. Goku's eyes lit up, but he soon hesitated, however. About Shishi. They'll have Carissa take you back and explain to Shishi. Just say you helped the Time Patrol with an urgent mission and have official proof. Thank you so much. Goku sighed in relief. Carissa shook her head helplessly. I have to be the messenger again. Oh well, it's on the way anyway. But Kakarot, you really should step up your training. With your current strength, encountering real danger would be quite troublesome. Vegeta has been training hard lately. You wouldn't want him to catch up, would you? Vegeta. Goku chuckled. Then he added, that guy is indeed very strong. His current power level should be at Super Saiyan 3. But I won't lose to him. Bruce looked at Goku, who was full of fighting spirit, and sighed inwardly. At this point in time, Goku was indeed at the pinnacle of Earth warriors. The power of a fully powered Super Saiyan 3 indeed far exceeds the barely attained level of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3. However, they did not know that in the presence of a true god this gap was utterly meaningless. Let's go home. Goku devoured the third plate of barbecue with great enthusiasm, while an empty Senzu Bean sat on the table beside him. This is the improved version. Its effect is slightly weaker than the regular Senzu Beans, but the taste is 1,000 times better, and you won't feel full after just one. Eat slowly, no one is fighting you for it. Bulma handed him a glass of juice, and said irritably, honestly, you always act like a starving ghost reincarnated. Because it's really delicious. Goku mumbled, Bulma, your cooking skills are getting better and better. This isn't my work, it's Carissa's skill. Bulma laughed. She's our chef, only she can satisfy Bruce's picky palate. Carissa was tidying up equipment nearby, and replied without looking up, it's just simple barbecue. By the way, Kakarot, have you felt anything unusual lately? Like a certain summons or strange visions in your dreams? Summons. Dreams. Goku thought for a moment, and shook his head. No, it's just normal training and farming. However, he suddenly remembered something. A few nights ago, I think I saw a strange shadow, golden and large. I thought it was just an illusion from being too tired. Bruce and Carissa exchanged glances, both looking serious. A golden shadow. Smiling, Bruce asked solemnly, can you describe its appearance? It looked a bit like a gorilla, but more divine. I can't quite say, it just felt like that shadow had no malice, and was rather friendly. Goku struggled to recall. Then I woke up and found my body felt a bit lighter, and my state during training improved as well. It's the resonance of the bloodline of the Saiyan god. Carissa made a judgment. It seems the prophecy is true. The legend of the Super Saiyan god is about to reappear. Kakarot, your chance has come. Saiyan god. Goku looked confused. What is that? Is it stronger than a Super Saiyan? It is one of the ultimate forms of the Saiyan race, requiring 6 kind-hearted Saiyans to channel their heart's power into one person to be born. Bruce explained, But your situation is a bit special. You seem to inherently possess the potential to awaken this power. That golden shadow is likely the remnant will of the ancient Saiyan god calling you. Goku listened in a daze, but he grasped the key point. So does that mean I can become stronger? You could say that. Bruce chuckled. But before that you need to solidify your foundation. Super Saiyan 3 at full power is great, but it won't suffice in front of true powerhouses. How about this next month I'll arrange for you to train with Piccolo. He will teach you some basic techniques for using divine power. Piccolo. He understands divine power too. Goku said in surprise. Piccolo's former self was a super Namekian from Namek deeply connected to the divine. Bruce continued, moreover he has been seeking breakthroughs lately. You both should gain from this sparring session. That's great. Goku excitedly clenched his fist. I will definitely become stronger. Brother Bruce, one day, I will have a serious fight with you. I look forward to that day. Bruce said sincerely. After a pause he continued, but at the very least you need to catch up to my Ultimate Intent Super Saiyan 1 level first. Ultimate Intent Super Saiyan 1. Goku was taken aback. Wasn't that white liquid-like aura with lightning just now your full power? Bruce smiled without speaking. Carissa added coolly, Bruce only used the most basic divine healing technique just now. He didn't transform. And if he were to use Ultimate Intent Super Saiyan, Goku's eyes widened at Carissa's words. He never expected Bruce's current strength to be so formidable. That's Bruce's unique transformation, a new form that merges the Ultra Instinct with the bloodline power of the original Saiyan. Carissa continued to explain. Seeing Goku's shocked expression, Carissa smiled and said, although his form appears with black hair, it's somewhat similar to Gohan's mysterious state, but in essence it's completely different. The Ultimate Intent Super Saiyan transformation differs from Bruce's ordinary Super Saiyan transformation, Ultimate Super Saiyan transformation, and Divine Realm transformation. In terms of power and realm it can be considered a hybrid. And the form I used just now is my ultimate transcendent. Carissa continued, this is an evolved form of the transcendent bloodline, more stable than the legendary Super Saiyan and closer to the realm of the divine. While I may not be as monstrous as Bruce, my ultimate transcendent form also has 3-stage forms, each elevating the purity of divine essence within me and significantly enhancing my strength. Goku listened with his mouth agape. So there are so many powerful existences. Brother Bruce, Carissa, what exactly are you? Bruce and Carissa exchanged glances and Bruce slowly said, our identities are quite complex, Goku. In simple terms, we are disciples of Lord Beerus, disciples of the King Kai of Time Cronoa, and also Time Patrol officers. In addition, we are also candidates for the God of Destruction and the candidates for the God of Order's priests. Bruce is currently a candidate for the God of Order High Priest equivalent to a Supreme Kai, and I am a candidate for the God of Order Priest with a status equivalent to an angel. These identities pertain to the highest order of the universe, which is why they have never been disclosed to the public. Beerus, God of Destruction. Goku was even more confused. That's the true deity of the 7th universe responsible for destruction and balance. And I am a candidate for the God of Order Priest with a status equivalent to an angel. These identities pertain to the Goku. The universe is much more vast than you think. Beyond Earth, countless powerful beings exist, and the realm of the divine is unfathomable. Right now you are indeed the strongest among Earth warriors, but on a cosmic scale. You still have a long way to go. Goku was silent for a moment, and then displayed an even brighter smile. That's awesome. At that moment the door to the reception room was pushed open and a gentle voice came in. Dad, we're here. Walking in was Gohan, who had completely grown up, no longer that inexperienced boy from years ago. He was wearing casual shirt and pants with glasses on, looking more like a scholar than a warrior. Next to him was Videl, Mr. Satan's daughter, now Gohan's wife, holding a delicate baby in her arms. It was Xiaofang. Gohan saw Goku, greeted him with a smile, then noticed his injuries. You got hurt again. Just a little accident. Goku smiled sheepishly. Dad always loves to fight hard. Videl said helplessly. Then she greeted Bruce and Carissa. Mr. Bruce, Miss Carissa, long time no see. Videl, no need to be so polite. Carissa rarely showed a gentle expression, walking over to look at Xiaofang. Xiaofang has grown quite a bit, her energy is stable, and she will definitely be an outstanding warrior in the future. Thanks for the compliment, this little one is full of energy and caused quite the ruckus until midnight last night. Videl laughed. Come, let me hold her. Bruce reached out and carefully took Xiaofang. This powerful being, who remained composed even in the face of evil gods, appeared somewhat nervous at this moment. Xiaofang, do you remember your uncle? The baby opened her big bright eyes, looking curiously at Bruce, then suddenly giggled, grabbing his finger tightly. Looks like she really likes you. Bulma laughed. Bruce, you turn into a different person every time you see Xiaofang. Such a cute little life, who wouldn't like her? Bruce gently teased Xiaofang. Gohan, Videl, how have you been lately? Are your studies and work going well? It's going well when preparing my doctoral thesis, and Videl's work in the police force is also going smoothly. Gohan pushed up his glasses. However, sometimes I feel like I might be too complacent. Dad and Uncle Vegeta are so strong while You have chosen a different path, Gohan. Bruce looked at him seriously. Power is not the only pursuit. Knowledge and wisdom are equally important. Moreover, your potential hasn't disappeared, it merely exists in another form. When the time comes to protect something important, you will awaken. Thank you, Uncle Bruce. Gohan nodded gratefully. The family of Goku was enjoying their chat, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. But both Bruce and Carissa knew that this tranquility would not last long. In the Time Realm at the headquarters of the Time Patrol that same afternoon. The Time Realm is a special dimension independent of the regular universe where a silver river of time flows and countless worlds' images flicker in the current. The headquarters of the Time Patrol is built on a tributary of this river, a grand structure made of crystal and unknown metal. Silver tight-fitting battlesuits with gold clock patterns embroidered on the epaulets representing their high status within the organization. The King Kai of Time, silver tight-fitting battlesuits with gold clock patterns embroidered on the epaulets representing their high status within the organization. The King Kai of Time has summoned us urgently. It seems the situation is indeed grim. Carissa whispered. Yes, several time nodes have shown abnormal fluctuations lately. I suspect someone is deliberately disturbing the timeline. Bruce's expression turned grave. Moreover, the frequency of the appearance of that purple crystal is increasing. This cannot be a coincidence. They reached the conference room door, which opened automatically. Inside were already several people sitting. The King Kai of Time, Cronoa, in existence that appears to be a little girl, but whose actual age is immeasurable. The assistant is an old Kaioshin wearing glasses along with two senior officers from the Time Patrol. After the two bowed, they took their seats. Kuranoa wasted no time and directly got to the point. According to the latest monitoring, conceptual erosion has simultaneously appeared in the 7th, 6th, and 9th universes. The purple crystal you brought back after analysis has been confirmed as the core of the Master of Oblivion. Master of Oblivion. Bruce furrowed his brows. Is that the evil god sealed by Lord Zeno in ancient times? Indeed. The old Kaioshin interjected, his voice hoarse and heavy. It is said that this existence governs the concept of oblivion. Once corrupted by his power, the entire history of the universe would be rewritten and life would forget its own existence, ultimately turning into nothingness. Back then, Lord Zeno spent a great cost to seal him in the cracks of time and space. Could it be that the seal has weakened? Not just weakened. Kuranoa's expression was more serious than ever. According to the prophecy of the Seer of Time, the Master of Oblivion will completely awaken in the near future, and the key to his awakening lies within the 7th universe. The conference room fell silent. Bruce and Kalisa exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. What do you need us to do? Bruce asked directly. Two things. Kuranoa raised two fingers. First, strengthen the surveillance of the 7th universe, especially concerning individuals related to God, such as Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and other warriors on Earth, as they may be key. Secondly, she looked at Bruce and Kalisa. You two need to quickly enhance your strength. The power of Ultra Instinct and Ultimate Transformation is indeed formidable. However, facing such an ancient conceptual evil god, it is still not enough. We understand. Then Kalisa added, currently my Ultimate Transformation's 3rd stage has been perfected. If I can find the right opportunity, perhaps I can become even stronger. Opportunities will arise. Kuranoa smiled mysteriously. The old caretaker of the Divine Order Temple has actually noticed your progress, so he decided to initiate the Divine Order trial in advance. This trial is independent of the God of Destruction and Angel Systems. Currently, only those from the Divine Order Temple and Lord Zeno are qualified to preside over it. If you can pass the trial, you will have the opportunity to access a higher level of power, the true realm of Divine Order. The Divine Order trial. Did the old caretaker finally agree? A glint passed through Bruce's eyes. He originally wanted to observe for a few more years, but the situation is urgent. Kuranoa said. After all, if the Master of Oblivion truly awakens, even the Divine Order Temple cannot remain uninvolved. Bruce, you were personally chosen as the candidate for the Divine Order High Priest by the old caretaker, and Kalisa is also a candidate for the Divine Order Priest. This trial is crucial. If you succeed, you will not only officially gain the status of Divine Order, but also, what else? You will also unlock the true power of your Divine Order. Kuranoa's voice became low. Bruce, I know your Ultra Instinct form is a special transformation that combines the ancestral Saiyan bloodline with the power of the Divine Realm. This form is a new evolution based on your Ultimate Transformation. I must say the power of this form is indeed incredibly terrifying. Even the 1st stage of Ultra Instinct Transformation reaches an astonishing increase of 4,000 times in power and speed. It is already comparable to the Super Saiyan 4 forms of the Time Patrol's Wukong and Vegeta. The potential is immense, but currently you should only have grasped its rudimentary form right. Bruce has never revealed his true strength. Even compared to Beerus and Kuranoa, only his 1st stage of Ultra Instinct Transformation has been seen. In response, Bruce simply smiled mysteriously and did not explain further. At this moment, Kuranoa looked at Kalisa and said, Kalisa, your Ultimate Transformation is the final form of the transformation bloodline fused with the Divine Realm, and according to the old caretaker, this form has a high potential to rival angel-level combat power. With both of you here, we are quite confident in facing the upcoming battle. Bruce took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. We understand. So Kuranoa, do you know when the trial begins? 3 days later at the Divine Order Temple. Kuranoa said, remember, the Divine Order trial is completely different from the God of Destruction trial and Angel trial. It does not test destructive power or combat strength. Instead, it tests your understanding of order, your comprehension of divinity, and your determination to protect what. Kalisa paused for a moment, then revealed a determined expression. We will give it our all. Very well. Kuranoa nodded in satisfaction. Then you should go prepare now. Remember, regardless of the trial's outcome, you must come back alive. The 7th unit. Know the entire multiverse needs your strength. The location of the Divine Order Temple is not in Zenith's universe. Thus, even Kuranoa and the others do not know when Bruce and Kalisa will return. After leaving the conference room, Bruce and Kalisa stood on the observation platform of the Time Realm, overlooking the flowing river of time below. At this moment, countless worlds, life and death, where even many formal priests could not pass in the past. Although I have a bloodline of the transformation that is— Are you nervous? Bruce asked. A little. Kalisa admitted rarely. The Divine Order trial. I heard that it is a test that even many formal priests could not pass in the past. Although I have a bloodline of the transformation that is slightly more advanced than Broly's, I still lack in my comprehension of divinity. Kalisa was aware that her talent was not as strong as Bruce's. Over the years, if it weren't for Bruce's constant help, she wouldn't have reached her current level and power. Kalisa, you are much stronger than you think. Bruce looked at her seriously. He knew Kalisa's feelings, so he recalled. Do you remember when we were on planet Vegeta? At that time we were just kids, but when facing some minor members of Frisia's army who were deliberately making things difficult, you single-handedly held off 3 of their elite warriors, right? Your battle instinct and willpower at that time were the purest I have ever seen. Therefore, divinity does not lie in bloodlines, but in the heart. You have the determination to protect what is important, and that is enough. Kalisa was silent for a moment, then gently nodded. Thank you. You too, Bruce. After Bruce's comfort, her mood improved significantly, and she smiled confidently. We have always been the best partners since childhood, escaping from the ruins of planet Vegeta together, cultivating in the Time Realm together, and becoming disciples of Lord Beerus together. We will pass this trial together too. Yes, to grow stronger, to protect, that is the meaning of our cultivation. Bruce extended his hand, and Kalisa seamlessly high-fived him. Let's go back to Earth. We need to adjust to our best state in 3 days, and— Kalisa looked at Bruce with some confusion. And what? And I want to spend some quality time with Bulma and Xiaofang. A hint of tenderness flashed in Bruce's eyes. He had no certainty about the upcoming Divine Order trial. After the trial, I don't know how long it will take to return. And if the Master of Oblivion truly awakens, the peaceful days may not last much longer. Kalisa nodded in understanding. I also want to check on Kakarot and the others. Although that guy is always careless, he makes one worry. Also, there's Ties and Vegeta. If Vegeta finds out how much strength we have been hiding, he would definitely be furious, right? After all, Son Wukong and Vegeta are the only remaining Saiyans born in the same era. Kalisa does have some feelings of kinship toward them. So far, the only pure-blood Saiyans left are Bruce and herself, as well as Broly, Vegeta, and Son Wukong, along with an unskilled fighter to Bull. There are only 6 of them in total. Ha ha ha, that's true. Bruce said nothing more, just chuckled. Let's go home. The figures of the two disappeared in the Time Realm, leaving only the silver river of time, flowing quietly, witnessing the fate that is about to come. Capsule Corporation nighttime. The dinner was lavish, and Bulma specially prepared the dishes that Bruce and Kalisa liked. Gohan and Videl also stayed behind, and Xiaofang was sleeping soundly in her crib. Is the trial 3 days from now? Very dangerous. Bulma finally asked the question that had been on her mind all night. Bruce did not hide anything and held Bulma, saying, there is a certain risk, but trust me, I am confident. Moreover, the Divine Order trial tests not combat power, but our hearts. This is also the path we must take. Bruce did not tell Bulma and the others about the crisis facing Zenith's universe to avoid causing them worry and fear. Bulma nodded. At the same time, she leaned her head gently on Bruce's shoulder. You always do this, growing stronger to protect everyone. I just sometimes fear that one day you will leave me going to places I cannot reach. That won't happen. Bruce held her tightly. No matter how strong I become, no matter what identity I gain, I will always be your husband and Kalisa's, and now I am just Earthling Bruce. Here is my home, my roots. We have been through so much together. This time I will come back with Kalisa. Bruce assured Bulma. Bulma closed her eyes, tears silently streaming down. I believe in you. Go complete your trial, and then we will watch Xiaofang grow up together, just as we promised before. I promise. The moonlight streaming through the window also cast a silver glow on the lovers. In the distant Divine Order Temple, an old man with white hair opened his deep-set eyes. He gently tapped his staff on the ground, causing the entire temple to tremble. Currently, his strength is merely below that of the High Priest, and he is even comparable to the High Priest. In terms of status, this Divine Order priest is far above all angels in Zenith's universe. Even the High Priest treats him with utmost courtesy. At this moment in a palace in Xenos realm, Xeno put down the toy in his hand, his gaze penetrating through countless. He saw the two future Divine Order stars returning to Earth. Master of Oblivion. Billions of years ago, it was at a tremendous cost from me and the previous Divine Order High Priest that we managed to seal you, causing you to fall into slumber. The Divine Sequence Temple hovers in the crevice of the multiverse. It belongs to neither a single universe, nor exists outside the convergence of all dimensions. Its appearance resembles a spiral tower constructed of crystal and starlight entwined with a silver river of time, each layer representing different laws of the divine sequence. Bruce and Kalisha stand on the stargazing platform at the temple's periphery. From this vantage point, the 12 universes shine like 12 brilliant gems embedded in the endless void. The 7th universe is the one radiating a warm, orange-eared glow that is their home. Bruce speaks. Kalisha's light golden hair glimmers softly in the starlight, a little. No one has truly understood the content of the old butler's trials. Whatever it is, we will face it together. Bruce extends his hand. Kalisha grasped it in agreement. The two have been partners since childhood on planet Vegeta. Back then they were merely ordinary elite warriors of the Saiyan bloodline. Until the eve of planet Vegeta's destruction, they stole a spaceship to escape and wandered through the cosmos. To break through their limits, they went to Namek and made a wish to the dragon Purunga. Bruce obtained the bloodline of the ancestors. Kalisha acquired a purer transformation bloodline than Broly. It was these two bloodlines that brought them to where they are today. An aged voice echoed, "Testers, the time has come." The old butler stood at the temple entrance, his white-robed wooden staff and stooped body concealing a terrifying power surpassing even that of a great priest. The two bowed. "Old butler. Bruce, Kalisha, you are the most promising candidates I have ever seen. But the trial will show no mercy. Are you ready?" "Ready. Then let us begin." The old butler waved his staff and two beams of silver light enveloped them. "Remember, what the trial tests is not destructive power, but your understanding of order and your awareness of protection." The light burst forth. Figures vanished. Bruce's trial illusory battlefield. When the light faded, Bruce stood among the remnants of planet Vegeta. The sky was shrouded in thick smoke, the earth cracked, and lava flowed. Everywhere lay the bodies of Saiyans, their faces frozen in terror and resentment. "Is this an illusion?" "No, this is a remnant of possibilities." The old butler's voice reverberated. "Your greatest fear is your inability to protect those important to you. If you had been stronger back, then could you have changed the fate of planet Vegeta?" The sky darkened. Frieza's first form hovered in the air, a cruel smile on his lips. "Oh. Are there survivors?" Bruce clenched his fists. Ultimate Ultra Instinct Ancestor awakes. Boom. His black hair was enveloped in a white aura, fine lightning coursing around him. The aura gleamed white, carrying a divine majesty. The space trembled. The earth fractured. Lava surged back, forming towering pillars of fire. "What is this?" Frieza's pupils contracted, his smile freezing. He sensed an aura completely different from that of a Super Saiyan. It was not a mortal's power, but an existence far older and more primal. The pressure of the white aura made his soul tremble. It felt like facing the god of destruction, Beerus. "Impossible. This power. What exactly are you?" "What am I?" Bruce's voice was calm and indifferent. "Frieza, you have destroyed countless planets, yet you have never witnessed the true realm of the divine. Before you stands an existence that transcends the mundane, touching the divine domain." "Nonsense. I am the emperor of the universe." Frieza transformed. Second form. Third form. Final form. The purple aura surged skyward, causing the planet to tremble. But Bruce merely watched calmly. His gaze was as tranquil as water, the white aura pulsing like breath. That posture did not resemble a life-and-death battle, but rather that of an ant looking down at a challenge to the divine. The energy of mortals, no matter how strong, has its limits. The power of the divine realm fundamentally surpasses the mundane. Your energy is about plunder and destruction, mine embodies order and law. This disparity cannot be bridged by the number of transformations. Frieza completed his final transformation and rushed in full power. Bruce raised his hand. Divine sequence purification. A burst of white light erupted. It was not an energy blast nor a key wave, but pure power of order. Frieza's purple aura melted like snow and ice, his transformation forcibly undone, suppressed back to his first form. No. My power has vanished. It has not vanished, it has been purified." Bruce walked closer, the white aura trailing streaks of light. "The evil energy of mortals has no right to exist before the power of the divine realm. The power you pride yourself on is nothing but dust before a true deity." Bruce's palm condensed a white energy sphere. Although small in size, its density was enough to distort space. Frieza felt an overwhelming will of erasure. Not death, not destruction, but an existence that never was. "For the souls of planet Vegeta, rest in peace." The energy sphere descended. White light consumed all. The Universe Emperor did not even have time to scream before being completely erased from the timeline. This is the terror of divine realm power. The scene shifts to the ruins of Earth. Capsule Corporation lies in ruins. Bulma is collapsed in a pool of blood. Kalisha is nailed to a cross. No, It's impossible. Bruce's eyes turned crimson, the ancestor bloodline surging wildly. The white aura flared, and the space collapsed. This is the fear deep within you. The old butler's voice sounded. If you are not strong enough, what will happen to your family? Numerous enemies appeared in the void, each emanating an aura at the level of a god of destruction. I will never let you touch a hair on them. The aura surged wildly. The white aura blended with golden light. Something within him was about to break free. Stop. The trial is not to make you lose control, but to make you take control. Calm down, feel the flow of the divine sequence. Bruce took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rage. Close your eyes and feel the ancestor bloodline, sense the laws of the divine sequence. The white aura regained its calm, the power becoming more solid. The awakening of ultimate ultra instinct is not the end, but the beginning. He opened his eyes. Silver light flowed in his pupils. The power of the divine realm lies in order and balance. Anger brings strength, but calmness allows control. He took a step forward. The white aura dissipated into points of light, reconsolidating in a more perfect form. The aura no longer raged, but pulsed like breath. The lightning became finer, forming a natural defensive field. His black hair fluttered, his gaze calm and profound. Facing enemies at the level of a god of destruction, he gently raised his hand. Divine sequence erasure. White light flashed. All enemies turned to nothingness. The first trial cleared. The old butler's voice was satisfied, but the real test begins now. Kalish's trial, the abyss of transformation. Kalisha stood on an endless battlefield. Everywhere lay the bodies of the transformation Super Saiyans. Golden giant ape forms, legendary Super Saiyan states, all devoid of life. The curse of the transformation bloodline. She murmured. More than anyone, she understood that while transformation was powerful, it was accompanied by rage and loss of control. Broly met his demise for this very reason. And she, once an ordinary elite warrior, was granted this power by the dragon on Namek. Kalisha, your trial is different from Bruce's. The old butler's voice resonated. You possess a purer transformation bloodline than Broly, but also face greater risks. The power of transformation stems from battle intent. Losing control leads to battle mania. Your trial is to master the bloodline, not to be mastered by it. A figure appeared in the void. With a similar visage and a towering stature, the golden aura burned violently, eyes filled with destructive desire. Is this the embodiment of the transformation bloodline? Kid, is that all you've got? Your energy is indeed strong, but it's nothing in front of the three of us. This scene made Bruce and Kalisa frown, especially Bruce. Defeat it, or be consumed by it. The battlemania. Kalisha roared. The golden aura turned into shockwaves, tearing through space. The speed was astounding. A punch came crashing in. The punch's wind tore apart space and twisted time. Kalisha sidestepped to evade while simultaneously entering her ordinary form. Ultimate transformation, level 1. Boom. Her light golden hair shone brighter, the pearlescent aura enveloping her body. Her energy surged instantly, reaching the level of Super Saiyan God. But the Battlemania version was even more ferocious. The golden aura bore blood-red streaks. Every strike contained devastating power. The attacks were chaotic, pure instinctual destruction, making it even more terrifying. Bang. The two fists collided. Kalisha was knocked back several hundred meters, her arms numb. Just suppressing. Unable to defeat. She thought of a strategy while dodging. The Battlemania version had no reason, but its combat instinct was pure, each attack hitting just right. The essence of ultimate transformation is not rage, but utmost skill. Suddenly she understood. Elevate the battle intent, transforming the extreme destruction into the ultimate guardianship. She stopped evading. Facing it head-on. The pearlescent aura surged, enveloping the golden aura. The Battlemania version roared in unwillingness, gradually shifting to whimpering and finally returning to tranquility. The gold was assimilated by the pearlescent light, its figure transformed into points of light, merging into Kalisha's body. Successfully integrating the Battlemania aspect, achieving unprecedented stability. Good. The old butler's voice echoed. The first trial is cleared. Prepare for the second trial, the awakening of the divine sequence. Divine sequence temple core, twin stars, convergence. The figures of the two appeared simultaneously at the temple's core. A massive circular platform surrounded by floating spheres representing different universes. The old butler stood at the center, his figure now taller and more imposing. The first trial has proved your control over power, the old butler stated. But the true purpose of the trial is to awaken the power of the divine sequence. Bruce, your ultimate ultra instinct, while powerful, is merely equivalent to an ordinary form. Kalisha, your ultimate transformation is only foundational. He paused, a sharp glint flashing in his silver eyes. Now I will guide you to touch the threshold of the serious form. Be warned, you will face only 10% of my power next. Raising his wooden staff, 10% power is equivalent to a full force angel. If you can sustain it for 10 minutes, you will have succeeded. 10% power. Full force angel. The two exchanged glances, seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. But they did not back down. They nodded in unison. We are ready. Then, let us begin. Boom. The old butler's aura erupted. It was neither the rampage of a god of destruction nor the elegance of an angel, but a power older and more primal. The power of the divine sequence. Silver light enveloped the platform. Both felt the surrounding rules rewritten, their movements slowed, energy flow suppressed, as though the entire universe was against them. This is the suppression of the divine sequence. Bruce gritted his teeth. Without using stronger power, he could not hold on for even a minute. Kalisha understood. They both made a decision. No longer hiding, no more holding back, their true strength fully revealed. Ultimate Ultra Instinct Level 1 Ancestor awakens. Limit break. Ultimate Transformation Level 1 Ultimate Battle Intent. Boom. The white and pearlescent auras erupted simultaneously. Two different yet congruent powers intertwined, creating a resonance. The energies fused, producing a greater Thantwo effect, forcefully carving out a space amid the suppression of the divine sequence. Interesting. The old butler's eyes widened in surprise, a tacit understanding triggering a resonance of the divine sequence. Let me see where your limit lies. He swung his staff. Silver light transformed into tangible chains wrapping around them. Each chain contained the power to seal divine forces. Even binding a god of destruction could not break free. Bruce's figure flickered. White lightning exploded. His speed was astonishing, weaving through the gaps in the chains, simultaneously launching an attack on the old butler. The terrifying amplification of the state during the awakening of Ultimate Ultra Instinct made every strike carry the weight of divine pressure. Wherever the punch wind passed, cracks appeared in space. Divine sequence break fist. The white aura condensed, a punch struck out, shattering space like glass. This punch contained the determination to protect family, the hope of the souls of planet Vegeta, and the absolute control over divine power. The old butler lightly tapped his staff. Clang. Fist and staff collided, a deafening roar. Bruce was pushed back several steps, and the old butler wobbled slightly. Good. This punch has the level of a god of destruction. More importantly, your application of divine power is taking shape. On the other side, Kalisha attacked from another angle. Her attacks were more direct, more ferocious. Ultimate Transformation Battle Intent ignited. The pearlescent aura transformed into shadowy fists, every punch infused with the ultimate battle intent of the transformation bloodline. The movements appeared simple, but contained the truth of the laws of the divine sequence. Each block was at the most opportune position, each counterattack striking at the flaws. Not enough. Suddenly accelerating, the staff pointed at Bruce's chest. His pupils contracted. As he tried to evade, he realized the surrounding space had been locked. In this moment of crisis, the ancestor bloodline surged wildly within him, a door appearing deep in his consciousness. A door leading to a higher realm. Behind the door was a stronger power of the divine realm, the threshold to the serious form. But Bruce forcefully suppressed the impulse. The ancestor awakening was not yet perfect. Rashly stepping into the next realm would only lead to instability. Let me break free. Oh. The old butler paused, eyes filled with delight. You touched the threshold of a higher realm, but could still suppress it, choosing to solidify your foundation. Very good, your temperament has passed the test. On the other side, Kalisha also touched the threshold. Her light golden hair emitted an emerald glow, a sign, but she too chose to suppress. We are not yet ready. For now, we just need to perfectly master level 1. Both made the right choice. The old butler nodded in satisfaction. Trial completed. The light dissipated. The two knelt, panting, having exhausted a great deal of energy, yet gained immensely. They touched an unprecedented realm, glimpsing the path to a higher level, and more importantly learned to restrain themselves, maintaining clarity in the face of power. Old butler. Bruce raised his head. That door I felt earlier. It is the threshold to the serious form. The old butler smiled. By perfecting the cultivation of Ultimate Ultra Instinct Ancestor awakening, the door will naturally open. When that time comes, you will touch the true power of the divine realm, surpassing the gods of destruction and nearing the domain of angels. And now, he waved his staff. Two beams of silver light infused into their bodies. This is the divine sequence, divine mark, aiding you in better controlling your power. Return now, or the 7th universe needs you. The impending storm requires your protection. Capsule Corporation. 3 days later morning, when the two returned to Earth, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Bulma rushed over anxiously. You finally returned. Something big has happened. Lord Beerus. What a... The two were taken aback simultaneously. Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, wasn't he supposed to remain in slumber for 13 more years? How could he suddenly awaken? And also, Bulma's expression grew graver. Mr. Whis has come too. They said they are looking for the legendary Super Saiyan god. Bruce Goku. Bruce's expression hardened. The plot of Dragon Ball Super was officially beginning. Take us to see. His aura calm and profound, the white aura flickered in his palm. It's time to show Master my progress. Kalisha stood beside him, her light golden hair shimmering softly in the morning light. To protect those important to them, to guard this universe, they would continue to grow stronger. Moreover, Bruce would relentlessly cultivate each stage of ultimate ultra instinct to perfection. Then truly touch that door leading to a higher realm. Ultimately stepping into the divine realm that truly belongs. The morning light poured in like water, gradually spreading from the east. Bruce stood by the floor-to-ceiling window holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee. The rising steam danced upward, tracing a fleeting path in the light. He stared at the deep brown liquid in the cup, his thoughts drifting to the crevices of the multiverse. The stargazing platform of the Divine Order Temple, the old butler's wooden staff, and the door that manifested deep within his consciousness. And the silver divine mark in the palm of his hand. Divine Order. These two words represented a nobility that transcended the angelic system. The Divine Order Temple did not fall under the jurisdiction of the All-King universe, yet it belonged to the same faction. Moreover, it was a forbidden existence that superseded the 12 universes. Those who obtained a divine mark naturally stood above all angels except for the high priest. Bruce lowered his head to look at his palm, the silver light flickering and vanishing. A noble status, yet lacking in power. This was their current state, possessing a status above angels, yet still lacking the absolute strength to match. Ultra Instinct 1, with power at the high tier of Ultra Instinct gods, belonged to the awakened state of bloodline divine power. Ultra Instinct 2 reached the level of a candidate destroyer god, igniting the essence of Saiyan and divine power. Ultra Instinct 3, equivalent to the quasi-destroyer god level, belonged to the form of chi condensed into manifestation, capable of battling weaker destroyer gods with a considerable chance of victory. Ultra Instinct 4, the primal form of the Scion's wild nature. At the pinnacle level of destroyer gods, it matched the full power of the strongest destroyer god Beerus. And his current strength was at the 4th tier. But how strong was Beerus' full power? He did not know. No one in the entire universe knew, because Beerus had never shown his full power. What are you thinking about? Carissa's voice came from behind him. She walked over barefoot, her light golden hair cascading freely, glimmering softly in the morning light. There was also a flicker of silver light in her palm. That was her divine mark. Bruce did not turn around, thinking about, but one thing is certain, he want. Why, oi? Because it's boring. A faint smile appeared on Carissa's lips. He has waited for tens of millions of years, finally finding two juniors who pique his interest. If he had demonstrated his strength from the start, this game would have ended already. Bruce fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Indeed. Who was Beerus? The destroyer god of the 7th universe, the only disciple of Whis in existence who has lived for at least tens of millions of years. He had witnessed too many geniuses rise and fall, seen too many so-called strong beings crumble before him. So when Bruce and Carissa returned from the Divine Order Temple, appearing before him with their divine marks, Beerus' reaction was not one of vigilance or hostility, but interest. An interest that conveyed the sentiment of finally finding someone who can play with me a bit longer. Bruce. Carissa. Bulma's voice called from outside, interrupting Bruce's thoughts. Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis have arrived. The two exchanged a knowing glance, a certain understanding smile appearing in their eyes. They were here. Beerus sat in a lounge chair, specially moved by Bulma, holding a plate of pudding. His purple skin shimmered in the morning light, his demeanor relaxed, as if he were at home. Whis stood beside him, a divine smile forever gracing his face. You too, Beerus said without looking up, pointing his spoon at Bruce and Carissa. Come sit down. The aura of divine marks. Beerus finally lifted his head, his purple eyes sweeping over the two. It seems that old fellow has finally decided to give some away. Bruce was slightly taken aback. Lord Beerus knows about the Divine Order Temple. I've heard Whis mention it. Beerus glanced at the angel behind him. Right, Whis? Yes, Lord Beerus. The existence of the Divine Order Temple is not a secret among the angelic race. However, he paused, his smile turning somewhat meaningful. However, that is a forbidden place, and even we angels would not tread lightly there. That old fellow always has his reasons for doing things. Since he granted you divine marks, it means you caught his eye. Bruce and Carissa exchanged a glance. Even angels wouldn't dare to step lightly. Then they were able to enter and were granted divine marks. Don't think too much about it. You two are the first in the 7th universe. Whis added. Lord Beerus once wanted to try his luck at the Divine Order Temple in his youth, but was unfortunately turned away by the old butler. Whis. Beerus shot him a glare. There's no need to say such things. Bruce couldn't help but laugh. Carissa also raised the corners of her mouth. So that's how it was. Beerus knew about the Divine Order Temple not merely because Whis had told him. It was because he had once harbored the thought in his youth only to be rejected by the old butler. No wonder there was a hint of complexity in Beerus' tone earlier. What are you laughing at? Beerus said irritably. What's wrong with being rejected? I am now a destroyer god far superior to any candidate from that broken temple. Whis gently replied, Lord Beerus, the candidates from the Divine Order Temple already hold a status above ordinary angels. Shut up, Whis. After finishing their meal, Beerus and Bruce began sparring. Come on. Beerus stood in the middle of the courtyard, hands on his hips, looking relaxed, as if basking in the sun. Bruce stood opposite him, his short black hair gently swaying in the breeze. Let me see what that old fellow from the Divine Order Temple has taught you. Bruce took a deep breath. In the face of Beerus, he did not need to hide his true strength, nor could he. Because Beerus, the strongest destroyer god, had a perception far beyond ordinary imagination. And now they had divine marks and the qualification for an equal conversation. So there was no need to hide. Alright, then I will directly showcase my newly cultivated form, Ultra Instinct. With a roar, a white aura suddenly erupted from within Bruce, carrying an incomparably divine majesty. Fine streaks of lightning swiftly danced around him, causing the space around Bruce to tremble slightly. The transformation into Ultra Instinct was not the same as Bruce's previous ordinary Ultra Instinct. Even the ultimate Saiyan transformation he had awakened before paled in comparison to the current Ultra Instinct. It was a special domain transformation that Bruce had realized through years of continuous cultivation and battle. Even the first tier of Ultra Instinct already boasted power comparable to that of high-tier Ultra Instinct gods approaching the all-out form of Son Goku's Ultra Blue. Not only did it conserve energy, but the black-haired form could fight while recovering equivalent to infinite endurance. This was far more perfect and suited to his ancestral Saiyan physique than the first to fourth stages of Super Saiyan. Bruce had long abandoned the previous ordinary Ultra Instinct transformations, the Red God, the God Blue form, and the Ultimate Ultra Instinct transformation. It was not that they were inadequate, but that they were no longer needed. As his perspective and strength increased, the martial arts level he encountered differed, leading to a deeper understanding of himself. Although the previous Red God form could achieve an astonishing 12500 times power boost, the energy consumption was immense, making it unsustainable in battle. While the God Blue's power and endurance were superior to the Red God, it also consumed energy, and over time the issue of stamina would become apparent. The Ultimate Ultra Instinct transformation represented the awakening of the ancestral bloodline power, but it too was merely a form of power. Moreover, although Bruce developed the Ultimate Ultra Instinct transformations 1 to 4 later, the energy consumption brought by each was undoubtedly significant. And the Ultimate Ultra Instinct was a more perfect thing than the various transformations from the GT timeline, yet even so, it was still inferior to the current Ultra Instinct form. In fact, the Ultra Instinct form was not merely a transformation, it was the natural fusion of the ancestral bloodline power and various insights from the divine realm, forming a more perfect state. Despite the first form of Ultra Instinct only amplifying by 4,000 times, which was less than the power boost from surpassing the limit of Super Saiyan, and the Ultimate Ultra Instinct transformation, it did not consume energy. It allowed for simultaneous recovery and combat equivalent to a power that cycles infinitely. Beerus' eyes lit up. Oh, not bad. The second tier of Ultra Instinct. The aura surged directly. The power escalated from high-tier Ultra Instinct to another level. That was a strength threatening to ordinary Destroyer gods. Candidate Destroyer God level. Beerus' lips curled into a smile. Continue. Third tier. Boom. The white aura began to mix with faint silver light. The aura surged again, reaching the true quasi-Destroyer God level. Bruce could even battle against weaker gods of destruction with a considerable chance of victory. His gaze shifted slightly. Finally, Beerus stood up from his recliner. Interesting. Continue. Bruce looked at Beerus and then fell silent for 2 seconds. The third stage of Ultra Instinct was merely his usual limit, not his full power. And full power is Ultra Instinct, fourth stage. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No surge, only silence. Bruce's black hair became even darker and deeper, as if it could absorb all the light. The white aura completely retracted, replaced by something more restrained and primal. The initial awakening state of divine realm, primordial divine power. At this moment, Bruce's strength transcended dimensions, instantly reaching the true pinnacle among gods of destruction. He could even contend with the strongest god of destruction, Beerus. Of course, this was only a theoretical equivalence, because no one except Whis had ever witnessed Beerus' full power. Beerus stared at Bruce, genuine excitement flickering in his purple eyes for the first time. Good, good, good. He exclaimed 3 times, and purple aura began to emanate from his body. This was the power belonging to the gods of destruction, and it was not 1/10, not 2/10. It was true, serious power capable of destroying the universe. Whis, take us to the void dimension. Beerus shouted at Whis. The 7th universe could no longer withstand the battle power of Beerus and Bruce. Once they truly began to fight, the 7th universe would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant. This is the power at the god of destruction level of force that mere mortals could never hope to reach, involving the very fabric of rules. The void space, just like the realm of nothingness, has nothing at all, allowing for unfettered combat. Come, Beerus shouted to Bruce, let me see how many moves your Ultra Instinct 4th stage can take from me. Boom. Both of them vanished simultaneously. In the sky, purple and black intertwined like two ancient dragons in combat. Boom. Both of them vanished simultaneously. In the sky, purple and black intertwined like two ancient dragons in combat. Whis approached her and softly asked, aren't you worried? Not worried. Kalisa shook her head. Lord Beerus knows his limits. Whis smiled slightly. You seem to understand him. Not understand. Kalisa's gaze followed the two figures in the void realm sky closely, then replied, it's trust. Trusting this god of destruction who has lived for millions of years would not truly harm them. Trust, this bond that transcends factions, is more enduring than strength. Trust, they are of the same camp. Whis looked at her profile and suddenly said softly, the selection at the Divine Order Temple has always been quite accurate. Kalisa turned to look at him. Your disposition is more precious than strength. Whis' smile remained gentle, but there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Cherish it well. The battle ended. There was no victor, only satisfaction. Bruce lay on the ground, his black hair returning to normal, his chest heaving heavily. His clothes were torn in several places, and there were a few shallow wounds on his body. Those were left by Beerus, but each one avoided vital spots. Beerus sat beside him, with a few white marks on his purple skin. His aura was slightly chaotic, yet overall stable. Not bad. Beerus rarely gave a compliment. Your foundation in this Ultra Instinct 4th stage is quite solid. It seems that the Divine Order priest didn't teach you all in vain. Bruce grinned. Lord Beerus hasn't used his full power right. Beerus glanced at him, not denying it. I used 70. He said the remaining 30% will be saved for next time. Bruce laughed. He certainly knew that Beerus hadn't gone all out. No one had ever witnessed the full power of this god of destruction. The so-called 70% was probably just a number he casually mentioned. But it didn't matter. Because they still had time, and now Bruce's own Ultra Instinct had only perfected the first 3 stages, with the 4th stage still needing improvement. So he wasn't in a hurry. Fortunately, there were many powerful beings in the main timeline, so the time disturbances in the darkness wouldn't dare to easily appear and create chaos. Moreover, ordinary time disturbances were far weaker than the level of the gods of destruction. Even without the intervention of the gods of destruction from the Omni King universe, merely some candidates like Bruce and Kalisa would be enough to handle them. Bruce didn't know what the candidates for the gods of destruction in other universes were like, but they definitely couldn't be stronger than the true gods of destruction, because the strongest god of destruction is in his own 7th universe. Therefore, even if Bruce didn't use the transformation of Ultra Instinct, merely using the ordinary Super Saiyan, or the previous Ultimate Super Saiyan transformation, or just the single Divine Realm transformation would be enough to crush beings like Topo. This is the confidence that Bruce's current strength brings. He isn't unable to use transformations like Super Saiyan with Goku and Vegeta, but feels there's no need. Because the ordinary Super Saiyan transformations belong to a misguided evolutionary direction and power amplification, which hold no meaning for gods. For example, the transformation boost of Super Saiyan 1 is only 50 times, Super Saiyan 2 is only 100 times, and even Super Saiyan 3 is merely 400 times. Only the strongest Super Saiyan 4 transformation is the true evolutionary form of the Saiyans, with a power amplification factor of a full 4,000 times. An even further form is the transformation of the Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough, which is not only stronger and cooler, but most importantly has a multiplication factor of 8,000 times. The energy consumption is not only low, but speed and strength are also increased exponentially. Unfortunately, the main timeline is different from other timelines. The Saiyans here are on a path of divine realm transformations. Only Bruce and Kalisa are taking a dual path of power and dimensional realm. At this moment, Bruce suddenly sat up, looking at the darkening sky. That question should not be answered by me. Whis' smile remained gentle, but his tone became somewhat profound. After glancing at Bruce and Kalisa, Whis continued, you have personally been there, met that old steward, and obtained the divine power belonging to the divine order. You should understand it better than I do. Bruce remained silent for a moment. Indeed, obtaining the divine power of the divine order meant that he and Kalisa were now positioned above the angels. But strength. It was only comparable to the gods of destruction and hadn't reached the realm of angels. Yet the enemies of the divine order temple are on par with gods of destruction, or even angels. Their current strength, he and Kalisa, was still far from enough. It was only because they were very familiar with Whis and Beerus that they continued to maintain their previous ways of interaction. Then why don't you go? Whis fell silent for a few seconds upon hearing this. That few seconds of silence was exceptionally rare for an angel who always wore a smile. Because Whis' gaze drifted into the distance as he slowly said, angels have their responsibilities and temples have their own rules. Some paths once chosen cannot be turned back. Lord Beerus chose me back then, and I chose Lord Beerus. That is enough. Bruce sensed the weight of his words. Whis wasn't unable to go, he simply chose not to. Because he chose to stay by Beerus' side to be his master, to be his guide. Whis. Beerus' voice suddenly sounded. Whis turned to look. Beerus lay on the grass gazing at the darkening sky, his voice soft. Thank you. Whis was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled more sincerely than ever. You're welcome, Lord Beerus. Beerus. The courtyard returned to silence. Bruce and Kalisa lay side by side on the grass gazing at the star-filled sky. Why do you think Mr. Whis doesn't go to the Divine Order Temple? Kalisa asked softly. Bruce thought for a moment. Because he chose Lord Beerus. Is it that simple? Sometimes the simplest choice is the hardest to make. Bruce looked up at the starry sky. The status of the Divine Order Temple is above that of angels, but since Whis didn't go, it's because he feels that being beside Lord Beerus is perhaps more important than pursuing higher status and power. Kalisa was silent for a moment. What about us? Bruce turned to look at her, the starlight illuminating their faces and highlighting their gentle contours. We chose the hardest path. He said we want power, but we also want to protect. We want order, but we also want to fight. We want to live up to the divine power and to each other. Bruce tightly held Kalisa's hand, and at that moment the mark of the divine order glowed simultaneously. But this path I walk with you. Kalisa said, nothing, simply resting her head on his shoulder. The night breeze rustled the grass. In the distance, a shooting star streaked across the sky, leaving a long tail, enhancing the beauty of this moment. The morning sunlight always brings a warm feeling, spilling into the room through the gaps in the high-end curtains, casting a faint golden beam on the floor. Bruce opened his eyes only to find himself still lying on the grass in the courtyard, a light blanket draped over him. Kalisa was leaning on his shoulder, breathing evenly, her long hair scattered on the grass resembling soft satin. He moved gently, and Kalisa immediately woke up. Good morning. She rubbed her eyes, her voice laced with the languor of just waking up. Good morning. Bruce sat up, stretching his somewhat stiff neck. It seems we fell asleep like this last night. Yes. At this moment Kalisa also sat up, gazing at the distant sky, and said with a light laugh, Mr. Whis covered us with a blanket before leaving. Bruce looked down at the blanket on him, a slight smile forming on his lips. That angel, always wearing a smile, could effortlessly exhibit delicate tenderness. Bruce. Kalisa. Bulma's voice came from inside the house, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Something's happened. The two exchanged glances and quickly got to their feet. Bruce casually brushed the grass off his clothes, while Kalisa swiftly tidied her hair. What happened? Bruce approached the running Bulma. Bulma held a tablet in her hand, her face bearing a rare seriousness. You need to see this. On the screen was a segment of satellite surveillance footage. In the image, a desolate star field appeared where the space seemed to be torn by something, revealing a massive black fissure. Surrounding the fissure, the light of the stars was gradually being consumed, as if something was peering into this universe from the other side. This is... Kalisa furrowed her brows. 3 hours ago, the monitoring station at the edge of the 7th universe sent this footage. Bulma zoomed in on the image. She continued, and there might be more than one. According to the information previously sent to Goku by Lord Kaioshin, similar fissures have appeared in the 12th universe, 9th universe, and 3rd universe. Bruce's gaze fixed on the fissure, and a sudden pain radiated from the divine mark on his palm. The silver light flickered slightly, as if responding to something. Time-space disruptor, he murmured. What? Bulma couldn't quite hear him. Nothing. Bruce lifted his head, his expression sharpening. Does Lord Beerus know about this? Mr. Whis took Lord Beerus to the Grand Palace early this morning, Bulma replied, putting away the tablet. Before leaving, Lord Beerus asked me to tell you. Take care of the house, and don't run around. Kalisa chuckled lightly, saying helplessly, that sounds like advice given to a child. In his eyes, aren't we just... Bruce laughed as well, but his smile quickly faded. However, this situation may not be so simple. He looked again at the divine mark on his palm. The sensation of pain persisted, and it was becoming increasingly intense. It wasn't a warning of danger, but rather felt more like a summons. Kalisa, does your divine mark react? Kalisa looked down at her palm at that moment. She noticed a faint golden light with the silver mark also glowing slightly, clearly responding to the summons. Bruce closed his eyes, feeling the faint pull. It seemed to be something from a faraway place, far enough to surpass the boundaries of this universe, yet close enough to feel almost within reach. Temple of Divine Order. After a moment, Bruce opened his eyes and said solemnly, it is that old steward's summon. Now, Bulma's eyes widened, but Lord Beerus said, I know. Bruce interrupted her, his tone calm. At the same time, Bruce explained to Bulma, but there are some matters that Lord Beerus is also unaware of. The Temple of Divine Order exists independently of the 12 universes. If it is indeed the old steward summoning us at this time, it can only mean that the situation may have exceeded the scope of conventional handling. He looked at Kalisa. Are you coming? Of course. Kalisa shot him a glance. Then she said, you go alone, I'm afraid you'll get lost. Bruce smiled. This was Kalisa, always speaking the most caring words in the most plain tone. Bulma, please prepare a time-traveling spaceship for us. No need. An elderly voice suddenly echoed in the courtyard. The three turned their heads simultaneously. The old steward had appeared there at some point, still dressed in a simple gray robe, holding what seemed to be an ordinary. His gaze fell on Bruce and Kalisa, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his murky eyes. Candidates for the Temple of Divine Order do not need to rely on external means to walk that would undermine their identity. At this moment the Divine Order priest lifted his staff and merely tapped it lightly. Instantly the space here rippled like a calm water surface, and a silver gateway slowly unfolded in the center of the courtyard. Behind the gate was not the scene familiar to Bruce and Kalisha, but the stargazing platform they had visited before. It was filled with a dazzling river of stars flowing as if beneath their feet, with countless points of light moving as if they were living creatures. Let's go. The old steward turned and stepped into the light gate first. Time is of the essence. Bruce and Kalisha exchanged a glance and followed closely. Bulma quietly watched Bruce and Kalisha disappear from the house. These two are always like this. Even Goku has such a personality. Now it has caused Shishi no small worry. Bulma complained a bit and then returned inside the house. She had long since gotten used to these matters. As Bruce and the others passed through the light gate, that feeling of crossing dimensions hit them once more. However, this time Bruce distinctly felt the difference as the divine mark on his palm now emitted a gentle glow, completely countering the discomfort. The divine mark is protecting us, Kalisha said softly. Yes, Bruce nodded. It seems this is one of the functions of the divine mark. The stargazing platform of the Temple of Divine Order remained as vast, silent, and filled with a sense of majesty. But this time the old steward did not lead them directly to the palace. Instead, he took them to the edge of the stargazing platform. There a gigantic door floated in the void. It was not the door they had seen deep within their consciousness leading to higher realms and dimensions, but a tangible towering 100-meter-high giant door. This door was engraved with intricate patterns that Bruce and Kalisha had never seen before. Each pattern flowed slowly, as if it were alive. This is... Bruce looked up at the door, a surge of inexplicable awe rising within him. The Gate of Realms, the old steward's voice came from behind, a passage connecting the Temple of Divine Order with countless universes. He stepped beside them, lightly tapping the ground with his staff. The space fissures you saw are projections of the gate manifesting in the real world. Projections? Kalisha frowned. What do you mean? It means that the real crisis has yet to arrive. The other side. Bruce caught the keyword. Do you mean? The Temple of Divine Order has enemies too. Of course it does. The old steward smiled, a hint of desolation in that smile. The grand universe has never lacked coveting beings. Thus this divine order priest continued. The universe is never just black and white. The grand universe maintains the order of the current realm, while the Temple of Divine Order guards the boundaries of dimensions. It can even be said that the enemies of the Temple of Divine Order are even more terrifying. Moreover, Bruce and Kalisha, you two are the future successors of the Temple of Divine Order, so you should be aware of these matters. What I can tell you is that our enemies are never within the grand universe, but rather from beyond the boundaries. The Divine Order priest raised his staff, pointing at the giant door. There lies the intersection of void and once this gate is forcibly opened by those forgotten ones, the entire multiverse will face the crisis of At that time your relatives and friends will vanish into nothingness in an instant. Even in other timelines they will cease to. The Divine Order priest glanced at Bruce and Kalisha, and then said, now, do you understand? Bruce fell silent for a moment, and then asked, so what can we do now? You... Facing Bruce's question, the old steward assessed the two, his gaze lingering on the divine marks for a moment, and sighed. Your current strength is still far from enough. Only someone of this divine order priest level would dare to say that Bruce's top-tier destroyer level strength and Kalisha's near destroyer level strength were insufficient. It should be noted that each destroyer represents the martial power of their respective universes. But you summoned us, Kalisha said calmly. And she affirmed, if it were insufficient you wouldn't waste your time. The old steward was taken aback for a moment, then good? What a waste of time. He laughed heartily, his staff tapping rhythmically on the ground. Girl, your temperament is quite similar to that of a certain one from back in the day. That one from back in the day, eh? Bruce keenly caught the information. The old steward's laughter abruptly ceased. He fell silent for a moment, and then slowly said, long ago the Temple of Divine Order actually had candidates. At that time the Grand Universe had not yet been formally established, and the 12 universes were still in chaos. His gaze became distant as if piercing through endless time, and he continued, that candidate was the first being in the history of our Temple of Divine Order to obtain a divine mark. As for his strength, the old steward paused, glancing at Bruce and the others, and said lightly, it far surpassed what you can imagine, even beyond your current limits. And then, oi. Bruce wasn't surprised and pressed further. And then, oi. The old steward sighed wryly. Then, not betrayal, but exploration. He wanted to know what was beyond the gate, to discover what lay at the end of the void. He left. Yes, the old steward nodded, and he never returned. The courtyard fell into a long silence. The river of stars flowed beneath them, emitting a faint humming sound, as if telling some ancient sorrow. Bruce and Kalisha likely guessed the conclusion. At this moment Bruce broke the silence first. So your summoning of us is not to have us confront those trying to open the gate? Of course not. The old steward shook his head. Such beings are on a level that even I must tread carefully. If you go it would only be a futile sacrifice. Then what is it for? Bruce was incredibly shocked at this moment, not expecting even the temple of divine order above angels to be so troubled. The old steward turned around, looking directly into the eyes of the two, to help you see clearly the path you have chosen and where it ultimately leads. In the universe, ordinary life is enjoying tranquility. Every universe has its own story. The voice of the old steward echoed in the light. And you, Bruce Calissa, your story is just beginning. The scene suddenly froze. It was a universe Bruce had never seen before. Dark, cold, filled with something twisting in that darkness, something that seemed to be struggling against some sort of restraint. This is a watcher from the other side of the boundary. The old steward's voice turned cold. They sensed the aura of the divine essence and felt the birth of a new contender. So they began to stir. He turned to the two of them. Your divine essence marks are both a glory and a bait. They will attract those beings in the darkness just as light attracts moths. Kalisa instinctively clenched her fists. So we will bring danger to those around us. No, the old steward shook his head. You will bring protection to those around you. Because from now on you are one of the guardians of the boundary. The targets of those dark beings are you, not the people you care about. Bruce took a deep breath. What do we need to do? Become stronger, the old steward said without hesitation, strong enough to truly wield the power of the divine essence, strong enough to stand before the boundary without retreating. He raised his staff and two silver beams shot towards the foreheads of Bruce and Kalisa. This is the foundational cultivation technique of the divine order, called primordial breathing, a method of cultivation that surpasses the ultimate freedom technique you have learned. It allows you to better merge your ancestral bloodline with the understanding of the divine realm, laying the groundwork for future breakthroughs. The light entered their foreheads, and Bruce immediately felt a cool current circulating within him. Wherever that current flowed, the previously stagnant energy operation became smooth, as if a blocked river had been cleared. How magical! Kalisa murmured in awe. This is just the beginning. The old steward put away his staff. Now go. Beerus should be back from the Omni King Palace soon. If he finds out you left without permission, he might get angry again. Bruce couldn't help but chuckle. In the old steward's words, that god of destruction who had lived for millions of years was merely a kid. Can we come back? He asked. Of course. The old steward turned and walked toward the palace, his voice drifting back. The Divine Order Temple always welcomes its contenders, but remember. He paused, looking back at the two. In that moment, Bruce seemed to see the traces of endless years left on this old man. Do not easily attempt to open the door deep within your consciousness. That is the path to the core of the Divine Order. With your current strength, entering would mean death. As his words fell, the old steward's figure had vanished into the shadows of the palace. The silver light enveloped the two once more, and when they regained their senses, they had returned to Bulma's courtyard. Bulma was anxiously pacing in place, and upon seeing them appear, she rushed over. Where have you been? You scared? It's nothing, Bruce smiled to reassure her. We went to a very far place, but we are back now. A far place? Bulma looked at them suspiciously, but you only disappeared for less than a minute. Bruce and Kalisa were both taken aback. A minute? Kalisa looked at Bruce. We stayed in the Divine Order Temple for at least half an hour. Time flows different. Bruce quickly realized the Divine Order Temple is located in a dimensional rift, and the rules of time are different from the living world. He looked up at the sky. The sun was now directly overhead. Indeed, from the time they left until their return, almost no time had passed in the living world. Has Lord Beerus come back? He asked Bulma. Not yet, but before Bulma could finish her sentence, a familiar wave suddenly came from the sky. A purple aura tore through the clouds, and Beerus' figure descended from above, followed by Whis, who always wore a smile. You too. Beerus glared at Bruce and Kalisa as soon as he landed. Did I not tell you to keep an eye on the house? We didn't leave at all. Bruce wore an innocent expression. We've been right here in the courtyard. Beerus scrutinized them suspiciously, his nose twitching strange. There is indeed a hint of that old guy's scent. He looked at Whis. What do you think? Whis stepped forward with a smile, gently tapping his staff on the ground. Lord Beerus, the time rules of the Divine Order Temple are different from ours. They indeed did not leave. They simply went to a place we cannot perceive. Beerus snorted and did not pursue. He sat down beside the lounge chair, but his expression was not as relaxed as usual. Big trouble has arisen, he said straightforwardly. Lord Omni King has summoned all the gods of destruction and angels from every universe to discuss the matter of those spatial rifts. What was the conclusion? Bruce asked. No conclusion. Beerus rubbed his temples. Those rifts do not belong to any power system we know. The Grand Priest said they come from beyond the realms. He looked at Bruce and Kalisa, a complex glint flashing in his purple eyes. Since you have been to the Divine Order Temple, you should know something, right? Bruce did not hide anything and briefly recounted the old steward's words. After hearing it, Beerus fell silent. Boundary. Beyond the realms. He murmured these words, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. I've lived for so many years and I thought I had seen all the secrets of this universe. I didn't expect there to be so much I didn't know. Lord Beerus, Whis said softly, this may be an opportunity. What opportunity? An opportunity for you to truly unleash your full power. Whis' smile took on a deeper meaning. Those beings beyond the realms should be enough to pique your interest, right? Beerus was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Whis, you rascal, sometimes you can be quite agreeable. He stood up, stretching his muscles, and a dangerous aura began to emanate from him. That's right. Regardless of whether they are from within or beyond the realms, as long as they dare to cause trouble, I will destroy them all with destruction energy. Bruce watched Beerus' eager expression, feeling a warm flow in his heart. This god of destruction, who clearly stood at the pinnacle of the universe, still maintained a thirst for the unknown and a path. This is Beerus, the strongest in the 7th universe and their most reliable comrade. Even though Bruce has mastered 4 forms of Ultimate Freedom Super Saiyan, he still feels inferior when facing Beerus in serious battle. This is not flattery, it is the truth. Beerus is indeed very strong. According to Bruce's own estimation, Beerus' strength may have already reached the true realm of angels. Lord Beerus, he spoke up, if those beings really come, please let us join the fight. Beerus glanced at him. You too? Your current strength is still not sufficient. We know, Kalisa said calmly, but we will become stronger. Strong enough to stand beside you rather than hide behind. Beerus stared at the two for a long time, long enough that the air seemed to freeze. Then he turned around, waving his hand dismissively. Do as you wish. But don't expect me to go easy on you. There's no distinction between seniors and juniors in battle. Understood. Bruce and Kalisa responded in unison, their eyes burning with the same flame. Whis walked over to the two and said softly, Lord Beerus has acknowledged you. This is quite rare for Lord Beerus. We know, Bruce smiled, so we must not disappoint him. As night fell, Bulma's courtyard returned to tranquility once. He reflected on everything that had happened today, the old steward's words, the sights of the boundary, Beerus' acknowledgement. An unprecedented sense of mission surged within him. Still thinking, Kalisa's voice came from behind. She carried 2 cups of hot drinks, handing one to Bruce. Bruce took the cup, thinking about our future. Future? Kalisa walked beside him. What kind of future? I don't know, Bruce replied honestly, but I know it will be a path filled with challenges. The boundary, the beyond, the secrets of the divine order. What we are to face may far exceed our current imagination. Kalisa was silent for a moment, then softly said, Do you regret it? Regret what? The path we chose. If we had chosen the ordinary Saiyan evolutionary route, perhaps it would be easier, like Son Goku and Vegeta. Bruce turned to look at her, the moonlight outlining her gentle profile. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and in Bruce's eyes it resembled flowing starlight. What about you? He asked. Do you regret it? Kalisa thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't regret it. Being with you, I have no regrets about going anywhere. Bruce smiled. He reached out and held Kalisa's hand. Yes, everyone's path is different. Someone must bear the burden and bring peace and a bright future to those around them. At least for now, there is still time. After all, even time disruptors do not dare to appear casually in the main, and those true sources and the yet obefully awakened Lord of Forgotten will not attack the multiverse in the short term. So Bruce is not too worried for now. After all, as a primordial Saiyan, he has mastered no less than 4 Saiyan cultivation systems over the years. However, the system he is most satisfied with is the new cultivation system of Ultimate Freedom Super Saiyan. Even the first stage of Ultimate Freedom Super Saiyan far exceeds the individual divine realm form of future Son Goku. Even after reaching the fully mastered Ultimate Freedom Technique form, the future Son Goku cannot compare to Bruce's Ultimate Freedom Super Saiyan form. Because Ultimate Freedom Super Saiyan is a stronger form that surpasses Bruce's Ultimate Super Saiyan transformation and Divine Form transformation. Perhaps in terms of power amplification, it cannot compare to Ultimate Super Saiyan 4 and the Red God or the God Blue form, but in terms of realms and dimensions, it is simply not on the same level. With Bruce's current high foundational combat power, even a basic Super Saiyan transformation, which is just an ordinary Super Saiyan transformation, like Son Goku and Vegeta's, is enough to defeat any enemy below the divine realm. Even in his normal state, Bruce can single-handedly take on all Super Saiyans across all timelines. The path that Son Goku and the others pursue is fundamentally different from that of himself and Kalisa. Basic combat power is the true reason for the strength or weakness after transformation. For example, Son Goku's Super Saiyan 1 has a multiplier of 50 times, but his base combat power is too weak. As of now, Son Goku's normal combat power is only between 1 billion and 5 billion, and Vegeta is about the same, roughly within that range. And Bruce now, his normal state can easily crush Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3 full power. The power increase of Super Saiyan 3 has reached 400 times. Don't mention Bruce. Even Broly, whose power is currently not as strong as Kalisa's, has a normal state strong enough to crush all forms of Son Goku before Super Saiyan 3. Unless Son Goku and Vegeta fuse, otherwise there is not even a 1% chance of victory. As for what Bruce said before about letting Son Goku catch up to the first stage of Ultimate Freedom Super Saiyan, honestly, even if Son Goku were given another 100 years, he might not catch up. Because relying solely on power increases will never allow one to catch up. After all, the Ultimate Freedom Super Saiyan form is a super strong form that Bruce fully mastered after grasping the Ultimate Freedom Technique, integrating with his ancestral bloodline divine power. Even a god of destruction with strength like Kampa would find it difficult to match. At that moment, Son Goku suddenly noticed that Vegeta was missing. Just a minute ago, in the underground gravity chamber of the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta had adjusted the gravity to 300 times normal. The air inside the chamber seemed to distort with only the hum of machines running in the background. Vegeta had his eyes closed, drenched in sweat, with each drop being pulled down by the gravity shattering against the floor. His muscles were being torn apart and reassembled madly, with his normal battle power remaining at approximately 1,900,000,000. He had trained the Super Saiyan 2 form to its utmost limit. In fact, at this stage, Vegeta was performing even better than Son Goku. Every time Vegeta unleashed his full strength, he could barely touch the edge of Super Saiyan 3. But he knew that it was merely a fleeting moment. He still couldn't control that realm of Super Saiyan 3. Among the Saiyans, he currently only acknowledged Bruise and Kalasha. In fact, at this stage, Vegeta was performing even better than Son Goku. Every time Vegeta unleashed his full strength, he could barely touch the edge of Super Saiyan 3. Thus, he had only one thought in his mind: to surpass Kakarot. Just as his aura reached its peak, Vegeta suddenly, now is the time, pushed through again. He prepared to forcefully break into the realm of Super Saiyan 3. Suddenly, the space in the gravity chamber twisted. It wasn't a machine malfunction, but the emergence of something. A wisp of black mist suddenly seeped in, slithering like a snake. Vegeta felt a tightness in his chest, a sense of crisis he had never experienced before. This black mist wasn't a person, but the very space here, as if it were rotting away. Faced with such an eerie scene, Vegeta instantly exploded with the golden aura of Super Saiyan 2, its brilliance threatening to tear the gravity chamber apart. He had to escape. He must escape. But several silver beams shot out from the cracks, specifically targeting the Saiyans with binding light, moving at an unimaginable speed. These beams pierced through the aura, nailing into Vegeta's joints, sealing his power completely. His movements were completely locked by these strange assailants. Damn it! Vegeta could only shout this one exclamation as the golden aura that had been surging from his body suddenly extinguished like a candle being snuffed out. At that moment, the black mist coiled, and a figure emerged from the crack, directly taking Vegeta away. After Vegeta's departure, the gravity chamber was left empty, with only the 300 times gravity machine still running, and the sweat on the floor slowly evaporating as if nothing had happened just moments ago. Now in the living room of the Capsule Corporation, the sunlight shone brightly. Goku was hunched over a large bowl of fried rice, devouring it voraciously, as in his eyes only being full mattered for a good fight. He thought that once he filled his belly, he could go find Vegeta for a sparring session. One must say the appetite of a Saiyan was frighteningly large. The third bowl was already quickly reaching the bottom, and Son Goku burped contentedly. In the courtyard, Goten and Trunks were running wild, the two little guys occasionally bursting out with golden auras and laughter. Piccolo leaned against the sofa, eyes closed, appearing relaxed, yet he remained vigilant. Vegeta was training underground, Goku was eating, and the children were noisy. Oh, everything seemed normal. Initially, he thought everything was too normal, so normal that it made him a bit uneasy. In the kitchen, Bulma and Tais were already making snacks for Bruise and the others. Tais was kneading dough while Bulma was adjusting a new device, both chatting and laughing. Just then, Tais suddenly stopped and Bulma asked, "What's wrong, sister?" "I don't know, I just feel a sudden heaviness in my heart." Tais instinctively looked out the window and asked, "Is Vegeta still training?" "Yes, in the underground gravity chamber 300 times. It's been 3 hours, and the energy readings have remained stable." But before she could finish, Bruise and Kalasha exchanged glances. Then Son Goku's hand stopped picking at the food, and Piccolo opened his eyes, displaying a shocked expression. They all felt it simultaneously. Deep underground in the gravity chamber, after Vegeta's aura had suddenly exploded with Super Saiyan 2 power, it had vanished. And it didn't seem like it had weakened or drifted away. Rather, it was as if it had been erased. "Vegeta's aura is gone," Piccolo said in a low voice. Son Goku set down the bowl. His earlier ease vanished. For someone to make Vegeta disappear under their noses, that person was definitely not simple. Upon hearing Piccolo and Son Goku's words, Tais rushed out of the kitchen, her face slightly pale, wiping her hands on her apron and asking, "What's wrong? Where is Vegeta?" But in the next second, black mist suddenly seeped out from beneath his feet, not smoke, but some sinister substance that these eerie mists wrapped around Vegeta's ankles, and even though Vegeta reacted quickly, exploding his aura to break free on the spot. But the black mist was like a sticky adhesive, suddenly pulling, and Vegeta's body flickered like a reflection in water. The surveillance couldn't even sound an alarm. The energy readings dropped to 0 in an instant, leaving nothing but the empty gravity chamber and the still operating gravity device. "Something strange has kidnapped Vegeta." Bulma's voice trembled slightly. "This is definitely intentional. And it should be some spatial means. That's why our defense systems can't detect it." Tais shuddered at the words, clenching her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. She didn't understand combat, nor did she comprehend what a Super Saiyan was, let alone spatial technology. But through the surveillance, she understood that her husband, the man who always held his chin up and was tough yet soft-hearted, had been taken away. "Vegeta?" Her voice was soft and her eyes turned red. At this moment, just as Bruise was about to speak, he suddenly felt a heat in his forehead. The thoughts of the old Kaioshin and the Kaioshin crossed the universe, bringing an unprecedented gravity and information flooded into his mind. Bruise. The alternate dimension Dr. Gero. The Dark Dragon Balls. The merged Dr. Gero. The android army. The bait plan. This information surged into Bruce's mind. At this moment Bruce's eyes turned cold as he placed a hand on Bulma's shoulder, signaling her not to panic, while the warmth of his palm reassured the trembling scientist. Then Bruce turned to his sister Ties, his gaze comforting as he said, "Don't panic, Ties, I already know who it is. We will definitely bring Vegeta back. This is the work of those temporal disruptors." The group was taken aback. Just now the old Kaioshin sent a message saying that the Dr. Gero who had long since died in the main timeline was revived by the Dark Dragon Balls from other timelines and merged with his counterparts from multiple parallel timelines to become Super Gero. Dr. Gero. Son Goku frowned at this, indicating that he had never heard of this name. Dr. Gero was a scientist from the Red Ribbon Army, but he was eliminated by me long ago. It's normal that you haven't heard. The individuals in the main timeline had only experienced the Frieza and Bu incidents due to Bruce and had not gone through the android incident. Bruce didn't explain too clearly at this point, but continued, he kidnapped Vegeta to use him as bait. Dr. Gero's true target might be me and Kalisha. Son Goku's eyes lit up at this. Bait. That meant the enemy had set the battlefield for them. Oh, finally, they could have a good... Since they had confirmed it was the enemy, he didn't need to hold back anymore. At this time Piccolo also asked Mr. In the northwestern desert of Earth in the canyon area, Bruce closed his eyes to sense it. I can feel that there seem to be 9 androids there, all of the latest models, each aura stronger than the last. And Vegeta is locked deep within that canyon. He is temporarily not in life-threatening danger, but... Before he could finish, everyone heard a loud crash outside, as 9 dark figures smashed into the center of the shockwave shredded the lawn of Bulma's home, dust flying into the sky, and the glass doors exploded fragments. As the dust settled, 9 androids stood in formation in midair, their bodies adorned with bizarre runes resembling a fusion of spatial technology and biological energy. Each one exuded a faint sense of pressure that did not belong to this era. The 5 on the left had relatively weaker auras, but remained stable between Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2. Super Androids 11 to 19, the higher their number the stronger their power. Their eyes were incredibly vacant and cold, like slaughtering machines devoid of emotion. In the center stood a stocky figure exuding a violent and fierce aura, at least on par with Perfect Cell. This was Super Android 16, the ultimate weapon reactivated by Dr. Gero with new materials. The final 3 emanated an astonishing aura. Super Android 17 was engulfed in a dark red energy, a fusion of hell and the mortal realm's dual power. Under Bruce and Kalisha's senses, this being's power reached at least the level of Majin Buu. Moreover, a cruel smile played on his lips as his gaze swept over Bruce and the others, as if evaluating them like lambs to the slaughter. Super Android 18 was tall and slender with sharp golden hair and a cold, beautiful face, resembling the Android 18 from other timelines. Her aura firmly reached Super Saiyan 3 levels, and her gaze was cold and proud, as if nothing in existence was worth her attention. At the center was Super Android 19, radiating uncontrollable green energy, and his physique was bulky. Simultaneously, his green energy was interspersed with golden lightning, a monster created from the legendary Super Saiyan Broly's cells during his rampage from other dimensions. His gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Bruce and Kalisha. Super Android 19's voice was cold and harsh, laced with unabashed arrogance as he spoke. I am Super Android 19, modified from Broly's cells using Dr. Gero's techniques from other dimensions. Moreover, my power limit has reached the full capacity of Super Saiyan 4. Once these words were spoken, Son Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan were all stunned. Super Saiyan 4. What is that? Son Goku couldn't help but turn to Bruce, inquiring. He only knew of Super Saiyan 3, as that was his strongest form to date. Even so, he had never heard of a 4th stage for the Saiyans. Bulma and Ties were even more bewildered. Hair covered all over his body, explosive power and wildness perfectly fused, representing the ultimate expression of Saiyan bloodline regression. Carissa had already mastered all the forms prior to Super Saiyan 3 and had witnessed the overwhelming power of Bruce when he transformed into a regular Super Saiyan 4. As the legendary Super Saiyan, Carissa's strength surpassed that of Broly from the main timeline. It is precisely because of this that they are acutely aware of the terror of such power levels. Moreover, even Broly from the main timeline had not mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, he had merely reached the threshold of Super Saiyan 3. Only Bruce and Carissa truly understood the weight of the legendary title of Super Saiyan 4. Even as a regular Super Saiyan 4, one has already barely touched the realm of divine strength. At the same time, this is the ultimate domain of power that they as Saiyans with Saiyan blood can reach without external. But just how strong is the legendary 4th stage of Super Saiyan? Even Bruce and Carissa cannot predict. For even if Bruce is of the bloodline of the Saiyan ancestor, he has never witnessed the transformation form of the 4th stage. But now is not the time for explanations. Super 17 stepped forward, causing the ground to crack, and dark red flames melted the surrounding rubble into lava. We have already captured Vegeta. If you want to save him, just come with us obediently. Super 18 coldly looked at Bruce and Carissa, as if appraising 2 precious collectibles. Dr. Gero has ordered to capture Bruce and Carissa among you. As for the rest, they shall be wiped out. Super androids 11 to 16 raised their hands simultaneously, energy cannons in their palms glowing brightly, weaving a mesh of death with blinding white light in the courtyard. A plan to surround and kill the androids was about to unfold. Bulma tightly held Bruce's arm, her eyes red, seemingly wanting to remind Bruce to be cautious and not to be reckless. But 1,000 words were stuck in her throat, ultimately transforming into a trembling whisper. "You must be careful." Ty's heart raced as she suppressed her anxiety, her hands clasped in front of her chest, her voice trembling, yet exceptionally firm, as she looked at Bruce and Carissa. "Please, make sure to bring Vegeta back." Bruce nodded firmly, his gaze sweeping over his wife Bulma and Carissa's worried faces. A warm determination surged within him. "Piccolo, protect Bulma, Tai, and the children. Don't let the battle affect you." At this time Bruce looked at Super 19 and coldly said, "Stop wasting time. Lead the way." In a canyon in the northwestern desert, Super androids stopped here, while Bruce, Carissa, Son Goku, and Son Gohan followed closely behind. Currently, there are only 4 people on Earth who can participate in this level of battle. Even though Piccolo has the strength to counter a Super Saiyan's first transformation, it is probably not enough against these 9 super androids. For even the weakest Super Android 11 likely possesses strength greater than Piccolo. Moreover, these super androids are not like the previous or other timelines androids whose energy could not be sensed. On the contrary, their energy is as clear as lanterns in the dark, powerful, evil, dark, and eerie. After stopping, Bruce did not transform into any form. He simply took a step forward, unleashing his full regular energy combined with the source breath he had just mastered. With every breath, the energy of heaven and earth surged wildly into his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. This was not the golden aura of a Super Saiyan transformation, but a more primal and vast wave of power, as if Bruce had resonated with the entire 7th universe. At this moment, Carissa also stepped forward, her black hair moving without wind, standing alongside him, her eyes devoid of fear, only calmness in facing everything with her beloved. "If we are to fight, let us do it together." Beside them, Son Goku also wanted to battle the strongest Super 19, but Bruce interrupted him directly. Thus, Son Goku had no choice but to give up. Son Gohan remained silent, his face serious, clearly lacking confidence in his ability to defeat these super androids. However, seeing Uncle Bruce and Aunt Carissa present, Son Gohan felt considerably reassured. For even Son Goku and Vegeta were unaware that after the Bu incident, he had once challenged Bruce. At that time, he was unaware of his own limitations and wanted to test just how strong Bruce was. So he transformed into a mysterious form, but Bruce didn't even transform. With just a casual move in his regular state, he instantly defeated him. If not for Bruce holding back, just that one heavy punch's power made Son Gohan feel like he might die. Since then, Son Gohan lost the motivation to train, for he felt that no matter how hard he trained, he could never surpass. "You don't know when to die? Let you taste the power of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly." As his words fell, he transformed into a green streak of light, charging straight at Bruce, his speed so fast that everyone except Carissa couldn't keep up. Moreover, Super 19's power was so immense that the space itself twisted, capable of unleashing a shockwave capable of destroying planets. At this moment, Bruce merely raised his gaze slightly. There was no earth-shattering collision, no explosive roar of energy. Super 19's fist stopped just a foot in front of Bruce, unable to advance another inch. The green flames fiercely rubbed against an invisible barrier, producing a piercing shriek, ultimately unable to break through. What? Super 19's mechanical pupils suddenly contracted. Bruce's gaze remained calm, as if what he had blocked was not a blow from a shattered star, but merely a child's play. "Your power is indeed strong, but still far from enough." Bruce simply flipped his wrist lightly, and Super 19's burly body flew backward like a kite, with a broken. Then it crashed heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The entire arena fell silent. Super 17 and 18 exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. They understood Super 19's strength best. It was the perfect fusion of Broly's cells and the latest technology. Under full power, he could rival the Super Saiyan 4 of other timelines, yet he was so easily brushed aside by this Saiyan before them. Altogether, Super 17 roared, and the dark red energy surged instantly as he and Super 18 charged forward. Bruce and Carissa moved simultaneously. Their movements were not fast, at least in the eyes of Goku and Gohan. They could even be described as slow, yet every strike accurately hit the android's most vulnerable energy nodes. Every evasion was perfectly timed to avoid all trajectories of attack. To them, it was not a difference in speed, but a crushing superiority in martial realm. Bruce and Carissa seemed to have long surpassed mere physical confrontation, reaching a level of battle that was fun. Goku stared blankly at this scene, his shock beyond measure. He had seen Bruce and Carissa fight before, but he had never seen them truly serious. It was only at this moment that he understood that the power they usually displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. "That's enough." Bruce's voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. Carissa's figure flashed and appeared before Super 16, lightly flicking his forehead with her fingertip, causing his burly body to freeze and place the red light, and his eyes slowly dimming. Seeing this, androids 11 to 15 instinctively wanted to retreat, but found their bodies unable to move. Some invisible force had sealed their actions, even their self-destruct protocols were unable to activate. Now, Bruce stood with his hands withdrawn, his gaze sweeping over the fallen android army, finally resting on the Super 19, who had just crawled out from the ruins. Can you take us to see Dr. Gero and hand over Vegeta? The strong winds continued to howl in the canyon as the yellow sand and dust carried from the northwestern desert slowly settled. Super 19 knelt on the ground, his green aura dim and his mechanical visage displaying fear for the first time. He attempted to activate emergency teleportation, but realized the surrounding space had been completely sealed. You. His voice was no longer cold and piercing, but trembled with disbelief. Clearly sensing that the other's aura seemed not as strong as his full power, yet he couldn't even touch the corner of their clothing. It was as if all his attacks had been effortlessly evaded. Bruce ignored his shock and turned to Goku and Gohan. The real battle is only just beginning. Goku and Gohan both took a deep breath, their fighting spirit reignited. Although the previous battle made them aware of the vast gap between them, and Bruce, the Saiyan blood within them, had, regardless of who the opponent is or what lies ahead, they would give it their all. Let's go, we need to rescue Vegeta first. Bruce and Carissa exchanged glances, simultaneously placing their hands on Goku and Gohan's shoulders. In an instant, the four figures vanished from the canyon, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a group of super androids who had temporarily lost their combat capabilities. In the depths of the northwestern desert canyon, Dr. Gero stood before the prison of space, looking at the unconscious Vegeta, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Dr. Gero's body is a fusion of countless versions of himself from different timelines, with each cell containing the technology and knowledge of different worlds. At this moment, he had transcended the mere category of androids and had become something more sinister. Come on, Bruce, Carissa, and Son Goku. Let me see just how strong you Saiyans really are. At this moment, the space trembled slightly, and four figures suddenly appeared here. The gazes of Bruce, Carissa, Son Goku, and Son Gohan collided with the gaze of the fused Dr. Gero. Meanwhile, the original androids in the desert canyon all looked at Super 19 and asked, "These two guys are too strong. Do we still need to pursue them?" Super 19 snapped back to reality, his eyes reigniting with the desire to fight. Just now, he had only unleashed his full power in his regular state, with an energy level of only 100 billion. They had just sensed the aura of Son Goku and Son Gohan appearing at their secret base. As for the mysterious disappearing act of Carissa and Bruce, they had heard it was a technique called instant transmission. Therefore, Super 19 said, "Let's go. Back. This time I will kill Bruce once and for all. As for Carissa, they'll leave her to 17 and 18. Thus, the 9 super androids quickly returned to Dr. Gero's secret base. In the depths of the northwestern desert, gusts of fierce wind swept through, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. Inside a transparent space, prison Vegeta lay unconscious, his breath weak. The resurrected Dr. Gero stood before the prison, a strange smile playing on his lips while streams of data flickered in his eyes like a calculator. At this moment, the space here trembled slightly, for figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Dr. Gero's smile abruptly froze on his face. He turned sharply and saw Bruce, Carissa's son Wukong and Son Gohan standing not far behind him. The 8 eyes from the 4 Saiyans immediately focused on him. "You?" Dr. Gero's pupils constricted. Before he could finish his sentence, his body suddenly froze. An invisible force pressed down on him from all directions, pinning him firmly in place, unable to move. At this time, Bruce withdrew his hand, his gaze passing over Dr. Gero as he looked at the transparent prison, saying, "Save him." Carissa nodded and swiftly appeared in front of the cage. Dr. Gero struggled desperately, a blinding energy burst forth from him. Damn it. Unfortunately, the methods used by Bruce were not something a minor character like Dr. Gero could escape. Bruce simply watched him silently, while on the other side Carissa placed her hands directly on the transparent prison, her palms glowing with a gentle white light. 3 seconds later, the cage shattered with a loud bang. She lifted Vegeta and the white light surged into his body, healing his wounds at a visible speed. Vegeta's consciousness gradually awakened, his brows furrowing as he suddenly opened his eyes wide. A sharp light exploded from his purple-black pupils, instinctively putting the Saiyan prince into a battle-ready state. He glanced around and was momentarily stunned upon seeing Carissa, then looked past her at Bruce behind her. "Why are you?" Bruce replied. "Bulma sent us," saying your energy suddenly disappeared. Vegeta twitched the corner of his mouth, snorting. "That woman just can't stop worrying." Carissa smiled. "Your wife Tai is also extremely anxious. Before we came, she repeated several times that idiot Vegeta better not die. If I want die." Vegeta pushed Carissa away and stood up straight. Then his expression changed. He looked down at his hands, feeling the energy surging within his body, disbelief filling his eyes. His energy was far stronger than before. At this moment Vegeta recalled the humiliation of being captured by that black-haired man, the anger of being imprisoned, and the shame of being treated as an experimental subject by Dr. Gero. These emotions surged within him, causing him to break through his limits while unconscious. Vegeta raised his head to look at Kakarot. He could clearly feel that while Kakarot's energy had been strong before, now it felt noticeably weaker than his own. Vegeta's mouth began to curl into a smug smile. At this moment Wukong scratched his head innocently, saying, "Vegeta, are you okay?" Vegeta ignored him. Just then a sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the base. 9 figures emerged. Vegeta's pupils suddenly contracted when he saw the lead figures. Those were the ones. This group had captured him. Son Wukong and Son Gohan's eyes widened in shock. These people were the same super androids from earlier. When Bruce had effortlessly taken them down, they hadn't seemed that formidable. But now as this group unleashed their energy, both father and son changed their expressions. It seemed that the super androids weren't weak, it was just that Bruce and Carissa were too strong, leading to this misconception. The 5 leading figures looked like ordinary aliens in appearance. Some were sturdy, some were tall and thin, some had fierce looks, and some had sinister gazes. However, the energy emanating from them was strong, each one not to be underestimated. The 4 following figures had a completely different aura. One particularly large man stood silently, resembling an iron tower, and the energy he emitted was so oppressive it made it hard to breathe. A pair of men and women stood side by side, appearing like an ordinary brother and sister. But if one were to carefully sense their energy, it would be terrifyingly profound with no bottom in sight. And the last one, when Vegeta's gaze fell upon him, his heart skipped a beat. This guy had long black hair reaching down to his waist with piercing green eyes that held no warmth. His muscular body was covered in crystalline substances, exuding an uncommonly primal and wild sense of Only Bruce and Carissa, who were extremely familiar with Broly, recognized this super android 19 as a hybrid of Broly and Frieza. Vegeta had encountered this person before. It was this guy who knocked him out with a single blow while he was transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 in the gravity chamber and captured him. At this moment the Saiyan blood within Vegeta was going into overdrive, sending alarms ringing. Danger. Extreme danger. Seeing Super Android 19 again, even Bruce raised an eyebrow slightly. This guy hadn't used his full strength before, which was why he had been subdued so easily. But the terrifying power hidden within him was indeed formidable. At this time Super Android 19's gaze swept over Vegeta and the others, finally locking onto Bruce, a hint of seriousness flashing in his green eyes. But soon that seriousness was replaced by a wild battle intent. "Bruce, this time I will let you truly feel my real power." Bruce looked at him silently. Dr. Gero chuckled, not turning around, and said, 19, what's the rush? Let 11 to 15 play with them first. In response to Dr. Gero's words, Super Android 19 merely snorted coldly and took a step back. Meanwhile, Super Android 16, 17, and 18 also stepped back. Clearly, as long as the strongest Bruce and Carissa on the opposing side didn't make a move, they saw no reason to intervene. As for Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan, with the power of Super Androids 11 to 15, that was one of them pointed directly at Son Gohan, grinning wickedly. One of them pointed directly at Son Gohan, grinning wickedly. "This little brat, named Son Gohan, we 3 will take him." Meanwhile, the other 2 followed him. These 3 were Super Androids 11, 12, and 13. The remaining 2 focused on Son Wukong, saying casually, "I heard you are quite strong." Huh. The energies of the 3 in front exploded, intertwining powerfully, making it difficult for Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan to breathe. At this moment, even the surrounding air began to twist. Moreover, the energies of the 2 behind were even stronger, much more intense than the first 3, causing the ground beneath them to crack open. Son Wukong and Vegeta were fine. However, Son Gohan, who had not seriously trained for many years and had become somewhat lax, immediately changed color. He could clearly sense how strong those 3 energies were. Each one was no weaker than after he transformed into a Super Saiyan, and now 3 of them appeared simultaneously. So strong. Son Wukong's eyes lit up, a signature smile on his face. "Great. Gohan, can you handle those?" Son Gohan took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. "I'll give it a try." Huh. At this moment his golden aura erupted into the sky as he chose to transform directly into a Super Saiyan 2. "This kid's energy has grown stronger." One of them sneered. Unfortunately, the 3 simultaneously unleashed their powers, intertwining, fiercely pressing down on Son Gohan, to the point he could barely breathe. "We 3 are in this together." Before he could finish his sentence, the 3 figures lunged at Son Gohan simultaneously. Son Gohan's pupils constricted as he retreated, while blocking with both hands, firing energy blasts at the 3. But at this moment Son Gohan realized that he was not a match for these 3, and could only hold on. If it were many years ago, he would never have regarded the strength of these 3 as anything. Unfortunately, life doesn't have ifs. The lead Super Android 13 charged through Son Gohan's energy blasts under everyone's gaze, throwing a punch towards Son Gohan's head. Son Gohan turned his head to dodge, but Super Android 12 had already circled around from behind and landed a heavy punch on his back. Ugh! Son Gohan grunted, stumbling forward a few steps. Meanwhile, Super Android 11 charged in Heedin, raising both fists above his head and smashing down towards Son Gohan's head. Sun Wukong, come on. Two powerful energies erupted, directly pressing towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong sensed the intensity of these two energies, scratched his head, and laughed. You guys are pretty strong, reaching the full power level of Super Saiyan 2. Thus, Sun Wukong's energy began to surge as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Although Sun Wukong's base fighting power was stronger than Son Gohan's, it was clear that he was noticeably weaker compared to Super Androids 14 and 15. Because at this time Son Gohan's normal power level was 1.5 billion, Sun Wukong was 2 billion, and the previous Vegeta was 1.9 billion. However, the base fighting power of Super Androids 11 to 15 had reached 2.5 billion. Thus, Super Android 15 looked disdainfully at Sun Wukong, saying, "Is this all you've got?" Too far off. Sun Wukong didn't retort, he just smiled. "You won't know until you fight." Boom. Super Android 14 didn't waste words and directly threw a punch, tearing through the air. On the chest of Super 14, only a faint mark was left, and there was no other impact. This level of power is useless. Super 14 let out a sinister laugh, then delivered a punch to Sun Wukong's shoulder, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Another took the opportunity to rush in from the side, kneeing Wukong harshly in the stomach. Pooh! Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the ruins. However, he quickly crawled up from the rubble, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Interesting. Bring it on. The two exchanged glances, both a bit surprised. This guy, clearly weaker than them, was getting more and more into it. They stopped wasting words and launched another fierce attack on Wukong. Wukong dodged left and right under the two-man siege, barely escaping, but managed to evade deadly blows at crucial moments, occasionally retaliating with a few strikes. Another noticed something was off. Stop playing around. Go all out. Two powerful energies surged again, and the attacks became fiercer. Wukong felt the pressure mounting, yet the smile on his face grew brighter. This feeling of teetering on the edge of life and death ignited the Saiyan blood within him. What a thrill. He laughed heartily, darting around amidst the attacks of the two. Though he appeared disheveled, he just wouldn't go down. On the other side, Son Gohan was struggling immensely. The coordination of the three super androids was seamless, and their relentless attacks from three directions kept Gohan on the run. The leading Super 13 landed a punch on Gohan's face, leaving him bloodied. Super 12 then kicked him behind the knee, forcing him to kneel. Super 11 charged from behind, slamming both fists down hard on his back. Gohan screamed in agony, collapsing onto the ground in a pitiful state. Super 13 approached with a sinister grin, directly stepping on Gohan's head, pushing his face into the dirt. "Kid, is that all you've got? Your energy is indeed strong, but it's nothing in front of the three of us." This scene made Bruce and Kalisa frown, especially Bruce. The former strongest individual warrior reduced to this pathetic state by three mere Super 2 awakened ants. This was not merely a waste of training, it was a complete loss. It's worth noting that although they in the main timeline had not experienced the crisis of Android 1718 or Cell, they had at least faced the Frieza incident and later the Bu event. Back then, Son Gohan could hold his ground against an unfocused Bu. He was undoubtedly a solid Super Saiyan 3 level fighter, second only to his father Son Wukong, firmly the universe's second strongest warrior. Of course, this universe-level power did not include Bruce himself or Kalisa and Broly, who were exceptions. Vegeta even sneered trash. At this moment, Gohan was struggling to rise, realizing he was no match for these androids. Three powerful energies pressed down on him, nearly suffocating him. Gohan, seeing his son like this, Wukong was desperate to rush in and save him, but he was firmly entangled by the two opponents. "Where do you think you're going? Your opponents are us." Gritting his teeth, Son Wukong's energy surged sharply, and he punched towards his opponents, attempting to force his way through. But the opponent took his punch, Heedin, retaliating with a punch that sent him staggering back. Another kicked him hard from the side, forcing him to retreat several steps. Damn it. How infuriating. Son Wukong's forehead was bulging with veins, yet he found himself powerless. Bruce and Kalisa were focused on Super 19, Super 17, and Super 18. Meanwhile, Super 16 had his sights firmly on Vegeta. If they made any sudden moves, it would lead to an even fierce ultimate transformation. Level 1 completely mastered. Her energy became more solid. Her light golden hair fluttered in the pearlescent aura, her gaze calm and resolute. The pair of siblings crossed their arms, watching intensely. As for the black-haired man, the Super 19, who resembled Broly, his expression was devoid of any emotion. He was fixated on Bruce as if no one else was worthy of his attention. Even Kaliso was overlooked. This was because their computers had detected Bruce and Kalisa's energy levels. One was 800 billion, the other was, at this level, either Super 17 or 18 could handle it. However, Super 19, who had fought against Bruce, understood that Bruce's power was peculiar. Even with a battle power of only 800 billion, he could unleash even stronger force. It's precisely for this reason that Super 19 truly began to regard Bruce this Saiyan seriously. Bruce and Kalisa stood aside quietly watching. Aren't you going to help? Kalisa asked softly. Bruce shook his head, saying this is their battle. Moreover, he glanced at Vegeta, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Someone's about to lose control. Kalisa followed his gaze and saw Vegeta standing still, fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. It was not fear but rage. At this moment, Vegeta's gaze was fixed on the battlefield. He was watching as Son Gohan was being trampled by the androids, and as Kakarot struggled under the onslaught of Super 14. At this point, Kalisa called out Vegeta. But he remained silent. The scene that flashed through his mind was of himself being captured by that black-haired man. That guy hadn't even needed to fight much. Oh, just the overwhelming pressure had rendered him immobile, lifting him like a... The image of being locked in that cage, mocked by these beings, treated like trash, played in his mind. He was the prince of the sun. He had been proud all his life, fought all his life, and had always looked down on others. When had he ever been so Now these damn beings not only humiliated him, but also insulted Kakarot, and that kid. Although he had always looked down on Kakarot, a low-level warrior, a Saiyan could only be defeated by a Saiyan. Outsiders had no right. You? Vegeta's voice was low and trembling, the golden aura around him starting to flicker violently. Dare to treat a Saiyan like this? Boom. An unprecedented, terrifying aura erupted violently from... Everyone turned to look in shock. Even the two androids battling with Son Wukong suddenly halted. They stared at Vegeta in astonishment. The super android stepping on Son Gohan's head was also frightened enough by this terrifying golden aura to take a step back, instinctively moving his foot away. Vegeta stood firm, his hands clenched tightly, his body trembling violently. The golden aura began to change, becoming even more frenzied and dazzling, like a raging fire ignited. Huh. At this moment, Vegeta let out a long howl, his muscles tensed, the veins on his forehead bulging, his expression turning exceptionally sinister and feral due to the strain. The energy within Vegeta surged violently upward, growing stronger and more terrifying, reaching a level that instilled dread in everyone. Even Super 16, who was usually disinterested in everything, displayed a look of shock. Vegeta's hair began to grow wildly, the originally upright golden hair now cascading down to nearly his waist. His eyebrows vanished, his face looked younger, but the light in Vegeta's eyes was sharp enough to make anyone hesitate to look directly at him. The surrounding air began to warp, the ground cracked, and even the space seemed unable to withstand this pressure, trembling slightly. What kind of energy is this? The leading Super Android 15's voice shifted in pitch, his eyes flickering. The data streams in the eyes of Super 11 and the others were also flashing wildly, their voices tinged with fear for the first time. Impossible. He clearly didn't have this strong energy just now. Shut up. Super 14 yelled at Super Android 11 and the others, but it was evident that his voice was trembling as well. Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, the azure in his irises devoid of rage, replaced only by absolute coldness. His golden hair floated without wind, surrounded by an electric-like aura, each movement causing the surrounding space. The strongest Super Saiyan 3 among mortals of the 7th universe made his entrance. Vegeta had finally broken through this barrier that countless Saiyans dreamed of crossing, achieving this legendary state. Vegeta? Son Wukong's eyes widened in surprise as he murmured. Vegeta glanced at him coldly, saying, Kakarot, take that Gohan kid and get lost. These guys, I'll take care of them. Son Wukong was taken aback, but quickly reacted, darting to Gohan's side, grabbing him and retreating to a distance. The other super androids rarely did not intervene, for in their eyes Vegeta's current threat was greater. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan stared blankly at that proud figure, completely stunned by the terrifying aura. He had only seen this form on his father, Son Wukong. As for Uncle Bruce and Aunt Kalisa, they had never transformed into Super Saiyans in front of them. They had always maintained their black-haired forms. With the most they had transformed being into a giant ape state and a black-haired form of the pseudo-Super Saiyan. At this moment, Son Wukong revealed a brilliant smile devoid of any jealousy, only pure excitement. This guy has finally broken through to Super Saiyan 3. And now Vegeta's strength has surpassed mine again. Currently, Vegeta's normal strength was a staggering 3 billion, while Son Wukong's was only around 2 billion. Thus Vegeta once again surpassed his old rival Kakarot. Now the 5 super androids quickly regrouped, locking their energies onto Vegeta simultaneously. We won't lose. The 5 exchanged glances, unleashing their strongest auras simultaneously. They transformed into 5 beams of light, charging towards Vegeta from different directions. Vegeta hovered in midair, his golden hair flowing wildly in the wind. He looked at the five rushing towards him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All five together. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure flickered and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the leading super android. Super Android 15 didn't even have time to react before he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Vegeta's knee had already slammed into his gut. His body curled up like a shrimp, his eyes flashing wildly, all combat awareness lost. Vegeta took the opportunity to spin around, delivering a fierce roundhouse kick to the back of his head. Crack! His head twisted at an unnatural angle, and he plummeted straight down, crashing into the ruins, the light in Super Android 15's eyes slowly fading. A super android comparable to the limit of Super Saiyan 2 was instantly taken down. Yet Vegeta didn't even glance at him as he vanished once more. The second one was desperately trying to escape. He had already given up on the notion of fighting when Vegeta made his move. Their power levels were simply not on the same scale. At that moment, Super Android 14 suddenly felt a tightening around his neck, a large hand grasping him from behind. No. He struggled frantically in terror, only to find he couldn't move at all. Vegeta's cold voice echoed in his ear, "You're the second." Crack! Super Android 14's neck was snapped cleanly, his head drooping limply as Vegeta delivered another punch to his core device, instantly obliterating it. Super Android 14 was eliminated in an instant. Vegeta casually tossed the body towards the fleeing third super android, sending them both tumbling into a heap. Vegeta appeared above them, his hands clasped together over his head, his muscles bulging as he brought them crashing. Boom! The ground was smashed into a massive crater, several meters wide, cracks spreading out like a The third one convulsed a couple of times at the bottom of the pit before becoming still. Vegeta stood up, looking at the two who had managed to escape far away. He raised both hands to his forehead, his aura beginning to gather wildly. A searing golden light gathered frantically, growing brighter and more violent until it shone like a small sun, changing the color of the entire desert. "Let me show you what true power is." Vegeta's voice rang out like a divine judgment, resounding through heaven and earth. Ultimate flash. Boom! A thick golden beam erupted from his fingertips, igniting the air as it passed, carving a deep trench into the ground that crossed several kilometers, engulfing the two fleeing figures. When the beam disappeared, the two had completely vanished, not even a trace left behind. Silence enveloped the world. Vegeta hovered in the air, his golden hair wildly billowing in the wind, his aura crackling like lightning. That terrifying aura enveloped the entire ruins, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Son Gohan was utterly stunned, muttering after a long pause, "What powerful energy." Son Goku also broke into a radiant smile, his eyes filled with excitement. "Vegeta, this guy really is something." In the distance, the typically stoic Super Android 16 furrowed his brow for the first time. The teasing expressions on the faces of the sibling duo were completely replaced by unprecedented seriousness. And the black-haired man, Super Android 19. At this moment, he finally shifted his gaze from Bruce to focus on. A hint of surprise flickered in his emerald eyes that resembled Broly's face, but it was quickly replaced by a more intense battle spirit. "Interesting, this insect is much stronger than before." Dr. Gero stood there wearing a strange smile. "Interesting, truly interesting. No wonder he is the prince of the Super Saiyan 3. He has indeed not disappointed me." Having fused with the cells of various combatants across dimensions, Dr. Gero had long been aware of certain cosmic truths. These super androids were precisely the super warriors he had created, using the cells of those combat-type extraterrestrials as a blueprint. Vegeta slowly turned to face Dr. Gero, his deep azure eyes fixated on him, his voice as cold as ice. "Dr. Gero, it's your turn now, you scum." He stepped towards Dr. Gero, each step causing the space around him to ripple. His golden aura grew increasingly violent, making the debris below tremble incessantly. But Dr. Gero smiled, his grin growing even more sinister. "Vegeta, you have indeed grown stronger. But do you think this is the end?" The four super androids behind him stepped forward simultaneously. The hulking Super Android 16 unleashed a tremendous aura. Vegeta's footsteps suddenly halted. The energy of Super Android 16 was even stronger than he had imagined. And the seemingly sibling Super Android 17 and 18 soon released their own auras, even more formidable. Their power was more terrifying than that of the massive Super Android 16. And the black-haired man, he didn't even fully unleash his aura, merely watching Vegeta quietly. But that vague sense of pressure made every muscle in Vegeta's body tense, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. He had never felt such an overwhelming pressure. It was the kind of pressure that only an existence far beyond him could exert. Just how strong was that black-haired man? Dr. Gero laughed. "Vegeta, you have broken through and should celebrate, but today's battle ends here. We will meet again." He waved his hand, and the four of them retracted their auras, stepping aside. Vegeta clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing as he glared in frustration. "You, Vegeta. You." Bruce gazed at him calmly. "You just broke through and need time to stabilize. This isn't the time for a final battle. Do you want to leave ties as a widow?" Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, the words catching in his throat. Carissa approached, speaking softly. "Vegeta, you've already done very well. Your energy is very strong. If Tais knew, she would surely be happy. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently. But in the end, he said nothing more, his golden aura gradually retracting, his golden hair shortening before returning to its usual black. He swayed slightly, almost losing his balance. Goku rushed forward to support him. Vegeta, get off me. Vegeta shook off his hand, steadying himself. I'm fine. At that moment, Carissa approached, white light emanating from her palm as she said, let me help you heal, or Tais will blame me when we go back. Vegeta initially wanted to refuse, but hearing Tais' name, he finally nodded. The white light flowed into his body, and his fatigue gradually faded. Vegeta closed his eyes, feeling the new power within him, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth. After healing, he seemed to have become even stronger. Super Saiyan 3. He had finally reached it, and had finally surpassed that detestable cockroach. Dr. Gero watched them suddenly laughing, enjoy this temporary victory while you can Saiyans. Super Saiyan 3. He had finally reached it, and had finally surpassed that detestable cockroach. Dr. Gero watched them suddenly laughing, enjoy this temporary victory. His figure slowly merged into the shadows, the four following him, disappearing into the depths of the dark rift. Spatial manipulation. It seemed this Dr. Gero was undoubtedly a time-space disruptor. Bruce and Carissa exchanged glances, remaining expressionless. At this moment, only Vegeta and the 5 Saiyans remained in the ruins. The fierce wind continued to howl, the northwestern desert engulfed in swirling yellow sand as Vegeta stood in the center of the ruins, his black short hair flowing in the wind. He gazed in the direction where Dr. Gero had vanished, a defiant fire burning in his purple-black eyes. Next time we meet, I, Vegeta, will personally slay you, scum. Son Goku walked over, patting him on the shoulder. Come on, Vegeta, you should go back and rest well. You've done great today. Vegeta snorted, but did not shrug off his hand. Son Gohan approached at that moment, his eyes filled with admiration. Uncle Vegeta, you were incredible just now. That ultimate flash wiped out all 5 of them in an instant. Vegeta glanced at him, saying indifferently, Kid, you've wasted your years. You need to train hard from now on. Son Gohan nodded vigorously, yes. I will work hard. Carissa and Bruce exchanged a smile. Bruce facilitated their movement, and in an instant the 4 figures vanished from the ruins. The fierce wind continued to blow across the desert, the swirling yellow sand covering the traces of the earlier battle. Only the massive deep pit and the remains of the super androids silently spoke of the earth-shattering battle that had, aside from the 5 present, the god of destruction, the supreme Kai, the Kaioshin planet, and the heavenly temple on earth, as well as Karen Tower and Dr. Brief's home, everyone was watching this battle. Except for the 2 from the god of destruction realm, everyone else wore expressions of deep shock and horror. The Kais along with Dend and Piccolo showed profound fear. Although they could not participate in such a battle, they could sense the changes in the battlefield through the energy. When the auras of Super Android 11 and the others rose, aside from Bruce and his allies, Piccolo, the strongest on Earth at that time, realized that he couldn't even match the weakest of those enemies. How terrifying was that? Not to mention Krillin Tien and Master Roshi. Moreover, even though the battle had ended, just how strong were Super Android 16, 17, 18, and Super Android? Except for Bruce and Carissa, who could roughly guess, the others couldn't even begin to imagine their terrifying strength. With the temporary departure of Dr. Gero, everything in the main timeline seemed to return to its normal development. However, apart from Bruce and Kalasa, who appeared relatively calm, Son Wukong and Vegeta, returning from the northwestern desert, began their frenzied training. Meanwhile, Son Gohan also resumed his training to restore his own strength. The Super Android incident made him truly understand that only by strengthening himself could he protect both himself and those around him. After all, he could not always rely on his father's son Wukong, as well as Vegeta and Bruce. If one day they were no longer on Earth, then the piece of Earth would rest solely on his shoulders. Moreover, the strength of these super androids made Son Gohan realize that his own power was still far from sufficient. Not to mention the terrifying Super Android 19. Even the previously encountered Super Android 16, the weakest among the remaining super androids, posed a significant threat. Son Gohan even felt that with his current strength he might not be able to cope. Except for Bruce, Kalasa, Vegeta, and his father's son, Wukong, Son Gohan was undoubtedly the strongest warrior in the universe. It was just that Bruce and the others were too powerful, which made Son Gohan and the others seem relatively weak. But aside from Bruce and his peers, who would dare to truly underestimate Son Gohan, the strongest individual warrior? In the realm of destruction, Bruce and Kalasa had arrived here because the god of destruction Beerus had summoned them on it. Beerus, with his hands behind his back, saw Bruce and Kalasa arriving in the realm of destruction through instant transmission, feeling somewhat gratified. It seemed that these two fellows were still quite respectful of their teacher and would not become arrogant just because they had become members of the Divine Order. Bruce, Kalasa, your enemies this time are not simple. I already know about your battles on Earth against those so-called super. Bruce was not concerned about that, and instead asked Lord Beerus, why did you summon us? With Bruce and Kalasa's current true strength, they naturally did not need to worry about Dr. Gero and his crew. However, they were somewhat puzzled by Beerus' sudden summon to the realm of destruction. The reason I called you here is to confirm. Beerus looked at Bruce and said lightly, what is it? Bruce and Kalasa exchanged glances, knowing that anything confirmed by the god of destruction would not be simple. However, they guessed wrong this time. Beerus continued, it's not a big deal, it's just that last time all the gods of destruction were summoned by Lord Zeno for a meeting, and I haven't had the chance to ask you about the Super Saiyan God. Although we had a fight, you are not the person in my dream, so don't think you can deceive me. Super Saiyan God. Bruce was surprised and recalled his prophetic dream, suddenly understanding. Lord Beerus, you are correct. The ultimate warrior of the Super Saiyan God in your dream is neither me nor Kalasa. He should be on Earth now. As for the answer, you will need to find it yourself, Lord Beerus. Bruce informed Beerus of what he knew. Earth. You're not referring to those guys who fought alongside you, are you? Beerus expressed some disbelief upon hearing Bruce. Those Saiyans, while possessing some strength, were still several dimensions weaker compared to himself and Bruce and Kalasa, who were candidates for God of Destruction. Therefore Beerus could not believe that the ultimate warrior in his prophetic dream could be an ordinary Saiyan. Well then I will visit Earth again. You too. Won't stop me, will you? Beerus' eyes suddenly narrowed, casting a threatening glance at Bruce and Kalasa. Lord Beerus, we believe that you will handle this matter with discretion, Kalasa also spoke up. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt his mood brighten. Knowing that Bruce and Kalasa would not stop him from searching for the so-called Super Saiyan God, he smiled. That's more like it. After returning home, Sun Wukong was found by Satan, who offered him 100 million yuan after explaining this. And Chi-Chi, who had always valued money, became incredibly happy after receiving the 100 million yuan, agreeing to Sun Wukong's training on King Kai's planet. Meanwhile, in the depths of the universe, Beerus, Bruce, and Kalasa, having parted ways, continued their work of destroying substandard planets. On a certain planet, a king resembling a wild boar was bowing respectfully, instructing his subordinates to carefully prepare satisfactory delicacies for Beerus. After Beerus drank a cup of purple dessert resembling jelly smoothie and found it acceptable, he emotionlessly said, "Not bad, I'll let you go this time, just half." As soon as he finished speaking, under the fearful gazes of everyone, Beerus sat at the dining table and gently tapped the surface with his black-tipped finger. A ring of purplish red light appeared, and from the cosmic perspective, the other half of this planet was suddenly obliterated without a trace by destructive energy. A wave of white residual energy spread out, and the figures of Beerus and Whis instantly appeared outside the planet. Beerus picked his teeth with his nail, while Whis casually observed the scene before him. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong, dressed as a farmer, was wildly devouring food with a bowl larger. King Kai, habitually repairing his house, complained, "Why is this brat always so reckless?" Sun Wukong felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, and said while eating, "Sorry, but with your abilities, fixing a house should be a piece of cake, right?" King Kai in response held a hammer and said, "It's a different matter of fixing things yourself can be a way to pass the time. No, I should say it's a kind of enjoyment." At this moment, King Kai suddenly stood up and asked Wukong, "What are you doing here?" "What? Please, could you not talk while eating?" King Kai complained. "I'm so full." Sun Wukong put down the bowl and, rubbing his belly, looked at King Kai and said, "What else could I be doing? Of course I came here to train. The gravity on King Kai's planet is 10 times that of Earth. It's the perfect place to exercise." "Huh." King Kai helplessly put down his hands. King Kai once again displayed a complaining expression. Sun Wukong, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and laughed heartily, saying, "With the relationship between you and me, isn't that—" King Kai once again displayed a complaining expression. Sun Wukong, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and laughed heartily, saying, "With the relationship between you and me, isn't that a bit too formal?" At that moment, King Kai, seeing Sun Wukong like this, pretended to be angry and said, "I remind you not to forget that I hold a very high position, much higher than a god." At the same time, spittle flew everywhere. Yet Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, walking to a clearing to prepare for his warm-up before training. King Kai, like a parent, looked at Sun Wukong, who completely ignored him, helplessly saying, "Hey, stand still." In the end, King Kai could only helplessly say, "Can't you change your clothes?" "Now that I'm full, let's get started." Sun Wukong's expression changed as he became serious, beginning to warm up. Meanwhile, Vegeta was accompanying Ties and Trunks on a trip. Having just broken through to Super Saiyan 3, he also needed to rest well to be in the best condition for training. Years of living on Earth had also taught Vegeta the importance of balancing work and rest that might even be more efficient, because Bruce had previously told him at home proper rest may be more beneficial for you to break your limits. Just being tense will only keep you lagging behind Sun Wukong. While Sun Wukong and Vegeta were each occupied with their own tasks. In the universe, Beerus continued to search for delicacies and heard that the dinosaur meat on a certain planet was particularly delicious, so he summoned Whis and brought him to this planet. At this moment, a group of peculiar little creatures with 4 eyes and 4 arms was carrying a freshly hunted dinosaur, preparing to go back and share the feast. Their strongest member was carrying a wooden stick with a stone tied to it. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking very proud as he had taken down this dinosaur all by himself. This figure had a blue ring floating around his neck and was holding a strange staff. "This dinosaur meat looks really good. It's already well known in the 7th universe. Although this approach might be a bit opportunistic, it now belongs to me." The tribal leader looked at Whis with anger, his 4 fists clenched tightly. Roar, 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 roar. Whis was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted, clearing his throat to him. Roar, 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 roar. The tribal leader's expression grew increasingly furious. Roar, 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 roar. He also flexed his muscles to show off his strength. He meant to dissuade Whis from pursuing the matter any further. Then Whis continued to negotiate with the tribal leader who resembled a sea cucumber with a pea-green body. But how could they possibly give away the prey they had worked so hard to catch? Thus the negotiations fell through. Whis helplessly said Lord Beerus ordered that this must be settled within 3 minutes. If you give it to me now, it will be a win-win situation for both of us. The leader of the land sea cucumber people lost his temper immediately. At the same time he transformed into a larger form, growing horns on his head, his skin turning red with 8-pack abs and streamlined 6-limbed muscles, exuding a sense of power. Moreover, a white energy surged from his body. Fiery colors mixed with numerous blue and white lightning bolts. His expression became exceedingly grim, looking at Whis with evident hostility. Just then Beerus' voice interrupted Whis from the sky. No need, time is up. Whis turned to Beerus. It has only been 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Whis was somewhat surprised. Oh, it can actually switch to battle mode. It seems my prior investigation was insufficient, but only 40 seconds remain. Beerus replied, really? It feels like I've been waiting for 220 years. Then Beerus landed beside Whis, hands on his hips as he looked at him. Strange. Why are you so restless after waking up? The notion that dinosaur meat is delicious is merely a rumor, Whis remarked, looking at the freshly deceased dinosaur beneath him. Beerus bent down to examine the dinosaur. Even so, I still want to try it. The meat of this creature should have a distinct and intense flavor. Beerus licked his lips and continued, eating it might remind me of that fellow's name from last night's dream. Whis looked at Beerus in confusion. During their last conversation, Whis had sneaked off to steal some desserts, not in the realm of destruction. Naturally, he was unaware of the conversation between their Lord Beerus and Bulma, as well as Carissa. Beerus said seriously, a prophetic dream. Whis quipped, Lord Beerus' dreams do not have a high accuracy rate. Last time you dreamt that an idol was moving near your home, it was just a moment of joy wasted, right? Beerus glanced at Whis. You don't believe me, do you? Just then their casual chat irritated the leader of the terrestrials. He suddenly lunged forward with all his might towards Beerus. Beerus casually flew into the air with the sea cucumber primitive man following closely, launching rapid punches like a machine gun at Beerus. No matter how fast he was, Beerus merely squinted and extended a finger to effortlessly deflect all his attacks. The tribal chief, transformed into a bull-headed man, began to sweat profusely. At this moment Beerus swiftly appeared 10 meters behind his opponent, standing with his arms crossed, quietly observing him. Above the bull-headed man's head was a unicorn horn that could emit lightning. Utilizing the unicorn horn, he continuously attacked Beerus with lightning. Despite its overwhelming power, not even a hair on Beerus was touched. In the next moment Beerus suddenly appeared before his opponent, extending his palm towards him, causing cold sweat of fear to bead on his forehead. Beerus looked at him, lacking any interest. What a boring fellow. Just as Beerus began to speak, the bull-headed man unleashed a massive yellow and white energy wave from his mouth, aimed directly at Beerus, hitting him squarely. Bang! Boom! The light dissipated, leaving only some black smoke. Seeing this, Whis felt something was amiss. The bull-headed man let out a triumphant roar, 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 roar. It seemed he was celebrating a victory. But the next second Beerus appeared directly above him, standing with his hands behind his back, looking down at him indifferently. Then a smirk appeared on Beerus' face, revealing a mocking expression. The bull-headed man, witnessing this, once again unleashed a gigantic energy wave towards Beerus. Even the sky above was tinted the same color as the energy wave. Beerus at this moment still only used a single finger to spin the massive energy cannon, as if it were a toy, then tossed it back, saying, Here, take it back. Bang! Boom! The energy cannon instantly struck the bull-headed man, as if shaking the entire planet. A massive yellow smoke enveloped the area, kicking up dirt and turning the forest into a desolate wasteland. The bull-headed man lay lifeless beneath his own energy cannon. Whis then flashed to Beerus' side, asking, Is it over? Beerus, casually placing his hands on his hips, looked at the bull-headed man's corpse and said, I truly detest rude individuals. At this moment Beerus suddenly asked, Hey, where were we? Whis replied, You mentioned forgetting the person in the prophetic dream. Beerus stroked his chin. The name was on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't remember. It's really frustrating. Beerus shook his head in recollection, trying to remember, but he couldn't, even making a metaphor. He recalled that Bulma had mentioned a certain individual on Earth, but did not specify the name, which made Beerus somewhat. Whis ignored Beerus, grumbling, and looked at him, saying, Lord Beerus, what should we do with the dinosaur meat? Beerus replied, Forget it. At the same time he conjured a white energy sphere the size of a grain of rice, casually letting it drop to the ground. The white energy sphere seeped into the ground like water entering the planet's core. In the next second the entire planet began to erupt with countless yellow light beams, shaking violently. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin was initially enjoying tea under a tree, with Jebet suddenly showing a look of alarm. Ancestral spirit, what happened? Jebet asked in confusion. Is there a bitter taste in the tea? The old Kaioshin scolded. Can you not sense it at all? Jebet was startled. Huh? He looked around the Kaioshin realm. Sense what? You little brat. Just as the old Kaioshin was about to scold him, he suddenly thought of something, saying, This is bad. We're in trouble now. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis appeared in space, quietly watching the planet on the verge of explosion. The old Kaioshin's words continued, after so many years that one. Beerus finally saw a figure that was exactly like the one from his dream as the planet exploded, exclaiming, huh? Finally remembering. Combined with what Bulma mentioned before, he somewhat believed that this person might indeed be on Earth. Due to the similar hairstyle and physique, Beerus seemed to have seen this person while Whis and he watched Bulma and those super androids fighting. Finally, this Lord of Destruction believed Bulma's words and no longer thought that Bulma and Carissa had been deceived. On Earth at the home of Tai, inside a large gravity chamber, Vegeta had already donned his classic blue battle suit, holding a remote resembling a calculator displaying 150G. This meant that the gravity in the chamber was now 150 times that of normal. Vegeta, with his black hair, had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Training level 1, 2, 3, 4. Start. As soon as he finished speaking, the gravity chamber instantly changed from normal white to dark red, and the machine emitted white energy waves faster than lightning. Vegeta was utilizing his normal state to continuously train his reaction abilities. He truly surpassed Kakarot. However, Vegeta also knew that Kakarot had long since broken through to the realm of Super Saiyan 3, and he was only temporarily ahead. He would certainly catch up to him quickly, and there was even a possibility of breaking through his limits again to reach an even stronger realm. Kakarot the Saiyan, I have to admit, is formidable. How could I possibly lose to you? Vegeta thought to himself while panting. Meanwhile, Goku on King Kai's planet was using a rope to pull 10 incredibly heavy dumbbells, undergoing weighted training. At this moment, King Kai looked at his planet, which Goku had ruined like a plowed field, and shouted, "Hey, you little brat, stop. Lord Kai, what are you doing? I'm in the middle of training." In the training room, Vegeta, drenched in sweat, thought, "Kakarot, I won't be content to always be behind you. I must completely surpass you." Then Vegeta thought of Dr. Gero's minions, followed by Bulma and Carissa, saying, "No, I will surpass everyone in the universe. I will completely become the strongest in the universe." Meanwhile, Bulma was walking towards Bruce with a midnight snack, asking, "Bruce, do you think that Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis are really as powerful as you say? Also, you and Carissa are both Saiyans like Vegeta and Goku, who are as stubborn as mules. Why are you two so strong?" At this moment, Carissa also came to the balcony, first glancing at Bruce and Bulma. Then she looked over at the grass where Parks, Lex, and Solirans were. Parks was meditating, Lex was grilling, and Solirans was preparing drinks. Bulma, actually, Bruce's previous claims were, Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis are far more powerful than you imagine. Moreover, we are considered rather unique, pure-blooded Saiyans, different from Kakarot and Vegeta. Years have passed, and during missions through time and space, Carissa utilized the powerful wish abilities of different time period Dragon Balls to purify her bloodline to an incredible extent. Previously, the ancient bloodline and the bloodline of the Super Saiyan gained from the Namekian dragon were high-grade, but not the most complete, still having flaws. Therefore, later Bruce discovered this and used the Dragon Balls from other timelines to further enhance the Saiyan bloodline. It is precisely because of this that even Broly, the legendary Saiyan, cannot catch up to their strength and realm. Let alone Vegeta and Kakarot, they might not even compare to Broly. They still do not know about Broly, otherwise they would surely be shocked. The realm of destruction. Whis held a teapot, pouring a cup of hot tea for Beerus, who lounged in his recliner, with one leg crossed over the other, staring blankly at the sky. "Lord Beerus, ever since you returned from that planet, have you been thinking about that dream?" Whis asked as he handed over. Beerus took a sip from the teacup, his gaze drifting to the distance. "Whis, what that kid Bruce said, I told you about it before, do you Are you referring to the god of Super Saiyans?" Whis tilted his head thoughtfully. "Yes." Beerus set down the teacup and walked to the edge of the divine realm, gazing at the starry sky beneath the realm of destruction, saying, "He said that the ultimate warrior from my dream is now on Earth." Whis smiled as he approached. "So you believe it now?" Beerus fell silent for a moment. "Initially, I didn't believe it. Those Saiyans are decent, but nowhere near the likes of Bruce and Callista. However," he turned around, a hint of seriousness in his indifferent gaze, "when that planet exploded earlier, I saw that figure again. The same hairstyle, the same physique, the same aura. Moreover, Bruce had no reason to lie to me." Whis nodded gently. Indeed, given Bruce and Callista's status now, they have no need to fabricate lies. Since that guy is on Earth, he won't escape. Let them grow a bit more if they're too weak right now. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. "Lord Beerus, you seem quite patient." "I just don't want to make a wasted trip." Beerus closed his eyes, then spoke lightly. "What I seek is an opponent who piques my interest, not one who shatters at a single touch like glass." Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Son Goku was running around with a pile of lead weights strapped to him under the tinfoil. With each step, he left a pit in the ground, yet he wore a happy grin on his face. Huh. Son Goku panted, full of energy. King Kai sat in front of his nearly collapsing house, looking at his planet with a face full of despair. "Oh my King Kai, it was never that big, and now you've plowed it like a vegetable patch." King Kai shouted. Son Goku stopped scratching his head and laughing. Sorry, King Kai. After I finish training, you'll help you fix it." King Kai rolled his eyes in response. "You said that last time, and fixing it looked worse than not fixing it." "Haha, this time I'll fix it properly." Son Goku exclaimed before resuming his run. King Kai sighed a hint of gratitude. He certainly understood why Son Goku was pushing himself so hard. The incident with the super androids not only made Son Gohan more cautious, but also allowed him to understand a few things as a father. You little brat, you've actually become strong enough. King Kai mumbled. Son Goku seemed to hear him running as he replied, King Kai, you don't understand. Those super androids, especially that Super 19, are ridiculously powerful. If it weren't for Bruce and Callista being around, we could have. He paused, his expression turning serious as he analyzed whether he would have been able to contend against Super Android 19 if he had transformed into Super Saiyan 3 back then. But he felt uncertain because Super Saiyan 3 consumed too much energy, which was why he hadn't chosen to transform at that time. In battle, effectively managing stamina is also a form of advanced martial arts. Moreover, once his stamina was depleted, forget about Super Android 19. At that point, even Super Android 16 could easily defeat him and go on. Thus Son Goku spoke without hesitation. I don't want to be like that anymore, which is why I want to become strong enough to protect the Earth, protect my family, and protect my friends. King Kai was silent for a moment, rarely showing a smile. Then train hard, you little brat. Just as long as you don't tear my... Understood. In West City at the House of Ties, the gravity chamber's door opened and Vegeta walked out with his upper body bare, drenched in sweat. His muscles were more defined than before, exuding an aura of pressure. Ties handed Vegeta a towel and water, expressing concern. You've worked hard, Vegeta. Vegeta casually wiped his face with the towel and asked, what about Trunks? He's inside doing homework, very seriously, Ties replied. Ties smiled. Vegeta nodded, his gaze drifting towards the window, as if looking in the direction of King Kai's planet. Kakarot, you must be training hard too. Vegeta thought. However, this time I won't lose to you again. Ties noticed his expression and softly said, Vegeta, you've already worked hard enough, why don't you take a break? Trunks has been wanting to play with you. Vegeta fell silent for a moment and nodded, alright. He knew that while training was important, family was also important. Vegeta frowned and quickly walked inside. A stream of data flashed across the screen, finally settling on a number. This was something he had learned during his many years on Earth. Just then the monitor in the gravity chamber suddenly beeped. Vegeta remained silent, staring at that number. It was an assessment of his combat power under 150 times gravity. According to this data, if he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Kakarot, it seems I've truly surpassed you this time. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smile. On Calibris Island, Bruce was still lying on the balcony sofa, staring blankly at the starry sky, while Bulma sat beside him, holding a glass of freshly mixed wine. Bruce, do you think Lord Beerus destroyed another planet? Bulma asked. Bruce nodded. Yes, one with life on it. The strongest being on that planet was taken care of by Lord Beerus with just a finger. Bulma gasped. A finger? Is he really that strong? Not just that. Callisto appeared next to Bulma, holding a glass of drink freshly made by Solirans, and said slowly. In the end, Lord Beerus only used an energy sphere the size of a grain of rice, and the entire planet was gone. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. That's terrifying. So when you fought him? Bruce smiled. At that time, Lord Beerus wasn't even serious. He was merely testing our progress. Callista then sat beside Bruce, looking at Bulma. But Bulma, you don't have to worry too much. Although Lord Beerus is a god of destruction, he isn't the type to kill indiscriminately. He only destroys unqualified planets or those who provoke him. Bulma sighed in relief. That's good. By the way, is Vegeta still training hard? Bruce glanced towards West City, shaking his head. That guy, even after I told him that balancing work and rest is more efficient, still won't listen. But he paused, a smile creeping onto his face. This time it seems he has truly broken through. Callista sensed it as well. Yes, Vegeta's aura is much stronger than before. It seems he has completely mastered Super Saiyan 3. What about Goku? Bulma asked. Bruce chuckled. That kid is even fiercer, nearly tearing apart King Kai's planet while training there. Bulma sighed. These two are really stubborn. Clearly they have examples like you, yet they insist on forging their own path. Callista took a sip of her drink. That's just science for you. Everyone has their pride and wants to grow stronger in their own. Bruce nodded. Exactly. Vegeta and Kakarot's potential is actually greater than we think. What they need is time and pressure. And Lord Beerus' arrival might just be the opportunity they need to break through. Bulma was taken aback. Lord Beerus is coming to Earth. Bruce smiled mysteriously. Soon. Once he grows tired of the gourmet food here, he'll remember the matter of the god of super. In the realm of King Kai, the old King Kai and Jebet were still sitting under a tree, the atmosphere heavier than before. Ancestors, are you sure that Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, has truly awakened? Jebet asked cautiously. The old King Kai shot him a glare. What nonsense. That aura of destruction is something that all the King Kais in the universe can sense. You little brat don't know anything. Jebet lowered his head awkwardly. Then, what should we do? The old King Kai sighed. What can we do? Nothing. Whatever Lord Beerus wants to do, no one can stop him. Just hope he doesn't target Earth. There are some interesting folks there. Jebet asked in confusion. Earth? Is that the planet with many strong beings? The old King Kai nodded. Those few Saiyans, especially Bruce and Callista, are now part of the Divine Order Temple. Even if Lord Beerus is capricious, he wouldn't dare to act against them easily. Jebbet sighed in relief. That's good. The old King Kai shook his head. Good. What good? Lord Beerus' awakening this time is not to destroy planets. He dreamt of the god of Super Saiyans. A trace of depth flashed in the old King Kai's eyes. If Lord Beerus truly found him, then the universe may once again be thrown into chaos. The god of Super Saiyans. Jebbet asked, bewildered. That's a legendary existence. Just stay put. This is not something we can meddle in. In West City, Vegeta spent the afternoon playing with Trunks, a rare gentle expression on his face. But by nightfall he dove headfirst back into the gravity chamber. Tai stood outside looking through the glass at Vegeta with a heart full of concern. Is Dad starting training again? Trunks appeared by Tai's side at some point. Tai patted her son's head. Yes, your dad wants to become stronger. Trunks looked seriously at Vegeta in the gravity chamber, but Dad is already very strong. To him it's not enough, he has people he wants to surpass. Tai said softly. Trunks nodded somewhat understanding before suddenly saying, then I want to become stronger too. I will help Dad defeat. Tai smiled. Alright, then you need to work hard. In the gravity chamber, Vegeta stood in the center, eyes closed, feeling the power within him. The gravity of 150 times was nothing to him now. Suddenly he slowly clenched his fists, then opened it. A golden aura exploded instantly, his hair turning golden and his pupils green. Super Saiyan. But this was still not enough, so Vegeta chose to continue raising his power, the aura becoming more violent, his hair growing longer. Super Saiyan 2. Not enough. Feeling the power within, Vegeta gritted his teeth, and the energy within him erupted like a volcano. Then Vegeta's golden hair continued to grow, reaching his waist, his eyebrows vanishing, and his golden aura crackling with lightning. Super Saiyan 3. The alarms in the gravity chamber blared wildly, the gravity multiplier soaring to 300 times, but Vegeta remained firmly standing. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta looked at his hands, feeling the surging energy within. He had indeed become stronger. In terms of the power of Super Saiyan 3, he had already surpassed beings of King. Although he still lacked the special abilities of those gods in terms of combat power, he had reached a new height. Kakarot, you reached this level years ago, and now I have too, and he clenched his fists again, his aura surging even more. I will be stronger than you. Just then Vegeta suddenly sensed something and looked up at the sky. Though the aura was distant, it felt as vast as facing the entire universe. The aura flickered and vanished as if it had never existed. But Vegeta knew that it was definitely not an illusion. He recalled Bruce's words from before. Could it be the god of destruction, Beerus? On King Kai's planet, Son Goku also sensed that aura at the same time. He stopped training, looking up at the starry sky, his expression unusually serious. King Kai, did you feel that? Son Goku asked. King Kai's face was also grim. I felt it. It's the aura of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Son Goku scratched his head. Lord Beerus. Is that the powerful god Bruce mentioned? Not powerful, but King Kai rarely turned serious. He continued, Goku, remember, never provoke him. Once Lord Beerus gets angry, an entire planet can be gone in an instant. Son Goku nodded thoughtfully, yet a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Is he really that strong? King Kai could tell from Son Goku's expression what he was thinking. Hey, you don't want to fight him, do you? Don't say I didn't warn you. When Lord Beerus fought with Bruce and the others, he wasn't even serious. Son Goku chuckled. I know. But isn't it every warrior's dream to face such a strong opponent? King Kai was speechless. You're truly a battle maniac. Forget it, do as you please. But before that you should train properly. At your current level you wouldn't even be able to touch a finger of Lord Beerus. Son Goku nodded seriously. I understand. That's why I want to become stronger. On Calibris Island, Bruce and Callista also sensed Beerus' aura. It seems Lord Beerus is doing this intentionally, Callista said. Bruce nodded. He's informing us that he has arrived and is interested in the god of Super Saiyans. Bulma asked nervously, he won't come to Earth right now, will he? Bruce shook his head. No. When Lord Beerus travels, he must first enjoy gourmet food. Once he grows tired, he'll think of Earth. Bulma sighed in relief, then curiously asked, who exactly is this god of Super Saiyans? Is it Vegeta or Goku? Bruce smiled mysteriously. Well, you'll find out when the time comes. Callista smiled. Bulma, don't rush. Lord Beerus will find the answer himself. Days later, on a gourmet planet, Beerus sat in a high-end restaurant's VIP section, surrounded by a variety of he elegantly tasted each dish, a satisfied expression on his face. Whis stood beside him smiling as he said, Lord Beerus, this dinosaur steak is the restaurant's signature dish, marinated in a special sauce for 3 days and nights before grilling. Beerus cut a small piece and placed it in his mouth, savoring it. The meat was tender, the flavor of the sauce thoroughly infused, making every bite unforgettable. Not bad. Beerus rarely gave a compliment. Whis smiled. For Lord Beerus to say it's not bad, this restaurant skill is indeed commendable. Beerus set down his knife and fork and took a sip of red wine. Whis, how does the food on Earth compare to this? Whis thought for a moment. Earth has a wide variety of cuisines with different flavors. Some may not be as exquisite, but some have unique flavors. I remember once going to Earth and trying something called hot pot. It was quite interesting. Hot pot. Beerus' interest was piqued at once. It's where various ingredients are cooked in boiling broth and dipped in a special sauce. Whis continued to explain. And on Earth there are different flavors of hot pot: spicy, non-spicy, clear broth, and rich broth. Beerus' eyes lit up at the mention of it. Sounds good. Once I've sampled all the gourmet food on this planet, I'll head to Earth to try that hot pot you mentioned. Whis smiled. And what about the matter of the god of super science? Beerus waved his hand. No rush, he's on Earth, he won't escape. On the new Wampa star, Broly stood alone on the cliff, gazing at the distant starry sky. A gentle breeze ruffled his thick black hair, and the fur at his waist swayed slightly. Just a moment ago, he sensed a particularly familiar aura. It seemed to belong to Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. The aura of a deity. Ordinarily we mortals shouldn't be able to perceive it. What? Broly furrowed his brow in thought. Lord Beerus, you intentionally released this, didn't you? He recalled what Bruce had once told him, that Lord Beerus sometimes sleeps for a long time. If he suddenly wakes up one day, he might wander around. It seems he has awakened again, Broly murmured to himself. Many years ago, he also spent some time in the realm of destruction. He knew that Lord Beerus spent most of his time either eating or sleeping or looking for someone to fight or going out to destroy planets. At that time, Mr. Whis specifically taught him how to use his mental energy to control the rage and chaos after transforming. After learning for a long time, he finally managed to live like a normal person. Moreover, Lord Beerus had fought with him once. Though it was called a fight, it was actually just Lord Beerus standing still. In the end, he charged at him only to be knocked out with a mere finger. However, after their match, Lord Beerus nodded in approval. He even remarked, among mortals only Bruce and Kalisha possess such power. Broly muttered as he turned to walk back, no longer concerned about the matter. After all, with Bruce and Kalisha on Earth, there shouldn't be any major. Broly muttered as he turned to walk back, no longer concerned about the matter. After all, with Bruce and Kalisha on Earth, there shouldn't be any major troubles. On King Kai's planet, two figures appeared out of thin air. Whis stood at the front, his silver hair sticking up, smiling. Behind him was Beerus, hiding his body and concealing his form. It was as if he was playing hide and seek with King Kai. King Kai was originally standing in front of his dilapidated house, mumbling to himself. Suddenly, he looked up and nearly fainted. This? King Kai was stunned. Whis greeted him with a smile. Lord King Kai, long time no see. King Kai stammered, Whis. And behind you is? Beerus stepped out from behind Whis, a grin spreading. Lord King Kai, it's been a while. King Kai's legs went weak. Lord Beerus. It's really you. Beerus glanced around casually. How many years has it been since we last met? King Kai counted on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. After counting for a long time, he became more and more. Scratching his head, he said, It seems like it's been quite a long time. Whis chimed in. It's been 327 years, Lord Beerus. Last time you came here was because the food made by Lord King Kai didn't suit your taste. Beerus nodded. That's right, I remember. King Kai was sweating profusely, quickly trying to appease him. Yes, it's been 327 years. Your memory is truly remarkable, Lord Beerus. Beerus shot him a sidelong glance. It's not that my memory is good, it's that your cooking was so terrible I can't forget it even if I wanted to. King Kai felt extremely embarrassed. It was indeed a matter of poor skill at that time. Whis beside him was covering his mouth, chuckling. Beerus waved his hand. Alright, it's been so many years, I won't hold it against you. King Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Beerus looked around and casually asked, by the way, do you have any Saiyans here? King Kai's heart raced as Beerus said, that kid Bruce mentioned there might be a super Saiyan god on Earth. I originally wanted to go to Earth, so since I'm passing by here, I thought I'd ask first. Have you heard of the Super Saiyan God? King Kai swallowed hard. Super Saiyan God. This. I have heard a bit about it. Beerus' eyes brightened. Tell me more. King Kai wiped the sweat from his brow. It means that if a Saiyan can reach the level of a god, they will possess a divine orb. Then they will transform into a Super Saiyan God. But how exactly to achieve that I don't know. I'm just a King Kai of these matters. Beerus interrupted. So do you have any Saiyans here? King Kai knew he couldn't hide it any longer, gritted his teeth. Why, yes, there's one. Beerus raised an eyebrow and asked. King Kai turned and shouted towards the dilapidated house. Goku, come out. Behind the pile of rubble, son Goku was secretly peeking. Hearing the shout, he quickly stood up, dusted himself off, and walked out confidently. Lord King Kai, did you call me? King Kai's eyelid twitched, and he slapped him on the back of the head. Ouch! Son Goku cried out in pain, clutching his head. Why did you hit me? King Kai was furious. Goku, at least you're not a child anymore, can't you greet properly? Son Goku rubbed the back of his head, finally realizing the situation. He quickly straightened up and bowed seriously. Hello, I'm Son Goku, a humble person, please take care of me. Beerus watched him with a serious, yet foolish demeanor, his lips twitching slightly. Whis laughed, this guy is quite interesting. Beerus stepped forward, circling around Son Goku, examining him from head to toe. You are the Saiyan who defeated Frieza many years ago. Son Goku nodded yes. But that was a long time ago. Beerus pinched his arm and pressed down on his shoulder, then even patted his head. You have this strength in your normal state, much stronger than that guy back then. It seems that those years of training weren't in vain. He paused and asked, Goku, I want to know, have you heard of the super? Son Goku was taken aback. Super Saiyan God. Beerus stared at him. Bruce said there might be one on Earth, e.g. Son Goku scratched his head. I know about Super Saiyans, but I've never heard of a Super Saiyan God. Beerus fell silent for 2 seconds then smiled. Interesting, even a Saiyan like you doesn't know. He turned to Whis. Whis, let's go to Earth, perhaps we can ask Prince Vegeta? Whis nodded, preparing to take Beerus to Earth. Just then Son Goku suddenly shouted, wait a minute. Lord Beerus. Beerus turned to look at him curiously. Son Goku scratched his head, wearing that characteristic I've heard that you are particularly strong, Lord Beerus. Could you spar with me just a little? Just for a moment. King Kai's face turned pale. Goku. Are you crazy? Beerus looked at him, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. His expression was akin to watching an ant bouncing around in front of him. He clasped his hands behind his back and just stood there. He said nothing, but the meaning was clear. Bring it on. Seeing this, Whis lightly jumped and landed on the roof of a dilapidated house. He pulled out a lunchbox, preparing to eat while watching. Son Goku was overly excited, took a deep breath and clenched his fists. The golden aura erupted with a bang, his hair standing up and turning golden, while Son Goku's expression grew serious. This is a Super Saiyan. Beerus stood in place, hands clasped behind his back, not moving an inch. His face still bore that mocking expression. Son Goku charged forward with a punch. Beerus shifted slightly, as if he had vanished and reappeared. It wasn't an afterimage, he truly moved aside without any warning. Son Goku's pupils constricted, and he still empty. Again, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks like a rain of bullets. But Beerus on the opposite side seemed to possess an auto-dodge skill. No matter how fast Son Goku attacked, he managed to dodge at the last moment, avoiding every single one of Son Goku's punches. Son Goku, unwilling to accept defeat, gritted his teeth and fought with all his might, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of Beerus' clothes. Beerus kept his hands behind his back, throughout his expression unchanged. On the roof, Whis just opened the lunchbox and glanced down. He shook his head and closed the lid again. It seems there's no— Son Goku felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He was underestimating his opponent. He took a few steps back, clenched his fists, and declared, it's not over yet. Aya! His aura exploded even more fiercely, his hair lengthening. The gold began to crackle with electricity. This is Super Saiyan 2. Beerus raised an eyebrow and said, oh, so you can transform too? Yet Beerus still kept his hands behind his back, not changing his pose. His expression resembled that of watching a child perform tricks. On the roof, Whis was ready to close the lunchbox, but paused, not opening it. Super Saiyan 2. For Lord Beerus, defeating this form of Saiyan would likely take less than a second. Son Goku's temper was rising. A loud roar shook the entire King Kai's planet. The golden aura erupted like a volcano, his hair growing wildly until it reached his— A loud roar shook the entire King Kai's planet. The golden aura erupted like a volcano, his hair growing wildly until it reached his waist, his eyebrows disappearing, his face slightly contorted. The golden flame crackled with lightning. The energy was terrifying. Super Saiyan 3. King Kai clutched his dilapidated house tightly. My planet. Goku, be careful. Son Goku floated in midair, his aura surging and his eyes transformed. This is Super Saiyan 3. Beerus remained as he was, but showed some interest. His hands were still clasped behind his back, and his expression hadn't changed much, still calm and indifferent. On the roof, Whis was about to put the lunchbox away. Upon seeing Son Goku transform into Super Saiyan 3, he paused. With this state. After thinking for a moment, he reopened the lunchbox. It seems there should be time to finish. Whis picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of food. Son Goku shouted and flashed in front of Beerus, his fist carrying the power to destroy worlds. Beerus still dodged lightly. Son Goku attacked like mad, his fists and kicks so fast they were almost invisible. But Beerus moved as if he were just taking a stroll, dodging at the last moment, every time, perfectly avoiding it. Throughout the entire process, he kept his hands behind his back, wearing that mocking smile. Son Goku gritted his teeth, pressed his palms together, and an intense blue-white light erupted from his palms. A massive blue-white beam shot out. That was a full power strike in the Super Saiyan. It had the power to easily destroy a planet. Boom. The beam hit Beerus directly. King Kai widened his eyes. Dust and smoke rose. After slowly dispersing, Beerus remained standing in place, hands still clasped behind his back, not having moved an inch. The Kamehameha hit him, and his clothes didn't even tear. He merely tilted his head slightly, still wearing that mock. Son Goku's pupils suddenly contracted. That was his full power attack in the Super Saiyan 3 form. Moreover, it was the Kamehameha powered by Super Saiyan 3 strength. How could it have no effect at all? Son Goku, unwilling to accept defeat, erupted once more, increasing his aura. Just as Son Goku charged back at Beerus, he suddenly recoiled, retreating in shock. What? What is happening? In that instant, I felt like I might really die. But he didn't even move. Son Goku broke out in a cold sweat. Oh, you actually noticed. How interesting, Beerus chuckled. It seems you're quite the combat genius, having realized that I indeed had the intent to attack you just now. If you hadn't dodged, believe me, you would definitely be dead. Beerus explained with great interest, looking at Son Goku. At that moment, Beerus finally moved. He pulled his right hand from behind him and extended a finger. Bang! Son Goku felt as if he had been struck by a planet flying backward, instantly appearing in front of Son Goku so fast that even a Super Saiyan 3 couldn't react. He flicked his finger, delivering a light tap. With no chance to retaliate, he was instantly slammed to the ground. At that moment, Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3, the golden aura vanished, his hair returned to black, and he was covered in blood. Son Goku's body suddenly twitched, completely losing its motion. King Kai was terrified, his legs trembling. Goku. Beerus withdrew his hand and glanced at the pit where Son Goku lay. He said nothing and turned to leave. King Kai was stunned. Is that it, eh? Whis jumped down from the roof, putting away his lunchbox. Whis, how long will it take to get to Earth? Beerus casually asked. Whis thought for a moment. About 3 minutes, I suppose. Beerus nodded, and the two vanished into thin air. King Kai sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. They're gone. Finally gone. He glanced at the unconscious Son Goku in the pit, and suddenly remembered something. He concentrated and desperately sent out a mental wave. The most troublesome person on Earth was that guy Vegeta. He had to hurry and inform him. In West City, Vegeta was lounging on a beach chair on the balcony, soaking up the sun. Ties was beside him, pouring him a glass of juice. Suddenly Vegeta trembled all over. It was King Kai's voice. Vegeta, can you hear me? King Kai's voice was urgent and anxious. Listen carefully, Lord Beerus just left King Kai's planet. As a result, he was defeated by Lord Beerus with just 2 moves. You must not take action. Do not attempt to stop. Do nothing. Do you understand? Do nothing. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, and he sat up suddenly. That guy Kakarot was defeated by Beerus with just 2 moves. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. That Kakarot who he had always viewed as a target to surpass. The Kakarot who could transform into Super Saiyan 3 was defeated in just 2 moves. The name God of Destruction Beerus seemed to ring a bell somewhere. Ties was startled. What's wrong, Vegeta? Vegeta said nothing, his gaze fixed intently on the sky. In that direction, a terrifying aura was rapidly approaching Earth. After notifying Vegeta, the King Kai hurriedly fed a senzu bean to the heavily injured Son Goku. At this moment, Son Goku had completely recovered. At the same time, due to the Saiyan's near-death revival characteristic, his strength seemed to have significantly increased. Even after reaching Super Saiyan Stage 3, his physical limits appeared to be just a step away from breaking through. He was about to enter a whole new realm. However, for them in the main timeline, that realm was not Super Saiyan 4, but rather the realm of Super Saiyan God. At this time, if Son Goku had an energy detector, he would find that his normal state strength had surged to 3. At this time, if Son Goku had an energy detector, he would find that his normal state strength had surged to 3. After returning from Dr. Gero's secret base in the Northwest Desert, Vegeta's normal combat power, originally at 3 billion, had shown significant improvement after a period of intense training. Vegeta's current normal strength had also reached 3 billion, and if he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his overall strength would skyrocket to an astonishing 13.6 trillion. One could say that Vegeta and Son Goku had officially entered a brand new dimension. Their combat power was no longer merely within the range of hundreds of millions. King Kai, having recovered Son Goku, was extremely worried about the safety of Earth, and suddenly unleashed a white aura. King Kai and his pet monkey Bubbles held tightly on his Son Goku's legs. No way. Absolutely not. You cannot go to the party. King Kai knew what Son Goku was thinking and feared that he would clash with Lord Beerus again, leading to serious consequences. Thus he refused to let Son Goku meet Lord Beerus again on Earth. Hearing King Kai's words, Son Goku scratched his head and said, "What's going on? You just told me to go." King Kai replied, "Didn't you just say that you didn't want to go to the party?" Son Goku carefree laughed heartily. That being said, but it's Bulma's birthday. Not going seems a bit rude. At this moment, Son Goku felt his body and said, "Thanks to the divine power of the senzu bean, I'm fully restored now." King Kai, upon hearing this, said, "Had I known this, I shouldn't have given you the senzu bean." He said this out of fear that Son Goku would cause trouble again. Son Goku, hearing King Kai's ramblings, asked, "King Kai, are you okay?" King Kai helplessly replied, "With things like this, can I be okay? Worrying too much will shorten your life." At this, Son Goku was taken aback and looked down at King Kai. "Still have a lifespan. Didn't you die long ago?" King Kai was furious at Son Goku's heartless words, grinding his teeth in anger. Seeing King Kai so angry, Son Goku quickly said, "I got it, I won't go." Thus Son Goku stayed behind, and together with King Kai they quickly rebuilt a new house. Sitting on the semi-arched roof, Son Goku mumbled, "The universe's destruction is no joke, but angering Lord Beerus could lead to even more severe consequences. I must endure." King Kai, hearing this, earnestly said, "That's right, you must keep your word." A few seconds later, Son Goku's expression became quite distressed as he scratched his head. "Can I really hold back?" "Not very confident." King Kai, "Oh dear." Cricket. Bubbles. Meanwhile, on the ocean of Earth, a luxurious yacht was sailing slowly amidst laughter and joy. Everyone was happily immersed in their enjoyment, with Goku playing games with some children, while Krillin and Oolong were competing to see who could eat more sausages. Meanwhile, Tien and Ox King looked on in astonishment at Krillin and the others. In another corner, Yamcha, dressed in a traditional martial arts leisure outfit, was having Piccolo test the power of his punches while aiming at a target. Bulma's father Dr. Brief was eating noodles alone next to Piccolo. In another corner, the group of three forced into labor the fried rice trio sat on the grass, enjoying a sumptuous meal. Master Roshi approached Taiz, staring at her towering chest with a mischievous plan to poke it with his finger. Before he could succeed, a slap came flying. Vegeta clenched his teeth and punched the yacht, embedding his fist into the luxurious wall, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread around. That cockroach actually managed to. Vegeta murmured in disbelief, retracting his fist and looking at his trembling hand. Damn it, am I really scared of this? At this time, Vegeta recalled, Lord Beerus, I feel like I've heard that name before. Where was it again? Just then, hi, Prince Vegeta. Two shadows suddenly appeared behind Vegeta. Vegeta was startled and turned around, but found nothing. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis leaned against the balcony railing upstairs, watching the amusing sight of Beerus and Vegeta playing hide and seek. Lord Beerus has lived for billions of years, yet why does he still love to play? Whis glanced at the corner where Vegeta was. With Whis and Beerus' strength, they could naturally perceive everyone's actions on the luxurious yacht, including Vegeta's reaction. It seems that the shadow left by Lord Beerus on Vegeta is quite significant. Whis' attention was also on the corner where, at the same time, they started chatting casually. As Bulma's husband and family, Whis and Beerus naturally had to attend this party, and most of the activities and programs were planned by Whis and Bulma together. Whis was relatively lazy, so he was only there for food and drinks, not too concerned about anything else. Meanwhile, Vegeta was looking around the deck, but could not find the person who just spoke. Suddenly, Beerus appeared behind Vegeta, startling him. He turned around abruptly, but still found nothing, creating an extremely strange atmosphere. Vegeta's expression became serious as he muttered, could it be an illusion? Just then, Beerus appeared again behind Vegeta, gently extending his left index finger and pointing it at Vegeta's head. With a teasing expression, Beerus suddenly spoke, intending to scare Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta was startled, panicking, and pulling away, looking back at the true face of the one who was messing with him. Before him stood a man with purple skin, one hand behind his back, and the other hanging naturally sideways, mockingly looking. Behind him was a tall man holding a scepter, quietly observing the scene with an expressionless face. Although the two were right there, Vegeta sensed not even a trace of their aura. It was incredibly eerie. Vegeta's entire body was subconsciously trembling at this moment. Beerus' gaze was as sharp as a sword, fixated on the Saiyan prince before him, coldly, letting out a meaningful snort. Whis then greeted, hello. At this moment, Vegeta, filled with fear, pretended to be calm and shouted, who are you? Beerus wore a haughty expression and said, is it necessary to tell you? Because you are already dead. Beerus looked at Vegeta, naturally raising his finger and aiming it at him. The black nail gleamed under the sunlight. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately became furious, rushing forward and saying, what did you say? After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans, and his inner pride was unmatched even by Whis and Beerus. Seeing two unknown figures daring to speak to him in such a tone, how could he not be angry? However, at the moment he charged forward, his body suddenly lost all strength as if scared by something, and he fell directly before Beerus, unable to move. What's going on? I can't move. Vegeta thought in disbelief. At the same time, Vegeta struggled to lift his head and saw the purple cat-faced creature before him looking at him with an indifferent gaze from above. Vegeta had only seen such a terrifying gaze when Whis and Beerus were angry. It was a look that disregarded anyone, as if looking at an ant. However, what was different was that he seemed to have seen this cat-faced creature in this posture somewhere before. Suddenly, Vegeta was struck by a bolt of lightning. He finally recalled who this creature was, with the exact same cold and contemptuous expression. It was Lord Beerus, the supreme being in the universe whose identity and strength transcended everything in the cosmos. Years ago, this person had directly stepped on the head of the fallen Saiyan King, his father, King Vegeta. Yet at that time, he had been treated like garbage, having his head stepped on without daring to resist in the slightest. Even at that time, Vegeta had seen King Vegeta trembling all over. He did not dare to have even the slightest thought of resistance. In the palace of planet Vegeta, it was these two that had appeared there. Vegeta's memory. Do you know why I am so angry? Beerus coldly looked down at King Vegeta, slowly saying, Moi. Beerus quietly waited for King Vegeta's answer. At this time, King Vegeta was kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely, trembling as he said, I failed to complete your command within the agreed time. Beerus interrupted, saying, wrong. Seeing this, Vegeta's heart suddenly thought, that's too much. Who is that? I am a broad-minded god, but there is one thing I cannot tolerate no matter what. Beerus paused for a few seconds before continuing, the lack of due respect and disregard for others' feelings. I asked you to bring me the most comfortable pillow in the universe, and you stole one from some planet. Beerus then moved his foot, squatting down and grabbing King Vegeta's hair. The image of Beerus grabbing King Vegeta's hair with one hand pierced into 5-year-old Vegeta's eyes like a burning. Vegeta hid behind a pillar, his fists clenched tightly, yet he did not dare to breathe a word. King Vegeta, I commanded you to bring me the most comfortable pillow in the universe, and you stole one from some planet. Beerus' voice was soft, yet it made the air in the entire hall freeze. But what did you do? You hid that exquisite pillow in your palace, and brought me an ordinary shabby one to fool me. King Vegeta trembled all over, cold sweat dripping onto the floor. What I dislike is not that you failed to complete. Beerus loosened his grip, allowing King Vegeta's head to thud against the ground with a dull sound. He then continued, what I dislike is your lack of respect and disregard for others' feelings. As the memories receded like a tide, the current Vegeta lay weakly on the deck of the luxurious yacht, gasping for breath. Before him, Beerus still looked down at him, with that same superior gaze mirroring the posture from many years ago. Finally remembered, did you, Prince of the Saiyans? Beerus retracted his finger, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Vegeta gritted his teeth, trying to struggle to stand, but his body felt as if it were crushed by a mountain, unable to move. Moreover, this feeling was even more intense than back then. At that time he was just a child, but now he could transform into Super Saiyan 3. His combat power had even reached the terrifying figure of 13.6 trillion. Yet even so, he remained utterly powerless before this purple creature, like an ant. Vegeta, you have grown stronger than you were as a child. Beerus walked around Vegeta casually and said, but how much of your father's arrogance have you inherited? Whis, watching from the side, gently shook his head and said, Lord Beerus, you're at it again. Shut up, Whis. Beerus squatted down, looking straight into Vegeta's eyes, reminiscing, do you know? I originally intended to let that pillow incident slide. After all, your father is dead, killed by that pathetic Frieza. However, Beerus paused, standing up and turning his back to Vegeta, casually saying, it seems that you Saiyans never learn what it means to have respect. Upon hearing this, Vegeta finally clenched his fist. Not out of fear, but out of anger. He thought of ties of Trunks and of everything he had on Earth over the years. But this destructive god could easily take all of that away. Oh, are you angry? Beerus did not turn back, but it seemed he could see through everything. Good, much better than that soft shrimp look from earlier. Before Beerus' words had finished, the invisible pressure weighing down on Vegeta suddenly vanished. Beerus looked at Vegeta indifferently, wanting to test his strength. Vegeta suddenly flipped over, standing up, his muscles tightening, and the golden aura exploded instantly. Super Saiyan 3. In this form, Vegeta's strength reached the terrifying combat power of 13. The golden aura, mixed with lightning, surged wildly from Vegeta. At this moment, the entire luxurious yacht shook violently, and the sea surface was stirred into huge waves. Beerus slowly turned around, raising an eyebrow slightly. Oh. It appears that Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 is slightly stronger than that guy on King Kai's planet. It's a pity he is still just an ant. Vegeta's roar resonated through the skies as his tightly clenched fist gathered destructive golden energy. Yet just as he took a step, a muffled sound rang out. Bang! Beerus' finger gently tapped his forehead. All of the aura instantly extinguished. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the black sharp nail. Clearly he felt no killing intent, no warning. Beerus casually flicked it, causing the power he had always been proud of to dissipate like the tide. The numbers are indeed impressive. Beerus paused and continued, but the gap between a god and a human cannot be bridged by mere numbers. Beerus yawned, looking at Vegeta indifferently. Vegeta's legs suddenly weakened, and he fell to his knees on the ground, not out of fear, but out of despair. Beerus' power was an absolute, insurmountable despair. However, at this moment Beerus changed his tone, tilting his head to look at Vegeta. With a hint of appreciation, he said, the anger you showed just now was much more pleasing than your father's. At least you look like you're burning with anger to protect something, and not for that laughable royal pride. He turned to walk towards Whis, waving his hand. That's it for today. Since it's a birthday party, there should be a lot of delicious food, right? Whis smiled and nodded, then said, according to the descriptions on those menus, indeed there are many. Vegeta knelt and placed his fist, smashing violently against the deck, causing cracks to spread. Yet he was unaware that upstairs on the balcony Bruce and Kalasa were quietly watching this scene. It seems Lord Beerus is in a good mood today, Kalasa said softly. Bruce bit into a piece of roasted meat, responding mumbledly. Yeah, indeed, otherwise Vegeta should already be having tea with King Kai by now. King Kai's planet. Son Goku sat cross-legged on the newly repaired rooftop, idly pulling at a straw. Suddenly he trembled, an inexplicable thrill surged in his heart. Meanwhile, on Calibru Island, Solirans and the others had long prepared a place to rest. Everyone was quietly waiting for tomorrow's arrival, a true clash between a god and a Saiyan god. But he knew it was too late. Everyone on the yacht felt it. What was that just now? Krillin dropped the sausage in his hand, his mouth agape. That energy. Was it Vegeta? Tien looked gravely towards the corner of the deck. Indeed, it's Vegeta's energy. Moreover, it's Super Saiyan 3. Piccolo closed his eyes to sense for a moment, then opened them again, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It's likely more than just Super Saiyan 3. The intensity of that power far exceeds any form we've seen before. When did that guy Vegeta? Master Roshi removed his sunglasses, his aged face filled with shock. This energy. Even that Majin Buu from back in the day. No wait, Tien suddenly interrupted. You all sense carefully. Vegeta's energy is indeed powerful, but there are two other strange energies beside him. Everyone was taken aback, focusing intently to sense. Then all their faces changed. Nothing. There was nothing. Next to Vegeta's radiant energy, there was an utter void. How is that possible? Krillin murmured. Clearly Vegeta's energy was so strong if there were people nearby, we couldn't possibly not sense them. Piccolo was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. There's only one explanation. Those two people's energy we simply cannot perceive. Cannot perceive. Yamcha leaned in. What do you mean? It means. Piccolo's gaze moved deeper onto the deck where two figures stood leisurely. Those two people's level has surpassed the scope of our perception. Once this was said, everyone fell silent. Surpassing the scope of perception, what it meant was all too clear to them. When they faced Kaioshin back, then they also couldn't sense his energy. But that was because Kaioshin's divine energy was not something mortals could perceive. And now, gods, Tien murmured softly. Dumpling hid behind Tien, timidly asking, Tien, are those two people bad guys? Tien didn't answer, for he too did not know the answer. On the other side, Yamcha approached Bulma, lowering his voice to ask, Bulma, who are those two people? How did you invite them? Bulma also looked confused. I don't know them. I thought they were friends of Bruce. Bulma had only heard Bruce mention Beerus and Whis, but had never actually seen what they looked like. Including their previous visit to Earth, they had only appeared in front of Bruce and Carissa, friends of Bruce. Yamcha. At that moment, a lazy voice rang out from behind them. To be precise, they are my teachers. Everyone turned around to see Bruce and Carissa had approached at some point. Teachers, Krillin exclaimed. Bruce, are you saying those two guys are your Shoo? Bruce raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Lower your voice, Krillin. Those two have ears far more sensitive than you can imagine. Carissa stood beside Bruce, her gaze calmly sweeping over everyone. I know you have many questions, but now is not the time for explanations. But, Krillin wanted to say something. Carissa interrupted him. You only need to know one thing. Those two are absolutely not to be provoked. Especially that purple one. She paused, her tone rare with a hint of reverence. He is the most powerful god of destruction in the universe, Lord Beerus. God of destruction. Those words hit everyone like a sledgehammer. Master Roshi recalled the existence that Bruce had occasionally mentioned in the past, and gasped, God of destruction. The legendary deity who governs the balance of the universe and can destroy planets at will. Exactly. Everyone exchanged glances. They were all too aware of Bruce and Carissa's strength. That was far beyond super, and just how powerful must be the ones who guided them. What about Vegeta? Bulma looked worriedly towards the corner of the deck. Bruce followed her gaze and spoke softly. Don't worry. Lord Beerus is in a good mood today, otherwise Vegeta should already have. He did not finish, but everyone understood his meaning. Bulma bit her lip and lifted her skirt to walk over. Bruce reached out to stop her. Bulma, don't go over there right now. But Vegeta? He's fine. Carissa interjected. Lord Beerus has already left. What Vegeta needs now is his loved one. Bulma paused, then looked towards the deck. Sure enough, Ties had already run to Vegeta's side, holding him tightly. Ties. A complex emotion flashed in Bulma's eyes. Bruce wrapped his arm around her shoulders, softly saying, let them be for a while. What Vegeta just went through is far heavier than you can imagine. Bulma remained silent for a moment before nodding. Just then a familiar energy suddenly descended from the sky. A golden aura, a radiant smile, and that iconic orange martial arts uniform. Goku. Krillin was the first to shout. Everyone looked up to see Son Goku appearing out of thin air above the yacht, excitedly scanning the surroundings. Found it. Son Goku's gaze locked onto a direction, grinning. Lord Beerus, you really are here. Then he landed and ran straight towards the depths of the deck. Everyone. Krillin covered his face. That idiot. Piccolo remained expressionless, amused to it. At that moment, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the entire yacht. Everyone froze in place, even breathing became difficult. In the depths of the deck, the purple-skinned man slowly turned around to look at Son Goku. You're far more interesting than your prince compatriot. Beerus said, at least you have guts. The pressure dissipated. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, gasping, but the shock. What was that just now? Just a glance rendered them immobile. And that guy Goku. He actually dared to talk so cheerfully with such a being. Son Goku panicked. That won't do. The tall man holding the staff. Whis smiled and spoke. Mr. Son Goku, please don't rush. Lord Beerus' obsession with food is depending on my mood. Beerus turned around. Perhaps an hour, perhaps a day, perhaps a year. Son Goku panicked. That won't do. The tall man holding the staff. Whis smiled and spoke. Mr. Son Goku, please don't rush. Lord Beerus' obsession with food is far stronger than his obsession with fighting. If you have the patience to wait, perhaps he will consider playing with you. Son Goku scratched his head, thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth. All right, he'll wait. After saying that, he plopped down on the deck, staring unblinkingly at Beerus. Everyone. Krillin chuckled awkwardly, as expected of Goku. Piccolo remained expressionless. I don't want to admit it, but this is Son Goku. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses. This purity might just be his secret to continuously getting stronger. On the other side, Vegeta had already released ties, looking at Son Goku with a complex expression. That guy always has that carefree look. In the face of a being of Beerus' caliber, he still dares to challenge him and boldly sit down to wait. Vegeta. Ties looked at him with concern. I'm fine. Vegeta took a deep breath, the gloom in his eyes gradually dissipating. I just came to some realizations. Ties did not press further, only holding his hand tightly. At that moment, a peculiar aroma suddenly wafted over. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. As Dr. Brief pushed over a small cart, on it was an iron plate grill with enticing golden dumplings sizzling away. Takoyaki is here, Dr. Brief said with a smile. This is my latest recipe using special batter and fresh octopus along with a secret sauce. Beerus' ears perked up. He slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on the sizzling dumplings. What is that? Whis smiled. Lord Beerus, that is takoyaki, a delicacy from Earth. It seems quite good. Beerus fell silent for 2 seconds, then strode over. That aroma. Dr. Brief was completely unaware of the terror of the person in front of him, enthusiastically offering a box of freshly cooked takoyaki. Come try it. Just out of the oven. Delicious. Beerus took the box, staring at the round little balls inside for a few seconds before carefully picking one up with a bamboo skewer. All eyes were focused on him. Beerus put the takoyaki into his mouth. Chewing. His eyes suddenly. What is this? Everyone held their breath. Beerus quickly poked a second, third, and fourth one. Whis chuckled from the side. It seems Lord Beerus really likes it. Delicious. Beerus mumbled with his mouth full. What is this called? Takoyaki. I can't believe there's such Dr. Brief smiled proudly. Haha, I'm glad you like it. I have plenty more, take your time. Beerus nodded while eating, his focused demeanor showing no hint of the destroyer's usual authority. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure whether to relax or remain tense. Sun Wukong leaned closer to Bruce and quietly asked Bruce, has Lord Beerus always been like this? Bruce shrugged. He's always like this in front of good food. Then, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Once he's done eating, Bruce glanced at him and said meaningfully, Wukong, I suggest you don't get your hopes up. Why? Because Bruce pointed at Beerus and then at the full bucket of batter in Dr. Brief's hand. How long do you think he... Sun Wukong followed his gaze and his face fell. That bucket of batter was enough to make hundreds of takoyaki. Although Beerus was eating quickly, he clearly had no intention of wolfing it down. This is going to take forever. Sun Wukong plopped back down on the deck. When will this end? Carissa walked over to him and said softly, Mr. Sun Wukong, instead of worrying, why not enjoy the party? Lord Beerus hates being disturbed while enjoying his food. If you perform well, perhaps he'll be in a good mood after eating. And Sun Wukong blinked. Really? Carissa smiled, but the prerequisite is, you must have enough patience. He dashed to the table and began to feast. Krillin couldn't help but laugh. That guy is really going with the flow. Beerus rarely smiled. This is Kakarot. Tian Shinhan also smiled. Perhaps it's this very nature that allows him to keep breaking through. Master Roshi nodded. A pure heart, pure desire for battle, pure enjoyment. Wukong indeed possesses qualities that many of us lack. On the other side of the deck, Bulma walked over to Vegeta and Ties. Vegeta, are you alright? Vegeta looked up at Bulma, his wife's sister, Bruce's wife, and now one of his closest family members on Earth. I'm fine, he said, his voice much steadier than before. It's just, I've encountered a past I must face. Bulma was silent for a moment before saying, no matter what that past is, you have Ties, you have Trunks, you have all of us family. Vegeta was stunned. He looked into Bulma's sincere eyes, then at Ties, who was holding his hand tightly, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. I know, he said softly. Thank you. Bulma smiled. Family doesn't say thank you. Let's go get some food. That takoyaki really does look good. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The three of them walked towards the takoyaki. Beerus was thoroughly enjoying his meal when he noticed Vegeta approaching. He glanced at him and continued eating. Vegeta stopped beside him, silent for a few seconds, then spoke up, Lord Beerus. Beerus didn't even look up. Thank you for going easy on me earlier. Beerus finally lifted his head to look at Vegeta. A hint of surprise flashed in his purple eyes. You're stronger than your father. He said, at least you know when to bow your head. Vegeta didn't retort. Beerus poked another takoyaki. However, that anger, you have to protect those important to you, not bad. Cherish everything you have now. Vegeta nodded solemnly. I will. Beerus said no more and continued to focus on his. Whis smiled from the side. Mr. Vegeta, congratulations. Very few can make Lord Beerus say such things. Vegeta was taken aback, then slightly bowed. Thank you, Mr. Whis. At that moment, Sun Wukong approached with a plate of food. Vegeta, you're here too. This takoyaki is really delicious. Vegeta looked at Wukong's carefree expression and suddenly, Kakarot, you really are. What? Nothing. Vegeta poked a takoyaki from his plate. Just that you idiot can sometimes be quite enviable. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Enviable? Envy me for what? Vegeta didn't answer, just looked at Ties, who was chatting happily with Bulma in the distance. Then he glanced at the destroyer who was focused on eating and finally back at the pure-hearted opponent before him. I envy you for being able to remain so pure, he thought to himself. The sun began to set, casting golden rays over the sea. The party on the luxurious yacht continued, the aroma of takoyaki wafting through the air, laughter and cheers resonating. The destroyer Beerus sat in a corner with several empty boxes piled in front of him, still holding a box of freshly cooked takoyaki. Whis stood behind him smiling as he watched everything. Sun Wukong sat at the edge of the deck eating, while occasionally glancing back at Beerus, his eyes filled with anticipation. Vegeta and Tais cuddled together, quietly gazing at the sea. Bruce and Bulma stood at the bow hand in hand, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. Carissa leaned against the railing alone, scanning everyone before her gaze finally settled on Bruce, her eyes reflecting a complicated emotion. At that moment, Beerus finally finished the last box of takoyaki. He let out a satisfied burp and stood up, stretching. Then, can we fight now? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Beerus was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Sun Wukong, I have a question for you. What question? Why do you want to fight me? Sun Wukong answered without hesitation, because Lord Beerus is strong. I want to battle strong opponents to know exactly how strong I am, to see what a higher realm looks like. Beerus stared at him for several seconds before suddenly laughing. Interesting, he said, very interesting. He turned to walk towards Whis, waving his hand. Let's call it a day. I just ate and don't want to move. Sun Wukong's face fell. Why like this? However, Beerus said without looking back, tomorrow I'll play with you. Really? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up again. Really? Beerus walked over to Whis. Now, Whis, take me to a comfortable place to sleep. It'll save us the trouble of traveling back and forth. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances with Bruce and nodded. Sun Wukong hurriedly shouted, Lord Beerus. What time tomorrow? Depending on my mood. Beerus' voice gradually faded with the light. If you're lucky, you might see. With a flash of light, the two disappeared in an instant. Sun Wukong stood in place, unable to hide the smile on his face. Tomorrow, I can finally fight Lord Beerus. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with battle intent. Krillin walked over to him and sighed. Wukong, are you really going to fight someone like that? Of course. But, Krillin hesitated. That gap. Sun Wukong turned to look at him seriously. Krillin, I know Lord Beerus is strong. Krillin was stunned. Then he smiled. That's right, this is you, Wukong. The night fell with stars twinkling. The luxurious yacht sailed quietly on the sea, brightly lit with laughter and joy echoing. What will tomorrow's be? No one knows the answer. But one thing is certain. It will be a challenge that Sun Wukong and even the entire universe has never experienced. The next day, early in the morning, Beerus and Whis awoke and indulged in the grilled meat and strawberry cake. Hey, Broly, is this really a boiled egg? Miss Saralins, thank you for your efforts. You're most welcome, Mr. Whis and Lord Beerus. This is all part of the tasks entrusted to us by Lord Broly and Lady Carissa. Beerus approached the barbecue stall prepared by Saralins and, gazing at the boiled eggs simmering in a pot, called out to Broly, who was sipping morning tea nearby. Broly replied, Yes, Lord Beerus. This is indeed a boiled egg. Moreover, we have soy milk here as well, served alongside the egg. It forms a nourishing and balanced breakfast. After the meal, Beerus and Whis turned their gaze towards Saralins and the others tidying up, then looked to Carissa and asked, Carissa, are these three beings creations of Broly's lifespan art? Whis stood quietly to one side, yet curiosity flickered in his eyes. Why had Broly erected a barrier? And why had he fashioned three beings whose power far surpassed even that of Super Saiyans to reside upon Karaburu Island? Indeed, Lord Beerus. As you know, Broly has always delighted in tinkering with all manner of peculiar things, and his purpose in erecting the barrier was simply to ensure undisturbed solitude. As for Saralins and the others, it was Broly's belief that guardians were needed to protect the island, so he brought them into being. Carissa offered this explanation, and only then did Beerus and Whis grasp the full picture. At that moment, Broly spoke. Lord Beerus, did you truly journey to Earth solely for the sake of the Super Saiyan God? Truth be told, I came mainly because I'd heard Earth's cuisine was exceptionally exquisite, so I decided to see for myself. As for the Super Saiyan God, that was merely incidental. Beerus said offhandedly. By the way, Broly, how does the power of the Super Saiyan God compare to my Crimson God form? Beerus suddenly recalled something and turned to Broly with the question. Broly paused thoughtfully before replying. My Crimson God form and the Super Saiyan God transformation are fundamentally distinct. If one compares raw strength, the amplification effect of my Crimson God form is roughly equivalent, but in terms of sheer power and cultivation realm, they dwell on entirely different planes. Thus, should my Crimson God form confront the Super Saiyan God directly, I would shatter him outright. A faint confident smile curved Broly's lips. Hearing Broly's words, everyone present arrived at their own quiet understanding. Let's go, find your Saiyan kinsman Son Goku, and have some fun with him. Beerus declared, his tone calm and detached. Aboard the luxury yacht before returning to Caribou Island, Broly informed both Vegeta and Son Goku about the Super Saiyan God. He added that for further details they might consult Earth's Dragon Balls. Accordingly, Goku had retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls from Bulma the previous day. Originally intended as the grand prize for a celebration, the Dragon Balls remained unused, the festivities having been abruptly halted due to Beerus's arrival. As the sky darkened, the Dragon Balls upon the deck began to shimmer, suddenly erupting in a golden pillar of light streaked with lightning surging straight into the heavens. The heavens plunged into absolute blackness, and from the void emerged Shenron, his emerald scales gleaming, crimson eyes fixed unblinkingly upon those who had summoned him. I can grant any wish. Speak now and declare your desire. Very well. I shall ask, do you know of the Super Saiyan God? If so, could you please summon him forth for us? Goku gazed at Shenron, brimming with anticipation. The dragon glanced once and replied, a trivial matter. Wonderful. Goku beamed with delight. At that very instant, Beerus, Whis, Broly, and Carissa materialized on the scene. Overwhelming pressure radiating from them, sending tremors through every soul present. Oh, Lord Beerus. Mr. Whis, Broly, Lady Carissa, you've arrived. Upon seeing them, Goku greeted them warmly. Shenron too overheard these words, and instantly shifted from serene composure to wide-eyed alarm, frantically scanning the skies for their presence. At last he spotted them hovering in the distance. Beerus, standing foremost, was positioned just behind him. Broly and Carissa stood beside the destroyer god Beerus. Shenron stammered, Lord Beerus. Lord Broly. Lady Carissa, hey. Oh, Shenron. Long time no see. Humph. Beerus led the greeting with casual nonchalance. In stark contrast, Shenron broke into a cold sweat. Forgive my profound disrespect, Lord Beerus. Lord Broly. Lady Carissa, I humbly apologize for addressing you from such an elevated position. I never imagined all 3 of you would grace Earth together. Beerus ambled over to a reclining chair, lounged back, casually requested a glass of juice, and commanded, enough chatter. Summon the Super Saiyan God, now. Whis remained at Beerus's side, observing the unfolding scene in silent stillness. Meanwhile, Broly and Carissa approached Bulma, and the others exchanged brief, easy greetings, and then fell into thoughtful silence. After all, today's centerpiece was unquestionably the battle between Beerus and the Super Saiyan God. Ah well, summoning him immediately is regrettably beyond my capacity. Shenron's remarks startled everyone present, except Broly. What on earth is going on? What? On his reclining chair, Beerus, who had closed his eyes, now exuded a barely contained aura of menace, its volatility unmistakable. Clearly, he was growing irritated. Opening his eyes, Beerus cast a single piercing glance at Shenron, then rose slowly from the chair and took one deliberate step forward. What did you say? Shenron's pupils contracted in terror. He instinctively recoiled. Hastily he stammered, Lord Beerus. The Super Saiyan God exists only as a myth among Saiyans, a divine legend of antiquity. He does not exist in the present age. Then Shenron added, however, I can reveal the method by which he may be born. Beerus remained silent, merely furrowing his brow. Instantly Shenron was drenched in sweat. According to the sacred Namarakian chronicles, 5 Saiyans, possessing pure hearts of justice, must join hands and channel their collective spiritual essence into another righteous Saiyan. Only then will he ascend as the Saiyan God. TCH. Vegeta shot her a deadpan look. May I now respectfully withdraw, your eminence? Shenron ventured timidly. Saiyan. Bulma turned to Vegeta, arms crossed, and remarked, Vegeta, as Prince of the Saiyans, how is it you knew nothing? TCH. Vegeta shot her a deadpan look. May I now respectfully withdraw, your eminence? Shenron ventured timidly. Beerus did not answer immediately. Instead, his gaze swept first to Broly and Carissa, then settled upon Goku, who stood idly counting his fingers. Then, Lord Beerus, I humbly express my deepest hope to one day meet you again. Ahem. Farewell. Having fulfilled his duty, Shenron vanished instantly, fleeing in terror lest his life be forfeit. And so, having imparted the knowledge of the Super Saiyan God, Shenron dissolved into shimmering motes of light, scattering across Earth's vast expanse. With Shenron's departure, Earth's skies brightened once more, basking in tranquil, sunlit serenity. Krillin watched the dragon vanish, sighing helplessly. Shenron fled. Gohan nodded in agreement, indeed. Meanwhile, Beerus resettled onto his reclining chair and addressed Goku and the others. Then let us begin. I don't believe I quite caught it. His son Gohan stepped forward and clarified, 5 Saiyans with hearts of justice must unite and channel their spiritual essence into another righteous Saiyan. That individual will then ascend as the Saiyan God. Is that person the Super Saiyan God? Goku asked Gohan. Yes, that appears to be the case, Gohan confirmed with a nod. At that moment Piccolo approached solemnly. This poses difficulty. Here on Earth, including Saiyan-human hybrids, there are only 4 individuals possessing hearts of true justice. Master Roshi, wearing his signature floral shirt, interjected, no, there are 5. Vegeta now possesses a heart wholly devoted to justice. Piccolo glanced back slightly. That remains uncertain. Shishi added, Piccolo, do not judge hastily. Vegeta is now a devoted father who takes his family on trips. Piccolo glanced back slightly. That remains uncertain. Shishi added, Piccolo, do not judge hastily. Vegeta is now a devoted father. Vegeta held Goku's gaze for a long silent moment, then reluctantly gave a single decisive nod. Within Vegeta's heart, however, lay genuine eagerness to witness firsthand the legendary Super Saiyan God. Within Vegeta's heart, however, lay genuine eagerness to witness firsthand the legend. Next, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks joined hands, while Vegeta and Gohan placed their palms upon Goku's back. Simultaneously, all 5 transformed into Super Saiyans, 5 radiant golden warriors appearing instantly upon the deck. Then Goku's body lifted effortlessly into the air. Kakarot, do you sense anything? Vegeta asked. Goku replied, Never having been a god, I'm afraid I... Gohan, sensing his father's aura, murmured, truly unprecedented. A presence of overwhelming magnitude unlike anything I've ever felt. Goku nodded. Yes, the aura is extraordinarily potent. Vegeta added, next time I shall... After a prolonged pause yielded no change, Broly glanced over and remarked, Vegeta, Goku, you cannot manifest the Super Saiyan God this way. Why not? Both Vegeta and Goku, as well as everyone present, immediately turned their... Because your count is incorrect. Vegeta blinked in surprise. Incorrect count. Precisely. As Shenron stated, 5 righteous Saiyans must simultaneously channel their spiritual essence into 1 additional Saiyan. Therefore 6 individuals are required, yet you stand at only 5. 1 is still missing. Having finished explaining, Broly turned to Gohan's wife Videl. Videl, if I am not mistaken, you are currently expecting a All eyes turned to Videl in astonishment, and she nodded quietly. With Broly's clarification, Videl joined. Thus the number was finally complete. Beerus and Whis observed silently. Others shielded their faces against the golden gust, a pressure so intense it stung their skin. As time passed, 6 figures with black hair were enveloped in a sacred, gentle golden radiance. Vegeta and the others spontaneously transformed into Super Saiyans, a passive metamorphosis utterly distinct from conscious activation, rendering their auras profoundly serene. At that instant, Goku's body erupted in a dazzling crimson brilliance, unlike the golden hue of the Super Saiyan or the deep blood-like scarlet of Broly's crimson god form. Rather, it was a sacred, pristine vermilion, like the first light of dawn. What is this? Everyone present. Goku's hair blazed into vivid red, his irises shimmered with matching vermilion. His entire bearing underwent a radical, transcendent shift. No longer the belligerent Saiyan warrior of old, but a sublime sovereign entity soaring far above mortal concerns. It worked. Gohan cried out in elation. Vegeta stared dumbstruck at Goku floating midair, his expression a complex tapestry of awe, envy, and quiet resentment. A subtle smile played upon Broly's lips as he whispered to Carissa, fascinating. This form's energy perception differs markedly from my own. Carissa nodded. Its aura is remarkably tranquil, devoid entirely of aggression or malice. With staff in hand, observed with scholarly interest, Lord Beerus, this aura. Beerus had already risen from his recliner, his feline eyes locked intently upon Goku. A spark of exhilaration lit his features at last. Something truly interesting. Slowly Goku descended onto the deck, gazing at his glowing crimson hands, feeling the torrent of new power flowing within him. Instantly Goku vanished from sight. In the next breath he reappeared 100 meters offshore, lightly treading the crest of azure waves suspended above the boundless sea. Incredible speed! Krillin exclaimed. Tien Shinhan echoed. His movement is utterly imperceptible. Beerus smiled, a genuine destructive god smile of keen fascination. He tossed his juice glass casually to Whis, and in a blur appeared upon the water's surface facing Goku across. Whis caught the glass effortlessly and smiled at Broly and Carissa. Shall you two not join us as spectators? Broly shook his head. We'll observe from here. The distance is perfect. On the sea, wind stirred the gentle swells. Goku felt the oceanic surge of power within him and declared, Lord Beerus, this is the power of the Super Saiyan God. I feel, the entire world has transformed before my eyes. Beerus stood relaxed, arms at his sides, yet his gaze sharpened like a blade. Oh, then let me gauge just how formidable this god truly is. Before the final syllable faded, Beerus moved. His motion seemed unhurried, even languid, yet an apocalyptic pressure descended upon Goku like a collapsing cosmos. Goku's pupils contracted. He rocketed backward. Where he had stood moments before, space itself warped faintly, the residue of Beerus's destructive energy. Well evaded, Beerus commended. Goku drew a deep breath and launched a counterattack. A streak of crimson light cleaved the sky as his fist, imbued with divine force, blasted toward Beerus. Beerus neither dodged nor flinched. Raising one hand, he intercepted the blow with effortless precision. A shockwave exploded outward, flattening the sea into a colossal crater and hurling towering waves skyward. The yacht rocked violently. Bulma clung desperately to the railing. Hey, this is my brand new yacht. Broly raised a hand, casting an invisible barrier that enfolded the vessel, absorbing the blast entirely. Upon the sea, Goku and Beerus became twin streaks of light, colliding fiercely in midair. Each impact reverberated through space-time and churned the ocean into furious boiling foam. Excellent. Beerus grew increasingly animated. This state truly surpasses ordinary Super Saiyans by an immense margin. Goku gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught. He sensed clearly that Beerus had yet to unleash his full might, merely probing the limits of his endurance. But Beerus suddenly intensified his strike, sending Goku hurtling backward. Still insufficient. Goku steadied himself, breathing heavily. In his Super Saiyan God state, his perception had heightened exponentially. Precisely because of this, he grasped Beerus's terrifying depth, the abyssal, unfathomable chasm of his power. It was as if confronting not a single adversary, but the entirety of the cosmos itself. From afar, Whis observed, Goku's Super Saiyan God state has genuinely entered the divine domain. Yet Lord Beerus's realm is the culmination of eons of cultivation. Goku requires time to acclimate to this form. Broly nodded. Indeed, this power was not earned through cultivation, but borrowed. Borrowed power can never become one's own. After a fierce clash, Sun Wukong looked at his hands and casually clenched them, feeling the surging power within him. He murmured, "So this is the power of a Super Saiyan God. It is simply astonishing, truly an incredible energy, even surpassing Lord Beerus. Indeed, you must be eager to try it out, right? Just now you probably haven't fully adapted to this power yet, and I look forward to seeing you unleash your strength to my satisfaction. To be honest, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. So, let's continue," Beerus said, looking at the red-haired Sun Wukong with a smirk. This was a day he had long awaited. Although he had fought against Beerus and Carissa many times, he had always refrained from unleashing his full power because they belonged to the Divine Order Temple, and Beerus feared that the old caretaker would cause him trouble. Thus, while Beerus and Carissa were suitable opponents due to the existence of the Divine Order Temple, no destroyer dared to openly provoke it within the entire multiverse. Otherwise, even the Great Priest would be unable to protect them. That is the terrifying aspect of the Divine Order Temple. The reason Beerus and Carissa did not participate in the Super Saiyan God ceremony was that they were reserve destroyers already possessing unfathomable divine power and destructive force within them. The reason Beerus and Carissa did not participate in the Super Saiyan God ceremony was that they were reserve destroyers already possessing unfathomable divine power. Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, launching a torrential assault on Beerus. With each clash of fists and feet, visible ripples exploded in the air, a testament to the violent trembling of space itself. Bang, 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 bang. The dense sounds of impact thundered throughout the sea. On the yacht, everyone held their breath, captivated by this epic battle. Klin sweated nervously as Wukong become this strong. I can't see their movements at all, nor feel any. Tianjin nodded gravely. Not just that his power has undergone a qualitative leap. The current Wukong has probably stepped into a realm we can hardly comprehend. Piccolo crossed his arms, stating in a somber tone, "Is this the realm of the gods?" Vegeta fixed his gaze on the red figure on the sea, clenching his fists tightly. His eyes burned with fierce intensity. A sense of unwillingness and an overwhelming desire to grow stronger filled Vegeta's heart. Kakarot. He gritted his teeth, forcing the name out between clenched jaws. Shishi anxiously clutched Gohan's arm. "Gohan, will Dad be okay?" Gohan reassured her. "Mom, don't worry, Dad is strong now, and Lord Beerus is probably just testing him. He won't go off." Vittery was also softly comforting Shishi nearby. Trunks and Goten, the two little ones, were the most carefree. "Goten, your dad is amazing," Trunks exclaimed excitedly. Goten clapped his hands, saying, "Go, Dad." The innocence of the two children contrasted sharply with the tension felt by everyone else present. Whis held his staff, smiling as he observed the battle, nodding occasionally and commenting, Wukong's adaptability is indeed rapid. At first he could only rely on brute strength, but now he seems to have learned to use the divine realm's perception to anticipate Lord Beerus' movements. Carissa softly said to Beerus beside her, "Wukong's talent is indeed remarkable." Beerus nodded, his gaze still fixed on the battlefield. But to truly step into the divine realm, there is still a... As he spoke, changes began to occur in the battle on the sea. Sun Wukong's speed began to decline. While it was still so quick it was barely perceptible, it was nonetheless slower than before. That tiny flaw was immediately caught by Beerus. "This is where it ends," Beerus said lightly, raising his right hand, fingers splayed. Terrifying energy gathered in his palm, forming a purple-black energy sphere. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted sharply as the destructive aura caused every cell in his body to sound the... He wanted to dodge, but his body did not obey. He wasn't paralyzed, but the perception of the divine realm told him no matter which direction he dodged, he would not escape this blow. The purple-black energy transformed into a beam of light, instantly engulfing Sun Wukong. Wukong, Dad! A chorus of gasps erupted from the yacht. But in the next instant, a red light burst forth from the terrifying energy. Sun Wukong was enveloped in divine energy, forcibly breaking free from the horrific energy, gasping heavily. The red glow around him had dimmed significantly, and his aura began to waver. Beerus did not pursue, but instead stood still, his tone carrying a hint of appreciation. To escape from my destructive energy for someone who has just entered the divine realm, that's quite impressive. Sun Wukong landed back on the sea, kneeling on the water, breathing heavily. His red hair began to flicker erratically, sometimes turning red, sometimes reverting to black. This was a sign of instability. Looks like it's about to end. Whis said softly. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the red glow surrounding Sun Wukong faded like a receding tide, his hair returning to its original black color, and he fell from the divine realm, reverting back to an ordinary Saiyan. He slumped on the surface of the sea, lying on his back, gasping heavily. I can't take it anymore. That state consumed too much energy. Sun Wukong said weakly. Beerus floated beside him, looking down at him. For your Saiyan race, achieving this step does surprise me. Although it was merely borrowed power to reach this level in such a short time, I must say you deserve praise. Sun Wukong sat up, scratching his head and smiling. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Beerus. But I'm still far from it. I'm not your opponent at all. No kidding. Beerus said casually. If you could contend with me the first time you entered the divine realm, I would have to question whether I've The two flew back towards the yacht, and as Sun Wukong landed on the deck, his legs gave out, nearly causing him to fall. Gohan and Klin rushed to support him. Dad, are you okay? Gohan asked with worry. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Sun Wukong waved his hand. However, at that moment it was evident to everyone that he was exhausted. The consumption of the Super Saiyan God state far exceeded that of ordinary forms, especially the first transformation, which was a tremendous burden on both body and spirit. Klin hurriedly pulled out a small pouch from his pocket. Fortunately, I brought some senzu beans, eat one quickly. Sun Wukong took the senzu bean and swallowed it, the fatigue visibly alleviating. At that moment, Beerus reclined back in his chair and was handed him a glass of fresh juice. The destroyer took a sip and turned to Beerus. Beerus, what are your thoughts on his performance just now? Beerus smirked. Stop flattering me. I'm asking you, do you want to fight him? Bruce paused for a moment, then quickly understood. Beerus wanted to take this opportunity to give these Earth Scions a lesson. Since you, Lord Beerus, have spoken, I'll play with. Bruce stood up and looked at Sun Wukong. Wukong, how's your recovery? Sun Wukong leaped up. No problem. Bruce, let's have a match. He had just been utterly dominated by Beerus, but a Scion's nature is to grow bolder in battle. Now that he had the chance to spar with another divine-level powerhouse, how could he refuse? Wait a minute. Vegeta suddenly interjected. Kakarot, in your current state, can you still transform? Sun Wukong was taken aback, recalling that the dragon had said he needed the energy of 5 righteous Scions to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Now that the ceremony was over, he indeed could not transform. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. Bruce chuckled. No worries, I don't need you in that form. Just use your current state, and come at me with everything you've got. After saying this, Bruce soared into the air above the sea. Sun Wukong, though unsure of his intent, followed suit. The two confronted each other above the sea. On the yacht, Klin questioned in confusion. Wukong is currently just in his normal form. Can he really fight Bruce? Whis smiled and explained. Bruce wants Wukong to see for himself the difference between the true divine realm and even if Wukong does not transform, Bruce will suppress his power to match Wukong's level. But the realm itself cannot. Everyone suddenly understood. On the sea, Bruce floated calmly, his hands hanging naturally at his sides. Wukong, I will suppress my power to match yours. Bruce said lightly. But I will fight you using the methods of the divine realm, allowing you to experience firsthand what the true divine realm is. Sun Wukong's eyes sharpened. All right, here I come. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. In the next second, Sun Wukong appeared behind Bruce, delivering a knife hand strike towards the back of his neck. However, Bruce seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, slightly leaning to the side, allowing the strike to narrowly miss him. At the same time, his right hand darted out like a snake, gently resting on Sun Wukong's wrist. Sun Wukong felt a strange power travel up his wrist, rendering his attack's force redirected into empty space. His body involuntarily leaned forward, nearly losing balance. Your attack is too straightforward. Bruce released his grip and said calmly, fighting in the divine realm is not merely a clash of strength, but a mastery over the flow of power. Every movement you make is crystal clear to a god, like a slow-motion replay. And every action of a god is meant to guide your power towards the direction you desire. Sun Wukong pondered this. Let's go again. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and charged forward once more. This time his attacks were even more fierce, weaving a dense web of fists and feet that enveloped Bruce. Yet Bruce moved like a leaf blown by the wind, gracefully navigating through the barrage of attacks. Each time it seemed he would be hit, he managed to evade with the slightest of movements. Moreover, his movements flowed seamlessly, as if he were not fighting, but dancing. Too slow. Bruce said while dodging. It's not that your speed is lacking, but your mind is too slow. Your attacks are executed only after you think about them. In the divine realm, it's about the mind acting and the body responding naturally. There's no thought process involved. Thinking itself is extraneous. Furthermore, Bruce continued, your aura is too chaotic. Each attack wastes a significant amount of energy on unnecessary things. In the divine realm, every ounce of power must be used efficiently. He suddenly halted his evasive maneuvers and lightly tapped Sun Wukong's fist with his right index finger. Bang! With a light sound, Sun Wukong felt as if he had struck cotton with all his might, as all his force vanished without a trace. Immediately after, a gentle yet irresistible force emanated from Bruce's fingertip, causing his body to involuntarily fly backward, retreating several meters before stabilizing. This is using force against force. Bruce retracted his finger. I didn't take your punch, he didn't. Oh, instead I guided it to flow behind you. That's why you were pushed back. Sun Wukong hung suspended in the air, his eyes gradually lighting up. It seemed he understood something. On the yacht, everyone watched in awe. Clint's jaw dropped. Wukong's fierce attack was resolved by Bruce with just... Tianjin's expression turned grave. This isn't merely a difference in power, it's a difference in realms. Piccolo stated solemnly. It's like an adult observing a child swinging their fists. No matter how strong the child is, to an adult, it's full of flaws. Whis nodded with a smile. Mr. Piccolo's analogy is quite apt. What Bruce is demonstrating now is the core of the divine realm, an understanding and mastery of the essence of power. Vegeta stared intently at Bruce on the sea, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented light. This is the divine realm. Not simply stronger power, but a higher level. Carissa quietly watched Bruce, her eyes filled with pride. On the sea, Bruce looked at Sun Wukong, who was lost in thought, and slowly spoke. Wukong, do you understand now? Sun Wukong lifted his head, no longer bewildered, but instead filled with unprecedented clarity. Bruce, I think I'm starting to understand. Tell me what you've realized. In my previous battles, I always focused on how to maximize my power. But fighting you just now made me feel that the true masters. It is not the pursuit of maximal power, but the pursuit of precision in wielding that power, Sun Wukong said earnestly. At the same time, he glanced at Vegeta and continued, it is like you defusing my full strike with a single fingertip. Not because your strength surpasses mine, but because you caused my force to land in empty space. Bulusi smiled with quiet satisfaction. Good, you have grasped the crux. He paused, then added, but this is merely the threshold of the godly realm. The true domain of the gods is far beyond this. Can you sense my current level of power? Sun Wukong concentrated, and to his astonishment, discovered your strength now is actually on par with mine. Indeed. Bulusi nodded. I did not lie you, I have suppressed my power to match yours. Yet the same force produces wildly different results in different hands. That is the difference of realms. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Bulusi continued, your Super Saiyan God form just now did possess godly power, but your state of mind did not. It is like a 3-year-old suddenly endowed with an adult's strength. When he flails his fists, he will only hurt himself and miss the true foe. Turn what you realize today into instinct, and then come ask me. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, then nodded with solemn determination. All right, I will do it. They flew back to the yacht. The moment Sun Wukong touched the deck, he went aside, seated himself cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. Chi-Chi wanted to call to him, but Sun Wufan stopped her. Mother, let father be, he is contemplating something important. Although uncertain, Chi-Chi nodded, and no longer disturbed him. Vegeta watched Sun Wukong's retreating figure with a complex expression. He knew that although Kakaluote possessed incredible combat talent, his cultivation of mind often lacked subtlety. This time Kakaluote might truly have found a path to a higher realm. Vegeta approached Bulusi, bowed solemnly, and said, Bulusi, please teach me. Bulusi regarded his earnest gaze and nodded slightly. Vegeta, you are not like Wukong. Your mind is deep and contemplative, that is your strength. But your problem is an obsession with victory and defeat, you are trapped by outcomes. Vegeta frowned. Bulusi continued slowly, a true master does not insist on conquering others, but preserves his true self regardless of triumph or loss. Reflect. What was your original reason for becoming stronger? Was it to surpass Kakaluote? To become the mightiest Saiyan? Or to protect those you cherish? Vegeta fell silent, stunned. He had never seriously pondered that question. Bulusi patted his shoulder. Think it through. When you have clarity, come find me. With that, he and Kali Sha stepped aside and gazed silently at the sea. Wei Si joined them and smiled. Bulusi, your manner of teaching is rather unique. Bulusi returned a smile. I only share the path I walked. How they walk it is their own affair. Night fell, and the gathering aboard the yacht gradually dispersed. Seeing Bulusi and Kali Sha, former comrades who had once fought alongside Vegeta's squad, now grown to heights worthy of admiration, filled Vegeta with mixed emotions. Bulusi and Kali Shah leaned against each other, savoring the tranquil night. Bulusi, Kali Shah murmured, do you think Wukong and Vegeta can truly enter the godly realm? Bulusi looked at the two Saiyan silhouettes and smiled faintly. They will. Their talent and fighting spirit exceed ordinary mortals. They only need time. Kali Shah rested her head on his shoulder and said gently, just as you once did. Bulusi lowered his gaze to her, tenderness filling his eyes. Because you were by my side. The stars glittered and a soft breeze stirred. For the Saiyans on Earth, that day would mark a turning of fate. They had for the first time truly witnessed the terror of the godly realm and understood the distinction between power and realm. Dawn arrived the next morning. Sunlight streaked across the sea, making it glitter. Bai Lucy and Wei Si were already on the deck, enjoying the breakfast Chi-Chi had prepared at dawn. Several steaming baskets of buns and a table of fragrant soy milk. Earth food is indeed delightful, Bai Lucy said, taking a bite and nodding in satisfaction. Wei Si smiled. Lord Bai Lucy's visit to Earth has been quite fruitful. It was somewhat interesting. Bai Lucy glanced at Sun Wukong, still in meditation. That Saiyan has exceptional comprehension. Bai Lucy finished the last bun and rose. We should be on our way. Wei Si followed suit. Thank you all for your... Bai Lucy turned to Bulusi and Kali Shah, asking, won't you two accompany us? Bulusi shook his head. Lord Bai Lucy, we wish to remain on Earth a while longer. After all, this place is our home as well. Bai Lucy did not press the matter. As you wish. But next time prepare more delicious food. With that they transformed into twin beams of light and vanished into the horizon. The others watched their departure with quiet emotion. Kulin exhaled. At last it's over. These past 2 days were truly heart-stopping. Tianjin Fan nodded. Indeed. We witnessed an entirely different realm. Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong meditating, and then at Vegeta at the bow, and said gravely, those two will become far more formidable. At that moment Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes. A light previously unseen flickered within them. I understand. He sprang up and thrilled rushed to Bulusi. Bulusi, I understand. Bulusi regarded his excitement and smiled faintly. Understand what? Sun Wukong drew a deep breath and spoke earnestly. What you said yesterday. That control of power matters more than... I replayed our fight in my mind. Every time I wanted to unleash force you perceived it beforehand and guided my power into empty space. It isn't a matter of speed but of perception. Bulusi nodded. Continue. When I transformed into Super Saiyan God, I could perceive Lord Bai Lucy's movements, but that perception was passive. Like standing high above and watching those below. You can see clearly yet your body cannot follow your eyes. Sun Wukong grew more animated as he spoke. But you were different. You sensed my exertion before it began and prepared in advance. That is an active perception. Bulusi smiled with gratification. Excellent. You have seized the first key to the godly realm, the proactivity of perception. He paused, then continued. Ordinary perception observes an opponent's motion and reacts. Perception at the godly level perceives an opponent's intent, the will behind the movement, before any action. Such perception requires no deliberation, no reaction. It is an effortless knowing. Sun Wukong's eyes brightened further. How do I cultivate that perception? Bulusi laughed softly. It's simple. When you return, spar different opponents each day, but do not focus on winning. Focus on perceiving their intent. Feel the instant before a punch, which limb will move first, sense where their center of gravity shifts before they die. Practice patiently, and one day you will attain it. Sun Wukong nodded strongly. I will remember. At some point Vegeta had come near and said gravely, Bulusi, I too would ask for instruction. When you said I am imprisoned by victory and defeat, what did you mean? Bulusi met his earnest gaze and asked slowly, Vegeta, in battle what occupies your mind? I must win, or I cannot lose. Vegeta frowned in thought. Bulusi went on, when I once worked with you on missions, I thought the same. Always fixated on winning. The more I obsessed, the worse my defeats. And then? Vegeta asked. Then I realized Bulusi's mouth curved. Victory is not paramount. What matters is what I learn from each fight. Vegeta fell silent for a long while. Bulusi patted his shoulder. You need not walk my path exactly. Your journey differs from ours. Each person has their own road. One universal truth, do not let victory and defeat become your shackle. Let them be the wind that propels you forward. Vegeta inhaled deeply and nodded solemnly. Bulusi smiled. You are welcome. Kali Shah slipped her arm through his. It's time to go back. Bulusi nodded and addressed the group. Friends, we will return to Ka-Li Bulu Dao for now. If you need anything, feel free to come to us. Sun Wukong hurriedly said. Bulusi, when I cultivate that perception, I will come. You are always welcome. Bulusi smiled. But next time bring something tasty. Kali Shah has recently developed a... Kali Shah playfully tapped him. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone laughed. Bulusi and Kali Shah transformed into streaks of light and flew toward Ka-Li Bulu Dao. Sun Wukong watched them leave and clenched his fist. All right. I will begin training at once. Vegeta snorted coldly. Kakaluo, Tay, don't gloat. I will reach the godly realm before you. We'll see about that. The two Saiyans' eyes burned with the same flame. The relentless pursuit of greater martial prowess. Kulin watched. Inside, those two are never satisfied. Tianjin Fan nodded. Precisely because of that they will keep growing. Piccolo crossed his arms and said gravely we should depart and train as well lest they leave us too far behind. Everyone nodded and went their separate ways. The yacht faded into the blue sea and disappeared. On Kali Bulu Sea and Ka Li Sha landed upon a familiar shore. Sai Li Lan Si Lai Kasi and Pa Kasi greeted them. Lord Bulu Si, Lady Ka Li Sha, welcome home, Sai Li Lan Si said with respect. Bulu Si nodded. You have worked hard these past days. Not at all. That is our duty, Lai Kasi replied with a smile. Pa Kasi asked Lord Bulu Si, have Lord Bai Lu Si and the others already departed? Yes, they left just now. Bulu Si gazed into the distance. Lord Bai Lu Si's trip to Earth was rather interesting. Ka Li Sha linked her arm in his, and whispered Wukong and Bai Jita will become formidable indeed. Ka Li Sha smiled. Indeed. Shortly after Lord Bai Lu Si of the main timeline departed, another universe, an entirely bleak and destructive parallel cosmos, came into view. This was the universe known as the Ren Zhao Ren universe, a realm dominated by the super androids created by Dr. There were no deities such as destruction gods or Kaishin here. The highest divinity was a legendary great Kai who had been missing for 10,000 years. Beyond that, the four-directional Kaishin represented the highest tiers of power. This parallel universe was far smaller than the seventh universe of the main timeline and produced far fewer elites. Because of this, Super Android 16, 17, 18, and the mightiest Super Android 19 could easily dominate this cosmos. Within a palace suffused with technological grandeur, Dr. Goluo addressed his four most perfected creations, Super Android 19, 18, 17, and 16. Are you now fully adapted to your current strength? Yes, Doctor. They answered. With our power now, we should be able to utterly crush the Saiyans of the main timeline. It matters little. For me, killing Sun Wukong is enough. Doctor, are you certain you wish to carry out that plan? At this moment, Super Android 19 hair of vivid green radiated an aura that could rival Bai Lu Si of the main timeline. The strengths of Super Android 17 and 18 had also risen considerably. Even the weakest Super Android 16 now possessed strength comparable to a full-force Super Saiyan 3. Dr. Goluo said nothing, only smiling oddly as his gaze drifted beyond the bounds of the universe. After the four super androids left, Dr. Gero gazed at the data on his computer and muttered to himself, humph. Bruce Callisa, what does it matter if you are the substitute destroyers? You will eventually perish under my plan, faced with my infinitely evolving super androids. In the realm of the Kaishin, God Jebit felt two more stars vanish from the universe, murmuring in surprise, since then nothing unexpected has happened. So what about the two stars that disappeared in the beginning? It must have been destroyed by Lord Beerus, the old Kaishin said, hunching his back without hesitation. Is that really the case? But there are no traces of destruction. It feels as though they vanished as if under a spell, God Jebit said gravely. Yes, that's the spot. Move a little to the... Well done, good. At this moment, the old Kaishin suddenly appeared joyful and excited, as if he had seen something indescribable. As the Kaishin of the universe, they had the ability to observe most events in the universe as long as they desired it. Upon hearing this, God Jebit thought to himself that the old Kaishin was once again looking at something inappropriate for children. Blushing, he blocked the old Kaishin's line of sight. Oh. The old Kaishin suddenly obstructed, looked at Jebit. What are you looking at, ancestor? Jebit asked with a hint of anger. Don't mess around, go away. The old Kaishin brushed aside God Jebit. Just as he intended to continue watching, Jebit seriously blocked the old Kaishin's view, saying, how can you peek? Don't block me, hey. The old Kaishin switched angles, wanting to continue watching, but his junior God Jebit would not let him. The old Kaishin suddenly pointed to the sky. There's a shooting star. God Jebit instinctively followed the old Kaishin's finger, but saw nothing. Meanwhile, the old Kaishin avoided God Jebit and continued watching what made him happy. However, the exciting scene seemed to come to an end. Oh, I lost. The old Kaishin said with a sorrowful expression. What do you mean you lost? God Jebit looked at his ancestor in confusion. Then, using his divine power, God Jebit followed his ancestor's gaze and saw on a planet within a galaxy two unicorns lying on a tree trunk. One looked triumphant, while the other resembled a defeated rooster. God Jebit exclaimed in surprise, what the? Is that a rhinoceros beetle? At that moment, he realized that the old Kaishin was merely watching a battle between two rhinoceros beetles. You thought I was watching something else? The old Kaishin glared sideways at God Jebit. The latter awkwardly replied, well, actually. Suddenly thinking quickly, he pointed at the sky and exclaimed, look, a shooting star. The old Kaishin remained unfazed, rolling his eyes at God Jebit, a hint of discontent in his expression. On Earth, Sun Wukong and his family now had a large house on Paozu Mountain, but they still did not give up the idea of farming, as the appetites of these Saiyans were enormous. In fact, Chi-Chi's family was not lacking in money. Bruce had previously given them a small mountain of rare cosmic gems, which were quite valuable on Earth. Each gem could be exchanged for a luxurious villa. Thus, Sun Wukong was still operating a plow, preparing the wasteland for planting vegetables. However, while plowing, Sun Wukong fell asleep, causing the plow to run amok in the field. At that moment, Krillin suddenly arrived. Hey, Wukong. Krillin flew over, landing on the ground, and was startled, nearly getting run over by the plow. When the plow crashed into a tree and stalled, Sun Wukong finally woke up and looked at the newcomer. "It's Krillin," Sun Wukong exclaimed happily as he looked at his good brother. "I knew you would be here." Krillin said, "I thought you had gone back to the Kaioshin planet to train, but I heard you were still on Earth. I wanted to go, but Chi-Chi won't allow it. She told me to work hard and be a respected grandpa." Sun Wukong explained seriously. "Is that so? Haha, that must be the most painful thing for you, right? That way doesn't seem suitable for you at all." Krillin laughed, hands on his hips, looking at Wukong. "The child has Saiyan blood, so it should—" Sun Wukong pondered. "Compared to when Gohan was born, Chi-Chi has become stricter. It's her first time being a grandmother." Krillin casually explained. At this moment, Sun Wukong thought of something. "Krillin, could you drive the tractor for a while?" Krillin was taken aback by the request, and then said no problem. Sun Wukong jumped off the vehicle, stretching to warm up. "Sitting all day has made my body rusty. I need to continue training to become stronger, so I can catch up with Kalasa and Bruce." Looking at the determined Wukong, Krillin casually remarked, "By the way, the gap between us and you Saiyans is getting bigger." Sun Wukong looked at Krillin in confusion. Krillin reminisced, "At first we trained together under Master Roshi, and before we knew it you could match Lord Beerus in battle." In fact, Krillin and the others did not know that Beerus had not just held back, he had let loose a vast ocean. At this moment, Sun Wukong looked at Krillin with a smile. "You haven't changed a bit, still so small." Krillin immediately got angry and shouted, "Wukong." Sun Wukong awkwardly chuckled, "Just kidding." After a while, Krillin suddenly said, "Wukong, could you punch me once?" "Oh, are you serious?" Sun Wukong looked at Krillin in surprise. Krillin, with a smile on his face, said, "Seriously, I want to know how strong you are now. But it will hurt." Sun Wukong's current power was no less than during the Frieza saga. Even hitting Krillin could potentially be fatal. Krillin continued, "Yeah, I know." Sun Wukong confirmed in disbelief, "Are you really serious?" "Yeah." Sun Wukong shouted, "It won't be an exaggeration, it will really hurt." Krillin also took a fighting stance, shouting at Sun Wukong, "Come on." At the same time, Krillin unleashed his energy, fully prepared to defend himself. "Then I'll come." Before Sun Wukong finished speaking, he suddenly punched out his fist, shimmering with golden light, directly embedding itself into Krillin's face and sending him flying. Krillin's body spun in the air several times before crashing through a grove, then smashing through a village, and finally returning to the wilderness, crashing heavily onto a mound. Sun Wukong shouted worriedly, "Krillin." At the same time, he placed his finger on his forehead, using instant transmission to arrive at Krillin's landing spot in advance, intending to catch him. But unexpectedly, he misjudged the position, resulting in Krillin crashing directly into a big rock with a loud thud. A clear human-shaped dent was visible on the rock. Sun Wukong awkwardly laughed, "Haha." Thankfully, it was not life-threatening. However, Krillin's entire face was swollen. After sending Krillin home, Sun Wukong returned to his original spot and transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair shimmering, emanating a powerful aura. Clearly, he was ready to continue training. Meanwhile, Vegeta was alone in an uninhabited valley, the surrounding ruins indicating that he had just finished training. Vegeta stood on a stone block, his gaze intense, feeling the raindrops hitting his body. The cold sensation could not compare to the despair he felt in the face of a being as powerful as a destroyer. After the rain, warm sunlight reappeared in the sky, illuminating Vegeta's fierce expression. Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly, sweat and rain streaming down his face, but in his heart, there burned an intense desire to grow stronger. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted with the ultimate power of the third level of Super Saiyan. But he did not transform. The powerful golden light caused the entire space to tremble violently, leaving only the area where Vegeta stood intact. As the dust settled, Vegeta gasped for breath, his fists clenched, his eyes filled with unwillingness and a fighting spirit. Vegeta angrily thought, "Is this all I've got?" He then flew away, his voice echoing, "I will definitely surpass." Indeed, ever since the last incident with the super androids, Vegeta had finally managed to surpass Sun Wukong, only to find himself overtaken by him again shortly after. How infuriating. At a restaurant on Earth, Whis was staring eagerly at a plate of tempura, displaying an expression of astonishment. Clearly, this angel had secretly come to Earth without letting Beerus know, intending to indulge in a feast. Whis picked up his chopsticks, dipped a piece of tempura in sauce, and took a bite. The golden batter, the delicious shrimp flavor, and the unique taste of the sauce exploded on his tongue. So delicious. Ty's eyes widened in amazement at Whis' exaggerated reaction. Delicious. The outside is crispy and light while the inside is tender and melts in the mouth. Suddenly realizing he didn't know the name of the dish, Whis looked at Ty and asked, "What is this called?" "Tempura sauce." "Yes, tempura sauce. This sweet and fragrant flavor is a work of art. Chef, your skills are—" The owner gratefully scratched his head, saying thank you. Ty then said to the owner, "Another assorted tempura, please." "All right, got it." The owner placed the ingredients into the oil pot, slowly frying them, producing a sizzling sound. "All right, got it." The owner placed the ingredients into the oil pot, slowly frying them, producing a sizzling sound. At the same time, he moved his nose to sniff. Whis awkwardly said, "I'm really sorry for always having you and Miss Bulma treat me to all kinds of delicious food." Tai Si smiled, saying, "We are friends, so there's no need to be formal." Soon after, 2 plates of crispy assorted tempura were respectfully served by the owner. The aroma wafted through the air, stimulating the appetite. Weiss picked up a piece with chopsticks, staring intently. "Is this the assorted tempura?" This heavy feeling is distinct from shrimp. It has its own unique character. Weiss said happily. Tai Si continued. We are friends, so if Lord Beerus wants to come and destroy Earth again, you must let him spare our family, mister. Weiss remembered to plead for us. Tai Si pleaded with a hopeful smile. Weiss' attention was fully on the food, but he still heard Tai Si's words. So he stuffed a piece of assorted tempura into his mouth, enjoying it, and said, that's hard to say. At this moment Weiss felt that the food on Earth was truly delicious, instinctively shaking with excitement. It's so tasty. Tai Si replied logically, of course. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta returned to Dr. Brief's house. Covered in dust, he walked under the faucet, casually washed his face, and drank a few sips of water. At this time, Tai Si and the others had already finished their meal and returned home. Tai Si saw Vegeta and said, huh? Vegeta, you are back so soon. So quick. You didn't even say a word before coming back, and you're all dirty. As soon as you return, the house becomes a mess, and last time my custom dress. Weiss squinted his eyes, carefully examining Vegeta's appearance, and guessed he had just finished training. Moreover, Weiss could also guess Vegeta's mood with high accuracy. However, he did not speak up, just quietly observed as Tai Si expressed her mild complaints. Vegeta, not in the mood to deal with Tai Si's nagging, walked past her with a blank expression. Hey, are you even listening? Tai Si chided, hands on her hips. Vegeta paused in front of Tai Si, staying silent for a moment, then suddenly his pupils contracted. He saw a tall man holding a staff looking at Vegeta with a calm expression. Vegeta suddenly turned around, incredulously exclaiming, Weiss. Weiss politely greeted him, Mr. Vegeta, long time no see. Vegeta asked, what brings you to Earth? Weiss replied, are you referring to me? Oh ho ho ho. I'm here to have a meal with your wife. Vegeta respectfully expressed confusion with Tai Si. At this time Tai Si explained, ever since that time my sister and I have clicked well with Mr. Weiss, and he occasionally comes to Earth to visit. Vegeta exclaimed in shock, occasionally. Weiss, feeling a bit embarrassed, stepped forward and said, thanks to your wife and Miss Bulma's generous hospitality, there are so many delicious foods on Earth that I could come here endlessly without getting tired of it. Tai Si then closed her eyes and added, only with us can you enjoy the good food, don't forget that. Weiss smiled, of course I know to be grateful. At this moment Vegeta angrily said to Weiss, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Tai Si advised, why are you angry? I get it, you're jealous. A beautiful wife alone with Mr. Weiss as a husband, it's only natural to be worried. Vegeta shouted, I don't care. Tai Si was taken aback, you don't care? Vegeta then interrupted and asked Weiss, I want to know, did Beerus? Weiss replied, Lord Beerus is sleeping on his planet. Oh, then take me to see him right now. My. Tai Si was somewhat surprised by this. Vegeta said fiercely, I want him to experience the true power of a... At this moment Tai Si finally understood Vegeta's mindset and beckoned her husband with a finger, saying, Vegeta, indicating for him to come with her for a moment. So the two of them stepped aside behind a tree. Vegeta, arms crossed and looking puzzled at Tai Si, said displeasedly. Tai Si opened her mouth and said, what if Beerus comes again to destroy Earth? After all, Bulma and Kalisha are just his disciples, their influence may not always be effective. Stop whining. I must compete with him to know my current strength. Tai Si angrily retorted, compete? You can't possibly win. Goku almost lost his life. TCH. You just want to hit my sore spot. Vegeta turned his head away with an upset expression. In any case, don't cause trouble for me. As long as you win over Weiss, if Beerus comes to destroy Earth again, our family will be saved. Vegeta paused for a moment and stopped arguing. Tai Si came to Weiss saying, let's go. Weiss replied, On the way, Weiss said, I'm looking forward to the dessert you specially ordered for me. At this moment Vegeta called out to the two, stop. I haven't finished yet. But Tai Si and Weiss continued to walk, chatting and laughing. Vegeta, seeing this, became anxious, thinking, it seems I have to use brute force. But when Vegeta saw Weiss back, he was suddenly shocked. This seemingly illusory but unapproachable aura makes it impossible for me to attack. Suddenly realizing something, Vegeta shouted with sweat on his face, Weiss. Who are you? You are definitely not just Beer's steward. Weiss casually replied, what? Didn't I tell you? Meanwhile, Weiss finally stopped and turned to look at Vegeta. I am the master of Lord Beerus. Tai Si was immediately dumbfounded. Vegeta exclaimed incredulously, master. At this moment Tai Si turned to Weiss, you are Beerus' master. Clearly, besides Bulma and Kalisha, others were unaware of the truth. That's right, Weiss nodded with a smile. So you are stronger than him? Tai Si asked the question Vegeta wanted to know. Oh ho ho ho, that's hard to say, Weiss said with an enigmatic smile. At this moment Tai Si suddenly smiled mysteriously. Let's go first, and then while talk let's go eat delicious desserts. Yes, desserts that are only sold 10 a day. It's 5 actually. Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. That guy is actually Beerus' master. Weiss then casually remarked, Mr. Vegeta, I have a suggestion for you. Your training has been quite effective and your energy has increased significantly. But your methods will never allow you to defeat Lord Beerus. You must remember to control your aura. If you can do that, you should be able to surpass that Saiyan named Goku. Kakarot. Vegeta exclaimed excitedly. Weiss then smiled. But it's not that easy, farewell. At this moment Vegeta charged forward, blocking the two's path. What's wrong? Can you teach me how to control my aura? Vegeta looked at Weiss with eager anticipation. At this moment Vegeta, to the surprise of both, knelt on one knee. Please agree to let me train by your side. It seemed that to become stronger Vegeta made an incredibly tough decision. Whis was silent for a moment. I agree on the condition that you must be a god of destruction. Whis then looked at Tai Si. Sorry Vegeta, interrupted you. It's nothing. Vegeta suddenly stood up. How about this? I'll let you eat the best food. That should work right. He planned to tempt Whis with food. Whis was taken aback, the best food on Earth. That's right, finally conquering Whis. And Vegeta, fulfilling his wish, took a large bag of food and went with Whis to the realm of the gods of destruction. Vegeta earnestly looked at Whis. If you want to know, then come with me. Whis, hearing this, looked apologetically at Tai Si. I'm sorry about this. Clearly Whis was tempted by Vegeta's words. Whis, hey, don't go yet. Tai Si helplessly followed behind. However, the majority of the places Vegeta took Whis to had already been eaten. So Vegeta decided to cook for himself. It seems I have to personally cook omelette rice to conquer you. Tai Si commented, can you even crack an egg? Don't bother me. Vegeta, now with a fighting expression, muttered while holding an egg gently. Be gentle. However, due to his excessive strength, he couldn't even hold the egg steadily. Either he crushed it directly, or it fell to. Whis then said, it seems your cooking skills aren't that great. Hearing this, Vegeta suddenly recalled something and asked, Whis, what did Tai Si and Bulma take you to eat? Whis counted on his fingers, reciting names: tempura, eel, odin, chicken, sukiyaki, crab, shabu-shabu, beef, intestine, hot pot, and also went to kaiseki cuisine. At this moment Vegeta smiled, as expected, just as I thought. Vegeta pointed at Tai Si. Those two sisters hid one of the best foods on Earth. The best food? Whis asked curiously. It's something that Tai Si and Bulma eat every week. Tai Si thought of the answer and shouted to stop Vegeta. What is it? I'm very interested, Whis continued to ask. So Vegeta made a bowl of instant noodles. And this trip lasted for a whole year. Earth. In Son Gohan's home, Biddy Lee successfully gave birth to a daughter named Xiaofang. Meanwhile, Satan and Son Gohan, in an effort to amuse Xiaofang, acted like two fools at home. Unexpectedly, Chi-Chi brought a large number of items to Biddy Lee's house, and was shocked to see Satan and her son Gohan tossing the little one in the air. She immediately shouted, what are you doing? Chi-Chi stuffed the items into Biddy Lee's hands, and stormed over to reprimand. Meanwhile, on another side, Son Wukong continued to plant vegetables in the field, while Krillin continued his police work at the police station. To his surprise, Bulma's driving privileges were suspended because she encountered a robber on the street and violated traffic rules while pursuing him. At Biddy Lee's home, little son Wutian called over Son Wukong, Krillin, and Bulma to discuss what kind of person Xiaofang would grow up to be. All the men were firmly locked outside by Chi-Chi, while several women chatted about their daily lives. Just then, Bulma accidentally revealed that Vegeta went to the God of Destruction's realm to train. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately lost his composure and crashed through the wall. Son Wukong burst through the wall, startling the women in the room. Chi-Chi was so angry that she jumped up and down. The house was just fixed. But Son Wukong didn't care about that at all. His eyes were fixated on Bulma. Vegeta is really. Bulma laughed at his reaction. Oh no, did I let it slip? Yes, that guy has been talking about getting stronger ever since he saw your fight with Lord Beerus, and he actually went to ask Whis for help not long ago. Damn it. That guy Vegeta is secretly getting stronger. Son Wukong exclaimed excitedly like a child spinning in place. I want to go too. Bulma, quickly tell me how to get to the God of Destruction's realm. Xiaofang, in Biddy Lee's arms, was frightened by Wukong's loud voice and began to cry. Without hesitation, Chi-Chi grabbed a slipper and threw it at Wukong. Keep your voice down. And look at what you did to the wall. Mister. Satan proudly stroked his beard. It seems our family party is going to turn into... Bulma waved her hand. Don't rush, Lord Whis doesn't just let anyone in. However, she revealed a mysterious smile. I know that Lord Whis particularly loves Earth's cuisine, especially instant noodles. As soon as she finished speaking, Wukong had already vanished. Everyone looked at each other, and Krillin helplessly said, looks like he's off to prepare instant noodles. Sure enough, not long after, Wukong appeared at the God of Destruction's realm, carrying a large box of pudding guided by Whis. Beerus was napping in a chair, while Whis elegantly savored the instant noodles brought by Wukong, displaying a satisfied smile. Vegeta was sweating profusely, training in the gravity chamber. Upon seeing Son Wukong, he was astonished. Kakarot, what are you doing here? I heard you were training here, so of course, Wukong said enthusiastically. Mister. Whis, please teach me too. Whis gently shook his head. I don't just take on disciples casually. Lord Vegeta has been quite earnest in asking me for a long time. Vegeta's face instantly turned red. I just... Whis smiled, and said, however, Lord Vegeta has indeed found a small weakness of mine. He elegantly took a bite of pudding, so, if you can find more Earth delicacies. Wukong immediately raised his hand. I have lunchboxes made by Chi-Chi at home, although they might be a bit hard. Vegeta snorted, taking out a thick notebook from a corner. I have collected a list of delicacies from all over Earth, complete with detailed ratings and recommendations. Wukong was dumbfounded. Vegeta, when did you? Shut up. This is strategy. Vegeta's face turned red. Whis smiled with satisfaction. Very well. Starting tomorrow, the two of you will train together. Meanwhile, at Satan's house on Earth, Chi-Chi was scolding Son Gohan. Look at your father. He forgot about fixing the house again. Son Gohan smiled wryly. But Mom, Dad is trying to get stronger to protect my foot. First fix the wall. Chi-Chi waved her fist. Biddy Li holding Xiao Fong watched the lively scene and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Fong also waved her little hands as if happy for this lively family. Meanwhile, in the God of Destruction's realm, Wukong and Vegeta began a new training session. Although Vegeta was displeased with Wukong's uninvited appearance, both understood the true path of the strong had just Since we're going to train together, let's start with some basic exercises. Wukong was excited. No problem. What kind of training? Very simple. Whis smiled slightly and waved his staff, causing two enormous metal balls to appear out of thin air, each weighing at least 10 tons. You need to run 100 laps around this area while holding these. No using chi, purely physical strength. Vegeta snorted. Is that all? 10 minutes later, Vegeta regretted it. Damn it. Whis. Vegeta was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling as the metal balls pressed him down. Wukong was running happily. Hurry up, Vegeta. You've only done 30 laps. Kakarot, are you a monster? Whis elegantly sipped tea beside them. Oh right, I forgot to mention these metal balls have enhanced gravity. Right now you are under 10 times Earth's gravity. Why didn't you say so earlier? Vegeta roared. Meanwhile, at Satan's house on Earth, it was bustling. Chi-Chi had finally repaired the wall and stood with her hands on her hips, scolding Son Gohan. Look at your father. He left without saying a word. And he took all the pudding. Mr. Satan holding Xiao Fong was amusing her. Xiao Fong, look at Grandpa doing magic. He pulled out a flower from his pocket, but ended up spilling the petals everywhere. Xiao Fong giggled and reached to grab Satan's beard. Biddy Li looked at this scene gently. Mom, don't be angry. Your dad must have gone to train. Train. All he does is train. Chi-Chi angrily started kneading dough. No matter, he'll make lunch. By the way, Biddy Li, how has Xiao Fong been with her milk lately? Just then Sun Wutian flew in. Mom. Brother, I saw Dad in the God of Destruction's realm. He came back with instant transmission and said he forgot to bring his lunch. Everyone turned to the door. Wukong indeed poked his head and grinning. Chi-Chi, my lunch. You get in here. Wukong, content with his lunchbox, returned to the God of Destruction's realm to find Vegeta lying on the ground while Whis was giving him a massage. What happened to Vegeta? Wukong bit into a shrimp tempura. Whis smiled. Lord Vegeta overexerted himself. He fainted after running 100 laps. But the Saiyans' recovery ability is truly remarkable. He's already awake. Vegeta struggled to get up. I'm fine. Let's continue training. Wait a minute. A lazy voice sounded. Beerus, having woken up at some point, squinted at the lunch in Wukong's hands. That smells delicious. Wukong instinctively hugged the lunch closer. This is mine. Chi-Chi specially made it for me. Beerus squinted, his eyes even narrower. Oh, are you saying you would rather anger a god of destruction than share your lunch? Vegeta immediately took 3 steps back, distancing himself from Wukong. It has nothing to do with me. Wukong hesitated for 3 seconds and finally, under the pressure of the god of destruction, reluctantly broke off half of the rice ball and handed it over. Just half. Are you saying you would rather anger a god of destruction than share your lunch? Vegeta immediately took 3 steps. Beerus fell silent. Whis watched his master with great interest. Vegeta was also waiting for the result. After a long time, Beerus slowly spoke. Starting tomorrow, I want to have this thing called rice ball for lunch. Huh. That evening, Wukong and Vegeta, exhausted, sat on the edge of the God of Destruction's realm looking at the stars. Vegeta, rarely not cursing, simply gazed quietly at Earth in the distance. Wukong suddenly said, Vegeta, do you think Xiao Fong will also become a Super Saiyan when she grows up? What does it have to do with me? Aren't you curious? What would happen if Saiyan blood mixed with Earthlings? Vegeta was silent for a moment, then quietly said, Trunks hasn't fully awakened either. The two fell into a peculiar silence. Whis' voice came from behind. Gentleman, Lord Beerus said, if you don't go back to rest, he won't teach you any new techniques tomorrow. Wukong immediately jumped up. Coming. Vegeta stood up and took one last look at Earth. On that blue planet, Bulma was probably researching some strange invention while Trunks was already asleep. And the child named Xiao Fong was growing up healthily under the affection of 2 fools. In the realm of destruction, Vegeta rarely curved his mouth, turning to follow Wukong's steps. The next morning, Chi-Chi discovered that the dried plums in the kitchen were missing more than half. Which bastard stole food? In the God of Destruction's realm, Wukong and Vegeta were being chased across the universe by Beerus because Wukong forgot to bring the rice balls. Whis was recording beside them. Today's training item is avoiding the God of Destruction's pursuit. Meanwhile, at Satan's house on Earth, Xiao Fong was waving her little hands in Biddy Li's arms, babbling something. Mr. Satan was so excited that he had tears in his eyes. She called me. She called Grandpa. She's just babbling. Son Gohan said helplessly. No. She really called me. Outside the window, a meteor streaked across the sky. On Calibu Island. Parks gazed at the meteor in the night sky, murmuring, Lord Bruce and Lady Carissa have been on their time mission for over a year. I wonder how they are doing now. Parks, stop worrying about Lord Bruce. You should think about why the leaves of your plants are all yellow. Lexus walked over and casually said. Meanwhile, Solirans shook her head, but also felt a bit worried. In an unknown time and space. In the universe's outer space. A golden-haired Super Saiyan, a green-haired legendary Super Saiyan, and 2 others transformed into Super Saiyan stage for Vegeta and Son Wukong. Another one was transformed into Super Saiyan stage 3 Bardock. They were not the main timelines Vegeta and Son Wukong and Bardock, but members of the Time Patrol. Among them, Vegeta and Sun Wukong's normal battle power was at 80 billion, which was not much different from Bruce's current power. In 1 year's time, Bruce's normal power had reached 100 trillion, that is 1 trillion. Meanwhile, Carissa's normal power had increased to 50 billion. Bardock's potential was a bit weaker, being the weakest among the 5, but his normal power had also reached 40 billion. At this moment, Time Patrol Sun Wukong looked at Bruce and Carissa, who had only transformed into Super Saiyans, and asked Bruce, Carissa, are you both sure you only want to transform like this? You know those dark guys possess powers not weaker than Super Saiyan 4. Kakarot is right, Bruce. Carissa, I know your levels are extraordinary, but isn't it a bit too arrogant to do this? Time Patrol Vegeta looked at Bruce and Carissa in confusion. Bardock said, I've heard some theories. The divine aura on Bruce and Carissa should be what's called divine energy, right? However, transforming into Super Saiyan with divine energy and legendary Super Saiyan is not so simple. The use of this energy can at least enhance powers several times. Don't worry, the dark characters appearing now are just small fry. The real big fish haven't shown up yet. So you don't need to transform into your strongest form right from the start. That will only waste your stamina. Bruce said seriously to the vigilant Time Patrol Vegeta and the others. Carissa, however, was not surprised and found it not worth speaking. Just then, Bruce, you truly are the candidate for the God of Time. In the depths of space, a rift opened and 6 characters filled with dark energy suddenly appeared. They were the time chaos creators that Bruce and the others had been tracking for over a year. In the depths of space, a rift opened and 6 characters filled with dark energy suddenly appeared. They were the time chaos creators that Bruce, Dark Frieza said, oh ho ho ho, Time Patrol folks, we meet again. Bruce, Carissa, the injuries you inflicted on us last time will be settled now. Dark Cell said with a smirk. The others remained silent, their eyes fixed on Bruce and the others. Oh, so you finally dared to show yourselves? It seems the one behind you also came this time. Bruce said, as if reuniting with an old friend. At the edge of an unknown space-time in the desolate void of the universe, it has always been a place where even starlight refuses to linger. Here there is no life, no sound, only endless darkness and the ceaseless turbulence of time and space. However, today this dead land is completely filled with a terrifying presence that is beyond comprehension. It seems as if even the air is taut like a twisted rope, almost on the verge of snapping. 6 figures shrouded in pitch black flames quietly hover in the void. Each of their terrifying auras is so violent that the surrounding small planets are constantly shattering and fracturing. Even the most ferocious turbulence of time and space is being slowly pushed back by this menacing aura, daring not to approach even slightly. These beings are not ordinary puppets, nor are they makeshift minions. They are the dark soldiers of the leader of the time, Chaos Floyd, crafted with countless efforts. Each one possesses true power equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan at the 4th level. These creatures, created from the Dark Realm, if placed in any other universe, would undoubtedly stir up a storm of blood. At this moment, Time Patrol Sun Wukong stands at the far left of the group, his entire being engulfed in crimson flames, which surge uncontrollably upwards. The immense power that has transcended the Super Saiyan level 4 is wildly surging through his veins, yet he forcefully suppresses it beneath the surface of his skin. His gaze, sharp as a blade, is locked firmly onto the Dark Frieza, who radiates the most ferocious aura. He is the strongest in the entire Dark Army, second only to the Dark God of Destruction Floyd. His strength, comparable to the peak of Super Saiyan level 4, makes Sun Wukong wary. Sun Wukong's chest rises and falls violently, each breath accompanied by a heavy sense of pressure. He knows full well that today's battle will undoubtedly be a fight to the death. Beside him, Vegeta's expression is icy, surrounded by crimson flames that similarly swirl around him, the aura of Super Saiyan level 4 on the verge of exploding. Vegeta's target is the Dark Cell. This guy lacks the talent of Dark Frieza and is merely at the ordinary Super Saiyan level 4. In front of Vegeta, who has mastered the transcended Super Saiyan form, he is simply not worth considering. However, this also indicates that beings created by replicating a portion of the original cells will ultimately fall short of the original's innate talent. Vegeta's eyes are filled with disdain and arrogance. After all, no matter which universe Vegeta hails from, he is the Prince of the Saiyans, possessing an immense sense of As the Prince of the Saiyan race, he has never regarded those like Frieza and Cell who rely on dark powers to forcibly enhance their strength as worthy of his attention. His browless face exudes a calm and fierce demeanor honed by years of battle. This Bardock can be said to be the strongest Bardock across all timelines. Bardock's opponent is the Dark Slug from Namek. In terms of raw strength, he does surpass Bardock slightly. However, there is no hint of fear in Bardock's gaze. The battle-hardened instincts of the Saiyan warrior are ingrained in his very bones, compelling him to charge forward even when faced with a formidable enemy, never taking a step back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have confronted Frieza, who was on the verge of destroying planet Vegeta, even when he only possessed a combat power of 100,000. Thus, Bardock is indeed a warrior worthy of respect. At this moment Bardock slowly bends his waist, concentrating his entire aura to the utmost limit. He is ready for the moment the battle erupts. Carissa meanwhile has her green hair from the Super Saiyan transformation blown wildly by the energy waves. The aura of the legendary Super Saiyan seems to transform into a gentle, yet incredibly sharp green light. Carissa must also be cautious in dealing with the strength of this Dark Bu. Because Dark Bu's power is, aside from their leader Floy and the newly evolved Dark Frieza, the most troublesome opponent. Currently Dark Bu possesses the strength of peak Super Saiyan level 4 paired with an extraordinarily grotesque recovery ability. A slight misstep could lead to a significant loss. Carissa's muscles are now taut, every nerve highly focused. She knows that she must unleash a continuous offensive to firmly suppress her opponent, never allowing Dark Bu any chance to breathe or recover. Otherwise, his extraordinary battle talent and learning ability will only grow stronger. Even if she, like Bruce, has hidden many forms, she cannot afford to be careless. At this moment at the very front, Bruce stands quietly, as steady as a stabilizing anchor, firmly holding the formation of the entire team. This time the directive from the Time Temple is for everyone involved in this operation to follow Bruce's command and orders. Given that they are all longtime partners, there are no objections. After all, Bruce is the most powerful among them. At this moment Bruce in his base Super Saiyan form has his golden hair standing upright like a flame. The Super Saiyan form has long been fully unleashed, with pure golden flames quietly wrapping around his being, without any excess light or fluctuation, yet this seemingly calm state exudes a heart-stopping sense of pressure. This is a perfect demonstration of mastery over one's own power. His normal battle power already reaches a staggering 10 trillion, and with his ancestral bloodline, which differs from that of Sun Wukong and the others, it now enhances his strength by a full 70 times. Therefore Bruce's real-time battle power now firmly stands at 70 trillion. Just considering Bruce's foundational strength, he is undoubtedly one of the top existences among the entire Saiyan race across all timelines. Bruce's gaze leisurely sweeps over the entire battlefield. Eventually his attention fixes on the two auras on the left side, which appear to be the most heavy and violent figures. Dark Gula, Dark King Cold. It is not that they are the strongest, but their realm and power aside from Slug actually do not measure up to Dark Bu and Frieza, as well as Dark Cell. This father and son duo, now infused with dark energy, have both broken through to the standard Super Saiyan level 4. Dark Gula's battle power intensity has reached 40 trillion, and Dark King Cold has even surpassed 50 trillion. One must say he is indeed his father's son. With the two of them joining forces, even the current Time Patrol Sun Wukong and Vegeta would have to approach with caution and seriousness. Because Gula and King Cold are among the more troublesome powers among these dark warriors, not to mention the artificial beings manufactured by Dr. Gero. Of course one must exclude the Super Android 19. That guy's power even Bruce must take seriously. After all, the cells created from Broly are quite extraordinary, especially for Bruce, who is quite familiar with Broly. At this moment, these two dark powerhouses are staring at Bruce with sinister grins. Their eyes are filled with contempt and murderous intent as they perceive Bruce merely as a Super Saiyan with 70 trillion in power. No matter how high the base power, it could never withstand their full force attacks that rival the Super Saiyan level 4. It's simply a prey delivered to their doorstep. According to their intelligence, Bruce has always presented himself in the form of normal black hair, or in the giant ape form, or in a simulated Super Saiyan form when facing the Time Chaos beings. Because the Time Chaos beings have various factions with intricate schemes among themselves. Others like Floy, whose subordinates have suffered significant losses at Bruce's hands, are not inclined to share that information. They also wish to see others suffer losses at Bruce's hands, so they don't have to boast every day in the Dark Realm about how formidable and powerful they are. Their expressions are rather arrogant. Kid, don't think that just because you stand at the front you're impressive. In front of us, father and son, you as a Super Saiyan don't even qualify as an ant. Dark Gula looks at Bruce coldly, sneering, his voice icy and piercing, filled with unabashed mockery. Just obediently await your death. You may suffer less if you do. Otherwise, once we make our move, we will ensure your complete annihilation. Dark King Cold follows closely behind Gula, his dark aura also surging wildly, exuding a sense of overconfidence, as if he already has Bruce in his grasp. The moment their words fall, the two shadowy figures simultaneously spring into action. The void beneath their feet is instantly shattered, sending ripples of violent waves outward. Before Floyd could even give the command, they were already eager to act. Two forces comparable to the Super Saiyan level 4 erupt without reservation. Instantly, they transform into two black streaks that tear through space-time, charging towards Bruce with a terrifying force capable of shattering stars. Dark Gula's fists are infused with heavy dark energy. Targeting Bruce's head and chest, he aims to obliterate this seemingly weak and detestable Saiyan in one blow. The gesture is gentle, yet carries an undeniable strength, as if to say, stay back, I can handle this myself. At this moment Time Patrol Sun Wukong halts, gazing at Bruce's steady silhouette. In his urgency, he almost forgot that Bruce is the real ace of their little team. Thus he ultimately chooses to trust him, forcibly suppressing the urge to rush out. Vegeta furrows his brow at this moment. Just as he is about to unleash his aura, he too is halted by Bruce. He snorts coldly, his eyes filled with curiosity, wanting to see how Bruce, relying solely on the power of the Super Saiyan form, would handle the Dark Gula and King Cold, both of whom have reached the Super Saiyan level 4. Bruce's gaze is fixed on the rapidly approaching dark figures, showing not the slightest hint of panic, but rather an increasing calmness. He takes a deep breath, and the golden aura that had been steadily dispersing around him suddenly begins to wildly contract. This contraction is not a dissipation, but a concentrated gathering of all power to its utmost limit. The energy condensed and then compressed. Finally, it was forcefully infused into his right arm. At that moment, the entire void seemed to hold its breath. The air slightly trembled, producing a low, dangerous hum. Bruce's right arm was instantly filled with golden energy, shining blindingly, yet remaining terrifyingly stable. Like a sun compressed to its utmost limit, it could erupt with world-destroying power at any moment. Dark Gula and Dark Kurd's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this. The sense of danger caused them to immediately halt their charge. Their hands quickly came together in front of them, and 2 layers of exceptionally thick, dark energy barriers were instantly formed. Because in their perception the power Bruce had gathered in his hand had already surpassed countless times his own strength, indicating he was about to unleash some ultimate secret technique. Because in their perception the power Bruce had gathered in his hand had already surpassed countless times his own strength, indicating he was about to unleash some ultimate secret technique. Naive, do you think this level of defense can stop me? Bruce said softly. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated across the battlefield. Carissa knew with just a glance that Bruce was about to unleash the Emperor Cannon, comparable to a 100-fold Kamehameha. In the next second, Bruce abruptly thrust his right arm forward, palm directed at the 2 dark figures, unleashing his signature move he had practiced for so long. Emperor Cannon. The Emperor Cannon, unleashed in the form of a Super Saiyan, should be called Super Emperor Cannon. You 2 trash. Super Emperor Cannon. A thunderous roar shook the void, and an energy cannon as thick as a water tank, entirely golden and crackling with golden lightning, exploded from Bruce's palm. Carrying a ferocious power capable of obliterating everything, it locked onto the bodies of Dark Gula and Dark Kurd, speeding toward them at an unimaginable velocity. Wherever the golden lightning energy passed, even the temporal and spatial turbulence was forcibly torn apart, its speed reaching an extreme, and its power was so overwhelming that it was almost suffocating. As the shockwave of golden lightning energy struck the dark energy barrier, a shocking scene unfolded before it. The 2 layers of barriers claimed to be indestructible and capable of withstanding the power of a Super Saiyan 4 were now, like fragile paper, before the Super Emperor Cannon. They didn't even last a second before being instantly shattered and evaporated, leaving no trace of resistance. The Super Emperor Cannon continued its unstoppable momentum, striking fiercely at Dark Gula and Kurd. The father and son had no chance to even scream. They were instantly engulfed, melted, and evaporated by the violent golden lightning energy. Not a single remnant was left behind. They were completely erased from this universe. 2 genuine Super Saiyan 4-level dark powerhouses were thus completely obliterated by Bruce in his Super Saiyan form with a single move of the Emperor Cannon. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence at that moment, so quiet that the drop of a needle could be clearly. The remaining Dark Frieza, Dark Bu, Dark Cell, and Dark Shrag all stood frozen in place, eyes wide, mouths slightly agape, their faces filled with disbelief and extreme fear. They could hardly believe that their 2 comrades of equal strength were directly annihilated by an opponent who was merely in Super Saiyan form. This completely overturned their understanding of power utilization, instilling in them an irresistible chill from the depths of their hearts. Goku, Vegeta, Bardock, Carissa, and the others also widened their eyes slightly. Although they knew Bruce was indeed strong, witnessing him annihilate 2 Super Saiyan 4-level powerhouses with a single move left them deeply shocked. Their respect and admiration for Bruce's strength increased several-fold. Bruce slowly retracted his right arm, the golden aura around him stabilizing once again. He gently exhaled, his gaze still sharp as a knife, slowly lifting his head to pierce through layers of darkness, staring directly at the continuously surging black spatial rift in the distance. Bruce was well aware that the true leader of these guys, the mastermind behind the scenes, Floyd, was inside. Floyd, you've been hiding for so long, isn't it time for you to come out? A thunderous roar erupted and the dark spatial rift instantly exploded, revealing a figure clad in dark battle armor wrapped in a terrifying deep purple aura stepping out of the rift. The pressure emanating from Floyd was comparable to that of a god of destruction sweeping across the entire star domain like a tsunami. Distant stars flickered and exploded under this terrifying aura, the void collapsing and twisting over a vast area. Even the threads of time and space trembled slightly. Floyd's blood-red eyes fixed on Bruce filled with immense killing intent and rage. The dark energy around him surged wildly, threatening to dye the entire void black. Two core warriors he had painstakingly trained had just been annihilated upon entering the battlefield. This completely enraged him, wanting nothing more than to tear Bruce into pieces. "Bruce, you dare destroy my powerful warriors. Today I will make you suffer and pay the most painful price." Floyd howled in anger, his voice cold and piercing, filled with a destructive fury. With Floyd's roar, the remaining four dark powerhouses regained their senses. Under Floyd's overwhelming aura, their momentary fear was suppressed. They unleashed all their power and charged towards Son Wukong, Vegeta, Carissa, and Bardock. A clash of power. Soldiers against soldiers. Dark Frieza and Dark Bu unleashed their peak Super Saiyan 4 aura. Their imposing forces surged as they charged towards Son Wukong and Carissa. Frieza and Bu were the top-tier combatants of their side, immediately launching lethal attacks aiming to quickly eliminate their opponents. Then they planned to jointly deal with Bruce, this mysterious guy. Meanwhile, Dark Cell and Dark Shrag followed closely behind, entangling with Vegeta and Bardock. The entire battlefield was engulfed by several waves of violent energy clashes and roars, the shockwaves sweeping across light years, turning the desolate star domain upside down. At this moment, Son Wukong advanced rather than retreating. The power of Super Saiyan 4's limit breaking erupted completely, the crimson aura transforming into a tidal wave directly facing his old adversary Dark Frieza. The two exchanged blows, each collision producing terrifying shockwaves. The asteroid belt was instantaneously crushed to powder, and the nebula was torn apart by the shockwaves. Although Dark Frieza's peak Super Saiyan 4 power was strong, he was relentlessly suppressed by Goku's current strongest form, the limit-breaking Super Saiyan 4, continuously forced back, and in a woeful state. Vegeta, brimming with pride, unleashed his full power of limit-breaking Super Saiyan 4, lightning coiling around his crimson aura with bursts of ultimate brilliance targeting Dark Cell. Ordinary Super Saiyan 4 level Dark Cell was simply no match for Vegeta, being thoroughly suppressed, forced to dodge, awkwardly unable to retaliate, at risk of being completely overwhelmed at any moment. This demonstrated that there were indeed differences in high-level powers. Carissa's body was enveloped in a surge of green light. Her speed was like lightning, and her relentless assault continually struck Dark Bu. The legendary Super Saiyan's power firmly suppressed Dark Bu's abnormal recovery abilities. No matter how much Dark Bu screamed and counterattacked, he couldn't break through her defensive line and could only passively endure. Bardock also relied on the indomitable spirit of the Saiyans, engaging in a fierce struggle with Dark Shrag. He was knocked back time and time again, but stood firm each time, covered in wounds, the red bandana on his head flying, yet he showed no signs of retreat. The god of destruction level Dark Pressure and Bruce's golden aura of Super Saiyan, along with a faint sacred aura, were continuously colliding and rubbing against each other, causing the void to ripple violently. Their gazes met in the air, sparks flying, and killing intent permeated the atmosphere. Floyd could no longer suppress the anger within him, his blood-red eyes widened. Powerful dark energy coalesced into a massive black fist shadow, carrying the terrifying might to crush time and space, and smash down towards Bruce. With this strike, he unleashed all the power comparable to that of a candidate god of destruction, intending to obliterate Bruce in one blow. Bruce's eyes narrowed, not daring to show the slightest negligence. He stomped down hard, shattering the void, and all the golden power of the Super Saiyan gathered into his right fist. Rather than retreating, he advanced, meeting the massive black fist shadow head with a thunderous punch. Bang! A sound that resonated throughout the universe erupted as the golden fist collided violently with the black fist shadow. Terrifying shockwaves exploded outward from the center, causing the entire void to shake violently under this force. Bruce was knocked back repeatedly, his body tracing long marks in the void. At this moment, Bruce's arm felt slightly numb. He understood that relying solely on the power of the Super Saiyan form could not withstand Floyd's god of destruction level might Heaton. No matter how skilled he was in using his power, the overwhelming difference in strength against Floyd was still apparent. Yet even so, there was no trace of fear in Bruce's eyes. Instead, the flames of battle within him burned even more. As a Saiyan, he always grew stronger in the face of adversity. The more powerful the opponent, the more fiercely the flames of battle ignited within. Moreover, Bruce, like Son Wukong, enjoyed probing his opponent gradually. At this moment, Bruce took a deep breath, and his golden aura surged violently, with golden lightning crackling around him. His golden hair became sharper and more ferocious, his aura skyrocketing exponentially. This was the long-and-used Super Saiyan 2 form. Bruce's monstrous energy manipulation and base combat power under the 200-fold amplification of Super Saiyan 2 surged directly to 100 trillion. Power and speed had truly reached a new dimension. That is the 100 trillion dimension. This void battlefield. Although Bruce has merely transformed into his basic Super Saiyan 2 lightning form, his power remains formidable. Moreover, Bruce not only possesses high combat power in his normal state, but he is also proficient in numerous ultimate moves and advanced combat techniques. His martial arts realm has reached the high level of a destroyer god. In fact, most destroyer gods in the Omniverse, if judged solely by their martial arts realm, may not measure up to. After all, every form of the ultimate Super Saiyan is founded upon the basis of the ultimate instinct technique. The realm of ultimate instinct is on the level of angels. Bruce's mastery of ultimate instinct has long been perfected. Furthermore, he possesses his unique ultimate moves, the Emperor Cannon and the Bloodline Reversion Cannon. The power of these two ultimate moves is more terrifying than the other. Froy silently watched as Bruce transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his expression devoid of emotion. The Dark Realm had long heard of the transformations of their Saiyan race. However, Bruce and Callista had always been too. Thus, even the prominent figures of the Dark Realm and Demonic Realm knew little. They only understood that Bruce and Callista were more powerful than other Saiyans from different timelines. Only a select few knew that Bruce could transform into forms before the God Blue form. Froy speculated that Bruce could at least transform into Super Saiyan 4, just like Sun Wukong and Vegeta from that timeline. Therefore, when faced with Bruce's Super Saiyan 2 form, Froy showed no significant psychological fluctuations, merely a deep disdain in his gaze. Even if Bruce's power and realm far surpass others, so what? The power of mortals cannot ultimately compare to that of true gods. Moreover, Froy's strength and status in the Dark Realm are comparable to those of true destroyer gods in the Froz's chosen subordinates were equivalent to future candidates for the destroyer god level in the Dark Realm. The power level classification in the Dark Realm is roughly comparable to that of the Omniverse, or even stronger. They are also in collusion with those from the Demonic Realm and are even plotting some unseen conspiracy. The Master of the Dark Realm is the Lord of Oblivion, a terrifying existence comparable to the Omni King. Moreover, this being is nothing like the foolish Omni King. He possesses unparalleled power and wisdom. The source of the time and space disruptors is under the command of the Lord of Oblivion, while Froy and his subordinates are the representatives of those sources, akin to the destroyer gods of the Omni King, representing evil and darkness. Froy's subordinates are exceptionally talented individuals, such as Dr. Gero from the previous main timeline, the Time Disruptors from the GT universe, and the current Dark Frisia, and others. Each of them is not to be underestimated. If any of them were to enter the Omni universe, it would likely trigger a terrifying disaster and crisis. Bruce, I know you are highly regarded by your Omniverse Time God Temple and Destroyer gods, and even have that female Saiyan as a candidate from your side. However, compared to the true deities of our Dark Realm, you are still unqualified. Even if your Omniverse true Destroyer god came, they might not be our match. So with just your Super Saiyan 2 power, do you think you can deal with me, Froy? Bruce, are you being a bit too fanciful? Froy coldly stared at Bruce, sneering. Haha, Froy, I know your status in your Dark Realm is very high, and I know your strength is formidable. But how can you know unless you try? Bruce obviously knew that Super Saiyan 2's power was insufficient to. However, Bruce was now using the God Aura to enhance his Super Saiyan 2 form, sustaining it for a long time with negligible consumption, and the refinement of his power far exceeded that of an ordinary Super Saiyan 2. Without further ado, Bruce charged forward with a powerful strike, his fist appearing before Froy like a flash smack. Facing this tremendous punch, Froy didn't even unleash his dark energy. He simply extended his hand to grasp Bruce's fist, delivering a knee strike that sent Bruce flying. Then Froy raised a finger, instantly conjuring a black-purple energy orb that chased after Bruce's body like a relentless shadow, its aura locking and making it impossible for Bruce to evade. Ha! Boom! A massive explosion erupted, and the terrifying shockwave of destructive dark energy spread out. Others, seeing this, halted their movements and quickly distanced themselves, fearing sudden involvement. Except for Callista, Froy's casual energy blast was already a threat to them. At the center of the explosion, amidst the swirling smoke, a golden warrior resembling Bardock appeared with raging golden flames and flickering lightning, accompanied by a howling roar. Bruce, in his Super Saiyan 3 full power form, materialized on the battlefield, a 400 times increase in power, elevating his combat strength to an astonishing 400 trillion. Even the strongest destroyer god Beerus of the main timeline's 7th universe in his normal state only possesses a strength of 1 trillion. At this moment, Bruce was nearing half of Beerus' normal strength. And this was merely Bruce's Super Saiyan 3 form. Now, aside from Froy, Dark Frisia, and Dark Bu, what if Dark Cell or Shrag faced the current Bruce? They would likely be annihilated in an instant. This isn't just about using ultimate moves to defeat them, it's simply about pure physical power crushing them, because their levels are only around that range. Unlike Frisia fighting Callista and Sun Wukong, they are stronger than everyone else except Froy. Even the time-traveling Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan 4 limit break form, along with Callista not using her true strength, couldn't take down Dark Frisia and Dark Bu in a short time. Vegeta, on the other hand, had a different fighting style, directly beating down Dark Cell from the start. On the other hand, Bardock was in a dire situation, being battered by Dark Shrag, but it also fully ignited Bardock's potential, hinting at a breakthrough to his limits. If Bardock were to break through in battle, then Bruce would gain another true Super Saiyan 4 powerhouse. Callista is currently only in the first stage of the Transcendent Super Saiyan transformation, but with a 300 times amplification, her combat power has reached 150 trillion. Ordinary Super Saiyan transformations from stages 1 to 4 boost normal strength by 50 times, 100 times, 400 times, 4,000 times, and 8,000 times limit break respectively. The Transcendent Super Saiyan transformations are even more intense, with the first stage at 300 times, the second at 600 times, the third at 1,200 times, and the fourth at 12,000 times. This is the terrifying nature of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Callista has not only mastered these forms long ago, but like Bruce hides even stronger forms and higher realms of transformation, which are the ultimate transcendent forms. However, except for Bruce and the old caretaker of the God Temple, no one has seen these forms of hers. Now that she has finally encountered an opponent she can fight at full strength, she does not want to end the battle too quickly, as that would be too uninteresting. This aspect is quite similar to Bruce. It can be said that Bruce hides even deeper, while Bruce and the others were in battle. On the universe. Main timeline. 7th universe, new planet Vegeta. At this moment, Whis and Beerus brought Son Wukong and Vegeta, who were training in the Destroyer realm here. Naturally, the goal was to witness the battle between these Saiyans. There is only one Saiyan on new planet Vegeta, and that is the legendary warrior who has not appeared for a long time. Broly. It's been a long time, Broly. Beerus stood at the front smiling as he looked at the burly black-haired Saiyan Broly. Whis also greeted him with a smile. Mr. Broly, it's been a while. Vegeta looked at Broly with a grave expression. This guy's power is unfathomable. Moreover, subconsciously, I feel a hint of fear facing him. Vegeta had long heard of Broly, but at that time he thought of himself as the strongest Saiyan, so he did not take Bruce and Whis' words seriously. But now that he finally saw Broly for the first time, he realized that Bruce and the others had not lied. Son Wukong's expression at this moment was similar to Vegeta's, but with an added excitement and restlessness. Is this the Broly that Bruce mentioned? This is the second time I'm meeting a Saiyan besides Bruce and Callista, and I feel a subconscious fear and trembling. Both of them remained silent, but their hearts were indeed stirred by waves of shock. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, how are Bruce and Callista doing now? Broly, having long overcome his uncontrollable issue with the help of Whis and Bruce, appeared relatively calm. If his current normal state combat power were measured, it would show a terrifying value that no one in the 7th universe besides the gods could compare to. 3 trillion. And this is a terrifying value achieved due to the fact that Broly has not trained much over the years. After training in the Destroyer realm, Son Wukong and Vegeta now have only 300 billion and 290 billion respectively. At this moment, the ground of new planet Vegeta began to collapse and magma surged like a river. The green aura around Broly had become so dense that it was almost tangible, creating a powerful storm with each breath. He stood at the center of the ruins like an ancient world-destroying beast. Opposite Broly's son Wukong was half kneeling in the lava while Vegeta lay in a massive pit. Their Super Saiyan 3 forms had already begun to disintegrate. Their golden hair dimmed, and the raging lightning subsided. The two universe-level masters in Super Saiyan 3 faced the rampaging legendary Saiyan warrior Broly, and they were both in an extremely dire state. As it ended, Broly's voice rumbled like thunder, his gaze coldly fixed on Kakarot and Vegeta. Son Wukong naturally let his arms hang down, not responding. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling a certain ancient power flowing within him. It was no longer an enhancement of energy, but a leap in overall realm. The golden light around him began to transform. It did not vanish, but settled. From wild gold to tranquil red, from explosive energy to restrained divine radiance. When he opened his eyes again, they were a deep crimson like the core of a star. There was no astonishing pressure, no frenzy, but at this moment Broly took a step back. The beastly instincts within him trembled, and the green aura around him uncontrollably contracted. It was as if there was a suppression coming from the depths of his soul. Like a god overlooking a mortal, Broly clenched his fists. What realm is this? Son Wukong raised his hand and effortlessly caught Broly's full-powered strike. No explosion, no shockwave, only absolute tranquility. The red divine domain unfolded, and all rage returned to nothingness. Divine realm, first layer. Son Wukong softly stated, Super Saiyan God. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had risen from the pit, completed his transformation, as well as red figures standing in the void. The two divine glows confronted the yellow-green rage. Ordinary Super Saiyans are no match for Broly's overwhelming power. At this moment, the collision of God and beast ignited sparks of fate. Broly roared, unleashing all his power, the aura of transcendent Super Saiyan 2 soaring into the sky. But in the face of this divine domain, his attacks were like a cow sinking into the sea, silently dissipated. Son Wukong pushed out a palm, sending Broly flying crashing through 3 mountains before stopping. He struggled to rise, his fighting spirit burning even more fiercely. Is this what Brother Bruce meant by the realm of gods? In the void battlefield in an unknown timeline. Froy's black cloak had been torn, and dark golden blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He stared intently at the flamered figure opposite him, his eyes widening in shock for the first time. Divine Realm 5th Layer. Froy's voice was hoarse as he murmured, "This realm is the threshold of a destroyer god. You actually stepped into the true realm of gods." Flames of red light swirled around Bruce, the wildness of Super Saiyan 4 now perfectly merging with the tranquility of divinity. He emitted no pressure, yet the entire void submitted to him. Other battlefields also halted their actions, shocked at Bruce in disbelief. Bruce looked at Froy and calmly stated, "Your dark realm's destroyer gods are nothing but this." Froy, enraged at these words, unleashed his black-purple destructive power. This was the ultimate expression of reaching the 5th layer of the divine realm, a conceptual power capable of erasing all existence. The true dark destructive power. Yet before Bruce, this power melted away like snow under the sun. Impossible. Froy roared in disbelief at this moment. As a fellow 5th layer god, how could your power possibly suppress me? Bruce merely took a step forward, and the void solidified beneath his feet. Because Bruce slightly raised his hand, gathering red light in his palm. My red god is built upon the foundation of Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. It is the true Super Saiyan God form that is even stronger. Bruce flickered to Froy's front, delivering a... Froy crossed his arms, but the black-purple barrier shattered layer by layer. Facing Bruce's attack, Froy was sent flying, dark divine blood spilling into the void, his aura dwindling to its lowest point. Peak of the 5th layer of the divine realm. He collapsed amidst the chaos, half a step into the 6th layer. Bruce did not pursue, but looked upwards. The chaos above thickened with even more terrifying auras seemingly slumbering. These were the true powerhouses of the dark realm, possibly existing in the 7th or 8th layer of the divine realm. Not enough, Bruce murmured, to deal with enemies of that level. He closed his eyes, the red light beginning to transform. From the red god form, he ascended once more to the god blue form. The realm also climbed higher, reaching the divine realm's 6th layer. The azure light shone in the void like a newborn star. Bruce's aura underwent another metamorphosis, his strength crossing the threshold of a destroyer god, stepping directly into the mid-tier of destroyer gods. At this moment, Froy's face turned ashen. Bruce's red god form was already the limit of the 5th layer of the divine realm. Now facing the even more terrifying power and realm of the 6th layer, they had no chance of winning. Because in the realm of gods, mere power enhancement is no longer effective. The true distinction in strength lies in the disparity of realms. Even a single layer of realm creates an innumerable dimensional gap between the two. Just like a normal Saiyan facing a Super Saiyan 4, the dimensional essence of both sides is fundamentally different. He actually forced Bruce to use the god blue form. This trash from the dark realm is indeed not simple. Callista looked at the battlefield between Bruce and Froy with some surprise. At this point, Froy's strength is likely not weaker than destroyer god Kampa of the Omni universe. Aside from Callista, the others looked on in shock, unable to believe that Bruce's power had reached such a level in just a few decades. Even time-traveling Sun Wukong and Vegeta, faced with Bruce's current god blue form, might not withstand a single blow. On the planet New Wampa, Beerus lazily floated in midair, watching the battle between the three below with great interest. Weiss, how much power do you think those two can force out of Broly? Weiss, holding his staff, smiled and said, with Mr. Son Goku and Mr. Vegeta currently in their Super Saiyan God forms, they should be able to make Mr. Broly take things a bit more seriously. A bit more seriously. Beerus scoffed. Weiss, you underestimate Broly too much. He is the one personally acknowledged by that little brat Broly, who even stated that when it comes to pure combat talent, he might even surpass Carissa by a considerable margin. Oh, a hint of curiosity flashed in Weiss' eyes. Lord Beerus, you actually have such a high opinion of Mr. Broly. Hi. Beerus narrowed his eyes, his gaze penetrating the dust below, landing on the figure surrounded by green flames. If you had seen him when he lost control, you would know that what sleeps within him is not merely a Saiyan, but a thoroughly ancient beast. The bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan within him has reached an unprecedented purity. Boom. The earth shattered once more. Broly's body flew back like a cannonball, crashing through the 7th mountain. But he quickly got up. The green flames on him not only did not weaken, but became even more ferocious. Continue. Broly howled to the sky, his voice filled with mad combat intent. His eyes had completely turned deep green, the pupils shrinking into beast-like slits. Kakarot. Vegeta. Again. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. They had just entered their Super Saiyan God forms, and the power of the first layer of the divine realm made them think they had touched a new world. But facing Broly, they truly understood what overwhelming power meant. Even if the two joined forces, even having entered the domain of the gods, they still could not truly suppress this monster. This guy's power is simply endless. Vegeta gritted his teeth, the red divine light swirling around him. Clearly, just pure brute strength, yet it can render our divine powers unable to fully dissipate. No, Vegeta, do you feel it? Son Goku clenched his fists, feeling the red divine energy flowing within him. Broly's power is also changing. Son Goku's gaze was sharp as he stared intently at the green figure in the distance. His power is aligning with our divine energy. Vegeta was taken aback, then carefully sensed at his expression suddenly changing. How is this possible? He has never received any divine guidance. Oh, how could he have entered the divine realm? Not entered. Son Goku slowly shook his head, but devouring. His legendary Super Saiyan power is devouring our divine energy, transforming it into something that belongs to him. Vegeta gasped in shock. A monster that could devour divine energy. What does that mean? In the distance, Broly slowly stood upright, the green flames around him beginning to undergo subtle changes. The originally chaotic flames began to solidify, taking on order. Even within that green light, a faint hint of gold could be seen. This is why smile disappeared for the first time, replaced by seriousness. Lord Beerus, Mr. Broly's state seems a bit off. Beerus remained silent, staring intently at Broly. His intuition told him that what was about to happen next might exceed everyone's expectations. Broly raised his hands, looking at the swirling green flames in his palms, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. So that's it. Is this the divine realm that Brother Bruce spoke of? He raised his head, looking at Son Goku and Vegeta. Thank you for helping me understand. As a return, Broly suddenly clenched his fists. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from him, instantly sweeping across the entire new Wampa. The earth crumbled. The sky tore apart. Even Beerus and Whis had to retreat hundreds of meters to stabilize themselves. In the center of that storm, Broly's figure slowly rose. The green flames surrounding him had completely changed. No longer just a simple violent green, but transformed into a strange color of intertwining green and gold. His hair changed from the original dark green to a brilliant golden green. And the most terrifying were his eyes. No longer beast-like slits, but golden pupils as cold as a divine being. This is... Beerus' pupils suddenly contracted. Legendary Super Saiyan. Fourth stage. No. Whis' voice was rarely filled with shock. Lord Beerus, this is not ordinary legendary Super Saiyan 4. He possesses divine energy. And it is pure, entirely his own divine energy. Beerus gasped. Are you saying that this monster, without any divine guidance, relying solely on his talent, forcibly entered the divine realm? Yes, I'm afraid so, Lord Beerus. Moreover, his divine realm is at least the third layer. In the void battlefield, Broly stood in midair, feeling the new power surging within him. It was a sensation unlike any before. No longer just pure rage and destruction, but control. Absolute control. He looked at Son Goku and Vegeta and calmly said, continue. Just a simple word, yet it made Son Goku and Vegeta feel as if they had fallen into an ice pit. It was the pressure from a higher level life form looking down on lower ones. But the two were seasoned warriors, quickly suppressing the fear in their hearts and unleashing all their power. Two red figures shot up into the sky, colliding with that green-gold figure. Boom, boom, boom. Every collision made new Wampa tremble. Every clash shattered the void. But Son Goku and Vegeta soon realized they were completely outmatched. Broly's power had already surpassed the limits that the Super Saiyan God form could handle. One punch. Just Son Goku and Vegeta were sent flying simultaneously, their Super Saiyan God forms beginning to collapse. Is this the true legendary Super Saiyan 4? Son Goku spat out blood, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement so strong. Vegeta grit his teeth as he got up. Damn. This monster. Broly did not pursue, he simply watched them quietly. Not enough. Your power is far from this. Show me your true power. Otherwise, Broly raised his hand, condensing a green-gold energy sphere in his palm, the power within it enough to instantly destroy the entire new Wampa. I will destroy this planet. Son Goku and Vegeta's expressions changed dramatically. They could feel that Broly was serious. Bastard. Vegeta roared, the red divine light around him starting to fluctuate violently. Under that pressure, a deeper power within him began to awaken. And Son Goku also closed his eyes, beginning to touch a deeper level of realm. The red divine light began to shift towards blue. Meanwhile, in the void battlefield, Bruce's azure divine light flowed around him, the power of the sixth layer of the divine realm causing the entire void to tremble. Froyle lay collapsed in the chaos, his face ashen. As a fellow sixth layer of the divine realm, he had no chance to resist before Bruce. And now Bruce had directly stepped into the sixth layer. That was the true pinnacle of a mid-level god of destruction. An existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with those great figures from the dark realm. Impossible. This can't be. Froyle murmured. You're just a mortal Saiyan. Oh, how could you reach such a realm? He raised his hand, azure light gathering in his palm. In your eyes, Saiyans are merely a barbaric warrior race, forever unable to touch the realm of the divine. But you are wrong. The potential of Saiyans far exceeds your imagination. Whether it is Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly, or myself and Carissa, we are all constantly breaking through our limits, constantly surpassing ourselves. This is what it means to be a Saiyan. This is our path. Bruce pressed down with one palm, the azure light beam instantly engulfing Froyle. No. Froyle's wail echoed in the void, then was swallowed by endless blue light. When the light dissipated, Froyle had completely vanished. Not death, but erasure. Complete erasure from the conceptual level. This is the power of the sixth layer of the divine realm. Bruce withdrew his hand, slowly exhaling. But he did not relax. He looked up towards the higher chaos. The aura there began to stir. It was as if Froyle's death had awakened some slumbering, terrifying existence. Are they finally coming out? Bruce murmured, the blue light on him beginning to retract. Not weakening, but condensing. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the power flowing within him. The sixth layer of the divine realm was not enough. Facing those true powers from the dark realm, at least the seventh layer, even the eighth layer of power was needed. And the only transformation he could rely on was his own transformation. Super Saiyan God Blue. Not enough. Bruce murmured, I need a stronger form. The limit of God Blue is the peak of the sixth layer of the divine realm. To step into the seventh layer, I must use Ultra Instinct Super Saiyan. Boom. The light around Bruce exploded once more. The azure began to transform into a sacred white color. It was a color like radiance, containing endless pressure and power. Carissa, seeing this scene from afar, flashed a hint of surprise in her eyes. The form of Ultra Instinct Super Saiyan. Bruce has been pushed to this point. But she quickly smiled. Well, this is interesting. She looked towards the dark Frisia and dark Bew opposite her, a smirk appearing at the corners of her mouth. I've played enough. It's time to get serious. As the words fell, the golden flames on Carissa began to change. From the form of Legendary Super Saiyan 1, she directly crossed to Legendary Super Saiyan 2. A 600 times increase made her power instantly soar to 300 trillion. Dark Frisia's expression changed drastically. What? But Carissa did not give him time to react. She stepped forward, instantly appearing before him. With a punch, Dark Frisia crossed his arms to block, yet was sent flying thousands of meters with one punch. This power. He coughed up black blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's countless times stronger than before. Carissa flicked her hand and smiled. This is just the beginning. On the other side, Dark Bew was about to take action, but was blocked by a figure. Time Patrol Son Goku. Your opponent is me. Time Patrol Son Goku's golden flames surged around him. Under the form of Super Saiyan 4 limit break, his power had already reached 1,600 trillion. Although he could not compare to Bruce, he was enough to fight with Dark Bew. Dark Bew grinned widely, revealing a sinister smile. Interesting. Then let's go. Super Saiyan 4 limit break. Vegeta roared, the golden flames surging as he punched Dark Cell deep. This punch is for Bardock. Dark Cell screamed in agony, his body starting to disintegrate. Vegeta did not stop throwing hundreds of punches until Dark Cell was completely turned to nothingness. He panted heavily, looking towards Bardock's battlefield. Bardock was currently covered in blood, but the battle intent in his eyes was growing more intense. Bardock is about to break through. Vegeta's eyes flashed with surprise, then smiled. Good job. Dark Slag also sensed something was wrong, attacking frantically, trying to stop Bardock's breakthrough. But it was already too late. Bardock howled to the sky, his golden aura instantly exploding. Red light surged into the sky. Super Saiyan 4. Bardock successfully broke through. He opened his eyes, now fully red, and looked at Dark Slag calmly, saying, Thank you for your pressure. Now, it's my turn. He threw a punch. Dark Slag was sent flying, almost blown apart. He looked at Bardock in terror. This is impossible. How could you break through? Bardock did not answer, only attacking. 3 punches. Just 3 punches. Dark Slag was directly obliterated, turning to nothingness. Bardock withdrew his hand, feeling the new power within him, his eyes filled with excitement. Is this the realm of Super Saiyan 4? He looked in Bruce's direction, filled with gratitude. Bruce, thank you. In the void battlefield, Bruce's light finally stabilized. The white divine light flowed, the power of the 7th layer of the divine realm, causing the entire void to tremble. He opened his eyes, a white lightning flashing across. The 7th layer. Completed. He looked up at the higher chaos, where 3 terrifying auras were awakening. Each one was not weaker than him. In fact, one of them seemed to exceed the 7th layer's scope, reaching the 8th layer. 3 enemies at the level of gods of destruction. Bruce murmured, yet showed no fear. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just right. Let's see how my Ultra Instinct Super Saiyan form holds up against you. He stepped out, directly charging towards the 3 awakened auras. Behind him, Carissa had also dealt with Dark Frisia and was chasing after him. Wait for me. Her form had already transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan 3. While Carissa's power could not match Bruce's God Blue form, it was still enough to handle some substitute gods of destruction level enemies. And further away, Time Patrol Son Goku, Vegeta, and Bardock had also dealt with their respective opponents and followed suit. 5 figures stood side by side, facing the 3 terrifying auras awakening from the chaos. Darkness descended. 3 figures emerged from the chaos. Leading them was a tall man in a black robe radiating a destructive aura. 7th layer of the divine realm. The 2 behind him were also terrifying existences at the 6th layer of the divine realm. That waste Froyle was actually killed by a bunch of mortals. The leading man in the black robe spoke indifferently, his voice like that from the depths of hell. But that's fine, it gives me a chance to stretch my muscles. He looked at Bruce and the others, a cruel smile forming at the corners of his mouth. You all have nearly reached the divine realm as Saiyans. This is somewhat interesting. Especially you. His gaze landed on Bruce. Your ultra instinct combined with a special divine power fusion forms 7th layer of the divine realm. Interesting. Interesting. Then let me show you what true power is. He raised his hand, and endless darkness instantly shrouded the entire void. The power of the peak of the 8th layer erupted fully. Bruce and the others were instantly suppressed, but there was no fear in their eyes. On the contrary, their battle intent surged even more. Let's go together. Bruce shouted, the white divine light shooting into the sky. Carissa's legendary Super Saiyan 3. Time Patrol Son Goku's Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. Bardock's Super Saiyan 4. 5 beams of light collided with the endless darkness. Boom. The entire void trembled. The battle had only just begun. And in the distant depths of chaos, even more terrifying auras were awakening. This battle would inevitably sweep across the entire multiverse. At the same time that Bruce and the others were fiercely battling the enemies from the Dark Realm on the new Wampa Star, Broly's expression twisted into a somewhat crazed semblance, as if he was beginning to lose control over the new power within him about to spiral out of control. Beerus and Whis did not intervene. They simply observed everything quietly. The aura of divine energy intertwined with the legendary Super Saiyan's blood, creating a golden-green flame on Broly that was infinitely close to Bruce's ultimate Super Saiyan form. Vegeta was staring intently at Broly as he spoke to Son Goku. I don't know, but something about this guy seems off. Son Goku took a defensive fighting stance, responding to Vegeta's concerns. Meanwhile, Broly had completely forgotten about his inability to survive in space. In his mind, there was only one thought: to defeat the two unexpected foes radiating divine energy before Lord Beerus. It seems these three are unaware that once they reach the divine realm, they can survive in space. Whis smiled as he spoke to Beerus. These three, only Vegeta seems somewhat normal. It's a pity we never informed. When Son Goku became a Super Saiyan God, it was during his battle with Beerus in space. However, at that time Son Goku was solely focused on fighting and overlooked this detail. Thus, among those present other than the two true gods Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly remained oblivious. Moreover, Broly's current state was not normal. He was in the legendary Super Saiyan 4 form, accompanied by a faint aura of divine energy. Vegeta? Kakarot. Bring it on. Broly's eyes slowly began to turn red, clearly on the brink of losing. Vegeta, it looks like we have to end this quickly. Son Goku did not want to drag things out any longer, as Broly's power was rising without limits. Only a select few knew that Bruce could transform into forms before the God Blue form. Freud speculated that Bruce could at least transform into Super Saiyan 4. It's just like, Vegeta and Son Goku began to push their power to the limit. In their Super Blue forms, they were not to be underestimated. Even now, within the main timeline, Vegeta and Son Wukong, who are training in the Destroyer realm, can only barely cope and may not even be their match. The three different colored energy beams collided violently. Boom. After a prolonged stalemate, half of New Wampa Star was obliterated, leaving a wasteland behind, while Son Goku and Vegeta finally lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for air. Using their ultimate moves had drained all their stamina. It was their current limit. Broly, having just transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan 4 form, was still inexperienced and reverted to his normal black-haired state. At that moment, Broly lay at the bottom of the crater, covered in blood, but still alive. Did we win? I don't know. Vegeta and Son Goku exchanged uncertain glances. Whis, it seems that upon returning, Son Goku and Vegeta will need to continue their training. The two of them have already lost. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Mr. Son Goku and Mr. Vegeta no longer have the stamina to continue fighting. And Mr. Broly. Before Beerus and Whis could finish their words, a sudden roar interrupted. Oh, boom. The debris around Broly exploded and a green figure burst forth, exuding an even more terrifying aura than before. How is this possible? Vegeta and Son Goku's pupils shrank in unison as they gazed in disbelief at the green figure in the air, their hearts surging with shock. At that moment, Broly's beast-like gaze swept over Vegeta and Son Goku, instantly filling them with despair. Broly suddenly lunged at the two, landing a punch and a knee strike that caused Vegeta and Son Goku to spit blood. Their bodies were sent flying, not knowing how far they went. Broly unleashed two incredibly terrifying energy blasts towards the two. If they were hit, Son Goku and Vegeta would undoubtedly perish. This ends now. Beerus suddenly appeared on the battlefield, swatting away the two energy blasts capable of destroying an entire galaxy. Lord Beerus, are you going to stop me? Broly, facing the purple cat before him, finally regained a semblance of interesting. Beerus smiled. This Broly actually intends to make a move against me. He truly does not know his Beerus effortlessly held the unconscious Broly by one hand with his aura remaining undisturbed and tossed him aside. Whis, please heal these three fellows. This is the terror of the god of destruction. On the other side in the void battlefield, only Bruce, Kalissa, and a few gods of destruction from the Dark Realm remained standing. As for the Time Patrollers and Bardock, they lay amidst the ruins of a planet covered in blood. Even the ordinary Super Saiyan transformation could no longer be maintained. This shows that while Super Saiyan 4 and Limit Breakthrough are powerful, they are still far from the level of a god of destruction. Kalissa in her legendary Super Saiyan 4 form was also in a dire situation, struggling against these monstrous foes of immense power and realm. Kalissa, transform into the ultimate Super Saiyan form. These guys are not comparable to the ones from before. If we don't unleash our true strength, we might die here. Bruce had already transformed into the Ultra Instinct Super Saiyan form, but even so he found it somewhat strenuous against enemies of this caliber. Bruce thought quickly, if I want to defeat the enemy, I might have to transform into the Ultra Instinct Super Saiyan 2 form, or even Ultra Instinct Super Saiyan 3. Even if Kalissa ultimately transforms into the Ultimate Super Saiyan series first, second, or even third tier forms, she might still not be a match. Because in Bruce's perception the opponents had not shown their true strength. Even so, they had already reached a high level of God of Destruction, not far from the ordinary form of Beerus from the 7th. Alright, I understand. Kalissa was also very aware that the strength of these monsters before them was indeed formidable. Months later, a considerable amount of time had passed since the last battle. The outcome was that all the gods of destruction sent by the Dark Realm had perished in the void battlefield. On the side of the multiverse, only Bruce returned with a somewhat desolate and sorrowful heart. Although the multiverse had won, the cost was undeniably immense. Bruce's childhood sweetheart and wife Kalissa had been ambushed and killed by several high-ranking gods of destruction. Bardock, the Time Patroller's son Goku, and Vegeta were all far outmatched compared to true gods of destruction. While Bruce was entangled by two high-ranking dark gods of destruction, another high-ranking dark god had instantaneously destroyed him, completely vanishing from the multiverse. For the first time since becoming a god, Bruce felt a deep-seated rage within. He no longer hid his power and directly transformed into the 4th tier of Ultra Instinct Super Saiyan. Bruce's full power unleashed a terrifying strength that shocked the entire multiverse. Bruce no longer hesitated and instantly obliterated several dark gods of destruction with the Bloodline Return Cannon. Just as he was about to go insane and charge directly into the Dark Realm's lair, a dark angel suddenly appeared whose power was not from this dimension, making Bruce fully understand how weak he truly was, even at the level of a god of destruction when facing an angelic being. Thus this dark angel knocked Bruce unconscious, intending to bring him back to the Dark Realm. Ultimately, it was Whis and Beerus who arrived in time to stop the Dark Angel and save Bruce. Later, the old steward of the God Sequence Temple learned of Kalissa's complete demise. He personally went to the Dark Realm's lair and fought a battle there, ultimately attracting the Dark Lord's personal intervention to suppress him. The old steward, unable to defeat the Dark Lord, fled back to the God Sequence Temple and fell into a deep slumber. Upon waking, Bruce said nothing and directly went to the Dimensional Tower of the God Sequence Temple. The Dimensional Tower is a perilous place where gods cultivate their own dimensions. For billions of years, no one has successfully emerged from there. In the main time-space, the 7th universe, Earth. Ever since Kalissa and Bruce disappeared, everything seemed to have returned to its proper fate line. But everyone knew how significant Bruce's influence was. Without mentioning the God Sequence Temple, which only high-ranking gods were qualified to know about, just the fact that Bruce and Kalissa were candidates for the gods of destruction stirred up a commotion throughout the entire main time-space. On this day, Son Goku and Vegeta were still training on the god of destruction's planet, while Bulma and her family remained immersed in grief. Even Piccolo and Krillin had to accept the reality of Kalissa's death and Bruce's disappearance. Beerus and Whis, however, concealed many things from everyone, not discussing much about what transpired after Bruce's return. They only shared some facts. On this day in the space of the 7th universe, a spaceship swiftly traversed the dazzling Star River. The usually peaceful and serene universe was disrupted by the resurrection of one individual, heralding a new. This crisis was not the previous one created by Dr. Gero's super androids, nor was it from the time-space marauders of the Dark Realm. Rather, it came from Frieza, who had resurrected from hell. Inside the spaceship, Frieza emerged from the nutrient chamber, his previously shredded body reassembled by his subordinates Sorbet and others using the Dragon Balls. Frieza opened his eyes, and the nutrient chamber exploded instantly. The newly resurrected Frieza still bore that cold and ruthless demeanor, but at this moment, he was merely in his original first form. Even so, aside from the gods of destruction Broly and those training in the god realm Son Goku and Vegeta, Frieza remained the strongest in the entire 7th universe. He was also that evil cosmic emperor that struck terror into the hearts of many. Welcome back, Lord Frieza, Sorbet exclaimed excitedly as he looked at Frieza, offering a respectful greeting. Besides Sorbet, there were now high-ranking members of Frieza's army. Who are you? Frieza looked at Sorbet with a somewhat puzzled expression. I am Sorbet, formerly an advisor in the 3rd Star region. Oh, I remember you a bit. Frieza thought for a moment, and did recall such a person. Hearing he was one of his subordinates softened Frieza's expression somewhat. Currently, I am commanding the army in your stead, my lord. Sorbet continued. Upon hearing this, Frieza raised an eyebrow skeptical. Just you? Although Frieza had been dead for a long time, how could someone like Sorbet replace him? It was utterly laughable. Frieza chuckled dismissively, and after a moment his expression turned serious as he walked towards the window, cold and emotionless. Then Frieza glanced at his hand, casually flexing it. While harboring doubts, it seemed he was also testing whether he had truly left that tree. He confirmed, it seems I really have come back to life. Looking at his palm, Frieza fell into deep thought. At this moment Sorbet approached flatteringly, eagerly saying, yes, I used the Dragon Balls and the latest regeneration device. Dragon Balls? Oh, is it that peculiar orb from the Namekians? Frieza asked casually. Apologies, Lord Frieza. We couldn't find the Namekians, so Tagoma and I went to Earth and used the orbs there, Sorbet explained. Tagoma. Frieza had not heard this name before, so he turned back to look at Sorbet. At this moment, a tall, dark-skinned man with a somewhat gaunt appearance and gray skin performed a respectful salute typical of Frieza's army, saying, I am Tagoma, and I am honored to serve you in your resurrection. Tagoma had only heard that Frieza was strong, but he had never witnessed it firsthand, so he had some doubts. Moreover, so much time had passed, and many things had changed. Tagoma's strength had even surpassed that of the former Ginyu Force Captain Ginyu. Excluding Frieza and the Saiyans, who were dimensional monsters, Tagoma's strength was indeed formidable within the current 7th universe. A 100 years later, Munda returned to Earth only to find that everything that had transpired was merely a dream. Yet the experiences felt so real. The story ends here, completed.